Opening his eyes, Zhuge Liang felt as if his head was about to explode. Instinctively, he reached up to touch his forehead. Ah! The sharp pain and swelling on his head instantly reminded him of everything that had just happened. He originally just wanted to take his dog out to watch the meteor shower, but one meteor seemed to defy all logic. It kept getting larger and larger, and it felt like it was heading straight for him. Suddenly, a flood of information surged into his mind's star soul calendar. Year 3018, martial artist talents beast hordes apocalypse, the collapse of the world. He had transmigrated, taking over the body of another person who looked very much like himself, also named Zhuge Liang. He had absorbed the original owner's soul and gained all of his memories. This was a world where spiritual energy had been revived, and everyone could awaken peculiar talents, allowing humanity to barely survive. Yes, barely survive. While only humans had the ability to awaken talents, the overwhelming number of beast hordes ensured humanity had only just managed to hold its ground so far. So, I was just watching a meteor shower, and instead, I got hit by a meteor? Ding! Due to the highly unpleasant transmigration experience, a special divine skill system is gifted to you. May your martial journey be smooth and prosperous. Divine skill system. Host, Zhuge Liang. Energy, 1,000 points. Lottery, available. Skills, none, 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 none. The system interface was simple and straightforward, with only one functional button. The lottery option available. Zhuge Liang tapped it without hesitation. Consuming 1,000 energy points. You have obtained the divine skill. Are you sick? Are you sick? When you say or silently recite this phrase to a target, it applies the most appropriate negative effect to their talent. Save decompose, Zhuge Liang. What kind of name was this for a divine skill? Was the system kidding him? System, what does decompose mean? The divine skill slots are limited to 5. You can decompose skills to free up slots. So that means I can save it for now and still decompose it later? Correct. I don't have any energy left right now, so I'll just save it for the time being. The skill has been saved to divine skill, slot number 1. At this moment, the door opened, and the school doctor, Old Wang, strolled in leisurely. Awake, huh? Old Wang said slowly. Good timing. You're just in time for the talent awakening ceremony for first years. If you miss it, you'll have to pay out of pocket to awaken later. Zhuge Liang jolted in surprise. He immediately leaped out of the hospital bed and dashed over 100 meters out the door. Old Wang nodded approvingly as he watched him. Such a fine-looking young man. No matter how bad his talent is, he won't have to worry about making a living. Zhuge Liang jogged all the way to the field, where he suddenly noticed a massive golden bird soaring into the sky. A wave of heat rushed toward him. In the blink of an eye, the golden bird swooped down and transformed into a flaming longbow, gripped tightly in the hands of a girl. This scene was anything but ordinary. Talent rank SSS, the teacher in charge of awakenings exclaimed excitedly. The crowd instantly erupted into chaos. SSS rank. As expected of the campus belle. Her dad is the base commander. She's been eating spirit herbs and spirit meat since she was a kid. Don't be jealous. Having a high rank isn't necessarily a blessing. Someone like her is bound to end up on the front lines. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but feel a little anticipation in his chest. What kind of talent would he awaken? As he entered his classroom, a skinny, dark-skinned boy greeted him. You're finally here. I kept calling your phone, but you wouldn't pick up. What? Were you having too much fun at a fancy club or something? This boy was named Liang, Zhuge Liang's former roommate. Judging by this attitude alone, it was clear this friend was reliable. Nothing like that. I just accidentally overslept. Zhuge Liang replied vaguely. Liang squinted at him. Your complexion? Zhuge Liang's heart skipped a beat. Considering he was a soul that had taken over this body, could he get found out? What's wrong with my face? Did it get even more handsome or something? Zhuge Liang joked. Liang rolled his eyes. Yeah, you're handsome, all right. Get moving. The teacher's been waiting for you for 10 minutes now. Liang pulled him forward as if he were the one having the awakening ceremony. Zhuge Liang breathed a sigh of relief. With familiar Liang covering for him, the others shouldn't suspect anything. Before long, Zhuge Liang was standing at the very front of the line. The teacher responsible for awakenings was their gym instructor, Zhu Rong. Place your hand on the awakening stone and close your eyes to feel it carefully, Zhu Rong said gently. Nodding, Zhuge Liang did as he was told. In the haze, he sensed a fist-sized point of light flying toward him. Just as he was about to touch that light, chirp! A sharp screech suddenly pierced the air, accompanied by a bone-chilling gust of cold. Zhuge Liang was startled out of the awakening state. Next to him, a short, stocky boy who vaguely resembled Wu Dalong grinned with excitement as he controlled a small ice-blue bird circling above him. The bird's flapping wings released snowflakes that drifted to the ground, punctuated by piercing cries. The awakening stone beside him displayed a striking grade. "You bastard! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Zhuge Liang roared. He had been fully focused on awakening, and this idiot had interrupted him. Liang glared heatedly as well. If their teacher weren't present, he would have rolled up his sleeves to fight by now. The Wu Dalong look-alike gave Zhuge Liang a disdainful glance, his lips curling smugly before continuing to show off his talent. Even the teacher accompanying him raised an eyebrow at Zhu Rong, his expression clearly taunting. Talent rank a grade. This guy was clearly setting a bad example. Zhu Rong frowned, just about to say something when. "Are you sick?" Zhuge Liang cursed before his teacher could speak. Divine skill activated. The target's talent will now cause them to pass gas every 5 seconds during use. Zhuge Liang's anger caught in his throat. What the heck was this? He instinctively stepped back a few paces. "You think you can call me names and run? Stand right there." PhD. The sound wasn't just loud, it came with some extra effects. The Wu Dalong look-alike, now rigid with embarrassment, turned to glare at Zhuge Liang one last time before awkwardly clutching his rear and sprinting away. Surrounding students quickly distanced themselves from him. The stench was overpowering. "Don't worry, Zhuge," Zhu Rong reassured him warmly. "Talents are innate. Being interrupted won't affect your awakening. Let us try again." Hearing this, Zhuge Liang sighed in relief. As long as nothing was ruined, he could give it another shot. Wu Dalong, a character from Chinese literature known for his short stature and unremarkable appearance, often used as a metaphor for someone unimposing. He took a deep breath. Ugh, why was this smell so persistent? He waved his hand, trying to disperse the stench. Zhuge Liang steadied his mind and continued to focus on the glowing dot. It was still the size of a fist, unchanged. Detecting the host awakening a talent, absorbing energy to enhance the host's talent. You have acquired a new talent. 2. Sword of Pi. The Campus Beauty Sniper. You have acquired the new talent, Sword of Pi. Sword of Pi. For every 100 digits of pi recited, you will gain 1 Sword of Pi. As long as an opponent cannot recite more digits than you, the Sword of Pi is indestructible. Good heavens! Zhuge Liang was utterly dumbfounded. Reciting digits of pi? Who hasn't memorized 3.141596? Shoo! A light sword materialized behind Zhuge Liang, floating and circling around him at his command. With a flick of his hand, the sword gently landed in his palm. It was so light that it felt almost intangible. He casually thrust it into the ground, where it stood firmly. The most amazing part? These swords consume no energy. And since pi is an infinite, non-repeating decimal, it meant, as long as he could memorize enough digits, he could summon an infinite number of light swords without any cost. This was the power of knowledge. Crack! The awakening stone on the table shattered like it had been drained dry. Zhuge Liang suddenly recalled what the system had said earlier. Absorbing energy to enhance the host's talent. Could it be? He looked at the scowling Zhu Rong and wondered if he'd be required to compensate for the broken stone. "Wait here. I'll report this and have your talent level reassessed," Zhu Rong said before leaving briskly. Zhuge Liang let out a sigh of relief. "Impressive, dude." Liang clapped Zhuge Liang on the shoulder. "Your light sword shattered the awakening stone. It's definitely no ordinary grade." "It's probably just D-level garbage," someone sneered. Frowning, Zhuge Liang wondered who disliked him so much. He turned his head and saw Xue Zhangyi returning. The boy had changed into fresh pants and was now summoning his little ice-blue bird again, showing it off in the palm of his hand. Zhuge Liang glanced at his system panel. It was still displaying, "You're insane." The special effects remained active. Geez, Zhuge Liang thought. I'll call him a warrior for this stunt. Whoosh. Although Shue's trick didn't include any hidden substances this time, the lingering smell still made everyone instinctively stay away. Don't tell me one of your talents is being exceptionally good at farting. Liang taunted. The comment turned Shue's face beet red. Ignoring the commotion, Zhuge Lan took out his phone and searched for Pi. According to the search results, as of Star Sol Era 3020, June 14th, Pi has been calculated to 31.4 trillion decimal places. This meant Zhuge Lan could summon 314 billion light swords without consuming any energy? What's more, Zhuge Lan had been a straight-A student in his previous life, so his memory was impeccable. He began reciting silently on the spot. In less than 30 seconds, a low humming sound came from behind him. Another light sword had appeared. Li Yang and Shui Zhangyi, who had been bickering, were shocked into silence. Could the swords multiply? At that moment, Zhu Rong returned, accompanied by a small, elderly man, the school principal, Feng Lan. Seeing the newly appeared light sword, Zhu Rong was about to speak when Feng Lan interrupted him. Whatever the case, let us continue with the awakening process. Being interrupted twice in a row is too dangerous if delayed for long. The old principal directly produced another awakening stone and set it on the table. Zhuge Lan wasted no time and placed his hand on the stone silently. Energy detected and ready to absorb. 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 Energy successfully absorbed. 9 points gained. Only 9 points. Crack. The stone shattered instantly. Feng Lan, unfazed, pulled out another awakening stone and set it down. Zhuge Lan continued absorbing. Energy successfully absorbed. 9 points gained. Crack. Energy successfully absorbed. 9 points gained. Crack. Energy successfully absorbed. 9 points gained. Crack. Zhuge Lan absorbed energy from 20 stones in a single stretch. Feng Lan then stopped pulling out stones. How much more do you think you need? He asked. About 70% full, Zhuge Lan said sheepishly. Was he taking too much free energy? He didn't want to decline, though. Good. Feng Lan exclaimed cheerfully and immediately produced a marble-sized diamond, handing it over. This is a Tier 1 beast core. The spiritual energy inside is much purer than that of Tier 0 awakening stones. Stop if you feel overwhelmed. Got it, Zhuge Lan replied, accepting the core and absorbing its energy without hesitation. In an era where humanity was on the decline, individuals with exceptional talents received focused cultivation. The more extraordinary the talent, the better. Energy successfully absorbed. 19 points gained. TCH. Still so little? Just as he opened his eyes, Feng Lan handed him an even larger beast core. Zhuge Lan continued to absorb without reservation. Energy successfully absorbed. 25 points gained. Energy successfully absorbed. 31 points gained. Energy successfully absorbed. 41 points gained. Zhuge Lan had no idea how many he absorbed in total, but he hadn't reached his limit yet. Meanwhile, Feng Lan's stock had been exhausted. He had no more beast cores to provide. However, instead of feeling drained, the old principal was trembling with excitement. This was a true genius. A phenomenal genius. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Feng Lan exclaimed. Wait here. Come with me to my office. I've already informed Base Chiefly. Absorb as much as you can today. The principal, grinning ear to ear, dragged the bewildered Zhuge Lan along. Was such enthusiasm really warranted? By the time he regained his composure, Zhuge Lan found himself in the principal's office, and there was a girl inside. She had strikingly defined black and white peach blossom eyes, a soft oval face, and gentle sweetness in her features. Her particularly pronounced Egyo made her eyes appear larger and even more enchanting. She truly resembled the image of a first love. This is Li Yiting, an individual with an SSS grade talent, Feng Lan introduced, then pointed at Zhuge Lan. And this is Zhuge Lan. At a minimum, his talent is SS grade, though it's somewhat unusual, so we'll discuss the specifics once your father arrives. Oh, I know who you are, the sun shooter, Zhuge Lan blurted out. Huh? Sun shooter. Li Yiting tilted her head in confusion. Exactly. Pair a three-legged crow with a longbow that's Ho-E shooting the sun, Zhuge Lan explained matter-of-factly. But, Ho-E shooting the sun? Never heard of that, Li Yiting replied, her confusion deepening. Feng Lan frowned slightly. clearly unable to recall any related memories. Zhuge Liang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. So, it turned out he was someone who had transmigrated. Although he possessed the concept of pi, he had assumed that everyone knew these myths and legends. Just as he was about to make up a story to muddle through the situation, a voice came to his rescue. The story of Hou-Yi shooting down the suns is a myth from Earth's pre-spiritual revival era. For this young man to know about it, he must have spent quite a bit of time in the library. Following the voice, they saw a middle-aged man with a square face walk in. He was dressed in a uniform with stars and stripes on his shoulders, clearly someone of high status. "Director Li, you're here," Feng Lan greeted with a smile. "Ah, Teacher Feng, you're too kind. I'll always consider myself your student." Director Li, whose full name was Li Changxing, replied promptly. All right, no need for formalities. You two say this every time you meet," Li Yiting said with a laugh. "Why don't we handle Zhuge Liang's matter first?" Feng Lan and Li Changxing exchanged knowing smiles. Feng Lan then took the initiative to introduce. "This is Zhuge Liang. Since awakening earlier today, he has already absorbed 1 6th-tier beast crystal, 9 5th-tier beast crystals, and over 50 lower-tier ones. Since the resources allocated for SSS-level individuals have already been given to Yiting, I had no choice but to call you over, Director Li." Li Changxing nodded in acknowledgement and casually took out a beast crystal roughly the size of a pigeon egg. "This is a 7th-tier beast crystal. Go ahead and absorb it, I'll ensure nothing goes wrong," he said confidently. "My dad is a 7th-tier martial king after all," Li Yiting added proudly. In the martial arts hierarchy, every 10 levels constitute a tier. Levels 1 to 3 are martial soldiers, 4 to 6 are martial generals, and 7 to 9 are martial kings. Each tier is further divided into low, mid, and high stages. "Then I'll trouble you, Director Li," Zhuge Liang said with a smile as he accepted the 7th-tier beast crystal. And then, energy absorption complete. 71 points acquired this time. Only 71 points? System, are you kidding me? A first-tier energy crystal has over 10 points, and a 7th-tier one only 70-something. Zhuge Liang muttered internally. The divine skill system serves only the host. It does not store excess energy. This proportion for lower-tier energy crystals is normal. Lower-tier energy crystal? Even 7th tier counts as low tier. Indeed. Could it be that the system itself is on a much higher level? Zhuge Liang couldn't figure it out. However, judging by this ratio, absorbing first-tier beast crystals seemed more cost-effective. When he looked up, he saw Li Changxing and the others staring at him with expressions as if they had seen a ghost. What's wrong?" Zhuge Liang asked curiously. "Don't you feel any discomfort?" Li Yiting asked in surprise. "When I absorbed half a 6th-tier beast crystal, I nearly exploded. Yet you just absorbed an entire 7th-tier beast crystal." Oh, no wonder their reactions were so exaggerated. After thinking for a moment, Zhuge Liang opened his system panel. Divine Skill System. Host, Zhuge Liang. Level, 11. Ability, Sword of Pi. Energy, 1502 points. Lottery, available. Skills. Are you sick? None. His level and ability had been updated, and his energy had risen to 1502 points. Time for a lottery draw. 1502 energy points consumed. You have obtained the divine skill. Desi. 1502 energy points consumed. You have obtained the divine skill, guaranteed to catch blades with bare hands. Guaranteed to catch blades with bare hands. Whenever you swing a sword, someone will definitely catch the blade barehanded. Would you like to dismantle this skill? Keep it. The skill guaranteed to catch blades with bare hands was too amazing. It restricted opponents, disarmed them, and humiliated them. How terrifying is that? However, system, why did this draw cost me all 1502 points of energy? Zhuge Liang asked, puzzled. Each lottery draw clears all available energy. The more energy consumed, the stronger the divine skill obtained. That made sense. Zhuge Liang looked up and met the gaze of the three waiting quietly before him. He spoke slowly. My ability is to absorb energy and transform it into new capabilities. Swish. 2 swords of light shaped like the symbol of pi appeared behind him. This is my newly awakened ability. I can summon these light swords at no cost. Their number increases automatically when certain conditions are met. Li Changxing and Feng Lan each took one of the swords, testing their strength by trying to bend them. To their astonishment, the light swords were indestructible. Zhuge Lan nodded. Of course, these two were so busy with their work that they likely wouldn't have the time to memorize the digits of pi. Additionally, if one didn't memorize enough digits, they couldn't destroy the light swords. This design was truly beyond imagination. These light swords can only be destroyed under specific conditions, Zhuge Lan reminded them. Oh, Li Changxing raised an eyebrow. Mind if I give it a try? Zhuge Lan gestured for him to go ahead. Li Changxing's aura surged as he pressed the light sword against his knee and applied force, but the sword didn't budge an inch. Zhuge, what is your current level? Feng Lan asked curiously. After all, Zhuge Lan had just absorbed an entire 7th-tier beast crystal, so logically, he should be at the 7th tier by now. Yet his performance defied all expectations. I guess. Level 11. Zhuge Lan replied cautiously. He wasn't entirely sure himself. No way. Still at the 1st tier. Li Yiting exclaimed in shock. I absorbed half of a 6th-tier beast crystal and shot up to level 19, nearly reaching the 2nd tier. How are you only at level 11 after absorbing a whole 7th-tier beast crystal? Well, the energy had all been taken by the system. Zhuge Lan was essentially just a conduit. He spread his hands, indicating that even he didn't understand it, he was just a student, after all. They could figure it out themselves. May I conduct a check? Feng Lan asked. Zhuge Lan nodded in agreement. Feng Lan placed a hand on Zhuge Lan's shoulder, channeling spiritual energy through his meridians. It's indeed level 11, Feng Lan confirmed, pondering. You said your ability is to absorb spiritual energy and form new capabilities? It seems the energy is being consumed in the process. By the way, you mentioned these light swords were just awakened. So what new abilities have you developed from the spiritual energy you've absorbed recently? Li Yiting asked curiously. Zhuge Lan glanced at Are you sick? And guaranteed to catch blades with bare hands, feeling a bit at a loss. Where was he supposed to start? Li Changxing seemed to understand something. He turned to Li Yiting and said, Yiting, you should head back to class. Talent is important, and it's understandable not to let too many people know. Li Yiting nodded and waved at Zhuge Lan. Tell me the story of Ho Yi shooting down the sun sometime. Seeing Zhuge Lan nod in agreement, Li Yiting walked out of the principal's office, closing the door gently behind her. All right, we can talk now, Feng Lan began. This concerns the evaluation of your talent. The better you perform, the more resources you'll receive later. If you're not sure how to demonstrate it, feel free to just use it directly, Li Changxing added. Zhuge Lan hesitated even more. Use it. The remaining 2 divine abilities seemed, well, a bit hard to explain. Are you worried about hurting the 2 of us? Feng Lan chuckled. Even if you're very powerful, I'm an old guy at level 49. The level suppression will greatly weaken your talent. Since they put it that way, Zhuge Lan stared at Feng Lan, silently thinking to himself, you're seriously sick. Divine ability activated. When the target uses their talent, it will cause hemorrhoids. Hiss as expected of this ability, the negative effect is absolutely disgusting. Feng Lan looked at his palm thoughtfully. A priest's staff materialized from thin air, and he cast a beam of holy light at Zhuge Lan experimentally. The holy light felt warm and soothing like a spring breeze. But Feng Lan's expression turned strange, and he spread his legs slightly, clearly uncomfortable. Zhuge kid, what on earth is going on with your talent? Feng Lan asked with a stern face. Ahem. It's nothing much, really. It just adds a negative effect to other people's talents. Zhuge Lan admitted sheepishly. Feng Lan's face turned dark as coal. This is a negative effect. This is outright disgusting others. As if something sensitive had been triggered, Feng Lan's face twitched a few times. He cast another holy light on himself, but it seemed to have no effect. My purification can't even remove this. Feng Lan exclaimed in surprise. All right, I get it. Cancel it right now. Zhuge Lan spread his hands helplessly, and Feng Lan immediately felt uneasy. Sorry, Principal, I can't cancel it. He genuinely didn't know how to undo it. Maybe there wasn't even an option to cancel it. Moreover, this divine ability had no consumption. Even if Zhuge Lan got tired and wanted to turn it off, it wasn't possible. Divine abilities only have usage limits and cooldowns. No consumption. Oh ho, truly a divine ability. Fenglan's face twitched a few more times as he hobbled out of the room. Most abilities have distance restrictions. I'll go test it. Changsheng, keep helping him with the evaluation. Now Fenglan understood why Zhuge Liang was hesitant earlier. It wasn't that he was afraid of others knowing. It was that he couldn't bring himself to explain. Li Changxing watched Fenglan's limping figure curiously, then glanced at Zhuge Liang with a smile. Kid, you really did a number on teacher Feng. Hee, you can ask him about it yourself later. It's too hard for me to explain, Zhuge Liang replied with a sheepish grin. Talking behind someone's back wasn't a good habit. All right then, do you have any other talents? Feel free to use them, Li Changxing said confidently. After all, he was a level 79 martial king. What could an 11th level warrior possibly do to him? Zhuge Liang thought the same. He summoned the Pi sword and swung it towards Li Changxing from 5 or 6 meters away. Boom. Li Changxing suddenly knelt before Zhuge Liang, clasping his hands together tightly against the Pi sword. Their eyes met in stunned silence. A level gap this wide, and the sword still worked? This didn't make any sense. After a few seconds of deadlock, Li Changsheng tried to stand up, but was shocked to find that his hands were firmly stuck to the sword, unable to move an inch. Finally, Zhuge Liang came to his senses and quickly retracted the sword, freeing Li Changsheng. What followed was a long, awkward silence. Half a minute later, Fenglan returned, looking refreshed. Spotting the strange atmosphere between them, he seemed to guess what had happened and laughed so hard his beard curled up. He said, the effective range is about 1,000 meters. Beyond that, the effect disappears. Zhuge Liang suddenly understood. Another moment of silence passed. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but break it. Should I head out now? Li Changxing and Fenglan exchanged glances and nodded. Before leaving, Li Changxing took out a ring and handed it to Zhuge Liang. This spatial ring contains some beast crystals. Take it for now. We'll evaluate your talent first, and then provide the remaining resources. Stay on campus for the next couple of days. Humanity might appear united on the surface, but it's not entirely so. Zhuge Liang happily accepted the ring. As soon as he put it on, he sensed an internal space. Just the pigeon egg-sized 7th-tier beast crystals alone numbered over 20. This advanced. Seems wasteful to give it to me. Could I exchange them for lower or mid-tier crystals? Zhuge Liang asked. Li Changxing misunderstood his intention. I only have these for now. Beast crystals are hard to absorb, but we have plenty in stock, Li Changxing explained. Out in the wilderness, beasts roam in herds. Don't be shy, use them up and come back for more. Fenglan quickly handed over another spatial ring. I've got some lower and mid-tier ones too. Take those as well. What a surprise. He hadn't wanted to waste resources, but now he earned a bonus gift. All right, thanks, Zhuge Liang said, expressing his gratitude before leaving the office. Li Changxing and Fenglan exchanged a glance, tacitly agreeing not to bring up what had just happened. His talent might be unusual, but it's incredibly powerful, Li Changxing remarked. Exactly. Even among SSS level talents, it's top tier, Fenglan agreed. Li Changxing, however, shook his head. No, SSS level is too low. He glanced at the 2 dents in the floor marks left from earlier when he had knelt. This was a direct leap across 68 levels. This kid's talent has to be at least SSR. Just as Zhuge Liang left the principal's office, he bumped into Liang and Shuizhangyi. This pest really was like a clingy bug. Don't think I'm scared of you just because you're SS level, Shuizhangyi shouted, summoning his icy blue bird. Liang sneered, his body coated with a faint layer of armor. Come on, hit me. If I don't beat you up, I'm not my father's son. Liang taunted. Shuizhangyi, furious, was just about to make a move when his vision blurred. The next moment, he was kneeling before Zhuge Liang, hands clasped around the Pi sword. Hey, no need to be so formal, Zhuge Liang said with a smile. Are you looking to die? Shuizhangyi roared. This morning, I beat you until your head was bleeding. If I hadn't been kind enough to send you to the infirmary, wild dogs might have carried you off by now. Liang walked over, staring at Zhuge Liang with dissatisfaction. This is what you call oversleeping. Zhuge Liang scratched his head, unsure how to explain. So, bang! Zhuge Liang kicked Shuizhangyi to the ground. It was all his fault. You dare to kick me? Even my mom doesn't dare to kick me. And you dare. Shui Zhangyi's eyes turned red as he lost control and activated his talent. An icy blue bird chirped, its body expanding to over a meter before charging toward Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan raised an eyebrow, ready to test Shui Zhangyi's reaction with his circumference sword. Suddenly, Li Yang stepped in front of him. Bang! The icy blue bird slammed into the illusion of Li Yang's armor and shattered instantly. It was as solid as steel. But it wasn't over. A smaller icy blue bird flew out and delivered a fierce, fatal strike right to Shui Zhangyi himself. Ow! Shui Zhangyi clutched his dwindling body parts, his face pale as he curled up on the ground. Both Zhuge Lan and Li Yang couldn't help but laugh. That looks painful, Li Yang remarked. Zhuge Lan nodded, glancing at Li Yang with a thought. You're pretty ruthless, huh? Don't overthink it, it's just my talent, Li Yang quickly explained. My talent is SS grade. It weakens and reflects others' attacks. Oh, so you're a little genius too. But, sharing this so openly? It seems Li Yang really trusts himself. Zhuge Lan wasn't about to back down. My talent is probably at least SS grade too. We might as well team up for the college entrance exams, he said. Of course, Li Yang responded enthusiastically. The two walked shoulder to shoulder out of the office, accidentally stepping on someone on their way out. Oh, by the way, can I play with your lightsaber? Li Yang asked expectantly. Call me Dad, and I'll think about it. Zhuge Lan teased with a grin. Li Yang gave him a surprised look. This made Zhuge Lan realize he was acting far more confident than before. Never thought awakening a good talent would boost my confidence so much, Li Yang laughed. All right, my dear son, hurry up and hand over that lightsaber to your daddy. Now this felt like the right dynamic. Hey, get lost. They laughed as they walked away, completely oblivious to the fury in Shui Zhangyi's eyes behind them. Once Shui Zhangyi snapped out of it, he got up and immediately dialed a number. Bro, there's this guy who has got no sense and is trying to cheat me. Zhuge Lan and Li Yang returned to Class 1-2, instantly drawing the attention of their classmates. Li Yang is amazing SS grade talent. Zhuge, what's your talent level? Even Principal Li was alarmed. Could we have another SSS grade genius? The faces of these so-called classmates were unfamiliar to Zhuge Lan, clearly because his predecessor hadn't interacted much with them. And now they were trying to cozy up? Sorry, talent is a personal matter and can't be casually disclosed, Zhuge Lan said, glancing briefly at Li Yang in surprise. That was exactly what he'd just said earlier. With his dark skin and serious demeanor, Li Yang really did give off a no-nonsense vibe. For a moment, the atmosphere grew a little awkward. Ring, 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 the bell for class rang. All right, everyone back to your seats and get ready for class. Class monitor Lin Yun called out. The students dispersed reluctantly. Though some seemed displeased, none dared to mock them who would be foolish enough to provoke an SS grade talent and a suspected SSS grade 1. This left Zhuge Lan feeling a bit disappointed. Where's the drama? The face slapping? Why isn't anyone bold enough to challenge me? As he glanced at Lin Yun, he noticed she had an average face but a stunning figure, with a pair of fox-like eyes that were particularly alluring. Lin Yun also looked at Zhuge Lan and tossed him a flirtatious wink before turning serious and sitting down. That contrast, it really made Zhuge Lan feel a twinge of curiosity. Oh ho, this girl has some tricks up her sleeve, huh? Back at his desk, Zhuge Lan glanced at the thin book on it. Comparing it to the high school textbooks from his previous life, he really wasn't interested. He casually pulled out a beast crystal core from his storage ring and fed it to the system. After all, Li Changxing had said he could ask for more once he ran out. If it's unlimited, why not use it freely? Energy absorption complete. 37 points gained. Energy absorption complete. 41 points gained. Energy absorption complete. 21 points gained. As the beast crystal core in his hand kept flashing, Li Yang's eyebrows twitched. Had Zhuge Lan not fully awakened his talent yet? Zhuge Lan didn't notice Li Yang's gaze. Instead, he discovered a new skill. He could let the system absorb all the beast crystal cores in his storage ring at once. Energy absorption complete. 17 points gained. Feeling the emptiness of his storage ring, Zhuge Lan was very satisfied. Should he try his luck with a draw? But remembering that each draw emptied his energy completely, and the more energy, the better the reward, he hesitated. Maybe he'd save up first. Suddenly, A wave of complaints erupted in the classroom. Teacher, isn't this supposed to be math class? Yeah, I haven't had math class in 3 days. I love math. I love learning. Bang! The gym teacher, Zhu Rong, slammed his palm on the lectern, scaring the students into silence. Math? Can math defeat enemies? Can math save lives? Zhu Rong bellowed. The classroom fell eerily quiet. Only Zhuge Liang's expression turned complicated. Math could actually be useful. If he could recite enough digits of pi, he could summon countless circumference swords with a wave of his hand, wiping out enemies effortlessly. But he didn't want to be a troublemaker, so he refrained from contradicting Zhu Rong. Your math teacher is sick today, and since you've all completed your awakenings, I'll take over this class. At that moment, the math teacher, Gao Shu, appeared at the door holding a thermos, stopping in his tracks when he saw the situation in the classroom. Some good students immediately cast expectant looks at him. Teacher, someone's disrespecting your math class. Gao Shu cautiously asked, Am I sick again? Zhu Rong chuckled. This time it's a cold. Zhu Rong, keeping a straight face, said, Exactly, a fever. Gao Shu rubbed his forehead. Oh, I'm feeling dizzy. I'll go rest. This class is all yours, Teacher Zhu. No need to be so polite. We colleagues should help each other, Zhu Rong replied with a smile. Gao Shu turned and walked off against the wall, his movements brisk and decisive. Zhuge Liang almost burst out laughing. Who would have thought that the frail gym teacher from his previous life would be stealing classes in this life? After sending off the calculus teacher, the spirited physical education instructor, Mr. Zhu Rong, assumed a stern demeanor. Today's talent awakening is critical, but it does not directly determine your future. Students with high-level talents do not become arrogant. High talents signify potential, but achieving greatness still depends on effort. As the great Master Lu once said, genius is 99% hard work and 1% inspiration. Students with low-level talents do not lose heart either. Talent is not everything. The Great One also said, there is no useless talent, only useless users. Moreover, sheer martial ability alone can also achieve greatness. Our Huaxia's transcendent martial god, Wu Tian, is the very proof of this as a pure martial artist. The students below listened intently, their blood surging with excitement. However, Zhuge Liang's expression remained strange. So many flawed statements were thrown at him all at once that he didn't even know where to begin criticizing. The 9th level peak was the limit of a martial god. Surpassing the 9th level made one a transcendent martial god. But the name, Wu Tian. Really, it sounded more like a villain. Zhu Rong continued his lecture. Previously, you had yet to awaken your talents and could only passively absorb spiritual energy. Today, I'm introducing you to a universal cultivation method, the Three Blossoms Convergence Technique. Within half a month, as long as you can sense the aura, you can become a martial artist. Now, follow me and chant the mantra. Sit with your legs crossed, make your mind tranquil. Keep your lips slightly closed and breathe slowly. Clench your hands tightly, keep your gaze steady. Gather divine light, reaching deep into your soul. Zhuge Liang let go of his scattered thoughts, focusing intently to sense the presence of spiritual energy. After closing his eyes for only a moment, he entered an awakening state. Noticing clusters of shimmering points floating around him, those were the spiritual energy particles drifting in the world. So it's this easy? He tried absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, which instantly gravitated toward him, integrating into his skin, entering his meridians, and flowing in alignment with Zhu Rong's mantra. Most of it was absorbed by his body, and only a small portion finally gathered in his lower dantian, forming spiritual power. Not a single bit was wasted. After absorbing the spiritual energy, his flesh welcomed it like parched land receiving long-awaited rain, excitedly signaling Zhuge Liang for more. Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn by an invisible force, rushing madly into his body, creating a small vortex in his sensory perception. This intensified the spiritual energy in the room, making it easier for everyone to feel its presence. He didn't know how much time had passed, but finally, a wisp of gaseous spiritual energy condensed in his dantian, marking his official entry into the ranks of martial artists. Zhuge Liang glanced at his system interface. Divine Technique System. Host, Zhuge Liang. Level, 12. Talent, the Sword of Pi. Energy, 1914 points. Lottery, available. Skills. Are you crazy? 100% successful empty handblade catch. None, none, none. He leveled up so quickly. He truly was chosen by destiny. Just as he was about to keep absorbing spiritual energy in one go. Wake up! A stern voice jolted Zhuge Liang awake. Somewhat displeased, he opened his eyes and glared at Zhu Rong, wondering why he had interrupted his cultivation. He wanted to remain still, but the aching muscles throughout his body, as if they'd been subjected to a sudden burst of intense exercise after long inactivity, left him exhausted. I didn't expect your talent to be this exceptional, Zhu Rong praised, adding. But your meridians aren't fully conditioned yet. Absorbing too much spiritual energy at once can harm you. Fear crept into Zhuge Liang's heart. He gulped and quickly responded. Thank you, teacher. I'll be more careful in the future. It's my duty. Zhu Rong scanned the class. This time, Zhuge Liang's extraordinary talent even created a spiritual vortex, intensifying the spiritual energy in the room several-fold. I trust that all of you benefited from it. Be sure to thank him. These words made Zhuge Liang the darling of the class in an instant. No more talking, Zhuge. Your internet fees are on me for all of high school. I'll treat you to a meal. Don't be greedy. I'm calling dibs on lunch. Then I'll cover breakfast. Dinner is obviously mine. In an enthusiastic buzz, they started piling every conceivable expense onto Zhuge Liang's plate. But no one mentioned cultivation resources. First, because those were far too expensive. Second, for someone of Zhuge Liang's genius, how could the school not provide him with cultivation resources? Ridiculous. In the entire base, if anyone lacked resources, Zhuge Liang definitely wouldn't be that person. Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, neither accepting nor rejecting their offers. Gurgle, gurgle. A timely rumbling from his stomach broke the moment. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he realized that the entire afternoon had already passed. Cultivating truly made time fly by. The student who had promised to treat him to dinner was just about to speak again when Lin Yun cut him off. Everyone's throwing out offers at be hard for Zhuge to accept without feeling awkward. How about we all chip in for a gift to thank him? Zhuge Liang nodded in approval. That was indeed a good idea. Still, what a clever move. As the one who made the suggestion, Lin Yun earned himself a lot of bonus points in Zhuge Liang's eyes, while the others contributing money faded into the background. Was it just his imagination? Just as he pondered this, a graceful figure appeared at the classroom door. It was none other than the school belle, Li Yiting. Yo, Zhuge. Li Yiting waved. My dad asked me to invite you to dinner. Your talent evaluation and cultivation resources have already been finalized. The classmates, who had initially been ready to retort to Lin Yun, fell silent immediately. An SSS-level talented school goddess coming to personally fetch Zhuge Liang for dinner and directly meeting her family. It seemed Zhuge Liang's talent was absolutely beyond ordinary comprehension. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. He had just run out of exotic beast crystals, perfect timing to tap into this generous sponsor for replenishments. On my way, Zhuge Liang said as he addressed Zhu Rong. Teacher, we'll be excusing ourselves now. All right, go ahead. And remember to be polite to base leader Li. Zhu Rong reminded him instinctively. Zhuge Liang nodded, taking Li Yang along as they left the classroom. Hey, base leader Li didn't invite me, why are you dragging me along? Li Yang protested. Free feast, why wouldn't you mooch? Zhuge Liang shot him a glare before turning to Li Yiting with a playful grin. Your dad isn't that stingy, right? Li Yiting chuckled sweetly and asked gently. And who asked this? Li Yang. He asked my buddy, S-tier talent. Then he asked welcome to join. I'll just have another set of cutlery added, she said, turning to lead the way. The two followed. Li Yang looked at Zhuge Liang with gratitude. Saying it was about food was just an excuse. Zhuge Liang was clearly helping him secure a chance for future resources. Drop the act. Back in the day, we endured through hardships together. With your dad here, if I get more meat, I'll make sure you have plenty of soup to go around, Zhuge Liang said with a smirk. Zhuge Liang spoke heartily. Li Yang's emotions of gratitude disappeared in an instant. I should be your father. Oh, who's son? I'm your son. Yes. Zhuge Lan, completely satisfied, strode ahead to catch up with Li Yiting. Li Yang was stunned for a few seconds before realizing what just happened. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he chased after them. You little punk. You tricked me. Let us start over. After the three walked away, the classroom instantly turned into a battleground of lively discussion. Only Lin Yun remained quietly packing her things, her eyes gleaming with a hint of coldness. Compete with me for a man? Even the school beauty doesn't stand a chance. The three walked out of the school gates together, immediately capturing countless gazes. Li Yiting was already the school beauty of the 4th high school, and having awakened an SSS-level talent at noon, she had become the center of attention, even though the stir caused earlier was quickly restrained. Li Yang, while only possessing SS-level talent and slightly overshadowed by Li Yiting, still stood out since he and Li Yiting were the only ones in the entire school with talents above S-level. Meanwhile, Zhuge Lan's unpredictable nature had even caught the attention of Base Commander Li himself. How could he possibly keep below profile? The trio walking together naturally became the focal point of all eyes. Li Yiting found it ordinary, but Li Yang seemed a bit unsettled. He glanced at Zhuge Lan and asked curiously, "Don't you find this strange?" "Strange? What is strange?" Zhuge Lan looked clueless. Li Yang gestured to their surroundings, and only then did Zhuge Lan finally catch on. It was amusing, really. In his last life, Zhuge Lan occasionally thought about returning to the campus days. Who would have thought it would happen like this? They are simply envious or jealous of us. Zhuge Lan remarked, "Whatever the reason, we no longer belong to the same world as them. Why should we care about their opinions?" Li Yang was stunned. Could Zhuge Lan really say something like that? Li Yiting smiled and nodded, fully agreeing with Zhuge Lan's words. Outside the school gate, Li Yiting pressed a few buttons on the smartwatch on her wrist. A circular flying vehicle descended from the air. Made with exotic beast crystal cores, it could take off and land like a helicopter, but moved soundlessly. It was extremely expensive and befitting her status as the base commander's beloved daughter. "Let's go, don't keep Dad waiting," Li Yiting called out. Just then, whoosh, a black object flew in their direction, stopping in front of the trio. On closer inspection, it turned out to be a massive black cauldron over a meter tall. What was going on? "Think you can leave?" A conceited voice sounded. Without turning around, Zhuge Lan already knew who it was. Following the voice, they saw Xue Zhongyi swaggering out of the school, stepping with exaggerated outward-pointing strides that he clearly thought looked intimidating. But unfortunately, his height of just 1.5 meters completely undermined any such effect. "Hey there, shorty," Li Yang sneered in annoyance. "Wasn't the beating you took at noon enough? You back for more?" "You son of a," Xue Zhongyi's retort was swallowed the moment he caught sight of Li Yiting. "Li, the school beauty, you're here too?" Xue Zhongyi said, fawning shamelessly. "I wonder, what's your relationship with this Zhuge Lan?" Li Yiting didn't even spare him a glance. Instead, she glanced at Zhuge Lan, her gaze carrying a hint of unspoken meaning. Zhuge Lan, however, looked utterly perplexed. "What? I can't read minds." "Could you, I don't know, just say what you mean?" he asked. "I was asking if you'd like me to handle him for you," Li Yiting replied, clearly annoyed by his lack of understanding. No sense of sync whatsoever. Zhuge Lan finally understood. "Oh, that's it? A small-time troublemaker wasn't he worth the effort?" "Brother Pot," Xue Zhongyi called out, pointing at Zhuge Lan. "He's the one who owes us money." A small gang walked over to stand beside the huge cauldron, encircling the three of them. Leading this group was a tall, thin teenager who looked weak and frail. Yet with one hand, he casually picked up the cauldron that was embedded in the ground before slinging it effortlessly onto his back. Looking closely, the cauldron even gave off faint, ethereal traces. It was actually his inherent talent. No wonder he was called Pot Brother. "Today, we're just dealing with this debtor. The rest of you can leave," Brother Pot said coldly. Yes, Lee the school beauty. We're just here to settle scores, not to cause trouble." Xue Zhongyi chimed in hurriedly, ever the sycophant. Li Yiting's expression was filled with disdain. "How much does he owe you exactly?" She looked as if she were about to stand up for Zhuge Lan. However, "Zhuge, you're really just hiding behind a woman? Have some guts," shouted Xue Zhongyi angrily. "If you've got the nerve, come fight me one-on-one." Zhuge Lan opened his system interface and promptly used the lottery function. Whether I can take back my pride depends on you, system. 1,945 energy points consumed. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine skill, Strongman's Appraisal Technique. Strongman's Appraisal Technique allows the target to experience the beauty and greatness of motherly love. Only true strongmen can resist its effects. Would you like to dismantle it? What? Isn't this just like that infamous rodents stare and make them pregnant move? Preserve it now. Skill successfully saved to divine skill, slot number 3. The skill was simple to use, requiring only judgments and cooldown. No additional costs. A wave of confidence surged through Zhuge Lan. He raised a hand to block Li Yiting and said confidently, "First of all, I am Zhuge Lan Zhuge, not Zhu." He continued, "Secondly, this morning you ambushed me and nearly gave me a concussion, making me miss my awakening ceremony. The $10,000 you tricked me into borrowing counts as compensation for my medical bills. TCH, you think you're worth $10,000 just for getting knocked on the head?" Shui Zhangyi scoffed. "Pot brother, you see? He's dodging debt. Chop him." Brother Pot glanced at Shui Zhangyi with a look of both exasperation and indulgence. They were still at the school gates after all. Every action already pushed boundaries more could invite the authorities. "Kid, debts owed to the Hatchet Gang aren't easily ignored," Brother Pot said, his tone nonchalant. "You've got 3 days to pay up, or else." He left the threat unfinished, but it was crystal clear. "Oh, so I'm just supposed to forget about the medical expenses?" Zhuge Lan asked. "That's your personal matter, handle it yourselves," Brother Pot replied nonchalantly. Shui Zhangyi felt betrayed. "You were supposed to back me up, and now you're selling me out." "Fine," Zhuge Lan laughed, though his gaze turned cold as he locked eyes with Shui Zhangyi, sending shivers down the latter's spine. "Hey kid, why you know this is a school entrance? Taking action here will get you caught." Shui Zhangyi stammered. "Oh, now you're scared?" Zhuge Lan sneered. "If you're too cowardly to fight, then why bark so loudly?" Then, with a casual smirk, Zhuge Lan activated his strongman's appraisal technique. His eyes glowed golden as he instinctively uttered, "What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know the power of a mother's embrace?" Before the words had even faded, the golden light in Zhuge Lan's eyes condensed into a tangible beam, shooting directly at the bewildered Shui Zhangyi. Before he could react, the beam penetrated his body. What are you doing?" Shui Zhangyi jumped in fright. Landing on his feet, he checked himself, realizing there wasn't a scratch where he was hit. "I thought it was something, His sarcastic retorts were cut short as his stomach suddenly swelled rapidly, growing as large as someone 9 months pregnant in just 10 seconds. Then came the excruciating pain that felt as if it would tear his soul apart. He howled and collapsed to the ground. Arg. It hurt so much." Shui Zhangyi was in so much agony that he couldn't gather the energy to demand what kind of sick skill Zhuge Lan had used on him. Meanwhile, Li Yang and Li Yiting instinctively took a half step back, as if to distance themselves from Zhuge Lan. The scene was just too terrifying. "Is this your innate ability?" Li Yiting frowned, in disbelief. Who in the world would have the power to make someone pregnant with just a glare? Is his stomach just swollen? Or is he actually expecting? Li Yang analyzed earnestly. Wait, could he really give birth? Hearing this, Shui Zhangyi panicked. Birth? At the school gate? That would be even more explosive than passing gas in public. Bracing against the pain, he sought help from Brother Pot. But, seeing such a disturbing spectacle, the always cool Brother Pot and his lackeys had retreated far away. No way. If that kid looked him in the eye, he would lose face forever. What bad luck. Kid, remember, only 3 days. Brother Pot fled swiftly, leaving Shui Zhangyi utterly desperate. He had thought of showing weakness to Zhuge Lan, but before he could, Zhuge Lan and his 2 companions had already boarded their aircraft and left without looking back. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves as Shui Zhangyi gritted his teeth and, enduring the blinding pain, staggered to his feet. Holding his distended belly, he unsteadily shuffled toward the school gate. Suddenly, an ignorant student ran over and grabbed his arm. "Ma'am, your belly's so big, and you're still out walking? Let me help you." "Wait, Shui Zhangyi. Shui Zhangyi. This is too humiliating." His stomach churned violently. Shui Zhangyi's face changed, and, abandoning all shame, he croaked out, "Quick! Quick! Take me to the hospital. I need an abortion." Aboard the aircraft, Zhuge Lan faced the strange looks from Li Yiting and Li Yang with exaggerated indignation, scowling as he said, "What are you looking at? Never seen a handsome guy before. Or do you two want to try it too?" "No, no, no. We'll pass, thanks." The two of them leaned against the edge of the protective barrier, desperately retreating, terrified that one glare from Zhuge Lan could truly make them pregnant. "All right, it's not that dramatic," Zhuge Lan said with a grin. "I just wanted you to understand the pain of childbirth so you'd appreciate mothers more." Only then did Li Yiting and Li Yang relax slightly, though they kept their distance. Even if it doesn't cause a real pregnancy, that moron is probably scared out of his mind, Li Yang laughed. "If I, as a dude, realized I was pregnant, my first reaction would definitely be to run to the hospital for an abortion." "Do you think he really went to the hospital?" Very likely," Zhuge Lan nodded. Li Yiting envisioned the scenario, and couldn't help laughing brightly. Her smile was like a warm spring breeze, momentarily stunning Zhuge Lan. Li Yang, however, was too busy craning his neck to look at the school gate, missing the tender moment entirely. Suddenly, Zhuge Lan's gaze shifted beyond Li Yiting, landing on a distant, dragon-shaped wall that stretched into the horizon. It was a 100-meter-tall city wall, standing like a coiled dragon to protect the entire base city. Complemented by a rainbow-ringed protective barrier in the sky, normal humans could breathe freely on the ground. Humanity was no longer at the top of the food chain. "SSR? What kind of rank is that?" At the dining table in Li Yiting's house, Zhuge Lan looked at Li Changxing in confusion. This rank seemed more like something from a card game. Zhuge Lan only knew of talents ranked from F to A, then S, SS, and finally SSS. SSR? Was this a new addition? Initially, the highest human talent rank was A. Later, advancements led to the S, SS, and now SSS ranks. "This shows that humanity is evolving," Li Changxing explained. "And you are the third ever SSR level individual to emerge." "Third? Wait, third?" Noticing Zhuge Lan's confusion, Li Changxing continued. "The first appeared in the United States. The name SSR was coined by them. The second one is in China. The specifics of their talents are classified, so outsiders are unaware." Zhuge Lan nodded and quickly snatched the last piece of braised pork. Li Yiting's eyes widened in shock. "At my house, and you dare to steal my food?" "Ahem." Zhuge Lan awkwardly changed the subject. "Commander Li, this is my buddy Li Yang. Although his talent is only SS level, he is very capable." Under the table, he kicked Li Yang lightly. Li Yang straightened up nervously. "Commander Li, I'm Li Yang. My talent is, SS level." Then it hit him, he hadn't even named his ability yet. "Thorn Mail," Zhuge Lan blurted. "Li Yang's talent weakens and reflects enemy attacks. It's both offensive and defensive. Combined with my ability to catch blades barehanded, protecting our team's output would be a cinch." "Thorn Mail? And catching blades barehanded?" Li Changxing froze mid-bite. Everyone's talents were unique, and they personally named their abilities, but Zhuge Lan's choice of names. "Those names are so odd," Li Yiting teased smugly. "They're nowhere near as impressive as Sun-Slaying Bao." "Sun-Slaying Bao? A delicate girl, and she picked such a hardcore name. How about Wolf-Slaying Bao?" Zhuge Lan suggested. "Like a full moon drawn in an arc, shooting down wolves in the northwest sky. It symbolizes defeating evil and sounds more meaningful than slaying the sun." Li Yiting mulled over his words, her eyes lighting up as she whispered the name slowly. The more she thought about it, the more she liked it. "Not bad. I didn't expect you to be creative," she praised. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a little talent. That's all," Zhuge Lan replied modestly. Li Yang gawked in disbelief. Was this really Zhuge Lan, the awkward boy who used to blush talking to girls? Now, he is skillfully joking around with the campus beauty and even dining casually with Commander Li. Even accounting for his newfound confidence after awakening his talent, the transformation was incredible. "It looks like you three get along well," Li Changxing observed with a smile. "An attacker, a defender, and a support perfect for forming a team. Couldn't have said it better." Zhuge Lan turned to Li Yiting. "Your dad has spoken. What do you say?" "Humph. Fine. I'll give you all a chance to protect me while I carry the team." Li Yiting waved her chopsticks. But don't steal my food again. Alright, while we're discussing major life events, you're only focused on whether your food will get stolen. No problem. I guarantee I'll feed you until you're plump and chubby. You're the one who is plump. Li Yiting retorted angrily. As expected, for women, weight is always a sensitive topic. After a few jokes, Li Changxing said, Yiting, go test your abilities with Li Yang. He wanted to speak privately with Zhuge Lan. Li Yiting nodded sensibly and motioned for Li Yang to follow. We have a massive training ground at home. My dad uses it most of the time. Let us go. Once the two left, Li Changxing asked, about the wound on your forehead, do you need help treating it? Zhuge Lan shook his head decisively. I can handle it myself. Li Changxing nodded in approval. Modern humans weren't delicate flowers, but resilient trees standing tall against storms. He handed Zhuge Lan a new dimension ring. Inside, there are high-level beast cores, all tier 5 and above. Wait, Zhuge Lan interrupted. It doesn't actually matter what level the beast cores are. As long as they contain spiritual energy, I'm fine. Beast cores had various uses, with the largest consumption happening during city defense. Both city defense cannons and protective barriers required advanced cores. Since his system wasn't picky, saving these precious resources for city defense made more sense. Are you sure? Li Changxing asked, somewhat skeptical. Was it truly so easy to sustain a genius? Yes, I'm sure, Zhuge Lan assured. Besides, I feel like my talent will only allow me to condense around 6 at most, so I probably won't need that many. The Sword of Pi was a talent and didn't count among the 5 skill slots. 6 or so. Li Changxing laughed and waved. Let us go. I'll take you to the base city's treasury. Today, I'll make sure you get your fill. See, consider others, and they'll never shortchange you. Li Changxing was a man of action. He immediately took Zhuge Lan onto a flying vehicle. Along the way, he shared some cultivation tips with him, particularly the precautions for the 3 flowers converging at the crown technique, such as how often to train and how to improve efficiency, greatly benefiting Zhuge Lan. When they arrived at the base city's treasury, even with Li Changxing leading the way, strict checks were required before they could enter the warehouse storing beast cores. The sight of beast cores piled up like mountains, almost covering the entire football field, made Zhuge Lan gulp involuntarily. There were so many beast cores. These are tier 3 and below, mainly for daily consumption. The higher level ones are stored in dimension rings, Li Changxing said generously. Absorb as much as you like. If it's not enough, there's more. What a show of dominance. Without hesitation, Zhuge Lan instructed his system to start absorbing. Energy fully absorbed. Gained 34 points. Energy fully absorbed. Gained 21 points. Energy fully absorbed. Gained 33 points. Zhuge Lan's hand moved across the mountain of beast cores like an eraser, turning everything it touched to dust while the system drained their energy. He was determined this time. He would save up to 100,000 energy points. However, energy absorption limit reached 9,999 points. Please consume or upgrade system level before further energy absorption. Oh, the system had a limit? System, how do I upgrade your level? Zhuge Lan asked internally. The system level can be upgraded when the skill slots are full and the host's strength reaches the required threshold. Energy points will be used to achieve the upgrade. What strength level do I need to reach? He asked again. Reach the sufficient level. Fine. That explanation was vague at best. Zhuge Lan immediately opened the lottery. Consumed 9999 energy points. Obtained divine skill. My axe has long been thirsty. My axe has long been thirsty. As a berserker, you revel in pain. The more damage you take, the stronger your combat power becomes. Decompose. Zhuge Lan. Decompose. 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 What in the world? He wasn't a masochist. What use was this skill? Divine skill decomposed. You gained 99 essence points. Wait. Essence. Spending 9999 energy points on a divine skill that only breaks down into 99 essence points. System, care to explain? Once a divine skill is used frequently, essence points can be spent to enhance its effects. After reaching the top level, a divine skill can be fused using a large amount of essence points, allowing its slot to be freed up. Essence points. Energy points equals 1:100. Not bad. That was a clear explanation. Zhuge Liang finally understood that divine skills could indeed be enhanced. It made sense. Even something like the skill expert identification, referred to in the original story as the Holy Eye of the Sage, was powerful enough to identify someone's spiritual energy pregnancy level just by watching videos across universal barriers. When Zhuge Liang used it to make Shui Zhongyi pregnant, he had assumed his low cultivation level was holding it back. Evidently, it was the skill level that wasn't high enough. While pondering, Zhuge Liang didn't let his hands rest, rapidly converting another 9,999 energy points. Another draw, consumed 9999 energy points. Obtained divine skill. Take a bullet for my brothers. Take a bullet for my brothers. Endure a little pain for yourself, and your brothers will randomly gain 2 talents. Decompose. Decompose. Divine skill decomposed. 99 essence points gained. Frustrated but undeterred, Zhuge Liang kept converting energy points and rolling the lottery. He immediately decomposed anything he didn't like. Finally, after exhausting half the football field's worth of beast cores, he obtained a skill that satisfied him. Consumed 9999 energy points. Obtained divine skill. Embrace the life of a slacker, fish. Embrace the life of a slacker, fish. By shouting or silently thinking the phrase, embrace the life of a slacker, fish, you can make the target enter a calm, indifferent state, losing interest in everything. Decompose. A state of calm indifference wasn't that basically a man's default? It was rare to come across a normal divine skill, so Zhuge Liang still decided to save it after all. He could always break it down in the divine skill slots. However, to test out a divine skill, he needed a target, and he wasn't about to test it on himself. Zhuge Liang turned his gaze toward Li Changsheng. Li Changsheng, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, I just condensed a new talent. Mind helping me test it out? Zhuge Liang asked with a mischievous grin. Recalling the earlier disaster of someone catching his blade barehanded at noon, Li Changsheng cautiously asked, "Tell me first, what does it do?" "Relax, this one is not dangerous. It just puts a person into a calm state," Zhuge Liang reassured him. A calm state? Li Changxing looked confused. Zhuge Liang slapped his forehead, forgetting that this wasn't the modern world. It makes you feel like a salted fish, lazy, uninterested in everything. You can think of it as a state where you can't muster any enthusiasm, Zhuge Liang explained. Li Changxing nodded thoughtfully. So it just affected his mood? That should be no problem. All right, go ahead, Li Changxing said confidently. Great. Starting now. Don't waste time. Embrace the salted fish life. Zhuge Liang waved his hand, and a pale blue ray shot out, instantly entering Li Changxing's body. Then, Li Changxing's confident expression suddenly grew vacant. His eyes dulled, and he squatted on the ground, curling into a ball and murmuring to himself. Zhuge Liang leaned closer to listen. I'm a tiny mushroom. A mushroom that doesn't taste good. Zhuge Liang. This was the real calm state. About 10 seconds later, Li Changxing stopped his murmuring, stood up expressionless, and lowered his head to fiddle with the screen of his wristwatch. Peering over his shoulder, Zhuge Liang realized he was deleting surveillance records. When Li Changxing raised his head again, Zhuge Liang immediately whistled nonchalantly and strolled toward the pile of exotic beast crystals. He lightly touched it, and a portion of the crystals disappeared. Li Changxing watched without emotion. His hand clenched and then loosened again. 10 minutes later, a system prompt sounded. Energy absorption has reached the maximum limit of 9,999 points. Please use or upgrade the system level before continuing to absorb energy. It was maxed out again. The final divine skill draw. How about something with actual attack power this time? Here goes. Let us get something lethal. Here we go. 9,999 points consumed. You've obtained the divine skill Ward-Off Swordsmanship. Ward-Off Swordsmanship. Every strike guarantees a severe injury to the opponent, possibly even permanent incapacitation. Would you like to dismantle it? Zhuge Liang's eyes first lit up, then darkened, and finally, he fell silent. What a whirl of emotions. He thought it would be an impressive style of swordsmanship, but when he saw the name Ward-Off Swordsmanship, he instantly recalled its infamous master this technique only after suffering personal hardship condition. He was tempted to dismantle it immediately. But then he reread the description. The one who gets injured isn't it's your opponent. Now that was interesting. Not just men imagine even a woman getting struck by this it'd be disastrous. It fit perfectly with his desire, devastating attack power. Yet, upon further reflection, this skill might be tricky. Where could he find someone to spar with while practicing sword techniques? After mulling it over, Zhuge Liang once again set his sights on Li Changxing. Li Changxing looked at him warily. Testing another new ability again, huh? Fortunately, Zhuge Liang had enough self-awareness not to make any immediate requests regarding divine skills. Instead, he asked, I just awakened a super strong talent where every sword strike draws blood, but the effect is quite unusual and hard to use practically. Should I just dismantle it and draw again? Zhuge Liang didn't bother hiding his ability to respin divine skills. After all, as divine skills increased in number, explaining this early on would be more reliable. Li Changxing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Look at all your other divine skills, weren't they all freakishly abnormal? Even that laser sword was passable compared to the others. As for dismantling and redrawing, after feeling like kneeling before Zhuge Liang countless times, Li Changxing had long since accepted that nothing surprising could happen around him. Every strike draws blood. Li Changxing guessed. You're worried about the danger during training, aren't you? Zhuge Liang nodded repeatedly. After all, he had to practice the divine skill until proficient, use refined points to upgrade it, and ultimately fuse it to free up a skill slot. Otherwise, locking up a skill slot was a waste. Li Changxing's expression darkened. That's not a problem. There's a pile of exotic beasts outside the base city. We're in a racial war with them. Whatever ability you have, it doesn't matter. Why didn't I think of that? Zhuge Liang clapped his hands together. He could go pick a fight with exotic beasts. There were plenty of them. Ample opportunities for practice, the only downside being the risk of danger. Ahem, so, Zhuge Liang chuckled. I just realized my talent can be upgraded, but it requires exotic beast crystals. You see, the remaining exotic beast crystals are yours. I'll arrange it later. From now on, you're free to use any exotic beast crystals below level 3. Li Changxing responded bluntly. Uncle Li, you're so generous. Zhuge Liang gave him a thumbs up. Although, this talent does need constant practice to level up. My level is so low, wouldn't heading outside the base city be too dangerous right now? This time, Li Changxing didn't hold back. Then practice the less harmful ones first, he barked, his face dark. I've seen your other ones, they may be weird, but at least they won't kill anyone. Disheartened, Zhuge Liang muttered to himself. Well, this would have to do for now. He swiftly stuffed the remaining exotic beast crystals into his storage ring, only to discover it was nearly full. A storage space of 1,000 cubic meters might sound big, but it essentially boiled down to a cube with 10-meter sides. Li Changxing simply upgraded his storage ring to one with more capacity and threw in a massive pile of low-level exotic beast crystals. After finishing his business, Li Changxing left directly, instructing the barrier guards to escort Zhuge Liang away. Zhuge Liang didn't mind. Smirking, he patted the storage ring and slipped away happily. This was a huge haul. Divine skill system. Host, Zhuge Liang. Level, 12. Talent, Pi Sword. Energy, 9,999 points. Refined points, 3,663 points. Draw, open. Skills, what's wrong with you? Guaranteed bare-handed blade catch. Powerful appraisal technique. Whatever, just a salted fish, ward off swordsmanship. All 5 divine skill slots were full. Although the first 3 skills weren't drawn with maximum energy, their effects were outrageously overpowered, and Zhuge Liang couldn't bear to dismantle them. Luckily, the system had a refinement and upgrade feature. Zhuge Liang planned to grind and level up hard these coming days, aiming to fuse skills as soon as possible to free up a slot. We're here, the escorting barrier guard said. Zhuge Liang looked at his dark yet youthful face and waved with a smile. The soldier returned a military salute, leaving Zhuge Liang momentarily stunned. It was unmistakably the same military salute used by the Chinese army in his past life. By the time Zhuge Liang recovered from his surprise, the soldier had already jogged off to report back to Li Changxing. The barrier guards were responsible for keeping watch over the city walls, while the peace within the base city was maintained by base police forces, both of which were under the jurisdiction of the base commander. This made Zhuge Liang realize the immense pressure that weighed on Li Changxing's shoulders. From now on, I probably shouldn't take old Li as my punching bag, Zhuge Liang thought as he walked with a light step into the city. Although this Route 11 bus isn't as convenient as a flying device, I'm going to need to learn some skill to speed up my travel sooner or later. Thankfully, having just crossed over only half a day ago, now is a good time to organize my thoughts. I can't help but wonder if my parents would cry or laugh if they knew I'd died while walking the dog and getting hit by a meteor, he mused, chuckling at the absurdity. He wasn't too worried about his parents' lives after him. After all, their love was true, and he had always felt like an accident in their lives otherwise. There wouldn't have been those nights when he had to walk the dog at all hours. They'd probably grieve for a while and then move on, right? Still, compared to the uneventful life I had in my last world, this one is bound to be much more exciting. With a system at my disposal, I'll see if I can lead humanity out of this predicament and reclaim the top of the food chain. With these thoughts in his heart, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but shout out loud. I came, I saw, I conquered. His voice echoed in the air, lingering for what seemed like forever. Brimming with motivation, Zhuge Liang pulled out his phone. Step 1 of conquering? Memorizing 1,000 digits of pi. He began reciting as he continued on his way, until a shadow suddenly darted across his field of vision. What the heck just flew by? Before Zhuge Liang could make sense of it, a chaotic cacophony of footsteps approached. Hurry! Don't let him escape. If we catch him, the largest gang in Putian Bay City will be ours. Boss Wong went to great lengths to lure this fool here alone. If he gets away, we're all finished. Zhuge Liang watched as a large group of people surged toward him. Truth be told, he was confused. What in the world was going on? A gang fight? Just as he struggled to piece together the situation, the shadow he had seen earlier returned and hoisted the utterly clueless Zhuge Liang over their shoulder before taking off. It was then Zhuge Liang realized it wasn't some monstrous shadow, but a middle-aged man with dark, sun-kissed skin. The man bore the unpretentious air of a farmer, reminding Zhuge Liang of someone as straightforward as Li Yang. Kid, what the hell are you wandering around here at night for? Now you've gone and gotten yourself noticed, the man said. Zhuge Liang, still trying to gather his thoughts, replied, if you hadn't dragged me into this, I'd just be a passerby. They probably wouldn't even bother attacking me, right? However, Zhuge Liang could only stare in wide-eyed disbelief as one of the pursuers mercilessly hacked an uninvolved bystander into a grievous state. Zhuge Liang, guess I was wrong about that. And besides, what was with his streak of trouble today? Was this the infamous protagonist Halo at work? Being carried over the man's shoulder as they ran, Zhuge Liang's heart was in turmoil. It was only his first day after transmigrating. Why was it one problem after the next? You saw what just happened. Those inhuman brats won't spare any witnesses, the man said grimly. Honestly, if it weren't that you're still a student, I wouldn't have given a damn. Zhuge Liang, wearing his 4th high school uniform, looked every bit the part of a student. Don't they worry about drawing the base police's attention? Zhuge Liang asked, baffled. In the post-apocalyptic world, human beings were perilously valuable as a resource. Ordinary people were labor assets, and those with exceptional abilities were even rarer treasures. Wouldn't such unrestrained killing threaten to incite dire consequences? You students don't know a damn thing about reality, the man said with an air of resignation. Do you have a phone with you? Hurry up and call for help. Without asking much more, Zhuge Liang pulled out his phone from his storage ring and handed it over. The man hastily dialed a number. As soon as the line connected, he barked into the receiver. Blackpot. Everyone, get over here. Now, those punks from the Yamada gang are out of hand. They're even shaking down students for protection money. I've had my eye on them for ages, and now they've set a trap for me. Being carried on the man's shoulder, Zhuge Liang heard the phone conversation clearly. Boss, don't worry, we're on our way. Hang in there, otherwise we'll all be collecting your corpse. Boss, rescue is coming. After hanging up the phone, the man handed it back to Zhuge Liang. Kid, you'd better make your own call for help if there's anything you need to say or do. Receiving his phone, Zhuge Liang noticed it was smeared with blood. Looking down, He saw that the man had a wound on his abdomen, tightly pressed with one hand to staunch the bleeding. Despite his serious injury, the man hadn't hesitated to help Zhuge Liang. Piecing together what he heard earlier, Zhuge Liang confirmed. You mean you got targeted because you set yourself against the Yamada gang, who've been extorting protection fees from students? It pisses me off just thinking about it, the man growled through gritted teeth. I might just be a roughneck, but I know students represent the future. And those scumbags dared dig such a trap for me? If I make it through this alive, the Hatchet gang and the Yamada gang are going to war till the end. Zhuge Liang remained silent upon hearing this. Though the man admitted to being a gangster, there seemed to be a line he wouldn't cross. At the same time, Zhuge Liang's eyes grew sharp. The pursuing crowd was drawing closer, and some had even begun throwing weapons. If it weren't for the man carrying him, Zhuge Liang might have already been caught. Hang in there, old man, Zhuge Liang urged, before concentrating. Suddenly, 5 swords materialized around Zhuge Liang's body. Composed entirely of the digits of pi he had just been reciting, he had managed to memorize over 400 digits so far. One sword hovered in his hand while 2 orbited him and the man, creating a protective barrier. The other 2 flew toward the nearest pursuers under his will. Though control was lost beyond a meter, the swords themselves remained tangible. In a moment of urgency, Zhuge Liang's aimed strikes pierced through 2 targets and even managed to wound nearby enemies due to the density of the crowd. The hit rate still needs practice, Zhuge Liang muttered, recalling the 2 swords and reforming them to shoot again. But this time, the enemy was prepared blocking or deflecting the incoming strikes. The pi swords are durable but not powerful enough, Zhuge Liang concluded, shifting tactics. He merged the pi swords with the shield and used his held sword for close-quarters combat. Without hesitation, he thrust the weapon at his target from a distance. "Arghh!" screamed the unfortunate target. He crumpled to the ground, clutching his groin as blood pooled beneath him, motionless. Even Zhuge Liang winced at the sight. The scene was searingly painful to witness. But a 30-second cooldown, Zhuge Liang muttered, adjusting his strategy. He swung his blade again, drawing his next target toward him as if they teleported into range. Though the man desperately clasped his hands together, catching the blade and dropping to his knees, Zhuge Liang's sword shield pierced his throat mercilessly. This was the first time Zhuge Liang had ever killed someone, but he didn't feel uncomfortable about it after all. If the other side could casually slaughter innocent passers-by, then they deserved to pay the price. The ability, Absolute Blade Catch, had no cooldown time, but was limited to controlling one person at a time. Zhuge Liang locked onto another target and swung his sword again. Unexpectedly, the one who came over this time wasn't the person he had targeted, but someone else. Is it still random now? Zhuge Liang wondered aloud. It seemed that only after upgrading the ability could he designate a specific target. However, since the range of selection was confined to the direction of the sword swing, he didn't have to worry about accidentally summoning his mount. Zhuge Liang continued to swing his sword and summon enemies, striking with both sword and shield repeatedly. The enemies whose hands were controlled had almost no ability to resist. After all, anyone with real skills had already gone to the front lines. Those lingering in the base city were mostly useless. For a moment, Zhuge Liang became a one-sided slaughter machine. Relying solely on his own strength, he kept the pursuing team from daring to come closer. The effective range of Absolute Blade Catch was approximately 100 meters. He's just a student, awakened at most for 2 years. He doesn't have much spiritual energy exhaust him. Flank him from both sides. Don't let him escape. The crowd dispersed, staying outside Zhuge Liang's attack range. The burly man finally let out a sigh of relief, standing on the bridge and panting heavily. "Brother, what level is your talent?" the burly man asked. "It starts with an S," Zhuge Liang replied casually, his eyes warily scanning the surroundings. This response left the burly man speechless. "Starting at S level. Sorry, brother, this time I've dragged you into this," the burly man said sorrowfully. "With a talent like yours, you should be fighting for humanity on the front lines, not getting caught up in my mess." Lu Nua, a gang leader who knows how to apologize. "That's quite polite," Zhuge Liang quipped. "But saying all this is pointless. Let us just focus on staying alive for now." "Brother, I like your style." Lu Nua grinned. If we live through today, from now on you're my brother. My number is 811-877-627. If you need anything, just call me. I guarantee satisfaction. Before Zhuge Liang could even remember the number, Lu Nua suddenly hurled him into the river and turned to run in the opposite direction. Zhuge Liang was stunned. Reflexively, he used one of his Pai sword to catch himself, but the blade was too narrow to stand on steadily. In a hurry, he used two swords for support and finally stabilized himself. Looking down at the rushing river below, Zhuge Liang felt a wave of panic he couldn't swim. Hey, Yamada Group scum, come catch me if you can, Lu Nua shouted arrogantly. The pursuers tacitly chased after Lu Nua, choosing to ignore Zhuge Liang altogether. What a ruthless tactic, better not provoke him. Besides, while Zhuge Liang's specific talent was unknown, everyone could guess it wasn't low. If something happened to him, the consequences would be unbearable. The higher-up's protection of geniuses was no joke. Zhuge Liang smiled. So, this was to draw the enemies away from him? This gang leader is actually pretty interesting. Meeting him is fate someone this amusing. It'd be a pity if he died. Lu Nua could have used Zhuge Liang to buy more time, but upon learning of his talent, he resolutely chose to act as bait himself. Someone so interesting it'd truly be a shame for him to die here. Zhuge Liang tried to control his Pai sword, wobbling as he ascended to 50 meters in the air, flying steadily toward the main group. The speed wasn't fast, but in a straight line through the air, he could barely keep up. Sword flying mastery unlocked. Holding a Pai sword in each hand, he continuously swung them, summoning enemies one by one. This time, there was no need for follow-up strikes falling from 50 meters high. Even in a world where everyone practiced martial arts, these small fry would at least break a few bones. If their posture was wrong, they might die on the spot. The people below finally couldn't take it anymore. We already let you go, so why are you still chasing us? A small leader jumped out from the group, climbing onto a rooftop in an attempt to talk to Zhuge Liang. Little bro, we have no grudge against each other. Let us just go our separate ways on the main road, all right? Zhuge Liang responded, what is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love? Golden light cut through the night. Though the small leader had been on guard, Zhuge Liang's might identification art was a locking skill it couldn't be dodged. It landed as a heavy blow. Zhuge Liang wasn't satisfied, yet he raised his sword and stabbed pain so unbearable it transcended gender, left the small leader speechless. Pain. Too much pain. He didn't even have the strength to scream. Zhuge Liang clicked his tongue. This combo was just too brutal. It felt like he was the villain here. Without thinking, he swung his sword again. Whoosh. Suddenly, Lu Nua appeared before him. Zhuge Liang then noticed that the pursuers had already scattered, keeping their distance. Brother, it's me. Don't let go. Lu Nua shouted anxiously, afraid he'd be too late and would end up experiencing free fall like the others. Zhuge Liang used his Pai swords to help Lu Nua steady himself. Brother, you're amazing. Lu Nua gave him a thumbs up. You scared off this whole bunch of losers by yourself. With your talent, it's gotta be at least SSS level, right? Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, his gaze shifting to the fallen enemies around them. What about them? Just as Lu Nua was about to answer, a brilliant firework exploded in the sky, transforming into a gleaming axe. Immediately after, a group of people wielding axes surged in from all directions, hacking at the white-robed members of the Yamada group. Oh no, brother, my people are here, Lu Nua said with a sinister grin. Let us hurry down if we're late. There'll be no one left to cut. Zhuge Liang looked at Lu Nua's blood-soaked clothes and thought, you're in this state and still want to fight? This little injury is nothing, really, Lu Nua said impatiently. If I don't cut a few people today, I won't feel right. Besides, I've got a shield, I'll be fine. Since Lu Nua put it that way, Zhuge Liang followed him to the ground. As soon as they landed, a dark figure lunged at them. Zhuge Liang's eyes narrowed, he raised his sword, ready to strike down. Hey, it's an ally. An ally. Lu Nua shouted hurriedly. Zhuge Liang's sword, ordinary people wouldn't be able to block it. During the exchange, Zhuge Liang was surprised to discover that the dark figure was actually a black pot. A thought flashed through his mind. A black pot? The Axe Gang? Wasn't this the pot brother that Shui Zhongyi had called for? Pot Brother also seemed to notice Zhuge Liang and froze in place. What was going on? The anxious Lu Nuo didn't he notice the subtle interaction, grabbing Pot Brother and rushing away. He condensed a bright blue hatchet in his right hand, spinning it 3.5 times in the air before slamming it down with immense force, cleaving a Yamada group member and their weapon cleanly in two. Brutally efficient. Lu Nuo abandoned all defense, attacking with full force, while Brother Guo followed closely with his black walk, shielding him from sneak attacks. A head-on confrontation ensued. The two sides were locked in a desperate clash, and no one could last even a single exchange. This left Zhuge Liang somewhat surprised. So Lu Nuo was actually this strong? As he observed the battle, Zhuge Liang also took the opportunity to grind his skill proficiency, unleashing all 5 divine abilities immediately after their cooldowns ended. It wasn't long before the area surrounding him was completely cleared of enemies. After all, anyone caught in Zhuge Liang's sights was either ambushed from behind, severely wounded, groveling for mercy, or driven into total madness. Forget about the Yamada group, even members of the Axe gang watching the scene were terrified. Killing? That was nothing serious to Zhuge Liang. It wasn't his style to torment opponents unnecessarily. In the process of repeatedly using his abilities, Zhuge Liang keenly examined the characteristics of his 5 divine skills. Blade catching with bare hands, 100% success rate, and strongman appraisal, had no cooldown times but were limited by range. Go ahead. Be lazy, you slacker. Lasted for 10 seconds with a 10-second cooldown and could be repeatedly used on a single opponent. Evil Repelling Sword Technique had a 30-second cooldown and an effective range of about 100 meters. What is your problem? Had a range of up to 1,000 meters, no cooldown, but could only affect up to 3 people at a time, with the first targets recovering if additional ones were influenced. Finally, there was his innate talent, Sword of Pi. It wasn't entirely without cost, it simply consumed so little energy that the effect was barely noticeable. Whether summoning 1 or 5 Swords of Pi, the energy expenditure remained fixed. What gave the impression of no cost later on was actually the sword's ability to absorb spiritual energy directly from the environment. As long as the external spiritual energy remained abundant, Zhuge Liang didn't need to expend extra energy. Combat truly is the best teacher, Zhuge Liang remarked with a sigh. This battle had significantly clarified his own abilities. Other than the devastating evil repelling sword technique, he was far more adept at support rather than direct offense. Naturally, he wasn't suited for solo combat, but he had plenty of ways to deter anyone from engaging him recklessly. Just as the battle was nearing its end, a system notification popped up. Divine Skill Blade catching with bare hands. 100% success rate proficiency maxed. Would you like to spend 1,000 essence points to transcend this skill? Oh, an upgrade option? Well, it made sense this was the ability Zhuge Liang used most, given its lack of a cooldown. Transcend, he commanded. 1,000 essence points consumed. Divine Skill Blade catching with bare hands. 100% success rate has been transcended. Divine Skill System. Host, Zhuge Liang level, 12 talent. Sword of Pi, energy, 9,999 points essence, 2,663 points lottery. Available. Divine Skills. What is your problem? Blade catching with bare hands. Strongman appraisal. Go ahead. Be lazy, you slacker. Evil repelling sword technique. The numbers beside each divine skill indicated their rank, with blade catching with bare hands. 100% success rate now at level, and the others still at level. All very clear at a glance. As for the upgrade effect, Zhuge Liang casually swung his sword forward, locking onto an enemy. Instantly, the target was teleported, grabbing the sword barehanded right before the levitating Sword of Pi sliced through their head. Zhuge Liang swung his blade again in the opposite direction, and a different locked-on enemy also teleported into position for the same gruesome fate. So the skill now picks targets randomly? Zhuge Liang mused. The next stage might turn it into an area of effect attack, huh? His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Just imagining thousands of troops simultaneously kneeling before him as he swung his blade sent chills down his spine. The battle concluded quickly. Lu Nuo, drenched in blood, walked over with his massive hatchet hoisted on his shoulder, roaring with laughter. Haha, if it weren't for you today, I'd have been finished. Zhuge Lan shrugged with a smile. After all, he'd been forced into joining. Turning his gaze to Brother Gua, who had been guarding Lu Nuo throughout the fight, Zhuge Lan was about to say something when Brother Gua abruptly dropped to one knee. Zhuge Lan glanced at the sword of pie in his hand, confused. He hadn't swung it at all. Moreover, unlike Li Jing's passive abilities, Zhuge Lan's blade catching with bare hands required activation. So, about what happened this afternoon, it's my fault. Brother Gua lowered his head and said earnestly, "Thank you for saving Brother Nuo. Please tell me how I can atone." Such a straightforward attitude, it mirrored Lu Nuo's style. What is going on here? Lu Nuo looked completely baffled. Zhuge Lan gestured for Brother Gua to explain. After hearing the full story, Lu Nuo's face turned black as soot. Bam! Lu Nuo kicked Brother Gua, livid with fury. Xiao Bei, Haven T, I told you not to stir up trouble. Now you're picking fights at the school gates? Speak up. He raised his hatchet, but Brother Gua, now silent, gritted his teeth without saying a word. A subordinate hurried forward to mediate. Brother Nuo, it's a misunderstanding. Truly a misunderstanding. Lu Nuo paused, glaring daggers at the subordinate. Explain. Make things clear now. If you two don't sort this out today, you'll both be subject to the gang's top disciplinary punishment. All 8 segments. He growled through gritted teeth. The subordinate trembled but stammered his way through the explanation. That student, Shui Zhangyi, is a distant cousin of Brother Gua. He came to Brother Gua today, saying someone owed him money and refused to pay. He also claimed his awakening ceremony was constantly disrupted. He wanted Brother Gua to back him up. Zhuge Lan couldn't suppress a chuckle. So Shui Zhangyi had played his cards first? Lu Nuo ignored Brother Gua and turned to Zhuge Lan instead. Brother, because you didn't flee earlier and even came back to save me, I trust you. Tell me what is really going on here? I think that subordinate of yours got set up, Zhuge Lan said lightheartedly. Here's what happened. He briefly recounted how Shui Zhangyi had been promoting loan shark operations under the Axe Gang's name, casually assaulting students, and becoming even more arrogant after unlocking an A-rank talent. Lu Nuo was livid. With another kick, he sent Brother Gua sprawling to the ground and roared, "Just look at what kind of relatives you've got. I'm giving you a chance to make things right. You'd better handle this in a way that satisfies our brother here, understand?" Got it. Brother Gua's eyes reddened as he replied, "I never thought he'd use the Axe Gang's name. Let me apologize sincerely." With that, Brother Gua immediately knelt and banged his head on the ground 3 times. Zhuge Lan stood calmly and did not dodge. This is what he deserved. After all, he was killed by Shui Zhangyi, and the root cause was that this sniper rune had given him courage. All right, he was still tricked into it, Zhuge Lan said. But Shui Zhangyi has harmed many people at school. It's best to deal with him sooner. Of course, Lu Nuo gritted his teeth. If someone like that isn't properly disciplined, they'll only get worse. It seemed like Shui Zhangyi was in serious trouble. These things don't really concern me, but it's getting late. I should head back, Zhuge Lan said. No problem. I'll arrange someone to escort you. I'll do it, Sniper Rune interjected. And while at it, I'll bring that guy over to give you a proper apology. Lu Nuo glanced at Zhuge Lan, seeking his opinion. Sure. Zhuge Lan nodded. He wasn't someone who easily forgave after all. Shui Zhangyi had disgusted him several times earlier in the day. One of the sharper subordinates quickly brought over a vehicle. In appearance, it resembled a car from his past life, except it didn't run on wheels. Instead, it was powered by exotic beast crystals and hovered in midair. Brother, get some good rest when you get home. Let's find some time soon to have a good drink together, Lu Nuo said with a grin. The bright red bloodstain on him, however, looked rather intimidating. Zhuge Lan nodded in acknowledgement and then got into the car, which began moving toward the school. Sniper Rune sent a message and then silently drove. The car's interior was quiet until the sound of a notification broke the silence. Ding dong. Sniper Rune fiddled with his phone for a bit and then handed it to Zhuge Lan. That guy said he's at the hospital, the gynecological ward. Sniper Rune's tone was slightly peculiar. Why the gynecological ward? Both of them had the answer in their hearts. Zhuge Lan glanced at the chat history on the phone and almost burst out laughing. So that kid really went to get an abortion? Zhuge Lan asked, laughing uncontrollably. A grown man like him, how could he end up on the operating table? Just ask him directly, Sniper Rune replied. Zhuge Lan didn't hold back and typed out his question. Shui Zhangyi, faced with someone as well connected as Sniper Rune, dared not act out. Even when awkward questions were asked, he answered them without any evasion. As it turned out, Shui Zhangyi hadn't even bothered reporting his gender. When he arrived at the hospital, the staff, upon seeing his distended, labor-like appearance, immediately sent him onto the operating table. Zhuge Lan could practically picture the shocked expression of the obstetrician assisting with the delivery. Where on earth was this kid giving birth from? Further examination revealed that it was merely a side effect of his special gift and not an actual pregnancy. Since he's still at the hospital, you can go find him after dropping me off at school, Zhuge Lan said. No problem, Sniper Rune replied. The atmosphere returned to silence again until the car pulled up to the school gate. Sniper Rune didn't say another word the entire way. As Zhuge Lan disembarked, he watched the hovering vehicle hurtle off in the direction of the hospital, moving several times faster than when it had brought him to the school. It seemed Sniper Rune had floored the accelerator. Shui Zhangyi, you're in for it, Zhuge Lan muttered. Hope he'll be all right, Zhuge Lan said, glancing back at the tightly shut school gate. He then activated his Pi sword and used it to leap over the wall, heading straight toward the boys' dormitory. While mid-air, he pulled out his phone and searched for a term. Pulling weeds to help them grow or pulling sprouts to assist growth. The result made him pause. Ya Maljujang. A pre-spiritual awakening idiom meaning to pull up young shoots to help them grow faster, which ironically ends up damaging them. It describes being overly hasty and achieving the opposite result. Zhuge Lan was stunned. So we both memorized it wrong. Pre-spiritual awakening idioms? They're the same as Earth-S. It seemed he had crossed over into a parallel world. Out of curiosity, he searched for more historical information. He found that although much of this world's ancient history had been lost in the post-spiritual awakening Great Catastrophe, what remained closely resembled the history of his previous life. Figures like the incomparable Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the isolationist Qianlong Emperor, the traitorous Empress Dowager Cixi, and the awakening lion of the flowering nation, all were recorded. However, the pivotal shift began with the spiritual awakening. Across the globe, mutant beasts ravaged humanity, forcing people to retreat underground and struggle to survive for thousands of years. It wasn't until the first group of humans awakened their talents that the tide began to turn, enabling humanity to fight back and reclaim the surface. Zhuge Lan closed the phone. He wasn't too interested in the broader historical details. The millennia-long battle between humans and mutated beasts was inherently a never-ending saga of survival. For him, the priority was personal strength, becoming strong enough to lead humanity in reclaiming more territory. This was because the spiritual awakening affected more than animals. Plants, minerals, and even elemental materials had all undergone transformations. For example, spirit stones, which could store spirit chi, were far more efficient for cultivation than absorbing from the air. Mystical spirit plants, spirit metals stronger than ordinary iron. These were the treasures born from the awakening, and humanity needed to seize these resources for development. Don't think too far ahead, Zhuge Lan muttered to himself. Mastering these divine skills comes first. After arriving safely at the dormitory, Zhuge Lan locked his door behind him. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Li Changxing received a full report. The report detailed everything Zhuge Lan had experienced after leaving the training ground. How he faced danger, saved others, and earned commendable results. Li Changxing nodded in satisfaction as he read, then gave instructions to the assistant next to him. Xiao Yu, stay in the shadows and protect him, Li Changxing said softly, his tone tinged with paternal concern. This kid doesn't stay out of trouble. Keep an eye on him. After all, he is our nation's only SSR tier talent. Understood, a voice replied. In the darkness, crimson eyes gleamed faintly. Bang! Li Changxing slammed a hand lightly on the desk and scolded. How many times have I told you? Stop lurking in the shadows. Yiting will have nightmares again. Back in his dorm, Zhuge Lan was trapped in a horrifying nightmare. In his dream, blood-tinted faces spun around him like dancers, accusing him with cries of agony. You killed me so cruelly. Bring me with you. Murderer! Murderer! Shut up! Zhuge Lan shouted, gripping his sword. I killed you once, I can kill you countless times. Get lost. With his outburst, the haunting visage vanished. Zhuge Liang awoke with a start, drenched in cold sweat, his body sticky and damp. He had been dreaming. Killing in self-defense still weighed heavy on him, conditioned as he was by modern world sensibilities. Rising from his bed, he took a sip of water, stealing a glance at his roommate, Liang, who slept like the dead. Zhuge Liang sat cross-legged on his bed, deciding to replace rest with cultivation. As spirit chi flowed into his body, the troubles of the day faded away. When the alarm clock rang, Zhuge Liang opened his eyes to find a blackened face right in front of him. Startled, he instinctively summoned 5 pi swords. Wait. It's me, Liang yelped in panic. After recognizing it was Liang, Zhuge Liang finally lowered his sword, nearly suspecting he'd gone mad. What the hell? Why are you on my face this early in the morning? I'm not into guys, Zhuge Liang said in an irritated tone. Stop talking nonsense. I'm a guy who likes women, Liang retorted impatiently. But you let me guess, replaced sleep with cultivation last night, didn't you? Huh. I'm working harder than a genius like you. Feeling pressured yet? Zhuge Liang challenged him. Last night, Liang had been tucked under his blanket, sleeping peacefully. Who would he thought? Who said I didn't cultivate? Liang quirked a brow. You're either sleeping or cultivating, aren't you? Zhuge Liang asked in surprise, quickly catching on. Both of them suddenly realized something. Liang stared mischievously at Zhuge Liang's crossed legs and grinned. You sat in lotus position all night. Legs not numb yet. Zhuge Liang quietly uncrossed his legs, avoiding a response. Assumptions are always dangerous. People always said cultivation required sitting in lotus position, but who knew you could still absorb spiritual energy lying down? But Zhuge Liang wasn't someone who admitted defeat easily. Then just give up and be a lazy fish. A streak of blue light flashed, and Liang found himself cowering in the corner, muttering, Life is so hard, I'm so sorry. Jealousy turned me into an ugly person. It's all my fault. Zhuge Liang filmed the entire scene on his phone. When Liang recovered, Zhuge Liang smugly showed him the screen. What? You use force because you can't win with words? Yup, so what? Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. What else? Might as well. Liang abruptly switched to a servile grin and began massaging Zhuge Liang's legs. Here, let me massage for you, boss. Humph, at least you know your place. Zhuge Liang eventually got up to wash, with Liang attending to him the whole time. After all, Zhuge Liang now had some leverage over him. After their scuffle, Zhuge Liang's mood improved noticeably. After breakfast, he headed to the teaching block and spotted Shui Zhangyi standing at the staircase entrance, his face bruised and swollen. As soon as Shui saw Zhuge Liang, he slid to his knees and bawled, clinging to Zhuge Liang's leg only to get kicked away. Even so, Shui Zhangyi didn't get angry and remained kneeling. Brother Liang, I was wrong. I'm seriously wrong. I shouldn't have loan sharked. I shouldn't have bullied you, and I definitely shouldn't have interrupted your awakening ceremony. I beg of you, just speak to Brother Guo on my behalf. Let me keep my third leg, please. Ah, so they threatened him with his third leg. No wonder Shui Zhangyi was so obedient now. Liang stared at Shui, then at Zhuge Liang in shock. What on earth had happened between them? Truthfully, seeing Shui groveling like this made Zhuge Liang lose interest. I actually liked the defiant version of you from yesterday better, the one who hadn't been taught a lesson by society. Want to bring that back? He teased. Shui Zhangyi immediately trembled in fear. Brother Liang, you're joking, right? I wouldn't dare. He forced a flattering smile through his tears. An absolute sycophant. Zhuge Liang lost interest entirely and turned to Liang. Want to deal with him? Liang shook his head. He didn't want to waste time on someone like this. All right then, stop crying and start fixing things, Zhuge Liang ordered. Apologize to everyone you've bullied. Pay back the extra interest you've taken, and we'll call it even. Huh. Shui froze. That punishment wasn't it too severe? What? Not willing? Zhuge Liang's tone grew icy. Shui wore a conflicted expression. I can apologize, no problem. But the interest, I've already spent most of it. What do you think about that? He pleaded desperately. But Zhuge Liang had no plans to show sympathy. After all, he remembered his past self. Beaten to death, how many others had suffered the same fate? Had they not been in the controlled environment of the school, who knows what else Shui would be done? I recall the Axe Gang also offers loan services, Zhuge Lan said with a grin. Just tell them I ordered you to repay. My reputation should hold some sway. Shui turned pale, but the ultimatum had been made clear. Finally, gritting his teeth, he replied, understood. I'll do exactly as you said. The death penalty is waived, but not the suffering. You'll pay some additional interest now. Zhuge Lan's tone sharpened further, his stare chilling. Let me ask you, what is filial piety? What is love? Shui's expression changed drastically as he turned to run, but Li Yong blocked him with a ghostly bramble-like armor emerging around him. Having suffered defeat before, Shui Zhongyi dared not move recklessly now and could only glare at Zhuge Lan in rage. This guy didn't play by the rules. Haven't I cooperated enough? What more do you want? Inside, Zhuge Lan was laughing. It was just the interest. Although Shui resigned himself to his fate, Zhuge Lan deliberately slowed down the process, stretching out his suffering. Just as Shui was on the verge of breaking, Zhuge Lan unleashed a powerful skill, a birth-sharing illusion. For the next hour, Shui experienced labor pains as if delivering a child. By the end of it, Shui slumped in resignation, shedding his school uniform to disguise his now bulging pregnant belly. Taking careful, unsteady steps, he crept toward the school gate like someone 10 months overdue. Li Yong could only look on, dumbfounded. Even seeing this a second time today, it's still beyond belief. This is cruel. Just then, Zhuge Lan's dangerous gaze turned toward him, sending a chill down Li Yong's spine. Don't forget I still have dirt on you. Zhuge Lan sneered. With a swift change in tone, Li Yong stammered, what an impressive power. To spare your enemies is to harm yourself, truly admirable. Zhuge Lan gave him a side eye and released him, secretly thinking this kid was quick on his feet. Under the curious stares of their classmates, the two returned to their classroom. A subtle yet enticing fragrance lingered in the air. Smiling brightly, Lin Yun raised her delicate hand in greeting and handed Zhuge Lan a small crimson stone. This is for everyone's gratitude. Thanks to you, over half of our class sensed spiritual energy yesterday, 3 times the rate of other classes, she said with a radiant smile. This was clearly something they had agreed upon beforehand. Zhuge Lan absent-mindedly accepted the unfamiliar stone. Li Yong's eyes widened in shock. That's a grade 1 star shard? A blood-replenishing stone? Li Yong gasped. Zhuge Lan was surprised too. Star shards were mystical tools forged by blacksmiths using exotic beast materials and rare metals. Even a grade 1 star shard cost at least $1 million. For simply lending a hand yesterday, they'd gone this far? The blood-replenishing stone's effects were simple yet remarkable. It nurtured and strengthened the meridians. Ordinary people, however, could never use it fully even if they absorbed spiritual energy all day. The energy wouldn't reach the requisite saturation. Only geniuses of S rank or higher could unlock its full potential. Therefore, the nation heavily subsidized the blood-replenishing stone, pricing it at just 500,000 yuan, a testament to the government's unwavering commitment to nurturing talent. Even so, it would still cost an average of tens of thousands for each individual. Should he accept this blood-replenishing stone? Zhuge Lan's answer was of course. There was no reason to refuse something that was freely offered. He had never been shy about accepting things, especially when it came to Li Changsheng and the others. Just take it, Lin Yun said with a cheerful grin. Spending just a few thousand yuan for the chance to sense spiritual energy, who wouldn't? It's the key to becoming a martial artist. She's right, Zhuge. Just take it, the classmates echoed in agreement. Lin Yun alone is contributing 200,000, the rest of us are barely paying a few thousand each. Besides, we can't return it, and you're clearly the one who can use it best. Exactly. Li Yong stood off to the side, listening to all this with a trace of resentment. He was also an SS-level talent, and he could definitely make use of the stone as well. Zhuge Lan, however, nodded and took the blood-replenishing stone, tucking it away. In his mind, he was already thinking about asking Li Changxing for a more advanced one later. In the future, I'll try to cultivate in the classroom, Zhuge Lan said with a smile. Feel free to come and share the spiritual energy with me anytime. Awesome. Zhuge, you're so generous. Don't call him Zhuge, call him Brother Lan. Brother Lan is so generous. With polite waves, Zhuge Lan prepared to walk back to his seat. But Lin Yun suddenly spoke up in a sweet voice. I worked the entire day yesterday just to get this blood-replenishing stone. I wonder if I could ask our brilliant prodigy here to treat us to a meal. Lin Yun was, after all, the campus belle of Class 2 in their grade. Her words prompted an uproar of excitement among the students. However, without hesitation, Zhuge Lan shook his head. This woman gave him a troublesome vibe. Moreover, when compared to Li Yiting, Lin Yun was completely outclassed in all aspects other than her figure. Still, who could say for sure whether Lin Yun was a late-blooming genius? It was better to keep a safe distance. He brushed past Lin Yun, whose smile had frozen awkwardly on her face, and returned to his seat. With class not yet started, he decided to recite the first 100 digits of pi for fun. Lin Yun gave him a long, meaningful look, but said nothing more as she returned to her own seat. Both fell silent, and the surrounding crowd dispersed, leaving only quiet murmurs behind. Li Yang stood nearby, hesitating as though he wanted to say something, but Zhuge Lan was already deep in thought about pi and completely oblivious to him. After a while, the classroom door creaked open, and a muffled burst of complaints echoed inside. "Coach, be reasonable. Today's class was supposed to be taught by language teacher Zhou Shuren. Isn't he already at the second stage of cultivation? How could he possibly get sick?" Exactly. They looked up to see the tall, imposing figure of Zhu Rong standing at the podium, calmly motioning for silence. "Last night, your language teacher played cards with me," Zhu Rong said lightly. "He lost today's classes to me." "What? Not this again. You teach literature, Zhu Rong. How can you beat him at calculating probabilities in cards?" I'm speechless. Complaints filled the room, but in the end, the class resigned themselves to reality and quieted down, waiting for Zhu Rong to give his instructions. After all, while intellect was critical, ultimate authority still rested on personal strength. By now, I'm sure many of you have managed to condense spiritual energy seeds after Zhuge's help yesterday. Show me with a raise of hands. More than 2/3 of the class raised their hands. The percentage made Zhu Rong glance at Zhuge Lan in brief awe. As the saying goes, following the path of a successful person brings shared benefits. You're all pretty lucky to have Zhuge Lan as a classmate, Zhu Rong sighed. Even though Li Yiting, the other SSS level talent in Class 1, caused a spiritual energy vortex yesterday, their class had about 1/3 fewer students condense spiritual energy seeds compared to us. That amazing? Could it mean Zhuge Lan's talent surpassed even Li Yiting's? The students' eyes shone with excitement, but Lin Yun looked visibly downcast. Excellent, Zhu Rong continued. As for those who haven't condensed seeds yet, don't worry. Just keep learning. Today, the rest of you will begin practicing foundational techniques. Hearing this, Zhuge Lan's anticipation grew. Techniques were the practical applications of spiritual energy, developed into various forms of combat and utility. These could be broadly divided into physical combat techniques, elemental spells, and mental illusions. Zhu Rong went on. Spiritual energy absorbed by the body carries a trace of mental power, making it highly flexible in nature. A glowing orb appeared in his hand, flashing with a kaleidoscope of colors like neon lights. At times, it morphed into a cat, at others, an eagle. Spiritual energy in the natural world has no inherent attribute, but once merged with the human body, it manifests specific attributes, he explained further. Basic attributes include the 9 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and dark. Advanced attributes include yin and yang. Everyone possesses these attributes, but depending on one's talent, some may resonate more strongly with specific elements. Zhu Rong produced a small stone and held it up for the class. This is an attribute testing stone. You can input your spiritual energy, and it will display a corresponding color. He demonstrated by channeling energy into the stone. A bar graph appeared above it, with yellow and red towering over the other colors. The rest were faint. The 9 attributes correspond to colors: gold, green, blue, red, yellow, cyan, purple, white, and black. Testing for yin and yang attributes, though, requires specialized equipment. My talent manifests as a lava titan, so my yellow earth and red fire attributes are my strongest. Students who condense their spiritual energy seeds come forward to use the attribute testing stone. Afterward, I'll bring you to the library to start practicing techniques. Sitting in the front row, Zhuge Lan and Li Yang received the stone directly when Zhu Rong handed it to them, perhaps deliberately, while standing near their desks throughout his explanation. It felt as though he didn't want Zhuge Lan to miss a single word. Taking the stone with curiosity, Zhuge Lan channeled a strand of energy into it. The bar graph appeared once again. This time, the colors for all 9 attributes rose evenly, their brilliance extending not just above the stone, but stretching directly over Zhuge Lan's head. Zhuge Lan glanced up at Zhu Rong and saw the teacher's eyes widen in pure shock. He was clearly speechless. Full attribute affinity? What kind of monster was this? Beside him, Liang quietly withdrew his own stone, trying to hide his modest dual affinity for gold and earth. With a wry smile, he teased, "I can't even show mine next to that." The comment reminded Zhuge Lan to quickly retrieve his own stone. But it was too late. Oh my god, full attributes? I counted. All 9 attributes are equal. So this is the world of geniuses? I want to learn everything. The entire class erupted in excitement. Zhu Rong nodded with admiration and remarked, as expected of the prodigy specially nurtured by the headmaster. Truly extraordinary. Silence, Zhu Rong commanded sternly. Possessing 9 attributes only means you can train in all types of skills. The real factors that determine the strength of your abilities are your learning progress and comprehension. A single or dual attribute isn't necessarily inferior to 9 attributes. Though he said so, 9 attributes were undeniably something remarkable. With no restrictions on skill selection, you could learn anything. The classroom gradually quieted down. Zhu Rong continued, "Those who completed the attribute test, follow me. I'll take you to the library to choose your skills." Everyone stood up with great excitement, eagerly anticipating their first skill. Even Zhuge Lan couldn't help feeling thrilled. Skills all he wanted were a couple of practical, powerful attacking ones. Sure, those peculiar and mysterious god-tier skills were impressive, but their effects and visuals? Not cool enough at all. Take the fireball technique, for instance. It barely hit its targets, so why did all the Uchiha clan members learn it? Because it looked awesome. Full of eager anticipation, the group followed Zhu Rong to the school library. The upper levels of the library housed ordinary books, but after verification, they descended a spiral staircase to the underground floor. This was the skill repository. However, there was already a group waiting underground. They were first-year students from Class 1. Among them was none other than Li Yiting, who shone like the brightest star in the night sky. Li Yiting noticed Zhuge Lan at once. She smiled and gracefully walked toward him. "Here to pick a skill too?" Zhuge Lan greeted her. "Yes. My father's specialty is swordsmanship, but his skills don't suit me," Li Yiting replied with a hint of helplessness. Oh, a new opportunity had emerged. Zhuge Lan wasn't the only one thinking this. Li Yiting clearly had the same thought. "Looks like you've got an advantage," she said, feigning annoyance. "Hee. By the way, this is something my father asked me to give you." Li Yiting handed him a blue pendant, her cheeks faintly flushed. Around her neck hung an identical pendant in red. They looked like couple-S pendants. Upon hearing that it was from Li Changsheng, Zhuge Lan readily accepted it. This was undoubtedly a treasure. "What does this thing do?" Li Yiting chuckled. It baffled her how he accepted the item without even asking about its use. "It's the Tier 5-star construct, Stellar Refinement, crafted by the Tier 9 blacksmith Orin during his younger years. It allows those below Tier 5 to passively absorb spiritual energy continuously and nourishes the meridians gently. You won't have to worry about overtraining." Zhuge Lan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a treasure. He immediately put on the Stellar Refinement. Instantly, a gentle, warm stream coursed through his body, subtly nourishing his meridians. Remarkably, his already saturated meridians began absorbing spiritual energy on their own. He vaguely heard a sound. Ding. Auto-cultivation mode activated. Realizing something, Zhuge Lan glanced at the matching pendant around Li Yiting's neck, a look of surprise spreading across his face. "Wow. Is Uncle Li trying to make us a couple? Couple pendants, huh?" Zhuge Lan teased exaggeratedly. Li Yiting's cheeks turned an even deeper shade of red, and she glared sharply at him. But her gentle demeanor made the glare seem more like a playful pout, which nearly left Zhuge Lan spellbound. At that moment, The teachers finally completed their inspections, and the doors of the skill repository swung open. The pair shifted their attention to the vault. Yet Zhuge Lan's gaze was quickly drawn to a stunning teacher from Class 1. Her every gesture was crisp and graceful, and her deep eyes seemed to hold galaxies within them. That's our physical education teacher. She. Beautiful, isn't she? Li Yiting asked. Yeah, she's not bad. Zhuge Lan glanced just briefly before averting his gaze. Why not take a longer look? Li Yiting asked curiously. Women only slow me down. A focused mind draws the blade faster. Zhuge Lan replied with deadpan sincerity. Who cares about beauty? Right now, all he wanted was to immerse himself in the vast ocean of knowledge. Li Yiting gave him a peculiar look. She had no idea what was going on in his mind. Attention, everyone. She's voice rang out loudly. The skill repository is divided by tiers. The first underground level is suitable for Tier 1 individuals. Don't venture to the lower levels. You may select one skill to train in from the categories of combat, elemental arts, or illusion techniques, depending on your talent or preference. Don't be greedy, or you won't learn well. Do you understand? Everyone responded in unison. Understood. She nodded and stepped aside. Zhuge Lan followed the crowd into the door. Skills, here I come. In front of him was a massive space divided into 3 areas, labeled combat skills, magic skills, and illusion skills. Most people rushed to the combat skills area. Fewer went to the magic skills area, and the illusion skills area had the least number of people. This wasn't due to preference, but was related to many people's talents and physical conditions, like Liang. Warriors like Zhuge Lan, who rely purely on talent, are quite rare. As for illusion skills, this type of skill requires an Yin attribute to cultivate, and Yin attributes are extremely rare. Large-scale testing consumes too many resources, so each person is only given one illusion skill. If you can't learn it, it's okay. It doesn't mean you lack the Yin attribute, just that your talent isn't great. So don't get your hopes up. Watching Liang rush into the combat skills area, Zhuge Lan and Li Yiting exchanged a glance and tacitly avoided it, heading toward the less crowded magic skills area. She and Zhu Rong stood at the entrance, their eyes fixed on Zhuge Lan and Li Yiting. This time, Class 1 and Class 2 are really lucky. It's only the second day after awakening, and they've already managed to condense spiritual power seeds, Zhu Rong remarked. Indeed, I made a round today, and only the students from these 2 classes could condense spiritual power seeds, she agreed, nodding. Her gaze was fixed on Zhuge Lan. This little guy? Zhuge Lan was completely unaware that the beautiful teacher was watching him. He was focused on the rows of magic skill cards on the bookshelf, carefully selecting one. These cards were magic skill cards, with skill creators recording the information onto the cards. By inputting spiritual power to activate them, the content could be clearly read in the mind. There were also combat skill cards and illusion skill cards. This method not only made storage convenient, but also saved students a lot of time in exploration and comprehension. After all, everyone urgently needed to improve their combat power. Who had the time to slowly learn from books? As he looked, Zhuge Lan's expression suddenly became a bit strange. Probably because he was too familiar with the names of these magic skill cards. Thunder Element Level 1 Palm Thunder. Fire Element Level 1 Small Fireball. Light Element Level 1 Illumination Spell. Wind Element Level 1 Windblade. Earth Element Level 1 Doghead Wall. Oh my god, why are all the names so familiar? Thinking about it, if Zhuge Lan had been born in the era of spiritual energy revival, with such strong spiritual power-shaping abilities, his approach to developing magic skills might very well have been inspired by the anime and movies he had seen, trying to replicate and recreate them. Since there were ready-made templates, why not copy them? Who doesn't have a bit of imagination and a touch of Chinibyo? Calming down, Zhuge Lan began seriously considering which magic skill to choose. He was all attribute, so his range of choices was too broad, making it harder to decide. Too many options. What should he do now? He simply closed his eyes, spun around 3 times, and grabbed randomly. Hearing an exclamation, Zhuge Lan quickly opened his eyes and met Li Yiting's helpless gaze. His hand had actually grabbed Li Yiting's hair. Misunderstanding. Zhuge Lan casually ruffled her hair and explained, I'm all attribute, so I have too many choices. I wanted to close my eyes and grab one randomly. Her hair was now messy, and Li Yiting glared at him angrily, ready to scold him. But upon hearing the words, all attribute, she froze. What did you say? Li Yiting asked loudly. What's your spiritual energy attribute? Ah, all attributes, 9 types. Zhuge Lan continued rubbing his hand. Li Yiting was momentarily stunned, then finally reacted, slapped his hand away in annoyance, and glared at him fiercely. She glanced around, pulled out a spell card, and handed it to Zhuge Lan. Here, this first-level spell is pretty good. There's also an advanced version, the 6 Elements Thunder Technique Compendium, which can be upgraded to the 5 Thunders True Technique at the 9th level. Zhuge Lan took it and looked at it. Thunder Element Level 1 Palm Thunder. Gathering lightning in the palm, it sounds pretty cool, right? As for the attack range, I place lightning in my left palm, catch a blade bare-handed with my right. Pull the opponent in for a fight, who can dodge that? I'm learning it. Zhuge Lan infused a strand of spiritual energy, and immediately a segment of information appeared in his mind. Then, as if he was born knowing it, he opened his palm and directly gathered a ball of lightning, crackling and sparking, looking quite intimidating. He just wasn't sure about its power. Crack. The spell card in his hand developed spiderweb-like cracks, then shattered, turning into light particles that dissipated into the air. This time, Zhuge Lan wasn't flustered at all. Spell cards are single-use consumables. This is also why the school limits students to choosing only 1 spell card per category. Li Yiting looked at the lightning in Zhuge Lan's palm with some envy. Thunder Element has higher damage than Fire Element, if only she had it too. Damn it, she's clearly an SSS-level genius too, so why is she envying others? For combat techniques, I suggest you also choose Thunder Element, preferably body-strengthening types. For illusion techniques, pick something simple like Phantom Clone and see if you can master it. Don't waste too much energy. After saying that, Li Yiting walked away without looking back, leaving Zhuge Lan a bit puzzled. Is this that time of the month? Why is her mood so strange? Zhuge Lan didn't think much of it and casually opened the system panel. Divine Skill System. Host, Zhuge Lan Level 13 Talent. Sword of Pi Spell. Palm Thunder Energy. 9,999 points Essence. 2,663 points Lottery. Open Divine Skills. Are you crazy? 100% bare-handed blade catch. Strongman identification technique. Just slack off. Lazy Fish. Evil warding sword technique as expected. There's a new spell panel. It's the one marked with. Could it be that he can use essence points to enhance spells? Essence points are the refined essence obtained from dismantling divine skills, which can be used to enhance any ability. Oh, including talents. Talents are not considered abilities. Please figure out the specifics yourself. Ugh, this information isn't very helpful. At this moment, Zhuge Lan realized he was already at level 13. Is this the joy of being a genius? It's really delightful. Suddenly, the lightning in Zhuge Lan's palm flashed and disappeared. He felt completely drained, utterly exhausted. Is this spiritual energy depletion? He usually uses divine skills that don't consume spiritual energy, and his talent can replenish itself. Being drained like this, Zhuge Lan was completely unprepared, but detected that the host's spiritual energy is depleted. Would you like to consume 13 energy points to replenish spiritual energy? Omega energy points can be used like this, so consider it. System, if my spiritual energy runs out, just refill it for me. Zhuge Lan said boldly. With a spatial ring full of exotic beast crystal cores in his hand, he felt incredibly confident. In the next second, the sense of exhaustion instantly transformed into a sense of fulfillment. His spiritual energy completely replenished without a single gap. Zhuge Lan continued to circulate his spiritual energy, practicing Palm Thunder to improve his proficiency while walking toward the Illusion Technique area. Level 1 Illusion Technique. Immortal Rope. Level 1 Illusion Technique. Decapitation. Level 1 Illusion Technique. Hypnotic Eye. Level 1 Illusion Technique. Tree Bind Kill. He saw many familiar skills again. Some students who considered themselves chosen ones tried to learn their favorite illusion technique cards, but all failed. Skill cards have a recognition program, and if you don't possess the required attribute, you can't learn them. Zhuge Lan casually glanced around and directly found the phantom clone that Li Yiting had mentioned. He injected a surge of spiritual energy. Without any obstacles, he absorbed the information from the illusion technique card and, after a simple digestion, mastered the technique. Crack! The illusion technique card shattered, attracting envious and jealous gazes from nearby students who had failed. Zhuge Lan smiled with satisfaction. This is the joy of being a genius. There are no learning barriers as long as he wants to learn. He can definitely master it. Amazing. He tried releasing the phantom clone, combining spiritual energy and mental power to form a blurry clone beside him. At a glance, one might mistake it for a twin. It doesn't look realistic at all. You can tell it's fake immediately, Zhuge Lan evaluated. This was a matter of proficiency. Skill cards only allow people to learn to master them flexibly. One must practice diligently. Zhuge Lan glanced at the system panel, and sure enough, a new illusion technique category appeared, with Phantom Clone marked as. He didn't dismiss the Phantom Clone, instead holding lightning in his left hand, with the clone following behind him, and headed straight to the combat technique area. Everyone who saw him on the way cast envious glances. Illusion techniques. A 1 in a million attribute. Most of the students in Class 1 and 2 of the first year looked as if they'd seen a ghost. Zhuge Lan had already mastered the 10th attribute. At this rate, the next young attribute should also be within reach. Could this guy really possess all attributes? Zhuge Lan didn't care about others' opinions and strolled casually to the combat technique area, heading straight for the lightning section recommended by Li Yiting. Level 1 Lightning Technique, Thunder Strike. Level 1 Lightning Technique, Electric Shock. Level 1 Lightning Technique, Thunder Punch. Level 1 Lightning Technique, 1000 volts. After searching around, Zhuge Lan finally found a suitable combat technique. Level 1 Lightning Technique, Thunder Armor. The combat technique description stated that it allows lightning to cover the entire body, stimulating cells to enhance strength, partially resisting energy attacks, and slightly paralyzing close-range enemies with the lightning on the surface. Although the improvement wasn't significant, the effect was comprehensive. Crack! The combat technique card shattered. Zhuge Lan closed his eyes to comprehend, and arcs of electricity began to emerge from his body. It felt tingly, like touching an electric socket. But he keenly noticed that the gentle energy overflowed from the star refinement process had slightly increased, and the passive absorption of spiritual energy per unit time had also slightly improved. This indicated that his meridians and physique were gradually strengthening. However, rewards and effort always go hand in hand. Using such a large-scale lightning combat technique consumed an enormous amount of energy. Zhuge Lan clearly felt that his spiritual energy was like riding a roller coaster drained in 1 second, then quickly replenished, only to be drained again in the next second. He kept switching between exhaustion and fullness repeatedly. It was exhilarating. After adapting for a while, Zhuge Lan began calculating the energy consumption. Energy points were steadily decreasing at a rate of 13 points per second. His full 9,999 energy points could only last for a little over 12 minutes. Calculating based on the price of a first-tier beast crystal core at 1,000. To fill up 9,999 energy points, he would need 1,000 cores, which equates to 1 million. If he maintained this for 18 hours a day, excluding 6 hours of rest, the pure consumption would amount to 120 million? No wonder they say excelling in both martial and scholarly pursuits leads to poverty. If it weren't for Zhuge Lan's extraordinary talent, he wouldn't be able to sustain such massive consumption. He could only rely on himself to practice bit by bit and improve his proficiency. However, Zhuge Lan's hard work paid off. Skill Phantom Clone Proficiency is maxed out. Would you like to consume 100 essence points to ascend? So little? It seems the Phantom Clone skill is at a very low level. No wonder it looked so fake. This is probably an entry-level skill for those with the Een attribute. Consumed 100 essence points, ascended to Phantom Clone. The next second, Zhuge Lan felt his spiritual energy consumption slightly increase, breaking the balance of energy within his body and leaving him in a constant, drained state. Then, as if something had shattered, his state returned to the previous, oscillating feeling. Could it be? Zhuge Lan quickly opened the system panel to check. Sure enough, he was already at level 14. The continuous consumption and replenishment not only trained his meridians, but, combined with the nurturing effects of the star cleansing, it was practically like farming experience. Of course, this was also because Zhuge Liang's level was not high, making it easier to level up. Using skills for a moment is fun, but using skills all the time is even better. Zhuge Liang was overjoyed, staring at the Phantom clone. Compared to the fake-looking beginner version, the level Phantom clone was much more realistic, requiring close inspection to spot any flaws. Zhuge Liang stepped back a few paces and even felt a sense of looking into a mirror. Wait, a mirror? He raised his arm, and the Phantom clone raised its arm in sync. Phantom clone is just a low-level illusion technique. It can only mimic the actions of the main body and cannot be commanded independently. A voice suddenly came from behind. Zhuge Liang was startled, and 6 pi swords instantly appeared around him. He had memorized over 600 pages this morning. He turned around to see she, smiling at him with satisfaction. "Oh, teacher he." Zhuge Liang scratched his head and put away the pi swords. "Sorry, I overreacted a bit." Last night's battle and nightmares had left his nerves a little tense. She seemed to notice something, but didn't ask further. She simply said, "Principal Feng wants me to start an advanced training class specifically for S-level talents in the grade. I've been hesitating, but seeing you, I think there's no need to hesitate anymore." Zhuge Liang blinked. What was going on? Was she impressed by his talent? She seemed to read his thoughts. "That's right. Your talent is so strong that I genuinely cherish it," she said with admiration. "You managed to improve the simplified version of Phantom Clone into the full version within minutes of acquiring it. It would be such a waste if you didn't become an illusion technique master." "Zhuge Liang, what illusion technique master? Am I just getting free lectures here?" This time, she didn't understand his thoughts and instead frowned. "You seem to be thinking about something not so good." She squinted her eyes in warning. Zhuge Liang chuckled awkwardly. "I thought you might have mind-reading abilities, so I was just testing, he said. "Almost thought I encountered a mind reader. If that were the case, he'd better stay far away, considering all the secrets in his head." "Mind reading?" She sighed. "I wish I had that, but the mind and soul are closely connected. Even the most ordinary person will trigger self-protection if someone tries to probe. Either they repel the external mental force, or, why am I even saying this?" After finishing, she waved her hand and turned to leave. "We'll meet again soon. With such great talent, leaving you to Zhu Rong to teach is such a waste." Her voice faded into the distance. Zhuge Liang stared at her back, and his first thought was, why does she walk with such charm? "Hey, teacher I disagree," Zhu Rong said softly from not far away. "I've laid the foundation well. How could I mess this up?" "Oh, you know illusion techniques?" Zhu Rong was rendered speechless by a single sentence. He could only glare at Zhuge Liang with a faint resentment. "It's all your fault." Zhuge Liang spread his hands innocently. "If my talent is too strong for you to teach, is that my fault?" Zhu Rong sighed helplessly. When a student's talent is too good, it actually puts pressure on the teacher. Zhuge Liang withdrew his gaze. "Speaking of which, she knows illusion techniques? No wonder she can be a PE teacher for Class 1, and Feng Lan even set up a special enhancement class for her." "Stop staring, she's already gone." A voice suddenly came from behind. Zhuge Liang turned to look and saw Li Yiting, silently putting away the sword of pie. "You guys, one after another, walk without making a sound? You just love suddenly appearing behind people," Zhuge Liang complained. "You were clearly so absorbed in watching that you didn't notice." Li Yiting rolled her eyes. That was irrefutable." Zhuge Liang changed the subject. "Have you all picked your skills?" "Yeah, all chosen." At this moment, Liang also walked over, watching Zhuge Liang use lightning while casting illusions, his gaze growing increasingly strange. "Don't envy me." Zhuge Liang took out a healing stone and tossed it over. "This is fatherly love from your dad." Liang knew Zhuge Liang had already refined it with stardust, so the healing stone was useless to him. He simply put it away but still retorted, "Tonight, I'll slay my father." "Huh, so you admit I'm your dad now? Get lost." The 3 of them had all chosen their skills and walked out of the skill library to test them on the field. Not Liang was seen holding a broadsword, lowering his head as he charged toward a humanoid target. With both hands gripping the sword tightly, he raised it high above his head and slashed down, splitting the target cleanly in half. "Wow, so ruthless!" Zhuge Lan exclaimed in awe. Liang rolled his eyes at him helplessly. He had intended to ask why Zhuge Lan wasn't practicing himself, but upon seeing the lightning swirling around Zhuge Lan's left hand, the electric sparks flickering across his body, and the mocking expression on his phantom clone, Liang decided to keep quiet. "How can you multitask like that, using 3 skills at once?" Liang asked. "Huh? Is it hard?" Zhuge Lan replied, puzzled. "I just cast them casually, and they work." Comparing oneself to others is truly infuriating. Liang had initially wanted to ask how Zhuge Lan never seemed to run out of spiritual energy, but now he didn't feel like it anymore. He raised his broadsword again, charging forward with a fierce expression, and slashed viciously at the humanoid target's lower body. What a brutal move! Zhuge Lan instinctively clenched his legs and quietly walked away. The training field was bustling with activity, various skills flashing brilliantly, creating a lively atmosphere. After watching for a while, Zhuge Lan refocused on his own skills. The Phantom Clone and Thunder Armor weren't particularly special. Their proficiency simply required more practice. However, Palm Thunder sparked a new idea in his mind. The principle behind Palm Thunder was to concentrate spiritual energy in the palm, activate the lightning attribute, and release an electric ball. Doesn't that sound familiar? That's right. It's somewhat similar to the concept of a Birdman's Rasengan. So Zhuge Lan wondered, could he make the spiritual energy rotate in his palm, forming multiple irregular rings to create a powerful tearing force? He decided to give it a try. Over the past period, he had been memorizing the digits of pi, becoming particularly familiar with circles and spheres. In his idle right palm, he began channeling spiritual energy along the trajectory of pi's digits, drawing an almost perfect ring, then gradually accelerating it, producing a sharp whoosh 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 sound. One after another, one ring after another began to form, spinning at high speed. They varied in size and direction, but by adjusting the reference frame, he managed to prevent them from interfering with each other. The energy consumption was immense, forcing Zhuge Lan to deactivate his other 3 skills. Yet the spiritual energy depletion didn't lessen. This technique was definitely beyond the capabilities of a first-tier skill. When the 68th ring was completed, Zhuge Lan realized that these previously obedient rings suddenly rebelled, breaking free from his control and unleashing terrifying power. Oh no! Zhuge Lan didn't have time to think, and immediately flung his hand. Whoosh, the chaotic electric ball flew toward an empty area nearby, exploding upon impact and triggering a small tornado. The airflow was so strong, it almost sucked Zhuge Lan in. Danger! Zhuge Lan quickly activated Thunder Armor at full power while summoning 6 pi swords to push against his back, finally escaping the tearing force. Whoosh, 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 the raging wind roared, its sharp sound piercingly loud, making Zhuge Lan's ears buzz. He couldn't tell how much time had passed. Even after the sharp noise faded, his head was still ringing. It wasn't until a warm light appeared that he slowly regained clarity. Opening his eyes, he saw Feng Lan staring at him anxiously, her priestess staff waving continuously, casting layers of holy light as if afraid she wouldn't be able to save him. Enough, enough! Zhuge Lan quickly got up. The excessive holy light made him feel like he was about to climb a mountain. Only then did Feng Lan breathe a sigh of relief, though her expression remained stern. "What happened to you? Did someone ambush you?" Feng Lan asked sharply. "Look around. Is there anyone else here?" Zhuge Lan was a bit confused. Ambush? What ambush? He looked around and found that she, Zhu Rong, and other PE teachers were present. The playground was already sealed off, and all the students were standing still, staring in shock at the scene. Why were they so surprised? Zhuge Lan turned around to look and was stunned. Where did this over 6-meter deep pit come from? And it was a smooth hemispherical shape. Wait a minute. Looking at the massive hemispherical pit in front of him, Zhuge Lan fell into deep thought. It seemed this was caused by the skill he just used. Luckily, he threw it fast enough. Otherwise, his small frame definitely couldn't withstand this power. But this power was really strong. He needed to study it more in the future. Zhuge Lan roughly understood the problem. He had memorized pi up to the 677th digit. and the issue lay in the 68th ring. So, to increase the number, he needed to continue memorizing pi. He decided to try again later. After figuring it out, Zhuge Liang looked up and met Feng Lan's furious gaze, suddenly remembering he hadn't explained. No one ambushed me. Zhuge Liang scratched his head and explained. I just learned a new skill, got inspired, and wanted to try creating a new move. This is the result. The anger on Feng Lan's face gradually faded, replaced by a blank expression. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Should I try again? Zhuge Liang asked cautiously. Feng Lan silently nodded. All right, wait for me. I'll verify it. Zhuge Liang took out his phone and spent a few minutes memorizing pi up to the 701st digit. Then he started forming rings again. This move left Feng Lan dumbfounded, especially when she saw Zhuge Liang stacking rings like nesting dolls. One inside the other, her eyes almost popped out. She quickly gripped her priest's staff tightly, ready to release holy light at any moment, afraid of missing the best rescue opportunity. Watching Zhuge Liang stack ring after ring, everyone on site held their breath, afraid of accidentally disturbing him and causing the move to explode. This time, Zhuge Liang was more skilled, stacking up to 70 rings. He even designed a space where adjacent rings rotated at high speed in opposite directions, creating a stronger tearing force. At this point, Zhuge Liang stopped, looked around, and felt the surroundings weren't safe enough. He simply walked to the edge of the deep pit he had just created and carefully added the 71st ring. The previously stable sphere suddenly went berserk. Zhuge Liang was prepared, immediately threw it, and turned to run. Whoosh, 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 small tornadoes appeared again, leaving everyone stunned, their mouths wide open. Should we learn this? Isn't this way beyond the curriculum? The previously over 6-meter deep pit was expanded slightly, turning into a 7-meter diameter hemisphere. This made Zhuge Liang suddenly realize the power of this move was proportional to the number of rings stacked. See, no one ambushed me. I was just testing a skill, Zhuge Liang explained to Feng Lan. The only response he got was silence. Feng Lan was older and needed time to process. Half a minute later, Feng Lan finally spoke. This has at least the power of a level 3 skill. How did you do it? Is the power really that strong? Zhuge Liang said matter-of-factly. It's simple. Just use the formula for pi. Infuse spiritual energy into it. Let it operate along the trajectory with full force, and you'll get a high-speed rotating ring. Then, stack these high-speed rings into a sphere, and the power will emerge. That's it. Yes. All the students and teachers present were stunned. What are you even talking about? The formula for pi? Spiritual energy can be infused into a formula? Our protagonist is studying metaphysics, and you're here talking about science? Both students and teachers were dumbfounded. After a while, Feng Lan looked at He-Shi and said, I'll leave this child to you in the future. I'm getting old and can't be of much help anymore. With that, he turned and left with his hands behind his back. He-Shi walked over with a complicated expression and called over Li Yiting and Li Yang. According to the principal's arrangement, we are going to establish an advanced class, which I will teach. Only talents of S level and above can join. Do you three have any objections? He-Shi asked. Teacher, he is the best at teaching, only a fool would refuse, Li Yiting said with a playful smile, subtly reminding Zhuge Liang and the others. I agree. Only a fool wouldn't join. Zhuge Liang raised his hand in approval. Just the fact that He-Shi could use illusion techniques made her more suitable to teach him than Zhu Rong. Li Yang seemed to have no other choice either and could only nod in agreement. Great. Then the advanced class is settled. He-Shi clapped her hands and said, Now I announce the first rule. From now on, whenever developing new skills, I must be present to supervise. Although she was announcing the rule, He-Shi's gaze was fixed firmly on Zhuge Liang. Li Yiting and Li Yang also looked over. Haha. What a surprise, a real surprise, Zhuge Liang laughed awkwardly. Who would have thought that a skill invented on the spot would be so powerful? I just understood your principle, He-Shi said. It's using the tearing force generated by high-speed rotating rings to cause damage, right? Zhuge Liang nodded repeatedly. Finally, someone understood. No matter what formula you used, being able to precisely control spiritual energy with a first-tier ability forms such a complex structure in your palm, and even cause non-attribute damage or talent is stronger than I expected, she praised. Zhuge Lan didn't feel proud. This kind of praise followed by criticism was a common teaching method for teachers. Sure enough, Shi's expression darkened. But it was extremely dangerous just now. I don't understand how you managed to condense second-tier spiritual energy with a first-tier ability and unleash third-tier power. But such a complex structure could easily collapse if you're not careful. I understand. I'll definitely call Teacher He to supervise when developing skills in the future. Zhuge Lan nodded obediently. After all, she was doing it for his own good, and he had to appreciate it. She was very satisfied with his attitude. She lowered her head and tapped a few times on her wristwatch. The crater on the ground caused by the explosion was filled with liquid and restored to its original state. For light walls rose, enclosing an invisible space. The entire playground was covered with complex formations to meet various training needs. Now, let's conduct an ancient test. She took out a bell and said, "You three will attack me with all your strength. Whoever grabs the bell will pass the test." Zhuge Lan looked puzzled. Isn't this Kakashi's test? Teacher, I have a question. Zhuge Lan raised his hand. There's only one bell. What happens to the two who don't grab it? Do we have to be tied to a tree and not allowed to eat lunch? She looked at him curiously. Why would I stop you from eating lunch? This is just a test of teamwork. Whoever grabs the bell wins. So that's how it is. Seems like I overthought it. But no punishment and no reward either, right? Zhuge Lan said disinterestedly. She understood. This guy only gets motivated when there's something to gain. What reward do you want? She asked. Simple. Zhuge Lan gave a sly smile. If we win, allow us to enter and exit the skill library freely at any time. Shi's expression turned a bit odd, but she still agreed. All right. But if you lose, then just like you said, no lunch for you. Zhuge Lan perked up, completely unaware that Li Yang wanted to speak but hesitated, while Li Yiting secretly covered her mouth, laughing. He waved his hand grandly. Close the door. Release Li Yang. Yiting, draw your bow. Close the door. Release Li Yang. Yiting, draw your bow. Zhuge Lan commanded. Li Yiting and Li Yang exchanged glances and gave up on arguing. Li Yang summoned the shadow of his thorn armor, lowered his head, and activated his combat skill, charging straight at Shi. Shi's eyes sparkled like stars, and with just a slight move to the left, she easily dodged Li Yang's charge. First-level charge only increases straight-line burst speed. It's mainly used as an opening move to close the distance. Don't expect to hit the target directly, Shi commented. Li Yang remained silent, slightly preparing his blade for a strike, but Shi waved her hand and sent him flying. Ghost Slash during a charge should be prepared with power otherwise. Pausing for too long will only make you a sitting duck, Shi continued her critique. Strangely, Shi's attack didn't trigger Li Yang's thorn armor, as if it wasn't targeting his body at all. That makes sense. Since Shi is forming an advanced class, she must understand the student's talents. Naturally, she wouldn't give Li Yang a chance to counterattack. Whoosh! Just as Shi turned to reprimand Li Yang, Li Yiting seized the opportunity to release her bowstring, and the spiritual arrow flew toward Shi's shoulder. It was as if Shi had eyes on the back of her head. She slightly shifted, and the arrow narrowly missed her. She turned around, smiling at Li Yiting. My talent is Starry Eyes, which allows me to see my surroundings with a 360-degree view, without any blind spots. Sneak attacks are completely useless against me. And also, you only get one chance to strike in front of me. After saying this, Shi turned her gaze to Zhuge Lan, who hadn't moved at all. Zhuge Lan then realized that both Li Yang and Li Yiting were standing still, their eyes vacant, as if under a spell. This is an illusion? Zhuge Lan guessed. That's right, Shi nodded. My starry eyes enhance the effects of illusions. As long as you make eye contact with me, you'll be trapped in the illusion. They're already dead. You're the only one left. Do you want to continue? So that's how it is. A 360-degree view combined with enhanced illusions? Isn't this basically a combination of the Sharingan and Byakugan? I still want to try, Zhuge Lan said seriously. Shi nodded in appreciation. A warrior should have this unyielding spirit. I'm coming. Bring it on. Are you crazy? Shi froze, stunned by the insult. This is your attack method? Mental assault? Suddenly, her expression changed. Because divine skill activated. When the target uses their talent, they will remain in a physiological state. She's legs twisted, and her starry eyes burned with fury. You actually used this against me. Although it was a bit bizarre, she was truly angry, just as she was about to counterattack. Zhuge Liang wielded the sword of Pi and swung it down. She involuntarily slid to her knees, ending up directly in front of Zhuge Liang, blocking the sword with her bare hands. That's too much, she shouted angrily. An invisible force surged out, sending Zhuge Liang flying and causing several rings on the sword to shatter instantly. However, forget it, just give up. A useless fish. A blue light shot out, and she couldn't even stand steadily. She could only wave her hand to set up an invisible shield, but it was ineffective. The light directly entered her body. In the next moment, the anger on Hishi's face vanished instantly. The stars in her eyes dissipated, and she knelt motionless on the ground. Even a student can hurt me. I might as well give up on this mission. I really want to find a man to marry and have children. Zhuge Liang, flying back on the sword of Pi, heard this, and his expression became quite colorful. A goddess-level figure like Hishi, only thinking about marriage and children? This news was too shocking. Taking advantage of the divine skill still being effective, Zhuge Liang quickly snatched the bell from Hishi's waist and retreated swiftly. The next second, Hishi stood up calmly, staring deeply at Zhuge Liang. Just as Zhuge Liang thought she was about to kill him to silence him, Hishi turned and walked away without looking back. Li Yang and Li Yiting seemed to have just woken up, breaking free from the illusion. Seeing the bell in Zhuge Liang's hand, the two were astonished. You actually managed to snatch it? Li Yiting said in disbelief. Yeah, when teacher Hishi just glanced at me, I couldn't move at all. That feeling was utterly despairing. Li Yang said with lingering fear. Such a powerful Hishi, yet Zhuge Liang managed to steal something from her? The two stared at Zhuge Liang with a peculiar look. If I could choose, I'd rather skip a meal, Zhuge Liang muttered. With his talent, the school would definitely allow him to learn skills. But now that he knew Hishi's little secret and saw the look in her eyes as she left, the future didn't seem promising. Never underestimate a woman's ability to hold a grudge. At this moment, Li Yang cautiously said, Zhuge, actually, for all talents above S level, as long as the previously learned skills are mastered, you can choose new skills. Zhuge Liang. So you're saying I offended a future teacher for privileges that were already ours? Zhuge Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Yang nodded helplessly. Li Yiting covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Wait, why didn't you say this earlier? Zhuge Liang glared. Li Yang mimicked his shrug. Didn't you tell me to shut the door and leave? When did I have the chance to say it? Hee. Zhuge, even you have moments of misfortune, Li Yiting said with a mischievous smile. Zhuge Liang sighed. These friends were really something. Just hoping. She wouldn't be too harsh in the future. But before that, Li Yang, practice skills with me, Zhuge Liang said, squinting. Kneeling to block a sword barehanded, menstrual period, random negative status. Being a useless fish, pick one. Li Yang, sigma q to cube, no, brother Liang. I was wrong. Oh, so you want all of them? No. I'll be a useless fish. Give up. Be a useless fish. As a human, I truly feel sorry. 21. Use and discard? The law of conservation of energy in the afternoon. Zhu Rong finally didn't steal the class, and Class 2 of Grade 1 finally had a biology lesson in this world's biology class. Besides studying human acupoints and meridians, the more important focus is on recognizing various exotic beasts and spiritual plants. At the very least, one must know what is valuable and what is useless, right? Zhuge Liang listened with exceptional attentiveness. Although he currently has abundant resources, that's because he's a super genius, and his early-stage consumption is relatively limited. Not to mention, take SS-ranked Li Yang for example, while the school provides him with various benefits, no one gives him exotic beast crystal cores and star equipment like they do for Zhuge Liang. When it comes to later development, cultivation resources will still need to be fought for. Hunting exotic beasts and gathering spiritual plants are the best sources of resources. Perhaps this is why Zhu Rong didn't come to snatch the class, right? However, the PE teacher who is supposed to come will never be late. After dinner, just as everyone was enthusiastically preparing to study Pi, Zhu Rong appeared at the classroom door once again. Tonight's self-study session, While out of class, Zhu Rong said matter-of-factly, "First, let us take a count. Raise your hand if you've successfully absorbed a phantom skill card." Only Zhuge Lan raised his hand in the entire class. This was enough to show how rare the Yin attribute was. "All right, put your hand down." Zhu Rong gestured downward. "Let us first talk about the plasticity and development ideas of spiritual power. For this, we'll have Zhuge share the process of developing his new skill today." Suddenly being called upon, Zhuge Lan remained as composed as ever. In his previous life as a top student, he was often called upon in class to demonstrate. Naturally, he stood up and said, "The skill I chose is Palm Thunder. Based on the principle of Palm Thunder, I integrated the pi I've been researching recently, which allows me to form a high-speed rotating ring." Zhuge Lan withdrew his Palm Thunder, which he had been using to increase proficiency, and condensed a high-speed rotating ring. The ring emitted a sharp whoosh-whoosh sound, and just from the sound alone, one could feel its powerful cutting force. But spiritual power is ultimately not a physical entity, so the cutting power in a single direction is still limited. That's why I thought of adding a counter direction. Zhuge Lan then condensed another high-speed ring, with its direction completely opposite to the first. One could imagine, if these two rings were to clamp down together, the effect would definitely be formidable. Wait, clamp down? Zhuge Lan suddenly thought of an interesting gameplay. He brought the two high-speed rings very close together, with only a 1 millimeter gap between them, then adjusted the diameter to make them larger, raising them above his head to form a ring over a meter long. It seemed he had accidentally developed a new skill. The simplest combination of two high-speed rings can form basic destructive power. I call it crescent slash, but we can stack more high-speed rings. The size shouldn't be too large, or it'll be uncontrollable. Zhuge Lan shrank the two high-speed rings, then layered them one by one with different-sized high-speed rings, densely stacking them into a sphere, arranged neatly and without interference. The continuous whoosh 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 sounds reminded everyone of its astonishing power. I must remind everyone, this move spiral sphere is developed based on the principle of pi. If you don't understand the principle of pi, it's better not to attempt it lightly, Zhuge Lan kindly advised. Then, he actually dispersed the spiral sphere, letting the spiritual power dissipate into the heavens and earth. Everyone, using a skill is easy, but retracting a skill requires a deep understanding of it. Zhuge Lan had just developed the skill in the morning, and by evening, he had completely mastered it. Being classmates with a genius is truly demoralizing. Very well, thank you, Zhuge, for your demonstration. Zhu Rong led the applause. The classroom erupted in thunderous clapping. Although Zhuge Lan stole the spotlight, he explained the principles and development process of the new skill in great detail. Everyone could replicate the move step by step. Its power had already been proven in the morning. Provided you have enough talent. Zhuge Lan returned to his seat, and the applause gradually subsided. Zhu Rong continued. Just now, Zhuge demonstrated the general process of developing a skill. Now, what I want to tell you is absolutely do not learn it. Everyone, Zhuge Lan, if you don't want us to learn it, why did you make me demonstrate? Was this just to discourage them? Absolutely do not learn it. Zhu Rong emphasized again. This level of control, where spiritual power is materialized and shaped, is called spiritual power transformation. Generally, only fourth-tier warriors can achieve this. You all still need to follow the steps and master the basic skills first. If you have ideas about developing skills, wait until you reach the fourth tier to try. Understood. The students below exchanged glances but, under Zhu Rong's stern gaze, could only respond half-heartedly, understood. However, some of them had sparks of defiance in their eyes. Why couldn't they do it? Zhu Rong took note of these individuals. Young people should have some drive. If they blindly obeyed everything the teacher said, what kind of warriors would they be? Zhuge Lan finally understood that Zhu Rong had deliberately used him to inspire everyone. At this moment, Zhu Rong waved at Zhuge Lan and said, "Zhuge and Liang, starting today, you will join the advanced training class led by PE teacher He. Go to her office." Zhuge Lan, used and discarded? Zhuge Lan glared at Zhu Rong with resentment, secretly gave him the middle finger, and then stood up under everyone's gaze to leave the classroom. If you looked closely, you'd notice a faint shadow behind him. It was Zhuge Lan's phantom clone, which he deliberately overlapped with himself. This way, he could keep practicing the skill without disturbing others. Following behind him, Liang had a face that looked like he wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. He was holding it in painfully. Zhuge Liang glanced at the struggling Liang and smirked. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Anyway, haha, you're the one who made me laugh first. Anyway, it's just about being a salted fish. Liang's laughter abruptly stopped. But it was too late. Give it up, salted fish. And so, the stair railing gained a mushroom. Zhuge Liang walked away with a spring in his step, feeling utterly refreshed. Energy conservation, indeed. Liang's smile hadn't disappeared, had simply transferred to Zhuge Liang. When Zhuge Liang and Liang arrived at the teacher's office, Li Yiting was already there. Why are you so slow? Li Yiting complained. The teacher set me up. I'll remember this. Zhuge Liang gritted his teeth. A pregnant stare was tolerable, but a salted fish stare was impossible to dodge. All right, she said coldly. Now that everyone is here, let's... Wait, everyone is here? Zhuge Liang asked in surprise. The entire advanced training class is just the three of us. She calmly stared at Zhuge Liang without explaining. Zhuge Liang's heart tightened. Seems like this woman still remembered what happened in the morning. He mimed, zipping his lips, indicating he would stay quiet. Follow me. She stood up and walked ahead, with the three following behind. Li Yiting quietly tugged on Zhuge Liang, leaning close to his ear to whisper a reminder. Just now, teacher, he was smiling so gently, but as soon as you arrived, be careful. As expected, this woman holds grudges even more than he does. Liang watched the two whispering and sighed helplessly. The next period was truly unbearable. She led the three to a training room and directly jumped onto the wall. Yes, the wall. This is the most basic spiritual energy control training, she explained. You need to concentrate your spiritual energy at the soles of your feet, forming many small tendrils to grip the particles on the surface of the object. This way, you can stand on the wall. This training method, probably borrowed from someone else again. Zhuge Liang obediently raised his hand, and fortunately, she didn't ignore him, nodding for him to continue. Zhuge Liang pointed to the pool below the wall and asked, will there be water walking training later? By evenly releasing spiritual energy to counteract the sinking force, standing on the water's surface? Not bad. You can infer from one example to another. You're indeed smart, she praised him. Zhuge Liang felt a chill down his back. Immediately after, he felt an invisible mountain pressing down on him, making his entire body several times heavier. The lightning power he had secretly tempered earlier had to erupt on a large scale to enhance his physique and resist the sudden pressure. Looking at Li Yiting and Liang, they also seemed to be struggling. Meanwhile, she stood in front of them, her eyes gleaming. Geniuses should have a genius training plan, she said matter-of-factly. My starry eyes can control gravity. Once you can walk to the ceiling under my gravity, this stage of training will be complete. That being said, Zhuge Liang tried to lift his leg, but couldn't move at all. Looking at Liang and Li Yiting, although they were also struggling, they were still inching their way toward the wall. This was clearly targeted. Absolutely targeted. But what could he do? The only lesson here, never offend a woman. Just as Zhuge Liang gritted his teeth and persevered, swoosh. His painstakingly accumulated thunder armor skill finally reacted. Battle skill, thunder armor. Proficiency maxed out. Consumed 300 essence to ascend? How timely. Confirm. 300 essence consumed. Battle skill ascended to thunder armor. The lightning on Zhuge Liang's body became more intense, its color deepened, his physique greatly improved, and the tempering effect enhanced. After a brief adjustment, Zhuge Liang could finally move, taking one step at a time toward the wall. This made she raise an eyebrow, the coldness on her face slightly easing. Talented and willing to work hard, he was indeed a rare good seedling. However, this talent was simply too extraordinary. She increased the gravity. She watched as Zhuge Liang took step after step toward the wall, placing his foot on it for a few seconds before actually walking up the wall. Although he fell off after a few seconds, he immediately got back up and continued climbing. After several attempts, the heavily burdened Zhuge Liang astonishingly became the first to climb to the ceiling. Meanwhile, the fastest progressing Li Yiting had only made it halfway. Liang fared worse, still lingering at the 1/3 mark. She didn't even need to urge him. Zhuge Lan directly walked to the pool beside him, ready to start water walking. But he didn't step directly into the water. Instead, he summoned 7 swords of Pi to form a petal, stepped on it, lightly touched the water, and adjusted the range and intensity of his spiritual power at any time. After half an hour, he was finally able to remove the petal, stand directly on the water's surface, and begin attempting to walk on water. Watching him all along, she couldn't help but think, too easy to teach, it lacks a sense of challenge. She had just taught a little, and Zhuge Lan had already mastered it on his own? No way. She had to show some real skills otherwise. Why was she even teaching? She called Zhuge Lan, who was jogging on the water, over to take a break. Strangely, Li Yiting and Li Yang needed to rest for a few minutes after half an hour of training to absorb spiritual energy and recover. But Zhuge Lan, from start to finish, never seemed to run out of spiritual power. This was his secret, and she wouldn't ask if he didn't say. The skill you learned today is merely about changing the form of spiritual power, with a power level roughly at grade A. But if you can incorporate attribute changes into your spiritual power, it could reach grade S, or even higher, she said. After speaking, she didn't elaborate further. The transformation of spiritual power forms and attribute changes were advanced knowledge not taught in schools. Want to learn? Ask me, and I'll tell you. Don't want to learn? Zhuge Lan lowered his head in thought. Skills and talents are graded from F to SSS. Now there's even an SSR grade. As for what she mentioned, Zhuge Lan tentatively asked, Teacher, the spiritual power form change you mentioned should refer to the shaping of spiritual power forms, right? Like this. He raised his hand and formed 2 high-speed rotating rings, one positive and one negative, which combined into a crescent slash. She recognized it as a variant of the Rasengan he had made in the morning. She marveled at Zhuge Lan's talent and nodded for him to continue. Then the spiritual power attribute change should refer to incorporating a single attribute of spiritual power into a skill to enhance its power, right? She's mouth twitched. She couldn't help but say, You wouldn't be able to guess how to cultivate spiritual power attribute changes too, would you? Of course not, Zhuge Lan laughed. I was just interpreting the literal meaning, showing a bit of cleverness. In reality, he wanted to showcase his talent to gain more attention and resources. She breathed a sigh of relief thankfully. He wasn't that monstrous. Otherwise, what would she even do? Just give him a book and be done with it. She finally smiled. She took out a blue stone from her spatial ring and handed it to Zhuge Lan. This is a thunder attribute spirit stone, storing thunder attribute spiritual power. You should often meditate on it and try to convert your spiritual power into the thunder attribute. Hearing she's words, Zhuge Lan nodded in understanding. Although he borrowed the development concept, the energy systems were fundamentally different, and the cultivation methods were entirely distinct. He took the thunder attribute spirit stone and closed his eyes to sense the spiritual power within. The pure thunder attribute spiritual power was not as gentle as the spiritual energy flowing through the world. It was as wild as a runaway horse, difficult to control. He was shocked a few times upon contact. Fortunately, Zhuge Lan always had his thunder armor activated, so the sensation of being shocked was uncomfortable but not painful. More importantly, he discovered his mental strength was exceptionally powerful. No matter how wild the thunder attribute spiritual power was, it was like a mischievous child before him. One slap, and it would behave. Not obedient, then a few more slaps. Afterward, Zhuge Lan began experimenting, confirming the thunder attribute portion of the spiritual power within his body. The lightning attribute was like paint as long as the lightning attribute was separated and rendered slowly using spiritual power as a medium. All the spiritual power would soon transform into the lightning attribute. He opened his eyes, arcs of electricity flickering within them. He discovered that the effect of the thunder armor had increased by more than 50%. Witnessing this, she fell silent once again. This was too fast, wasn't it? She felt a sense of disparity in her heart. She hadn't even taught him much yet. Not only that, Zhuge Lan skillfully formed a Rasengan on the spot, using lightning attribute spiritual power. As soon as it took shape, the azure Rasengan and its piercing sound of breaking through the air suddenly disappeared. Did it fail? No, it didn't fail. Instead, it succeeded. The Rasengan had turned invisible. Zhuge Liang was aware that his limit was 70 rings, so he wasn't foolish enough to push himself too hard. He looked around, but couldn't find a suitable test target. He could only silently stare at He. How about, teacher, would you take this Rasengan for me? A trace of interest flashed in He-Shi's eyes. Just how powerful was this new skill? Go ahead and hit me with full force. Your talent may be a bit unusual, but your skills won't hurt me, He said confidently. Since the teacher said so, how could Zhuge Liang hold back? Here I come. He raised his hand and made a throwing motion. Half a second later, a dazzling blue light exploded in front of He, lightning intertwining into a cactus-like sphere suspended in midair. However, all its power was blocked half a meter away from He, unable to advance further. The ground, on the other hand, sprouted rows of charred black holes, as if pierced by sharp blades. Zzz. The sound of electricity was piercing, making one's head buzz. As the smoke cleared, Zhuge Liang looked at He with anticipation. How was it? He stared at Zhuge Liang with a complex expression. Third-tier peak. That strike just now had already reached the destructive power of a third-tier peak. Although he had easily blocked it, Zhuge Liang was only at the first tier. It wasn't uncommon for geniuses to fight across tiers. Even crossing one tier wasn't surprising. But crossing two tiers? S-level, He said bluntly. This move of yours is at least an S-level attack, and it can hide its attack method, definitely reaching S-level peak. If it can synchronize with your level upgrades in the future, it might even evolve to SS level, or even SSS level. SSS level? Zhuge Liang's face lit up with excitement. As long as he memorized more digits of pi, the high-speed rotating rings could hold more power and become even more astonishing. This was definitely SSS level. Who would have thought that a sudden inspiration would create an SSS level skill? Moreover, this was just the lightning attribute. What about the other 8 attributes? Wouldn't that mean he could have 9 SSS level skills? She also realized this, her expression turning complex as she looked at Zhuge Liang. The student was too talented. Teaching him not only lacked a sense of accomplishment, but also felt a bit demoralizing. Just then, the system sent a reward. Skill Rasengan proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 1,500 essence points to ascend? This required 500 points more than the previous ascension for catching a blade barehanded. As expected of me. Confirm. 1,500 essence points consumed. Successfully ascended to Rasengan series. Zhuge Liang's inspiration surged. He once again extended his hand to form a Rasengan, the speed more than twice as fast as before. As soon as it took shape, its size rapidly expanded, stopping only when it became a massive Rasengan with a diameter of 1 meter. Zhuge Liang couldn't be bothered to come up with a new name, so he directly borrowed the term used by the Birdman Big Ball Rasengan. He looked at He and smiled. Teacher, can you help me try again? Go ahead. He agreed readily. I'm coming. Zhuge Liang gave a reminder, then hurled the giant Rasengan at He and bolted away. Same formula, different effect. The giant Rasengan exploded half a meter away from He, forming a violent miniature tornado that wreaked havoc on everything around. When it was over, He hovered in midair, with a large, irregular hemispherical crater over 10 meters in diameter beneath her feet. The power was astonishing. Zhuge Liang was dumbfounded. This was the ultimate move he had crafted using 50 energy points, and its power was truly overwhelming. Li Yang and Li Yiting, standing nearby, were equally stunned. Was he even human? The same training program. Yet while they hadn't even finished, Zhuge Liang was already tearing down the training room. Peak of Tier 3, He confirmed. Still Tier 3 peak level destructive power, just with an enlarged form and no attribute changes. It's considered an S-level skill. Another S-level skill. Li Yang and Li Yiting were speechless. Zhuge Liang himself was a bit surprised. To be honest, this Rasengan had great potential. As the saying goes, anything can be shaped into a sphere, and it might become his signature skill in the future. Moreover, it was hard to replicate. Zhuge Liang achieved this effect because he was familiar with pi, understood the Rasengan cultivation process, had a system with unlimited energy points for recovery, and possessed strong mental and spiritual control. Without any of these conditions, it would be nearly impossible to find someone else who could meet them all. All right, that's it for today. She walked away, somewhat dazed. Clearly, she was shaken by Zhuge Lan's monstrous performance. In response, Zhuge Lan smiled and said, "Aren't geniuses always disliked by their teachers? Let's go. Time for a late-night snack." Zhuge Lan called out to everyone. "It's already late. I need to head back first," Li Yiting said. "All right, send me a message when you get home," Zhuge Lan replied with a smile. Li Yiting nodded and left. "Let's go, late-night snack," Li Yang exclaimed happily. "Free snacks, why not take advantage?" "No way. Late-night snack? What snack? Just go back to the dorm and have some instant noodles to fill your stomach." Zhuge Lan pretended not to hear. "Li Yang, such blatant favoritism. Doesn't he feel embarrassed?" Zhuge Lan looked at Li Yang expectantly, waiting for him to retort. Li Yang had initially planned not to go, but seeing Zhuge Lan's eager expression, he felt a chill in his heart. This guy? Could he be deliberately provoking him to practice his moves? Fine, instant noodles it is. Li Yang ran off. Zhuge Lan could only shake his head helplessly. Skills were ultimately just auxiliary. Zhuge Lan was more concerned about the progress of divine skill fusion. These were causality-based divine skills. So, Li Yang has gotten smarter. Can't exploit him anymore. I need to figure out a way to find a long-term partner to practice divine skills with. But thinking about the effects of these divine skills gave Zhuge Lan a headache. Suddenly, a small figure flashed through his mind. "It's decided, it'll be you." Zhuge Lan's life suddenly slowed down. Every day, the first thing he did upon waking was reciting the first 100 digits of pi. Only then would he start his day's training. First, he would undergo the cultivation course tailored for him by He, exhausting himself completely, and then attend cultural classes. Li Yang was somewhat resistant to this. But Zhuge Lan was always very serious, because he understood that knowledge could change fate if it weren't for memorizing pi. Mastering the Rasengan Wuden Ti have been so easy. They were busy until the stars dimmed in the night sky before returning to the dormitory, and then continued training, replacing sleep with absorbing spiritual energy. What happens when you encounter someone with higher talent and greater effort than you? The strength of the three soared like rockets, leaving their former classmates far behind. In less than 3 months, Zhuge Lan's level rose to 29, finally catching up with Li Yiting and Li Yang, who were stuck at this level. The development of other attributes of the Rasengan was also steadily progressing. It turned out that not everything could be enhanced with the Rasengan. When water attribute spiritual energy was integrated into the Rasengan, not only did it fail to amplify, but it greatly reduced the ring's rotation speed, weakening its power. Gold and wood attributes were also unsuitable for integration into the Rasengan. As for other attributes, the effects were quite good. On this day, Zhuge Lan and the other two gathered as usual in the training room. However, He said, "Today, I'm giving you a day off. Relax and take it easy." The three looked at He in confusion, knowing how strict he usually was. A day off? Surely he was preparing for a big move. "You three little ones are really sharp," He said with a smile. "Flowers in a greenhouse can't protect anyone." Yiting and Li Yang have been stuck at level 29 for a week now. What you lack most right now is real combat experience. "Oh, Sister He, are you taking us to the wilderness?" Zhuge Lan asked excitedly. He's training schedule was always packed. For the past 2 months, Zhuge Lan hadn't had time to bother Shui Zhangyi. Only able to practice the battle technique, are you crazy? With Li Yang late at night. As long as talent wasn't used, the negative effects of this skill wouldn't be triggered. As for other things, there was no use rushing. Building a solid foundation was most important. Now, the foundation was solid. Could they go trouble some exotic beasts? Li Yang and Li Yiting were also eager to try. Keep your current state, and don't come back tomorrow looking all beaten up." She waved her hand. "Zhuge stays. Yiting and Li Yang can leave first." Li Yang shot Zhuge Lan a take-care look, then used a battle technique to dash toward the door. I'm going home to see my dad. Haven't seen him in a while." Li Yiting waved and turned to leave. Zhuge Lan stared at He warily. "Sister He, you said today was a day off. You're not going back on your word, are you?" he asked. She showed a helpless expression. "Stop talking nonsense. You said you had inspiration to improve the new battle technique you learned. How is it going now?" She urged. Zhuge Lan breathed a sigh of relief. This was just an assignment assessment simple. Speaking of which, inspired by the Rasengan, Zhuge realized that this kind of chargeable skill was a perfect match for his self-healing system. So, after mastering his current skills, he applied to He-Shi to learn a new skill, Away's 18 styles. The moves included Flying Dragon in the Sky, Fierce Dragon across the river, Ice and Fire Dual Heaven, Universe Shift. Do you think this thing is reliable? Yet, it perfectly met Zhuge charging needs, and its power was indeed impressive. With no other choice, Zhuge desperately practiced to increase proficiency, finally elevating it last night to Dragon Subduing Palm. This move had only one technique. Sister He, take this. Zhuge struck quickly and accurately, his spiritual power transforming into a golden dragon that roared as it charged toward He-Shi. Regretful Dragon Strike. He-Shi still relied on her invisible defensive technique, stopping the golden dragon half a meter away from her, unable to advance further. But this time was different. This Regretful Dragon Strike emphasized the concept of regret. On the surface, it appeared to be a powerful attack, but it could retract its force at any moment. Similarly, it could also increase its power, forcing the opponent into a direct confrontation. Zhuge using energy points to replenish his spiritual power, continuously bombarded He-Shi's invisible defense with Regretful Dragon Strike, dragging her into a battle of spiritual power consumption. Seeing this, He-Shi raised an eyebrow, finding it quite amusing. You're almost at the third tier, but trying to compete with me in spiritual power, you're still far from it. He-Shi raised her hand and shouted, Universal Attraction. Zhuge was instantly pulled by a powerful gravitational force, flying straight toward He-Shi. You're cheating, Zhuge shouted. Fine, I give up. He-Shi's expression changed. She immediately withdrew her ability, her figure flashing as she disappeared from her original spot. Zhuge hadn't planned to use his divine skill, but with a flash of electricity on his body, he fled like the wind. Sister He, I kindly helped you name your moves, and you actually used them against me. So unreasonable, Zhuge shouted as he ran. He-Shi's figure appeared in the air, smiling as she watched his retreating back. Another S-level skill right from the start. As expected of our country's first SSR genius. If the mission fails, we must ensure his safety. Zhuge ran out of the training room, confirmed that He-Shi wasn't chasing him, and finally slowed his pace. Walking through the campus, he suddenly didn't know what to do with this day off. Maybe go take advantage of Li Changxing? Let's go? Zhuge immediately summoned a sword of pie, stepped onto it, and flew toward the city center of the base. After 2 months without leaving the campus, everything still felt quite fresh. Flying vehicles lined up in the sky, and some even waved at Zhuge when they saw him. On the ground, hover cars were densely packed. Although spiritual energy had revived, traffic jams were still traffic jams after all. Flying vehicles were too expensive for ordinary people to afford. Oh no, there's a traffic jam on the overpass. Zhuge descended to the front to take a closer look and found that 2 cars had collided and were arguing fiercely. The 2 were yelling so much their faces were practically touching, yet they weren't fighting. This made Zhuge anxious. He immediately dialed the base's police defense hotline. I want to report, there's an argument causing a traffic jam on the overpass. Yes. Right here. What's my name? Call me Lei Feng. What's my name? Call me Lei Feng. After hanging up, he retreated with his mission accomplished. With nothing else to do, Zhuge sat on the sword of pie, watching the 2 people argue until the police defense arrived. Even then, the 2 still hadn't fought. Are people in this world all so polite? Zhuge was about to leave when his gaze suddenly sharpened. A flying vehicle broke out of the orderly queue, and a cacophony of police sirens immediately erupted around it. Other flying vehicles quickly broke formation to surround it. The only exit from the encirclement was right where Zhuge was. Seeing the flying vehicle speeding toward him, could Zhuge, the living Lei Feng, just sit idly by? He decisively chose to make way. Watching the flying vehicle zoom past him, he caught a glimpse of the driver inside, with that disdainful look in their eyes, confirming there was only one person inside. Still too young. Zhuge swung her sword with one hand, targeting the contemptuous young man and summoning him over. Crackling, The third-level palm thunder was no longer confined to the palm lightning coiled around the sword of Pi, electrocuting the young man until he twitched uncontrollably. The words he wanted to say were swallowed back down. Woo 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 sirens blared as aircraft surrounded Zhuge Liang heavily, deploying platforms from which a group of uniformed police officers rushed out, their faces tense. A true hero serves the country and its people, Zhuge Liang declared righteously. Helping the police solve cases is the duty of martial artists. She thought the officers would exchange a few polite words, but unexpectedly, "Let him go," one officer shouted in alarm. "We're conducting a live drill. He's one of us. He's almost electrocuted to death." Zhuge Liang's expression changed. So it was a live drill? A misunderstanding? Zhuge Liang quickly let go. Then, the young man, half paralyzed from the shock, fell straight to the ground like a log. A chorus of screams erupted around them. Swish, a spiritual whip swiftly lashed out, wrapping around the young man's waist and pulling him back. Only then did Zhuge Liang see clearly that the person who had shouted at her was a valiant female officer, the one who had timely used the spiritual whip to save the young man. Someone immediately stepped forward to treat the young man's injuries. The female officer glared at Zhuge Liang and asked with a frown, "Why did you strike so hard?" Zhuge Liang blinked in confusion. "You guys surrounded him, so I thought he was a murderer," Zhuge Liang said, spreading her hands. "Shouldn't he have been taken down with one decisive blow? Besides, I held back. I only paralyzed half his body at most." Qi Ling pursed her lips and said nothing more. However, an older officer later spoke up, unwilling to let it go. "Qi Ling, why are you glaring at a helpful citizen? Apologize to her." "I'm sorry. It's okay. Don't blame people for being inexperienced," Zhuge Liang said magnanimously. Qi Ling shook her head and ran off to check on the young man's injuries. They probably had a special relationship. The older officer remained, smiling apologetically at Zhuge Liang. "Hello, I'm Wang Fuxing, captain of the base police unit, responsible for this drill," he said with a smile. That young man is Qi Ling's fiancé. No wonder she was so tense. "I hope you understand." "Hello, Captain Wang," Zhuge Liang replied indifferently. "Since the misunderstanding is cleared up, I'll be on my way." "Wait, don't rush," Wang Fuxing said kindly. "Although it was a misunderstanding, we still need to follow protocol and register the incident. Could you please show your flight permit?" Zhuge Liang's expression changed. "Flight permit? Flying requires a permit? Oh, could it be?" Wang Fuxing noticed Zhuge Liang's uneasy expression and guessed her thoughts. "Don't worry, it's not a big deal," he reassured her. "Judging by your attire, you're still a student at one of the 4 golden ranking schools, right? What should I do about this?" Zhuge Liang asked helplessly. "Since you're flying without a permit, you'll need to come with us to the police station for registration and then have a parent or teacher sign off," Wang Fuxing explained. Zhuge Liang sighed. What a hassle. She boarded the police aircraft and headed to the station. Wang Fuxing drove. "Young one, you look like you're in your 2nd or 3rd year of high school." Wang Fuxing chatted. "It's fine to be impulsive at your age, but next time you encounter something like this, don't rush to act. You are the future of the nation. There's no need to take risks over trivial matters." Although it was out of concern for her. "I don't agree with that," Zhuge Liang said seriously. "You are also the pillars of your families, so why should only you take risks? I evaluated the situation at the time and only acted because I was confident. After all, even Li Changsheng had to kneel obediently when pushed to the brink. A criminal being chased by the police couldn't possibly turn the tables, right?" Zhuge Liang's words made Wang Fuxing glance at her a few more times, his professional smile now tinged with sincerity. "Call your guardian to come and sign the paperwork to take you home," Wang Fuxing reminded her. This put Zhuge Liang in a dilemma. Who should she call? Not Liang, he was also a student, and the police station likely wouldn't release her to him. If he found out, he'd probably tease her for ages. Then, she, Jerome, Fenglan. As the genius prodigy in her teacher's eyes, Zhuge Liang still wanted to save some face for herself. Wait, she suddenly remembered someone. The number she had registered back then was 811-877-627. Confidently, she dialed the number. After a few rings, the call was answered, accompanied by a cacophony of noise, clanging and banging, sounding like a fight. "Who is it? I'm chopping someone here, and you dare call me?" the person on the other end shouted. Zhuge Lan hesitated for a moment. There was no more suitable person to bail her out. Lu Nuo was the best option 2 months ago. She had saved this leader of the Axe Gang. Lu Nuo, it's me, Zhuge Lan said calmly. February 27th, the high school student on Shengli Road. Huh? Little bro, Lu Nuo exclaimed in surprise. You damn it. Someone's ambushing me. Chop him. Another round of intense fighting sounds followed. To an outsider, it was clear someone was fighting, but the specifics were unclear. Half a minute later, Lu Nuo reconnected the call. Sorry for the wait. Little bro, someone tried to ambush me while I was on the phone, Lu Nuo said cheerfully. We haven't talked in 3 months, and suddenly you're calling me. What's up? Just say the word, and I'll handle it for you. He sounded ready to go to any lengths for Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan succinctly explained the situation. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then, little bro, you're amazing. Ha ha, Zhuge Lan shook her head helplessly. Who would have thought that her good intentions would end up sending someone to the police station? After laughing enough, Lu Nuo promised to come and pick her up within half an hour. After hanging up, she met Wang Fuxing's surprised gaze. You're only in your first year of high school. Yes. Flying in your first year. It's just natural talent. You're still a bit away from the top rankings at Jinbang 4th High. What's your level? Level 29. Level 29. Wang Fuxing couldn't help but turn to look at her. Your talent must be S level, right? Zhuge Lan nodded, and Wang Fuxing's expression immediately turned serious. Kid, if you encounter something like this in the future, make sure you're absolutely confident before taking action, he reminded her sternly. Let's do a simple record first. Once your guardian arrives, you can go home. A level 29 first-year student. She had only awakened 3 months ago, right? A true genius. Humanity's greatest fear is the early loss of a genius, as every genius represents hope for the future of humanity. This time, Zhuge Lan didn't argue, once again feeling the nation's special care for its talents. At the police station, Wang Fuxing didn't take Zhuge Lan into the interrogation room. Instead, he provided her with snacks and hot water. Just as the record was about to be made, the hot-tempered policewoman Qi Ling stormed in. Master, you rest. I'll handle this small matter. Wang Fuxing hesitated, but Qi Ling had already sat down, looking rather aggressive. Zhuge Lan seemed reluctant to deal with her. I was too impulsive earlier. Qi Ling awkwardly apologized. The injured person is my fiancé, so? Oh, I guess I was too heavy-handed and hurt your fiancé. Let's call it even, Zhuge Lan responded politely. All right, let's begin, Qi Ling asked seriously. Name? Zhuge Lan. Gender? Gender. Female. I instinctively joked earlier. Ask again. Qi Ling was about to speak. All right, don't scare the student, Wang Fuxing interrupted. These details can be checked by entering the name into the internal network. Don't make it difficult. Before he finished speaking, Wang Fuxing suddenly stared at the computer screen, his expression changing. Zhuge Lan and Qi Ling followed his gaze. Insufficient permissions, unable to access. The base's police defense captain had limited access? What kind of identity did Zhuge Lan have? Knowing Zhuge Lan was a genius, Wang Fuxing instantly understood at least an SS-level top-tier talent. All right, no need for the record, Wang Fuxing said. Wait for their guardian to arrive and release them directly. This was the privilege of geniuses. Forget about unlicensed flying as long as they didn't cross the line of betraying humanity. Even if they had truly made a mistake today, it wouldn't be a big deal. After all, these geniuses would be active on the front lines in the future. Enjoying some privileges in advance was no big deal. Little brother, big brother's here to pick you up. The voice arrived before the figure. Looking up, Lu Nuo, covered in blood, swaggered into the police station, casually greeting the police defense team. Some of them showed disdain, some ignored him, and others nodded in response. Clearly, he was an old acquaintance. Qi Ling frowned immediately upon seeing Lu Nuo. Why is this gangster here? Qi Ling said coldly. Master, I'm leaving now. Before Wang Fuxing could react, Qi Ling had already stood up and ran off. But she couldn't escape Lu Nuo, who blocked her in the hallway. Yo, Qi Ling, little sister, you're here too. Lu Nuo raised an eyebrow. Got time? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Qi Ling glared at him with disgust, pushed him aside, and walked away directly. Lu Nuo didn't mind and waved to Wang Fuxing. Old Wang, Lu Nuo said enthusiastically. This kid just flew without a license. Let him off the hook for my sake, okay? Wang Fuxing frowned and gave Zhuge Lan a deep look. Young man, you have great talent. Don't go down the wrong path. He spoke earnestly. Understood. Thank you for your concern. Zhuge Lan nodded. He could sense the care behind those words. Lu Nuo didn't refute, as he and Zhuge Lan were not on the same path. All right, Nuo, sign here and take him away, Wang Fuxing waved. Don't forget what we talked about last night. No problem. You can count on me, Lu Nuo said confidently, skillfully pulling out a form, filling it out, signing it, and swaggering out of the police station with Zhuge Lan. Standing at the police station entrance, Zhuge Lan couldn't help but ask, Brother Nuo, you're so familiar with the police here? Well, you could say we're colleagues in a way, Lu Nuo said nonchalantly. Didn't you ask last time why gangsters chopping people up in the middle of the night aren't afraid of being targeted by the base police? That's because people like us are actually informants sent by various police departments, specifically tasked with gathering intelligence and managing those idle individuals. Huh? Is that even possible? Zhuge Lan asked in surprise. And when you guys fight each other, they don't care? They don't care about insignificant people like us? Lu Nuo said self-deprecatingly. It's the crimes committed by high-level martial artists that give them headaches. These small squabbles are left for us to handle ourselves. So that's how it is. It seems that after the revival of spiritual energy, this kind of cooperation model emerged. It's probably like outsourcing some miscellaneous tasks, right? No wonder Lu Nuo values his students so much. For the sake of other regions charging student protection fees, he's even willing to negotiate personally. In a way, he's half an external staff member. These societal matters, little brother, you don't need to worry about them. The most important thing now is to study hard. Lu Nuo waved his hand. After saying so much, how about I take you back to school? Zhuge Lan glanced at the sky. It was almost noon. Let's have lunch together. Lu Nuo seemed a bit troubled upon hearing this. This is just a coincidence, Lu Nuo said helplessly. Today, the boss of the Yamada Group is planning to retire and go straight. According to the rules, he won't cause trouble anymore, so I have to go and ruin it for him. The boss of the Yamada Group. Was it this boss who orchestrated the attack on you that day? That old bastard. Let's go. We must ruin it for him. Zhuge Lan jumped into the car directly. He was just a passerby. Why did he get dragged into this? This grudge must be settled today? Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhuge Lan saw Lu Nuo, still hesitating. Hurry up, Zhuge Lan urged. You're a grown man. Why are you still dawdling? Lu Nuo didn't get angry. Little brother, you're a genius with a bright future ahead. Getting involved in our messy affairs. Stop talking nonsense. Zhuge Lan snapped. I got dragged into it that day, and now I just want revenge. But you don't have to. I'm already level 29. Lu Nuo fell silent, decisively got into the car, started it, and floored the accelerator. The strong acceleration made Zhuge Lan grab the handle tightly. Hey, slow down. Ha, little brother. Are you getting carsick? Virum damn. Lu Nuo stepped on the gas even harder, speeding all the way, and finally executed a stylish drift into the parking spot at their destination. The first thing Zhuge Lan did after getting out of the car was shoot Lu Nuo a glare. You really are hopeless, a complete slacker. The smile on Lu Nuo's face instantly disappeared, replaced by endless sorrow. I'm already 40 years old, only level 34, and not even older than you. I'm such a failure. After Lu Nuo's special skill effect ended, Zhuge Lan recovered. Lu Nuo jumped up, leaping over 10 meters, and stared at Zhuge Lan curiously. Little brother, what was that ability just now? You almost scared me to death, Lu Nuo said with lingering fear. Innate ability, pretty cool, huh? Zhuge Lan said discontentedly. Lu Nuo scratched his head, smiled, and admitted he hadn't done well. Just kidding. Lu Nuo walked up and put his arm around Zhuge Lan's shoulder. Let me tell you something, brother. The Yamada gang has been committing all sorts of evil lately, and the higher-ups have decided to clean them out. So today, as long as no innocents are hurt, we can cause as much trouble as we want. Is this on orders to seek revenge? I like it. Go. If we're late and that old guy finishes washing his hands, it'll all be over. The two headed toward the nearby restaurant. The middle-aged greeter at the entrance clearly recognized Lu Nuo. and looked visibly nervous. He turned to instruct a younger man before walking over himself. Brother Nuan, you're so busy. I thought you wouldn't have time to attend my old man's retirement banquet, so I didn't send you an invitation, the middle-aged man said with a smile. His words, however, carried an underlying message. I didn't invite you, so why are you here? Lu Nuan had come to crash the event, so he wasn't offended by the remark. Meichuan Xiongqiao wants to retire? I had to drop everything, just finished chopping someone up and rushed over to send him off. Didn't even have time to change my clothes. Lu Nua's face darkened. What? Meichuan Kuzi, you're not welcoming me. Zhuge Lan blinked. Meichuan Xiongqiao? Meichuan Kuzi? These names. Was the person who named them hit on the head by a door? This naming style clearly wasn't from a pure Huaxia background. During the early days of spiritual energy revival, the first to be wiped out were the small countries and islands. Only a few powerful individuals managed to escape to nearby major nations seeking refuge, and these nations formed the scattered base cities we see today. Just as Lu Nuan was shouting, Zhu Bei appeared at the end of the street with over 100 people, all carrying their signature axes at their waists. The younger men at the restaurant entrance immediately formed a human wall to block them, and the tension between the two sides was palpable, ready to erupt at any moment. Meichuan Kuzi's face darkened. It's broad daylight. Is your axe gang trying to stir up trouble? Meichuan Kuzi asked coldly. Not at all. We're just here to send off the old man. The key is whether you'll give us face, Lu Nuan replied nonchalantly. Meichuan Kuzi was silent for a few seconds, his face grim, before forcing a smile. Since you're here, you're guests. Please come inside. Now that's more like it. That's how you treat guests, Lu Nuan said with a wave of his hand. Let's go, time for a feast. A large group of people surged into the banquet hall, occupying a quarter of the area near the main stage. The people originally seated there wisely stood up and gave way, watching the scene unfold. The events of 3 months ago were still fresh in everyone's minds. Over the past few months, the Axe Gang and the Yamada Group had been in constant conflict. Everyone had already guessed that today wouldn't be peaceful, and many were here just to watch the drama. Come eat, Lu Nuan said generously. Don't hold back. Order the most expensive dishes. Over 100 people spread out, eagerly grabbing food, specifically targeting the priciest items. Meichuan Kuzi's forced smile was barely holding up, but he still hoped to resolve the situation with money and refrained from losing his temper on the spot. If the Yamada Group could defeat the Axe Gang, they wouldn't have been ambushed in the first place. Zhuge Lan was equally unreserved. He had been focused on training for the past 3 months and hadn't had the chance to taste the delicacies of this new world. Little brother, this is exotic beast meat. Eat more to nourish yourself. Don't be shy. Eat with your big brother. This wine is spirit wine. You're not of age yet, so you can't drink alcohol. Have some juice instead. It's freshly squeezed from spiritual plants. Once Zhuge Lan was satisfied with his meal, the banquet entered its latter half. Meichuan Kuzi delivered a speech of gratitude, followed by the customary charity auction. The auction items were provided by them, and the proceeds were donated to charity organizations. Despite the chaos of the apocalypse, charity had not ceased. The first auction item was a stone statue of Guan Yu, said to be an antique from before the spiritual energy revival. The starting bid is 50,000. Everyone please place your bids, announced Meichuan Kuzi. Lu Nuan immediately raised his paddle and bid 50,000. The atmosphere in the room instantly cooled down. They were just here for the spectacle, not to be made a laughingstock. However, the Axe Gang also had ways to deal with other gangs. A bald middle-aged man raised his paddle and said, Guan Yu represents ancient loyalty. I, Ghost Lao Chi, bid 60,000 to bring him back to guard our EZ alliance. 60,000? That's nothing, Lu Nuan said disdainfully. 70,000, 80,000, 90,000, 100,000. Lu Nuan wanted to continue bidding, but Zhuge Lan gestured to stop him. What's going on, little brother? Don't you even know how to discuss people? Does this EZ alliance have a big background? Zhuge Lan cautiously asked. Bah, just a small group supported by the Yamada Gang, Lu Nuan said dismissively. He thought it had a significant background, but it turned out to be a small, insignificant gang? Watch this. 100,001, Zhuge Lan bid. Just 1 yuan more than you. Ghost Lao Chi squinted angrily at Zhuge Lan. Kid, still wet behind the ears, what are you doing here? Ghost Lao Chi scolded. I bid 110,000. Zhuge Lan didn't respond immediately, as if he was scared, just as the hammer was about to fall. 110,001, Zhuge Lan said lazily. Meituan Kuzi and Ghost Lao Chi's smiles froze. Kid, are you messing with me? Ghost Lao Chi roared. What's the matter? Can't people bid? Zhuge Lan replied nonchalantly. Fine. Very well. I bid 120,000. 120,001. No matter how much Ghost Lao Chi bid, Zhuge Lan always added 1 yuan more. Furious, Ghost Lao Chi slammed the table and stood up. You little brat, you're asking for death. You're asking for death. Ghost Lao Chi slammed the table and roared. Zhuge Lan remained completely unfazed. Just this little temper? Who are you calling a little brat? Zhuge Lan teased. The little brat is you. Ghost Lao Chi shouted. Oh, the little brat is me, huh? Zhuge Lan responded with a cheeky grin. The profoundness of Chinese culture made some people in the room understand and burst into laughter. Soon, the entire room erupted in laughter. Ghost Lao Chi finally realized what had happened and furiously tried to lunge at Zhuge Lan, but Meituan Kuzi quickly stopped him. You owe me an explanation for this, Ghost Lao Chi demanded angrily. Meituan Kuzi frowned, feeling displeased. How dare you speak to your master like this? Just as he was about to retaliate, an elderly man with white hair stepped forward. Of course, an explanation is necessary. I'll handle this, he said. Meituan Kuzi immediately bowed. Father, sorry to trouble you. Well, Meituan Xiongqiao, not hiding like a turtle anymore. Lu Nuo mocked. Meituan Xiongqiao ignored Lu Nuo and stared coldly at Zhuge Lan. Young man, this is not a place for you to cause trouble. Go back to school, or I'll make you suffer. The threat was clear. But, was Zhuge Lan just an ordinary high school student? He stood up directly, flicked a toothpick into his mouth, and casually spread his hands. Troublesome. Then don't bother. He flipped the table, scattering leftovers all over the floor. This action was like a signal flare, and all the members of the Axe gang stood up. Good. If it's troublesome, then don't do it. Crash, tables were flipped one after another, slapping Meituan Xiongqiao and Meituan Kuzi in the face like a resounding slap. Damn it. Lu Nuo gripped the mountain-splitting axe tightly and charged at the nearest Meituan Kuzi, slashing fiercely. The opponent barely managed to block with his katana, but staggered back several steps. The scene instantly descended into chaos. Zhuge Lan was a bit surprised wasn't there an unwritten rule that no fighting was allowed during the day. He had only intended to flip a table for some excitement. Who would have thought it would turn into a real fight? Since that was the case, he couldn't just stand idly by either. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of maternal love? A beam of golden light shot from his eyes, striking Meituan Kuzi's abdomen directly. His stomach instantly swelled, as if he were 10 months pregnant, and waves of intense pain followed. This guy was tough, refusing to cry out, but his movements and reactions slowed noticeably. Lu Nuo, who had been barely held off earlier, swung his axe, sending the katana flying, and then struck again, splitting him in two. Blood and entrails splattered everywhere, mixing with the leftover food from earlier. Lu Nuo gave Zhuge Lan a thumbs up and continued his rampage with the mountain-splitting axe. Zubiite didn't follow this time, instead standing beside Zhuge Lan with a black pot in hand. Clearly, Lu Nuo had tasked him with guarding Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan, reassured, unleashed his full power. Are you out of your mind? A bald man attempting to ambush Lu Nuo suddenly clutched his backside, with soup dripping through his fingers. The stench was overwhelming. Lu Nuo turned to look and swung his axe. Forget it. Accept your fate, you worthless scum. A member of the Yamada gang who had already cut down several people was struck and immediately lost the will to fight, only to be swarmed and hacked to death. Catching a blade barehanded, 100% success rate. Another person trying to ambush Lu Nuo was intercepted by Zhuge Lan's sword. A palm strike filled with lightning sent him smoking and collapsing to the ground. With Zhuge Lan's assistance, Lu Nuo swept through the battlefield like an unstoppable force, leaving the Yamada gang trembling in fear. Meituan Xiongqiao, who had just lost his beloved son, watched Lu Nuo rampage like a war god and turned to flee in terror. But Zhuge Lan had been keeping an eye on this old scoundrel. Trying to silence witnesses? Demonic sword technique. Meichuan Xiongqiao froze mid-run, clutching his groin as he fell to the ground, blood pooling around him. Now he truly was old and childless. Zubiai, watching from the side, was dumbfounded, nearly dropping the black pot in his hand. How had he dared to mess with this ruthless man back then? Luckily, he had run away quickly, or else. With the two leaders taken out, how could the remaining underlings hold their ground? The Axe Gang members hacked away, leaving the Yamada Gang in disarray. Meichuan father and son's trusted aides and ambitious followers were all killed, leaving only the small fry who couldn't hold on and had to throw down their weapons. We surrender. Stop fighting. We give up. We give up. Zhuge Lan reluctantly sheathed the pie sword. He had originally targeted one of the surrendering men, intending to use the demonic sword technique to finish him off. But now, there was no choice. Anyone he targeted never left alive. Who wouldn't be terrified? Lu Nual wiped the blood off his face and cupped his hands toward the people hiding in the corner of the banquet hall, treating it as a safe zone. Debts are settled with the dead. From now on, the Yamada Gang is no more. The Axe Gang will take over half of the vacated territory as per usual, and a portion will be allocated to everyone else. We hope for your support when the time comes. Brother Nual is too polite. Brother Nual is reasonable and follows the rules. We trust him. The Yamada Gang even targeted students they deserved it. It seemed there was already a tacit understanding. Just as Lu Nual reached an agreement with the other gangs, a group of base police stormed in. The police are here. Everyone get down. Drop your weapons. The previously polite Lu Nual and the gang leaders all obediently crouched down with their hands on their heads, looking like honest men. Zhuge Lan was still hesitating, wondering if crouching down would make him lose his protagonist aura. Just then, he saw Wang Fuxing stride in and wave to greet him. "Old Wang, over here." This shout drew everyone's attention, and Wang Fuxing frowned as he quickly walked over. After scanning the scene and confirming Zhuge Lan was fine, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. After Zhuge Lan left, he reported the situation to his superiors, whose attitude was, as long as it wasn't treason, let him do as he pleased. This information was terrifying. If something happened during his activities, everyone present would likely be in trouble. Didn't I tell you to send him to school? Wang Fuxing roared at Lu Nual. "Nuozi, you're looking for trouble. Do you know that?" Lu Nual shrank his neck and didn't dare talk back. Zhuge Lan, however, was well aware of his own importance and appeared somewhat arrogant. "Oh, old Wang, don't blame Brother Nual. I insisted on coming along myself." Buzz, 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 his wristwatch vibrated incessantly. Zhuge Lan looked down and saw it was a call from Li Changxing. This was awkward. He glanced at Wang Fuxing, who helplessly gestured for him to answer. Only then did Zhuge Lan pick up the call, and Li Changxing's half-body projection and background immediately popped up on the screen. It seemed he was at home. Zhuge Lan hadn't expected that the wristwatch she gave him had a projection call function. This surprised everyone present. They were all part of the base's security force, so how could they not recognize their own top leader? They all took a few more glances at Zhuge Lan. This kid was definitely not simple. The tense atmosphere around Zhuge Lan clearly startled Li Changxing as well. "What's going on? Where are you?" "I'll come over right away," Li Changxing asked urgently. "Ah, there was a gang fight just now, but it's just ended," Zhuge Lan said, a little embarrassed. "Uncle Li, what do you need me for?" Li Changxing didn't answer immediately. "Turn around and let me take a look." Zhuge Lan had no choice but to comply, and Wang Fuxing and the others immediately stood up straight. After confirming Zhuge Lan was fine, Li Changxing finally relaxed. "Kid, you've only been on break for 1 day, and you're already causing trouble," Li Changxing scolded. "I just checked your location. You're not far from my house. Come over directly." "All right, I'll be there soon," Zhuge Lan replied with a smile. The call ended. Zhuge Lan looked up and saw Wang Fuxing and the others staring at him with complicated expressions. "Old Wang, look at this." Zhuge Lan gestured with his eyes. "You can leave any time," Wang Fuxing quickly said. "Do you need me to send someone to escort you? I noticed you're not flying very fast, and this place is a bit far from the center. Is that appropriate?" "Of course it's appropriate." Wang Fuxing waved to the crowd. At this moment, Zhuge Lan noticed Qi Ling was also there, standing unhappily at the back of the group, next to her fiancé, the cold-eyed youth. Qi Ling glanced at her fiancé. Although she understood Wang Fuxing's good intentions, she still shook her head and refused. Master, I'm not going. Wang Fuxing frowned. Given the opportunity, you don't even cherish it. The others immediately puffed out their chests and raised their heads. Could the opportunity fall to them instead? I don't know the others well, and I wouldn't feel comfortable. Zhuge Lan pointed at Lu Nua. Let Brother Nua take me instead, he's also one of your temporary security personnel. Wang Fuxing agreed without hesitation. Then Nua, Brother Nua, you take him first. Use my aircraft. Lu Nua took the car keys thrown by Wang Fuxing and stood up with a smile under the envious gazes of everyone. Zhuge Lan laughed and led the way out of the banquet hall. Everyone watched them leave, their thoughts returning to the banquet hall filled with severed limbs and broken bones. They understood in their hearts that from now on, all the gangs in Putian Bay City would have to show respect to Lu Nua. After all, he had the backing of the formidable base leader Li. At the restaurant entrance, Brother, you're amazing. Lu Nua gave a thumbs up and patted Zhuge Lan's shoulder with one hand. Thanks to you, I really shone today. From now on, the gangs in Putian Bay City will have to walk with their heads held high in front of me. Seeing that Lu Nua's attitude toward him hadn't changed, Zhuge Lan also smiled. I believe, Brother Nua, you'll definitely manage things well. Lu Nua lightly punched Zhuge Lan's chest, sharing a tacit understanding. Let's go. This time, I'll try out the police aircraft and see just how fast the straight-line distance between 2 points can be. At the mention of this, Zhuge Lan's face turned pale. Oh no, he almost forgot how reckless Lu Nua was when driving. Maybe the aircraft is different from a hover car? As it turned out, ugh, forget it, I accept my fate. I'm just a salted fish. At Li Changxing's doorstep, Zhuge Lan was vomiting while Lu Nua was sulking, creating a strangely harmonious scene. Once the two recovered, they glared at each other fiercely. Zhuge Lan defiantly raised his middle finger. Lu Nua, not understanding what it meant, mimicked him and raised his middle finger at himself. Zhuge Lan couldn't help but laugh. All right, stop messing around. Go take a shower, the smell is too strong. The aircraft was indeed more comfortable than a hover car, especially since it was a police aircraft flying straight all the way. But Lu Nua was covered in a bloody smell that fermented in the confined space. That smell opening the windows didn't help. If you ever need anything, just say the word. I'll definitely help, Lu Nua said seriously. Zhuge Lan nodded, turned, and walked to the door, ready to knock. Before he could touch the doorbell, the door opened on its own, revealing Li Yiting's beautiful face. Ugh, Li Yiting covered her nose and took a step back. What is that smell on you? It's awful. Zhuge Lan shrugged, thinking about how he'd been tormented by Lu Nua. After entering the house and arriving in the living room, Li Changxing glanced at them and casually said, Yiting, get a set of my clothes for Zhuge. Let him take a shower first. Although Zhuge Lan was only 17 years old, he was already over 1.8 meters tall. After 3 months of rigorous training, his muscles were firm, and his physique was similar to Li Changxing's. After showering, Zhuge Lan returned to the living room, but Li Yiting was nowhere to be seen. Li Changxing was wearing glasses and focused on processing documents. Zhuge Lan didn't disturb him and casually opened the system panel. Divine Skill System. Host, Zhuge Lan level, 29 talent. Sword of Pi magic skills. Palm Thunder, Rasengan series illusion skills. Phantom Clone, Deception combat skills. Thunder Armor, Dragon Palm strike energy. For 1,747 points essence. 2,478 points lottery. Open divine skills. Are you crazy? 100% bare-handed blade catch. Strongman identification. Just give up, salted fish. Evil warding sword technique. Counterfeit reality is the illusion technique taught to him by He Shi, and it is also the foundational skill of He Shi's illusion system. Since he didn't have an illusion skill card, Zhuge Lan spent a full 3 months upgrading to level 2. Among them, the Rasengan series includes Crescent Moon Slash, Rasengan, Giant Rasengan, Thunder Element Spiral Air Bullet, and other moves. This is currently Zhuge Lan's most powerful technique aside from divine skills. Although Dragon Palm Strike is also quite powerful, it is only level 1, and after all, It is not the complete Dragon 18 palms, so its strength is still slightly lacking. It seems that the two divine skills are use sick and 100% barehanded blade catch can improve quickly in the short term. I just don't know when they can reach max level and free up the divine skill slot. Divine skills do not have a fixed maximum level. The level cap varies for different divine skills, with some capped at level 3 and others possibly as high as level 9. From a long-term perspective, the higher the level cap, the better. At this moment, Li Changxing finished processing the documents, took off his glasses, placed them on the coffee table, and calmly looked at Zhuge Lan. That gaze, no matter how you interpret it, seemed like he was about to hold him accountable. Those gangs are merely used to clean up the petty thugs in the base city, serving as a self-cleaning mechanism for the base city, at most just minor skirmishes. You need to look to the future. As humanity's third SSR genius, reclaiming control of Earth is your true battlefield. Li Changxing's tone was calm, but the goal he depicted was incredibly grand. This was both the reality of the situation and the responsibility on his shoulders. I know what I'm doing, Zhuge Lan responded in a deep voice. You should be aware of what happened 3 months ago. I was unjustly implicated, and this grudge must be avenged. Li Changxing nodded slightly and said no more. He stood up and walked toward the training room. I heard from Yi Ting that you've always wanted to learn my sword techniques. Today, I'll teach you one move. Zhuge Lan's eyes lit up. This benefit came effortlessly, delivered right to his doorstep. Zhuge Lan excitedly followed Li Changxing to the training room. Li Yiting was also training there. When she saw the two enter, she merely glanced at them and continued shooting arrows. Notably, Li Yiting had chosen a spot in the corner of the training room, as if she had anticipated Li Changxing would bring Zhuge Lan here and had deliberately left the middle area vacant. Li Changxing stood in the center of the training room, calmly looking at Zhuge Lan. I primarily use the sword in combat, and my battle techniques and magic skills revolve around the sword. You're different. The sword is just one of your talents, so if your swordsmanship talent isn't strong enough, there's no need to spend too much time on it. I'll teach you one move first. If you can comprehend sword intent, I'll teach you all my sword techniques. After speaking, Li Changxing didn't wait for a response and closed his eyes to focus. His right hand slowly retracted to his left waist, and starlight began to gather in his palm, gradually forming a sword hilt and blade. He assumed a sword-drawing stance, and his aura steadily rose. Could this be? Swish! Li Changxing suddenly opened his eyes and drew his sword, unleashing a deep cyan sword energy. The sword energy detached from the blade and flew 100 meters in the blink of an eye, accurately slicing through the target. The sword energy continued to impact the training room wall, leaving a massive, bottomless crack with edges as clean as if cut by a hot knife through butter. So cool. Zhuge Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to learn. This is a move I created myself, called Gale Slash. Li Changxing slowly said. It is based on the sword drawing technique, different from the kneeling or half-kneeling posture of the Sakura clan's Iato. The sword drawing technique requires standing. When holding the sword, you can gather the strength of your entire body, continuously infuse wind, attribute spiritual power, and unleash the strongest strike. You are all attribute. Even if you can't comprehend sword intent for now, you don't have to limit yourself to Gale Slash. You can try combining it with the explosive slash of the fire attribute or the thunder slash of the lightning attribute. These are all good directions. Moreover, your strange spiritual power limit is very suitable for this kind of skill that requires charging, but the sword's hardness requirements are very high. You should be fine. Zhuge Lan's pie sword. Even Li Changxing couldn't break it. Hurry up, hurry up. Do you have a skill card? Give it to me, give it to me. Zhuge Lan urged impatiently. However, the path of the sword is singular. Only by wholeheartedly committing can you reach the peak. Li Changxing said seriously. Taking shortcuts will only limit your potential. Stop. Zhuge Lan raised his hand to interrupt. You just said that the sword is only one of my talents, like illusion techniques. First, use a skill card to learn a move, then rely on talent to develop further. It's more efficient. What nonsense. He has a system. As long as his sword swinging speed is fast enough, he can level up to the point where you doubt reality. Li Changxing thought about it and realized it made sense. He took out a skill card from his storage ring and handed it directly to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang took it and immediately absorbed it, instantly understanding the related techniques. What surprised Zhuge Liang was that this skill card wasn't Li Changxing's Gale Slash, but this sword drawing technique he had just mentioned, a B-level combat skill. Zhuge Liang looked at Li Changxing in confusion. "My sword moves don't have skill cards," Li Changxing said proudly. "To learn my swordsmanship, unless you're a sword genius, even my daughter can't do it." Zhuge Liang's mouth twitched. He glanced at Li Yiting, who was silently shooting arrows in the corner, and suddenly felt she was quite pitiful. Otherwise, even if Li Yiting's talent was in archery and not swordsmanship, she could at least learn a move or two for self-defense, right? Perhaps it was precisely this stubbornness of Li Changxing that allowed him to cultivate to an unattainable level of 79. Not bad. Using the sword drawing technique as a foundation and combining various attributes, one could completely create their own skills. Zhuge Liang summoned the Pi sword, positioned it at his waist like Li Changxing, and began continuously infusing non-attribute spiritual power to charge. The momentum kept rising. Zhuge Liang deliberately tested the limits of the sword drawing technique, delaying the strike. The Pi sword seemed like a bottomless pit. No matter how much spiritual power was infused, it remained unmoved because reciting 3,417 digits of pi made the sword's hardness astonishing. At first, Li Changxing didn't pay attention. But after a minute, Zhuge Liang was still charging, and his gaze became serious. After 2 minutes, his expression turned solemn, cautiously approaching, fearing the Pi sword might not withstand the spiritual energy explosion. After 3 minutes, watching Zhuge Liang still charging and the Pi sword showing no signs of collapse, Li Changxing quietly stepped back. No wonder she reported that teaching Zhuge Liang not only lacked a sense of accomplishment, but was frustrating. Did he really think teaching him would lead to easy mastery? Unless it's mastery-level sword drawing technique, it's impossible to infuse this much spiritual power. Li Changxing racked his brains, but couldn't figure out how Zhuge Liang could last this long. It was all thanks to reciting enough digits of pi. At 3.5 minutes, the Pi sword trembled slightly. Zhuge Liang finally unleashed that sword strike. A pale blue crescent-shaped slash flew out from the blade, spanning 100 meters, and carved another slightly smaller crack next to the one Li Changxing had created. The power seemed 6th tier, Li Changxing exclaimed. "This damage is definitely 6th tier. You're only level 29, and you can unleash a 6th tier strike." Compared to Li Changxing's astonishment, Li Yiting was much calmer. 6th tier? Zhuge Liang had an even more powerful move, with the same level of power, and it didn't require 3 minutes of charging. Zhuge Liang stared at the sword of pi, thinking, the strongest aspect of the sword drawing technique wasn't the slash itself, but the killing power of the sword strike. If paired with the evil warding sword technique, what man below the 7th tier could withstand a single strike? This was the true fatal blow. Moreover, the attack targeted the most vulnerable and hardest to defend area of a man. As a weak point attack, it might be even stronger, and even those above the 7th tier might not be able to evade it. In other words, Zhuge Liang looked at Li Changxing. Given enough time to charge, even at level 79, he might not be able to avoid instant death. Li Changxing felt a chill down his spine from Zhuge Liang's piercing gaze. Was this the instinctive sense of life-threatening danger? Zhuge Liang could already threaten his life, just because he taught him a single sword-drawing technique? Li Changxing began to question life itself. Was an SSR-level genius really this powerful? Could he bridge a 5-tier gap? If Zhuge Liang knew what Li Changxing was thinking, he would definitely say, "SSR is just the highest grade you assigned to talent, but it's not my limit. This move of yours has already surpassed the scope of basic sword-drawing techniques." Li Yiting leaned in and said, "You're so good at naming things. Why not come up with a name for this move yourself?" The names of moves for Li Yang, Li Yiting, and even she were all coined by Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang nodded and lowered his head, pondering a stylish name for the sword move. One sword to Marquis. One sword to Immortal. One sword. Wait. Got it. I'll call it. Zhuge Liang pointed his sword forward and confidently declared, "One sword, Immortal Niels." Li Yiting savored the name, and the more she thought about it, the more she appreciated it. "As expected of you. From now on, I'll leave the naming of my moves to you." she said admiringly. Standing nearby, Li Changxing saw Zhuge Lan's ambition reflected in the name of the move. Immortal, that was a legendary figure from ancient tales, capable of moving mountains and filling seas with a wave of their hand, their strength at least surpassing that of a martial god. A single sword to surpass a martial god? Quite ambitious. Not bad. Li Changxing nodded in approval. Strength should be like a mad dog, relentlessly pursuing its goals. Zhuge Lan was utterly confused. Ambition? What ambition did he have? But seeing Li Changxing's admiring gaze, he decided not to refute it. He turned back to continue practicing the proficiency of one sword, Immortal Kneels. Moreover, he experimented with charging the move using different elemental energies, discovering varying effects. Wind attribute brought a sharp cutting sensation. Lightning attribute was extremely fast, with strong penetration. Fire attribute delivered explosive damage. However, like the Rasengan, some attributes didn't enhance the effect. Light attribute was decent apart from its blinding brightness. The power wasn't diminished. Water attribute, on the other hand, was ineffective, reducing the power by more than 2 levels. Zhuge Lan played around with countless variations, leaving Li Changxing envious. 9 attributes. He himself only has a single wind attribute, which is really enviable. Moreover, it's rumored that Zhuge Lan mastered the changes of 9 attributes in just 10 days. When he first started learning attribute changes, he was only at the 4th tier. Is this what a genius is? I hope Yiting doesn't feel too much pressure. SSS level. Won't she be left too far behind by him? Li Changxing sighed, turned around, and continued handling documents. He couldn't be bothered with the kids' matters. This holiday ended up being a complete waste. Spent the early morning at the police station, sparring with Lu Nua at noon, and spent the afternoon and evening in the training room with Li Yiting, crazily improving the proficiency of one sword Immortal Kneels. All skills are easiest to break through at the first level. Sure enough, at around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhuge Lan received a system notification. Skill 1 Sword Immortal Kneels, proficiency maxed out. Would you like to consume 1,500 essence points to ascend? 1,500 essence points? Seeing this high cost, Zhuge Lan smiled. The higher the cost, the greater the potential of the move. Confirm. 1,500 essence points consumed. Skill ascended to 1 Sword Immortal Kneels. The system didn't provide new data, so he had to test it himself. Charging up again. Zhuge Lan clearly felt the charging speed had significantly improved, reducing the original 3.5 minutes to about 2 minutes, reaching the limit of the circle ratio sword. Not bad. After a few more ascensions, if the charging time could be reduced to under half a minute, its practical value would be sufficient. The proficiency required after level 2 was too high, so Zhuge Lan didn't continue grinding. After greeting Li Yiting, he turned to leave. Li Yiting let out a sigh of relief. Shaking her sore and numb hands, Zhuge Lan finally stopped others of talent and worked so hard, she couldn't bring herself to rest either. It's late, and the road isn't safe. How about coming to my place to train tonight? Li Yiting suggested. Zhuge Lan recalled the situation on the night road last time and decisively nodded. Tomorrow, they would leave the city to fight exotic beasts, and he just wanted to rest well and recharge his energy. A dreamless night. No cliché scenes of sneaking into a girl's room. He replaced sleep with cultivation, and with a blink of an eye, it was morning. After taking a shower in the guest bathroom, Zhuge Lan had just stepped out of the room when he bumped into Li Yiting, who had also just woken up and finished her shower. People often say that one is most attractive right after a shower, and at this moment, Li Yiting looked as if she had just walked out of the water, exuding an aura that made hearts race. Zhuge Lan couldn't help but take a few more glances. Li Yiting froze as well, staring at Zhuge Lan without blinking. It had taken her 3 months to get used to his appearance, but she was still stunned by his handsomeness. Talented, smart, hardworking, and handsome. Absolutely perfect. I was going to say. Both spoke at the same time, then looked at each other in surprise, swallowing their words. I'll go first, Zhuge Lan interrupted, breaking the spell. Where should we have breakfast? I'm a bit hungry. Li Yiting. This is way too straightforward, seriously speechless. My dad's assistant usually prepares breakfast. Let's go to the dining room, Li Yiting said, turning away unhappily. Zhuge Lan was puzzled, not understanding why she suddenly got upset. Oh well, it wasn't time for her relatives to visit yet. Shaking his head, he thought, women's thoughts are truly hard to fathom. After a simple breakfast, the two took a flying vehicle to school. Upon arriving at the training room, Li Yang and she were already there. Huh? How did you two come here together? Li Yang smirked mischievously. And last night, Zhuge didn't he come home all night? Could it be? As soon as this was mentioned, Li Yiting couldn't help but glare at Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan looked confused again, deciding not to guess the girl's thoughts and instead directly clamped Li Yang's armpit. You rascal, taste the power of your dad's grip. Li Yang struggled desperately, but the difference in strength was too great, rendering his efforts useless. After 3 months of almost constantly wearing thunder armor and undergoing gravity training, Zhuge Lan's physique far surpassed his peers. All right, stop messing around, she said. Get ready, we're heading out. Only then did Zhuge Lan let go, grinning widely to reveal 8 teeth. My talent can't wait any longer. Li Yang and Li Yiting also nodded to indicate they were ready. Seeing the three in such good condition, she was very satisfied. She led them to board the aircraft, but instead of heading outside the city, they were heading, isn't this going to the city center of the base? Li Yiting asked in confusion. Blind trials are meaningless, you need tasks as goals, she explained. Martial artists usually take tasks from either the Hunter Alliance or the Martial Artist Alliance. The Hunter Alliance is a civilian organization with fewer tasks and higher difficulty. The Martial Artist Alliance is a semi-official organization offering more tasks but with fierce competition, so most people choose this one. After finishing, she waited for the three to digest the information before continuing. You should choose one alliance as your main development direction. With a higher rank, you can even gain privileges. Which one to choose? Zhuge Lan, Li Yang, and Li Yiting exchanged glances. I'm fine with anything you guys decide, Li Yang said indifferently. I suggest we take a look first, we'll naturally know which one to choose then, Li Yiting said with a smile. All right, let us check it out first, Zhuge Lan agreed, indifferent as well. After all, it was just about taking tasks, so it didn't matter where they went. Upon reaching the destination, Zhuge Lan finally understood what Li Yiting meant. Through the window, he saw 3 tall buildings standing in the city center of the base, arranged in a convex shape. Zhuge Lan's gaze was drawn to the building on the right. It was composed of 2 pyramids, resembling an hourglass, with a massive purple dragon coiled around its exterior wall. The dragon's head roared skyward, spitting out the words Martial Artist Alliance. It was incredibly cool. The building on the left, however, was square and angular, with the words Hunter Alliance hanging on it. It was bare, almost devoid of decoration. Simply put, it was quite ordinary. Compared to the Martial Artist Alliance building, it was far inferior. The middle building was the city government of the base, managing the operations of the entire base city. As for its architectural style, it was plain and unremarkable. The three exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement, already having made their choice. As for why Zhuge Lan hadn't seen the Martial Artist Alliance before when he came to the city center of the base city was simply too large. The city center alone was larger than a city in his previous life. The entire base city had a population of over 100 million. So, it was natural that Zhuge Lan hadn't been here before and hadn't seen it. Sister why is there such a big difference? Zhuge Lan asked curiously. These 2 alliances are considered competitors. Why is the Hunter Alliance so lackluster? The Hunter Alliance has always been like this. People have advised them to improve, but they never listen. She smiled and said, the Martial Alliance is different. That hourglass is the founder's talent, time hourglass, which can control the flow of time. The dragon is the current president's talent. Every time a new president takes office, the building gets renovated. The Martial Alliance really keeps up with the times. In comparison, the Hunter Alliance seems outdated. As the aircraft landed, the 3 naturally headed toward the Martial Alliance. Before even entering, they could feel that there were far more people here than at the Hunter Alliance. As soon as they stepped into the Martial Alliance's hall, a wave of heat hit them, and the place was bustling with noise and shouts everywhere. Inner-city escort mission. Captain is a 4th-tier Martial General. Anyone above 2nd tier, come sign up. Is there anyone who can heal? Quick, save a life. Anyone willing to clear out the rat swarm? At first glance, Zhuge almost thought he had entered a game world. Before he could react, a small floating sphere flew up to the three of them and projected the image of a beautiful woman in professional attire. The three of you are not registered. Are you here to join the Martial Alliance family? The projected woman asked with a smile. Listen to that. She didn't say apply or register, but directly said join the family. Just from this phrasing, the service must be top-notch. Zhuge exchanged glances with Li Yong and Li Yiting, and they finally nodded in agreement. All right, please confirm permission to allow me to access your basic information. After real name authentication, you can become family members. A screen popped up in front of Zhuge showing a document requesting access to personal information, with two options at the end. Think again, and this time only. Li Yiting and Li Yang's screens were the same. Zhuge clicked, this time only. The result: permission denied, unable to access. The same prompt appeared in front of Li Yiting and Li Yang. Wow, the projected woman exclaimed. You three are truly geniuses. Please wait a moment, a staff member will assist you within 10 seconds. As soon as she finished speaking, a girl in the same professional attire quickly walked up to them. Hello, family of four. I am the lobby manager, Li Qin. Please follow me to the VIP lounge, Li Qin said sweetly with a smile. Zhuge glanced around and noticed that the commotion had already attracted quite a bit of attention. He nodded and followed Li Qin. This is way too much fuss, Li Yang whispered. It's just registering an identity and picking up a task, and they're taking us to the VIP lounge. You need to learn to adapt, she said confidently. Geniuses are the most precious no matter where they are. In the Pewdie-based city, with a population of over 100 million, only a few hundred people each year reach S-level talent. And those who reach SS level are even rarer, at most 20 in the entire city. So few? Li Yang, who had always stayed in school, was still processing this information. Just enjoy the treatment for now, Zhuge said, turning back. Everything you have now comes with a price. In the future, you'll pay for it with sweat and blood on the front lines. There's no such thing as benefits without a reason. They arrived at the VIP lounge. As soon as the four sat down, someone immediately brought them hot tea, which seemed to carry the fragrance of spiritual plants. Zhuge took a sip. Though he didn't know much about tea, he could tell this tea was definitely expensive. Hello, teacher He. Are you taking these three students out of the city for training? Li Qin looked at He-Shi. Since all three of you are classified geniuses, please present base leader Li's authorization order. He-Shi tapped her wristwatch and waved to send a document to Li Qin. Li Qin carefully reviewed it, then smiled sweetly and said, Thank you for your cooperation, teacher He. She turned to Zhuge and the other two. Thank you, geniuses, for choosing to join the Warrior Alliance. When taking on tasks, please act within your capabilities. The fall of any genius is a loss for humanity. I wish you success in your missions and hope you surpass the martial gods soon. After speaking, Li Qin left the VIP lounge, and a projection of an elegant woman appeared. Greetings, geniuses. I am Athena, an artificial intelligence. Given your high confidentiality level, I will be responsible for your task reception and review. Apart from the base leader of Putian Bay City and the president of the Warrior Alliance, others must apply to headquarters to access task information. Lastly, please act within your capabilities. Challenging yourself is important, but only by staying alive can you truly showcase your strength. Athena waved her hand, and an entire wall of task interfaces appeared. Zhuge Li Yiting, and Li Yang exchanged glances, feeling immense pressure. Was it really necessary to remind them so many times? What kind of hell awaited them outside the base city? The three fell silent for a few seconds before starting to browse the tasks. No matter how difficult, they had to go. He-Shi, do you have any suggestions? Zhuge asked. In the past, He-Shi had a strong sense of control, and all training plans had to follow her instructions. Why was she so quiet today? My task is to ensure you don't get into trouble in the wilderness, He-Shi said calmly. Unless you face a life and death crisis, even if you're injured, I can only stand by and watch. Nowadays, as long as there's still a breath left, recovery is almost guaranteed. The three exchanged glances, and the pressure instantly increased. But what followed was a surge of determination. 3 months of grueling training had led to this moment to prove themselves. Let's discuss which level of tasks we should take first, Zhuge Liang suggested. Although we're only at level 29, we have the ability to challenge higher levels. Same-level beasts lack talent and are weaker than us, humans with high talent. So I recommend choosing tasks between levels 3 and 5. Won't level 5 be too high? Leon couldn't help but ask. They were only level 29. Was it really wise to challenge beasts above level 50 on their first wilderness mission? Li Yiting recalled Zhuge Liang's performance last night and nodded in agreement. Then let's compromise, Zhuge Liang said. First, we'll pick 3 level 3 tasks with non-conflicting routes to practice, then challenge 3 level 4 tasks, and finally take on a level 5 task as a final push. How does that sound? Li Yang stared at Zhuge Liang, confirming he was serious and could only nod in agreement. The pressure from this SS-level genius was no joke. Great. Athena. Zhuge Liang was about to ask Athena to filter tasks when the wall of tasks suddenly disappeared, replaced by a set of combinations. Upon closer inspection, they were exactly what Zhuge Liang had just described. 3 level 3 tasks, 3 level 4 tasks, and 1 level 5 task, with routes clearly marked on the side for easy reference. Truly worthy of being an artificial intelligence. To build proficiency, Zhuge Liang leaned toward choosing beast group clearing tasks. However, dealing with groups of beasts significantly increased the danger. Level 3 tasks were manageable, level 4 tasks were barely doable, but level 5 tasks could easily lead to trouble. So, he chose tasks mainly involving hunting level 3 and 4 exotic beasts, while the level 5 task was to collect a spiritual plant guarded by a level 5 exotic beast. This set, no problem, right? Zhuge Liang asked. No problem for me, Liang said. It's fine, Li Yiting nodded. Zhuge Liang immediately confirmed. The task has been registered. Looking forward to seeing the 4 of you again as a family. Athena will implant a subprogram into your wristwatches, making it convenient to view task information and intelligence, and you can directly log into the warrior's home through the wristwatch to submit and accept tasks. You can also set a safety word. If you encounter danger, say the safety word, and warriors within a 5,000-kilometer radius will receive a distress signal. Since you are classified as confidential level geniuses, the distress signal will be of the highest red level. Those who receive the signal and have the ability to rescue, but choose not to, will be considered traitors to humanity. The teleportation array has been activated and can directly transport you to the base city's entrance. Wishing you success in your missions and hoping you surpass the martial gods soon. Athena gave a slight bow and then disappeared. A complex formation lit up by the door, shimmering dreamily. Teleportation array? Liang exclaimed in surprise. This room is actually equipped with a teleportation array. A teleportation array, as the name suggests, must be set up by a formation master with spatial attributes. Besides the mainstream basic 9 attributes and advanced yin-yang attributes, there are also special attributes like space, death, and life. Awakeners with these attributes are extremely rare, so they are not considered traditional attributes. Teleportation arrays are scarce and have high strategic value. All countries treat them as important military assets. Ordinary people can't buy them. Even if they have money, they must be exchanged for battle merits. The Warrior Alliance setting up a teleportation array in such a small room shows their formidable strength. Compared to the teleportation array, I'm more surprised that ignoring a distress signal would be considered betrayal, Zhuge Liang remarked, amazed at the strict treatment. It also shows how much the higher-ups value geniuses. All right, let's go, she said. Thanks to you 3, we've saved a lot of time. The 4 of them stepped into the teleportation array one by one. Their vision blurred, and they arrived at a spacious square surrounded by dozens of barrier guards standing ready. Ugh, Li Yiting and Liang couldn't help but retch, clearly experiencing some discomfort. Zhuge Liang, who felt nothing, seemed somewhat out of place. She glanced at Zhuge Liang and turned to negotiate with the barrier guards. Soon, the guards let them pass. Li Yiting and Liang recovered and stared at Zhuge Liang in surprise. You didn't feel anything at all? Li Yiting asked helplessly. Liang was equally astonished. The reason was obvious. This indicated that Zhuge Liang had an extremely high affinity for spatial attributes. It's a pity that skill cards for spatial attributes are extremely rare, and the school doesn't have any in stock, she said regretfully. Spatial attributes are powerful. Even a simple spatial blade can deal cross-level damage. However, given Zhuge Liang's talent, the three quickly adapted. Passing through layers of guards, the four finally arrived at the base city's gate. Standing there, they looked at the towering walls, which seemed to stretch endlessly into the horizon. People were steadily marching toward the wilderness with heavy steps, and few were returning. Well, this is it, she said firmly. Unless it's a matter of life and death, you won't see me again until you return to the city. After speaking, she gradually disappeared like a phantom. It's a phantom clone, Zhuge Liang said. I can't believe I didn't notice when he slipped away. Looks like I still have a lot to learn. Li Yiting and Li Yang remained silent, feeling a bit tense about Hexi's departure. Despite their talents, they were still only 3 mid-level warriors at level 29. All right, let's go. Zhuge Liang placed a hand on each of their shoulders and strode forward, saying, It's time for us to leave the novice village and venture out on our own. The three walked shoulder to shoulder, passing through the 100-meter-thick city gate tunnel, crossing the protective barrier of the base city, and finally standing in the wilderness. Before them stretched a vast expanse of dark brown earth. A pungent smell of blood assaulted their senses, catching them off guard and causing them to cough violently. The barrier guards stationed outside the city gate turned to glance at them, their expressions complex upon seeing three young faces. In the end, one of them could only offer a word of caution. The wilderness is dangerous. Don't act recklessly. Staying alive is the key to utilizing your strength. Thank you, we'll be careful, Zhuge Liang replied politely. The three of them looked determined and brimming with confidence. The guard shook his head and said no more. Zhuge Liang waved his hand, summoning 3 pi swords, which carried Li Yiting and Li Yang as they flew at low altitude. Among the crowd of people driving hover cars and flying vehicles, they stood out conspicuously. However, most people, upon seeing their youthful appearance, couldn't help but sigh and shake their heads. Young people were too flamboyant and still lacked maturity. Some kind-hearted individuals approached to offer advice. Young ones, the wilderness is dangerous. Don't waste your spiritual energy on traveling. Save every bit of strength you can. Thank you for the reminder, Zhuge Liang responded courteously. My talent is unique. It doesn't consume spiritual energy. No consumption. The burly man was taken aback, staring intently at Zhuge Liang and Li Yiting, as if realizing something. He said seriously, Don't be too arrogant. Stay vigilant. Remember to set up safety signals in advance. If you encounter danger, don't hesitate. Seek help immediately. You too. May your martial journey be prosperous, and may you surpass the martial god, Zhuge Liang replied with a smile. The burly man's gaze grew even more resolute. Don't casually say the latter part to others. Only those with SS-level talents can understand. While humanity protects its geniuses, the outside world is treacherous. You must protect yourself. These words were a valuable lesson for Zhuge Liang. Then, may your martial journey be prosperous, and may you return with great success. Haha, may you also return with great success. The two waved goodbye and headed toward their respective destinations. Zhuge Liang occasionally checked his wristwatch for navigation, flying toward the nearest 3rd-level mission, exterminate the rat swarm. Along the way, the ground beneath them remained dark brown, and the smell of blood lingered, though they gradually grew accustomed to it. They didn't encounter any exotic beasts or spiritual plants. It wasn't until they had flown 50 kilometers that the scenery changed. A boundless grassland appeared before them. The grass reached up to an adult's waist. The shortest trees were at least 10 meters tall, and many others towered up to 100 meters. The revival of spiritual energy had caused all living organisms to evolve. Even ordinary plants had grown significantly larger than before. However, intelligent beings, such as humans, had not experienced much change in size. We're nearing the border, Zhuge Liang reminded them. Stay alert, we could encounter exotic beasts at any moment. Understood. Li Yiting's eyes lit up as she retrieved a longbow resembling the shooting Sirius from her spatial ring, knocking an arrow in preparation to shoot. I'll take the lead, Li Yang said, as a phantom of thorn armor appeared around his body. He drew his battle blade and took the front position in the team. Zhuge Liang took the rear, gripping a sword of pie. The three flew slightly higher, avoiding the grass that obstructed their view and reducing a lot of trouble. The grass concealed many small exotic beasts and traps, such as swamps and vine-like spirit plants, which often ambushed passers-by. However, flying higher also exposed them to the sight of airborne exotic beasts. Shortly after entering the giant forest, a dense, buzzing sound arose, and a group of exotic beasts, half the height of a person, burst out from the treetops. They had compound eyes and antennae on their heads, mouths with three sharp spikes resembling short spears, two pairs of wings on their chests creating strong winds, and blood-red liquid flowing from their abdomens. It was second-tier bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Li Yang's face turned serious. This is one of our third-tier missions. Be careful of their mouth parts, they're poisonous. The phantom of the thorn armor solidified, covering Li Yang's entire body like real armor. He swung his blade at the nearest bloodthirsty mosquito, the blade's light condensed with spiritual energy forming an arc. Although the mosquito nimbly dodged the attack, it attracted their attention, and a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes rushed forward. Li Yang counterattacked with his blade, but the effect was limited since they were second-tier creatures, and he couldn't defeat them easily. However, when the mosquito spikes struck Li Yang, the thorn armor blocked them, even reflecting some attacks back to their abdominal weak points, causing significant damage. The stored blood gushed out like a torrent. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Ying pulled back her bowstring, released it, and the arrow split into 15 shafts, flying through the air and precisely hitting 15 bloodthirsty mosquitoes, perfectly avoiding Li Yang's position. The arrows pierced through two openings, emitting thick smoke from the wounds. Even ordinary arrows carried high-temperature fire attributes. Second-tier defenses were nothing in front of Li Ying. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes fell into the grass below, where a group of exotic beasts emerged. They had dozens of half-meter-long tentacles growing from their heads, quickly binding the bloodthirsty mosquitoes tightly and dragging them into the grass, disappearing from sight. Damn, where are those blooming zombies? Zhuge Liang couldn't help but curse. Wait, leave the mouthparts behind. The mouthparts of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes were the required items for this mission. But these exotic beasts clearly didn't listen, continuing to bind the spoils tightly. Not just the mouthparts, even the wings were taken. Zhuge Liang was so furious he was about to explode. Robbing me? He glanced at Li Ying, knowing that with her and Li Yang working together, clearing out dozens of bloodthirsty mosquitoes was no problem. Zhuge Liang's eyes flashed with a fierce light, staring at those opportunistic creatures below. Strong identification technique. Give up. Lazy fish. Two divine skills locked onto the two largest exotic beasts. One was knocked down into the grass, unable to move, while the other rolled belly up, crushing a large patch of grass. Only then did Zhuge Liang get a clear look at these creatures. They resembled mouse heads with pointed snouts, over half a meter long, with short limbs and dozens of fleshy tentacles around their noses, making them utterly grotesque. Second-tier exotic beasts, star-nosed moles. They were social exotic beasts, specialized in lying in wait for prey. Zhuge Liang stared at those tentacles, feeling no disgust. These tentacles were materials needed for a third-tier mission. Running into me, you can forget about escaping. Zhuge Liang instantly gathered power and slashed with his sword. The star-nosed mole's short limbs couldn't block the blade, and he cleaved them in half with one strike, 100% success in catching blades barehanded. It's practically a natural counter to these short-range creatures. The effect was incredible. Zhuge Liang attacked left and right, striking down one star-nosed mole with each sword swing, leaving them no chance to escape. He even took the opportunity to use divine skills to improve his proficiency. Everything else was fine, except for the half-minute cooldown of the evil repelling sword technique. TSK. Truly ruthless. The three unleashed their full firepower and quickly cleared out two waves of beasts, clean and efficient, completing their first battle in the wilderness. Seems pretty easy, Zhuge Liang joked. His words drew aggrieved looks from Li Ying and Li Yang. Zhuge Liang might have crushed the enemies effortlessly, but the two of them didn't have it so easy. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes had grown smarter, spreading out their formation, which greatly reduced the efficiency of Li Ying's multi-arrow attacks. Moreover, they even used their proboscises as hidden weapons, putting the two in a tough fight. Compared to Zhuge Liang's ease, although they were all geniuses, the gap was evident. Suddenly, a denser buzzing sound came from afar. The three's expressions changed. Damn, we forgot to deal with the corpses. Quickly, the smell of blood has attracted more beasts. Zhuge Liang's face darkened. They had been too relaxed during the fight earlier and completely overlooked this. Li Yiting and Li Yong were no different. Lacking experience, they had made a mistake. Prepare for battle this time. The numbers are terrifying. Thousands of bloodthirsty mosquitoes swarmed toward them. Any ordinary second-tier warrior facing such a situation would surely face total annihilation. Even for the three geniuses, one misstep could lead to disaster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zing. Thunder and the sound of air being torn apart echoed from Zhuge Liang's hands. A bright blue spiral energy ball quickly formed, and his figure vanished in a flash. Thunder technique, spiral air bomb. Zhuge Liang hurled the energy ball into the swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Half a second later, a ball of lightning exploded at the forefront, sending bolts of electricity shooting out like arrows, piercing through the mosquitoes and charring them black. Li Yiting fired 3 consecutive multi-arrows, raining down arrows and taking out a small cluster of mosquitoes. The swarm showed 2 noticeable gaps, but they were quickly filled again. There were simply too many of them. Zhuge Liang frowned. If he were alone, he could easily use kite tactics to wear down the mosquitoes bit by bit while practicing his divine skills. Bringing Li Yiting along would still be manageable since she's a ranged fighter and doesn't require much attention. But with Li Yong in the mix, Zhuge Liang waved his hand, and 341 Pi swords floated around him, creating a scene reminiscent of 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Dozens of swords revolved around Zhuge Liang at high speed. Drawing on his experience with the Rasengan, Zhuge Liang skillfully controlled the swords, forming a high-speed rotating spherical sword shield that enveloped the 3 of them. The swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes crashed into them like a black fog, with the ones at the forefront being shredded into pulp. Inside the sword shield, the 3 remained unharmed. Swish, 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 one by one, the Pi swords shot out from the gaps in the shield, and the bloodthirsty mosquitoes had no chance to dodge. Each mosquito was pierced by the blades, instantly harvested. Zhuge Liang's technique never faltered, continuously releasing divine skills and rapidly improving his proficiency. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes, unwilling to back down, retaliated by shooting their sharp proboscises, forming a dense black net that descended upon them. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out continuously. Facing so many enemies, a few proboscises occasionally broke through the defense, but they were quickly shot down by Li Yiting's arrows. The remaining stragglers were steadily intercepted by Li Yong. There was no way to threaten Zhuge Liang. The speed of the Pi sword is still not fast enough. If it could rotate at high speed like the Rasengan, it wouldn't leave any gaps at all, Zhuge Liang thought silently. Then, he controlled the Pi sword and shield, charging directly at the bloodthirsty mosquito swarm. After crushing them back and forth several times, the area he passed through was completely cleared, as if wiped clean with a blackboard eraser, leaving no trace behind. After losing nearly half of their numbers, the bloodthirsty mosquito swarm finally began to fear and scattered in retreat. Zhuge Liang and his 2 companions remained vigilant, waiting for half a minute to confirm that they had truly fled before finally relaxing a little. Zhuge Liang retracted the Pi sword and shield, a hint of fatigue showing on his face. Phew, spiritual energy could be replenished, but physical exhaustion could not be recovered. Controlling the Pi sword and shield required a lot of calculations. Although he was very familiar with Pi and could save 90% of his mental effort, it was still quite taxing. Hurry up and collect the materials. We need to retreat as soon as possible, Zhuge Liang said. The smell of blood here is too strong. Ordinary beasts might not dare to come, but stronger ones are unpredictable. Thus, Li Yiting, who possessed an SSS-level talent, and Li Yong, with an SS-level talent, became the logistics team cleaning up the battlefield. Zhuge Liang's gaze flickered, his thoughts unknown. With no time for careful harvesting, the 2 simply threw the beast corpses into their spatial rings, filling them up before quickly retreating. Just a few kilometers away, they heard deafening roars and shrieks behind them, followed by the booming sounds of battle. The noise was so loud, even from this distance, it had to be a fifth-tier beast. Even Zhuge Liang couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Fifth tier. Although he had two skills capable of dealing sixth-tier damage, they required charging during which he couldn't move quickly, and Li Yiting and Li Yang clearly couldn't hold off a fifth-tier beast. Few so dangerous, Li Yang exhaled deeply. I didn't expect the smell of blood in the wilderness to spread so quickly, Li Yiting remarked. No wonder the first thing everyone says is to be extra careful. The wilderness is truly perilous. They were geniuses, yet their first battle had left them so disheveled. Ordinary people wouldn't even stand a chance. It's different, Zhuge Liang shook his head and said. Ordinary people are trained through mentorship, protected by teams. Our talents mean we are destined to face challenges alone, and the Guardians keep an eye on us, only allowing us to try on our own. Only by falling into a pit yourself will you remember where the pit is. Li Yiting and Li Yang nodded in agreement. In the future, they would definitely avoid greed in battle and try not to make the battlefield too bloody. All right, dig a tree hole and deal with the beast corpses first, Zhuge Liang said. He was about to summon the Pi sword when Li Yang raised his hand to stop him. You've consumed too much just now, let me handle it. Zhuge Liang did not object. Li Yang took his battle knife, its blade vibrating with a buzzing sound, and hollowed out a giant tree as if cutting through tofu, leaving only the outer layer of bark. The three of them crawled into the tree hole, cutting the required materials from the beast corpses and throwing the remaining bodies to the bottom of the hole. The seemingly empty shell of bark began to wriggle, slowly devouring and decomposing the corpses. The entire process emitted no trace of a bloody smell. Once the materials were processed, the hollowed-out tree stump became even sturdier, seemingly ready to grow stronger soon. Quite interesting. We use it as a shelter, and it absorbs nutrients from us. Li Yang sighed. But it takes running into a team like ours with so much feed. Zhuge Liang laughed and said, if it's an ordinary team, it might not be the same. Sometimes they even get freeloaded. Ah, that's true, Li Yiting said. The proboscis of the bloodthirsty mosquito is sufficient, but the star-nosed mole's star nose is still lacking. Then kill a few more, Zhuge Liang said indifferently. Earlier, it seemed fraught with danger, but to him, it was nothing. He suddenly realized that even SSS level Li Yiting still had a significant gap compared to him. Were the other two SSRs the same? Or perhaps, let's go, let's finish the task quickly, Zhuge Liang said. The three continued forward, heading to the next mission location. After this experience, when facing second-tier alien beast groups, they would aim to resolve the situation as quickly as possible. If it dragged on, they would throw the corpses into the spatial ring and retreat swiftly. They would rather come back multiple times than take unnecessary risks. Zhuge Liang also kept grinding his divine skill proficiency, especially the evil warding sword technique. This move was useless in the base city, but he was determined to max it out. Divine skill, evil warding sword technique, proficiency maxed. Would you like to consume 2,000 essence points to ascend? 2,000 essence points? This was the highest consumption for a divine skill he had encountered. But considering the powerful effects of the evil warding sword technique, the price seemed reasonable. Zhuge Liang didn't ascend immediately. He first dug a tree hole, ensured safety, and then confirm. 2,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to evil warding sword technique. Excited, Zhuge Liang was ready to find a group of unlucky star beasts to test his new move. Suddenly, the smartwatches on the wrists of all three vibrated simultaneously. Looking down, a blood-red exclamation mark was flashing. This was the highest-level distress signal issued by the Warrior Alliance. The Warrior Alliance's distress signals are divided into 3 levels: white, black, and the highest red. The white signal covers a range of 10 kilometers and can be sent by any Alliance member, but whether to help depends on personal willingness. The black signal covers 50 kilometers and can only be sent by gifted or high-level members, with rewards for those who assist. The red signal covers a range of 5,000 kilometers and can only be sent by SS level or higher talents. Ignoring the signal and failing to rescue is considered betrayal of humanity. Of course, Rescuing the talent not only earns double rewards from the base city and the Alliance, but also wins the gratitude of a genius. Zhuge Liang confirmed the signal source. It was actually within the area of their 5th-tier mission. Could it be that someone else had taken the same collection task? The three exchanged glances. Should they rescue or not? Before they could decide, the blood-red exclamation mark on the smartwatch suddenly disappeared, replaced by a line of text, detected as classified level and insufficient strength. Exempted from mandatory rescue this time. Zhuge Liang. This was way too considerate, wasn't it? But it was precisely this line of text that made him silently stand up. He considered himself not top tier in strength, but certainly not useless either. Having always enjoyed the care of others, now it was his turn to contribute. It definitely wasn't because he had been too bored these past few days and wanted some excitement. Don't move, I'll go take a look, Zhuge Liang said. The place that can make a genius send a distress signal is too dangerous. You following would be too risky. Li Yiting initially wanted to retort, "You're only level 29. But the words stopped at her lips and she swallowed them back. Along the way, despite being slightly inexperienced, Zhuge Liang seemed more like a seasoned veteran guiding newcomers. At critical moments, he was always the one stepping up to solve problems, while the others could only assist. Li Yiting was relatively strong. After all, she had an SSS-level talent and could occasionally deliver impressive damage. But Li Yang, his biggest role was being a meat shield for Li Yiting. Zhuge Liang had the Pi sword and shield, so he didn't need Li Yang's help at all. The gap between them was obvious at a glance. Go ahead, leave this side to us, Li Yang said decisively, even throwing a glance that implied, "We'll protect your woman." Zhuge Liang rolled his eyes at him. "Who is my woman? None of you should go." She suddenly appeared at the entrance of the tree hole, her expression serious. "I'll go alone. You all stay here and don't wander off." Li Yiting and Li Yang fell silent. They were still too weak and had no choice. "But I disagree," Zhuge Liang said firmly. "That's also the location of our 5th-tier mission. I must go and see for myself. Giving up is not my style." "You." She glared at him angrily. "This is not the time to cause trouble. Sister He, are you afraid of my talent?" Zhuge Liang insisted. "My newly awakened ability allows me to catch blades barehanded without any problem. Even Uncle Li can't control me. Although I can't contribute much in direct combat, I'm definitely more useful than you in support." She squinted her eyes, hesitating. After all, Zhuge Liang's talent was SSR level. Even if the one sending the distress signal was an SSS-level genius, losing Zhuge Liang in the process of rescuing him would be absolutely unacceptable. "Sister He, time is running out," Zhuge Liang urged. She sighed helplessly, gritting her teeth as she instructed, "You must stay within 10 meters of me." "No problem." She reminded Li Yiting and Li Yang again to stay disguised and avoid unnecessary actions. Then, activating her starry eye, she and Zhuge Liang cloaked themselves and swiftly flew toward the direction of the distress signal. "I don't understand. Why do you insist on going?" She asked, puzzled. Zhuge Liang's determination confused her. "Actually, I don't think it's that dangerous," Zhuge Liang analyzed. "The distress signal will attract many high-level warriors. This place is less than 200 kilometers from the base city, so there won't be anyone above the 7th tier. If it's really just a 7th tier opponent," with why she felt confused, puzzled, and a bit frustrated, what exactly was she doing at level 29? The two moved forward at full speed and quickly reached the vicinity of the distress signal. She lowered her altitude, slowed down, and cautiously approached. But soon, a silver-white snow fox blocked the way. This is a spatial attribute lightning fox. Based on 1 meter per tier, it's stuck at the peak of tier 6, she said in a low voice. "Lightning foxes have a keen sense of smell. My invisibility might not work." "Then should we take it down?" Zhuge Liang asked. The crystal core of spatial attribute beasts is a key material for building teleportation arrays, but they are extremely rare. Encountering one is a stroke of luck. She shook her head. Lightning foxes mostly have 3 attributes: lightning, wind, and space. They have strong attack power and are excellent at escaping. Even if we're 2 tiers higher, it's hard to deal with it quickly. Right now, saving people is the priority. Don't alarm it. Let's go around. "So, a tier 6 lightning fox would require a tier 9 to take it down steadily?" Although Zhuge Liang felt that no matter how good it was at running, it couldn't escape his precise, unarmed lock-on attacks. He still listened to He and bypassed it to save people first. However, after changing direction and walking not far, they encountered another Tier 6 peak, Heavenly Demon Snow Lion, also with wind and spatial dual attributes, equally hard to kill. Changing direction again, they ran into a Tier 6 peak, Crystal Wing Blue Fire Butterfly, with fire and spatial dual attributes, capable of flying and running, even harder to deal with. The two had no choice but to keep detouring. Tier 6 peak, Dark Moon White Tiger, with dark and spatial dual attributes, couldn't be killed. Tier 6 peak, Scarlet Blood Thunder Leopard, with thunder and spatial dual attributes, still couldn't be killed. Ishi's expression completely changed. All were Tier 6 peak spatial attribute beasts. There must be a spiritual plan about to mature here that can help Tier 6 peak beasts break through. Ishi said solemnly. And it must be spatial attribute. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many spatial attribute beasts gathering. This is big trouble. Spatial attributes are rare, but possess powerful attack capabilities and flexibility. They are notoriously hard to kill and deal with. For so many to appear together. Even if Li Changsheng came personally, without the base's defensive barrier and city defense equipment, it would be very difficult to rescue the trapped people. Just as He was caught in a dilemma, Zhuge Liang had a plan in mind. Although it was a bit risky, if it succeeded, they would profit greatly. Zhuge Liang's plan was a bit dangerous with just the two of them. Sister He, can you contact other nearby strong individuals? Zhuge Liang asked. I have a plan. We do this first, then this. Hearing the plan, He was shocked, both by the boldness of the plan and by, you have this kind of talent? This ability isn't very suitable for use in normal situations, so I haven't practiced much, Zhuge Liang said, a bit embarrassed. He nodded in understanding. This talent indeed wasn't easy to talk about. Now we can only try your plan, He said helplessly. She led Zhuge Liang back a kilometer and found a big tree, digging a tree hole. I'll go find help nearby. You wait here, He instructed. Zhuge Liang made an okay gesture. After He left, he opened the system panel to check his current status. Divine Skill System Host. Zhuge Liang level. 30 talent. Sword of Pi Magic skills. Palm Thunder. Rasengan series illusion skills. Phantom Clone. Deceive the Real combat skills. Thunder Armor. Dragon Palm Strike. Kneeling Sword series energy. 7,741 points essence. 578 points lottery. Open divine skills. Are you crazy? 100% barehanded blade catch. Strongman appraisal. Just give up. Slacker. Evil repelling sword technique. He had already reached level 30. Level 29 was no challenge at all as he trained. He naturally broke through. But Li Yiting and Li Yang were still stuck at level 29, unable to make the leap. Looks like the protagonist has to fight the boss alone after all. This time when I go back, maybe I can explain everything clearly. Just as he finished speaking, the cover of the tree hole was suddenly lifted, and Zhuge Liang's gaze instantly became tense. Explain what? Ishi's voice rang out. She immediately removed her invisibility and revealed herself, accompanied by a middle-aged man in military uniform. Sister He, you're back so soon. Zhuge Liang was a bit surprised. I happened to run into him, saving me the trouble of looking for people one by one, He explained. This is Colonel Feng Outyin, Deputy Commander of the Barrier Defense Forces at Putian Base City. His talent is Mind Link, which allows people within a certain range to communicate mentally. Oh, Zhuge Liang cautiously eyed Feng Outyin, thinking to himself that this guy might be able to eavesdrop on others' thoughts. Relax, kid. I don't have mind-reading abilities, Feng Outyin said with a smile. Zhuge Liang rolled his eyes at him. You say you don't? Then how do you know what I'm thinking? I know because many geniuses react the same way when they hear about my talent, Feng Outyin replied instantly. Zhuge Liang fell silent, his mind flashing back to the scene where he used 100% barehanded blade catch to make Li Changsheng kneel. Normally, when someone sees their superior in an embarrassing situation, they either fear retaliation or can't help but laugh. Feng Outyin's expression, however, remained completely normal, without a hint of emotion. It seemed he truly didn't have mind-reading abilities. But, although I don't know what you're thinking, It's definitely nothing good, Feng Outyin said helplessly. She had said the same thing back then. It seemed, strong individuals have an instinct for sensing malice? All right, enough joking around, she interrupted. Don't forget why we're here. Regarding your plan, teacher, he has already explained it to me, and I think it's feasible, Feng Outyin agreed. On the way here, I've contacted nearby 5th tier and above experts, and they'll prevent others from intruding. Now, you can start your plan. Zhuge Lan's eyes lit up. Finally, he could show his skills. Sister He, let's go. She's eyes sparkled, and the three of them immediately went invisible. They quietly sneaked back to the edge. For safety reasons, their first target was the lightning fox they encountered first, because so far, it was confirmed to be male. Zhuge Lan raised his hand, ready to summon the Sword of Pi, but she gestured to stop him and handed over a small sword about the length of an arm. Use this, your lightsaber isn't sharp enough. Zhuge Lan nodded in agreement. Although the Sword of Pi was sturdy, it was only sufficient to deal with enemies of the same level. Once faced with higher-level opponents, it became inadequate. He took the small sword, though it was delicate and exquisite. Its sharpness was blinding, undoubtedly a divine weapon. Yuchang's sword, Feng Outyin exclaimed in surprise. This is a 9th-tier divine weapon. Teacher, he has hidden it well. I asked Colonel Feng to keep this confidential, she requested. Of course. From their conversation, Zhuge Lan understood that the Yuchang sword was extraordinary, and she's identity was far from simple. Zhuge Lan gripped the Sword of Pi in his left hand and the Yuchang sword in his right, silently gathering power. His aura began to rise, and the lightning fox immediately became alert, standing upright with its ears perked high, scanning the area where the three were located with vigilance. After all, it was a peak 6th-tier beast. Mere invisibility couldn't completely evade its perception. But it was too late. Exorcism, sword technique. The Yuchang sword struck through the air. Although the lightning fox was renowned for its speed, this time it couldn't react in time. A painful howl echoed as it fell to the ground. Swish! The lightning fox's figure flashed, collapsing onto a giant tree 100 meters away. Its lower body was bleeding profusely, dripping like a waterfall from the branches. Feng Outyin, as a man, couldn't help but clamp his legs together. Too cruel. The lightning fox's wail quickly attracted several other beasts, including the heavenly demon snow lion they had seen earlier. Zhuge Lan sensed quietly the power of the exorcism sword technique had temporarily increased, but its cooldown time had shortened from 30 seconds to 10 seconds. This made it even more useful. Zhuge Lan set his sights on the heavenly demon snow lion, waiting for the cooldown to pass exorcism sword technique. Another painful scream. The heavenly demon snow lion. The nearby skylight white tiger fell from the giant tree, rolling frantically in the grass. Strange. Zhuge Lan had clearly aimed at the heavenly demon snow lion. So why? Could it be that the heavenly demon snow lion was female, and the exorcism sword technique accidentally injured the skylight white tiger's eggs? This was truly awkward. Does the exorcism sword technique come with an autocorrect feature? If he ever had to duel a female opponent alone, he'd have to be cautious with this move. Although he could heal himself, he definitely didn't want to be ambushed. 38. Stirring Discord. Mixed Element Thunderbolt Hand. Extra chapter for World Walking Day. The skylight white tiger stared helplessly at the tragic scene before it, causing the arriving beasts to retreat 100 meters away, eyeing each other warily, their gazes filled with surprise and anger. Surprise at the underhanded methods that had completely escaped their notice. Anger at such bizarre tactics among this group of spatial attribute beasts. Someone must be using spatial skills to play tricks. Zhuge Lan cleverly exploited their habitual thinking, inciting mutual suspicion among them. More and more figures appeared. The beasts that arrived first roared warnings to the newcomers to beware of the old fox, intensifying the tension. As Zhuge Lan's cooldown time ended. Exorcism sword technique. This time, it was the later arriving crystal-winged blue fire butterfly, whose baby was ambushed. It transformed into a giant moth, wailing in sorrow as it crashed around in the air, blood gushing from its abdomen and splattering everywhere. It was heartbreaking to watch. Feng Outyin and she both frowned. The difference was that Feng Outyin empathized, while she lamented the wasted blood. The blood of spatial attribute beasts was an excellent material for crafting teleportation arrays. The third victim had appeared, and this time it was under everyone's watchful eyes. But still, not a single beast discovered any clues. Panic spread rapidly among the beasts. Until, ow, the scarlet thunder leopard let out a miserable cry. This time, it didn't roll on the ground. Though its lower body was still bleeding profusely, it could barely stand on the giant tree. Perhaps it was female. The fatal blow caused severe injuries but wasn't lethal. Zhuge Lian's eyes lit up. No males left. Then it's simple. He chose the most insidious dark moon white tiger as the center, causing the beasts to attack each other one by one. The higher the beast's level, the higher its intelligence. As more beasts got injured, they quickly noticed the pattern. Panic found an outlet. Who cared if it was right or wrong? Awoo! A5 Extreme Thunder Bear roared, striking at the Dark Moon White Tiger from a distance, officially starting the civil war. The Dark Moon White Tiger couldn't refute, so it simply fought back desperately. Its figure flashed behind the 5 Extreme Thunder Bear, preparing to finish it off in one bite. Swish! The 5 Extreme Thunder Bear instantly teleported behind the Dark Moon White Tiger. Just as the two beasts were about to engage in a back and forth, buzz! Space suddenly tore apart, and a spatial blade flew out, enveloping both the 5 Extreme Thunder Bear and the Dark Moon White Tiger. The panicked Dark Moon White Tiger had been prepared and immediately dodged away. Left behind, the 5 Extreme Thunder Bear had its chest slashed open by the spatial blade, its thick fur torn into a bloody wound. Roar! The 5 Extreme Thunder Bear abandoned the Dark Moon White Tiger and charged at the beast that launched the attack. Under the provocation of the Dark Moon White Tiger, one beast after another was injured by mistake, and amidst suspicion and hatred, they fought without hesitation. Before long, the entire forest resembled a ghost town, with flickering figures everywhere, spatial skills flying around, and new grudges and old feuds constantly emerging. More and more beasts fell under concentrated attacks. After all, they were never friends but competitors for rare plants. No matter who started the dirty tricks initially, as long as one could take the opportunity to eliminate a rival, who would let it go? In the face of interests, who the real culprit was no longer mattered. Watching the chaotic beasts, He and Feng Outyin exchanged glances, secretly worrying about the instigator Zhuge Liang. This guy is really just level 29? Oh, just broke through, now level 30. So what? Opposite him is a group of peak 6th tier beasts, and all are notorious for their troublesome spatial attributes. Zhuge Liang didn't notice the strange looks from the two, as he was excitedly stirring up trouble. This one is too fierce, can't let you reign. Give up, trash. Wow. This one runs pretty fast, still uninjured. No way. Strong contender identified. Huh? Are you crazy? That doesn't work on beasts, they don't have talents. The evil warding sword technique's cooldown is ready. Let me stab. Under Zhuge Liang's instigation, not a single beast in this chaotic battle could escape, and scathe all were injured to varying degrees. Sharing the same spatial attribute, they knew exactly where to strike for the most fatal injuries and to hinder escape speed. The battle lasted for most of the day, and finally, only 6 of the strongest beasts remained, staring at each other defensively, not daring to make a move. They were all covered in wounds, with only one fight left in them. Whoever started the fight first, win or lose, would lose the chance to compete for the spiritual plants. However, if you don't want to make a move, then it's our turn. Without Zhuge Liang needing to say much, Feng Outyin directly activated his talent, his eyes instantly glowing with a crimson light. In the next second, Zhuge Liang felt as if a chat room had appeared in his mind, allowing him to sense the presence of various consciousnesses. As the group leader, Feng Outyin was assigning everyone their respective battle targets. Then, screw this, Zhuge Liang shouted. All around, giant trees exploded, and over 10 powerful auras surged out, targeting the beasts he had assigned. They immediately unleashed their ultimate moves. Skills radiated brilliantly, creating an incredibly dazzling scene. Zhuge Liang was not to be outdone, launching precise strikes with both hands, perfectly blocking enemy attacks and successfully controlling 2 beasts, which were swiftly slain by He and Feng Outyin. The remaining beasts were already severely injured. Although they still had spatial attribute skills, their injuries were too severe to escape far, and they were ultimately surrounded and eliminated by the group. Looking at the devastated ground and the corpses of the beasts, the martial artists stared in astonishment at Zhuge Liang and He Shi, their gazes finally settling on He Shi. Everyone knew Feng Aoyin's status was noble, and his ability to control the situation was unmatched, but when it came to strategy, he was still lacking. Zhuge Liang's aura was too weak. Thus, everyone tacitly assumed that the tactics just now were led by He Shi. At this moment, a burly man stepped out from the crowd. It was the same man who had approached Zhuge Liang and the others when they left the base city earlier. "I didn't expect you to make it this far," the man sighed, then cupped his hands toward He Shi and said, "My friend, I am Zhang Wei, the thunderous hand of chaos. May I ask your esteemed name?" Zhuge Liang and He Shi remained silent. Zhuge Liang was silent because Zhang Wei's name and nickname were like a combination of a villain and a background character. He Shi was silent because the credit wasn't hers, but she wasn't sure if Zhuge Liang wanted to keep his identity hidden. "This thunderous hand of chaos, Zhang Wei, and everyone," Zhuge Liang spoke up. "The materials and crystal cores from the beasts we just killed are yours. Phone Commander can allocate a portion to Sister He, and the rest can be used to build a few teleportation arrays for the base city." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. It was because of Zhuge Liang's generosity these spatial attribute beasts contained many treasures. It was also because, when elders speak, children shouldn't interrupt. Zhang Wei frowned and reminded, "Acting rashly and handling spoils on behalf of adults is—" "These items are his spoils," He Shi interrupted. "The planner and executor was my student, so he has the right to dispose of these beasts. Everyone will follow his instructions, no objections, right?" This statement caused an uproar. The instigator behind the self-destruction of a group of spatial attribute beasts that even 7th-tier martial kings found troublesome turned out to be this seemingly weak little guy? After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Wei was the first to speak. "I didn't expect your talent to be so strong. Looks like I was meddling unnecessarily." He shook his head and prepared to leave. "This was also your good intention. My age and strength are obvious, so it's normal for people to doubt me." Zhuge Liang comforted him instead, leaving Zhang Wei, who liked to give orders, with a helpless smile. Who would have thought he'd be lectured by a kid one day? A young genius. This talent must be top tier, right? No wonder he sent out a distress signal. That's why it caused such a commotion. As everyone discussed, He Shi suddenly slapped her forehead. Shocked by Zhuge Liang's bold move, she almost forgot their original purpose. "Quick, follow the signal," He Shi shouted. "We came here to rescue someone. The distress signal wasn't sent by us." "Huh? No." Everyone was stunned, immediately dispersing and sprinting in the direction indicated by their wristwatch signals. After all the effort, they couldn't let it go to waste. Soon, they arrived in front of a lush green vine, where a frail young boy hung from the vine, holding a tang sword and staring at the only deep blue fruit. It was clear that the boy had used the fruit as a threat to survive among a group of peak 6th-tier exotic beasts. "Oh my, this is a spatial vermilion fruit. No wonder it attracted so many space attribute exotic beasts." Many veterans recognized the fruit's identity, but Zhuge Liang was completely baffled. He knew about vermilion fruits, which were one of the mission's objectives this time. They could moderately enhance the consumer's spiritual power and nourish their meridians, though overeating them could destabilize one's cultivation level. But what exactly was a spatial vermilion fruit? He Shi thoughtfully explained. The spatial vermilion fruit is a truly rare treasure. It is a 5th-tier vermilion fruit that mutated before ripening, absorbing the essence of the entire vermilion fruit vine. Not only can it significantly enhance spiritual power without side effects, but it can also allow someone with space attributes to comprehend a spatial skill. "Oh, comprehend a spatial skill?" Zhuge Liang immediately looked at the frail boy hanging on the vine and asked, "What is your attribute?" "Huh? Me?" The frail boy trembled slightly and cautiously replied, "I only have wind attributes." "What? Do you think you have space attributes?" Zhuge Liang asked again. The frail boy shook his head without hesitation. His decisiveness clearly indicated that he must have suffered terribly when using the teleportation array earlier. Then there's no problem if I eat this spatial vermilion fruit, right? Zhuge Liang grinned, showing 8 teeth. I felt perfectly fine when using the teleportation array. Hearing this, a trace of envy flashed in the frail boy's eyes. With a swing of his Tang sword, the spatial vermilion fruit fell from the vine and was caught steadily by Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, the vermilion fruit vine visibly withered, and Chun Zizhen, who had been hanging on the vine, fell directly onto the golden python that had been hidden by the vine earlier. This golden python, lacking space attributes, was likely the original guardian beast of the vermilion fruit vine. Zhuge Liang didn't rush to eat the spatial vermilion fruit. Instead, he first helped Chun Zizhen up and then glanced at He Shi and Feng Aoyan. The two exchanged a look, confirming that neither of them had space attributes. Moreover, even if they did, they wouldn't compete with Zhuge Liang for it. You can eat it yourself, He Shi said with a smile. She was also curious about what kind of spatial skill her student would comprehend. As for the others, the materials from those space attribute exotic beasts were already a considerable fortune. Everyone had only participated in the final cleanup, and the rewards from that were more than sufficient. Not to mention, there would also be rewards from the Martial Alliance and the base city upon their return. After confirming there were no issues, Zhuge Liang took a bite. The juice instantly filled his mouth, tangy and sweet, with a surprisingly pleasant taste. He finished it in a few bites, only to discover that the fruit didn't even have a seed. The feeling was coming. With He Shi nearby and so many bodyguards protecting him, Zhuge Liang immediately sat cross-legged on the spot, closed his eyes, and began to comprehend. The onlookers instinctively dispersed, giving him space. Everyone remained quiet, afraid of disturbing Zhuge Liang. At this moment, Zhuge Liang felt amazing. The spatial vermilion fruit transformed into a liquid inside his stomach, enveloping his meridians, allowing him to absorb and strengthen them. His spiritual power limit also soared. The level skyrocketed to 39, finally breaking through to 40, before gradually depleting. Only a trace of mysterious energy remained, circulating through the meridians. Until, host level detected to have broken through to 40, Divine Skill System upgraded to 2.0. Divine Skill, Evil Repelling Sword Technique, has been fully mastered. Would you like to consume 10,000 essence points to fuse it? Wow, the system upgraded? The second level of the Evil Repelling Sword Technique is already maxed out? Isn't 10,000 essence points a bit too much? And what about my spatial skills? Zhuge Liang opened his eyes and met He Shi's expectant gaze. Hold on, my spiritual energy is a bit insufficient. I'll eat some more. Zhuge Liang instructed the system to automatically absorb spiritual energy from the storage ring while opening the system interface. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host, Zhuge Liang level, 40 talent, Pi Sword Magic Skills, Palm Thunder, Rasengan Series Illusion Skills, Phantom Clone, Deception Combat Skills, Thunder Armor, Dragon Palm Strike, One Sword Kneels to Immortals Series Energy, 99,999 points Essence, 2,478 points Lottery, Open Divine Skills. Are you crazy? 100% Barehanded Blade Catch, Strongman Appraisal, Just Chill, Slacker, Evil Repelling Sword Technique. Energy points are almost at 10,000? That's good news. I can draw higher level divine skills. Too bad energy points can't be directly converted into essence points. I still have to draw slowly, and even if I get a skill I like, I can't keep it. Would you like to convert energy points into essence points? What? This feature is quite considerate. Would you like to convert energy points into essence points? Convert 10,000 points first. Too many essence points aren't useful. Energy points are more important. They can be converted into spiritual energy, which is key for sustained combat. After absorbing most of the exotic beast crystal cores from the storage ring, the essence points finally reached 10,000. Looks like I can replenish my stock when I return this time. Fuse the Divine Skill Evil Repelling Sword Technique. Consume 10,000 essence points, fused into Evil Repelling Sword Technique Max. Like using a skill card, Zhuge Liang finally had a user manual, this time, clearly understanding the principles and mechanics of the Evil Repelling Sword Technique. The Evil Repelling Sword Technique turned out to be a spatial attribute. It looked like a sword thrust, but in reality, it condensed a spatial blade with the sword, directly piercing the target's body through space, which is why no blood ever stained the sword during each strike. Zhuge Liang opened his eyes, gathered the Pi sword, and tried using the evil repelling sword technique to control the spatial blade, aiming at the massive golden python corpse several meters away. Poof! The golden python's head was pierced with a large hole, and blood gushed out like a spring. But Zhuge Liang frowned slightly. The power had clearly decreased. He felt like he couldn't exert enough force. Could it be because he silently adjusted his target, aiming at the golden python's lower half instead? Thud! One sword pierced two holes, directly puncturing the python's body. Looks like that's it. No matter how the divine skill is fused, it still has to be used according to its original rules. Otherwise, while it can still be used, its power will significantly decrease. As for why, Zhuge Liang still couldn't figure it out and could only continue exploring. Moreover, the max-level divine skill was no longer cost-free, because the max-level divine skill had already detached from the system and become a part of him. The consumption during use had to be borne by himself. Fortunately, energy points could restore his mana, so it wasn't a big problem. He glanced at the spatial ring, which still contained quite a few exotic beast crystal cores, enough to draw the divine skill a few more times. But with so many people around, it was better to wait until later. How is it? Have you awakened a spatial skill? She asked with concern. The others also turned their attention to him. I can't say for sure if it counts, Zhuge Liang replied. It fused with my innate ability and strengthened it. I didn't expect it to be a spatial attribute. She naturally knew Zhuge Liang's innate ability. He could devour exotic beast crystal cores to condense new innate abilities. Now, the spatial vermilion fruit could enhance his original talent, which was an unexpectedly good outcome. Not bad. Compared to learning a new skill, strengthening an existing talent is better, with greater potential, and you can master it as long as you spend time on it, she said with a smile. Zhuge Liang nodded in agreement. At this moment, Feng Aoyan walked over to the frail young man and asked in a steady voice, "You must be Chun Zizhen, the SSS-level genius from number 1 high school, right? Where is your guardian?" "Teacher Lin. He sacrificed himself to protect me." Chun Zizhen's eyes turned slightly red. Zhuge Liang was shocked. No wonder Teacher Lin hadn't appeared until now. Living in this era, death is not to be feared. Train hard and include his efforts in your own. That is the best way to repay him, Feng Aoyan said, patting Chun Zizhen's shoulder. Chun Zizhen nodded heavily. I will definitely work hard to become stronger, as long as he still had fighting spirit. Chun Zizhen, what are your plans? Feng Aoyan asked. Do you want to come back with me first? No, I want to continue the trial, Chun Zizhen said firmly. Teacher Lin's death cannot be in vain. I must become stronger as soon as possible. Rest is not in my plans. It seemed those words had stirred him. Feng Aoyan did not insist, and turned to look at He. I'll leave Chun Zizhen to you. I still need to stay at the base city and can't leave for too long. This rescue team had come from the base city. He did not immediately agree, but instead used her gaze to ask Zhuge Liang, "What do you think?" "No problem." Zhuge Liang agreed readily. An SSS-level genius is certainly welcome. She rolled her eyes at him. Does SSS level count as strong to you? Then it's settled, she said. Thank you, Feng Aoyan said, turning to Zhuge Liang. Spatial attribute exotic beasts and crystal cores are very precious. On behalf of the Barrier Defense Forces, I thank you for your generosity. But you shouldn't miss out on the rewards you deserve. I'll convert them into battle merits, and you can exchange them for whatever you want later. Feng Aoyan announced loudly to everyone around. For this rescue mission, each person will receive 1,000 battle merits. Please keep today's information confidential. Anyone who leaks it will be considered a traitor to humanity, and all of humanity will hold them accountable. Everyone's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Battle merits. They could only be earned by completing missions issued by the Barrier Defense Forces or through high-risk rescue operations like this one. Their value. Simply put, one battle merit was worth $10,000. 1,000 battle merits equaled $10 million. But only a fool would exchange them directly for money. Many precious star equipment, potions, and skills could only be redeemed with battle merits. Plus, there are still spatial attribute exotic beast materials outside, rewards from the Warrior Alliance upon returning to the base city. This time, it's a huge profit. Commander Feng is really generous. Don't worry, we will absolutely keep today's events confidential. The news about the genius must be protected. We can't let the Beast God cult or the Akatsuki organization find out. Anyone who leaks information, Zhang Wei, will not be polite. Everyone expressed their stance, and Feng Outyin nodded in satisfaction. Then he went to deal with those exotic beasts. The others dispersed, no longer disturbing Zhuge Lan and the others. Could you please wait for me for half an hour? Chen Zizhen asked sincerely. I want to find Teacher Lin's corpse first, at least bring him back to the base city and give him a peaceful resting place. Do you need my help? Zhuge Lan asked. No, I know the direction. I'll be back soon. Watching Chen Zizhen leave quickly, Zhuge Lan glanced at He-Shi. He-Shi rolled her eyes. Don't think about those unlucky things. I won't die in this wilderness. Zhuge Lan shrugged. That wasn't what he was thinking about. He-Shi's background seems incredibly powerful. He-Shi suddenly asked, your level has increased quite a bit now, hasn't it? Level 40. 4th tier, huh? Good materials are rare. Ordinary Zhu fruits might help you level up, but they also carry risks. You should still focus on steady cultivation in the future. Got it. You? He-Shi hesitated. Your cultivation speed is faster than Yiding and her friends. You're already at level 40. With your troublemaking personality, it might not be suitable to stick with them anymore. Staying with them will only slow down your pace. For example, this time, even He-Shi only provided invisibility and a weapon. Without her, Zhuge Lan might have managed it anyway. Zhuge Lan listened and nodded. It was indeed true. He had already been considering leading his own team. This time, with the epic enhancement, the gap had widened even further. I've indeed made up my mind. When I return, I'll tell them that I'll act independently from now on, Zhuge Lan said. He-Shi nodded without saying much. No problem. Zhuge Lan let the system directly absorb the exotic beast crystal cores in the spatial ring, preparing to draw divine skills. Then, a third of the exotic beast crystal cores in the spatial ring suddenly disappeared. What was going on? But looking at the system panel, he understood. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host. Zhuge Lan level. 40 talent. Sword of Pi magic skills. Palm Thunder. Rasengan series illusion skills. Phantom Clone. Deception combat skills. Thunder Armor. Dragon subduing palm. One sword kneels to the Immortal series energy. 99,999 points essence. 0 points lottery. Open divine skills. Are you sick? 100% barehanded blade catch. Strongman appraisal. Just give up. Salted fish. None fusion. Evil repelling sword technique max. Almost forgot. The energy point cap is now 99,999, nearly 100,000 points. The remaining exotic beast crystal cores can only draw 3 full-value divine skills. But he still needs to reserve energy for mana recovery after all. Skills like Rasengan and One Sword Kneels to the Immortal shouldn't be wasted. Then let's draw twice. With such good luck, I'm sure to get something great today. Thinking this, Zhuge Lan opened the system panel and started the first draw. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. Acquired divine skill, 100% egg-breaking sword. 100% egg-breaking sword. A single swing guarantees the opponent's eggs will break and will not recover for a certain period. Decompose. Zhuge Lan. As expected of you, system, your cheeky moves are unmatched. But Zhuge Lan has the evil warding sword technique, which is far superior to this egg-breaking sword straight-up severing. The functions overlap, so there's no need to keep it. Decompose. Next one. Divine skill decomposed. Acquired essence. 999 points. Only 999 points of essence. It's foreseeable that Zhuge Lan will need a large number of exotic beast crystal cores in the future. But since it's free, no pressure. He refilled the energy points again, consuming most of the exotic beast crystal cores in his storage ring. The remaining ones probably aren't even enough for one full value draw. Watch my guaranteed hit. Draw, energy consumed, 99,999 points. Acquired divine skill. Osteoporosis punch. Osteoporosis punch. A single punch guarantees the opponent's bones will become brittle and prone to breaking. Decompose. This osteoporosis punch sounds pretty powerful, but Zhuge Lan uses a sword and is positioned as a long-range mage DPS. Close combat is too risky. Life and death hang in the balance, and he doesn't want to take that chance. Save it for now, and decide when there are more exotic beast crystal cores. Divine skill save to skill slot. Casually absorbing all the remaining exotic beast crystal cores, he gained 7,844 energy points. That's too little. This made Zhuge Lan feel a bit uneasy. He looked up at He and asked, Sister He, do you have any exotic beast crystal cores on you? Didn't you just replenish a few days ago? He asked in confusion. The spiritual energy in exotic beast crystal cores is quite mixed. I only kept a few high-tier ones as backups. He took out over a dozen 7th and 8th tier exotic beast crystal cores, and even one 9th tier core. In terms of value, these cores were even more impressive than the storage ring Zhuge Lan had just consumed. What a wealthy person. But 8th tier cores only provide around 80 energy points, and 9th tier ones probably just over 90. It's barely a drop in the bucket. Absorbing them would be such a waste. My absorption effect is about the same for high tier and low tier ones. These are too high level, Zhuge Lan said helplessly. I feel like my talent is about to evolve into a new ability, but I'm short on spiritual energy. What? A new talent ability? He said excitedly. Wait, I'll have someone send more over. She lowered her head and tapped a few times on her wristwatch, then took out several flags and placed them in specific positions on the ground. She then activated a Bagua disc she retrieved. Zhuge Lan vaguely felt the space trembling. Then, the light of a teleportation array lit up beneath his feet, and Li Chongqing strode out. Wow, is this really a teleportation array? Zhuge Lan exclaimed in surprise. So this is a thing. Crack, crack, crack. A dense sound of cracking echoed as the flags and the Bagua disc in Hishi's hand were covered in cracks, dimmed, and were on the verge of breaking. The portal closed along with it. This is a portable teleportation array, temporarily set up using array flags and array discs, but it can only allow people below the 9th rank to pass, and it has distance limitations, He explained. No time to explain. Li Chongqing shoved a storage ring into Zhuge Lan's hand. Quick, I brought this directly from the inventory. Absorb as much as you can. So generous? Zhuge Lan glanced at the space inside the storage ring and froze. Wow. At first glance, he couldn't even see the boundary. Exotic beast crystal cores were piled up inside the ring according to their attributes, vast as the ocean. Did he just move the entire stockpile of the base city here? What are you standing there for? Hurry up, Li Chongqing urged. Zhuge Lan didn't think much, found a comfortable position, sat cross-legged, and began frantically absorbing energy. Today, I refuse to believe I can't draw an awesome divine skill. Let's go? Zhuge Lan was busy condensing new talent abilities. Meanwhile, Li Chongqing and He retreated to a distance and spoke in low voices. The 34 6th rank peak spatial attribute exotic beast crystal cores you mentioned earlier, is that true? Li Chongqing's eyes lit up. This time, it's all thanks to Zhuge. He detailed the entire process. Courageous and resourceful, with decent talent, humanity still has hope. Li Chongqing was overjoyed. With this batch of spatial attribute exotic beast crystal cores, I can invite an 8th rank array master to set up a large teleportation array in our base city. We'll have more confidence in facing beast tides in the future. Indeed, He sighed. Spatial attribute exotic beasts are so hard to capture. Even with 9th rank experts, it's not guaranteed to catch them all. The spatial vermilion fruit's maturity period is only 1 day. It's pure luck to have caught it in time. Li Chongqing nodded with a smile. His gaze swept around and finally noticed something unusual. Huh? Where are my daughter and that Li Yang? They can't participate in battles of this level. I had them hide in a tree hollow. Here's the location. She sent the coordinates to Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing glanced at Zhuge Lan and remembered how Zhuge Lan's second awakening, last time, had taken an entire afternoon. Then I'll go bring them over first. It's too dangerous for the two of them to stay there alone. Li Chongqing immediately summoned his innate sword body, stepped onto it, and flew off. After a short distance, he suddenly accelerated and disappeared with a sonic boom. As expected by Li Chongqing, Zhuge Liang's progress wasn't that fast either. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Shout or silently chant. Retreat, retreat, retreat. And enemies will automatically step back 3 steps. So excited. Shout or silently chant. So excited. And physical attributes will greatly enhance along with emotional intensity. Barbecue time. Shout or silently chant. Barbecue time. And the target will be burned by an eternal flame until out of sight. Protruding disc palm. Anyone hit by this move will immediately suffer from a herniated disc. Most of them were divine skills that looked impressive but were practically useless. Among them, skills like So Excited. Such a divine skill is indeed impressive, but for Zhuge Liang, who calls himself the mage, a skill that enhances physical constitution is practically useless. The divine skill has no consumption, and spiritual power is infinitely replenished. With this loophole like cheat, not turning into a spell turret would be a complete waste. After acquiring hundreds of divine skills, he finally found one that caught his eye. Consumes 99,999 energy points. You have obtained the divine skill, Shameless Scoundrel. Shameless Scoundrel. Loudly shout or silently recite. I've never seen someone so shameless, and the target will immediately act on whatever is in their heart, without hesitation. Decompose. At first glance, this divine skill seems to lack any real destructive power and appears quite ordinary. Zhuge Liang was about to decompose it when he suddenly stopped. The human heart is complex, and saying one thing while doing another is common. In reality, due to various restrictions and reasons, people often act completely contrary to their inner thoughts. For example, those space-attributed exotic beasts clearly desire the space vermilion fruit, but because of the presence of other competitors, they have to restrain themselves. At this moment, if he uses Shameless Scoundrel on them, would Zhuge Liang even need to personally frame them? They would directly go into a frenzy and start fighting. And then there are those hypocrites or people hostile to Zhuge Liang. This skill would work perfectly on them. I'll use you. Divine skill has been saved to skill slot. Zhuge Liang opened his eyes from his fake cultivation and saw that besides Li Chongqing and He Shi, Feng Outyin, Li Yiting, Li Yang, and Chen Zizhen were also present. How is it? Li Yiting was the first to ask. Not bad. Awakened a pretty interesting innate ability. Zhuge Liang smiled. If I could redo it, the plan just now wouldn't have needed to be so complicated. Did he gain an even more sinister talent? Li Chongqing took a step back expressionlessly, and He Shi, Li Yiting, and Li Yang followed suit, retreating as well, leaving the clueless Feng Outyin and Chen Zizhen at the forefront. This talent is truly amazing, Feng Outyin exclaimed. One talent equals several. No wonder you're a genius capable of causing such a stir. Feng Outyin gave a thumbs up. Zhuge Liang smiled innocently. This isn't an offensive talent. Can you help me test it? No problem. Don't worry. Feng Outyin patted his chest in assurance. He was a level 69 peak general. How could he possibly be? Feng Outyin completely failed to notice that Li Chongqing and the others had already retreated 100 meters away. Zhuge Liang cleared his throat and loudly declared, I've never seen someone so shameless. Feng Outyin froze. Was he being insulted? The next second, he seemed to lose control, glaring at Li Chongqing with burning rage. Why did you go to a higher level base? I was about to become the base leader, but you parachuted in and took the position. Sure, you have merits, but you should retire to a bigger base. You've stayed for 10 years. Do you know what I've been through these 10 years? If I could beat you, I would have stuffed you in a sack and given you a good beating long ago. In less than 10 seconds, the anger on Feng Outyin's face disappeared, replaced by extreme shock and confusion. What just happened? Why did he spill all his inner thoughts? Everyone present, whether aware or unaware, remained silent. As the instigator, Zhuge Liang quietly slipped over to Li Chongqing's side. After confirming it was safe, he whispered an explanation. This talent makes the other party act on all their inner desires without hesitation. Commander Feng just scolded Uncle Li a bit earlier, and the worst he wanted was to give him a beating. He's actually not a bad person. Li Chongqing. Feng Outyin, please, stop explaining. The more you explain, the more it feels like you're adding fuel to the fire. Commander Feng, it seems you have quite an issue with me. Li Chongqing followed up. Don't worry, wherever my daughter gets into college after her exams, I'll transfer there. The position of base commander will be yours in, at most, 3 years. Really? Feng Outyin was pleasantly surprised. You'll leave in 3 years? That's great. Everyone turned to look at Zhuge Lan, who quickly waved his hands. It wasn't me. I didn't say anything. This is his own inner thought. All right then. Since the truth is out, might as well not hide it anymore. Li Changxing didn't take Feng Outyin's being himself reaction to heart. After being suppressed for 10 years, a bit of grumbling was normal. Zhuge Lan was right. Feng Outyin's worst thought was just wanting to throw a sack over Li Changxing and give him a beating. After Zhuge Lan refilled a spatial ring, Li Changxing put away the ocean spatial ring. This was a precious resource for the entire Putian base city. Even so, Feng Outyin stood to the side watching, his heart inexplicably aching. Previously, he could offer such generous rewards because it was like a son selling his grandfather's land. And he didn't feel any pain, he even felt a bit of vengeful satisfaction. But now, thinking about how he'd have to manage the base city in 3 years. His whole heart clenched tightly. No wonder Li Changxing was so unrestrained in his demands of Zhuge Lan. He was the real son selling his grandfather's land, never intending to keep working so hard forever. At this moment, Li Yiting stepped forward, her gaze inexplicably fixed on Zhuge Lan. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhuge Lan asked curiously. Could it be I've awakened a new talent and become more handsome? Ugh, stop being narcissistic. Li Yiting rolled her eyes at him. How many levels are you now? Hey, ate a fruit. Now I'm level 40. Li Yiting's gaze grew even more aggrieved. They were all geniuses from 4th high school, so why was his progress so outrageous? In the past, when you walked with us, we already struggled to keep up. Now it might be even harder. Li Yiting said helplessly. Let's split into teams, Li Yang interjected from the side. Earlier, I discussed with teacher He. Yiting and I will return to the base city with base commander Li first, find new protectors, and then set out together again. Zhuge Lan was silent for a moment, then looked at Li Yiting. This was our decision, Li Yiting quickly explained. All right then, I understand. See you at the base city, Zhuge Lan responded calmly. Forced compromises never lead to good results, and he hadn't planned on being anyone's babysitter anyway. He had originally intended to wait until they returned to the base city to discuss this. All right, wishing you success in martial arts, surpassing even the martial god, Li Yang said sincerely. Wishing you success in martial arts, quickly surpassing the martial god, Li Yiting echoed. You too, success in martial arts, and surpass me soon. Ha ha ha, he didn't forget to crack a joke before leaving. Zhuge Lan waved his hand nonchalantly, directly flying away on his sword, choosing a direction and leaving. It wasn't like they would never meet again, so there was no need for unnecessary words. Flying through the air, Zhuge Lan felt exceptionally relaxed, his thoughts active, coming up with plenty of mischievous ideas. Previously, with Li Yiting and Li Yang around, many of his ideas couldn't be implemented, but now he could finally stir up some trouble. Wait a moment. She caught up, reaching out toward Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan pretended not to understand, showing a puzzled expression. What's up? Stop pretending. She said irritably. The fish intestine sword. That's a 9th tier star artifact. It's a waste for you to use it now. 9th tier star artifact? No wonder it felt so handy. Zhuge Lan didn't even want to return it. Reluctantly, he handed the fish intestine sword back to She. All right, she said with a smile. When you reach the 8th tier. No, the 7th tier. Then it'll come in handy, and I'll give it to you again. Deal. It's a promise. Zhuge Lan quickly sealed the bet. The more bets like this, where he didn't have to pay any price, the better. She shook her head with a smile, and at this moment, Zhuge Lan revealed a childlike side of himself. Then he vanished into thin air. Zhuge Lan found a tree hollow to hide in, opened his wristwatch to check for suitable missions. The most important thing was to choose a target that was easy to strike. Athena's subprogram had a big data analysis function, and once activated, it displayed a list of tasks involving groups of 3rd-tier exotic beasts, perfectly matching Zhuge Lan's need to practice his divine skills. 25 kilometers east, there's a group of 3rd-tier stone monkeys. You're the one. Zhuge Lan didn't even look at the mission rewards and accepted it directly. Warning: the stone monkey group is large, exceeding 124 individuals. Please consider carefully before accepting the mission. 124 individuals? Perfect, the quantity is just right. Confirm. Zhuge Liang excitedly flew toward the destination. Skillfully weaving through the giant forest, he formed a 3-meter diameter sword shield with 10 pi swords, making it impossible for the exotic beasts hiding in the trees to get close. As he approached the destination, Zhuge Liang lowered his altitude, sticking close to the grass as he slowly approached, arriving at the edge of the valley where the stone monkey group was located. From a distance, he saw a group of monkeys with skin resembling stones scattered throughout the valley, resting, playing, mating. Counting them, the number definitely exceeded 100. Zhuge Liang didn't act rashly. He pressed against the mountain wall, holding his breath and focusing, using illusion to blend into the wall and hide his figure, almost becoming invisible. This was how she achieved invisibility, though she was more skilled, leaving no trace even while moving. It's hunting time. Zhuge Liang took out the pi sword and aimed it at the pair of stone monkeys mating in the distance, stabbing forward. Evil warding sword technique. The screams echoed through the valley, causing a commotion among the stone monkey group. Zhuge Liang targeted one stone monkey and mercilessly struck with his sword just moments ago. You were envying others mating. Chirp, 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 chirp. That stone monkey pointed at no monkey and laughed hysterically, clearly finding it hilarious. This useless thing, what a disappointment. Then her blood-red eyes swept around, as if saying, "Who dares to disturb my happy time?" This aura immediately intimidated the surrounding stone monkeys. Zhuge Liang looked around and noticed a few stone monkeys whispering, their eyes frequently glancing at the mother monkey, clearly dissatisfied with her tyranny. "It's you." As soon as the 10-second cooldown ended, he directly launched an attack on the strongest among them. That stone monkey immediately turned its dissatisfaction into action, picked up a nearby stone monkey as a weapon, and hurled it fiercely. With that, the conflict escalated completely. Zhuge Liang stayed above, throwing a shameless scoundrel every 10 seconds, keeping the situation in constant chaos and unrest. Eventually, the conflict erupted entirely, and all the stone monkeys began a frenzied brawl. The atmosphere was now truly explosive. Watching the chaotic melee of stone monkeys below, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but sigh. This trick for stirring up trouble is really effective. Unlike Let It Be, Lazy Fish, and Strongman Identification Technique, Shameless Scoundrel left no trace, completely invisible, making it impossible to figure out the source of the sabotage. Just as Zhuge Liang was waiting for the stone monkeys to kill each other, a 10-meter-tall giant stone suddenly opened its eyes in the distance. It wasn't until it stood up that Zhuge Liang realized. An exotic beast king has appeared. Simply put, this was the king of a certain exotic beast group, breaking through the limitations of its species. Ordinary exotic beasts have level caps. For example, this group of stone monkeys, their limit is Tier 3, with 99% of them stuck at level 39 for life, unable to progress further. But this stone monkey king, its aura alone was already close to Tier 5, at least a peak Tier 4 at level 49. Roar, the stone monkey king let out a furious roar, grabbed a stone monkey, and smashed it to the ground, turning it into a bloody pulp. The melee paused as a result, and all the stone monkeys stared at the stone monkey king in fear. Could Zhuge Liang hold back? The fire I worked so hard to ignite is not something you can extinguish. I've never seen anything so shameless. The stone monkey king, enraged, grabbed a prone stone monkey and hurled it like a cannonball, smashing into another stone monkey, causing 2 bloody masses to splatter. Roar, the stone monkey king seemed particularly excited and continued to smash monkeys madly. Clearly, it had wanted to do this for a long time, but had been holding back for appearances. "Oh, this time I've encountered a real maniac," Zhuge Liang said with a smile. The stone monkeys, terrified by the stone monkey king's rampage, scattered in all directions to escape. Zhuge Liang threw another, shameless scoundrel. The fleeing stone monkey froze in its tracks, screamed, and charged at the stone monkey king. The stone monkey king, who had intended to stop its rampage, saw someone daring to challenge it, and immediately flew into a rage. It easily crushed the charging stone monkey, pounded its chest with both hands, and intimidated the crowd. Roar, another stone monkey crazily charged at the stone monkey king, fighting to the death. Splat. 10 seconds later, another one. Splat. The desperate charges of over a dozen stone monkeys, sacrificing their lives, ignited the fighting spirit of the other stone monkeys. In the end, Zhuge Liang didn't even need to act. They all roared and charged at the stone monkey king. Zhuge Liang seemed to hear them shouting, "Overthrow the tyrant. The tyrant is doomed. For freedom." The stone monkey king completely exploded. How dare anyone resist? It began a massacre, almost extinguished the newly ignited flames of rebellion. But the stage was already set. How could he not perform now? Zhuge Liang raised his sword and struck down, causing the stone monkey king to stagger, clutching his groin with one hand, glaring angrily around. Who? Sneak attack? How outrageous. Huh? Missed the mark. Zhuge Liang was a bit surprised. Stone monkeys were known for their strong defense, and the stone monkey king even more so. Zhuge Liang's level had risen too quickly. His physical body hadn't caught up yet, and when he casually thrust the spatial blade of his evil repelling sword technique, it slipped. But no matter. He charged up for another strike. Evil repelling sword technique. Azo, the stone monkey king, clutching his groin, suffered a fatal blow. Blood and white fluid gushed out between his fingers, and his once imposing aura instantly collapsed. Zhuge Liang, meticulous in his strategy, had only chopped off one stone monkey's head, deliberately leaving another intact. The stone monkey group initially wanted to retreat, but seeing the situation, their morale surged. The tyrant stone monkey king was weakened. Seized the chance to take it down. The stone monkey king clutched his wound with one hand, desperately suppressing the stone monkey group with the other. Every time the group tried to retreat, Zhuge Liang would stab the king with his sword to weaken him further, boosting the group's morale. In less than half an hour, the stone monkey king finally drove away. These two people, seemingly low-key, are clearly not good characters, Zhuge Liang muttered to himself. The name, Akatsuki, sounds particularly familiar, as if I've heard it somewhere before. Before Zhuge Liang could think further, a howl of wolves rang out. A group of massive silver-white wolves charged out from the eastern side of the valley, directly pouncing on the two individuals. These were the Silver Moon Wolf Pack. They were rare dual attribute beasts of light and darkness, with enhanced light attributes during the day and enhanced dark attributes at night, making them geniuses among beasts. However, the Silver Moon Wolf Pack usually had white eyes during the day and black eyes at night. Why were all their eyes red now? The red-eyed Silver Moon Wolf Pack chased after them, and the two mysterious individuals immediately turned and ran without hesitation. Logically, with so many stone monkey corpses on the ground, the Silver Moon Wolf Pack could have stayed to enjoy the free feast. But not a single wolf stopped. Their eyes were fixed on the only two living humans, pursuing them madly. In the chase, the two quickly ran out of the valley and disappeared from sight. Zhuge Liang thought for a moment and decided to follow them quietly to see what was going on. Something was off. There was definitely something fishy. These two were definitely up to no good, probably planning some big move. He was particularly interested in such matters. Just then, she suddenly appeared, her face serious, and said, "The trial is temporarily over. Return to the base city immediately." Huh? Zhuge Liang was stunned. Then he understood. Is it because of those two people just now? Yes, she said solemnly. I didn't tell you before because your strength is too weak. The human world is not united, and there is an evil group called the Akatsuki organization. They are almost all lunatics who use souls and flesh as sacrifices to enhance their power, obsessed with creating death and destroying cities. Wow. So the Akatsuki organization really exists, and they're villains. Those two people just now, they are members of the Akatsuki organization. She confirmed. To be honest, my identity is special. I came to Putian Base City because I received intelligence that the Akatsuki organization might launch a blood sacrifice here. I pretended to be a teacher and stayed undercover, waiting for the opportunity to catch them. Zhuge Liang nodded, not showing much surprise. She could tell this wasn't the level of teaching typical of their 5th-level base city. What kind of things did she casually take out? 9th-tier star equipment, 9th-tier beast crystal cores, portable teleportation arrays. Each one was a treasure that would bankrupt an ordinary teacher if they managed to obtain it, of course, excluding the gifts she gave. All right, you go track your lead. I'll head back to the base city, Zhuge said. Don't be reckless this time. The Akatsuki organization is. She paused. You really agreed? Yeah, what's there to insist on? Zhuge shrugged. I like stirring things up, but I don't like courting death. This mission sounds way too high level. It's not suitable for me to get involved right now. She nodded with relief. Just moments ago, she thought Zhuge would be so excited that he'd insist on tagging along. She stomped the ground with her long legs and said, "The situation is urgent. Come out and escort him back to the base city." Zhuge was a bit puzzled. What was she doing? Summoning guards? Whoa, there's really someone. A white-haired figure actually emerged from the ground. However, he was wearing the uniform of the Barrier Defense Forces, clearly not the Earth God from mythology. This is the guardian sent by Li Changsheng, who has been following you in the base city, she said. Go back to the city with him directly. Don't worry about anything else. Buzz, 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 buzz. The three of their wristwatches vibrated simultaneously, displaying the lowest level white exclamation mark. The location of the distress signal was precisely in the direction where the Akatsuki organization and the Silver Moon Wolf Pack had just left. Hurry back, she repeatedly urged, her figure flashing away, leaving behind a sonic boom cloud in her place. It was clear how anxious she was. Zhuge didn't think much and obediently flew on his sword in the other direction. Just as he was about to turn back to learn more about the newly appeared guardian, he noticed that the man was running on the ground. He couldn't fly? Zhuge quickly lowered his altitude and suggested, "How about I give you a flying sword, and we fly together?" "No need," he shook his head. "My talent is suited for ground combat. You can fly on your own, don't worry about me." "Oh, then how should I address you?" Zhuge asked. "You Changsheng." "Changsheng? What's your relationship with Uncle Li?" Zhuge asked instinctively. "Just the same name. That's all." Yu Changxing shook his head. That made sense. After all, this was the apocalypse, and names like Changsheng longevity and Pinyin peace were as common as Zhang Wei and Zhang Gua in the past. "Brother Yu, tell me about the Akatsuki organization," Zhuge asked with interest. A flash of red light suddenly appeared in Yu Changxing's eyes, and his emotions became agitated. The Akatsuki organization is the enemy that everyone must eliminate. Yu Changxing's voice was hoarse. For their selfish desires, they incite wars between beasts and humans, just to collect blood and souls for blood sacrifices, lunatics who seek power through such means. It sounded very much like an evil cult of demonic cultivators. Before Zhuge could ask, Yu Changxing continued on his own. Blood sacrifice is the Akatsuki organization's evil ritual. They refine dark power using blood and souls within a certain range, forcibly breaking through their talent limits and bottlenecks. Many people who crave power but have lost their humanity will join the Akatsuki organization. That's why, no matter how humanity tries to eradicate the Akatsuki organization, they always rise from the ashes. For 3,000 years, they have been the cancer of human society. Got it. They're just a group of low-level people unwilling to accept mediocrity, trying to defy fate through blood sacrifices. As an SSR-level super genius, Zhuge deeply understood the unfairness of fate. He could casually train and reach level 40. While he treated slaughtering a group of king-level stone monkeys as a joke, his peers who awakened at the same time were still struggling in school, some even stuck at the entry level. If it were him, he might complain too. I've transmigrated, so why can't I awaken a super talent? When resentment accumulates for too long, who wouldn't he be tempted if given the chance to defy fate? This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. Without strength, one can only rely on the charity of the strong, and life is far from pleasant. So, as long as this world remains unpeaceful, as long as there are weak people, the Akatsuki organization can never be completely eradicated. Boom. A loud noise interrupted Zhuge thoughts. The two of them stopped in their tracks, becoming alert. Avoid it, Yu Changxing said. Just as they were about to turn away, two black shadows suddenly rushed toward them at high speed. They veered off, bypassing Zhuge and Yu Changxing, and continued fleeing. This was the first time Zhuge Liang had seen beasts not directly attack when encountering humans. But then he understood the reason. He saw a group of massive brown bears charging recklessly from over 40 meters away, knocking down everything in their path and rushing straight ahead. They were earth giant bears. These earth elemental beasts had extremely strong defenses and immense strength, making them masters of close combat, with a maximum level of Tier 5. Moreover, their eyes, like those of the silver moon wolves earlier, were blood red. Could it be that nearby? Suddenly, behind Yu Changxing appeared a shadow wearing official robes, with a yellow talisman stuck to its forehead. Zhuge Liang was summoning the Sword of Pi and, upon seeing this shadow, couldn't help but be surprised. This thing looked just like a zombie. He wondered if being bitten would lead to infection. In Go's form, the zombie shadow suddenly lunged at Yu Changxing's neck. Yu Changxing's eyes glowed even redder, his body expanded, his skin turned deathly pale, and his white hair became even more striking. Hiss! Yu Changxing opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, his nose twitching slightly. He directly locked onto a position in the air. There's only one person here. Be careful yourself. After saying this, Yu Changxing leaped forward like lightning toward the air, forcing out a middle-aged man holding a dung fork and wearing a black and red cloud robe. The man stabbed the fork into Yu Changxing's chest. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, indicating the attack had no effect. Yu Changxing directly collided into the man's chest, pushing him into a large tree, which shattered and disappeared from Zhuge Liang's sight. Zhuge Liang was so stunned he couldn't react. This talent, truly bizarre. He immediately summoned enough Swords of Pi and activated the Pi Sword Shield. His right hand was encased in a rapidly spinning ring, which formed into a rotating sphere within seconds. The sphere then transformed, pulling out 5 sharp points, turning into a money dart about the height of a person. He opened a gap in the sword shield and threw the money dart straight down. The earth giant bears didn't dodge at all. The spiral money dart exploded among them, transforming into a blue energy sphere over 30 meters wide, with a dense sound of air breaking like a flock of birds chirping. The 6 earth giant bears enveloped by the sphere gradually faded like phantoms, eventually disappearing completely, leaving not even a beast crystal core behind. Wind technique, spiral money dart. This move was inspired by the Raisin Shuriken, infused with wind element spiritual power, but the shape was chosen to be a more stable 5-pointed money dart instead of a 4-pointed shuriken. Over the past 3 months, Zhuge Liang had spent most of his time developing advanced applications of the Rasengan. Now it seemed the effort was entirely worth it. One move had taken out 6 Tier 5 earth giant bears, known for their defense. The Rasengan of the Birdman truly has immense potential for development. Roar! 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 The earth giant bears roared angrily at the sky, but they couldn't fly and could only clumsily hurl earthen spikes with all their might. However, their aim was terribly poor. Even when a few spikes hit, they couldn't break through Zhuge Liang's Pi sword shield. These wild beasts had no concept of what Pi was. Moreover, without reciting enough digits of Pi, they had no chance of breaking through the shield. Normally, most beasts weren't stupid seeing Zhuge Liang's defense so impenetrable and him wielding a killer move. They should have fled long ago, but these earth giant bears seemed to have lost their minds. They neither fled nor retreated, only continuously throwing earth spikes at Zhuge Liang. It was as if they were saying, "We won't stop until we take you down today." So what did Zhuge Liang do? He condensed spiral coin darts one after another, throwing them with precision, easily taking out these bears that didn't even know how to dodge, as if he were target shooting. During this time, Zhuge Liang naturally didn't miss the chance to practice his divine skills. Everything else was manageable, but these thick-skinned bears showed no reaction, as if they only had one goal: to take down Zhuge Liang at all costs. In the end, the ground was left with nothing but hemispherical craters. Zhuge Liang shook his sore arms. The repeated use of spiral coin darts had left his arm meridians fatigued. Fighting across levels is really exhausting, Zhuge Liang sighed. Then, he flew toward the source of a rumbling sound in the distance to check on Yu Zhangsheng's battle and see if he needed help. As he got closer, a musty smell filled the air, and a layer of gray mist blocked the view ahead. Within the mist, Yu Zhangsheng was still locked in fierce combat with a fat middle-aged man in tattered clothes. The dung fork kept stabbing at Yu Zhangsheng, producing metallic clashing sounds. It seemed the battle was at a stalemate. Zhuge Lan immediately used his targeting skill, Strongman Appraisal. The fat man's belly grew even larger, and the intense pain caused his attack speed and reaction to slow down, allowing Yu Zhangsheng to gain the upper hand. How much longer could he hold out? Are you crazy? Divine Skill activated. When the target uses their talent, a stench of an old latrine is detected. A century-old latrine? Just hearing the name made Zhuge Lan almost vomit. Ugh, the fat middle-aged man suddenly vomited without warning. A fatal gap in his defense appeared, and Yu Zhangsheng maneuvered behind him, bear hugging him and biting into his neck. Blood spurted out. The fat man's face instantly turned black, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Within seconds, the bright red blood turned black, even beginning to coagulate visibly. With me here, the fight becomes much easier. The zombie shadow behind Yu Zhangsheng made a sucking motion, and the surrounding gray mist frantically surged into its mouth, then injected into Yu Zhangsheng's body. Yu Zhangsheng's body shrank, his spirit began to wane, and he staggered, nearly falling. A man falling isn't a big deal. But the ground happened to be where the fat man had just vomited. Zhuge Lan acted quickly, swinging his sword in a slash. Swish, Yu Zhangsheng was summoned back as if teleporting, kneeling on one knee, hands clasped together, catching the blade with bare hands. Cough. Emergency situation, haha. Zhuge Lan laughed, tossing aside the pie sword and helping the weakened Yu Zhangsheng up. How long until you recover? Zhuge Lan asked. Half an hour. All right. Zhuge Lan immediately activated the pie sword shield, preparing to leave the area via sword flight. But trouble came again. Swish, swish, two black shadows blocked Zhuge Lan's path. They were the culprits who had previously attracted the Earth Giant Bear group. Upon closer inspection, these two Earth Giant Bears were entirely black, as if drenched in ink. Their eyes, though glowing blood red, showed no signs of attacking. What's going on? Something's not right. Zhuge Lan watched them warily, his empty hand beginning to gather a rapidly spinning ring. Bang, bang, two explosions sounded, and the two Earth Giant Bears self-destructed on the spot, leaving Zhuge Lan stunned. What was going on? Two masses of black liquid flowed out from the pile of shredded flesh, struggling desperately like fish that had just landed ashore, occasionally roaring at Zhuge Lan. However, due to the protection of the pie sword and shield, they dared not approach. This thing, why does it look somewhat familiar? This is a slime, Warden Sheng said weakly. An extremely dangerous and rare exotic beast. They parasitize other exotic beasts, absorbing their energy cores, not only halting the host's progress, but also killing the host once their own level surpasses it, then seeking a new target. Black liquid? Parasitizing inside the body. Doesn't this sound like a symbiote? Hiss, 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 the two slimes roared at Warden Sheng, seemingly angry. Has any human ever been parasitized by this slime? Zhuge Lan asked. Yes, Warden Sheng replied. Those parasitized stop progressing. These slimes keep growing until they surpass the host, kill the host, and continue searching for the next parasitic target, unless killed by humans. Stop progressing. Do they absorb the host's spiritual energy? Zhuge Lan continued to ask. Yes. As soon as spiritual energy enters the body, it is completely absorbed, leaving the host unable to cultivate. Do they kill the host before surpassing its level? Warden Sheng thought for a moment and shook his head. It seems that hasn't been observed. Zhuge Lan fell into thought. Based on his past experiences, many things in this world were similar to those in his previous life. Perhaps this slime was the venom of a symbiote? As for those lessons learned, merely absorbing spiritual energy was entirely acceptable. If it really was venom, Zhuge Lan wouldn't mind raising one. It would definitely be interesting. Although most exotic beasts wanted to fight humans on sight, just as there were bad people among humans, there were also exotic beasts that preferred peace and were willing to coexist with humans. However, Zhuge Lan wouldn't easily accept these creatures. Judging by how they roared at Warden Sheng earlier, they clearly understood human speech. If communication was possible, then it could be managed. Zhuge Lan took out two large bowls from his spatial ring, opened a small gap in the Pai's sword and shield, and threw the bolts out. "Either crawl in yourselves, or I'll destroy you," Zhuge Liang threatened. The two slimes immediately roared at Zhuge Liang, but he raised the Rasengan in his hand without hesitation, pretending to throw it. Only then did they reluctantly crawl into the bowls. Zhuge Liang used two Pai swords to lift the bowls and flew toward the base city with them. Judging by the signs earlier, the Putian base city was definitely being targeted by the Akatsuki organization. The wilderness was now very dangerous. He had to leave quickly. Not long after taking off, Zhuge Liang suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. Turning around, he saw a massive stone sphere with a diameter exceeding a kilometer suspended in the air. It was continuously attracting everything around it, its size expanding visibly. "It's planetary devastation," Zhuge Liang said seriously. "It seems Sister He's opponent is very strong. Even the ultimate move has been used." He-Shi's starry eyes could manipulate gravity, and Zhuge Liang's first thought was the Rinnegan. Those techniques like Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, and planetary devastation sounded like casual mentions. Unexpectedly, He-Shi had actually mastered them, and on such a large scale. He-Shi's level must have risen to at least Tier 7. That's right. If the level is too low, holding a 9-realm star weapon like the fish intestine sword, just like Zhuge Liang, it won't have much effect. Whoosh, a sound of something cutting through the air came, and Zhuge Liang immediately turned his head, just in time to see Li Changxing flying over on his sword. Seeing Zhuge Liang safe, Li Changxing breathed a sigh of relief. "Quickly return to the base city now. I'll go support Teacher He," Li Changxing said urgently, then sped away on his sword. It seems the opponent is quite formidable. A 7th-tier battle. Zhuge Liang hesitated for a moment, but obediently flew toward the base city. Although his divine skill is very effective against Li Changxing, and He-Shi had once bowed before him, both of them have countermeasures. Sword flight and gravity can easily control him. "My level is still too low. Cultivation is too slow," Zhuge Liang sighed. Beside him, Yu Changxing's mouth twitched. He had been secretly protecting Zhuge Liang since he was at level 10. 3 months. This guy had rocketed to level 30 and even had the luck to eat a spatial vermilion fruit, directly jumping to level 40. "And you say cultivation is slow? That's just too boastful." Yu Changxing and Zhuge Liang simultaneously turned their heads, only to see beams of sword light unfold a kilometer-wide stone sphere, then condense into a massive ink-colored sword. Even from thousands of miles away, its steadiness and warmth could be felt. Then the ink-colored giant sword suddenly plunged down, delivering a physical termination to the enemy. "It's base leader Li's Zhanlu's sword," Yu Changxing said excitedly. Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. "Zhanlu's sword? That's one of China's ancient top 10 famous swords." Li Changxing picked a good name. Moreover, looking at that blunt giant sword, Zhuge Liang felt a bit tempted. Li Changxing's swordsmanship inheritance looks pretty cool. This opportunity, I must seize it. He made up his mind and continued advancing at full speed, encountering no further incidents this time. Yu Changxing recovered somewhat along the way, but his face remained pale. It seemed being bitten by a zombie's innate ability had indeed drained his vitality. When they saw the towering city walls and the inverted translucent barrier, Zhuge Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Reflecting on his journey since crossing over, apart from 3 months of hard training at school, without stepping outside, every time he ventured out, surprises kept coming. This must be the protagonist's halo, right? Approaching 5 kilometers from the city walls, Zhuge Liang suddenly felt a gravitational force slowly pressing him down from the air. This is trouble again? What's going on? Zhuge Liang became alert. Could there still be issues here? The yet-to-be-deactivated Pi Sword Shield was fully operational, ready to handle any potential threats. But that's the no-fly zone of the base city, Yu Changxing explained. Once the city wall barrier is activated, the airspace within 10 kilometers around it becomes restricted. The closer you get, the stronger the gravity. This is to prevent flying beasts from bypassing the defense line and attacking civilians inside the city. Oh, that's quite thoughtful. When the altitude dropped to 10 meters above the ground, the gravitational force disappeared. Only then did Zhuge Liang relax. Flying to the base city gate, he unexpectedly found the gate guards were the same barrier troops from when he had left. Welcome home, young brother. The guards saw Yu Changsheng and their expressions tightened. Captain Yu, you're injured? Quick, call the medics. It seemed Yu Changsheng was quite renowned among the barrier troops. Zhuge Lan was about to hand Yu Changsheng over to the guards when Yu Changsheng grabbed him firmly. You come too. Don't leave my sight until I recover. Yu Changsheng said resolutely, it's come to this. And you still haven't forgotten the mission? Zhuge Lan didn't mind, he was just planning to look for Feng Outyin. All right, let's go. Zhuge Lan prepared to enter the city, but was stopped by the barrier guards. The exotic beasts in your bowl are alive, you can't bring them into the base city, the guards said sternly. Living exotic beasts were contraband in this era. Before Zhuge Lan could speak, Yu Changsheng interjected, these are slimes. Without a host, even a child could stomp them to death. Let him bring them in. Although he didn't understand why Zhuge Lan was carrying 2 blobs of slime, genius ideas were always unconventional, especially for someone like Zhuge Lan, who often created miracles. This was the privilege of a genius. The barrier guards hesitated after all. This violated regulations. I vouch for him. If there's a problem, hold me accountable, Yu Changsheng said firmly. Understood. The guards stopped blocking them and stepped forward to open the city gates. Zhuge Lan smiled at the guards, knowing they were just doing their duty and not intentionally making things difficult for him. After entering the base city, Yu Changsheng was grabbed by medical personnel to undergo water-based healing skills. Streams of water poured over him like a shower, splashing continuously. Zhuge Lan opened his wristwatch and dialed Feng Outyin's number. Buzz, 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 a vibration came from behind. Turning around, Feng Outyin was standing right there, shaking his wristwatch before quickly putting it down. But Zhuge Lan's sharp eyes caught the note on the watch, little brat. Zhuge Lan looked at Feng Outyin with a smile. Is this how petty a deputy commander can be? Even though you lost a bit of face, you must feel relieved inside, right? Haha, if it isn't our great genius, Feng Outyin said with a hearty laugh. Why the gloomy face? What brings you to me? Stop pretending to be serious, just say what you need to say. Zhuge Lan didn't hold back, pointing at the slimes and saying, use your talent to create a group chat. I want to test my hypothesis. Feng Outyin glanced curiously at the slimes, then, not particularly interested, casually created a chat room and stood aside with his arms crossed to watch the show. The 2 slimes hadn't realized they were added to the group and continued chatting freely. Little Black. Mom, is this human reliable? Big Black. We have no choice. The exotic beasts in the forest have gone mad. If we parasitize them, we'll die along with them. Little Black. Mom, you don't look right. Did you get hurt while escaping earlier? Big Black. I'm fine. Right now, the most important thing is to communicate with this human. Unfortunately, we know too little of the human language and can't speak. Clear logic, their intelligence doesn't seem low. Zhuge Lan stopped eavesdropping and joined the conversation. Zhuge Lan, I heard you wanted to chat with me? Big Black and Little Black froze, then transformed into 2 humanoid heads, one large and one small, staring at Zhuge Lan and shouting. Big Black, human, is it you? Little Black, I can't believe I understand your meaning without you speaking. The scene before him was identical to the symbiotic beings in Zhuge Lan's memory. Zhuge Lan asked, tell me, what do you want from me? Big Black, human, I want to make a deal with you. Big Black, I'm not going to last much longer. I hope you can take care of my daughter. Big Black, I can tell your spiritual energy has a special replenishment method. Although we symbiotic beings absorb a lot of spiritual energy, we can also greatly enhance the host's combat power. Dahe, if you don't believe me, I can let my daughter sign an equal soul contract with you, so I can be at ease. Zhuge Lan and Feng Outyin exchanged glances, both showing surprise. Feng Outyin hadn't expected that this exotic beast, known as the most vicious parasite, could be so intelligent, even capable of entrusting its offspring before dying. Zhuge Lan was even more shocked. It actually claimed to be a symbiotic entity. Could it really be the kind he had heard of? And what was this equal soul contract? Zhuge Lan looked at Feng Outyin. What is this equal soul contract? Is it reliable? Oh, I know about the equal contract, which allows exotic beasts and humans to communicate without barriers. But as for the equal soul contract, Feng Outyin scratched his head awkwardly. Then have you heard of symbiotic entities? Zhuge Lan asked again. Feng Outyin could only shake his head helplessly. To think that, as a deputy commander with such a high status, he was clueless about this. Li Chongqing walked in slowly and said, "The equal soul contract is a contract initiated by exotic beasts. The souls of both parties are bound, and from then on, their lives are closely connected, sharing honor and disgrace, life and death." Ah, this. How long can this slime usually live? Zhuge Lan asked. The longest recorded lifespan is 3,047 years. He also walked in. You're back. Zhuge Lan raised an eyebrow. Is that Earth explosion star move powerful? Quite powerful. It almost took out those two members of the Akatsuki organization. She said regretfully. Still, they managed to escape? Zhuge Lan was about to ask for details, but she was unwilling to elaborate. She looked at the symbiotic entity in the bowl and said, "This symbiotic entity is extremely rare. Only a few ancient families keep them as heirlooms. But raising them is time-consuming and labor-intensive. Ordinary people who encounter them usually end up drained of their spiritual energy. You can convert exotic beast crystal cores into spiritual energy, which makes you well-suited for this. However, if you want to take it in, it's best to sign a master-servant soul contract. Although it also shares life energy, the master dies and the servant lives, the servant dies and the master survives. The master-servant soul contract also shares life energy, but it's a relationship where the master dies and the servant survives, or the servant dies and the master lives." As soon as she finished speaking, Dahe and Xiaohe immediately bared their teeth at her angrily. Originally, everyone was equal, but now you're introducing an unequal contract? Out of nowhere, why add another mouth to the conversation? Your mother is dying. She took out a vial of green liquid and pointed at Dahe, saying, "If you voluntarily sign a master-servant soul contract with my student, I'll save your mother. How about it?" Zhuge Lan clearly felt the vial of green liquid was brimming with vigorous life energy. This was wood spirit essence. Feng Outyin exclaimed in surprise. This is a precious essence produced by wood attribute spiritual plants of the 7th rank or higher, capable of reviving dead bones. As long as there's still a breath left, it can bring someone back. TSK. As expected, she is wealthy. She immediately brought out rare and valuable spiritual materials. Xiaohe, desperate to save its mother, didn't hesitate and directly released a faint blue fragment from its body, which floated in front of Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan looked at Shi, wondering what to do next. Take the soul fragment. If you feel you can control it, absorb it. If not, let it shatter, Shi advised. Zhuge Lan nodded, raised his hand to grab the soul fragment, and his powerful mental strength allowed him to clearly perceive a certain rule contained within the fragment. With just a thought, he could severely injure its original body. Indeed, it was the master-servant soul contract. He opened the mental power channel, preparing to absorb. Warning: foreign soul detected invading the host's soul. Eliminate. Invade. Zhuge Lan became alert. Could it be pretending to be good to trick me? Feigning surrender while setting a trap? System, is this invasion fatal? The invading soul is a soul fragment. No fatal risk. It seemed the system was making a fuss over nothing. However, very well, stay vigilant. No need to eliminate this time. A brief exchange in his consciousness. To others, Zhuge Lan simply appeared to close his eyes lightly, then opened them and beckoned to Xiaohe. Xiaohe climbed up his pant leg, burrowed into his skin, and fully entered his body. A soft moan echoed in his mind. It was Xiaohe's voice. It seemed it really liked this new home. Such sweet spiritual energy. Xiaohe said happily, "Can I devour the spiritual energy? It looks so delicious." Slurp, it sounded like a cute girl's voice. "Go ahead, eat as much as you want," Zhuge Lan said generously. He couldn't guarantee much else, but spiritual energy? There was definitely enough for it to consume. Woohoo! Xiaohe sprawled across his meridians, absorbing all the flowing spiritual energy like a sponge. Before long, Zhuge Lan's level 40 spiritual energy was completely drained. For an ordinary person, it would be impossible to sustain this. But in the next moment, Zhuge Lan's body was filled with spiritual energy again, and Xiaohe cheered as it continued to feast. In less than half a minute, Xiaohe had consumed 20 bars of mana from Zhuge Lan. finally letting out a satisfied burp before lying motionless on his meridians. Xiaohei, Mommy, I'm full and so sleepy, huh? Zhuge opened his eyes, puzzled. It fell asleep on my meridians? Dahei, we symbiotic beings don't need sleep, we only enter slumber during evolution. It seems your spiritual energy quality is quite good. My daughter is full and has evolved. Oh, that explained it. Zhuge felt relieved. He looked at He and nodded to indicate everything was fine. He, not one to be outdone, directly tossed the vial of wood spirit essence to Dahei, who opened its mouth and swallowed the entire vial, test tube and all. A few seconds later, Dahei's aura surged several levels. Even without being in a parasitic state, Zhuge could feel the intense pressure, at least 7th tier strength. It was hard to imagine how severely it had been injured before. At the same time, what exactly had it gone through to end up in such a state? Dahei, kid's dad, can you ask this woman if she's willing to accept my equal soul contract? Seeing the message in the group chat, Zhuge confirmed it. He was actually being called kid's dad. Dahei, after we symbiotic beings parasitize a host, we regard the host as our new parent. That cleared things up. Zhuge conveyed Dahei's intentions to He. She seemed tempted but was more hesitant. Unlike Zhuge, she didn't have the ability to convert exotic beast cores into spiritual energy. Her cultivation relied on spirit stones to restore spiritual energy, and raising a symbiotic being would be a huge drain. Even with her wealth, it was a headache. At that moment, Xiaohei woke up from its slumber inside Zhuge body. It immediately poked its head out, saw the powerful aura of Dahei, and revealed a sinister smile. It looked every bit like a villain. Mommy, Xiaohei suddenly said, Daddy's spiritual energy is so delicious. It has every flavor. It's amazing. Every flavor? Wait a minute. Huh? You can talk. Zhuge asked in surprise. Why hadn't it spoken earlier? It's because I signed a contract with you, Daddy, so I learned how to speak. Little Black rubbed against Zhuge cheek. It was icy cold, and the sensation was quite unique. Big Black, kid's dad, what is your spiritual power attribute? I'm all attributes, Zhuge answered directly. This made Big Black's mind freeze. All attributes. That spiritual power must be especially delicious, right? Suddenly, it felt a bit regretful. Why didn't it sign a contract with this human earlier? Big Black, kid, show off your talent. Okay, Mom. Little Black responded, and a large amount of black liquid surged out from Zhuge body, intertwining into thick muscle fibers that supported Zhuge body as it gradually grew taller. Eventually, it completely enveloped him, transforming into a 3-meter-tall black giant, with those big Caslin-like eyes identical to Little Black's. Zhuge felt great, as if he had been injected with a dose of adrenaline. He clenched his fist, feeling a surge of power. With a fierce punch to the ground, he created a large pit on the spot. This feels amazing, Zhuge said excitedly. But I'm clearly a ranged specialist. Why do my abilities lately feel more like close combat? Can mages even do close combat? Hearing this, Little Black was dissatisfied. A part of the symbiotic body on his left cheek detached, revealing half of Zhuge face. Our symbiotic body evolves abilities more suitable for the host based on their talent and spiritual power. Give me some time, and I promise you'll never want to be without me, Dad, said the right cheek, sounding aggrieved. This was quite a surprise. All right, then absorb more spiritual power. Don't hold back, Zhuge said generously. Dad is the best, Little Black said happily. Calling it Little Black all the time feels a bit strange. Do you have a name? Zhuge asked. No. Mom said that when I get new parents, they can give me a name. Great. Then from now on, you'll be called. 5-star reviews full 320, 1 extra chapter added. 50. Reusing death row prisoners. Venom eating human brains? Great. Then from now on, you'll be called Venom, Zhuge said with a smile. What boy wouldn't want a partner named Venom? Venom? Venom. Venom exclaimed excitedly. Huh? I have a name now. I'm called Venom. In its excitement, Venom's back made a ripping sound as a pair of fleshy wings unfolded. With a few flaps, it carried Zhuge into the air. Seeing Zhuge and Venom having so much fun, she made up her mind. Spending a bit of money? Fine, let's raise one too. All right, He looked at Big Black and said, "Just as you said, let's sign an equal soul contract." Big Black was different from Venom. It already had 7th tier strength, complete and mature intelligence, and since Venom had a new master, it had no attachments. Forcing it to sign a master-servant contract was unrealistic. Big Black immediately spat out a piece of soul fragment and quickly signed the contract with she, merging into her body. Unexpectedly, when Big Black unfolded its symbiotic body form, its color wasn't pure black, but primarily gold, adorned with black spots. Its flowing golden hair seemed alive, floating in the air. Moreover, she's overall figure didn't grow much taller. Instead, it looked like she was wearing a form-fitting swimsuit, perfectly showcasing her curves. By this time, Zhuge Liang had had enough fun and landed back down. Seeing she's outfit, he was quite surprised. "Isn't this the style of Scream drinks?" Dahei's head emerged from she's shoulder and said hoarsely, "She, can you give me a name too?" "A name?" She looked at Zhuge Liang. "You're the best at naming." Your symbiote. It's better if you name it yourself," Zhuge Liang deflected. Scream, as a name, was too ordinary and didn't match his preference for names that sounded powerful. "Fine. Scream it is. I like this drink the most," she said. "All right. It seems this is fate." "Scream? I like this name." Scream happily accepted. However, unlike Venom, it wasn't excited enough to evolve new abilities. "But I have some intel that might be useful to you," Scream said. "There's a group of people in black robes in the forest, searching for groups of exotic beasts and using some kind of potion to drive them mad and irrational. Even 2nd-tier antelopes dare to charge at 3rd-tier silver moon wolf packs. I think they're definitely planning something." Everyone's expressions changed. She even reached out and conjured a phantom image of an Akatsuki organization member. "Are you talking about people wearing this black robe?" "Yes." "What level of strength do they have?" "A few of them feel particularly dangerous, but most are just small fry at the 5th or 6th tier." "Wait a minute." She's eyes widened as she asked, "You said more?" "I've seen over 20 of them." She's expression instantly became very serious. She took out a golden dragon-shaped token from her spatial ring and handed it to Li Changshan. "I am an 8th-level investigator of the Dragon Group. It can now be confirmed that the Akatsuki organization is very likely planning to attack Putian Base City and conduct a blood sacrifice ritual. Please, Base Leader Li, immediately issue an emergency summon to all warriors and prepare to respond to the crisis at any time. Also, those spatial exotic beast crystal cores cannot be used. I will immediately apply to headquarters to dispatch a combat team and escort a formation master to construct an ultra-long-range teleportation array and prepare for the worst." Li Changshan gave she a deep look and silently handed her a spatial ring. "I'll leave the matter of the ultra-long-range teleportation array to you, investigator he." After saying this, he saluted and soared into the sky. Zhuge Liang, standing nearby, was left stunned. Dragon Group? Why does this name sound like some mysterious organization from a novel? Unexpectedly, it actually exists, and she can command Li Changshan. It seems the Dragon Group has significant authority. "Sister He, I knew you weren't just an ordinary teacher," Zhuge Liang teased. "I didn't expect your status to be so high that even Uncle Li has to follow your orders. The situation is very urgent now," she said seriously. "Putian Base City doesn't have an ultra-long-range teleportation array, and transportation is unsafe. Don't leave the base city for the time being." After saying this, she hurriedly left, leaving Zhuge Liang completely bewildered. Can't leave the base city? Then how am I supposed to grind my divine skill proficiency? The stronger one becomes, the more they can sense the danger humanity is currently facing. Zhuge Liang definitely didn't want to train slowly and steadily. If he can't leave the city, then what should he do? He glanced at Feng Outyin. Feng Outyin immediately took half a step back upon seeing this. He had seen this look before and suffered greatly because of it. "Say what you want, don't look at me like that," Feng Outyin said nervously. It's actually nothing major," Zhuge Liang said with a sly smile. "We should have death row prisoners in the base city, right?" "Yes, there is. What do you want to do?" Zhuge Liang clapped his hands. "Sure enough, no matter the time, there are always people willing to risk their lives. Look, killing these death row prisoners directly is such a waste. Why not assign a few to me for training my talent abilities? Zhuge Lan said with a smile. Feng Outyin frowned deeply. Who said death row prisoners must be executed? Feng Outyin asked, puzzled. Actually, they are incorporated into the vanguard troops, sent to the front lines during emergency battles. Those who survive can even have their sentences reduced. Suicide squads. Better than sending them to die outright. But this made Zhuge Lan feel troubled. The shortcut to easily gaining proficiency in his divine skills was gone. You mean your talent ability can grow stronger through repeated use? Feng Outyin speculated. More or less. As long as I master a certain talent, I might awaken new abilities, Zhuge Lan replied vaguely. Feng Outyin nodded. He had seen Zhuge Lan awaken talents on the spot before, and that day he was amazed, saying Zhuge Lan's talent felt almost like cheating. If that's really the case, I understand, Feng Outyin said. Don't go back to school. Head straight to the base city government. Oldly will arrange everything for you. Later, I'll have Captain Yu select a few death row prisoners for you to help you train your talent proficiency. Zhuge Lan was overjoyed. Truly, a silver lining. As long as he showcased his talent, he could receive strong support. Seeing Zhuge Lan so happy, Feng Outyin reminded him. Remember, don't kill them casually. Don't kill them casually? So that means he can take it seriously? Don't worry. Zhuge Lan grinned. The rest of my talent abilities don't cause much harm. Just a bit of mental torment, that's all. Wait. Zhuge Lan suddenly remembered something and clutched his chest, asking, Venom, you don't want to eat brains, do you? Brains? Why would I eat that? Venom replied in a cute voice. As long as there's spiritual energy, Venom doesn't need to eat anything. Phew. Otherwise, Zhuge Lan couldn't even imagine himself as a symbiote, biting off a human head, crunching it up, and swallowing it. That would be terrifying. Speaking of which, why does Venom's cute girl voice always sound a bit strange? Buzz, 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 his wristwatch suddenly vibrated wildly. Looking down, it was a red exclamation mark, not a distress signal, but an emergency summons from the base city. Everyone who saw it must immediately drop their current tasks and rush back to the base city. Li Changxing acted quickly. After bidding farewell to Feng Outyin and Yu Changxing, Zhuge Lan left with a member of the Barrier Defense Force. He originally thought they'd just give him a flying device, but unexpectedly, the flying device was packed with fully armed barrier defense soldiers. Were they worried about him acting alone? Honestly, being escorted by a group of soldiers was quite reassuring. Zhuge Lan, feeling impulsive, took a selfie, thinking his treatment was quite like that of a big shot. But when he looked at the photo, he silently deleted it. Never take photos among official personnel, especially don't politely put your arm around their shoulders. Otherwise, it looks even more like you're being escorted as a prisoner. Wait a minute. Why didn't Feng Outyin arrange a teleportation array for me to directly teleport over? The Martial Alliance has teleportation arrays. How could the base city government not have them? Plus, he has spatial attributes and wouldn't get dizzy from teleportation arrays. He couldn't stand this. He directly called Feng Outyin, but the other party clearly knew what he wanted to ask and stubbornly refused to answer. Nowadays, everyone uses wristwatch communication, so it's impossible not to hear. Damn miser. Zhuge Lan cursed. He had a pretty good guess. Feng Outyin probably couldn't bear to use the teleportation array. Activating the teleportation array each time consumes the spiritual energy of spatial beast crystal cores. These things are very precious and can't be wasted casually. The base city would belong to Feng Outyin in 3 years. He didn't care before, but now it seems he has become a miser. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way. Zhuge Lan saw those 3 buildings again, and the Martial Alliance was still very conspicuous. The difference was, he was no longer the same person he was half a month ago. He landed directly on the roof of the central base city government building, where Li Yiting was standing beautifully not far away, waiting. You were brought here too? Zhuge Lan said without surprise. Li Changxing loved his daughter dearly, and she was an SSS-level genius. How could he forget her? Do you know why we're all gathered here? Li Yiting asked in surprise. I just checked, and almost all the students above a level in the base city are here. The few who aren't are out in the wilderness for trials. Is the situation that serious? Zhuge Lan didn't pay much attention. He had encountered the Akatsuki organization twice, But whether it was the two people chased away by the Silver Moon Wolf Pack or the one he helped take down, none of them seemed particularly remarkable. In the end, the Akatsuki organization was just a group of talentless losers gathered together, trying to change their fate through blood sacrifices. It's nothing major, Zhuge Liang said casually. I haven't had a proper rest in the wilderness these past 2 weeks, so I'll just take this as a break. Li Yiting nodded without asking further, but reminded him, because all the geniuses are gathered here, you've never officially confirmed your talent to the public. Some people think you got in through connections and are taking genius resources, so there might be some trouble. Trouble? What kind of trouble could there be? He had been to the wilderness, outsmarted spatial beasts, single-handedly taken down a top-tier group of stone monkeys, and finally faced off against the Akatsuki organization head-on and won. Now, Zhuge Liang had no interest in the childish antics at school. Let us go. Back to the room to rest, Zhuge Liang said. Li Yiting saw he didn't care and didn't say much more. She, an SSS-level genius, couldn't keep up with Zhuge Liang's pace and even wanted to quit the team. What could others possibly do? They arrived at the staff dormitory, which was prepared by the base city government for employees. Li Changsheng, who was usually busy, would also sleep here. The beds and bedding were all ready. Zhuge Liang comfortably took a hot shower and lay on the bed, enjoying a rare moment of rest. Now that it was quiet, Zhuge Liang noticed that Venom was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in his body at a rate of restoring 1 mana bar every 10 minutes. No wonder that rich woman, she hesitated for so long before accepting it. At this rate of devouring, ordinary people would probably be drained dry at any moment. However, Venom wasn't just consuming without contributing. When it absorbed spiritual energy, it secreted a liquid that could be smoothly absorbed by the meridians, releasing part of the spiritual energy and nourishing the cells. This way, of the spiritual energy absorbed during the star refinement process, 90% that should have been absorbed by the cells directly entered the dantian through the meridians, all converted into spiritual energy. The cultivation speed increased tenfold. Of course, this relied on Zhuge Liang providing Venom with enough spiritual energy. Otherwise, the spiritual energy would be completely devoured by the hungry Venom, leaving the host unable to improve. But now, with high-quality spiritual energy of all attributes, the Venom disdains consuming those mixed spiritual energies. When full and idle, the Venom even absorbs external spiritual energy and sends it into Zhuge Liang's dantian, further accelerating his cultivation speed. Now, Zhuge Liang actively cultivates, absorbing more spiritual energy. Wow! At first, Zhuge Liang's bare cultivation, spiritual energy was gathered bit by bit. Later, with the stellar refinement, the spiritual energy initially gathered strand by strand. Now, Zhuge Liang's spiritual energy has become like a continuously flowing river, condensing into a mist-like state, merging into the dantian, and rapidly increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within. It simply can't be stopped. Outside, a pair of black eyes appeared above Zhuge Liang's head, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Symbiotes don't need rest, making them the most reliable companions for solitary wanderers. When Zhuge Liang woke up, he was surprised to find that spiritual energy was still flowing in. Checking the time, 6 hours had already passed. The stellar refinement ensured Zhuge Liang's minimum cultivation speed throughout the day. Usually, when he cultivated from night until morning, he would feel muscle soreness. This time, he felt nothing at all. The only difference was the addition of the Venom. How could this be stagnation? It was clearly like having a speed hack activated. Moreover, the spiritual energy showed no signs of stopping, indicating that the base city's government had set up a spirit gathering formation. Zhuge Liang opened the system interface and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Divine Skill System 2.0 host, Zhuge Liang level, 41 talent, Sword of Pi magic skills, Palm Thunder, Rasengan series illusion skills, Phantom Clone, Deception combat skills, Thunder Armor, Dragon subduing Palm, One Sword Immortal Neil series energy, 99,999 points essence, 0 points lottery. Available divine skills. Are you crazy? 100% barehanded blade catch. Strongman appraisal. Just slack off. Salted fish, shameless scoundrel, fusion, evil warding sword technique max already level 41? At this rate, reaching level 99 as a martial god could be achieved within a few months. Of course, after level 90, the spiritual energy required for each level would far exceed the current amount, and the leveling speed would definitely slow down. But it would probably only take a few years at most. Why does it feel like cultivating is way too easy? Zhuge Liang scratched his head. Is this how effortlessly geniuses live? Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks on the door interrupted his thoughts. Hey, are you planning to hide in your room for the rest of your life? An arrogant voice called out. Get out here, kid. Don't think you can get away with this. We won't allow a coward to sneak into our group of geniuses. Zhuge Liang helplessly covered his forehead. Why are these people here again? And, although this era doesn't have the concept of cultivation deviation, replacing sleep with cultivation and then being startled could potentially cause talent to go out of control, leading to big trouble. Honestly, he had no interest in competing with these high schoolers. How could it compare to the thrill of soloing a top-tier stone monkey group? But unfortunately, they just had to come knocking, asking to be humiliated. Zhuge Liang stood up. The people outside, seeing that he was taking so long to open the door, thought he was scared and knocked even harder. Zhuge Liang suddenly flung the door open. The young man knocking on the door was so startled that he staggered and fell to his knees. No need to be so polite. Get up, Zhuge Liang said indifferently. The boy kneeling on the ground immediately blushed, a mix of shame and anger. You're asking for it. Watch me devour your spirit. The boy's spiritual power erupted, forming a plunger. Zhuge Liang froze for a moment. So this thing has an awakened form? To clarify, a plunger is that suction cup toilet brush used in bathrooms. Before he could react, the boy jabbed Zhuge Liang's face with the plunger, scaring him pale. Stay away from me. Swish, swish, swish. Venom shot out from Zhuge Liang's chest, forming an ink-colored tentacle that locked around the boy's throat and flung him away. Zhuge Liang took half a step back, cursing inwardly at the boy's lack of martial ethics. Damn it, you actually ambushed me, the boy retorted. If you have guts, disable your talent, and let me down, we'll fight again. As he spoke, he threw the plunger like a hidden weapon. That's too much. Zhuge Liang summoned the sword of Pi, ready to strike, but hesitated. If the sword got damaged, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Instead, he used a quickly condensed crescent slash, slicing the plunger in half, which dissolved into specks of starlight. Kid, don't mess around with plungers. How dare you ambush me? So shameless. Tong Shi is an S-class genius. You can't afford to provoke him. A group of kids gathered at the door, shouting incessantly. Some with extraordinary talents even activated their abilities, rushing forward to settle the matter with raw power. Zhuge Liang wasn't having any of it. He unleashed level 3 palm thunder, lightning flashing everywhere, forming serpents of electricity from his palms that gave these brainless troublemakers a free electric therapy. Instantly, most of them were numbed by the shock, collapsing in heaps. At this moment, Zhuge Liang spotted a familiar yellow-haired figure. Their eyes met, confirming it was none other than the troublemaker Shui Zhangyi. He hadn't dealt with him for 3 months, yet here he was, waiting for trouble. Shui Zhangyi deeply regretted his decision. He had gathered a group to cause trouble for Zhuge Liang. But why did he have to show up himself? Couldn't he just hide in the shadows? As for regretting calling people, not at all. Shui Zhangyi planned to sneak away while Zhuge Liang was busy dealing with the others. This only confirmed Zhuge Liang's suspicion that Shui Zhangyi was behind it. Why else would he run? Are you insane? Forget it. Accept your fate, loser. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of maternal love? 3 divine moves instantly knocked down 3 people, while the remaining 2 were entangled by venomous tentacles, joining Tong Shi in their misery. It was practically a freebie. Seeing Shui Zhangyi about to escape, Zhuge Liang teleported over, catching him barehanded and giving him a round of electric therapy. Zii! Shui Zhangyi's yellow hair curled from the shock. Just as the shameless one's skill cooldown ended, Zhuge Liang threw it at the pleading Shui Zhangyi, whose intended words of surrender turned into a furious roar. Damned orphan! Why is your talent so high? Why are you the only one who gets to be in the same class as the school beauty? And you even made me pay off those poor people's debts. As the 10-second countdown ended, Shui Zhangyi's expression turned fierce yet vacant, forcing a smile while begging for mercy. Accept your fate, loser. His face instantly fell, and he lowered his head, not daring to look directly at Zhuge Liang. I'm just an A rank. Going against a genius like you is simply asking for death. I admit it, I'm jealous of you. This time, those useless fools couldn't take you down, but that's okay. There will be a next time, and a time after that. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely. I admit, I'm a jealous person. If I could, I would strip you of your talent. Zhuge Liang continued to torment Shui Zhangyi alternately with shameless scoundrel, and accept your fate, loser, pulling his emotions to the highest peak and then slamming them to the lowest point. The students nearby, who had come to pick a fight, turned pale as they watched. Was this person a devil? Torturing someone like this? Finally, taking advantage of the cool down of the divine skill, Shui Zhangyi couldn't bear it anymore and broke down. Stop tormenting me. Just kill me. If you don't kill me today, I will definitely take revenge on you in the future. Even if I can't take revenge on you, what about the people around you? You're an orphan, but you have friends. In the future, you'll have a wife and children too. Watching Shui Zhangyi's maniacal laughter, Zhuge Liang knew he had completely lost his mind. This kind of frenzied switching between extreme emotions was like a constantly tightening steel wire. No matter how strong the will, it would eventually wear down bit by bit until it completely snapped. Looks like, however, Liang actually didn't make a move. Everything was brought upon himself by Shui Zhangyi. Forget it, a useless person, Zhuge Liang said indifferently. What's Shui Zhangyi's family background like? If he has connections, then he must be completely eliminated. His family has a bit of money, but they don't have the power to avenge him, nor the money to afford an assassination against you. His nearby relatives are all ordinary, Liang replied fluently, clearly having investigated beforehand. Only then did Zhuge Liang realize that although Li Yang's abilities were average, he was adept at seizing opportunities and calculating precisely. Looks like you have quite the talent for controlling the overall situation, Zhuge Liang teased with a smile. The speaker was casual, but the listener took it seriously. Li Yang's eyes flickered as he lowered his head, pondering something. Zhuge Liang patted their shoulders and said, "Let's go. It's been days since we've had a proper meal charge." The conditions in the wilderness were evident. Although Zhuge Liang had some trump cards, he didn't dare to be too arrogant. The firelight and the aroma of food were like signals to the beasts. We're here. Come quickly. The cafeteria's food was decent, mostly made from beast meat, authentic and genuine. With so many beast crystal cores, it was impossible to only take the cores and not eat the meat. After finishing the meal, Zhuge Liang prepared to head to the training room to exercise and see if he could develop some new moves. Suddenly, Yu Changxing approached. The people you wanted have arrived, but due to their special status, they can't leave the confinement room, Yu Changxing said. Zhuge Liang nodded, understanding. These were death row prisoners. How could they be allowed to roam freely? What kind of people are they? Could it be? Liang chuckled, clearly up to no good. Li Yiding's expression turned strange, evidently misunderstanding as well. Hey, you two come along, Zhuge Liang said with a mischievous grin. Liang and Li Yiding were stunned. Together? Won't it get too wild? Liang was shocked. Li Yiding glared at Zhuge Liang, thinking, listen to yourself. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Seeing the misunderstanding deepen, Zhuge Liang shrugged, didn't explain, and followed Yu Changxing. Liang and Li Yiding were left staring at each other. How about we go take a look? Liang suggested. Sure. Li Yiding agreed instantly. She just wanted to see Zhuge Liang's ugly side, definitely not to join in. They made their way to the underground confinement room, where Zhuge Liang met the death row prisoners. Surprisingly, they were in good spirits and dressed neatly. Apart from the high-tech shackles on their hands and feet, they looked almost like normal people. Noticing Zhuge Liang's confusion, Yu Changxing explained. After all, they're going to fight on the front lines, so their treatment won't be poor. Simply put, it's blood money. Oh, so they're just here to be this kid's punching bags. A tattooed man mocked. You're still a high schooler, right? Can you even reach level 30? I'm a level 66 advanced martial general. Can you even hurt me? Little boy, still wet behind the ears, an old man with white hair chuckled. Hey, little brother, have you ever tasted a woman's charm? Want me to give you a chance? A seductive woman in revealing clothes teased. Without exception, the death row prisoners all used the most provocative language to target Zhuge Lan. But Zhuge Lan wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at Yu Chongqing in confusion. Did you only pick lunatics? They'll be ranked based on the number of times you attack them, and they'll receive different sentence reduction rewards, Yu Chongqing explained. Zhuge Lan suddenly understood. They were literally asking to be beaten. Well then, no need to hold back. There were exactly 6 people. Zhuge Lan effortlessly caught 2 white blades with his left and right hands, while the remaining 3 were each controlled by a divine skill, 1 per person, all of them grinding their proficiency. This meant the evil-resisting swordsmanship had already been honed to its pinnacle. Otherwise, they would have long understood the true extent of cruelty. The 2 kneeling individuals were better off, merely thinking Zhuge Lan's talent was monstrous. But the other 3, the seductive woman randomly cast a negative status intense, sustained stimulation. If she didn't manually activate this skill, its negative effects would trigger automatically. However, the tattooed man beside her got hit by a shameless tag and immediately lunged at the seductive woman like a starving wolf, clearly unable to contain his impulses any longer. ZZZZ, the high-tech shackles released a high-voltage electric current, directly paralyzing the tattooed man. The little boy struck with the pregnancy gaze Zhuge Lan had specifically chosen him. So young yet already a death row inmate, he needed to be properly educated to understand the hardship his mother endured bringing him into this world. From the sound of the child's desperate cries, he seemed to have gained quite a bit of perspective already. In contrast, the white-haired old man hit with the salted fish gaze sat quietly in a corner, drawing circles on the ground, muttering as he reflected on his life. I shouldn't have stared at that boy, but he was so fair-skinned. I didn't want to end up like this, but my dad always. I'm too old for this, can't handle it anymore. An old man his age still getting caught and thrown in here, serves him right. Zhuge Lan shook his head. On the back of his left hand was a lightning palm. On the back of his right hand was a Rasengan. His body was enveloped in a thunder armor tempering technique, with over a dozen phantom clones behind him playing rock, paper, scissors. Beneath his feet, a vast ocean materialized out of nowhere. From time to time, he unleashed a devastating descending dragon regret strike, or slashed a sword so powerful even immortals would kneel in submission. His proficiency was skyrocketing. Li Yiting and Li Yong watched with jaws dropped. All the training you did with us before, was that just you messing around? Is this the true SSR level genius training method? This is insane. Not only were they shocked, but even the pale-faced, expressionless Warden Sheng was stunned. He had never seen anyone train like this before. The reason wasn't that the skill effects were particularly unusual, but rather, Zhuge Lan was simultaneously maintaining at least 11 different skills. What did this mean? Not only did it require freakish control over spiritual energy, but also immense mental resilience to ensure all 11 skills operated smoothly, without clashing or spiraling out of control. To be honest, if Warden Sheng attempted it, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Monstrous. Only a true monster could reach this level. Warden Sheng's gaze grew increasingly resolute. He thought to himself, even if I die, nothing must happen to Zhuge Lan. He silently gripped the high-tech shackle remote control, his eyes fixed on the movements of the 6 death row inmates. If anyone dared step out of line, he'd de-electrocute them without hesitation. 54. Phantom Clone Ascension. 300,000 essence points. An entire week's time. Except for eating and resting, Zhuge Lan spent all his time grinding proficiency in the confinement chamber. The death row inmates had to be swapped out every 3 hours on average. This surprised Zhuge Lan. His skills clearly weren't lethal. So how could they be so fragile? The other divine skills were fine, at most causing minor injuries like bruised knees or a prolapsed rectum. But the salted fish gaze was different. If the effect lingered too long, even without additional divine skill applications, the target would remain in a perpetual state of depression, completely disinterested in life, left like lifeless wood that no one wanted to deal with. On the other hand, the shameless gaze had the opposite effect, making targets perpetually jumpy and overly sensitive, terrified of even the slightest breeze or rustle. Unable to control himself at all, This made Zhuge Liang realize once again the power of divine skills, the ability to destroy a person's will. While maintaining 11 skills simultaneously, Zhuge Liang also added reciting pi to his training, becoming more and more like a monster. Through his efforts, the first-level skills of Salty Fish Stare, Shameless Stare, and Pregnancy Stare were all upgraded to level 2. The duration of the first two increased to 30 seconds, with a cooldown time still at 30 seconds, allowing for infinite consecutive use. Pregnancy Stare received a slight enhancement. Its duration increased from 1 hour to 3 hours, and it transformed from a single target skill to one that affects a group centered on the target, within a 10-meter radius. Anyone who makes eye contact with Zhuge Liang can experience the sensation of pregnancy and childbirth. Although there are many limitations, it has evolved from single target to group target. Zhuge Liang believed that one day, wherever his gaze landed, everyone would have swollen bellies, doing what they most desired, while that salty fish could only wait to face justice. Just imagining it felt exhilarating. As Zhuge Liang was envisioning the future, the system prompt popped up again. Skill Phantom Clone. Proficiency is maxed out. Would you like to consume 15,000 essence points to ascend? What? 15,000 essence points? More expensive than the fusion of the evil warding sword technique. Last time, upgrading Awei's 18 styles to Dragon Subduing Palm only cost 3,000 points. Phantom Clone is 5 times more expensive? This ascension must be incredible. Could it be the one I'm thinking of? Zhuge Liang quickly instructed the system to use 15,000 essence points, took a deep breath, and said, "Go." 15,000 essence points consumed, ascended to Clone Technique. A flood of information surged into his brain, prompting Zhuge Liang to temporarily halt all skills, drawing the attention of everyone in the confinement room. Seeing Zhuge Liang seemingly in the midst of an epiphany, no one dared to make a sound. The warden's warning gaze made the death row inmates well aware that anyone who disturbed Zhuge Liang would die in the next second. After a dozen seconds, Zhuge Liang opened his eyes in astonishment. He hadn't expected this clone technique to be so outrageous. This clone technique wasn't the one from Naruto, but rather the one from Journey to the West. Yes, the one used by Sun Wukong, capable of creating several, dozens, or even countless clones. That is, Zhuge Liang cautiously plucked a strand of hair and gently blew on it. The hair floated in the air and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a clone. The clone didn't require Zhuge Liang's control, inspecting itself briefly before nodding at Zhuge Liang, then reverting back into a strand of hair and disappearing. Related memories immediately flooded into his brain. Excellent. Memory sharing worked perfectly. But Zhuge Liang quickly frowned. The clones couldn't enjoy the system's enhancements. This system is bound solely to the host. Clones cannot access system services. Zhuge Liang felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to create infinite clones to assist in his training, like some Birdman. However, since clones couldn't benefit from the system's perks, their limited spiritual power used for skill training would be depleted quickly. Still, Zhuge Liang plucked 10 more strands of hair, blowing them to the ground to transform into clones. This was the limit of the first-level clone technique, with each clone possessing 10% of the original strength. The clones nodded at the original before sitting at the computer desk in the confinement room. As long as they didn't engage in combat, the clone's spiritual power could last for about half an hour. During this period, they were responsible for reciting pi while practicing their proficiency in the cloning technique. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but laugh. Although his memory was good, simultaneously activating 11 skills while reciting pi and memorizing was still quite exhausting. Now it's fully automated. However, the hair is being used up a bit too quickly. Zhuge Liang scratched his head. He would have to start collecting the hair he shed daily, just as he was about to continue training. Skill Palm Thunder. Proficiency is maxed out. Would you like to consume 30,000 essence points to ascend? Oh my god. Zhuge Liang carefully counted to confirm it was indeed 30,000 essence points. Previously, 15,000 essence points had already been used to ascend the cloning technique. What could this 30,000 points ascend to? System quick. Quickly convert the essence for me. Insufficient energy points. Unable to convert. How could it be insufficient? Zhuge Liang checked his spatial ring and realized that, With the week's consumption and the 15,000 points just used, all the exotic beast crystal cores had been depleted. So annoying. Zhuge Liang turned and walked out of the confinement room, and Warden Sheng quickly followed. How is it? Did you awaken a new innate ability? He asked nervously. Yes, I just awakened one, but the other still requires a lot of spiritual energy, Zhuge Liang replied. He didn't hide anything except matters related to the system and divine skills. Warden Sheng felt a bit dizzy hearing this. Awakening two innate abilities at once. He already thought Zhuge Liang was incredible, but every time Zhuge Liang refreshed his understanding. A week of training passed, and everyone in the base and the government knew of Zhuge Liang's existence. He walked unimpeded to Li Changxing's office. Unexpectedly, it was quite lively here. Besides Li Changxing and He Shi, there was also a young man in a long robe and a middle-aged woman. Zhuge Liang glanced at the young man in the long robe. In the middle of summer, he was wearing a long robe and black square-framed sunglasses, with a hideous scar exposed at the edge of the frame. His moon-white long hair was casually draped over his shoulders, his complexion even paler and more sickly than Warden Shang's, but his lips always carried a faint smile, a complete villainous aura. Suddenly, Venom spoke. His killing intent is heavy, giving off a very dangerous feeling, Venom suddenly said. Zhuge Liang nodded in response. Zhuge, why did you suddenly come? Li Changxing's face was filled with anticipation. He certainly knew what Zhuge Liang was busy with. Could it be awakening? I'm about to awaken a new innate ability, but I'm short on exotic beast crystal cores, so? Li Changxing was overjoyed upon hearing this. He quickly took out a base city's heritage spatial ring and stuffed it into Zhuge Liang's hand. Zhuge Liang immediately instructed the system to refill, consumed 30,000 essence points, ascended to Heavenly Thunder Art. Oh my god! Heavenly Thunder Art? Zhuge Liang had seen related materials while writing a thesis in his previous life. This was the Taoist sect's strongest 5 Thunder True method, which included 5 types of thunder techniques. 1. Chaos Divine Thunder, the thunder of the creation path, capable of destroying everything. 2. All Heaven Divine Thunder, the thunder of Pangu splitting heaven and earth. 3. Purple Heaven Divine Thunder, created by the heavenly path, capable of annihilating immortals and slaying gods. 4. 3. Pure Divine Thunder, a self-created sage-level thunder technique combining the Dutian Divine Thunder and the Zixiao Divine Thunder. 5. General Principles of Thunder Techniques, divided into 6 systems of thunder techniques: heaven, earth, cloud, water, demon, and combat, each capable of dominating a region in the mortal world. Now, this Heavenly Thunder Art, which has been elevated, is a powerful spell that can also dominate a region in the world of Journey to the West. Moreover, if this Heavenly Thunder Art continues to upgrade, will it eventually evolve into Zixiao, Dutian, or even Chaos Divine Thunder? That would be truly incredible. Coming back to his senses, Zhuge Liang faced the concerned gazes of the crowd, calmly filled the storage ring to the brim, and then reluctantly returned the base city's heritage storage ring to Li Changxing. You all continue discussing if there's nothing else. I'll take my leave first. No rush. Li Changxing grabbed Zhuge Liang. First, tell us, what new innate abilities have you awakened? As he spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the squinting young man. Was this an attempt to make this new face suffer a little? Uncle Li, the abilities I awakened this time are all quite proper, no way to mess with anyone, Zhuge Liang said with a smile. Even at his age, he still enjoyed watching others make a fool of themselves. Li Changxing felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, his lips moving slightly. What a pity. But He Shi keenly sensed something was off. You said abilities? More than one. You awakened more than one ability this time. He Shi pressed further. Li Changxing also came to his senses, his eyes widening as he stared at Zhuge Liang. Kid, how could you not mention such important news? Zhuge Liang helplessly glanced at the robed young man and the middle-aged woman beside him. There were outsiders present. Haha, let me introduce you all, Li Changxing said with a laugh. This is Diwu Mosi, an 8th-level combatant of the Dragon Group. The captain of the Dragon Group's combat squad sent to support us this time. Young and promising. Zhuge Liang nodded politely with a smile. Young man, work hard. Diwu Mosi said maturely. The future of the nation depends on you all. I'll do my best. All talk and no action. No welcome gift. But Diwu Mosi only smiled, clearly not intending to offer anything. Li Changxing continued the introductions. This is Ouyang Qin, an 8th-tier formation master, a heavyweight guest here to set up a long-range teleportation array for our base city. Wow, an 8th-tier formation master. You're amazing, sister. Zhuge Lan said sincerely. This sister made Ouyang Qin cover her mouth and laugh. Sweet talker. I heard you also have spatial attributes here. Take this skill card. Ouyang Qin handed over a skill card, and Zhuge Lan accepted it without hesitation. Thank you, sister. You're so kind. As he spoke, he glanced sideways at Diwu Mosi. This is how a senior should behave. Diwu Mosi couldn't help but laugh. Kid, everything I have is for combat. There's nothing you can use, Diwu Mosi said helplessly. He had never encountered such a straightforward junior asking for benefits. All right, enough fooling around, she said impatiently. Put the skill card away and tell us about your innate abilities. Got it. Zhuge Lan quickly stashed the skill card away. It would be impolite to inspect the gift in front of the giver. He once again reluctantly plucked a strand of his hair and blew on it casually. A clone appeared. The big shots present immediately noticed something unusual. It has a physical form, Li Changxing said in surprise. Its strength is about 1/10 of the original body, Diwu Mosi analyzed. This is an upgraded version of the phantom clone technique. The key is turning illusion into reality. She marveled. The external incarnation that requires 9th-tier cultivation to master, and yet you, at only 4th tier, have already achieved it with your innate talent. She couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy toward Zhuge Lan's gift. Zhuge Lan suddenly realized. Illusion techniques could become real. No wonder this clone technique was classified as an illusion skill. What about your other innate ability? She urged. Zhuge Lan hesitated for a moment. The heavenly thunder art was used to summon divine thunder for punishment, but it wasn't suitable for indoor use. Li Changsheng and she misunderstood and instinctively took half a step back. A 4th-tier kid, no matter how talented, isn't scary, right? Diwu Mosi teased she. Then why don't you give it a try? She retorted, setting a trap for him. Diwu Mosi nodded confidently. He was an 8th-tier martial king. How could he possibly be humiliated by a 4th tier? Maybe we shouldn't, Zhuge Lan said cautiously. My other innate ability is thunder-based, and its power might be a bit overwhelming. How overwhelming could it be? Diwu Mosi waved dismissively. Go ahead, use your full strength. Since Diwu Mosi was so eager to be struck by lightning, Zhuge Lan decided not to hold back. Suddenly, dazzling lightning appeared in his right hand. His fingers, like a sword, guided the lightning, which shot out, piercing through the glass curtain wall and soaring into the sky to summon divine thunder. Zhuge Lan was pleasantly surprised to discover that he could actually charge up power during this process. This was a perfect match for his system. So, he didn't immediately summon the thunder, but instead continued to charge up. Li Changsheng and she exchanged glances, realizing this was going to be trouble. Zhuge Lan's charge-based ability wouldn't be released easily, and it might exceed 2 or 3 tiers in power. At first, Diwu Mosi was still relaxed. But as Zhuge Lan drained 6 bars of energy, he began to sense something was off. This kid was no ordinary person. Boom! The previously clear sky outside suddenly turned dark with thick clouds. Thunder roared, as if a deadly strike was imminent. Zhuge Lan's situation wasn't looking good either. As his spiritual energy continued to deplete, the pressure on him grew heavier, manipulating an unfamiliar power beyond his limits. Even with his exceptional mental strength, was incredibly taxing. The feeling, it was like the first time he used the Rasengan, with energy overload on the verge of spiraling out of control. Dad, let me help you. Venom surged out from Zhuge Lan's body, transforming into a symbiote to share most of the burden. Hurry, it's about to go out of control. Zhuge Lan shouted urgently. Let's retreat, outside the building. A sword of pie appeared beneath his feet, carrying him out of the building. Well done. Diwu Mosi conjured a baton in his hand and followed steadily. Today, I want to see just how far you can go. I knew he wouldn't behave, Li Changxing muttered, having anticipated this. He pulled out a token and infused it with spiritual energy. Suddenly, an array appeared on the surface of the city government building, forming a barrier between Zhuge Lan and Diwu Mosi. Seeing everything was ready, Zhuge Lan fixed his gaze on Diwu Mosi across from him. He shouted a phrase full of momentum. 9 heavens mystic fiend, transform into divine thunder, majestic heavenly might, guided by the sword. Heavenly thunder art, release. In an instant, the entire world was engulfed in white light. Blue lightning transformed into a thunder dragon from the storm clouds, diving down and instantly reaching Diwu Mosi, colliding with the light bursting from his baton. Boom! The deafening sound of thunder echoed. Crack, crack, crack. The aftermath of the collision between the thunder dragon and the baton caused the barrier to emit a tearing sound, with faint black cracks appearing. But in the end, the old saying proved true: when the disparity in strength is too great, the weaker side cannot defeat the stronger. The thunder dragon ultimately failed to harm 5th MOC, exhausting its final strength and dissipating into the thunderclouds. The barrier remained intact. Sunlight poured down once more, and Zhuge Lan vaguely noticed 5th MOC's arm trembling slightly. Just as he tried to get a clearer look, 5th MOC hid his hand behind his back, looking at Zhuge Lan with a face full of satisfaction. This move already has the power of someone newly entering the 8th tier. Coupled with the natural boost, it almost put me at a disadvantage, 5th MOC remarked. What a genius! A 4th tier strength almost embarrassed someone at the 8th tier. He finally understood why Li Changsheng and she had both taken a step back earlier. It was understandable, but unnecessary. After all, the opponent was only 4th tier. Being able to block the attack was impressive enough, and failing to block it would have been outright humiliating. As the venom retreated back into Zhuge Lan's body, 5th MOC's gaze grew even more complex. This thing was something that non-aristocratic families simply couldn't afford to raise. Not even she, the little rich girl, who had sold off quite a few rare treasures recently. How on earth was Zhuge Lan managing to sustain it? The symbiote didn't consume beast cores, it grew solely by absorbing spiritual energy. While pondering, Zhuge Lan quickly stepped forward and cupped his fists in apology to 5th MOC. Thanks to your intervention, otherwise my strike just now would have gone out of control, and the consequences would have been unimaginable, Zhuge Lan said gratefully. This was, to date, only the second time his ability had nearly gone out of control, and its power was astonishing. If not for 5th MOC's help, Zhuge Lan wouldn't even know who to apologize to afterward. Who would have thought that a 1st-tier palm thunder, after sublimation, could become so monstrous? Of course, the heavenly thunder art itself wasn't inherently so exaggerated at most. It could boost one's strength by 1 or 2 tiers. What truly made it formidable was Zhuge Lan's infinite mana bar, combined with the Charge Up trait, and further enhanced by the natural power of the thunderclouds. The terrifying effect was the result of these 3 factors working together, none of which could be omitted. Your talent is indeed strong, but it has a fatal flaw, 5th MOC warned. The charge-up time is too long, and the high load makes it prone to losing control. Moreover, the lightning you use to manipulate heavenly thunder can easily be cut off by formations or barriers, so don't rely too much on this move. Zhuge Lan humbly accepted the advice. The two returned to the building, where Li Changsheng and she remained relatively calm, but Ouyang Qin was staring at Zhuge Lan in amazement. She even said, I was originally planning to take you as a disciple if your spatial talent was strong enough. Ouyang Qin shook her head and smiled helplessly, clearly having overestimated herself. The skill card I gave you is for personal space, allowing you to control a small area that belongs to you. Once stabilized, you can place your storage ring inside it without worrying about your belongings being stolen. You can absorb it now, and I can help you open it directly. Oh, Zhuge Lan's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the skill card to absorb it. Ouyang Qin placed her hand on Zhuge Lan's shoulder and closed her eyes to guide him. Use your spiritual power to sense the spatial node, then expand it. Zhuge Lan quickly found the node, but discovered that expanding it was slow. At this point, Ouyang Qin intervened. She skillfully used spatial power to directly shatter the spatial node, allowing it to collapse naturally. She then stabilized the space and finally guided Zhuge Liang to imprint his spiritual mark onto it. Before long, a personal space exclusively belonging to Zhuge Liang finally took shape. It was a cubic space with sides over 100 meters long, very similar to the space within a storage ring. The difference was that it required no medium and could be opened directly with a single thought. Although the space wasn't too large, it had the advantage of being able to store storage rings. He threw the storage ring in his hand into the space, and sure enough, it worked. Now he could infinitely stack them. Moreover, Zhuge Liang had the System S support. Perhaps, after a few upgrades, this personal space could bring unexpected effects. For example, a divine might space. It could allow parts of the body to enter a different dimension, achieving immunity to damage. Just imagining it was incredibly cool. It's decided. From now on, I'll focus on improving my personal space proficiency. How should he train his personal space proficiency? Zhuge Liang didn't think much and directly asked Ouyang Qin beside him. Teacher Ouyang, how can I improve my personal space proficiency? Like with combat skills and magic techniques? This is just a basic spatial skill, and it will accompany a spatial array master for life, Ouyang Qin patiently explained. The storage rings we use are created by spatial array masters using their personal space, with spatial crystals essentially the crystal cores of spatial beasts as a medium, allowing people without spatial attributes to use them. So, if you want to master it, it's probably when you can create storage rings yourself that you're considered proficient. Create storage rings? But spatial beasts are so rare, where could he find so many spatial crystals? Spatial crystals? Although he had harvested a batch recently, the current threat to the universal base meant these spatial crystals couldn't be touched. He'd have to think of another way, not wanting to waste effort. Ouyang Qin smiled and took out a skill card and a small handful of crystal-clear diamonds. Spatial crystals are just the key to opening storage rings. They don't need to be high-grade. These first and second-tier spatial crystals are ones I don't use, so I'll give them to you. Also, this skill card is essential for creating storage rings. Do your best. How could Zhuge Liang refuse such a generous elder? I'll gladly accept your kindness, Zhuge Liang said with a smile as he took them. Ouyang Qin smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, Li Changxing walked over and handed Zhuge Liang a storage ring. It's filled with first and second-tier spatial crystals. They can't be used for teleportation arrays, but they're usually consumed for teleportation purposes. You can use them too. Wow. He directly gave him a storage ring? Could it be that he handed over the entire base's inventory? How about, I just take a little to try first? Zhuge Liang rarely showed humility. Being given so much made him a bit nervous. Surely no one thought these were free, right? On future battlefields, everything would have to be repaid. Hey, you're being modest now, Li Changxing said bluntly. Is there anything you can't do? Genius. Fine. It's not my fault for being talented. Zhuge Liang accepted the storage ring and waved as he walked away. You guys carry on, I'm going back to train. The previously invisible Yu Changsheng saluted and quickly followed. As the two left, He and the other three turned their gaze to Diwu Moshi, little brother. What do you say? Diwu Moshi silently revealed his wrist hidden behind his back, which showed obvious burn marks. You're injured? He was surprised. Zhuge Liang could actually injure Diwu Moshi? He was the captain of the Dragon Group's combat team. Investigator, he could already take on multiple enemies of the same rank. The members of the combat team were all capable of fighting above their level. 5th MOC, at the 8th tier, didn't even count as an ordinary 9th tier fighter. That strike was strong. 5th MOC said seriously. If there had been one more, I would have definitely lost. Lost. That evaluation. The three exchanged glances, their eyes becoming resolute. Master Ouyang, Li Changxing cupped his hands. If anything unexpected happens this time, we are all willing to die in battle, but please make sure to take Zhuge Liang with you. With him, humanity still has hope. Ouyang Qin nodded in agreement. Rest assured, she said gently. The quality of the empty crystals this time is good, and the quantity is sufficient. The long-range teleportation array can cover most of the base city's center. As long as the blood sacrifice barrier isn't activated, evacuating the people of this base city won't be a problem. That's great, Li Changxing smiled. Since we know in advance, how could we give the Akatsuki organization a chance? I will lead the team to take the initiative and attempt a direct decapitation strike, 5th MOC said. I'll investigate suspicious points within the base city, He said. Then I'll leave it to the three of you. Li Changsheng slightly bowed. On behalf of Putian Base City, I thank you for your assistance. It's our duty, we won't hesitate. On the way back to the confinement room, Zhuge Lan eagerly absorbed the skill card. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an introduction to formation techniques. The spatial ring formation engraving was just a small branch of it. Formation setup, formation breaking, formation flag crafting, formation disc refining. All the foundational knowledge was included. Although the content was shallow and only at an introductory level, it opened up a whole new world for Zhuge Lan. He opened his eyes, attaching his spiritual power to them, and activated the formation eye. Looking inside the building again, he could vaguely see intricate formations, interlinked and operating in an orderly manner. Those energy lines exuded a mysterious beauty, mesmerizing him. Spirit-gathering formations, defensive formations, isolation formations, teleportation formations, countless formations, large and small, left Zhuge Lan utterly captivated. So this is the world through the eyes of a formation master? Like a mysterious and beautiful starry sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The vibration of his wristwatch pulled Zhuge Lan out of his thoughts, and he smiled wryly. This skill card was undoubtedly very precious, likely something Ouyang Qin had specially prepared for her disciples or juniors. This is a huge favor I owe. In the past, the things Li Changsheng gave him were numerous, but most were national resources, so he owed the nation. This time was different. It was a personal investment from Ouyang Qin. He could only find a way to repay it in the future. Looking at the vibrating wristwatch, Zhuge Lan was a bit surprised it was an unfamiliar number. Very few people had his number. When he answered, a bloodied yet striking figure appeared in the projection. She looked oddly familiar. It's me. Base Police, Qi Ling. Qi Ling said discontentedly. You're on good terms with Lu Nua, right? They went into the underground tunnels to clear them 3 days ago, and now it's been over 12 hours without any news. You figure it out. With that, the call abruptly ended. Zhuge Lan was left puzzled. Warden Sheng explained, the gang not only maintains social order, but also participates in collective activities. The underground tunnels are complex, and people are regularly sent to investigate anomalies detected in the barriers. TSK. This gang business, it's just like being a volunteer, only with a bit more pay. Is it usually dangerous? Zhuge Lan asked. The underground pipelines are enclosed within a barrier, and the detection barrier is constantly monitored. If any exotic beasts invade, they will definitely be discovered, Yu Changxing said confidently. So it's basically safe? Maybe they got lost, Zhuge Lan said. I just learned the detailed explanation of formations. Let's go check out the formation in the underground pipelines. Lu Nua is considered a friend, and he's loyal. It's worth going. Wait, I need to report this, Yu Changxing said seriously. I received orders not to allow you to leave this building. Go ahead. Zhuge Lan didn't look at the building's formation anymore. For a beginner like him, most of the content was still too complex. Returning to the confinement room, Zhuge Lan first dismissed one clone, confirmed that reciting pi could enhance the sword of pi, then recalled the other 9 clones, took 10 strands of hair, and split into 10 clones again. Including his main body, the 11 of them concentrated their mental energy at their fingertips and began to slowly sketch the spatial anchor formation from memory in the air. From the initial intermittent progress to barely completing it later. It's done. Zhuge Lan dismissed the other 10 clones, absorbed their experience, and split into 10 clones again. After repeating this 3 times, he could now sketch the formation in one go, completely unlike a novice. Learning with cheats is so satisfying. 10 clones cheating together, Zhuge Lan said with a smile. Strike while the iron is hot. He split into 10 clones again, each holding a first-tier empty crystal, took out a piece of metal, melted it with fire spiritual energy, then used earth spiritual energy to create a mold, shaping it into a bracelet. Here's the key part. Zhuge Lan took a deep breath, using mental energy as ink and his fingertip as a pen, sketching the formation in the air and engraving it onto the palm-sized iron bracelet. The moment the formation took shape, He cooled the iron bracelet with water's spiritual energy, completing the final shaping. Phew, Zhuge Lan let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't expected to complete it in one go. No wonder every forger is best equipped with water, fire, and earth's spiritual energy. It's so convenient. Spiritual energy truly is a treasure that has transformed human life. Looking around, the mental energy of the other clones was only 1/10 of his, and their proficiency was the same, so their success rate was naturally much lower. Only 3 managed to complete the shaping. Removing the water's spiritual energy, Zhuge Lan looked at the bracelet in his hand, which was just an iron ring, and closed his eyes to immerse his mental energy into it. He entered a space containing only 2 storage rings. It was his personal space. Storage bracelet, success. Zhuge Lan smiled. Then, fire's spiritual energy emerged from his hand, directly burning the iron bracelet. Ouyang Qin and Li Changxing never expected Zhuge Lan only needed to focus on improving his proficiency. Everything else could be set aside. This way, materials could be used freely, many defensive formations could be omitted, and even empty crystals could be reused repeatedly. Simply perfect. He refined it 3 more times, failing once due to distraction, but after slight adjustments, he could shrink the bracelet down to the size of a storage ring. Yu Changxing returned, bringing along He-Shi. I happen to be going to inspect the underground pipelines too. Let's go together, He-Shi said. Was this really a coincidence? Zhuge Lan didn't think much of it, directly destroyed the storage bracelet in his hand, then dismissed the other clones, absorbed their experience, and summoned a new batch of clones to continue reciting Pi. He-Shi watched from the side, frowning deeply. Zhuge Lan's learning efficiency was already astonishing, and now he had 10 accelerators running? Simply unbelievable. Zhuge Lan and 2 others headed to the rooftop, preparing to take the aircraft directly to their destination. Just as they stepped out, a figure burst towards them like an explosion. Zhuge Lan instinctively glanced at the exaggerated figure, then looked up to meet the girl's captivating eyes. Huh, she seemed familiar, as if he knew her. Zhuge, are you heading out? The girl asked shyly. I came in such a hurry that I didn't bring a change of clothes. They won't let us leave. Can you take me home to get them? As she spoke, she shyly turned her head away, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Zhuge Lan was full of question marks. At a time like this, you're still thinking about changing clothes? Zhuge Lan retorted. The base city will provide you with a uniform. If you have nothing to do, just stay here and don't cause trouble. After saying this, he tried to bypass the girl. The girl panicked. She had gone to great lengths to find him and even made an ambiguous request, yet this dense guy just didn't get it. She grabbed Zhuge Lan and said, If you take me back, I can try them on for you. The hint was as obvious as it could be. Are you crazy? Zhuge Lan shook off her hand. What you wear has nothing to do with me. I'm busy saving people, don't get in the way. The girl was left stunned by his rejection. She had made it so clear, was he even a man? Zhuge Lan, however, strode away. By the time the girl snapped out of it, he was long gone. Jerk. I, Lin Yun, have never suffered such a loss. Lin Yun cursed through gritted teeth. This was the same Green Tea class president who had once proposed a class fundraiser to buy Zhuge Lan a bloodstone. Over the past 3 months, Zhuge Lan had been focused on training, and she couldn't even enter the training room. She had worked so hard to find him, only to end up in such an awkward situation. Fine. Great, Lin Yun said bitterly. You're not interested in me? Then I'll go find your buddy. An SS-level talent isn't bad either. She determined her direction and headed toward Li Yang's room. She refused to believe it. Could her charm really fail to win over a man? But after she left, Li Yiting emerged from the corner. After a moment of thought, Li Yiting turned and chased after Zhuge Lan. Meanwhile, He-Shi watched him with a teasing smile, her gaze full of mockery. Zhuge Lan pretended not to notice. That girl has a nice figure, quite suitable for having children, He-Shi teased. Sister He, your figure is even better, Zhuge Lan countered. Kid, I'm several years older than you, He-Shi said, unbothered. Women at 30 find it worthwhile to look for a sponsor after 30. They can still hold up their own sky. Hey, you're not 30. I'm only 22. Haha, then just embrace the gold bricks. Seeing that she couldn't win the argument, He-Shi simply raised her hand and pressed it on his shoulder. She had intended to press his head, but at 167 centimeters compared to Zhuge-Liang's 180 centimeters, she couldn't reach. Buzz, the added gravity nearly made Zhuge-Liang lose his balance. Hey, 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 attacking without honor. Zhuge-Liang said with a smile. No sense of rules. This is your teacher teaching you not to reason with women, she said smugly. Zhuge-Liang was left speechless. Indeed, from the moment he started opposing he was destined to lose. But what is filial piety? What is love? Hey, don't play sore loser. She quickly withdrew the gravity and disappeared in a flash. Zhuge-Liang rubbed his shoulder, gathered his mental energy, and activated the array in his eyes. Even the flow of spiritual energy within the formation could be detected, and He-Shi's spiritual energy, as bright as the sun, was impossible to hide. I surrender, I surrender. He-Shi quickly revealed herself. Playing around is fine, but don't joke with innate abilities. Every one of Zhuge-Liang's innate abilities was something peculiar. This formation core is quite handy, Zhuge-Liang said with a smile. Although the basics of formations were just foundational, the knowledge and little tricks within were very practical. You really came at the right time, He-Shi sighed. Ouyang Qin has a nephew who's about to take the college entrance exam. She prepared this specifically for him, but in the end, you benefited from it. After all, I'm the protagonist. My luck naturally isn't bad, Zhuge-Liang boasted with a smile. Oomph, you really know how to brag. This remark wasn't from He-Shi, but came from behind. Without turning his head, Zhuge-Liang recognized who it was just by the voice. Yiting, eavesdropping on others isn't polite. I wasn't eavesdropping, it's just that you were talking too loudly, Li Yiting said, linking arms with He-Shi and smiling. Sister He, are you going out? Take me with you. He-Shi didn't immediately agree, but gave Zhuge-Liang a meaningful glance. What to do? Zhuge-Liang thought for a moment. The underground pipeline wasn't particularly dangerous, especially with He-Shi and the warden accompanying them. So he nodded. Let me make it clear first. We're going to the underground pipeline, and it smells pretty bad. Li Yiting's lips curled into a smile. See, while others might struggle to get close, all she had to do was ask, and she was taken along. This feeling of being specially treated was quite nice. But, smells bad. Li Yiting wrinkled her nose in disdain. Can it be worse than your sweaty stench? Come on, personal attacks are just unreasonable. Of course, they were only joking. The uses of spiritual energy were numerous. Although using spiritual energy to replace oxygen and enter a resting state was difficult in the short term, it was an excellent opportunity to train spiritual energy control. He-Shi had taught them this long ago. As long as they overcame the psychological barrier, there would be no problem. Watching the two tease each other, He-Shi couldn't help but laugh. She seemed to understand why Zhuge-Liang had directly rejected that other girl. When they reached the rooftop, Zhuge-Liang was surprised to find someone else sitting in the pilot seat of the aircraft. Nameless, my deputy, He-Shi introduced. Hello. Zhuge-Liang and Li Yiting greeted politely. Nameless merely nodded coldly without saying a word. Don't mind him, that's just his personality, He-Shi said. Even with me, he's aloof. Don't take it to heart. Zhuge-Liang didn't mind much. Sister He, you must have gathered some intel by now. Can I take a look? Here you go. He-Shi opened her wrist device and sent a message to Zhuge-Liang. Zhuge-Liang projected the information, and Li Yiting leaned in to look as well. This time, the task of clearing the underground pipeline was just routine work. After all, dirty and tiring jobs were rotated annually. This year, it happened to be Lu Nua's Axe Gang's turn. Initially, Wang Fuxing, out of consideration for Zhuge-Liang, wanted to assign Lu Nua a different task, but Lu Nua refused. He led Zhubi and a few other close aides into the underground pipeline for cleaning. For the first 2 days, communication was normal. But on the third day, just as the task was about to end, they suddenly lost contact. When they exceeded the agreed time by 12 hours without any news, Qi Ling contacted Zhuge-Liang as per the agreement. Maybe Lu Nua also sensed something was off recently, which is why he left your contact information in advance. He-Shi said, that's also the reason I want to go and see. Could it be a trap? Zhuge-Liang asked. Others might worry, but he won't. He-Shi sent another document. Take a look at this. Zhuge-Liang glanced at it and was quite surprised. This Lu Nua has quite a background. Lu Nua has some background, but not much. His parents were both part of the base city's barrier defense forces. During a beast-tied defense operation, they sacrificed themselves to save a student. Since then, Lu Nuo vowed to join the military. Unfortunately, his talent was average, and he couldn't even pass the base's police defense exam. He could only form a gang to continue protecting the base city in his own way. Zhuge Liang immediately understood. No wonder Lu Nuo cares so much about students, it's a form of legacy. I also believe Lu Nuo wouldn't harm me, Zhuge Liang said. When he was seriously injured, he still turned back to save me. That's when I knew he was reliable. Huh? When did that happen? I didn't know about it, Li Yiting asked curiously. Zhuge Liang smiled and recounted the events of that night. Li Yiting listened with wide eyes. Zhuge Liang's first night of awakening his talent, and his achievements were already so impressive. If it were her, after firing a few arrows, she'd probably have to call on her base elder father for help. We're here, Wu Ming suddenly said. He was the first to step off the aircraft, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings like an eagle, leading the way into the pipeline. Though he spoke little, he was reliable in action. However, no transportation? We're just walking, Zhuge Liang asked. The underground pipeline structure is complex, regular vehicles can't enter. Otherwise, manpower wouldn't be needed for inspections, she explained. Oh, Zhuge Liang raised his hand and summoned 5 pi swords, inviting everyone to hop on. The journey is long and energy-consuming, Wu Ming said calmly. Zhuge Liang was about to explain when she waved her hand. Get on. I've never seen him run out of spiritual energy. Wu Ming could absorb beast crystal cores to convert into spiritual energy, a rare ability globally. Only then did he step onto the pi sword. The group swiftly advanced deep into the underground pipeline. Along the way, Zhuge Liang kept activating the array eye, carefully observing the 3-meter-high pipeline. The inner walls of the pipeline were also engraved with simple array patterns. The array effects were basic, triggering alarms and location tracking when damaged. During beast invasions, damage was inevitable. Coupled with the base city's regular barrier scans, even though the pipeline was buried deep underground, it was almost impossible for beasts to invade. After walking for a while, she began frequently glancing at Zhuge Liang, leaving him puzzled. Sister He, are you just now noticing my beauty? Zhuge Liang joked. Stop being narcissistic, she frowned. The array eye consumes mental energy. You've been using it for almost an hour, aren't you tired? My mental energy is slightly stronger than average. This was also why Zhuge Liang learned quickly. As for how much stronger, he hadn't tested it in detail. I know your mental energy is high. Illusionists generally have higher levels, she said patiently. But the array eye consumes a lot. I can only last 2 hours at most, and you? Zhuge Liang froze. He still felt fine and thought he could last another hour. Could his mental energy already surpass He's? This made Zhuge Liang realize his mental energy was unusually strong. Was it because of the system? No, that couldn't be it. The system could only replenish energy points, it wouldn't directly enhance mental energy. Then, maybe it was a mutation during the soul transmigration. Anyway, it's a good thing. Zhuge Liang didn't think much about it. Maybe this is the advantage of being a genius. Zhuge Liang felt a bit smug. Beside her, Li Yiting rolled her eyes. These geniuses weren't as abnormal as Zhuge Liang. The topic shifted, and the group continued flying for several hours. Since they were in flight, they were much faster than Lu Nuo and the others on the ground, and they were soon nearing their destination. However, they hadn't noticed anything unusual along the way. Strange. Where did that person go? Just as everyone was puzzled, Zhuge Liang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Wait. The sword of Pi stopped, and Zhuge Liang approached a section of the pipeline wall. On what seemed like an ordinary wall, an array eye revealed a teleportation array. Zhuge Liang took out an empty crystal, crushed it forcefully, and spatial spiritual energy instantly overflowed, attaching to the teleportation array's patterns, making it clearly visible even though it wasn't activated. A teleportation array. Ishi's expression turned serious. Someone secretly set up a teleportation array in the underground pipeline? There must be something wrong. Retreat first, Wu Ming said. Leave the rest to the combat team. Buzz, 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 the teleportation array suddenly lit up, and a figure wearing a black robe with red cloud patterns was teleported over, locking eyes with Zhuge Liang and the others. Akatsuki member. In less than a second, blue light flashed in Zhuge Liang's eyes, directly striking the Akatsuki member who was about to act violently. The opponent collapsed on the spot, losing all ability to resist. My talent is only level 9. Why do I even bother training? Even if I kill an entire village, I can only level up to 29. I'm such a failure. Suddenly, the person tilted their head and fell into the sewage. Huh, how did they just die? Zhuge scratched his head. He hadn't even reacted, and the person had already lost their life. It's the oath contract. Hishi's face turned grim. Akatsuki members all sign an oath contract. If they break their oath, they immediately disappear completely. That's why the Akatsuki has survived for 3,000 years without being eradicated. I see. All right, let's call for backup, Zhuge said. But Hishi didn't move. The signal around here is blocked. An Akatsuki member is injured, and notifying support from the surface might cause delays. Warden Sheng, take Zhuge and the others back first. Wu Ming and I. This is a one-way teleportation array. It can only teleport people in, not out, Zhuge suddenly said. When that person was teleported over just now, I was observing the array patterns and sensed that the coordinates on the other side are far below us. Are there people living underground? Hishi's face changed drastically upon hearing this. Go! Her eyes flashed with light as she directly destroyed the teleportation array, then fiercely waved her hand, breaking through the pipeline above. Sunlight poured into the pipeline, and Hishi swiftly rushed out. Zhuge controlled the Sword of Pi to follow closely, but he couldn't catch up to Hishi's figure and eventually lost sight of her completely. The Sword of Pi's flight speed was too slow, a major flaw. Zhuge glanced at the still cold Wu Ming and felt relieved. Fortunately, not everyone could fly. Why is Sister He in such a hurry? Li Yiting asked curiously. Zhuge shrugged, not knowing either. If my guess is correct, the warden suddenly said. Just now, Zhuge, the location you sensed might very well be updated daily at 11 p.m., possibly earlier, but never later. 60. True Keyboard Warrior. A good plan can't beat the Child of Destiny. Extra update. Happy National Day. Might very well be the dungeon. Dungeon? Zhuge was a bit confused. Over the past 3 months, he had mainly been catching up on knowledge needed for the college entrance exam, part of which involved exotic beasts. He hadn't paid much attention to history. What exactly was the situation with this dungeon? I told you before, don't just look at textbooks. Read more extracurricular books, Li Yiting said smugly. In the early days of spiritual energy revival, humans were driven underground by exotic beasts. It wasn't until over 1,000 years ago, when the first martial god appeared, that we had the chance to return to the surface. The Putian base city was one of the first pilot base cities built back then. So that's how it is. Zhuge suddenly understood. The members of the Akatsuki organization usually hide in the dungeon, only entering the underground pipelines through teleportation arrays. No wonder they've never been discovered. This place is hidden deep enough. But why did Hishi react so strongly upon hearing the word dungeon? It's the blood sacrifice array, Wu Ming explained calmly. Although the Akatsuki organization's blood sacrifice array can sacrifice flesh and soul to enhance the strength and talent of the sacrificer, it requires a large-scale setup in advance, which is impossible within the base city. Zhuge had a sudden realization. So they set up the blood sacrifice array in the abandoned dungeon? Zhuge asked, puzzled. But the dungeon is 10,000 meters underground. Can such a setup affect the base city? It doesn't need to affect the base city. The warden let out a sigh of relief. Putian Base City is a level 5 base city without a long-range teleportation array. If the base city is breached, a short-distance teleportation array will be activated to temporarily relocate the residents to the dungeon. Zhuge eyes widened. So they've been waiting for this opportunity all along. Their plan was meticulous, but unfortunately, they encountered Zhuge, the Child of Destiny, who directly took down a group of peak 6th-tier spatial exotic beasts. The long-range teleportation array had already been set up. Oh dear, looks like I've been discovered. A lazy voice came from below. Looking down, they saw a young man with messy hair, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, sharp eyes, and wearing the Akatsuki organization's signature red cloud black robe. At first glance, he looked just like a sharp-dressed man from a past life. But the guy was standing on a giant keyboard? A true keyboard warrior? Wu Ming, who usually showed no expression, suddenly had a sharp look in his eyes. Xiao Linya. Wu Ming roared, a transparent human face mask appearing on his face, flashing with various faces before finally settling on He Shi's face, sticking to Wu Ming's face. A miraculous scene unfolded. Despite being a man, Wu Ming transformed into a curvaceous figure identical to He Shi, with familiar starlight flickering in his eyes. Die! He Shi waved her hand, and an invisible gravity wave surged toward Xiao Linya. This is He Shi's starry-eye talent? Xiao Linya below was hit by the gravity wave, his speed drastically reduced, yet he still maintained a lazy demeanor. Oh, Wu Ming, isn't it just that I killed your entire team? Xiao Linya had an indifferent expression. They were all absorbed by me, turned into nourishment for my breakthrough, just living in a different way. That's all. They were your teammates. Nameless roared, gravity, giant bear. Nameless eyes sparkled, and an invisible gravitational force formed a 3-meter-tall phantom of a giant bear, roaring as it charged at Xiao Linya. This time, Xiao Linya couldn't ignore it. He lightly tapped the W key on the keyboard with his left foot, and a semi-transparent shield lit up, protecting him. The gravity giant bear collided with the shield without causing a ripple and was instantly obliterated. Ah, you still can't beat me. Captain, he has such amazing talent. Why do you always use these few moves? Xiao Linya said lazily. Nameless roared in anger, and the transparent face mask reappeared, transforming into a square face that covered his own. Nameless figure changed accordingly, turning into a burly man over 2 meters tall. A square iron hammer materialized in his hand, and he leapt into a swordsmanship stance, directly slashing furiously at Xiao Linya. This time, Xiao Linya didn't dare use the shield. He stomped on the Q key on the keyboard, and an energy beam shot out, sending the burly Nameless flying. Finally, everyone's eyes lit up as they rushed out of the passage. Prison Warden Sheng. Quickly take Yiding to a safe place. Zhuge Liang shouted. Li Yiding didn't hesitate for a moment, knowing she would only be a burden if she stayed, and immediately sprinted away. However, Prison Warden Sheng hesitated for a moment. His mission was to protect Zhuge Liang. Go now, Zhuge Liang roared angrily. I can handle you with one hand. If you stay, I'll have to protect you. What he said was true. Catching a blade with bare hands indeed only required one hand, and Zhuge Liang could completely control him. I'll go inform base leader Li. Prison Warden Sheng gritted his teeth and chased after Li Yiding. With no more worries, Zhuge Liang finally had time to carefully observe the battlefield. The exchange between Nameless and Xiao Linya had been too fast earlier, and the passage was too narrow, so he hadn't found a suitable opportunity to intervene. Now, in the open area, this was his stage. Boom, crack, da-da-da-da. Every collision between Nameless' iron hammer and Xiao Linya's keyboard sent shockwaves that cracked the ground and caused buildings to collapse. Both seemed to be completely unleashed. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang quickly took action. Are you crazy? Divine skill activated. When the target uses their talent, they will be subjected to merciless criticism. Merciless criticism? What kind of negative debuff is this? Just as Zhuge Liang was puzzled, a phantom draped in a red cape appeared, with the large characters, human, prominently displayed on the cape. Xiao Xiao? I died so miserably. What kind of keyboard warrior are you? What kind of hero do you think you are? You promised to sacrifice for the country, but you secretly ran away. These phantoms mercilessly mocked him, even poking Xiao Linya with pins, each poke leaving a bloody hole. So this is the so-called merciless criticism. Strangely, Xiao Linya didn't dodge the attacks from the phantoms at all. Instead, his previously lazy expression disappeared, and his gaze locked fiercely onto Zhuge Liang. Kid, you've angered me. Die. Xiao Linya clutched his keyboard and slammed the R key, making Zhuge Liang's heart tighten. The R key usually signifies a big move. Zhuge Liang nervously prepared to retreat at any moment, but he froze. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Just as he was preparing to respond. Chicken, you're too beautiful. Hello, friends of the new era. I am practicing regularly. The familiar background music started playing, and Zhuge Liang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre skill is this? He had thought the plunger was already outrageous enough, but he never expected Xiao Linya to play the chicken, you're too beautiful BGM. Zhuge Liang was so stunned he couldn't move. Meanwhile, Xiao Linya seemed to be bursting with energy, his momentum skyrocketing as he swung his keyboard, forcing the nameless strongman to retreat step by step. He was about to break through the defense line and take Zhuge Liang down directly. "Run!" the nameless strongman shouted. "Don't let him through. Fourth gate of pain, open." The nameless strongman's aura surged dramatically, the veins on his body writhing wildly, twisting like worms. He forcibly held Xiao Linya back. "In my BGM, no one can defeat me," Xiao Linya roared, swinging his keyboard desperately to break through. This familiar line snapped Zhuge Liang out of his shock. He quickly focused his mind, no zoning out during battle. "Give up, you dead fish." The nameless strongman, who had been dominating the fight, stared at Xiao Linya, thinking he would surrender. Unexpectedly, Xiao Linya, though his attack frequency had clearly decreased, showed no intention of stopping and continued to fight the nameless strongman with all his might. "What is going on? System? Has the divine skill failed?" System prompt. Quality guaranteed. A salted fish may lose its dreams, but that doesn't mean it has given up the will to live. Zhuge Liang understood. Even a salted fish will fight desperately to survive when faced with life and death. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Linya had switched to passive defense, no longer actively attacking. Interesting. I've never seen someone so shameless. The shameless phantom once again targeted Xiao Linya. Meanwhile, Xiao Linya stared intently at Zhuge Liang, enduring a hammer blow from the nameless strongman, spitting blood as he charged forward. "Damn!" Zhuge Liang quickly waved his hand, throwing out several fifth-tier Raisingans, each with explosive power, but they only managed to slightly slow Xiao Linya's steps. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of maternal love? A pregnant phantom appeared. Xiao Linya's belly visibly swelled. Although he didn't cry out, his speed and reaction slowed noticeably. The nameless strongman caught up and entangled him again. Zhuge Liang breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat. A fourth-tier fighter barging into a seventh-tier battlefield indeed required extra caution. At this moment, a sword of Pi appeared in Zhuge Liang's hand, its blade imbued with spatial power. He thrust it forward, exorcist sword technique. Xiao Linya's movements visibly faltered, the red cloud-black robe around his crotch visibly dampened, his defensive actions severely distorted, leaving him utterly defenseless against the nameless strongman's hammer blows. His keyboard became a shield, but the situation remained dire. "Still not dead. Let me add some force." Zhuge Liang pulled out 10 strands of hair, blew on them, and immediately summoned 10 clones to encircle the battlefield from all directions. The sound of wind whistled in his hands as he began forming Raisingans, but instead of throwing them directly, he tried to approach the target. Raisingans flew too slowly, like fireballs, making them almost impossible to hit. Close-range attacks were more reliable. The clones skillfully dodged the shockwaves from Xiao Linya and the nameless strongman's battle, but 10 meters was the limit they could get to. The shockwaves from the two captains' battle were too strong, and the fragile clones couldn't withstand them. Taking advantage of the gap as the nameless strongman retreated, the clones simultaneously threw out Raisingan. Xiao Linya didn't even glance at them. All the Raisingans disappeared silently upon touching the shield. This guy's shield can absorb spiritual energy, only physical attacks work. The nameless strongman shouted, "You retreat. I can hold him off. Hurry back to the base." Zhuge Liang showed no reaction. "Retreat? Now that we have the upper hand, it's obviously time to rack up kills. As for immunity to spiritual energy, it's indeed a bit troublesome. Whether it's the one-sword immortal kneel, Raisingan, or heavenly thunder technique, they're all skills powered by spiritual energy. No wonder he's a famous villain, truly formidable." Zhuge Liang observed while opening the system panel. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host. Zhuge Liang level, 41 talent. Sword of Pi magic skills. Heavenly Thunder technique. Raisingan series. Storage space illusion skills. Clone technique. Deception combat skills. Thunder armor. Dragon palm strike. One sword immortal kneel series others. Formation basics energy. 99,999 points essence. 0 points lottery. Open divine skills. Are you crazy? 100% bare-handed blade catch. Strongman identification. Just slack off. You slacker. Shameless scoundrel. Fusion. Evil warding sword technique max 100% barehanded blade. Catch absolutely cannot be used. The nameless strong man was successfully tanking the enemy. But then Xiao Linya pulled him close with a single sword and finished him off with a flurry of keyboard smashes. Xiao Linya can even fly using a keyboard. After much thought, Zhuge Liang's gaze locked onto the illusion skills. He reactivated Pregnant Stare and Are You Crazy, surrounding himself with countless illusions that transformed into nearly 100 figures rushing in all directions, each with different appearances, movements, and expressions. Illusion clones. After the skill upgrade, although the original skills no longer appeared, Zhuge Liang still mastered them. At max level, illusion clones are indistinguishable from the real thing to the naked eye. Zhuge Liang's main body and 10 clones hid among these illusion clones, moving closer to the center of the battlefield, each holding a Rasengan. I told you, pure spiritual energy attacks are useless. The nameless strong man roared. Usually expressionless, he was now furious, pushed to the brink by Zhuge Liang. But Zhuge Liang acted as if he hadn't heard, staring intently at Xiao Linya. I don't believe your move can absorb indefinitely. Let us see how you handle these 100 Rasengans. Let us see if it doesn't overwhelm you. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone simultaneously threw their Rasengans, raining down like a storm. Xiao Linya didn't dare to be careless, pressing the W key tightly and fully activating his shield. But all the Rasengans vanished with a pop upon touching the shield. Deception. Xiao Linya had been tricked by Zhuge Liang, thinking he was about to face a major attack, but it was all a bluff. The feeling of misusing his strength left him uncomfortable, and the energy consumed by the shield was completely wasted. Just as the slacker stare effect ended, he was furious on the spot. You brat. You tricked me. You brat. You tricked me. Yes, I tricked you. Aren't you going to guard against it? Zhuge Liang teased with a smile. Xiao Linya immediately pressed the Q key, sending out an energy wave that shattered Zhuge Liang, but it was just a phantom clone. Oh, wrong guess. Another Zhuge Liang chuckled. Xiao Linya frowned deeply. The situation was becoming troublesome. At that moment, the nameless burly man charged forward with his hammer again, and Xiao Linya was ready to counterattack. Just give up. You lazy fish. A new round of the lazy fish's gaze forced Xiao Linya back into a defensive stance. Zhuge Liang began frantically throwing lightning, slashes, and spiraling spheres, forcing Xiao Linya to split his focus. Zhuge Liang's clones could be fake countless times, but as long as Xiao Linya failed to defend even once, the attack would be real. It was driving Xiao Linya to frustration, like being smeared with filth. Not much damage, but utterly disgusting. Hidden among the phantom clones, Zhuge Liang felt his thoughts clear. A lazy fish with survival instincts? Annoy you until you fall. He also realized that skills weren't divided into major or minor moves as long as they were used at the right time. Even small skills like phantom clones and deception could have a big impact. The battle quickly reached a stalemate. But this was within the base city. As soon as reinforcements arrived, Xiao Linya would be done for. So Zhuge Liang wasn't worried at all and kept dragging it out. Was there some directive from above? Xiao Linya didn't seem to plan on breaking through and was just stalling with the two of them. Something was off. There was definitely something fishy. Just as Zhuge Liang was pondering what he might have overlooked. Woo! 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 The piercing alarm sounded over the base city, blaring for 6 seconds, pausing for 6 seconds, and repeating endlessly. At the same time, his watch displayed 3 red exclamation marks, vibrating non-stop. This was Beast Tide Alert. Zhuge Liang's face changed. I knew you weren't in a hurry, so this was your real plan. Quick reaction, but you're too late, Xiao Linya said calmly. I really don't know what kind of luck this base city has, managing to acquire a batch of peak 6th tier air crystals and even inviting an 8th tier formation master to set up a long-range teleportation array. We've been preparing for 3 years. We won't let anyone in this base city escape. They actually plan to sacrifice the entire base city? That's over 100 million people. Absolutely inhumane. But Zhuge Liang stared at Xiao Linya, feeling that it wasn't that simple. Base City had faced beast tides before. With the city defense barrier and defensive equipment, unless top-tier beasts of 8th, or even ninth tier appeared, it was impossible to break through. So, wait. Zhuge Liang suddenly thought of the teleportation array in the underground pipelines. Could these people be? Beams of light began to shine throughout the base city. Ferocious beasts with menacing auras emerged from the light, their eyes blood red, attacking all creatures except Xiao Linya said coldly. Even if I'm not in good condition right now, I still think they're useless. There's no regret if they die. The nameless burly man was so enraged his eyes turned red, and he charged forward with his hammer. Good. Just what I wanted. A familiar voice came from afar. Zhuge Liang turned to look, and the person had already rushed over. It was she, who had hurriedly left earlier. Xiao Linya, you dared to betray the dragon group back then. Today, I'll deal with you. She's eyes shone brightly, and the surrounding objects began to float. This place had become a zero-gravity space. Salted fish stared at the countdown, while Zhuge Liang remained silent. Xiao Linya returned to normal, cautiously watching she. Oh no, how unlucky, caught by the captain. Don't call me captain. She roared, her eyes flashing brilliantly. An immensely powerful gravity pressed down on Xiao Linya like a mountain, causing the ground to collapse into a bottomless pit. Zhuge Liang was shocked. Was this woman really that strong? Xiao Linya, who had planned to fight for a while, was subdued in an instant. Bullying small fry, huh? Your opponent is me. A figure stepped through the air, dressed in a black robe with red clouds, clearly of extraordinary status. Though his hands were empty, he exuded an intense sense of oppression. When she saw the newcomer, her expression immediately became extremely serious. Child of death, Zhao Wuyo, I didn't expect you to lead this blood sacrifice. She said solemnly. I thought it was just a small commotion, but it turns out we've caught a big fish. The man called Zhao Wuyo chuckled harmlessly, like a boy next door. Who's really fishing here is still uncertain, Zhao Wuyo responded calmly. It seemed like casual conversation, but the aura between she and Zhao Wuyo had already begun to clash. The nameless, burly man certainly wouldn't sit idly by. He used all his strength to throw his hammer at Zhao Wuyo. Zhao Wuyo merely glanced at it, and the hammer rebounded like a meteor, smashing into the burly man's chest and sending him crashing into a building. Boom! The ground within a 100-meter radius around the building collapsed, turning into ruins and burying the burly man inside. And all of this Zhao Wuyo achieved with just a glance. What kind of ability was this? This is the vector manipulation talent. She explained. An SSS-level talent that can control direction and force. I don't understand why, with such an ability, would you join the Akatsuki organization? Zhuge Liang's eyes widened upon hearing this. Vector manipulation? Is it the vector manipulation I think it is? Then what's the point of fighting? 63. Can even arm underwear? Take my sword. Extra update. Happy National Day. A vector is a quantity with direction. For example, force, torque, velocity, acceleration, momentum, displacement, magnetic field strength, etc. All of these can be controlled by vector manipulation. It can compress air molecules, forcibly generate plasma, even interact with the atmosphere to manipulate air and create intense typhoons, reaching M7 levels. It can even absorb the Earth's rotational energy, converting it into immense destructive power to annihilate everything. This is practically the hand of God, capable of controlling all things in existence. Facing such an enemy, Zhuge Liang hesitated for a moment, unsure if he could win. Answer me. She roared. Why did you betray humanity? The Akatsuki is nothing but a bunch of useless trash. What were you even after in the past? Zhao Wuyo calmly said. There's no choice. Humans are too weak. Instead of protecting them, I'd rather use them as nourishment for my evolution, devour exotic beasts to become the strongest, leave this tiny planet, and make the universe my stage. Is this survival of the fittest? He treats humans as prey? Then let's fight. She was furious. A phantom clone emerged from She's body and approached Zhuge Liang. Hurry, leave. Forget about Wuming. Head to the city government building at the base, she whispered. Leave? Where to? Zhao Wuyo chuckled. I'm here for this kid. SSR talent. I wonder if devouring him will upgrade my talent. She's face darkened. He had been discovered? Despite multiple cleanups, why couldn't the internal traitors be eradicated? At the same time, Buildings suddenly rose into the air, surrounding He Shi and Zhao Wuyo in the blink of an eye, transforming into a giant maze that trapped the two. My illusion won't hold him for long. He Shi's clone warned in a low voice. Don't look back, just go. But clearly, Zhao Wuyo wouldn't let him succeed. He instantly charged toward Zhuge Lan's original direction. Don't even think about going anywhere. Shinra Tensei. He Shi spread his arms, unleashing a repulsive force of distorted light that struck Zhao Wuyo fiercely, but it had no effect at all. Stranger still, the repulsive force was reflected back, directly attacking He Shi himself. What a headache. He Shi gritted his teeth and increased the intensity, but it was still useless. You're wasting your energy. I'm immune to any damage, Zhao Wuyo said indifferently. He endured He Shi's attack head-on and flew straight out of the illusion maze's range. Is it really completely ineffective? Zhuge Lan suddenly smiled. Then, forget it, give up, trash. A blue light shot toward Zhao Wuyo, who didn't dodge, and merged into his body without resistance. The previously indifferent Zhao Wuyo's gaze dimmed even further as he looked up at the sky. This planet is too small. My talent doesn't need development, it grows stronger every day. Living like this is so exhausting. As Zhao Wuyo continued boasting nonsense, He Shi's attacks were automatically deflected. This guy had actually trained vector defense into a passive skill. However, since he considered He Shi a waste of time, Zhao Wuyo couldn't be bothered to take him seriously and continued flaunting his talent. Zhuge Lan sighed in relief upon seeing this. Fortunately, his trash stare was still effective. The problem lies with that Xiao guy. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of maternal love? Zhao Wuyo's stomach suddenly swelled and began writhing frantically, as if experiencing childbirth. The pregnancy stare had never failed. This time, Zhuge Lan learned his lesson and didn't use this shameless stare. After all, Zhao Wuyo was targeting him, and using this shameless stare to disrupt the trash stare would only let the opponent succeed. Are you insane? Divine skill activated. Target will experience recurring genital warts when using talent. Though disgusting, it wasn't much help in the current battle. Glancing at He Shi, who was still wasting effort, Zhuge Lan was momentarily at a loss. Should they just keep stalling with Zhao Wuyo? Normally, it wouldn't be an issue, but now the base city was being ravaged by exotic beasts. The Akatsuki was causing trouble, and with internal and external threats, if they didn't resolve this quickly, the city gates might not hold. The city has fallen, and the base city is doomed. How can we eliminate Zhao Wuyo? Vector, wait. Vector? I got it. Wisdom sparkled in Zhuge Lan's eyes. Vector manipulation only controls direction, but the scalar corresponding to the vector has no direction, only magnitude. Temperature, mass, density, power, space, time. Zhuge Lan immediately gathered a Rasengan in his hand, infusing it with fire energy, making it glow and heat up, eventually turning into a scorching magma ball that expanded like a balloon. When it reached half his height, he threw it at Zhao Wuyo. Fire technique, spiral explosive flame cannon. Boom, centered on Zhao Wuyo. A 40-meter radius was enveloped in light and heat. The residual heat waves slapped against Zhuge Lan and He Shi's faces, but they didn't blink. They stared at the center, waiting for the light and heat to dissipate, only to see Zhao Wuyo still unharmed, gazing at the sky. Impossible. How can he be fine? Zhuge Lan said in disbelief. Even if the flames of the spiral explosive flame cannon could be deflected by vector manipulation, how could the temperature have no effect? It's that black robe with red clouds, He Shi said helplessly. I wasn't mistaken. That black robe with red clouds is a star artifact he refined himself, with extremely strong defense. Your level is too low, and your power isn't enough? Let me try. He Shi summoned a ball of blue flames with a wave of her hand, and the flames instantly engulfed Zhao Wuyo. The surrounding light distorted, and the rolling heat waves forced Zhuge Lan to retreat more than 10 meters. Starfire Blaze. This firepower was even stronger than his spiral explosive flame cannon. Sister He, what level are you? Zhuge Lan couldn't help but ask. Level 93. A 9th-tier martial king is right beside me? What about Zhao Wuyo? Zhuge Lan continued to ask. Level 89. Even He Shi at level 93 can't deal with Zhao Wuyo, At level 89? Could He-She's talent be? Stop guessing. I'm also SSS level talent, He-She reminded him. Although we're both SSS level, talent has tiers and counters. You're SSR level, and you might not feel it now, but you'll understand when you encounter other SSR level talents. Zhuge Liang nodded but didn't take it to heart. SSR? My divine skills can still crush them. Time is running out, Zhuge Liang said. He-She immediately withdrew the blue flames, and Zhuge Liang fired a salted fish stare. Then he looked over, and Zhao Wuyo remained motionless, not even a strand of hair out of place. It's a 9th-tier star artifact. He-She's face darkened. I'm fire, earth, and rock attributes. Other spells are useless against him. Zhao Wuyo's turtle shell was truly tough. He was clearly restrained. Why didn't I draw a strong attack divine skill? All I got were support-type divine skills. Wait, speaking of strong attack divine skills, I don't believe you can armor up to your Take my sword. Evil repelling sword technique. I don't believe you can armor up to your Take my sword. Evil repelling sword technique. The spatial blade stabbed directly into the target. That fatal cutting sensation, it must have been severed. But why isn't there a blood-stained robe effect? Only green light flickered. Could it be? Damn, this guy's underwear is a healing star artifact. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but curse. He really armored up to his. And it even has rare healing abilities? I've never seen someone so afraid of death. Evil repelling sword technique. Zhuge Liang stabbed again. Huh, the feeling is off. There's no sense of cutting. Instead, it feels empty. He stabbed a few more times, but the result was the same. However, the green healing glow of the underwear star gear kept shining, as if there was a green light bulb hidden in his crotch. What's going on? The evil warding sword technique comes with spatial damage. Normal healing can only mend wounds, it can't regenerate severed limbs. Oh, so if it's cut, it's really gone. That's actually good news. He thought there were all kinds of healing methods nowadays that could regrow severed limbs, but it turns out that's not the case. But the problem returns to the original point: what to do if it can't break through the defense? Zhuge Liang tried using the evil warding sword technique to stab Zhao Wuyo's heart and internal organs, and surprisingly, it could hurt him. However, it only penetrated 3 inches into the flesh and didn't cause serious injury. As long as it can break through the defense, it's manageable. Zhuge Liang stood firmly, gripped the sword hilt tightly, and began charging the blade draw technique. When his spiritual energy filled his entire body, one sword immortal kneels, evil warding. The sword flew like a dragon, directly slicing through Zhao Wuyo's body. Blood spurted out, dyeing the red cloud-black robe completely, dripping onto the ground. But before Zhuge Liang could celebrate, a familiar green glow lit up from Zhao Wuyo's crotch, enveloping his entire body, forcibly reattaching his severed waist. Damn, this life-saving star gear is too powerful. Zhuge Liang cursed. Even after being cut in half, he could still be saved? Even a 9th-tier healing star gear has its limits. For such severe injuries, it can only be used once every 10 seconds, He-She said expectantly. Can you deliver 2 strikes within 10 seconds with that sword? 2 strikes? Zhuge Liang thought about it. It might be possible. He couldn't do it before, but now that the evil warding sword technique has fused, even his clones can use it. He plucked some hair and blew to create clones. 10 clones plus his main body lined up, each holding the pie sword, charging the blade draw technique. 3 minutes later, they all swung their swords simultaneously. One sword immortal kneels, evil warding. 11 Zhao Wuyo's red cloud-black robe gushed blood like a faucet. The combo was clearly effective. However, Zhao Wuyo's crotch, knees, elbows, and even neck lit up with green, emerald green, and white glows. Wood attribute, life attribute, and light attribute healing star gears were all present. He managed to heal himself completely with the star gears. What the hell? Is the Akatsuki organization this rich? Zhuge Liang exclaimed in shock. And how afraid of death is this guy? So many healing star gears. He-She's mouth twitched as well, speechless at how Zhao Wuyo was equipped with so many healing star gears. Well, that's it. I can't do anything about it. Zhuge Liang shrugged. It's not that his divine skill isn't strong enough, it's just that the opponent is too good at surviving. If only the evil warding sword technique were stronger, so even the wounds couldn't heal. Zhuge Liang lamented. This system exists to help the host master divine skills and become the ultimate war god. Please grow quickly and unleash the true power of the divine skills. Is this mocking Zhuge Liang for being too weak? But he's only at the 4th tier. Zhao Wuyo is an 8th tier SSS level genius, and still this good at surviving. Isn't it normal for him to be at a loss? However, this also made Zhuge Liang realize that his current divine skills are more focused on support. Against someone like Zhao Wuyo, a turtle shell, he can only stare helplessly, of course. While Zhuge Liang can't defeat him, he can also make sure Zhao Wuyo can't do anything either. Hopefully, next time I can unlock a strong offensive divine skill, Zhuge Liang prayed. Since he couldn't kill him, Zhuge Liang tried using the Sword of Pi to see if he could drag the person away. First, how to deal with him later could be discussed slowly. But clearly, it was impossible. Zhao Wuyo, this salted fish, just wanted to stand there and look at the sky. If he didn't want to move, no one could make him. However, 100% barehanded blade catch. Swish, Zhao Wuyo was instantly summoned, obediently kneeling with hands clasped together, ready to catch the blade barehanded. You think I can't handle you? But this seemed to offend Zhao Wuyo's dignity as someone who viewed humans as food. He was proud to the extreme. Even in his salted fish state, he still stared intently at Zhuge Liang. She was startled. She hurriedly stepped forward to shield Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang moved even faster, giving her a quick salted fish glare. Fortunately, Zhao Wuyo only stared at Zhuge Liang without taking further action. But Zhuge Liang was worried. Would this guy suddenly launch a salted fish thrust at him? This 100% barehanded blade catch has its pros and cons. If the enemy dragged over is too strong, I might be done for. After all, people in this era don't only fight with their hands. Hopefully, after upgrading, I can make people kneel from a distance. Zhuge Liang noticed the ring on Zhao Wuyo's hand and suddenly had a new idea. He wanted to approach, but she held him back. What are you doing? Don't go near him. I want to take his ring. Zhuge Liang said. As long as force doesn't cause movement, he has to apply force himself to make it move. Once I take his ring, without an item to replenish his spiritual energy, you can use Earth Explosion Star to trap him. If he wants to break free, he'll have to consume spiritual energy. You're level 93. He's level 89. If we compete in spiritual energy consumption, we can wear him out. She's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. Wait, I'll see if I can pull it off. She flew over and tried to remove the ring. It didn't budge. Even at level 93, she was helpless against level 89 Zhao Wuyo. But she still refused to let Zhuge Liang take the risk. The fish intestine sword appeared in she's hand, and she stabbed it at the ring even though it might contain information about the Akatsuki organization. She would rather destroy it than let Zhuge Liang take the risk. But unfortunately, before the fish intestine sword could touch the ring, it was deflected by Zhao Wuyo's passive defense. Luckily, used her full strength and easily steadied the sword. Frustrated, she called Zhuge Liang over, keeping a cautious watch nearby. Zhuge Liang made no aggressive moves, slowly reaching his finger toward Zhao Wuyo. The moment he touched the ring, Zhao Wuyo lowered his raised head and glanced at Zhuge Liang, then did nothing. He looked as if he was letting Zhuge Liang take it freely. Zhuge Liang easily used his personal space to store the ring away. Success. As expected, Zhuge Liang's guess was correct. After all, it was just an SSS level talent. How could it be invincible? Scalar was Zhao Wuyo's weakness. However, give it back. Zhao Wuyo frowned and said, even salted fish have tempers, okay? Zhuge Liang ignored him, spreading venomous flesh wings from his back, stepping on the Sword of Pi, flapping his wings, and fleeing at full speed. Zhao Wuyo was about to chase after seeing this, but she blocked him, throwing a condensed black sphere directly at his face. Planetary devastation. With the black sphere as the center, an indiscriminate gravitational force erupted, absorbing all surrounding debris, trees, and soil, compressing them into a massive sphere suspended in the air. In less than half a minute, a stone sphere over a kilometer in diameter had formed, and it continued to absorb large amounts of material, increasing its size. Watching this, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but swallow nervously. This was a 9th-tier martial king? Ridiculously powerful. If He hadn't pushed him aside earlier, and he had been caught inside, well, he could have used the dead fish stare to interrupt He. Time's up, Zhuge shouted. At the same time, the stone sphere visibly expanded, as if it was about to burst from within. Don't even think about it. He-Shi's eyes shone brightly like stars, and a massive surge of spiritual energy emerged, forcibly stabilizing the nearly bursting stone sphere and continuing to add more material to increase its size. The two were locked in a stalemate, exerting all their strength to activate their talents, their spiritual energy draining like flowing water. The difference was that He held large handfuls of spirit stones in both hands, while Zhao Wuyo could only rely on his own strength to endure. The commotion was too great, attracting the attention of most of the base city's inhabitants, including the beasts and members of the Akatsuki organization. From afar, a large gathering of red clouds and black robes could be seen approaching. But would it matter? Zhuge, with his left hand capable of catching blades barehanded and his right hand wielding a Rasengan, first used the dead fish stare to render them powerless, then summoned a sphere to smash into their faces. Anyone who dared to show themselves was doomed. An 8th tier brat might be tough, but you little shrimps? I can handle you. This restored Zhuge confidence. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, it was just that his opponents were too monstrous. Facing 9th tier and 8th tier opponents, he was only 4th tier, for goodness sake. A few Akatsuki members with long-range talents tried to snipe Zhuge, but they couldn't break through his Pi sword shield. These uneducated fools. What did they know about Pi? Instead, they were locked onto by Zhuge gaze, pulled over, and fed spheres. As a small mountain of bodies piled up beneath him, the Akatsuki members, not being fools, decided to stop showing themselves. Now, Zhuge had become an unsolvable existence in their eyes. "Oomph, a bunch of trash," Zhuge scoffed. In his complacency, he failed to notice a pair of glowing eyes in the shadows, staring at him with a sinister gaze. "I wish you peace." Boom. A small-scale explosion occurred on the battlefield where He and Zhao Wuyo were clashing, scattering a large number of stones that broke free from the gravitational pull and all collided with Zhuge Pi sword shield. Good grief. Zhuge was startled. The person in the shadows saw this, and a flash of joy appeared in their eyes. "I wish you a healthy waist and legs. I wish you good health. I wish you smooth breathing. I wish you sharp hearing and clear vision." Suddenly, Zhuge felt his waist ache, his back hurt, his breathing became labored, and his vision grew dim. Yet, his spiritual energy circulation remained unaffected. What was going on? Watching his vision gradually fade, Zhuge felt a mix of confusion and panic. He had been careless. Base city number 65 has fallen. The defenders fought to the death but were ambushed. Seeing his vision about to be taken away, Zhuge panicked. Ding. Detected external invasion on the host. Patching the loophole. Patching complete. Zhuge vision was restored, his waist no longer ached, and his legs stopped hurting. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Luckily, this young master has a system. He pretended to be successfully blinded, showing a panicked expression while pondering what had just happened. The system mentioned external force. Illusion? No. That kind of illusion that deprives someone of their vision can only be achieved through overwhelming mental power. And Zhuge mental power is even higher than He-Shi's at level 93. Someone with such mental power wouldn't need to resort to sneak attacks. So it must be a talent. Someone's innate talent. Zhuge maintained his Pi sword shield, silently waiting for the mastermind to reveal themselves. But the opponent was cautious and did not show themselves recklessly. Instead, other members of Akatsuki seemed to have received a signal and launched another charge toward him. However, their attacks landed on the Pi sword shield without breaking through its defense. Zhuge didn't hold back either, counterattacking in the direction of the attacks by summoning 100 Pi swords, scattering them like heavenly rain toward the attackers. Then came another wave of 100 swords, followed by yet another 100 swords. Having memorized over 41,000 digits of Pi, he could now summon a total of 410 Pi swords. The scale of 10,000 swords returned to the sect was beginning to take shape. With such dense frequency, even though Zhuge deliberately adjusted the aim, cries of pain still echoed continuously. This indiscriminate shooting, while inefficient, consumed very little energy from the Pi swords, and Zhuge Liang had infinite energy. He wasn't afraid of consumption at all. After a few waves of attacks, the Akatsuki members no longer dared to approach. This caused the eyes hidden in the shadow below to reveal a hint of anxiety. With so many negative buffs applied, how is he still so capable of fighting? The figure gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "I bless you with abundant spiritual power." After saying this, the owner of the eyes seemed to have overexerted himself and stumbled out of the shadow. Zhuge Liang immediately spotted him. It turned out this guy wasn't using a skill to become invisible. Instead, his entire body was pitch black, blending physically with the shadow of the planetary devastation. It was indeed a racial talent. "You scoundrel, take this sword from me." Evil repelling sword technique. With one thrust, the black figure clutched his groin and fell to his knees, blood flowing profusely beneath him. At the same time, a hand emerged from the ground, firmly gripping the black figure's neck. It was none other than Warden Sheng, who was escorting Li Yiting. "Die!" Warden Sheng's eyes glowed red as he prepared to snap the black figure's neck. Suddenly, the black figure raised his head and shot out a black mist. Warden Sheng's instincts screamed warnings, forcing him to retreat and dodge. The black figure immediately transformed into a shadow and disappeared into the darkness. "Don't even think about escaping." Behind Warden Sheng, a zombie phantom appeared once again, decisively biting the black figure's neck. Warden Sheng's body swelled slightly, his skin turning pale. This transformation brought a comprehensive boost in speed and strength. He stomped heavily on the ground, causing a 100-meter radius to collapse, forcing the black figure to be flung out. "Madman, you're all madmen." A black panther emerged behind the black man, merging into his body and transforming him into a panther-like form. A black tail grew from his coccyx, with a small tuft of golden fur at the end. The warden charged forward, his long nails slashing down. The pantherized black man raised his hand to block, using the force of the strike to propel himself away. Lightning flashed around him as he transformed into a bolt of electricity, fleeing into the distance. His speed was so fast that even Zhuge Liang's eyes couldn't lock onto him, and the Pi sword he held remained suspended, unable to strike. The warden could only pursue him. Zhuge Liang stopped pretending and began wildly swinging his sword in all directions. 100% success rate in catching blades barehanded. 100% success rate in catching blades barehanded. 100% success rate in catching blades barehanded. Most of the surrounding enemies had already been killed or forced back by the flying sword machine gun earlier. The few remaining were now swept away, summoned, and eliminated with a single strike. Unfortunately, the black man who had ambushed him earlier had retreated too decisively, escaping unscathed. The warden returned, leaping from the ground toward Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang did not recklessly activate the Pi sword shield, but instead sent out a Pi sword to serve as a foothold for the warden. "We need to retreat quickly," the warden said bitterly. "With the siege at the city gates, we can hold out for at most another hour before the city falls. If the city gates fall, where can we retreat to?" Zhuge Liang frowned. "Are we just going to abandon this base city? Do you think I want to?" The warden's tiger-like eyes turned red. "This is the base city I've been protecting. But Zhao Wuyo directly destroyed a section of the city wall, and now there are numerous high-level beasts inside. The Putian base city, it's over." Zhuge Liang fell silent. Was it really possible that this base city had fallen so easily? Buzz, buzz, buzz. His wristwatch vibrated violently, automatically projecting an image. The same massive projection appeared in the sky. It was Li Changsheng, his left arm severed at the root. Beside him, Feng Lan frantically waved a priest's staff, causing his flesh to wriggle and regenerate bit by bit. "I am Li Changsheng, the base leader. I now announce that Putian base city has fallen." Li Changsheng closed his eyes in anguish. "Activate the emergency evacuation protocol. All survivors, head to the center of the base city. We will activate the long-range teleportation array for evacuation. Due to the high consumption of air crystals by the long-range teleportation array, it will only activate once in 3 hours. Please make sure to arrive within this time." The wristwatch projection disappeared, while the sky projection transformed into a 3-hour countdown, ticking away. Zhuge Lan felt dazed. Had it really fallen? Wait, what about Feng Aoyan and the others? Zhuge Lan turned to the warden. The barrier guards are at the city gates. How will they retreat? Through the teleportation array. The red glow in the warden's eyes intensified. According to protocol, if the city gates are about to fall, to prevent beasts from directly invading the center of the base city, the barrier guards will destroy the teleportation array and hold their ground to the death. 66. New ability of the Pi Sword. Traps. Extra update urged by 31. The barrier guards will destroy the teleportation array and hold their ground to the death. Zhuge Lan fell silent upon hearing this. Holding their ground to the death. Of course. Otherwise, how else would they buy those 3 hours for evacuation? The Akatsuki organization certainly wouldn't negotiate with them. Zhuge Lan looked around. He was still grappling with Zhao Wuyo. The buildings and land within a radius of 10,000 meters had already disappeared, and the area of destruction was still expanding outward, pulling in a massive amount of objects to fill the 3-kilometer diameter stone sphere. Zhuge Lan was utterly shocked. Was this He's true combat power? Terrifying. Looking elsewhere, a large number of exotic beasts were rampaging, but the main battles were concentrated at the city gates and the center of the base city. The remaining civilians were also fighting back desperately, but they were quickly torn apart by the overwhelming number of beasts. Death and explosions had turned this once peaceful and thriving base city into a wasteland. Zhuge Lan gripped the Pi Sword tightly. He was filled with hatred. He hated his inability to change any of this. He also hated the Akatsuki organization for being so inhumane. No wonder he and the others were so vigilant. Die! A furious roar echoed across the heavens and earth, followed by a dazzling light erupting on the horizon, shooting straight into the sky and scattering the clouds. The entire ground trembled in response. It was the voice of 5th MOC. It seemed he had finally received the news and rushed back, but it was all too late. The fall of Putian Base City was already a foregone conclusion. Zhuge Lan shrank the Pi Sword shield and brought the weakened Warden Sheng inside. Then, following his memory, he dug out Wu Ming, who was buried in the rubble. Although Wu Ming's chest was collapsed, he still had a breath left in him. Tough luck. Handing him over to Warden Sheng for care, Zhuge Lan glanced at he one last time before flying toward the center of the base city without looking back. Zhao Wuyo's vector manipulation was too overwhelming. He couldn't be of much help here and would only distract he. However, he didn't fly directly to the center of the base city. He kept the Heavenly Thunder technique ready in his hand, striking down any exotic beasts he encountered with a single thunderbolt. Each strike was precise. Compared to beings like Zhao Wuyo, these exotic beasts were like a simple difficulty level. But Zhuge Lan didn't let his guard down, avoiding the use of techniques that could be countered easily. These exotic beasts, all around the 5th tier, had inexplicably undergone berserk transformations, significantly boosting their strength. Ordinary Razengans couldn't guarantee a one-hit kill, and most of his ultimate moves were area-based, which wasn't ideal since he was carrying 2 burdens. The Heavenly Thunder technique was the safest choice. Saving people along the way? Sure. Taking risks? Absolutely not. If he encountered survivors, Zhuge Lan would distribute a Pi Sword to them. Many exotic beasts lacked the ability to fly. As for flying beasts, if they dared to show themselves, he'd strike them down with a thunderbolt. After flying for over half an hour, Zhuge Lan's 400-plus Pi Swords were all carrying people. Fortunately, he only needed to direct them in one direction. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to control so many Pi Swords at once. Young hero, my talent is object manipulation. Let go of the control of the 10 swords around me, and I'll handle them, a middle-aged man suddenly suggested. Zhuge Lan nodded without much thought. The middle-aged man immediately closed his eyes and fiddled for a moment, and sure enough, he managed to control the Pi Swords beneath him. However, the man opened his eyes in surprise, maneuvered the Pi Swords through a few angles, and then looked at Zhuge Lan with delight. Young hero, your flying swords are amazing. As long as I infuse spiritual energy, I can control them freely. Zhuge Lan was momentarily stunned, causing the thunder technique in his hand to strike off target. He quickly followed up with an evil repelling sword technique, making the tiger-shaped beast charging at him collapse to the ground, leaving a trail of blood. What a pity for that tiger whip, it's such a great tonic. Zhuge Liang, however, had no time to care about it and turned to the middle-aged man. What did you say? The middle-aged man hurriedly repeated himself. Zhuge Liang tried to control the pie sword under the middle-aged man's feet and found no obstacles. As long as he authorized it, the middle-aged man could channel his spiritual energy to control the pie sword for flight. If Zhuge Liang revoked the authorization, the middle-aged man would be unable to control it. Even with an object-controlling talent, it would be extremely difficult. Zhuge Liang then had Yu Chongqing test it, and it worked the same way. It seems my talent has a lot of untapped potential, Zhuge Liang remarked. He had always focused too much on divine techniques, neglecting the development of his awakened pie sword talent, which, apart from reciting pie, had seen little exploration. Speaking of which, what level was this talent again? This made things simpler. In the era of spiritual energy revival, even ordinary people possessed some degree of spiritual power. Zhuge Liang immediately allowed the survivors to control the pie sword themselves, freeing up a significant amount of his energy. He could now control lightning with both hands, and the range of the thunder technique expanded further. After advancing a bit further and passing a cluster of buildings, Zhuge Liang's gaze suddenly sharpened. In the distance, a massive light screen rose, shielding most of the base city's center. A large number of beasts were blocked outside the screen, their eyes red as they attacked it, trying to break through. These gathered beast hordes had become the final barrier for survivors fleeing toward the base city's center. If Zhuge Liang were alone, he could easily rely on his spiral money dart to bombard his way through from the sky. But, with over 400 people in tow, absolutely impossible. To use the spiral money dart, Zhuge Liang would have to activate the pie sword shield, and at that point, how many of these people would survive would depend entirely on luck. According to Zhuge Liang's calculations, he could take no more than 20 people. 20 people. Looking at the 400-plus individuals before him, Zhuge Liang hesitated to speak. He could only silently dial Li Chongqing's communicator. The call quickly connected, but there was no projection instead. Intense battle sounds came through. Zhuge Liang quickly said, "I'm bringing over 400 civilians and am about to arrive, but there are a large number of beasts blocking the light screen. Can you send someone to assist me? I'll send you coordinates later." Li Chongqing shouted amidst the chaos. There's a group of civilians gathered there. "In an hour, I'll lead a team to carve out a path. Remember, you must arrive within an hour." The battle sounds grew fiercer, and it seemed Li Chongqing had encountered a formidable enemy. "All right, you focus on your fight." Zhuge Liang ended the call and exchanged a glance with Yu Chongqing. "There's a problem," Yu Chongqing said. Zhuge Liang nodded in agreement. In this situation, gathering a large number of people in one place might go unnoticed by the frenzied beasts, but how could the Akatsuki organization not notice? Not to mention, Zhuge Liang was an SSR-level genius. If Li Chongqing knew he was nearby, he would undoubtedly lead his team to charge over without hesitation. And now, they were being asked to gather and expose themselves to the Akatsuki organization's view. To put it bluntly, everyone in this universal base city, including Li Chongqing, could die, but Zhuge Liang absolutely cannot die. It is absolutely impossible to use him as bait. Therefore, it must be a trap. As for that communication just now, the world is full of extraordinary talents. Even "Chicken you are too beautiful" has appeared. Intercepting a signal or disguising a voice is far too simple. Buzz, a message came through, and the location was Central Stadium. This confirmed Zhuge Liang's suspicion only someone with a hole in their brain would choose this place. He plucked a strand of hair, transforming it into a clone to scout for information. Unexpectedly, 67, Lu Nuo appears. "I'm no saint. Hey, little hero, are you leaving on your own without taking us?" A young man with a nose ring asked. Clone number 1 stopped in his tracks, frowning as he looked at the nose-ringed youth. "Yeah, we heard there's a rescue point over there," someone chimed in. "What are you all fussing about?" "The little hero saved us, he must have his own plans," someone retorted. "That's not necessarily true. After all, there weren't as many exotic beasts ahead," someone said sarcastically. Clone number 1 coldly stared at those stirring up trouble. Did they think he was leaving alone? Did they really think? "I'm a saint. I'm leaving now," Clone number 1 said. I recommend you stay here for now, but if anyone wants to come with me now, you can follow. Clone number 1 waved his hand, summoning 40 Pi swords, then turned and left. The Pi sword, as Zhuge Liang's talent, could be inherited by his clones along with his skills, but only at 1/10 the power. The nose-ringed youth who first questioned him immediately climbed onto one of the Pi swords, controlling it to catch up with clone number 1. Gradually, a dozen or so people left the group, skillfully riding the Pi swords. However, most people still trusted Zhuge Liang and chose to stay where they were. Zhuge Liang coldly watched those ingrates leave, feeling no emotion. It was just as well that clone number 1 went alone, it would be less conspicuous. Everyone, take a good rest. We'll have information soon, Zhuge Liang called out. That rescue point is suspicious. The ones who just left were my clone, sent to scout for information. Scout for information? The crowd couldn't help but pity those who had just left. Weren't they rushing to their deaths? 10 minutes later, Zhuge Liang's gaze suddenly turned serious as he looked toward the direction of the central stadium. The entire central stadium was packed with people as far as the eye could see. At least 1 million people had been gathered there. Was this a plan to encircle and attack reinforcements? Was the Akatsuki organization planning to use these people as bait to lure those inside the light curtain out for rescue, thereby gaining an opportunity to enter and destroy the ultra-long-range teleportation array? No. Although the 1 million people in the central stadium are numerous, the population in the center of the base city is at least tens of millions. With a level and above talents already gathered in advance, risking the lives of tens of millions for the sake of 1 million clearly doesn't align with the rules of the apocalypse. Don't talk about no abandonment, no giving up. This is the apocalypse, and humans are no longer at the top of the food chain. Even Feng Aoyan is leading the barrier defense forces in a desperate battle without retreat. How could the base city spare the combat power to rescue this 1 million people? Reality demands choices, and the side often abandoned is the one with less value. So, if Zhuge Liang doesn't rescue these 1 million people, then they won't have reinforcements. But 1 million people, how can he save them? Such a large target, even if he manages to snatch them away from the Akatsuki organization, how would they cross the abyss of exotic beasts ahead? Zhuge Liang can't even take care of the 400 people he has now. In the silence, Zhuge Liang's gaze gradually became resolute. He had already made up his mind. In the VIP room above the central stadium, a group of Akatsuki members dressed in black robes with red clouds gathered, their eyes fervently fixed on the crowd below. Swish, a shadow flashed by, and everyone turned alertly to look. They saw the previously escaped black man, weakly leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. In the corner, a burly man's eyes flashed with surprise. Lord Shen, you're back. We've already gathered 1 million people as per your orders, but most of them only have ordinary talents. There's hardly anyone above a level. 1 million people. Once the blood sacrifice begins, it'll be enough for us to level up 20 times. The group excitedly chatted. A middle-aged man walked toward Lord Shun with enthusiasm, but the latter brushed past him with a dark expression and went straight to the burly man. Raising his hand, he was about to slap him. A young man stepped in front of the burly man, his hood falling off to reveal the face of Zhu Bei. Shen Gongbao, if you want to hit Brother Nuo, you'll have to hit me first. Zhu Bei pulled out his signature black pot. Shen Gongbao looked at Zhu Bei, his raised hand unable to fall. I'm your father, yet you insist on protecting an outsider like this? Shen Gongbao said angrily. Back during the Beast Tide, it was Brother Nuo's parents who saved me. My life belongs to Brother Nuo. Zhu Bei glared and said angrily. Where were you then? The Akatsuki organization? You abandoned me and my mother when I was young. You don't deserve to be my father. Pa! He spat a thick glob of saliva at Shen Gongbao's feet, enraging him further. Yet he was helpless against Zhu Bei. After all, he was his own son, and he had indeed wronged him over the years. He couldn't muster the strength to argue. Turning his anger elsewhere, he glared at the burly man, whose square face was hidden under his hood. It was none other than the missing Lu Nuo. Kid, considering your parents saved my son, I spared your life and even brought you into the organization. And yet, you dare to fool me with false information? Shen Gongbao gritted his teeth. Lu Nuo remained calm. 3 months ago, He was indeed only level 11. Half a month ago, when I saw him, he was only level 29. With the oath contract in place, I can't lie to you. These words brought Shun Gongbao back to his senses. He had been blinded by anger. Everyone who joins the Akatsuki organization must sign an oath contract. Lu Nuo couldn't possibly deceive him. So Zhuge really is a monster? At this moment, the middle-aged man from earlier approached again, hopeful. Lord Shun, I wonder if the troublemaker you killed might be. Get lost. Shin Gongbao's fury found an outlet. Shui Ringue, I nearly lost my life avenging your son. Get out of my sight right now, or I'll sacrifice you in the blood ritual too. Shui Ringue's expression stiffened, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. I've at least provided intelligence on the base city for Lord Zhao, and my son collected talent lists for the organization. You can't kill me. Shui Ringue was visibly emotional. And you took my money. Why won't you do the job? Won't he kill the target? Then give me my money back. Shin Gongbao stared coldly at the defiant Shui Ringue, letting out a chilling laugh. Shui Ringue immediately sensed that something was wrong. But before he could react, several streaks of black light flashed. In an instant, his limbs were severed, leaving him a human stump, falling to the ground with a look of utter disbelief on his face. You dare harm me? Lord Zhao won't let you get away with this. You're dead. Shui Ringue screamed madly, turning his gaze to the side. Mei Lingjun, you're just going to stand there and do nothing? You were the one who recruited us into the Akatsuki organization in the first place. Hearing his name called, Mei Lingjun sighed helplessly and removed his hood. He was none other than the former gym teacher who had helped awaken Shui Zhangyi's abilities. I advise you to show some restraint. Otherwise, restraint? Look at me now. And you want me to restrain myself? Restrain my... Enough noise. Another streak of black light flashed. This time, Shin Gongbao's claw-like hand struck decisively, beheading Shui Ringue in one swift motion. Who do you think you are? Shin Gongbao sneered. If your son was still alive, you might have had some value. But an F-grade talent like you dares to speak to me like this? As he spoke, Shin Gongbao's gaze shifted toward Lu Nuo, his words carrying a double meaning. Lu Nuo remained silent, but Zhu Bei glared angrily at Shin Gongbao, raising a black pan in a stance that suggested he was ready to fight to the death. Shin Gongbao, finding it uninteresting, turned away and faced the other members of the Akatsuki organization. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "The preparations are done. Time to cast the net." "Yes, sir." The group responded in unison before vanishing from the scene. Not long after, a pillar of blood-red light shot into the sky and cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping a 10-kilometer radius around the central stadium. The light began to shrink gradually. "This is the blood sacrifice barrier," Warden Sheng cried out in shock. "That's impossible. ISNT, the Akatsuki organization supposed to operate in the underground city." Even Zhuge Lan, who had just made a critical decision, froze in surprise. He immediately flew into the air to investigate and discovered that the blood sacrifice barrier wasn't that large. It extended roughly 10 kilometers from the central stadium, just enough to envelop them as well. "Oh my God, don't touch that barrier. The barrier is consuming people." The chaotic cries caught Zhuge Lan's attention. He looked over just in time to see a civilian reaching the edge of the blood sacrifice barrier. The person's body was instantly dissolved into a blood-red liquid, which was absorbed into the barrier like juice. "Move. Stay away from the blood sacrifice barrier," Warden Sheng roared. "Head toward the center now." With that, Warden Sheng ignored the others and carried Wu Ming to Zhuge Lan's side. "This is a small-scale blood sacrifice barrier. It's likely that someone in the Akatsuki organization is trying to sneak a taste. The person controlling the array shouldn't be too strong. If we kill them, we can break the barrier." Zhuge Lan understood. The 1 million people in the central stadium weren't bait, they were a private feast for someone in the Akatsuki organization. Now, regardless of what decisions Zhuge Lan had made earlier, he had no choice but to confront the Akatsuki organization head-on. He instructed Warden Sheng to hand Wu Ming over to the middle-aged man with telekinetic abilities from earlier for safekeeping. Then, the two of them flew at full speed toward the central stadium. Such a massive commotion had clearly alerted the people inside the stadium. Waves of civilians poured out in an attempt to escape, but upon seeing the shrinking blood sacrifice barrier, they fell into utter despair and no escape. Zhuge Liang and his companion moved upstream, heading towards the duel arena at the center of the formation inside the gymnasium. A group of people had stayed here, attempting to attack the center of the formation, but the blood-red light screen remained completely unmoved, clearly impenetrable. Huh. Watch my primordial thunder hand. The familiar name of the move made Zhuge Liang glance sideways. He saw an old acquaintance, Zhang Wei, whose right hand grew larger, harder, and turned green, transforming into a giant palm over 100 meters in size that slammed fiercely against the blood-red light screen, causing small ripples to appear. But that was the extent of it. Just as the others thought they saw a glimmer of hope, Zhang Wei suddenly deflated on the spot. His giant palm shrank back to its original size within seconds, and he himself shrank into a chibi version. Isn't this just like the after effects of a certain Straw Hat's third gear? Zhang Wei, even you can't do it. Even a 1-second man's attack with 7th tier power can't break through. Does it require 8th tier to break it? Is there anyone here who can deliver higher output? Silence. 8th tier. If they had 8th tier power, would they even be gathered here? They would have already stormed the base center directly. At this moment, Zhuge Liang and his companion descended on their swords, drawing Zhang Wei's wide-eyed gaze. Kid, what are you doing here? Zhang Wei exclaimed excitedly. Shouldn't you be in the center of the base city? People with talents above a level were evacuated long ago. His excitement surprised those familiar with him. 1 second, man. Is this your junior? Why so worked up? Someone asked. If only I had such an amazing junior. Zhang Wei said helplessly. I can't say much, but his talent is at least SS level. Everyone's expressions immediately changed. Damn it. How could an SS level be here? Shouldn't they all be in the center of the base city? Are the statisticians eating crap? The crowd cursed angrily, furious that an SS-level genius had been trapped within the blood sacrifice barrier. Geniuses are humanity's future. An SS-level talent would at least reach 8th tier heights in the future. Not only would they be sacrificed today, but their talent and strength would significantly enhance the blood sacrificers of the Akatsuki organization. A loss on both fronts devastating. Everyone, stop cursing, Zhuge Liang quickly said. I came out on my own because a friend went missing and I had no choice. Honestly, I feel ashamed. It was because I led the team that discovered the Akatsuki organization's teleportation array in the underground tunnels, forcing them to activate their plan prematurely. To be honest, Zhuge Liang felt somewhat. Oh, that's fantastic. Zhang Wei clapped his hands. If you hadn't discovered it early, forcing the Akatsuki organization to hastily activate their plan, even fewer people would have escaped. Indeed, young brother, no need to feel guilty. Wait, if you discovered the teleportation array, are you a formation master? Quickly, see if you can break this blood sacrifice barrier. Hope reignited among the crowd. Zhuge Liang's mouth twitched. Who said he felt guilty or remorseful? As they had just mentioned, if Zhuge Liang hadn't uncovered the Akatsuki organization's plot early, forcing them to rush their plan, the base city would be in even greater chaos now. Without much explanation, Zhuge Liang activated the formation core and examined the blood sacrifice barrier before him. A barrier is an energy space created by a formation. The blood-red light screen was merely a manifestation of the formation. The underlying operation was a series of formations, whose precision even surpassed the formation clusters of the base city government building. Zhuge Liang couldn't discern any flaws. He could only rely on his immense mental power to trace the energy absorbed from blood, flesh, and souls, barely locating the center of the formation core, the VIP room. The formation core easily penetrated the one-way glass, revealing Shun Gongbao and other members of the Shao organization standing behind it, as well as Lu Nuo, Zhu Bei. Why were the two of them inside? And they were even wearing Shao organization uniforms, coexisting peacefully with them? Could it be that they? Zhuge Liang couldn't believe that Lu Nuo would betray them. With his background, his character, his principles. But the facts were right in front of him, and it seemed he had no choice but to believe. Lu Nuo had betrayed humanity and become a lackey of the Shao organization. 69. The Heavenly Thunder technique is sealed. A deadlock? Extra update urged after 31 reminders. Lu Nuo had betrayed humanity and become a lackey of the Shao organization? Little brother, what do you say? Zhang Wei asked. Zhuge Liang snapped out of his thoughts and decided to set aside Lu Nuo's matter for now. Pointing to the VIP room, he said, that is the core of the entire formation and the center of energy convergence. As long as we destroy it, this blood sacrifice barrier will collapse on its own. Before Zhang Wei and the others could celebrate, the one-way mirror of the VIP room shattered, and Shun Gongbao appeared openly before them. Haha, so what if you've discovered the formation core? Shun Gongbao said smugly. This time, I spared no expense to construct this blood sacrifice grand formation to break through to the 7th tier. It cannot be destroyed by anything less than 9th tier power. How do you, a bunch of 6th tier weaklings at best, plan to break it? His words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the hope of Zhang Wei and the others. Yet, there were still those unwilling to give up, launching their strongest attacks, only to find that they couldn't even shake the thin blood-red light screen. The problem returned to square one. They couldn't break the blood sacrifice barrier. Only Zhuge Liang remained calm, locking eyes with Lu Nuo. Nuo Ji, this is the last time I'll call you Nuo Ji, Zhuge Liang said. So, from the very beginning, you were part of the Shao organization? He couldn't believe that, after living 2 lives, he had misjudged someone. And because he had gone to rescue Lu Nuo, he had fallen into this crisis? Lu Nuo remained silent. Zhu Bei was silent as well. Zhuge Liang also fell silent. Had he really misjudged? Zi. Lightning danced in Zhuge Liang's palm, and as he raised his hand, it transformed into a bolt of lightning shooting toward the sky and 9th tier destructive force. Just a single heavenly thunder. Huh? Zhuge Liang looked up at the lightning intercepted by the blood sacrifice barrier, his expression darkening. It was blocked? Then his heavenly thunder technique couldn't charge up. What now? 9th tier damage. Aside from the heavenly thunder technique, which allowed him to leap 5 tiers, his other moves could at most leap 3 tiers. 5 tiers was absolutely impossible. Zhuge Liang's gaze shifted to Shun Gongbao. If brute force wouldn't work, fine, I'll just give up. Useless fish. A single useless fish stare shot straight at Shun Gongbao, turning him into a salted fish on the spot. He decided to deal with the troublemaker instead. What Zhuge Liang did not expect was that the Shun Gongbao in place shattered, revealing another Shun Gongbao a meter away. The previous one was just an illusionary clone. It seemed Shun Gongbao was also wary of Zhuge Liang, but the divine skill was too powerful. Even the illusionary clone fell for it. Born a jinx. I only bring disaster to those around me. The Akatsuki organization is truly suitable for me. However, how did this person know the effects of Zhuge Liang's divine skill? Did Lu Nuo tell him? Shui Ringui spent a fortune to hire me, and I failed to accomplish the task and even killed him. I am truly rotten to the core. The genius coveted even by Lord Zhao will be blood sacrificed to me today. I am unworthy. Shun Gongbao was still repenting to himself, and the little underlings beside him finally noticed something was wrong and were about to pull him away. Zhuge Liang, however, discerned from his muttering so the curse on him was actually caused by this guy. Old grudges and new hatred combined. Zhuge Liang wielded the sword of Pi, and with one stroke of the exorcism sword technique, he slashed Shun Gongbao into pieces. Unfortunately, just as Zhuge Liang was about to finish him off, Shun Gongbao was dragged away and hidden. Though it was satisfying, the blood sacrifice barrier still remained, and the crisis was not resolved. Zhuge Liang frowned deeply. System, is there any divine skill about to fuse? He still had a chance. As long as a divine skill fused, he had a chance to draw a skill to break the situation. But reality was, divine skill, are you sick? Is maxed at level. There really is one. Just at this moment, the blood sacrifice barrier began to shrink, driving a large crowd back into the central stadium. Zhuge Liang immediately summoned the Sword of Pi, letting Zhang Wei and others fly into the sky, while frantically throwing, "Are you sick? It must work. It must." Zhuge Liang kept spamming the skill. Zhang Wei and the others did not give up and continued bombarding the blood-red barrier. But it was merely a futile struggle. Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei, at some point, had also stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly overlooking the scene below, not far from Shingongbao. Soon, the area below was packed with people, and those on the outermost edge were like livestock in a pen, helplessly watching as the people in front of them were melted by the blood sacrifice barrier, which slowly crushed its way toward them. Suddenly, Warden Sheng's gaze sharpened, and he flew down into the crowd on the Sword of Pi, grabbing an unnamed person with his left hand and a young man with his right, then returned. Zhuge glanced at them and found one of them somewhat familiar. "This is General Feng's son, Feng Rinyuan," Warden Sheng said. "Feng Rinyuan. That name. My talent is similar to my father's," Feng Rinyuan said loudly. "But I directly link to people's mental power, allowing them to share information on a mental level. I can concentrate part of the mental power on one person. I don't know if it will help everyone." Mental power has many uses, the most basic being directly influencing spiritual energy control. It also includes computational power. A flash of inspiration suddenly struck Zhuge Lan's mind. "Feng Rinyuan, does the mental power sharing you mentioned include computational power?" Zhuge Lan asked for confirmation. "Computational power? You mean calculation ability?" "Yes." Feng Rinyuan nodded. "That's great," Zhuge Lan exclaimed in surprise. He had an idea, and it seemed more reliable than spamming divine skills. "How many people can you link now?" Zhuge Lan asked. "I don't know. I haven't tested the limit yet. The record so far is 30 people. Then link these people first, and try to add as many as possible. The more computing power, the better." Zhuge Lan selected Zhang Wei and the other 4 strongest individuals. Very quickly, Feng Rinyuan completed the mental link. "Zhuge Lan, I have a way to break that formation core. Everyone, please lend me your computing power." Zhang Wei and the other 4 looked at Zhuge Lan without objection. After all, they had no other solutions. The next moment, Zhuge Lan felt his mind become incredibly clear, his energy surging as if he had slept for 10 days and nights. Meanwhile, Feng Rinyuan continued linking more people, slightly increasing the computing power. "I'm not destined to die here." Zhuge Lan raised both hands high, transforming all his spiritual energy into spatial attributes. From his palms, acupoints, and every part of his body, the energy surged forth. Under the immense computing power, the spatial energy became as docile as a lamb, converging above his head into a bright silver spiral sphere, expanding like a balloon, growing larger and larger. The spiral sphere was limited by pi and couldn't increase in number, but its mass could grow. 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. The spiral sphere above Zhuge Lan's head kept growing, and the spiritual energy infused into it became increasingly terrifying. Lest the pale-faced Shingongbao reappeared, glaring viciously at Zhuge Lan. "Kid, do you think I'll just stand here and watch you complete this move?" Shingongbao said sinisterly. I wish your mother." 70. Lu Nua erupted. The barrier shattered. The blood sacrifice activated. Extra Chapter 35 updates requested. "Kid, do you think I'll just stand here and watch you complete this move?" Shingongbao said sinisterly. I wish your mother." 70. Lu Nua erupted. The barrier shattered. The blood sacrifice activated. Extra Chapter 35 updates requested. "Kid, do you think I'll just stand here and watch you complete this move?" Shingongbao said sinisterly. I wish your mother." Suddenly, Lu Nua erupted. The mountain-splitting axe he had condensed burned with red blood flames, and he swung it fiercely at Shungongbao's back, causing him to stagger and fall out from behind the wall. The Akatsuki members who tried to intervene were all blocked by Zhu Bei, who wielded a black pot also burning with red blood flames. Shingongbao was sent flying and crashed into the blood-red barrier, landing right in front of Zhuge Lan. But Zhuge Lan was fully focused on maintaining the massive spiral sphere, unable to spare even a glance at Shingongbao. Seeing this, Shingongbao let out a sigh of relief, but then turned back in fury, not at Lu Nua, but at Zhu Bei. "Zhu Bei, are you insane? Burning your talent and life force. I told you, you're not my father. Stop trying to control me." Zhu Bei roared. "I don't have such a disgraceful father." Shingongbao was both furious and enraged. "I've survived until now, waiting for this moment." Lu Nua grinned ferociously, raising the blood-flamed mountain-splitting axe high. Wrinkles visibly appeared on his skin, and a deathly pallor spread from the roots of his hair. He was burning his own talent, life force, and everything else to unleash the strongest strike. Similarly, Zhu Bei was burning everything, sacrificing his life to create the strongest defense, desperately holding off the other Akatsuki members. Madman, you're all mad. Shin Gongbao sensed danger and turned to flee. As for Zhuge, his own survival was more important. Little brother, take my share too. You must survive, Lu Nuo roared. Open it for me. The Blood Flame Mountain splitting axe was hurled with all his might, but its target was the blood-red barrier. From the very beginning, Lu Nuo's goal was never to kill Shin Gongbao, but to rescue Zhuge. At the same time, the supergiant Rasengan above Zhuge head had reached a diameter of 100 meters, resembling a silver moon. Its radiant light bathed the entire stadium in a silvery glow. At this point, Zhuge was feeling extremely strained. Even though Venom had long activated its symbiotic form, it still couldn't provide much help. What he lacked was computational power, but his computational power had already reached its limit and could no longer increase. As the intermediary, Feng Renyuan's face was bulging with veins, his eyes bloodshot. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Space Spiral Annihilation Cannon. The super giant Rasengan and the Blood Flame Mountain splitting axe struck the blood-red barrier almost simultaneously. The dazzling silver light overshadowed the blood flames, filling the heavens and earth, then transformed into the ultimate blackness. At the point of collision, a black hole formed, devouring everything around it. Crack, 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 fine cracks spread across the blood-red barrier, carrying the hopes of hundreds of thousands of lives, quickly covering the entire barrier. Finally, a crisp crash breaking, shattering. The blood-red barrier shattered like glass, scattering across the ground. The blood sacrifice barrier that consumed lives disappeared along with it, and all the energy surged toward the center of the formation, the VIP room. Shin Gongbao's eyes turned red as he watched. He was both furious that his plan had been thwarted and covetous of the blood-red energy gathering there. He rushed toward the VIP room at full speed, his eyes fixed on the blood-red energy converging in the air. But in the next moment, swish, Shin Gongbao's vision blurred, and he found himself kneeling before Zhuge, his hands clasped together in an empty-handed blade-catching stance. You, Zhuge raised his hand and unleashed a regret of the dragon, a golden dragon imbued with thunder striking Shin Gongbao's face. Yet, Shin Gongbao, restrained by the empty-handed blade-catching technique, couldn't be sent flying and had to endure the blow head-on. Boom! A bolt of lightning descended from the sky, enveloping both Zhuge and Shin Gongbao. But it wasn't over yet. Venom morphed into two sharp blades, aiming for Shin Gongbao's eyes, forcing him to close them in defense, though Venom, still at the fourth tier, couldn't break through Shin Gongbao's defenses. However, it did manage to suppress Shin Gongbao's strange blessing. Get out of the way. Primordial Thunderhand. Strength brings miracles. A barrage of colorful skills overwhelmed Shin Gongbao, while Zhuge narrowly avoided being blasted away by the residual shockwaves. Even as Zhuge was sent flying, he didn't forget to throw a dead fish stare at Shin Gongbao. This time, it was completely stabilized. Swish, swish, two piercing sounds echoed as fifth MOC and He-She appeared on either side of Zhuge. With a quick glance, they roughly understood what had happened. You're all going to die. Fifth MOC growled, waving his baton as a fire dragon shot out, targeting the Akatsuki members who refused to leave the VIP room. Stop, Zhuge exclaimed in alarm. Don't kill the ones lying on the ground. After playing the role of true men for 3 seconds, Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei were now lying on the ground, their lives or deaths uncertain. The fifth MOC had strong control. With a slight turn, he directed the fire dragon to devour the other Akatsuki members, leaving Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei unharmed as they lay motionless. At that moment, the blood sacrifice barrier shattered, transforming into crimson energy that finally arrived, fully injected into the formation eye of the VIP room. The energy was so dense it liquefied, soaking Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei, evenly transforming into two surging streams that poured into their bodies. The two, who had been lifeless moments ago, began to show signs of life again. This is blood sacrifice. She stared at the red cloud and black robes on Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei with disgust. Why keep these two alive? They are Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei. Just now, they helped me create the opportunity to break the blood sacrifice barrier, Zhuge Lan said nervously. What is going on? So, the fifth MOC and she exchanged glances, seemingly assessing something. This is the ultimate purpose of the blood sacrifice, ascension. Hishi's expression grew even more disdainful. That crimson energy is the life force and souls of those who were devoured earlier. After being refined, it is directly infused into people, enhancing their talents, levels, and physical constitution. Zhuge Lan fell silent. So now Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei are enjoying the essence of those who were devoured. Zhuge Lan glanced below, roughly estimating that there were still about 400,000 people left. So the number of people sacrificed in the blood ritual was 600,000. Those crimson energies, just an hour ago, they were 600,000 living people. Zhuge Lan's face darkened. 600,000 people just vanished like that? Why does it feel so unreal? The Akatsuki organization is truly inhumane, she consoled. You've already done your best. If it weren't for the commotion you caused, we might not have come here, and the remaining people would have died too. Zhuge Lan gave a bitter smile, then turned to look at Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei with some concern. He wondered, after they learned the truth, what choice would they make? Earlier, Lu Nuo had asked Zhuge Lan to help him survive. So, would they continue to live on, carrying the weight of those 600,000 lives? 71. Young Master, a Saint in Youth? Kill without mercy. Extra Chapter 40 Urgent Updates. They are lucky, the fifth MOC said, frowning. After burning their talents, they were left with almost nothing but their souls and shells. Now, being reshaped by the blood sacrifice, their bodies are essentially reconstructed along with their talents. It's akin to being reborn. This is even more thorough than the Akatsuki organization's normal ascension. While the short-term improvement may not be significant, the long-term benefits will undoubtedly be immense. Ascension? Reconstruction? Short-term improvement not significant, but long-term benefits immense? Why does this sound somewhat familiar? Isn't this just like the divine skills ascension and fusion? Thinking carefully, the evil repelling sword technique belongs to the spatial attribute. And it seems that he is indeed more adept with spatial attributes? Even though he only awakened this attribute a few days ago, when he was forming the supersized Rasengan earlier and chose to incorporate an attribute, he instinctively chose the spatial attribute. The effect was remarkable, directly creating a small black hole with his hands. Of course, it wasn't a real black hole, just a natural reaction of surrounding light being captured and swallowed. Zhuge Lan rubbed his hands together and created another spiral annihilation bomb. The silver light was as dazzling as the stars. He casually threw it into the sky, where it exploded, radiating the same silver brilliance as before, followed by a black hole that devoured everything. It seemed more like a net spreading within a certain range and compressing everything inside, while leaving the surroundings unaffected. It's spatial distortion, fifth MOC said sharply. It twists a piece of space into a small cluster. Even light cannot escape. Although its power is only at the peak of the 7th tier, if a 9th tier being is careless and unguarded, they could still suffer serious injuries. So powerful. Zhuge Lan silently created another spiral money dart. Fifth MOC's evaluation was just entering the 7th tier, nothing more. I see now. System, I misjudged you. The fusion of divine skills actually enhances my foundation rather than directly boosting combat power. This indeed has far greater potential than the effect of a single divine skill, and it will remain useful even at the 9th tier. Zhuge Lan lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Meanwhile, the blood-red energy completely flowed into Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei's bodies, and everything returned to calm. Apart from their still white hair, the most noticeable change was perhaps their increased vitality. Their aura, however, hadn't improved much. Take them with us. Let's go, fifth MOC said. Zhuge Lan waved his hand and summoned 6 pi swords, which formed a stretcher to carry them away. But it seemed someone below was unwilling. Don't go. Those two absorb my mother. Make them spit her out, a young man shouted angrily. Yeah, my wife was absorbed too. Give me back my wife. And my son. My poor daughter. Zhuge Liang coldly looked at these troublemakers. His emotions were complex. He couldn't tell if he felt sympathy or anger. But soon, he suppressed his feelings and said coldly, the ones who killed your family were the Akatsuki organization. Brother Nuo and Zhu Bei just risked their lives to save us. They owe you nothing, you owe them. These words silenced some of the crying crowd, but many others broke down emotionally. Then who do we ask for our family's lives? Go after the Akatsuki organization. Zhuge Liang roared. Either grow stronger and seek revenge against the Akatsuki organization, or shut up and stay quiet. In this era, human lives are as insignificant as grass. If you want fairness, fight for it with your own fists. I'm not a saint, and I won't tolerate your nonsense. With that, Zhuge Liang activated the Heavenly Thunder technique, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck a young man with a nose ring, the same one who had been among the 400 people earlier, shouting to follow the number 1 clone. Damn it, I saved you from the jaws of a beast, not so you could hide in the crowd and cause trouble for me. Zhuge Liang gritted his teeth. This time, he was truly disgusted. That earlier, who do we ask, remark was clearly the nose-ringed youth stirring up emotions. You're an orphan, where did your family come from? Did you think his youth would make Zhuge Liang feel guilty and offer compensation? Forget it. He struck him dead with a single bolt of lightning. With Zhuge Liang's decisive action to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys, the crying crowd immediately fell silent. He looked at the furious Zhuge Liang, sighed, and said nothing more. Heroes are not always about glory. They are often followed by endless troubles. We fight for humanity, not for a few specific individuals, Fifth MOC said softly. As long as they don't betray humanity like Zhao Wuyo, others can just be themselves. Equality for all. In this era where humanity is still struggling to survive, the only way for humans to live is to prioritize geniuses. Cruel, but it's reality. Zhuge Liang silently nodded and looked at Wu Ming and Feng Rinyuan, who were receiving treatment. Wu Ming was relatively fine, suffering only internal injuries. Feng Rinyuan, however, was bleeding from all 7 orifices, with large veins on his face bursting open. Covered in blood, he was barely breathing. As the intermediary earlier, he had borne the load of all the information except Zhuge Liang's, even though it was divided into batches. His brain was still overloaded with information, causing him to fall into a coma. This wasn't a mental or physical trauma, but an overload of information in the brain. Either he would remain unconscious and become a vegetative state, or he would wake up after processing it, gaining unparalleled knowledge of pi and Rasengan, second only to Zhuge Liang. Whether this was a blessing or a curse, it was hard to say. Let's go, Zhuge Liang said. Let's carve a bloody path and leave this base city. Fifth MOC, He, and Zhuge Liang, along with a small portion of the barrier guards and a majority of the civilians, fought their way forward. We are short on manpower and have been fighting hard for most of the day, with insufficient spiritual energy storage, He suggested. If your spiritual energy is abundant enough, how about using your long-range magic techniques in the team later? No problem. Good. Fifth MOC rarely smiled and said, Shengwan Fengran, protect this kid. If you die, he must remain unharmed. Yes, Captain. A young man with blue eyes and red hair stepped forward, saluted solemnly, and stood beside Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang paid no attention, handing Lu Nuo and the others to the barrier guards for protection. He stepped on his sword and flew straight toward the group of alien beasts, his left hand connecting thunder to the heavens and his right hand wielding the sword of Pi, which shimmered with silver light. As he approached the alien beasts, Zhuge Liang first swung his right hand with the sword technique, Immortal Kneel, Space, a 7th-tier peak horizontal slash that swept through like autumn leaves, cutting all obstructing alien beasts in half. A few managed to leap and dodge, but Zhuge Liang raised his left hand to summon Heavenly Thunder. The ultimate destructive power, enough to harm 5th MOC, split into lightning chains, killing these stragglers one by one. One sword and one thunder cleared a blank area 1,000 meters long and 70 meters wide. The remaining barrier guards turned into arrowheads, protecting the civilians behind them with their bodies, inching toward the central light screen. At least in this regard, Huaxiao would still rescue these civilians. If it were the White Eagle United Nations, or similar, they would definitely use civilians as shields to cover the elite retreat. 72. Merging divine techniques. A fierce move that hits the soul. The commotion here also attracted the attention of the base city and high-level alien beasts. The base city immediately organized forces to prepare for reception at the edge of the light screen. Li Changsheng, who heard the commotion, led a team out of the central light screen, rushing to bring Zhuge Lan back. "No, I must stay to clear the path," Zhuge Lan resolutely said. Li Changsheng looked at Zhuge Lan's bomber-like results, his face twitching. "Are you really just a fourth tier?" "But the Akatsuki organization over there," Li Changsheng said worriedly. "Don't worry." In the distance, she sneered. "That guy Zhao Wuyo doesn't he dare to show his face. If he dares to come, today I'll risk my life to make sure he stays here forever." Hearing Zhao Wuyo's name, Li Changsheng was startled, and the content of she's words directly shocked him. This. Zhuge Lan restraining Zhao Wuyo. Thinking of Zhuge Lan's strange innate abilities, he remembered how solidly he had knelt back then. "Perfect. I'm short on exotic beast crystal cores. You take them, all of them." Li Changsheng directly handed over the base city heritage ring to Zhuge Lan. Now is the time for this heritage to shine. After receiving it, Zhuge Lan immediately used the system to replenish his energy bar. He continued his relentless bombardment. Li Changsheng no longer tried to dissuade him, stepping on his Zhanlu's sword to guard nearby. Zhuge Lan was right. His current contribution was no less than that of a 9th-tier fighter. At this moment, a high-tier exotic beast targeted Zhuge Lan, intending to tear this bomber apart first. Wicked beast. Don't even think about it. She and Diwu Mosi, 2 9th-tier martial kings, were present, both of them SSS-level geniuses. Even if a 9th-tier exotic beast came, they would tear it apart. This allowed Zhuge Lan to focus on being a bomber, abandoning the longer charging techniques like Heavenly Thunder Art and One Sword Kneeling Immortal, and instead using the equally efficient clearing techniques of the Rasengan series. Wind style, Rasengan Money Dart. Fire style, Rasengan Explosive Flame Bomb. Space style, Rasengan Annihilation Bomb. Space style, Rasengan Annihilation Bomb. Space style, Rasengan Annihilation Bomb. After experimenting with all the attributes, the space style, Rasengan Annihilation Bomb, proved to be the fastest to form and the most damaging. Although its range and duration weren't as high as the thunder and fire attributes, focusing on a single attribute Rasengan increased efficiency by another 30%. Thus, one could see silver Rasengans the size of heads being thrown out, transforming into black holes upon landing, compressing and devouring everything within a 100-meter radius. These mid- and low-tier exotic beasts let through by Diwu Mosi, and she couldn't withstand it at all. Zhuge Lan single-handedly held off 30% of the beast tide. Even so, these irrational exotic beasts knew no fear and continued charging forward relentlessly. The barrier defenders didn't retreat either, fin the confrontation with Shi. If it weren't for his subordinates breaking through the city walls in time, Xiao Linya leading his troops to charge in, his level 89 self would have truly been worn down to death. By level 93, Shi after losing his supply line. Always invincible, he suffered repeated setbacks today. How could he willingly let Zhuge Lan and the others escape? But he dared not show himself. Yes, he was afraid. Without Zhao Wuyo stepping in, neither Shi nor Fifth Mosi could be dealt with. Sending more people would just be feeding them to the enemy. Ultimately, Zhuge Lan was just too overpowered. His spiritual energy seemed endless, single-handedly holding off 30% of the beast tide. Otherwise, Fifth Mosi and she would inevitably be tied down by the beast tide, allowing others to use their lives to stall one while disrupting the formation of the other. "This SSR talent will temporarily reside with you," Zhao Wuyo said, putting on airs. "Once I break through to the level 99 limit Martial God, I'll use you to ascend beyond Martial God in one go." Xiao Linya, standing nearby, wisely kept silent. He simply watched as Zhuge Lan and his group entered the central light screen. Almost immediately, an enormous teleportation array rose up, enveloping the space within the central light screen. Amid visible spatial fluctuations, all life forms vanished without a trace. 3 million gone. Adding these exotic beasts, it's enough. Zhao Wuyo feigned indifference and said, "Begin." Yes. Seconds later, the familiar blood-red light screen rose from the horizon, centering on Zhao Wuyo's location and enveloping the entire base city. All life forms, those killed, the rampaging exotic beasts, the civilians who hadn't been evacuated, were consumed by the contracting blood-red light screen, ultimately transforming into pure blood-colored energy that condensed into a beam of light, falling onto the central array where Zhao Wuyo stood. Bathed in the blood-colored energy, all the waiting members of Shao showed fervent expressions, madly absorbing it. Waves of breakthrough auras surged, including a 9th-tier aura. But why still not enough? I hate this. Divine skill, are you crazy, has been mastered. Consume 10,000 essence points to fuse? Zhuge Liang was somewhat surprised. He had casually farmed a few divine skills earlier, and now it was maxed out. Using the base city foundation storage ring, he had filled it with essence points. Just as he was about to confirm, a dazzling teleportation array appeared in the sky, and he immediately sensed an extremely dense spatial attribute. Immersed in it, his understanding of spatial attributes improved significantly, until his vision brightened, and the scene of corpses and blood was replaced by the familiar blood-colored earth. Not far away stood the familiar towering city walls, with the words "Magic City Base City" inscribed above the city gate. Was this the wilderness? Yes. Otherwise, where in the base city would there be enough open space to teleport 3 million people at once? 3 million. Out of the hundreds of millions in the universal base city, only 3 million were evacuated. Zhuge Liang let out a long breath, his gaze fixed on the system panel. Confirm fusion. 10,000 essence points consumed. Fused into, are you crazy? Max, the moment of inspiration struck, and Zhuge Liang realized the nature of your "are you sick?" attribute curse. After fusion, the effect of "are you sick?" would be similar to Shun Gongbao's ability, allowing Zhuge Liang to freely target talents and choose suitable negative debuffs. Moreover, they could be released consecutively. If he wanted someone to have diarrhea, they would definitely have diarrhea, without the risk of hemorrhoids. The effects could be adjusted in real time based on the situation. There would no longer be useless debuffs like the sharp genital warts that had no impact on the battle situation, as with Zhao Wuyo. However, with greater freedom came greater cost. The negative debuffs would consume spiritual energy proportional to their compatibility with the target's talent. This wasn't a big deal, though. As long as it didn't exceed Zhuge Liang's spiritual energy limit, he had an unlimited energy refill, so he wasn't worried. But if the negative debuff was completely incompatible with the target's talent, the debuff would rebound onto himself. What a pity. Without this limitation, I could have mindlessly come up with the most disgusting negative debuffs. Now I have to play it by ear, Zhuge Liang sighed regretfully. This, however, led to a misunderstanding from He, who cautiously embraced Zhuge Liang in her arms. "Don't be sad. You've already done your best," she said. Feeling the softness against his cheek, Zhuge Liang's body stiffened. Did you misunderstand something? Although the blood sacrifice of around 70 million compatriots weighed heavily on his heart, it wasn't enough to affect him like this. But still, Hishi's figure is really something. Taking advantage of this stroke of luck, Zhuge Liang immediately instructed the system to refill his energy points, and then drew a prize. Energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill, Leshan Buddha invites you to sit. 73. Leshan Buddha invites you to sit. When the Buddha's light shines, followers kneel in worship. Extra update 50 urges for more. Energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill, Leshan Buddha invites you to sit. Leshan Buddha invites you to sit. By silently or audibly chanting "Benefactor, please sit," the target can be placed into a saintly hypocrite state. If one crystal core each of light, wood, and life attributes of the same tier is consumed, the Buddha's light can be released, providing a comprehensive cleansing and healing to all life forms within a certain range, while subconsciously increasing their trust in the user. Decompose. Sigma Cuda Cube. No, 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 no. Save it for me. Divine Skill has been saved to Divine Skill slot. Was this really a one-shot success? This, Lesson Buddha invites you to sit, turned out to be a rare 3-effect Divine Skill. It could place the target into a negative, saintly hypocrite state. It could release the Buddha's light for comprehensive cleansing and healing. And finally, it could make those healed subconsciously trust the user. This was practically more broken than a bug. But, system, what's the difference between a saintly hypocrite and a white lotus? The saintly hypocrite represents someone who, without principles or boundaries, forgives or tolerates others, harboring universal love and compassion for everyone and everything, acting without reason or context, and centering all actions around the concepts of love and kindness. The white lotus represents someone who pretends to be kind, pure, innocent, harmless, and blameless. Got it? A holy mother is someone you stab, and they still smile and ask if it made you feel better. A super simp, a white lotus, is someone you stab, and they pretend to forgive you indifferently. Just a hypocrite. So, does this mean someone who falls for this trick will endure anything no matter how others treat them? Even cooperate? Damn it. If I had drawn this earlier, wouldn't Zhao Wuyo have handed over the star gear to me in no time for a satisfying stab? What a pity. At this moment, Fifth MOC noticed Hishi crossing her arms and scolding Zhuge Lan, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Hishi, it's time to handle the handover, Fifth MOC said. Hishi nodded, patted Zhuge Lan's head, and was about to leave. How could Zhuge Lan let her go? It was the perfect chance to test his new divine skill. Please sit, benefactor. A holy light shot out from Zhuge Lan's eyes, hitting Hishi's chest at point-blank range. Hishi, who was about to leave, froze, then hugged Zhuge Lan's head even tighter. My student needs me right now. You handle the other matters, she said. These disaster victims are pitiful. Make sure to secure more benefits for them. Fifth MOC. Looking at the overflowing compassion of Hishi, Fifth MOC was silent for a moment, then turned away with a dark expression to get back to work. Meanwhile, Zhuge Lan silently counted in his heart. At the 10-second mark, Hishi's body stiffened, and she immediately grabbed Zhuge Lan by the ear, dragging him away from his moment of bliss. Speak. What did you just do to me? Hishi demanded angrily. I just awakened a new talent ability and wanted to test it, Zhuge Lan chuckled. By the way, it has another effect, but it requires one crystal core each of light, wood, and life attributes of the same tier. Do you have any? Seriously? After taking advantage of her, he still had the nerve to ask for beast crystal cores? This was the epitome of shamelessness. Hishi gritted her teeth. If you dare test your talent ability on me again, I will. She made a scissor gesture and then clamped it shut fiercely. The ferocity of her action made Zhuge Lan feel a sharp pain below, and he quickly clamped his legs together, nodding repeatedly. Teasing a 9th-tier powerhouse really came with a heavy price. Hishi rolled her eyes in exasperation and pulled out 3 9th-tier beast crystal cores from her spatial ring. 1 white, 1 green, and 1 jade green. Here, white for light attribute, green for wood attribute, jade green for life attribute. All 9th tier. Use them wisely. As expected of a wealthy woman, she handed over 9th tier items without hesitation. Got it. Zhuge Lan accepted the 3 beast crystal cores without hesitation, immediately feeling a sense of skill activation. Instinctively, Zhuge Lan stabbed the pie sword into the ground, and the 3 beast crystal cores shattered in his hands. The dissipating spiritual energy merged into a golden Buddhist halo, which appeared behind Zhuge Lan's head, radiating brilliant light. Hishi, standing closest, could clearly feel her vitality surging, and the fatigue and energy depletion from a day of battle vanished instantly. Even her earlier embarrassment and anger dissipated completely. Meanwhile, the nearby survivors, some of whom directly knelt in reverence, murmured prayers as they worshipped Zhuge Lan. The brainwashing effect is quite strong, huh? Zhuge Lan glanced at the now serene Hishi. It seemed that the stronger one's power, the greater their resistance. Since Zhuge Liang was standing among the crowd, the Buddha's light did not reach many people. Zhuge Liang immediately flew into the sky on his sword, mischievously sitting cross-legged above, and transformed his appearance into that of the Tathagata. Thus, a figure resembling the Tathagata was seen sitting solemnly above the clouds, with a radiant golden Buddha wheel behind him that shone brightly without being blinding. For a moment, it overshadowed the sunlight, illuminating the earth and enveloping most of the survivors. Everyone bathed in the Buddha's light felt an unprecedented sense of peace, soothing their emotions of loss and despair, while their injuries visibly healed at an astonishing speed. Wave after wave of people began to kneel devoutly before the Tathagata in the clouds. Zhuge Liang clicked his tongue in amazement. This divine skill, it's practically a cult-level technique. The Buddha's light shines, and followers kneel. I just wanted to test the divine skill and heal some wounded. How did it turn into this? Fortunately, Zhuge Liang only sat in the clouds for 9 minutes before the golden Buddha wheel's radiance dissipated. He quickly concealed his figure and slipped away. However, the people below did not stop praying even after the Tathagata left, maintaining their kneeling posture and recounting their experiences and wishes. When Zhuge Liang landed, he happened to see Zhang Wei muttering something. I wish for a surge in power. I wish for lasting talent. I wish for immense wealth. Goodness, you're really making wishes here? 74. Great Wall Number 1 God-Slaying Axe. Cultivation, and you're talking science with me? Extra content. 55-star reviews. You're really making wishes here? Slipping away, slipping away. Returning to the original spot, Zhuge Liang saw Lu Nuo, Zhu Bei, Wu Ming, and Feng Rinyuan, who had been lying lifeless, now sitting up. It seemed that the Buddha's light was indeed powerful. The cost, however, was immense 3 9th-tier exotic beast crystal cores, including one with the rare life attribute. As expected, Feng Rinyuan, who was the same age as Zhuge Liang, was diligently forming a sphere, and the spiral sphere in his hand was already taking shape. This was his reward for being Zhuge Liang's relay station and surviving a near-death experience. You need to apply the pi formula, Zhuge Liang instructed. This move of mine is based on pi. If you follow the formula, it's like using a template, which can save a lot of computational effort. Feng Rinyuan was startled, and the spiral sphere immediately collapsed. Sorry. I didn't mean to steal your technique, it just appeared in my mind. Don't worry about it, it's yours by right, Zhuge Liang said nonchalantly. If it weren't for your talent, we might not have escaped. I was just trying to save myself. Stop talking nonsense. Do as I say. You still remember pi, right? I remember, but why does this feel unscientific? Cultivation is about metaphysics, and you're talking science with me? All right. Following Zhuge Liang's guidance, Feng Rinyuan applied the pi formula, visibly improving his efficiency and precision in control. This time, he successfully formed a stable spiral sphere. Not bad. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, as long as you complete the transformation of spiritual power attributes and add a single attribute, you can develop advanced techniques. My move is of the spatial attribute. Got it. I'll do my best. Feng Rinyuan nodded firmly. Zhuge Liang patted Feng Rinyuan on the shoulder and sighed. About your father, my condolences. My father died honorably. I will inherit his number and become a soldier to protect our country. Feng Rinyuan's expression was resolute. Zhuge Liang patted his shoulder heavily again, but said nothing more. He looked at Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei, who both returned his gaze. Understood? Zhuge Liang asked. The two nodded. Zhuge Liang opened his mouth, wanting to say something comforting, but after a moment's thought, he swallowed his words. The three of them stood in silence until she approached. She glanced at Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei, then turned to Zhuge Liang and said, Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei need to return with me to report to the Dragon Group. After all, they were once part of the Akatsuki organization. Although the oath they signed was broken due to the burning of their lives, there's no guarantee there won't be any issues. It's better to check. Though she said this, Zhuge Liang knew that the Dragon Group simply didn't trust Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei. Zhuge Liang's own identity was too special, so they wanted to take them back for review. However, Zhuge Liang trusted Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei and wanted to speak up for them. Brother, Lu Nuo slapped Zhuge Liang on the shoulder and said seriously, I've made up my mind. I'll take the place of those 600,000 people and continue to protect this country." Zhu Bei said nothing, silently standing behind Lu Nuo to show his stance. "Haha, then you'd better dye that white hair back to black." Zhuge Liang punched Lu Nuo. "Black hair looks more spirited." "Haha, white-haired god of death is pretty cool too." The two laughed heartily and embraced firmly. Then Lu Nuo waved his hand with flair and walked away without looking back, following Wu Ming. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in Lu Nuo's hand, forming a long-handled double-edged battle axe, which he raised high above his head. "Brother, you're the well-read one. Give this new talent of mine a name." Zhuge Liang squinted at the double-edged battle axe, then at Lu Nuo's burly figure, which seemed to overlap with another silhouette. "Great Wall 1, God-slaying axe." Lu Nuo's figure paused, and his aura suddenly surged to a new level. At that moment, he broke through the level that had restricted him for years, officially stepping into the 4th tier. "Good. From today on, I am Great Wall 1. I'll use this god-slaying axe to protect my country." Lu Nuo slung the god-slaying axe over his shoulder and left with high spirits. Zhu Bei hesitated for a moment before quickly catching up. He also wanted Zhuge Liang to give him a name and title. "Your naming skills are as strong as ever," she praised. She flipped her hand, revealing the Yuchong's sword, and handed it to Zhuge Liang. "Although you haven't reached the 7th tier yet, I believe you can already wield its power." This time, Zhuge Liang didn't take it. Instead, he looked at He with reluctance and said, "Can't you stay?" A mere Yuchong's sword was nothing compared to keeping this rich lady by his side to reap benefits. He absolutely wasn't craving He's mature figure. "All right, I'm an investigator for the Dragon Group, after all. I have other tasks to attend to." She smiled and hugged Zhuge Liang, speaking softly, just as Zhao Wuyo said, "The stage for your generation is the stars and the sea. When you become strong enough, we will meet again." After saying this, she handed the Yuchong's sword to Zhuge Liang, waved her hand, and her figure dissipated into the wind like flowing sand. Zhuge Liang silently activated the formation I and saw He, who controlled gravity, quietly flying away into the distance. TSK. So women like to show off too? After she left, Zhuge Liang fell into silence again, feeling a bit regretful. Perhaps he could have saved more people? That was 70 million people. Who knows how much time passed? Divine skill, Mount Le Buddha, take a seat. Proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 15,000 essence points to ascend? Zhuge Liang shifted his attention, feeling a bit puzzled. How could a divine skill he just drew already have full proficiency at level 1? The proficiency of this divine skill can be increased by the number of people sanctified, healed, or devoutly faithful. Proficiency is calculated per person. Earlier, Zhuge Liang's single move, Buddha's light shines everywhere, covered over tens of millions of people. Many were healed, and many were devoutly faithful. Zhuge Liang casually clicked confirm and pulled out the base city heritage storage ring to replenish his essence points. 15,000 essence points consumed, ascended to Mount Le Buddha, take a seat. He had just caused a big commotion, so testing it further could wait. He opened the system panel to check. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host, Zhuge Liang level, 42 talent, Pi Sword, Magic Skills, Heavenly Thunder Art, Rasengan Series, Storage Space, Illusion Skills, Clone Technique, Deception, Combat Skills, Thunder Armor, Dragon Subduing Palm, One Sword, Immortal Neil's Series, Others, Formation Basics, Energy, 99,999 points Essence, 99,999 points Lottery. Available Divine Skills. Mount Le Buddha, take a seat. 100% Barehanded Blade Catch. Strawman Appraisal. Slack Off, Salted Fish. Shameless Scoundrel. Fusion, Evil Warding Sword Technique Max. Are You Crazy Max, another level up. And 75, Fatherly Love Combo. Little Flying Dagger incoming. System, which divine skill can be fused the fastest? Zhuge Liang asked. Divine skill Slack Off, Salted Fish. This was the little trick Zhuge Liang had just discovered. He could ask the system about proficiency. This way, he could use divine skills more strategically, quickly complete fusions, and draw new divine skills again. Even though I got lucky earlier, Mount Le Buddha, Take a seat is still a support skill. What I need now is a strong offensive divine skill. Zhuge Lan began walking among the crowd, randomly selecting lucky individuals and unleashing the salted fish gaze on them. He chose those who were either devoutly kneeling or emotionally unstable. The former, as his followers, could help him grind proficiency, right? The latter could be turned into salted fish, calming their emotional breakdowns. Even after the divine skill's effect wore off, they wouldn't be as agitated as before. Meanwhile, the 30 million people here, the Magic City base also needs time to arrange, allowing Zhuge Lan's proficiency to skyrocket. Until divine skill, let it go. Slacker has been mastered. Do you want to consume 10,000 essence points to fuse? Bingo. Confirm. 10,000 essence points consumed. Fused into let it go. Slacker max. Relevant information flooded into his mind, and Zhuge Lan's expression became somewhat peculiar. Slacker's gaze turned out to be light attribute. To be precise, Slacker's gaze is light attribute purification type, and the state that transforms someone into a slacker purifies all their emotional fluctuations, essentially temporary formatting. After fusion, Slacker's gaze retains its characteristic of turning someone into a slacker, but gains an additional ability purification. It can purify designated buffs on the target, whether positive or negative, and slacker becomes a side effect. Interesting. Zhuge Lan took out the base city heritage ring, which was also the reason he was eager to grind divine skills. If he delayed any longer, it would be taken back. Unfortunately, there was no luck to rely on this time. Give me a strong attack divine skill. Energy points consumed, 99,999. You have obtained the divine skill Fatherly Love as steady as a mountain. Fatherly Love as steady as a mountain. Summon a mountain to suppress the target and seal 20% of their attributes until they call you Dad. Do you want to disassemble? Seems decent, but why is it another support skill? Disassemble, disassemble. Divine skill disassembled. You have obtained 999 essence points. The system has automatically replenished the energy points. Again, strong attack divine skill. Energy points consumed, 99,999. You have obtained the divine skill Strict Father produces Dutiful Son. Strict Father produces Dutiful Son. When fighting against a son-adopted son, all attributes plus 100%, opponent's attributes 100%, and seals opponent's talents. Do you want to disassemble? Is this divine skill a combo with the previous one? One forces someone to call you Dad, and the other triggers the state? Disassemble, disassemble. I want a strong attack divine skill. Divine skill disassembled. You have obtained 999 essence points. Energy points consumed, 99,999. You have obtained the divine skill Shut Up. Shut Up silences a son-adopted son and disables all their skills for 3 seconds. Do you want to disassemble? Damn. A 3-hit combo of combo skills. Disassemble. Again. Divine skill disassembled. You have obtained 999 essence points. Energy points consumed, 99,999. You have obtained the divine skill Sever Father-Son Relationship. Sever Father-Son Relationship. Summon a son-adopted son to kneel and kowtow 3 times to you. Do you want to disassemble? System, are you messing with me? A 4-hit combo of combo skills. I don't believe it. If you dare, give me a 5-hit combo of combo skills. Again, energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have acquired the divine skill, Pay the Tuition First. Pay the tuition first. Shout or silently chant, Pay the tuition first. And the target must first consume a certain proportion of spiritual energy before they can attack you. Decompose? Finally, it's not the Daddy Combo skill. This divine skill looks pretty good. Attacking you requires extra spiritual energy. However, Zhuge Lan still decomposed it. Today, he must draw a strong offensive divine skill. You have acquired the divine skill Vibrating Finger. You have acquired the divine skill Come Over Here. You have acquired the divine skill Light's Revenge. After drawing more than 10 times, 10,000 essence points were completely used up. Zhuge Lan still hadn't drawn a satisfactory divine skill. Instead, he bumped into Li Yiting, who was looking for him. I heard there's a high monk here who can calm people down just by looking at them. I guessed it must be you, Li Yiting said with a smile. Zhuge Lan shrugged and spread his hands twice. My handsomeness is not something ordinary people can imitate. He casually clicked the lottery draw. Energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have acquired the divine skill, Little Flying Stick is coming. Little Flying Stick is coming. Shout or silently chant, Little Flying Stick is coming. And the target will definitely take your next attack. Decompose? Zhuge Lan instinctively wanted to decompose it, but paused. Although it's not a strong offensive divine skill, the definitely take effect is quite good. Imagine Zhuge Lan using the dead fish stare to control the target, then pulling them in with the 100% bare-handed blade catch effect, and finally activating Little Flying Stick is coming to press a Rasengan into their mouth. The skull is one of the most solid parts of the human body, protecting the most fragile brain. However, there is no bone between the mouth and the brain. It's essentially a forced weak point critical hit. Even Zhao Wuyo, it seems unlikely that he could train his mouth to rebound damage, right? Let's save it for now. Divine skill has been saved to skill slot. Hey, what's wrong with you? Li Yiting waved her hand in front of Zhuge Lan, trying to get his attention away from the system panel. Huh? What's wrong? Zhuge Lan responded instinctively. What are you daydreaming about? Ah. Zhuge Lan couldn't think of an excuse immediately. But this speechless state made Li Yiting misunderstand. She thought it must be because of the fall of the universal base city, which had put him in low spirits. She had heard that it was almost engulfed by the blood sacrifice barrier. Even so, he still used his talents to comfort those who were injured. He was truly so gentle. Thinking of this, Li Yiting's expression softened, and she gently hugged Zhuge Lan's shoulder. Don't be sad. You're only at the 4th stage, and you've already done everything you could. Li Yiting comforted him softly. Zhuge Lan blinked. What are you talking about? Why don't I understand? Suddenly, 76. Martial God Sun Dashing. Full set of 9th stage star equipment. Zhuge Lan was comparing the differences between Li Yiting and He Xi.Li Chongqing. Accompanied by a dignified middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, flew straight towards Zhuge Lan. Li Yiting quickly let go of Zhuge Lan, looking as if she had been caught in the act. Zhuge Lan, however, calmly watched as Li Chongqing descended from the sky. After all, he hadn't done anything. Li Chongqing acted as if he hadn't seen anything and stepped aside for the dignified middle-aged man. This is Sun Dashing, the base leader of the Magic City base, Li Chongqing said. And this is Zhuge Lan. If it weren't for him, at least half of the 3 million people would have been lost. Indeed, heroes emerge young, Sun Dashing said with a warm smile. Zhuge, my young friend, Chongqing has told me about you. First of all, welcome to the Magic City base. However you used to train, you can continue to train the same way here. All resources will be fully covered by our Magic City base. The overwhelming generosity made Zhuge Lan's eyes light up. He instinctively asked, can you give me a set of 9th-tier defensive star equipment? Like the one Zhao Wuyo has. Well, that was certainly straightforward. Asking outright for 9th-tier star equipment, and a full set at that. Li Yiting secretly tugged at Zhuge Lan's sleeve, signaling him not to be so casual. Li Chongqing was only the base leader of a 5th-tier base city, while Sun Dashing was the base leader of a 1st-tier base city, the Magic City base. Their statuses were worlds apart. Zhuge Lan also realized he might have been too bold. After all, even the wealthy she treasured her 9th-tier Yuchang sword. Unlike, haha, excellent. If you have a need, it must be fulfilled. Sun Dashing laughed heartily. I've also heard from Investigator He about your battle with Zhao Wuyo. A custom-made set of 9th-tier healing star equipment would be necessary. Your future as a 9th tier is practically guaranteed, so ordering a set for you isn't out of the question. Zhuge Lan's eyes widened in surprise. He was really going to give it to him? Li Yiting was completely stunned by Sun Dashing's generosity, staring at him in disbelief. Was he really going to give a full set of 9th-tier defensive star equipment? But you wouldn't be able to fully utilize 9th-tier equipment right now. Sun Dashing shifted the conversation. How about this? In this year's college entrance exam, if you rank first in the Magic City base, I'll have a 9th-tier set custom made for you. If you rank in the top 10, you'll get an 8th-tier set. If you're in the top 100, you'll only get a 7th-tier set. Deal. Zhuge Lan agreed without hesitation. What? He is only a first-year high school student? A full set of 9th-tier defensive star equipment. So what if he is taking the college entrance exam early? Even if he had to face Zhao Wuyo in a one-on-one fight right now, he'd grind that guy down to defeat. Star equipment consumes internal beast crystal cores, and without replacements, the spiritual energy within them will eventually be depleted, though it takes a long time. Not bad, not bad. That's the kind of confidence I like, Sun Dashing said, pulling out a blue pendant. This is a 9th-tier star purification, the latest masterpiece by Master Orn. Not only is its effect better than the one you're wearing around your neck, but it also comes with a 9th-tier protective shield that can't be broken by anything below level 95. Whoa! Zhuge Lan received the 9th-tier star purification with both hands, and as soon as he held it, he could clearly feel the passive absorption of spiritual energy increase several times over. Thanks, Zhuge Lan said with satisfaction. When I reach the 9th tier, I'll protect you. Ha ha ha, good. I'll be waiting for you to protect me. Sun Dashing laughed heartily. Watching Zhuge Lan chatting and laughing with Sun Dashing, both Li Yiting and Li Changsheng were filled with emotion. Is this really a high school freshman? At this moment, Sun Dashing glanced at Li Yiting, who also had a couple-style star refinement hanging around her neck. He immediately took out a red pendant and handed it to Li Yiting. This star refinement is 8th tier, and it also has a protective shield that cannot be broken below the 8th tier. Although it's slightly inferior, it should suffice for you in the short term, Sun Dashing said. Li Yiting covered her mouth in surprise. She gets one too? A gift from an elder cannot be refused. Yiting, quickly accept it, Zhuge Lan reminded her. Li Yiting snapped out of her daze and hurriedly accepted the star refinement respectfully. Thank you, base leader Sun. I will work hard to cultivate, Li Yiting said earnestly. Sun Dashing smiled and nodded, then casually asked, that giant Buddha in the sky earlier, was it created by you, Zhuge? Yes, it's a newly awakened talent ability, Zhuge Lan admitted openly. However, every time I use it, it consumes one crystal core of wood, light, and life attributes of the same tier. Earlier, it was Sister He who provided them. I won't be able to use it again in the future. He stared directly at Sun Dashing. Since you asked, isn't this a hint? Sun Dashing couldn't help but laugh. With a wave of his hand, he directly threw out a handful of exotic beast crystal cores. One set each of 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th tiers. Life attribute crystal cores are hard to come by, so use them sparingly, Sun Dashing advised. Judging by his casual gifting of 9th tier star refinement and his financial capability to promise a full set of 9th tier defensive star equipment, it's clear that life attributes are truly precious. Hey, don't worry. I'll definitely use them wisely, Zhuge Lan assured. Of course, the Lu Mountain Buddha throne is used to grind proficiency based on headcount, and Zhuge Lan is more calculating than anyone. Without a large-scale event like today, he wouldn't even consider using it. Sun Dashing nodded, and then turned to Li Changsheng. I have many things to attend to, so I'll leave the rest to you. Base Leader Sun, you go ahead, Li Changsheng replied politely. Sun Dashing flew away directly, seemingly, in a bit of a hurry. Li Changsheng smiled with a sense of nostalgia. Back when he first encountered Zhuge Lan, he also found the boy quite troublesome. He was just too good at exploiting resources. Meanwhile, Zhuge Lan, who had activated the formation eye, couldn't discern what method Sun Dashing used to fly. Flying directly with the physical body? What level is this base leader Sun? Zhuge Lan asked casually. Level 99, Li Changsheng replied. Zhuge Lan froze. He stared at Li Changsheng with his mouth half open and confirmed. Level 99? Martial God. Li Changsheng nodded affirmatively. Well then, Zhuge Lan had just claimed he would protect a martial god, and Sun Dashing didn't even refute it. This base leader Sun is quite interesting, Zhuge Lan commented, causing Li Changsheng and his daughter to twitch the corners of their eyes. Is this how you evaluate a level 99 martial god? Suddenly, 77. Ancient civilization nuclear bomb. Population of 5 billion. Extra chapter 105 star reviews. Zhuge Lan was still marveling at Sun Dashing's level when suddenly, a dazzling light rose from the edge of the sky, its brilliance even overshadowing the evening glow. The dust it stirred up formed a mushroom-shaped cloud in the sky. At the same time, the ground could feel a slight tremor, like an aftershock. Li Changsheng looked at the mushroom cloud, his eyes unexpectedly reddening. Zhuge Lan squinted his eyes. Uncle Li, could that place be? It's in the direction of Putian Base City. Li Changsheng gritted his teeth and said, places that have been blood sacrificed by the Akatsuki organization will no longer be suitable for human survival. So whenever a blood sacrifice occurs, nuclear bombs are directly deployed. Oh, nuclear bombs? Yes, a technological weapon from ancient civilization, Li Changxing explained. It simply processes certain elements in a special way, without any spiritual power involved. Even a 3-year-old child could unleash destructive power equivalent to the 8th or even 9th tier. Truly, it's a wisdom worth admiring. Zhuge Lan found it increasingly strange as he listened. It felt like a déjà vu of their past admiration for ancient people. At this moment, the crowd began moving toward the direction of the Magic City base. It seemed arrangements had finally been made for them. Let's go too, Li Changxing said. I'm currently the Deputy Chief of Base Defense at Magic City Base. I've arranged accommodations. Xiao Yu and Zhuge, you can stay at my place for the next few days. Oh, okay, Zhuge Lan replied without hesitation. Yu Changsheng, however, shook his head. I still want to join the barrier defense forces here and fight alongside the other comrades. Yu Changxing said firmly. Li Changxing patted Yu Changxing's shoulder. Go ahead. Yu Changxing solemnly saluted. Thank you for your care during this time. Zhuge Lan clasped his fists in return. It's my duty. In the end, you saved me more than I saved you. I'm ashamed. Yu Changxing sighed helplessly. Though he was supposed to protect Zhuge Lan, it felt more like he was just assisting him. They watched as Yu Changxing disappeared underground. Zhuge Lan then removed the 5th-tier star refinement and handed it, along with the foundation storage ring, to Li Changxing. Here, returning it to its rightful owner. But Li Changxing waved his hand. Keep it. I'm no longer the base chief, and if I keep these, they'll just be handed over to Magic City Base anyway. Oh, well, that's great. Zhuge Lan immediately stored them in his personal space and gave Li Changxing a thumbs up with his now empty hand. Uncle Li, you're so generous. You, Li Changxing said with a laugh. Come on, let me tell you about the college entrance exam. It's only half a month away. Zhuge Lan, huh? That's soon. Only half a month left for the college entrance exam. Zhuge Lan looked bewildered. Yes, Li Changxing said with a smile. You didn't think getting a 9th-tier defensive star equipment would be that easy, did you? Moreover, Zhuge Lan wouldn't just pass the exam, he had to become the top scorer of Magic City Base's college entrance exam. How many people live in Magic City Base? Zhuge Lan asked cautiously. Not many, Li Changxing said, his face full of wrinkles from smiling. As a 1st-tier base city, Magic City Base only has 500 million people. Zhuge Lan, 500 million. Didn't they say humanity is on the brink of extinction, struggling to survive? How can one base city have 500 million people? Zhuge Lan couldn't help but ask. 500 million people. In his previous life, China only had a little over a billion. Li Changxing smiled and shook his head, signaling Li Yiting to explain. I've told you to read more extracurricular books, Li Yiting said, pretending to be mature. Humanity now has a population of 1 trillion. Even a random beast tribe has that many. Just the bloodthirsty mosquitoes alone number in the tens of trillions globally. In comparison, humanity's numbers suddenly seemed quite insufficient, didn't they? Population is just the base high-level combat power is the key to deterring the beasts, Li Changxing added. That's why the lives of ordinary people are as insignificant as grass, but those with talent are highly valued in the base cities. Ordinary people, in the eyes of the upper echelons, are merely the denominator of humanity, used to give birth to geniuses. No wonder the Yamada gang was so brazen back then. It truly is an era where the strong prey on the weak. With a population of 500 million, wouldn't the number of students taking the college entrance exam in the Magic City Base City each year be in the tens of thousands? SSS-level geniuses must number at least in the double digits, right? Who would have thought that Sun Dasheng, with his thick eyebrows and honest appearance, would be so cunning? Fortunately, Zhuge Lan didn't stake anything on this agreement, so Sun Dasheng probably just treated it as a little joke. Ha, joke, Zhuge Lan sneered. I'll show you what real pain feels like. College entrance exam. It's not like he hadn't taken it before. Just do it. Zhuge Lan summoned the Sword of Pi, splitting off a blade for Li Yiting and explaining to her that she could control it by channeling spiritual energy. The four of them flew away on their swords. Since the city defense barrier wasn't activated, there was no restricted airspace, and the four of them smoothly flew over the towering city walls and entered the magic city base city. What greeted them was a scene of prosperity. Among the towering steel jungle of skyscrapers, countless flying vehicles moved back and forth, most of them exuding an extraordinary aura. As expected of a first-tier base city, it looks much more prosperous than Putian base city, Zhuge Lan marveled. A base city with a population of 500 million is bound to be prosperous, Li Changxing remarked. Putian base city, as one of the first pilot base cities, was built near an underground city for safety reasons. The surrounding beasts are mostly low-level, making it unsuitable for those above the 6th tier to train. The ones who stay there are mostly those without potential. That does seem to be the case. Putian base city has a lot of ordinary people, but warriors above the martial king level are quite rare. By the way, Zhuge Lan turned to Li Changsheng and asked, previously, Nameless used a move and said something about opening the 4th gate of pain. Do you know what skill that is? This thought had suddenly occurred to him. It strangely overlapped with a move from his memory. The skill you're talking about is probably the 8 gates technique, Li Changxing replied. I don't know the specifics, but I do know it's a legacy combat technique of the Vanguard Army. It allows them to unleash combat power up to 3 tiers higher, but the cost seems to be severe. Now that you mention it, it does sound familiar. The full name wouldn't happen to be the 8 gates formation, would it? The one where opening the 8th gate of death causes the body to be engulfed in blood flames. Zhuge Lan asked. Li Changxing shook his head. That's classified information of the Vanguard Army. I don't know the details. Then what is the Vanguard Army? The Vanguard Army. Li Changxing's eyes flickered as he sighed. It's the unit led by the transcendent martial god Wu Tian. Most of its members are warriors with limited talent. They focus on combat techniques and undertake all kinds of death missions. It's a unit that creates miracles. The transcendent martial god Wu Tian, the one who achieved transcendence beyond the martial god without relying on talent. All right, Zhuge Lan suddenly understood why 8 gates Duanjia became their inherited combat skill. If you lack talent but still want combat power, you have to give it your all. 78. The 3 flowers gather at the top technique ascends. Testing the fish gut sword. Extra update 155-star reviews. That night, Zhuge Lan sat cross-legged in the corner of the training room. Not far away, Li Yiting and Li Yang were also seated, absorbing spiritual energy together. It wasn't that the 3 of them had nowhere to sleep, but rather they were taking advantage of the training cheat. With Zhuge Lan's 9th tier star refinement, 4th tier venom, and his own triple absorption, he directly drew in spiritual energy from several kilometers around, even forming a faint spiritual energy vortex above his head. This demonstrated his exaggerated absorption efficiency. Within the spiritual energy, there was a faint blue flower pulsating that was the human flower of the 3 flowers gather at the top technique, a symbol that could only be condensed upon reaching the 4th tier. As Zhuge Lan was enthusiastically absorbing spiritual energy, a system notification suddenly sounded. Skill 3 flowers gather at the top technique pseudo proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 1 million essence points to ascend? Zhuge Lan was startled awake and opened his eyes to look at the system notification. His gaze immediately froze on the essence point consumption. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 100,000, million. 1 million essence points? What the heck? System, explain to me how I'm supposed to pay this when my limit is less than 100,000 essence points. Installment payment. Zhuge Lan was speechless. Skill 3 flowers gather at the top technique pseudo proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 1 million essence points to ascend? Yes. Consume 99,999 essence points. Consume 99,999 essence points. Consume 99,999 essence points. Consume 10 essence points. Skill ascended to 3 flowers gather at the top technique pseudo. Zhuge Lan glanced at his now empty fingers, then at the Foundation storage ring lying in his personal space. The sea of exotic beast crystal cores had visibly diminished by a chunk. 1 million essence points. That S1,100,000 is equal to 100 million energy points. Based on the calculation that a second-tier exotic beast crystal core provides 20 energy points each, this consumed approximately 5 million exotic beast crystal cores. In a world where exotic beasts are abundant and endless, it's fine. But if it were a world where exotic beast meat sells for sky-high prices, my system would be completely unsustainable, Zhuge Liang muttered. Since it was an ascension rather than a fusion, there was no epiphany of complete understanding. All changes had to be explored on his own. While operating the 3 flowers gather at the top technique, Zhuge Liang casually opened the system panel. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host. Zhuge Liang Level 42 Talent. Sword of Pi Magic Skills. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Rasengan Series. Storage Space Illusion Skills. Clone Technique. Deception Combat Skills. Thunder Armor. Dragon Palm Strike. One Sword Kneels the Immortal Series Cultivation Method. 3 Flowers Gather at the Top Method Pseudo Others. Introduction to Formation Techniques Energy. 99,999 points Essence. 99,999 points Lottery. Open Divine Skills. Mount Leshan Buddha lets you sit. 100% Barehanded Blade Catch. Strongman Identification Technique. Little Flying Dagger is coming. Shameless Scoundrel. Fusion. Evil Warding Sword Technique Max. Are you sick Max? Let it go. Slacker Max. A new cultivation method column appeared. He spent 1 million essence points, yet the glaring pseudo still remained. So what did he gain? Zhuge Liang opened his eyes in surprise and saw that the nearly transparent spiritual vortex above his head was now clearly visible to the naked eye. His speed of absorbing spiritual energy and the range of coverage had increased nearly threefold. You must know, due to the presence of venom, his physical body would not absorb 90% of the spiritual energy. This was equivalent to directly increasing his cultivation speed to 30 times the original rate. These essence points were well spent. Zhuge Liang happily closed his eyes and continued cultivating, and the spiritual energy in the training room became much denser as a result. After completing a night of cultivation, Zhuge Liang stood up, stretched lazily, and glanced at his system panel. Level 43. Upgrading this cultivation method really made a difference. He leveled up in just one night? I'm almost at level 50. Is level 100 still far away? Is my cultivation speed a bit too fast? Zhuge Liang scratched his head in confusion. Why does it feel like he's playing on easy mode? Glancing around, he saw Li Yiting and the others still cultivating. Zhuge Liang didn't disturb them and silently flew out of the training room on his sword, heading to the adjacent training room. His 10 clones were swimming in the sea of knowledge. They're essentially cramming for exams. Who would have thought that even with the revival of spiritual energy, the college entrance exams would still include written tests? Although the written test's weight in the total score wasn't high, Zhuge Liang's goal was to be the top scorer, so he had no choice but to cram hard. Fortunately, he had clones otherwise. It would have been truly overwhelming. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and all the clones disappeared. The knowledge they had studied all night flooded into his brain. With his immense mental power, Zhuge Liang took only a few seconds to organize all the information. At this rate, there won't be any problems before the college entrance exams, Zhuge Liang nodded. As long as the written test wasn't an issue, who would he fear in the martial arts test? Even Zhao Wuyo would have to obediently be dismembered by him, relying on 9th-tier healing star artifacts to barely survive. If there was one flaw, Zhuge Liang plucked 10 strands of hair again, feeling a bit pained as he blew on them, turning them into clones to continue studying hard. This clone technique is great for everything, except it costs hair. I'm not Sun Wukong, covered in monkey fur. Go check later if there's any hair growth serum. Zhuge Liang walked to the side and took out the fish gut sword gifted by He Shi. This was a genuine 9th-tier star artifact. It was even named after one of the top 10 famous swords. Don't let me down. Following the usage instructions He Shi sent later, Zhuge Liang silently infused spiritual energy into it. The fish gut sword was like a bottomless pit, devouring an immense amount without showing any sign of filling up. After nearly half a minute, The fish gut sword finally changed, emitting a faint glow with a swish. Though not dazzling, the light stung his eyes slightly. Zhuge Liang casually took out a crystal core of a beast and lightly slashed it. One sword, two halves. It was as if slicing through air, without any resistance. Using it later to perform techniques like one sword, immortal kneels, or demon-slaying sword technique would surely yield excellent results. But the key point was, Zhuge Liang attached his mental energy to the fish gut sword and watched as it gradually became invisible until it completely disappeared. Even when Zhuge Liang activated the array eye, he couldn't detect it. Extreme sharpness combined with undetectable stealth, an excellent combination for ambushes. I really want to find someone to test the sword on, Zhuge Liang murmured. Among his peers, there was no one worth considering. Perhaps it was truly the protagonist's aura, as an unexpected communication came through, giving him the perfect opportunity to test the sword. 79. Just looking won't make you pregnant? It really might. Buzz, 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 his wristwatch vibrated. Looking down, it was an unmarked number. But Zhuge Liang, sensitive to numbers, immediately recognized its owner Qi Ling. It was this very call yesterday that had shaken him away, triggering the premature blood sacrifice. What's this hot-tempered girl calling me for? Zhuge Liang muttered as he answered the call, projecting the image of the valiant Qi Ling. Zhuge Liang didn't speak, simply watching her quietly. For some reason, Qi Ling also remained silent. The two stared at each other, big eyes glaring at small ones. After half a minute, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but say, "You, this early in the morning, aren't just here to admire a handsome guy, are you?" Qi Ling's lips twitched, and she retorted directly, "What's wrong with looking? It's not like I'll get pregnant." Pregnant? Zhuge Liang felt a bit sensitive to the word and instinctively wondered, could pregnancy gaze work through communication? Since the topic was already brought up. That's not necessarily true. Zhuge Liang smirked mischievously. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of maternal love? Strong identification technique. Golden light burst from Zhuge Liang's eyes. He thought it would most likely pass through, but to his surprise, the golden light actually entered the projection. Qi Ling's flat stomach began to swell like a balloon, leaving her utterly shocked. Yua is truly a tough woman. She could even endure the pain of childbirth. But then again, women's tolerance for pain is naturally several times higher than men's. Not only could Qi Ling endure the pain, but she could even speak. You come here. Putian District. Base Police Defense Division. Qi Ling gritted her teeth and said, I have something to discuss with you. Then she directly hung up the call, leaving Zhuge Liang completely baffled. You tell me to go, and I just go? Last time, if it hadn't been for Lu Nua, Zhuge Liang wouldn't have bothered with this explosive little policewoman. However, I didn't expect the pregnancy gaze to work through communication. Then can the other gazes also be completed through communication? Think and act. Zhuge Liang opened his wristwatch, then silently put it down again. After 3 months of transmigration, the only people Zhuge Liang had truly interacted with were Li Yiting and Li Yang, who were both training nearby. He couldn't possibly pull in Li Changsheng or Sun Dashing for testing, could he? The former would absolutely not take this lying down. The latter, a level 99 martial god, better not mess with him. That's it. Hey, Venom, Zhuge Liang called softly. Black matter emerged from his chest, forming Venom's head, its large, eerie eyes looking at Zhuge Liang with resentment. You guessed it? Zhuge Liang chuckled. Hand it over, Venom said helplessly. The two had signed a soul contract. Although they hadn't reached the point of sharing thoughts, their understanding of each other was impeccable. As soon as Zhuge Liang called it, Venom knew what he wanted. But could it resist? No. Not only was the contract a master-servant soul bond, but Zhuge Liang's delicious spiritual energy wasn't given to it for free either. Zhuge Liang handed a spare wristwatch to Venom, then turned and left the training room. Dialing, connecting. Zhuge Liang wasted no words, his eyes lit up directly. First saintly gaze. Black light shot out from Zhuge Liang's eyes. Low Mountain Buddha commands you to sit. Used on an individual for the first time, it seamlessly merged into the projection. Zhuge Liang knew it was a success. It wasn't that the pregnancy gaze was special, it was the system that was incredible. Looking at Venom again, its previously terrifying large eyes now inexplicably carried a benevolent expression. Daddy, I want more. Venom asked proactively. TSK. Getting stabbed and then asking for another stab? A textbook example of a sanctimonious hypocrite. Zhuge Liang didn't hold back after all. None of these had any real destructive power. Shameless gaze. Roar, I may not be human, but Daddy is truly a dog. Slacker gaze. Venom quieted down, melting into a puddle of liquid like a lazy fish. Sick gaze. Venom, lacking the talent, showed no reaction at all. Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction and returned to the training room. This test not only confirmed that his divine skill gazes could work through communication, but also revealed that when multiple gazes were applied to the same target, conflicting effects would prioritize the most recent one. For example, shameless gaze and slacker gaze. If slacker gaze was applied first, followed by shameless gaze, the target would act like Xiao Linya, recklessly trying to kill him. If shameless gaze was applied first, followed by slacker gaze, the target would behave like Venom, calming down from rage and becoming a lazy fish. It seems there's still a lot of potential to be explored with this divine skill, Zhuge Liang murmured. At that moment, Venom recovered from its slacker state, silently slithering back into his body through his pant leg, viciously absorbing Zhuge Liang's spiritual energy. Drain you dry. But no matter how much it absorbed, Zhuge Liang's spiritual energy could never be depleted. Instead, Venom ended up overstuffing itself, forcing a hasty retreat. In high spirits, Zhuge Liang finally remembered Qi Ling's words. Thanks to you, I discovered this bug. Let's go see what you want to do. Zhuge Liang left the training room once again. As he passed by the training room where Li Yiting and another person were cultivating, he casually activated the formation to take a look. The spiritual energy previously gathered by Zhuge Liang had not yet dissipated and was now surrounding the two, forming a large and small vortex of spiritual energy. The smaller one, of course, belonged to Li Yang. His talent was naturally inferior to Li Yiting's, and the auxiliary cultivation star equipment he used for star refinement was merely a fifth-tier item discarded by Zhuge Liang. It was simply incomparable. Walking past one training room after another, Zhuge Liang reached the end of the corridor. He opened the door and stepped out, everything seeming normal at first glance. However, once he exited the building, he would realize that although this was a villa, given the scale of the training rooms inside, the area it occupied should not be so small. This was the secret behind the ability of the Magic City base to sustain a population of 5 billion space expansion. Similar to the undetectable extension charm, in Harry Potter, it could expand the internal space of objects. The principle was somewhat akin to the creation of storage rings, but far more complex. After all, storage rings cannot sustain living beings. It's worth mentioning. The ability to sustain living beings in personal spaces is possible, but while you can store others inside, you cannot store yourself, and you must ensure there is enough air inside. There are many limitations. Compared to Divine Might space, it's still far inferior. This time, there was no need to worry about flight permits. Li Changsheng had already sent him one. He could directly fly on his sword. The area where Zhuge Liang was located had been specially allocated by Sun Dashing for the survivors of the Putian base city. The base defense in this area was managed by Li Changsheng. Each area's base defense had a deputy chief, while the chief was the base leader himself. Zhuge Liang had truly shone during this war. As soon as he landed, he was warmly welcomed. Our little hero from Putian is here. Brother Zhu, can I get your autograph? Get lost, you fake fan. The little hero's surname is Zhuge. Brother Zhuge, can I take a photo with you? That sounds weird. How about we call him Brother Liang instead? Surrounded by a group of base defense fans acting like star chasers, Zhuge Liang felt a bit overwhelmed. He quickly called out, "Where's Qi Ling? She told me to come here, said there was something going on. Where is she?" A helpful fan immediately pointed the way and led Zhuge Liang to Qi Ling, who was still heavily pregnant. "Kid," Qi Ling gritted her teeth and said, "Hurry up and get rid of this." Oh, maybe I can." Zhuge Liang suddenly remembered that the fusion of the salty fish gaze ability was supposed to have a purification effect. "Let me give it a try." Blue light flashed in Zhuge Liang's eyes, startling Qi Ling. Hey, what are you trying to do? Salty fish gaze. The blue light entered Qi Ling's body, but it didn't make her swollen belly disappear. However, Her irritable mood was calmed. She stared at Zhuge Lan with dead fish eyes, quietly watching him. It failed. Zhuge Lan spread his hands helplessly and said, "If the effect isn't counteractive, it seems that even my own innate ability can't undo my own innate ability." Qi Ling continued to stare at Zhuge Lan with those dead fish eyes, silently watching him. Scratching his head, Zhuge Lan realized that the current effect of salty fish gaze lasted for 10 minutes. He couldn't just wait it out, could he? Zhuge Lan naturally chose. I have never seen such a shameless person. The shameless gaze was red, corresponding to the anger in Qi Ling's eyes. But strangely, Qi Ling did not rush forward to fight, which surprised Zhuge Lan, who had already assumed a defensive posture. What surprised him even more was, I was planning to apologize to you for my previous rudeness, but after what you did to me today, we're even. Why did you suddenly think of apologizing to me?" Zhuge Lan asked curiously. This didn't seem like Qi Ling's style. Under the shameless gaze, Qi Ling did not hide anything. She straightforwardly said, "When you led the team into the central light curtain, I was among the surviving crowd. You fought for humanity, so my previous warning was wrong, and therefore..." Qi Ling paused mid-sentence, breaking free from the influence of the shameless gaze. After a brief pause, she still said, "I'm sorry. Bold and accountable, a true hero. Too bad she's a woman. Otherwise, she would definitely have a lot to talk about with Lu Nuo. By the way, where's Wang Fuxing?" Zhuge Lan asked casually, which caused Qi Ling to fall silent. Zhuge Lan understood. Patting Qi Ling on the shoulder, he didn't say much to comfort her. "You didn't call me here today just to apologize, did you?" Zhuge Lan changed the subject. "Of course not. I'm not that bored." Qi Ling stood up, took a file from the drawer, and handed it to Zhuge Lan. Is it appropriate for me to see this?" Qi fell. Qi Ling definitely wouldn't have expected that the ancient Buddha was right in front of her. "I wonder if that ancient Buddha can solve this problem." Qi Ling muttered again. Zhuge Lan actually thought about it for a moment and responded, "I can't. Don't talk nonsense. This thing doesn't look like an injury or illness. It's not under the jurisdiction of Buddha's light." Zhuge Lan continued flipping through the analysis from the base's security team. Genetic diseases and viruses were directly ruled out. After all, there had never been a similar case in the Universal Base City before, so the only possibilities were the Akatsuki organization or exotic beasts. The scope was narrowed down to exotic beasts or Akatsuki organization issues. Zhuge Lan's first reaction. 81. I'm not a savior. Why should I indulge you? Extra Chapter 205-star reviews. Zhuge Lan's first reaction was to think of the method that made exotic beasts red-eyed and frenzied. Could it manifest differently in humans? He voiced his thoughts, but Qi Ling shook her head. The Magic City Base City conducted overnight tests on the exotic beast corpses we brought back last night and discovered a virus called Idiasa virus. Its function is to increase hormones, block neural transmission, severely affect instinctive impulses, and reduce rationality in the brain to zero, leaving it dominated by emotions. However, it has been partially modified by the Akatsuki organization, making it possess only the most primitive desire for slaughter. It has stronger transmissibility, but is also more targeted, only effective on exotic beasts. I see, that's quite efficient. Have those who directly contacted the victims been specially isolated? Zhuge Lan asked. Yes. Take me to see them. Seeing Qi Ling hesitate, Zhuge Lan cast her a curious glance. What's the problem? With your status, there's no need to take such risks, right? Qi Ling frowned and said, they're just civilians below level 20. Comparatively, you're far more important. Zhuge Lan was momentarily stunned. That little policewoman who once hated evil with a passion, now also disregarded the lives of the lower-class humans? Or perhaps, protecting geniuses had already become the consensus of this era. Since Uncle Li asked you to inform me, I assume this incident won't pose any danger to me, Zhuge Lan explained. And to be honest, if it's just a virus or something, I'm really not afraid. With venom around, no matter how much virus comes, it will be devoured. If it's a mental curse, the system's defense has no blind spots. As for physical damage, how about a 9th-tier defense shield? With that said, Qi Ling could only lead the way, but she still insisted on Zhuge Lan wearing protective gear. Zhuge didn't argue and accepted it. The protective gear was a green jade pendant, crafted directly from spirit stones, capable of forming a spiritual shield to block most dangers. It's much more convenient than the bulky protective suits of the previous life. Considering Qi Ling was wearing a police skirt, they didn't opt for sword flight. Upon arriving on the street, many citizens immediately recognized Zhuge and gathered around. Duck, little hero, sister loves you. Mom loves you. Take a photo, take a photo. I want to have your babies. Dad loves you. Zhuge immediately locked onto the person who shouted Daddy loves you. He already disliked this kind of spectating, feeling as if he were being watched like a monkey. And now this person dared to take advantage of him? Salty fish stare. After the blue light hit the target, it spread again, enveloping everyone within a 10-meter radius. Everyone fell into a salty fish state, standing still and motionless. This poured cold water on the enthusiastic crowd, and most of them silently closed their mouths. The temperament of the strong is unpredictable. Some people simply dislike being surrounded. At this moment, for the sake of their lives, it was better to keep a distance, otherwise, being killed would be in vain. Zhuge was happy to have some peace. He wasn't a savior, nor did he plan to gain fans. So why should he indulge these people? Didn't expect it, huh? You're someone who doesn't care about reputation. Qi Ling teased. After today, the coldness of the little hero's indifference will spread far and wide. I don't rely on them to get stronger, Zhuge replied indifferently. The two soon arrived at their destination. The quarantine zone was the familiar sports arena, where as many as 600,000 people had been placed. Anyone who had contact with the deceased was brought here. After going through layer upon layer of verification, Zhuge finally saw some figures and an unexpected person. Zhang Wei, why are you everywhere? This guy must have the protagonist's aura wherever he goes. Major events seem to happen. I'm helpless too, Zhang Wei shrugged helplessly. A few of the infected had contact with me, so we were all brought here. We? Zhuge glanced around. There were a few familiar faces, people who had briefly fought alongside him in the blood sacrifice barrier. As for Zhuge himself, no wonder this matter was assigned to him. It turned out he was one of the carriers too. The difference was that he wouldn't be quarantined and had even become one of the investigators. Any discoveries? Zhuge asked. No discoveries, but Zhang Wei looked toward the crowd and said, actually, besides those who had direct contact, there are also. You just bully us commoners. A sudden shout interrupted Zhang Wei, drawing Zhuge curious gaze. He saw a group of people gathered at another exit, blocked by a human wall formed by the barrier guards, preventing them from leaving. Let me out. My wife hasn't been heard from. I need to find her. We've cooperated and stayed here for a night already. Why won't you let us go? The group was highly agitated, taking advantage of the fact that the barrier guards wouldn't retaliate, pushing and shoving them recklessly in an attempt to break through. Zhuge frowned deeply at the sight. What's going on? Zhuge asked Qi Ling. Qi Ling's face showed helplessness. These matters used to be handled by her master. Only now did she realize how troublesome they were. Our base's defense forces suffered heavy losses protecting civilians during the evacuation. Originally, reinforcements from the Magic City base were supposed to come, but because of this incident, it's been temporarily delayed. With insufficient manpower, we had to request barrier guards for assistance. Until the investigation is clear, these people aren't allowed to leave. I guess someone is dissatisfied and causing trouble. How do you usually handle troublemakers? Zhuge asked. What else can we do? Just appease them, Qi Ling sighed. Originally, these matters should be handled by the gangs. The civilians are afraid of them, but this time the gangs suffered heavy losses and haven't rebuilt their scale yet. We can't act directly. I understand. Zhuge took a step forward and concealed his figure. Not long after, behind the pushed and shoved barrier guards, a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes suddenly appeared. The dense sound of their flapping wings made people's heads buzz, scaring the troublemakers into a stunned silence. The compound eyes of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes stared at them, and their proboscises shot out directly. Whoosh, 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 ah. Help! There's a beast. The troublemakers fled in panic, some even wetting themselves in fear. The barrier guards did not retreat, but instead drew their weapons and slashed at the mosquitoes. Swish! The weapons passed through the mosquitoes as if cutting through air. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes quietly dissipated, revealing Zhuge Lan, whose eyes gleamed with golden light. These barrier guards naturally recognized Zhuge Lan. Every surviving barrier guard had fought their way back under the leadership of 5th MOC. They had all witnessed Zhuge Lan's display of great power. They immediately lowered their weapons. Scared to the point of wetting yourselves over such a small scene. Yet you act so arrogant. Just bullies in your own backyard. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love? Strength identification technique. Not a single one was spared. All their stomachs swelled up high. Watching them roll on the ground and wail in pain, Zhuge Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. These barrier guards had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They had defended the gates of the Universal Base City to the death, charged back to the city center, and opened a safe passage with their own bodies in front of the central light screen. They were heroes too. Why should they be cursed and berated by these civilians? Little hero, you shouldn't have acted, one barrier guard said with a bitter smile. This isn't good for your reputation. Zhuge Lan glanced at the speaking barrier guard, recognizing a familiar face. It was the same person who had guarded the city gates in the wilderness back then. He hadn't expected him to still be alive. We meet again. What's your name? Zhuge Lan asked with a smile. Private Lu Renjia, reporting to the commander. Lu Renjia saluted solemnly. 4th Tier General Zhuge Lan, it's a pleasure to see you again. Zhuge Lan clasped his fists in return. It's also a pleasure to see the commander again. After patting Lu Renjia's shoulder, Zhuge Lan turned to leave. Suddenly, a roar pierced through the air above the Stadium 82. I lost my mood, you lost your lives. A roar pierced through the air above the stadium. Down with Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan froze. Down with who? Down with Zhuge Lan. Down with Zhuge Lan. Down with Zhuge Lan. The lone roar began to gain responses, and soon a group of people appeared, their faces twisted with rage, their eyes seemingly ready to tear Zhuge Lan apart. At this moment, Zhang Wei also walked over, continuing the conversation that had been interrupted earlier. Besides close contacts, there are also people who harbor extreme hatred toward you. Zhuge Lan looked puzzled. Hatred toward me? Extreme hatred? What? He couldn't understand. Had he offended these people? Ridiculous. They had no interaction at all. They are just pitiful people who lost their families because of the blood sacrifice, Zhang Wei sighed. Zhuge Lan was the first to uncover the Akatsuki organization's conspiracy, forcing them to hastily execute their plan. Although strategically beneficial to the Putian-based city and indirectly allowing more people to escape, for those who lost loved ones in this disaster, it might not be so easy to understand. They wouldn't consider the bigger picture, like what would happen if the Akatsuki organization had been fully prepared. They would only focus on the point that everything started because of Zhuge Lan. Some might even believe that if it weren't for Zhuge Lan, their loved ones would have had a chance to escape. Understanding the reasoning behind this, Zhuge Lan furrowed his brows deeply. So, this was the real reason he was summoned here today? You harmed my family. Zhuge Lan murderer. Down with Zhuge Lan. Watching these people grow increasingly agitated, their hatred was evident and undisguised. There was no doubt. If they thought they could defeat him, they would have attacked without hesitation. Even though they hadn't acted yet, in the future, those close to Zhuge Lan might become their targets for revenge. Interestingly, Qi Ling, the fiery-tempered young policewoman, was unusually quiet this time, standing beside Zhang Wei without any intention of intervening. It was as if she had been instructed beforehand to let Zhuge Lan handle everything. Interesting, Zhuge Lan suddenly chuckled. He stepped onto the pie sword and flew to the group of shouting people. An invisible aura spread out, causing these level 20 individuals to instinctively shut their mouths, with some even showing signs of fear. In the heat of the moment, they might not fear anything, but once they calmed down, they realized how reckless they had been. You should know, if it weren't for me, you would all be dead too, Zhuge Lan said calmly. No one responded to him. Zhuge Lan didn't need their response, he was merely informing them. I have never seen such shameless people. A shameless gaze struck the person who had led the shouting. His eyes turned red as he immediately conjured a dung fork and hurled it at Zhuge Lan with all his might. The starlight refinement on Zhuge Lan's neck emitted a blue glow, forming a protective shield that deflected the dung fork. Zhuge Lan's expression remained unchanged. The shameless gaze only made people act on their strongest desires. So this person clearly taking action against civilians so decisively? You're slaughtering your own people. Who knows if you'll betray humanity in the future? Someone angrily rebuked. In response, they were met with the shameless, glowing red light of a gaze. The person immediately pulled out a dagger and charged at Zhuge Liang with a ferocious expression. The same sequence of the saintly gaze, pregnant gaze, and flying rod gaze followed, ending with the pie sword eliminating the threat. Did you really think I was some kind of savior? Zhuge Liang sneered. I'm selfish. I have no intention of fighting for humanity. This statement caused an uproar among the crowd. Even Qi Ling's delicate face changed dramatically. How could he dare to say such a thing? But Zhuge Liang's tone shifted. I'm not cold-blooded either. The country has spared no effort in nurturing me, and I won't be an ingrate. I'm willing to fight for the country, willing to fight for those who also deeply love this country. This turn of events eased the tension for some. However, Zhuge Liang raised his voice. I have zero tolerance for those who are ungrateful, and I will never leave any threats behind. As he spoke, Zhuge Liang unleashed another shameless gaze, this time targeting a middle-aged woman. She didn't draw a weapon, but instead broke down in tears. I know it has nothing to do with you, but I just can't accept it. Why were so many people saved, but my daughter wasn't? It's my fault for not protecting you, Cui Hua. Faced with the weeping woman, Zhuge Liang ignored her. The shameless gaze moved on to the next target. Anyone showing signs of aggression was met with the triple gaze combo, swiftly dealt with, and eliminated. The rest were completely disregarded. After clearing all potential threats, Zhuge Liang put away all the pie swords. Facing the crowd, he raised his voice and declared, "Don't mess with me. Otherwise, I lose my mood, and you lose your life." The scene fell into a dead silence. Just as Zhuge Liang was about to turn and leave. Well said. A deep voice of praise rang out as Sun Dashing descended from the sky, clapping in approval. Li Changxing followed closely behind him. Seeing this setup, Zhuge Liang immediately understood what was going on. Sun Dashing turned to the barrier guards and said, "We cannot let our heroes bleed and shed tears. If you encounter similar situations in the future, I authorize you to retaliate on the spot. Only by protecting yourselves first can you protect the base city. Protect the country." "Yes, sir." Nodding in satisfaction, Sun Dashing turned to Zhuge Liang with a beaming smile. "Young man, you did very well." Sun Dashing praised him again. Zhuge Liang said nothing, simply extending his palm. "Where's the reward?" "An advanced 9th-tier portable teleportation array. A reward for loyalty." Seeing Zhuge Liang's outstretched hand, Sun Dashing was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. What an amusing young man. All right. Punishments must be balanced with rewards." With a wave of his hand, a formation disc appeared. This is a 9th-tier portable teleportation array, powered by a 9th-tier spatial crystal. It can teleport anywhere within the borders of Huaxia, but it's single-use, so use it wisely, Sun Dashing said reluctantly. This item, even for someone as wealthy as him, was incredibly precious. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up at the sight, and he snatched the disc immediately. "Chief Sun, you're so generous." Zhuge Liang chuckled. Angry? Angry about what? Tests like these, the more the better. A typical case of whoever gives milk is the mother. Sun Dashing had already figured out Zhuge Liang's personality and didn't mind too much. "Little guy, have you found the culprit behind this case yet?" Sun Dashing tested him. "I just got here. How could I be that fast?" Zhuge Liang shrugged. "How about we make a bet? Give me some time, and if I succeed, there'll be a reward." "Well, not a word about what happens if he fails." Sun Dashing adjusted his glasses and looked at Zhuge Liang with a half-smile. Zhuge Liang grinned, but resolutely kept silent. After a 10-second stalemate, Sun Dashing chuckled. "All right, I'll give you half an hour. If you succeed, I'll teach you a skill." Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. This was a skill from the martial god. Would he offer something worthless? Most importantly, if he lost, there was no punishment. "All right, watch me." Zhuge Liang eagerly rushed into the crowd, noticing that these civilians seemed somewhat afraid of him. Well, the blood from the headshot victim below was still flowing. "Don't worry, I'm here to help you solve the problem," Zhuge Liang said loudly. "As you saw earlier, I only kill those who harbor killing intent toward me. Otherwise, in the future, they might harm my friends and family. But for those without killing intent, even if they curse me harshly, I won't lay a hand on them." Hearing this, it seemed to make sense. Some people felt slightly reassured, exchanged glances, and quite a few stepped forward. "My life was saved by the little hero from the blood sacrifice barrier. I choose to trust you." "Me too." They repaid kindness with evil. They deserved it. "Well done." Living is the priority. The little hero did the right thing. Seeing that some people still supported him, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but smile. This was the proper script. He gestured for them to quiet down. "Stop calling me little hero. I'm not that little," Zhuge Liang said with a smile. "I guess you won't call me Zhuge, so just call me Brother Liang." "Brother Liang. Brother Liang, what should we do?" "Brother Liang, we'll cooperate with you." Seeing everyone so cooperative, Zhuge Liang counted the numbers. There were a few thousand people. Enough for sample collection. Everyone, divide into groups by gender, then further divide by age every 20 years. The crowd quickly formed groups, presenting a stark contrast to the corpses lying not far away. Zhuge Liang activated the array eye and scanned each person one by one. Indeed, most were below level 20. But there was no special spiritual energy reaction, not like they were parasitized by small exotic beasts. Then what was it? Was it the work of the Akatsuki organization? While pondering, the middle-aged woman Zhuge Liang had spared earlier suddenly went berserk and started running wildly outside, her eyes filled with inexplicable fervor. The barrier guards naturally wouldn't let her leave, raising their shields to block her. Bang! The middle-aged woman slammed into the shield, her head bleeding profusely, yet she seemed oblivious. "Tree. I want a tree. Give me a tree." Seeing this, Zhuge Liang had a flash of inspiration. He silently plucked a strand of hair, blew on it, and let it fall to the ground, transforming into a giant tree. The middle-aged woman immediately turned her head, fixating on the giant tree and sprinting toward it. She threw herself against the giant tree, her face revealing an expression of bliss. Accompanying this moment was the withering of life itself. Her skin visibly loosened, and her once slightly plump figure quickly thinned to skin and bones. She departed from this world in happiness, an end that could be considered a form of relief. The phantom of the giant tree dissipated. What the middle-aged woman had embraced was not a clone, but a bundle of swords of pie. Zhuge Liang, controlling the formation eye nearby, observed the scene closely but noticed nothing unusual. Snap! The clone vanished, and the swords of pie disappeared along with it. The middle-aged woman's corpse fell to the ground and shattered into pieces upon impact. Zhuge Liang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Her muscles and bones were covered with countless tiny holes, resembling ant nests, a nightmare for anyone with trypophobia. It was no less horrifying than being cut into 1,000 pieces. Zhuge Liang was certain that she hadn't had this condition before, otherwise she would have already died. Did this happen just now? But why did the middle-aged woman look so blissful in her final moments? Zhuge Liang lowered his head in deep thought. His first thought was parasites. And they must be incredibly small parasites, small enough to escape detection by his current level of vision. But if it were that simple, why hadn't the base's surveillance systems detected anything? And why did she hug the tree? There must be a reason behind it. Existence implies purpose. Zhuge Liang glanced at Sun Dashing. With him around, he felt confident enough to take risks. Summoning his courage, he approached the spot where the clone had disappeared, standing near the middle-aged woman's corpse, and took a deep breath. "Venom, are there any parasitic invasions?" Zhuge Liang asked. "None, Daddy," Venom replied. "Is that so?" "Wait, Daddy," Venom suddenly exclaimed. "Something is stealing my spiritual energy. A lot of it, but it's very weak." "Oh, package it up for me." "Got it, Daddy." A small black hand extended from Zhuge Liang's shoulder, scattering a tiny cluster of nearly transparent dust while using spiritual energy to prevent it from dispersing. "This is a parasite." No, no. Zhuge Liang's mind lit up with a sudden realization. He finally understood. This thing must be 84, a martial god skill. Long live China. Long live humanity. Bonus chapter for 255-star reviews. In nature, there are many plants incapable of self-seeding. They rely on external forces. For example, dandelions use the wind to travel a kilometer, and flowers use nectar to attract animals as pollination agents. So, Zhuge Liang looked at Sun Dashing with confidence, raising the cluster of dust in his hand. This should be the seed of a spiritual plant. It takes root and grows inside the human body. When it matures, it manipulates the host to rush toward a tree to complete the seeding process. Not bad, not bad, Sun Dashing clapped his hands. Originally, he had brought Zhuge Liang here to test his character. Unexpectedly, this kid had given him a pleasant surprise. Now, tell me, how do you think this seed should be dealt with? Sun Dashing asked, testing him further. Elemental suppression? Zhuge Liang hesitated but answered, since it's rooted in the body, it's not exactly a wound. Conventional healing methods probably won't work. Spiritual plants are typically of the wood element, using fire elemental energy could likely destroy it, right? Sun Dashing's gaze toward Zhuge Liang grew increasingly approving. It wasn't difficult to arrive at this conclusion, but coming to it so quickly was truly commendable. Sun Dashing turned to look at Li Changsheng, who immediately pressed a few buttons on his watch. Soon, Ouyang Qin walked in. "Thank you for your help, Master Ouyang," Li Changsheng said politely. Ouyang Qin smiled and nodded, waving her hand to release a formation disc that floated above the sports hall. Patterns of the formation spread out like dragons and snakes, quickly enveloping the entire hall. Soon, fiery red light flickered, and the air became noticeably hotter. "It's done," Ouyang Qin said, looking at Zhuge Liang. She explained, "This is a first-tier spirit-gathering formation with attribute conversion added. It can transform spiritual energy into pure fire attributes. If these people train here for a while, they'll be able to eliminate those unknown spiritual plant seeds. Once again, I must thank Senior Ouyang for your help," Zhuge Liang said solemnly, bowing deeply. "If it weren't for the introductory formation knowledge you provided, I wouldn't have been able to break the blood sacrifice barrier." "Don't flatter me." Ouyang Qin waved her hand dismissively. "Forget about the introductory formation knowledge. Even if I had gone there myself, the blood sacrifice barrier couldn't have been broken. You broke it purely with brute force. Even without finding the formation's core, it wouldn't have been a problem." That does make sense. A fourth-tier cultivator capable of unleashing a ninth-tier strike is intimidating enough, even with combined efforts. Zhuge Liang didn't dwell on the topic further. He turned his gaze toward the sports hall. Is it really that simple? Just low-tier spiritual plants that can't even threaten level 20. They're just a bit troublesome, but not dangerous, Ouyang Qin replied casually. If it weren't for the wide impact and the involvement of Zhuge Liang, an SSR-level genius, they wouldn't have shown up at all. Their subordinates could have handled it. Now that this matter is settled, I should return to my family, Ouyang Qin said. We'll meet again if there's an opportunity. Safe travels, Sun Dashing nodded. Safe travels, Li Changxing cupped his hands. Wait, leave a phone number, will you? Zhuge Liang held up his watch. A formation master like this, who also seemed to have a favorable impression of him, how could he not take advantage of the situation? Ouyang Qin generously gave her number. 811, 877, 627. If you have any questions, feel free to call me anytime. Got it. Have a safe journey, Zhuge Liang said cheerfully. As they watched Ouyang Qin leave, Zhuge Liang's gaze shifted back to Sun Dashing. What about the promised skill? You really can't stand taking even the slightest loss, Sun Dashing said with amusement. Hee. If I can gain an advantage, why should I take a loss? Zhuge Liang shrugged. What about losses or blessings? Well, I wish him blessings as vast as the Eastern Sea. Sun Dashing chuckled and pointed at Zhuge Liang, then pulled out 2 skill cards and handed them to him. Zhuge Liang was delighted. 2 cards? But as he took them, his face fell. Why was one of them blank? The blank card allows you to input one of your skills for storage, Sun Dashing explained. You're already at the 4th tier. In the future, if you encounter someone with potential for your skills, you can leave a legacy. Leave a legacy? Zhuge Liang was momentarily dazed upon hearing this. Had he really reached this level already? But upon further thought, due to the system, many of his skills were indeed worth passing down. Moreover, giving them to others could even become his signature. For example, Zhuge Liang silently focused his mental energy on the blank skill card, attempting to imprint one of his skills onto it. Then, boom, the blank skill card exploded instantly. Zhuge Liang was utterly baffled. What was going on? He looked at Sun Dashing in confusion. Did you give me a fake? Sun Dashing burst into laughter. As the dignified base leader of the Magic City base, how could he possibly give you a fake? The upper limit of what a skill card can bear is limited, Li Changxing explained. Don't think about engraving everything at once. Learning the basics with a small portion is enough. Oh, give me another one. Zhuge Lan reached out. Sun Dashing handed him another card, but didn't forget to remind him. Be careful. Blank skill cards are even more precious than life crystal cores. So precious? Zhuge Lan thought for a moment and decided to give up, choosing a high-power skill. He locked his gaze on one you. This time, Zhuge Lan was extra cautious and finally managed not to overload the blank skill card. Satisfied, he tossed it to Sun Dasheng and said, You absorb it yourself. Don't come to me for replication later, I'm busy. He stepped onto the sword of Pi and flew away in a flash. This kid, does the base leader's son even need his skills? Li Changsheng pretended to scold. I'll have to teach him a lesson when we get back. Sun Dashing knew this was directed at him and waved it off indifferently. He's still just a kid. Why bother with him? Sun Dashing's expression suddenly froze. His face gradually stiffened, showing an expression other than his usual kind demeanor for the first time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Good, good, good. Ha ha. Good, good, good. Sun Dashing excitedly looked at Li Changsheng and said, Tell that kid the reward for this will be recalculated. I'll personally request credit for him. Then he directly disappeared into the sky, leaving Li Changsheng utterly confused. What was that? Why was Sun Dashing so excited? Li Changsheng immediately stepped onto Zhan Lu and flew after Zhuge Lan, who was leisurely flying ahead. Qi Ling watched the three leave, her gaze inexplicable. That boy who had once accidentally injured his own teammate, how had he, in just a month, become someone who could chat and laugh with the base leader of Magic City? Truly, they were people from two different worlds. Thinking back to her threats back then, she felt utterly childish. Master, I finally understand what you meant. But why are you no longer here? Elsewhere, Li Changxing caught up with the slow-moving Zhuge Lan and immediately asked him what skill he had given Sun Dashing to make him so excited. Nothing much, Zhuge Lan replied nonchalantly. I just thought the three flowers gathering technique was too slow to cultivate, so I improved it a bit. Oh, I see. Li Changxing asked curiously. If it's you, it's not impossible. How effective is it? Can it improve by one level? About 3 times. 3 levels, huh? That's quite an improvement. No wonder base leader's son was so. Li Changxing's eyes widened. What? What did you say? 3 times. Li Changxing's voice rose sharply. Yeah, 3 times. Li Changsheng breathed heavily, overwhelmed by the surprise, unable to recover for a long time. Zhuge Lan looked at him worriedly, afraid that Li Changxing might fail to catch his breath and require artificial respiration, which he absolutely refused to do. Let Venom do it. Fortunately, Li Changxing was a 7th-tier powerhouse and not so fragile. Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. China shall rise. Humanity shall rise. Li Changxing laughed wildly, his demeanor slightly manic. Zhuge Lan could understand. Humanity is truly on the brink of danger. The threefold enhancement of the 3 flowers gather at the top technique represents far more than just a tripling of human cultivation speed. It means advancing realms in a shorter time, having more time for combat and cultivation, and breaking through realms. It is foreseeable that humanity's high-level experts will experience an explosive surge in the future. And as the first to obtain this improved version of the 3 flowers gather at the top technique, China, out of human righteousness, will certainly share this technique. But other countries can't just take it for free, right? Besides gaining a large amount of resources, the negotiation period will also be a time for China to overtake others. So, China shall rise. Humanity shall rise. Zhuge Lan glanced at Li Changsheng, who was so excited, with some disdain. Is this all there is? Wait until he removes this pseudo from the 3 flowers gather at the top technique, then it will truly be time to celebrate. 85. Great Sage equal to Heaven's Son Wukong? Diamond Indestructible Visualization Technique. Li Changsheng, equally excited, flew off on his sword. He was going to find the Great Sage and see just how powerful this enhanced version of the 3 flowers gather at the top technique really was. Seriously, couldn't even give me a ride. Zhuge Liang muttered as he leisurely flew along, unhurried. At this hour, Li Yiting and Li Yang should both be at school, right? He's about to take his college entrance exams, and the great sage didn't arrange a school for him. With the supplemental lessons from his clones, he suddenly found himself with free time. He decided to just float along slowly. Zhuge Liang took out the skill card given to him by the great sage, infused spiritual energy to absorb it, but found that there was no response. Huh, what's going on? Did the great sage give him a fake card again? That can't be. Zhuge Liang opened the formation eye to check. Sorry, the formation eye isn't omnipotent. As he was scratching his head in confusion, a mature figure appeared before him. This is a special skill card. You need to trigger it with mental energy. That familiar sultry voice. Zhuge Liang looked up and met He-Shi's gaze. Yo, Sister He, what brings you here? Zhuge Liang greeted. No rush. Absorb the skill card first, He-Shi said with a smile. Got it. They were comrades who had fought together, no. Fought battles together, so there was no need to be so formal. However, Zhuge Liang wasn't very skilled at utilizing mental energy, so he simply pressed the skill card to his forehead and used the mental energy dissipating from the formation eye to unlock it. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared in his mind. He wore a golden crown that gleamed brightly, held a golden staff in his hand, and stepped on cloud shoes that matched perfectly. His strange eyes sparkled like stars, his ears extended past his shoulders, and his body was sturdy and strong. His face was hairy, his mouth like a thunder god's, his ears pointed, and his nose crooked. This is the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. The great sage's skill card turned out not to be a skill, but a cultivation technique. Diamond Indestructible Visualization Technique. By visualizing this great sage equal to heaven, one could refine mental energy, enhance control, and significantly improve mental defense. It was an SSS-level technique that combined mental cultivation and mental defense into one. Most importantly, Zhuge Liang calmed his mind and, at the feet of the great sage in his mind, condensed a small figure resembling himself using mental energy. From this moment on, his mental energy would auto-cultivate, constantly refining and strengthening itself. This technique is fully automatic, although the usual improvement isn't as significant as when he actively visualizes. The advantage lies in automatic cultivation. Old Sun truly deserves the title of martial god. This wool is really abundant and thick, Zhuge Liang remarked with emotion. Hearing this, He-Shi's eye twitched slightly. Only you dare to say such a thing. Who else would dare to be so presumptuous in front of the martial god? This visualization technique is the signature skill of Sun Wushan, He-Shi explained. With it, Sun Wushan can withstand the mental pressure of those beyond the martial god level, focusing solely on training his physical body to complement his innate talent. Within the martial god realm, he has no rivals, and even those who have just advanced beyond the martial god level are no match for him. Oh wow, Old Sun is really strong. But, signature skill? And he just gave it to me? Zhuge Liang asked, puzzled. Isn't it said that such techniques shouldn't be easily passed on? You are an SSR-level genius, the destined pillar of support for the future of China and humanity. The country will spare no effort to provide you with anything beneficial, He-Shi said seriously. In this regard, never doubt the nation's stance. Zhuge Liang listened and felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. The gifts of fate have long been marked with a price in secret. The more he gains now, the more he will have to bear in the future. Grumble, Zhuge Liang's stomach growled, reminding him that he had been busy all morning and hadn't had breakfast yet. Let's go. Big sister will treat you to a meal. All right. Neither of them lacked money, so they chose a nicely decorated restaurant and went straight in. As soon as they sat down, a young man at the neighboring table took out a small mirror and deliberately adjusted his hairstyle. Oh, another handsome day, he said, drawing the attention of He-Shi and Zhuge Liang. Oh, come on, Zhuge Liang commented. This guy is ruthless, even deceiving himself. He-Shi. This comment made He-Shi burst into laughter. The young man, clearly trying to attract attention, heard Zhuge Liang's remark, silently put down the mirror, and raised his hand to call the waiter. Check, please. And with that, he hurriedly left. How come I never noticed you had such a sharp tongue before? He-Shi said with a smile. Zhuge Liang shrugged. What kind of life had he been living before? Day after day of grueling training, thrilling wilderness survival, and city-destroying battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Where would he find the mood to joke around? They ordered a table full of exotic beast meat, and while waiting for the dishes, Zhuge Liang suddenly remembered something. Although exotic beast meat is abundant enough for commoners to eat, it seems like something is missing. By the way, since there are heavenly treasures, are there things like dragon liver and phoenix marrow? The kind where eating just one bite grants great fortune? Zhuge Liang asked. There are, but the conditions are too harsh, He explained. These are also classified as heavenly treasures. The reason they can be quickly absorbed by the human body is because they are extremely volatile. Once extracted, they lose their potency in a short time and can't be preserved. Oh, so you have to consume them immediately after extraction? No wonder he has plenty of skills and equipment, but no heavenly treasures. After all this time, the only heavenly treasure Zhuge Liang has eaten is the spatial vermilion fruit he snatched himself. At that moment, venom suddenly poked its head out from Zhuge Liang's body, cautiously slithering around the edge of the table. Using its tentacle, it tapped on He's chest as if knocking on a door. Mommy, come out and chat with me. Zhuge Liang. Omega He. A scream as a head pokes out, a tentacle slapping Venom's head. You can't randomly knock on a girl's chest, you know? Oh. Watching the two symbiotes with their big Caslin eyes communicating, the scene inexplicably felt a bit perverse. By the way, Sister what brings you to me today? Zhuge Liang changed the subject. Can't I just come to chat with you? She raised her left eyebrow. Of course you can. Huh. If you dare, don't say anything. Just as the dishes started arriving, Zhuge Liang buried his head in eating, waiting to see how long she could hold out. As for chatting, did the dragon group give you a vacation? You're so leisurely coming to chat with me. We don't have vacations, we must always be on standby. She rested her chin on her hands, her tired gaze looking out the window. But because she was leaning on the table and her arms were pressing together, it revealed a rare scenic view. Zhuge Liang estimated it to be at least a D-level scenic spot. Isn't this better than Linyan? 86. Lawless, Heavenless, Dragon Aotion. Although the D-level scenic spot was beautiful, Zhuge Liang only glanced at it before looking away. The first glance was a man's instinct, appreciating the scenery. But looking again would be impolite, bordering on lecherous. However, seeing She's state, he wouldn't join the dragon group, no matter what. They don't even have basic vacations. After finishing his meal in a whirlwind, Zhuge Liang wiped his mouth and prepared to leave. She, who had been daydreaming, snapped back to reality. I do have something to discuss with you. If you wanted to talk, why didn't you just say so? Zhuge Liang picked his teeth. Is it about Zhao Wuyo's storage ring? It's so easy talking to smart people. Here, Zhuge Liang directly tossed a storage ring to He. He had been so busy since yesterday that he had forgotten about it. She held the ring and searched through it. Soon, she took out some items, a notebook, a token, and a blood-red array disc. She kept most of the items and pushed the token, the blood-red array disc, and the storage ring back to Zhuge Liang. This token is the identity token of the Akatsuki organization's preaching council. You might need it in the future. This array disc is for the blood sacrifice formation. You already know its effects. Huh. Zhuge Liang could understand the identity token. He could use it to bluff when encountering the Akatsuki organization. But the blood sacrifice array disc? A knife in a chef's hand is a kitchen knife. Only in a criminal's hand does it become a weapon. She explained. This blood sacrifice formation, in the hands of the Akatsuki organization, would be used to create city-destroying atrocities. But it undeniably has the ability to turn decay into magic, if used in a location with a gathering of exotic beasts. Got it. Just look at Lu Nuo. Zhuge Liang quickly stored the array disc and token. How are Brother Nuo and Zhu Bei doing now? Zhuge Liang asked. They are doing well, she said with a complex expression. Originally, the blood sacrifice energy could only slowly enhance a person's talent. But because they burned their talent and life, their bodies and talents were reshaped in a near-death state, resulting in significant improvement. However, this situation is 1 in a billion. A slight mistake would lead to complete annihilation, making it almost impossible to replicate. Significant improvement? What level of talent are they at now? Zhuge Lan asked curiously. At least? SS level. Whoa. Lu Nua was just D level before, and now he's jumped 4 levels straight to C, B, A, and S? But thinking about the 60,000 people sacrificed and the near-death, unrepeatable process, how do you plan to arrange him? Zhuge Lan asked seriously. He's always been doing things to serve the country. Though small, he's persistent. He-she's gaze turned peculiar. You don't think we would reject him just because he absorbed that blood sacrifice energy, do you? He-she said with amusement. I also absorbed blood sacrifice energy otherwise. I wouldn't have reached level 93 at such a young age. Do you see me being restrained now? That sounds like quite a story. Zhuge Lan showed an interested expression, but he-she didn't seem inclined to elaborate. Don't worry, he-she said. After Lu Nua and Zhu Bei go through the self-reflection process, they will join any organization under the Beyond Martial God according to their own wishes. An organization under the Beyond Martial God? Zhuge Lan asked in confusion. He-she widened her eyes in surprise. You don't know? Should I know? You should read more extracurricular books, he-she said helplessly. There are 3 Beyond Martial Gods in China, and each has established a nationally recognized organization. He-she raised 3 fingers. The vanguard army of Beyond Martial God Wu Tian focuses on warfare, but generally only recruits untalented martial artists, serving as a hub for mid-level combat power. The Genius Training Camp of Beyond Martial God Wu Fa focuses on training, recruiting geniuses to be cultivated with national resources, providing high-level combat power for China and humanity. And the Dragon Group I belong to was founded by Beyond Martial God Long Outyin, focusing on order. We handle internal affairs in China, but our main target is the Akatsuki organization. Zhuge Lan's mouth hung open, unable to process it all at once. There were too many shocking points he needed time to digest. Beyond Martial God Wu Fa, Beyond Martial God Wu Tian? One recruits high-talent individuals, the other low-talent ones? And Beyond Martial God Long Outyin that name. No wonder it's called the Dragon Group. After a while, Zhuge Lan finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. What's the relationship between Wu Fa and Wu Tian? They're married. Huh. Wu Fa and Wu Tian are titles. Oh, and Long Outyin. That's his real name. All right. That style is very Long Outyin. Zhuge Lan scratched his head, feeling caught off guard by the truths of this world. He decided not to think about it anymore. Which organization do you think Lu Nua will choose? The Dragon Group, as a combatant, he-she replied without hesitation. Most of us in the Dragon Group have grudges against the Akatsuki organization, and Lu Nua will likely be the same, fighting them to the end. Based on Zhuge Lan's understanding of Lu Nua, it was indeed very likely, if not for greater responsibilities, Zhuge Lan himself would also fight the Akatsuki organization to the end. Zhuge Lan sighed, picked up his storage ring, and scanned it. Then his eyes widened. Piles of spiritual energy stones, towering like small mountains, including non-attribute ones and all 9 basic attributes. We're rich. Spiritual stones are hard currency, even liked by exotic beasts. Luckily, he had taken the storage ring at the time, otherwise, the loss would have been huge. In the corner, Zhuge Lan also found a cloak and a turtle shell shield. He immediately took it out and found that he didn't recognize it at all. He directly looked at he-she. They're all 9th tier star artifacts, he-she said with a pout. The cloak can conceal one's form and aura, and the shield is top-notch, unbreakable unless surpassed by a martial god. Goodness, how afraid of death is this Zhao Wuyo? Passive reflection of all vector damage, healing star artifacts armed down to his pants, and now a shield that can only be broken by surpassing a martial god? I seriously suspect this guy is afraid of being targeted by the Akatsuki organization, so he simply chose to join them, Zhuge Lan commented sarcastically. At this moment, he-she stood up. I have some critical intelligence that I need to report back. Go ahead, but next time, make sure you're really here to chat with me. Zhuge Lan waved his hand. He-she was amused by this remark, leaned down, and flicked Zhuge Lan's forehead. What is there to chat about with a little brother? Get to the 9th tier first, then we'll talk. Then, she left with a cheerful smile. Zhuge Lan blinked his eyes. That flick was so white and so big. Could this mature lady have done it on purpose? She lingered at the counter for a while, then turned back to wave at Zhuge Liang before her figure quietly disappeared. Zhuge Liang snapped back to reality, got up, and prepared to leave, only to be stopped by the waiter, who said something that left him dumbfounded. "Hello, sir. 87. Thunder Armor Ascension. The Thunder Law Codex. Extra update 305-star reviews. Hello, sir. The total is 156,450. We'll round it off for you, so it's 150,000. Zhuge Liang. The woman who just left, didn't she pay? Zhuge Liang asked in shock. I saw her go to the counter. Yes, she said our signature dish was delicious, so she ordered 10 takeout portions for her colleagues. The waiter replied with a smile. Zhuge Liang was speechless. This he-she woman is both eating and taking away. He would remember this grudge. Swipe the wristband, Zhuge Liang said. The wristband is directly linked to a personal account. Zhuge Liang didn't know how much money was in his account, but it was essentially unlimited. The base city reimbursed him directly, and it was he-she who had registered him back then. Beep. Payment successful. Walking out of the restaurant, Zhuge Liang received a message from he-she. He-she. I've been spending too much on raising screaming flowers lately, so I'll trouble you to treat me. Women. Zhuge Liang wanted to reply if she's really short on money, he could sponsor her. Not to mention, he had plenty of spiritual energy. A single spirit stone could be exchanged for 100 same-tier beast crystal cores. But after thinking about it, Zhuge Liang decided to give up. Otherwise, with he-she's personality, she would definitely come back and torment him. Life is tough. Skill Thunder Armor proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 30,000 essence points to ascend? Oh, Zhuge Liang instantly forgot about he-she. This happiness came too suddenly. But thinking about it, Thunder Armor was something he had almost trained to semi-automatic. Always active except when sleeping, and he had replaced sleep with cultivation. It was about time to ascend. 30,000 essence points. Why does that number look so familiar? Ascend. 30,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to Battle Thunder Art. Zhuge Liang. Sigmith Q to Q, what the heck? No wonder it looked familiar. The cost is the same as Heavenly Thunder Art. Battle Thunder Art, one of the 6 branches of the Thunder Law Codex, focuses on the physical body. The effect. Thunder Duel Technique, Rise. ZEE blue electric light flickered with a red glow, enveloping Zhuge Liang and forming the prototype of armor. Boom! A red lightning bolt struck down from the sky, and the armor prototype solidified into a red and blue full-body armor. A surge of immense power rose, giving Zhuge Liang the feeling of, even if Sun Wukong came, I could crush him. This was an illusion caused by the overwhelming power boost. However, zap, Zhuge Liang transformed into a bolt of lightning, leaving the Sword of Pi far behind, shooting straight for 3 kilometers before coming to a halt, slightly exhausted. 1 breath, 1 second, 3 kilometers. And there was no sonic boom, no strange noise, just the sound of an electric arc. Moreover, the Thunder Duel Technique's lightning armor granted him the ability to hover in midair. This is an epic level enhancement. Zhuge Liang marveled. At the same time, the Thunder Duel Technique he just activated was merely ordinary lightning. If he used the Heavenly Thunder Technique to charge up and then enhanced it with the Thunder Duel Technique, playing like this might cause trouble. He would need someone to protect him while he tested it. Zhuge Liang casually landed on the rooftop of a tall building and called out to his surroundings. I wonder who has been assigned as my protector. Please come out and meet me. After waiting for over 10 seconds, there was no response. Just as Zhuge Liang began to suspect that no one had been arranged for him yet, he heard a series of hurried footsteps. A young man with blue eyes and red hair leaped up from outside the building and landed steadily in front of Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang. So, he came on foot? The cool factor just dropped to the ground. Zhuge Liang recognized this young man. He was Shangwan Fengran, the deputy sent by 5th MOC to protect him during the previous Beast Tide attack. May I ask, what level are you? Zhuge Liang asked cautiously, afraid of hurting Shangwan Fengran's pride. Level 79, S-rank talent, Insight. I can observe information that ordinary people can't see from a god's eye view, such as good and evil. Shangwan Fengran replied calmly. I'm just here to observe. If I notice any issues, I'll call for backup immediately. Oh, now that makes sense. Zhuge Liang could handle most low-level threats himself. The only situations where he might need help would be against an 8th-tier genius like Zhao Wuyo or an ambush from the Akatsuki organization. Without a 9th tier, it wouldn't be much help. Sending a level 79 to keep an eye on things was just right. Then, how about you call someone over? Zhuge Lan suggested. I want to test a skill. It's the enhanced version of the one I used to strike your captain before. You might not be enough to handle it. Shangguan Fengran, fully aware of his own limitations, nodded and said, wait a moment, before making a call. Then, Zhuge Lan watched as Shangguan Fengran took out an empty crystal, drew a teleportation array by hand, and out stepped Sun Wukong, 5th MOC, and Li Chongqing one after another. No wonder he was sent to keep watch. He really had some skills. But he was just testing a skill. Why did so many people show up? We were just discussing your improved technique, Li Chongqing said with a cheerful smile. It seemed the discussion had gone well. Perfect timing. Let me tell you about it. Sun Dashing couldn't stop laughing. On average, each learner has instantly doubled their cultivation speed. I think once they get more proficient, it can stabilize at 2 to 3 times. Little guy, this time you've made a great contribution to the country and humanity. The country will directly reward you with a set of 9th-tier defensive star equipment. Tell me, what other requests do you have? I can make the decision to fulfill them. Wait, is happiness coming so suddenly? Hold on. What about the reward for me getting first place in the Magic City Base high school entrance exam? Is it gone? Zhuge Lan asked nervously. He was so confident. Isn't this basically using my prize to reward me? Sun Dashing was stunned upon hearing this. You're confident you can get first place? Sun Dashing asked doubtfully. Even if you're a genius, you've only been cultivating for 4 months. Those SSS-level geniuses who have been cultivating for 3 years are generally at the 5th tier, or even above the 6th tier. Are you confident you can surpass them? SSS-level talent at the 6th tier can be considered equivalent to an ordinary 7th or even 8th tier. But as long as it's not someone like Zhao Wuyo, who is at a bug level, Zhuge Lan still has confidence. However, he couldn't be too boastful. There's still a chance. I can try. All right, Sun Dashing said seriously. If you really manage to get first place in the Magic City Base, I'll make the decision to upgrade this set of star equipment to surpass the Martial God level. Star equipment surpassing the Martial God level? All right, it's a deal. Zhuge Lan quickly agreed. Woohoo! Turns out the squeaky wool really does get the grease. Zhuge Lan's eager expression made Sun Dashing chuckle. Why was he competing with a kid anyway? At this moment, 5th MOC, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward after seeing their conversation end. You said there's a talent ability stronger than the Heavenly Thunder technique, right? 88. I'm afraid there won't be time to save him. Heavenly Thunder technique plus Battle Thunder technique. You said there's a talent ability stronger than the Heavenly Thunder technique, right? It's just a guess, Zhuge Lan chuckled. But it's a bit dangerous. I'm afraid if I test it, there won't be time to save myself. So that's what he's worried about. Go ahead and test it, 5th MOC said confidently. With a martial god present, unless Zhuge Lan self-destructs his talent, it would be hard for him to die even if he wanted to. All right, Zhuge Lan stretched his body briefly and instructed venom to prepare itself, coiling near his brain. Once everything was ready, Zhuge Lan raised his sword fingers with one hand and shouted battle. Zla, red lightning wrapped around his body, followed by a bolt of lightning striking down, transforming into a set of battle thunder armor that enveloped him. His hair floated anti-gravity in the lightning, and electric light radiated from his entire body. So cool. But the people present didn't care about appearances. Come, punch me. 5th MOC summoned his talent command rod. Zhuge Lan didn't hold back either, flashing with lightning as he appeared in front of 5th MOC, launching an electric cannon straight at 5th MOC's eye socket. 5th MOC lightly tapped the command rod, and Zhuge Lan's lightning punch froze 3 centimeters away from 5th MOC, with arcs of electricity clawing through the air, crackling loudly. The sound alone indicated its impressive power. Not bad. It has the destructive power of someone who has just entered the 6th tier, 5th MOC evaluated. Although it allows your physical body to leap 2 tiers, it's still not enough. Zhuge Lan didn't continue attacking. This was just a warm-up. The main course hasn't been served yet. He flickered back more than 10 meters, his right hand gathering a mass of battle lightning, which he hurled into the sky. The winds and clouds changed color. Strange crimson clouds began to form, with red lightning rolling, accumulating, and growing stronger, the color deepening into a blood-red hue. A powerful aura was brewing alongside it. Fifth MOC's face changed on the spot. This scene was clearly unusual. He waved his baton repeatedly, setting up layer upon layer of defenses around himself. Meanwhile, Sun Dasheng, who had never seen the heavenly thunder technique, nodded in approval. To be able to harness the energy of heaven and earth after just 4 months of cultivation, truly a genius capable of improving the three flowers gathering at the top technique. Li Changxing and Shangwan Fengran exchanged glances and silently stepped back a few paces, distancing themselves from Fifth MOC. Of course, this didn't escape the notice of martial god Sun Dasheng, but he still showed no intention of retreating, his eyes full of anticipation. What kind of surprise will this bring me? 1 minute later, Fifth MOC had completed his defensive setup, standing ready under the crimson clouds and blood lightning above. Sun Dasheng looked relaxed. 2 minutes later, Fifth MOC's expression grew unprecedentedly grave. This was already more powerful than last time. Sun Dasheng squinted slightly, carefully observing the crimson clouds and blood lightning. 3 minutes later, Fifth MOC's mouth twitched. No wonder Zhuge Liang had called for reinforcements. The power in the sky was something even he had to take seriously. Sun Dasheng leaned forward slightly, his expression showing intense interest. 4 minutes later, Fifth MOC was inwardly lamenting. He was no longer confident he could withstand this strike unscathed, but to call for a halt or ask for help. He was a 9th-tier cultivator. How could he lower himself to say, "I'm being scared off by a 4th tier"? He might as well quit the scene entirely. Fortunately, Zhuge Liang had also reached the limit of his control. With his sword finger raised high, he chanted, "Nine heavens mystic fiend, transform into divine thunder, majestic heavenly might, guided by the sword." Heavenly thunder technique, descend. As the sword finger fell, the blood lightning transformed into a pillar of light and struck down, landing amidst Fifth MOC's full defenses. No. Save him. Li Changsheng and the others widened their eyes in shock, helplessly watching as the blood lightning, which even Fifth MOC had to prepare for with utmost caution, struck Zhuge Liang directly. Swish, swish, Sun Dasheng and Fifth MOC both flashed to Zhuge Liang's side, holding star artifacts, pills, and even cards ready to use. But they found that although Zhuge Liang's hair stood on end from the electricity, and his body was covered in exaggerated cracks, his aura was overwhelmingly powerful. The battle lightning armor on him was as solid as if it were tangible, its original red color now condensed into a deep blood red. Even his facial orifices were flickering and emitting blood lightning. 9th tier. Fifth MOC exclaimed in shock. 9th tier. 9th tier. His eyes widened in disbelief. Back then, Zhuge Liang had already been terrifying when he gathered a massive amount of manpower to unleash a 9th tier strike. Now, he had actually amplified himself to the 9th tier through his own power. Fifth, step back, Sun Dasheng said in a deep voice. Young one, this state of yours is highly damaging to your physical body. You have at most 1 minute before it harms your foundation. Now, use everything you've got to attack me. Fifth MOC glanced at Zhuge Liang with a complicated expression, then decisively retreated from the rooftop. Although Fifth MOC is also at the 9th tier, facing the current Zhuge Liang really makes him have no confidence. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang was gritting his teeth, barely managing to control the violent power with his immense mental strength, but still had to endure the near-tearing sensation in his body. I'm going in. The blood-colored lightning flashed in front of Sun Dasheng, delivering the same electric cannon strike. Sun Dasheng took it head-on with his body, without dodging. Boom! The spot where Zhuge Liang had just been standing was directly stomped into a deep pit by his explosive kick, and only then did the sound arrive. Screech boom! A terrifying explosion erupted between Zhuge Liang's fist and Sun Dasheng's face, directly collapsing the entire rooftop. The top 3 floors of the building were obliterated in this strike. Zhuge Liang was stiffly stuck in place, the pain of his body tearing apart almost unbearable, so painful that he began to question his existence. But it was reasonable. After all, He had forcibly leaped from the 4th tier to the 9th tier. A full 5-tier increase in combat power. The strain on his body was unimaginable. If it weren't for the fact that the Thunder combat technique was system-enhanced and Zhuge Liang's mental strength was extraordinarily strong, he would have been lying down waiting for rescue by now. After half a minute of adjustment, Zhuge Liang finally adapted to the pain, then looked down at the flattened rooftop of the building. The people inside. Chongqing and the others have evacuated everyone, Sun Dashing said. Go all out. You don't need to worry about anything else. Zhuge Liang's heart steadied. Then excuse me. 89. The vanguard army that never retired alive. Then excuse me. In the next moment, dozens of slightly blurred Zhuge Liang figures surrounded Sun Dashing, remnants of Zhuge Liang's extreme speed. Within a second, Zhuge Liang unleashed thousands of punches, almost hitting every part of Sun Dashing except the vital areas. Yet Sun Dashing remained unmoved, as if all those strikes were merely illusions. But then, boom, boom, boom. All the explosions seemed to converge into a thunderous roar, the shockwave slicing the building below in half. The tremors were clearly felt within several kilometers. Crash! All glass products within the range shattered. Even so, 5th MOC intervened in time to prevent the shockwave from spreading further. But Zhuge Liang had no time to care about any of this. The Thunder combat armor on his body had already dissipated, and he looked as if he had been slashed by 1,000 blades, his skin bursting open and blood gushing out like a fountain. Pain. It was excruciating. Zhuge Liang gritted his teeth and took out 6th-tier light, wood, and life attribute crystal cores from his personal space, crushing them directly into a golden Buddhist halo that hung behind his head to heal himself. The gentle sensation, like a spring breeze brushing his face, made Zhuge Liang's whole body itch. The blood marks closed and healed instantly, and even the weakness caused by the massive blood loss was quickly replenished. The citizens who had been terrified by the sudden battle were also calmed under the illumination of the Buddhist light. Minor ailments and pains were healed on the spot, and some not too severe disabilities were slowly repaired. Zhuge Liang exhaled deeply. Still shaken, he glanced at Sun Dashing. The frame of his glasses was shattered, his clothes were a bit disheveled but not torn, and it seemed he was also a 9th-tier star wielder. The most striking thing was his hair, which had been electrified into an explosive style. Ahem, Sun Dashing coughed, then burst into laughter. Good, good, good. Ha ha, good, good, good. He kept laughing wildly, clearly overjoyed. From Sun Dashing's attitude, Zhuge Liang could tell his evaluation of the move awesome. It made sense she had mentioned that Sun Dashing was invincible among the martial gods, even surpassing some of their weaknesses and hammering them down. For Zhuge Liang to achieve such results with his illusory strength that had jumped from the 4th to the 9th tier was already enough to leave Li Chongqing and the others dumbfounded. Diwu MOC, in particular, felt a tinge of lingering fear. Thankfully, Sun Dashing had stepped in for him otherwise. With Zhuge Liang's relentless and unrestrained combo, it wouldn't have just been a matter of losing face today. Sun Dashing finally stopped laughing. He looked at Zhuge Liang with extreme satisfaction, nodding with a smile. Your normal state strength just now has already reached the 9th tier. And because lightning is the most penetrating and destructive of the 9 attributes, if that kid Diwu had taken the hit, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the subsequent 1,081 punches. In that state, you could kill anyone below level 95. Holy crap, that powerful? Able to crush anyone below level 95? Zhuge Liang opened the system panel to take a look. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host. Zhuge Liang level, 44 talent. Sword of Pi Magic Skills. Heavenly Thunder Technique 1.0. Rasengan Series 2.0. Storage Space 1.0 Illusion Skills. Clone Technique 1.0. Deception 2.0 Combat Skills. Thunder Combat Technique 1.0. Dragon Subduing Palm 2.0. One Sword Immortal Kneel Series 2.0 Cultivation Methods. 3 Flowers Gather at the Top Pseudo 2.0. Diamond Indestructible Visualization 1.0 Others. Array Basics 1.0 Energy. 99,999 points Essence. 99,999 points Lottery. Available Divine Skills. Mount Loop Buddha Seat. 2.0. 100% barehanded blade catch. 2.0 strongman appraisal. 2.0 little flying dagger incoming. 1.0 shameless scoundrel. 2.0 fusion. Evil repelling sword technique max. Are you crazy max? Let it go. Slacker max level 44? Crossing 51 levels? As expected of me, the protagonist template is strong, Zhuge Liang thought to himself. As for changing to 1.0, that was Zhuge Liang's request to the system yesterday. His clone discovered while listening to audiobooks that was considered a symbol and couldn't be read aloud. So he simply had them all changed. At this moment, Sun Dashing had also reigned in his joy, replaced his broken glasses with a new pair, and used spiritual energy to restore his hair to its original gentle appearance. Not bad, not bad. This move of yours, though it requires charging time and specific terrain, is undoubtedly powerful, but the after effects are quite strong. It somewhat resembles Wu Tian's 8 Gates formation, Sun Dashing commented. Zhuge Liang's interest was piqued. He asked, Uncle Dashing, what exactly is this 8 Gates formation combat skill? Sun Dashing was taken aback by Zhuge Liang's address of Uncle Dashing. Then, he revealed a kind and gentle smile. The 8 Gates Duanjia is a combat technique created by Wu Tian, relying on an F-level talent to surpass the martial god. It is unique to our Huaxia nation and the entire world. To put it simply, this combat technique isn't particularly difficult, but it is extremely reckless. The development concept is said to be inspired by the ancient martial art, Seven Wounds Fist. Engraving the 8 trigrams formation from the ancient text, I Ching, onto the body, forcibly opening the 8 gate acupoints, Kai, Xiu, Sheng, Shang, Du, Jing, Jing, and Si. During regular training, all spiritual energy is absorbed by the 8 trigrams formation and stored in the 8 gate acupoints. When needed, unlocking a corresponding gate releases the stored spiritual energy into the body, enhancing the physical form through the formation. So, cultivating the 8 Gates Duanjia isn't difficult, it just requires enduring years of rigorous training. However, once the 8 trigrams formation is engraved, personal cultivation progress nearly comes to a halt. Sun Dasheng explained in detail, but Zhuge Liang frowned slightly as he listened. This 8 Gates Duanjia was vastly different from what he had imagined. Just the fact that the 8 trigrams formation suppresses cultivation progress would deter any genius from learning it. Moreover, meridians are extremely fragile. Even overtraining can cause irreversible damage. Such a crude infusion of spiritual energy would result in unpredictable harm. Meridians are also unique. Ordinary healing talents have minimal effect on them. Activating the 8 Gates Duanjia once or twice might be fine, but doing it repeatedly would inevitably. This combat technique is practically a life-for-life gamble, Zhuge Liang remarked. Fifth MOC's gaze turned somber as he said, to this day, not a single member of the Vanguard Army has survived to retirement. Zhuge Liang's eyes widened slowly, utterly shocked. Not a single person has survived to retirement. They all died in battle. 90. Dashing to test divine technique. Talent is a stick. Extra update for 2,000 urges. Not a single person has survived to retirement. They all died in battle. Zhuge Liang was deeply shocked. Moreover, all of our nation's 7th tier and above warriors, as long as they have no further potential for advancement, will train in the 8 Gates Duanjia, Li Chongqing said. I was planning to wait until Yiting graduated from university. If she still couldn't advance further, then, although the 8 Gates Duanjia can unleash explosive power, it requires specialized training of the physical body, inevitably affecting normal cultivation progress. But all 7th tier and above martial kings, knowing they have no hope of further advancement, will choose to train in it. Why train in it? Of course, it's so that when the time comes, they can go all out and take down an enemy in a one-for-one exchange. This kind of resolve left Zhuge Liang in silence. If he were to face an unbeatable enemy, what would he choose to do? If he were to face an unbeatable enemy, what would he choose to do? Perish together? No. His first instinct would be a strategic retreat. To put it nicely, staying alive is the only way to fight back later. He would avenge himself eventually. To put it bluntly, he was afraid of death. No matter who he exchanged his life with, he would feel it was a loss. In the silence, Sun Dashing slapped Zhuge Lan on the shoulder. You are the future hope of our Huaxia nation. It's not your turn to risk your life, yet that's what us old guys are here for. Uncle Dashing, have you trained in it? Yes, to perfection. Sun Dashing grinned and said, otherwise, what do you think? How else could I have managed to kill the beast king that surpasses the martial god? Sun Dashing spoke casually, but there was a hint of madness in his tone, as if saying, even gods will be dragged down with me. Perhaps this is why humanity has been able to establish base cities amidst the countless beasts. Those beast kings, ruling vast territories, find it unnecessary to provoke this group of lunatics who are willing to trade their lives one for one over a mere patch of land. The current peace was bought with the blood of our predecessors. All right, stop thinking about these things. Your priority now is to train and level up. Sun Dashing took out a handful of beast crystal cores. This is the amount for 10 sets of 9th tier cores. Use them as needed, don't be stingy. Your healing talent is quite good just now. It even eased my old ailments a bit. Modern healing talents and skills can mend flesh and revive the dead. But there are also talents and skills that cling like bone to marrow, making recovery impossible. Oh, I can heal, Zhuge Lan asked. Sun Dashing shook his head. My condition is due to life force exhaustion and physical decline. Your healing talent can only mend the body and spirit. It can't do anything about life force depletion. That's truly unfortunate. Wait, then, you mentioned earlier that the after effects of the 8 gates formation are similar to my abilities. Does that mean I can heal them? You have the heart for it, which is commendable, 5th MOC said with a laugh from the side. I've already reported this to Wu Tian, who surpasses the martial god. They're gathering those in need of healing, and they'll come to the Modu base city in batches for treatment. Zhuge Lan finally smiled. At least he could be of some help. His expression made Li Chongqing and the others exchange smiles. A kind-hearted child. For a genius like Zhao Wuyo, one is enough. There absolutely shouldn't be another. Perfect timing. Why don't you try out your other talent abilities on me? Sun Dashing suggested. It'll also help you understand your limits. Upon hearing this suggestion, the 4 people present all had peculiar expressions. Testing Zhuge Lan's talent abilities? Truly worthy of being the martial god, utterly fearless. But no one spoke up. They were also curious about what effects Zhuge Lan's strange and unique talents would have on the invincible martial god. Sun Dashing, even Zhuge Lan himself, was curious. Still, as the base leader of Moda Base City, he had to save some face for him. Why don't we find a quieter place? Zhuge Lan said. My talent abilities should be kept somewhat confidential. Hearing Zhuge Lan's latter remark, Sun Dashing nodded in agreement and looked at Shangwan Fengran, who immediately began crafting a teleportation array on the spot. Zhuge Lan hesitated as he glanced at the surrounding mess. Someone will come to discuss compensation, Li Chongqing explained. The people under base leader Sun are very experienced in this. Zhuge Lan nodded. Fortunately, there were no casualties, and as long as the compensation was adequate, he wouldn't feel too burdened. In this era, people possess considerable destructive power, and there are specialized contingency plans for such sudden incidents. But why emphasize that Sun Dashing's subordinates are very experienced? Stepping through the teleportation array, Zhuge Lan arrived at a training ground. Sun Dashing stood opposite him, while Li Chongqing and the others did not follow. Watching the boss's spectacle, especially when they couldn't beat him, could have serious consequences. Come on, Sun Dashing said casually. Zhuge Lan scratched his head. It wouldn't be appropriate to start by making someone kneel. Better to begin with something simple. Uncle Dashing, could you tell me about your talent? Sun Dashing extended his right hand, and spiritual energy condensed into an orange-red staff, its surface covered with patterns resembling molten lava, glowing brightly like breathing light. One could clearly see magma flowing within. Zhuge Lan's eyes lit up. This staff was so cool. Sun Dashing, the great sage equal to heaven's indestructible visualization technique, and now this stylish staff. Could this talent be called Fire Stick? That's the name of my talent. Earth, fire, and metal attributes, Sun Dashing said calmly. Zhuge Lan, big shot, are you serious? Everyone names their talent when reporting it, and during such passionate times, who wouldn't pick a flashy, dramatic name? But this Fire Stick, while fitting, it really undersells the talent. Seems like you also think the name of my talent isn't great, Sun Dashing said indifferently. When I first awakened my talent, it was just an ordinary stick, and its level was only rated as C, so I named it casually. Wait, what? C level? That can't be right. Uncle Dashing, you're a level 99 martial god. Zhuge Lan instinctively retorted. Sun Dashing chuckled. Those awakening stones that assess talent levels only evaluate based on the amount of spiritual energy absorbed and the strength of the power released. But some talents show their true potential later on, like my fire stick. So that's how it is, or not. Uncle Dashing, your name is still a bit too careless, Zhuge Lan teased. You're a martial god. Why not consider changing it? Many people have said that, but when I asked them to come up with a name, none of their suggestions satisfied me, Sun Dashing said with a laugh. I heard you're good at naming things. Why don't you give it a try? This could work. What should it be called? Rui Jingu Bang? No. Rui Jingu Bang doesn't have magma or lava. Got it. Legend has it that after Du controlled the floods, to prevent the ocean's waters from surging back onto the continent, he placed 4 stabilizing needles in the seas. Rui Jingu Bang, Sui Xian Iron Soldier, Melting Blood Iron Staff, and Core Divine Iron, to guard the sea's stability. Uncle Dashing, since your talent has fire attributes, why not call it Melting Blood Iron Staff? Melting Blood Iron Staff? Sun Dashing muttered the name a few times, then nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the talent staff in his hand and said, from now on, you'll be called Melting Blood Iron Staff. The Melting Blood Iron Staff seemed to possess intelligence, its glowing patterns suddenly brightening, as if celebrating the end of its outdated name. That little girl, she was right, your naming ability is truly exceptional, Sun Dashing praised. I'm glad you like it, Uncle Dashing. All right, let's test your talent's abilities. Got it, Zhuge Lan apologized. Uncle Dashing, forgive me. Green light flashed in his eyes. Let's start with a negative debuff to whet the appetite. Are you crazy? Using your talent will. 91 Martial God. Divine skills make all beings equal. Are you crazy? Using your talent will make you grow monkey fur. As Zhuge Lan's words fell, a large amount of monkey fur sprouted wildly on Sun Dashing's body like bamboo shoots after the rain. Within a few breaths, he had turned into a monkey man, and paired with the blood-melting iron staff, he really had a bit of the great sage equal to heaven's vibe. Looking back at Zhuge Lan, he wasn't affected by any backlash. Although his spiritual energy consumption was about 5% per second, considering the level difference between the two, it was quite reasonable. It seemed this negative debuff was very fitting for Sun Dashing. Sun Dashing curiously glanced at the monkey fur on his body and even plucked a handful, noticing bloodstains on the tips. It actually grew real monkey fur, huh? Your talent is quite interesting, Sun Dashing joked. But from the report, I thought it would be more targeted. Well, it's not necessary. Knowing that the sickly stare is effective even on a 9th tier is enough. After all, this is just an appetizer. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love? Strongman's appraisal. A golden light shot out, hitting Sun Dashing, who was still plucking his monkey fur. Without any surprise, Sun Dashing's belly quickly swelled up. His hand, which was plucking the fur, froze, and he slowly lowered it, walking a couple of steps with a blank expression. Even if I sever the pain nerves, I can still perceive the pain. My speed and reaction have both decreased, even though I can endure this pain. A pretty good supportability. As Sun Dashing spoke, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead, clearly showing that the experience wasn't as easy as he claimed. Zhuge Lan also just realized Strongman's appraisal was so powerful that even severing the pain nerves was useless. Truly a divine skill. Then, I have never seen such a shameless person. A red light hit Sun Dashing's forehead, and he immediately threw down the blood-melting iron staff. Pain, 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 pain. Why does it still hurt so much even though I'm an invincible martial god? I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. I'm going to give birth. Listening to Sun Dashing's unrestrained cries of pain, Zhuge Lan couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought your inner drama was so rich? He quickly followed up with the next move. Just give up. Be a salted fish. A blue light entered Sun Dashing's body, and his cries of pain immediately stopped. Supporting his swollen belly, He slowly squatted down and curled himself into a ball. To be so pathetic in front of the younger generation. I'm just a useless person. I can't face anyone anymore. Hurry up and destroy me. It feels like Sun Dashing is about to be completely broken by me, huh? Please sit down, benefactor. The black light of the Holy Mother's gaze struck the back of Sun Dashing's neck, but he didn't react at all. Did it fail? Zhuge Liang tentatively asked. Uncle Dashing, should I continue? Please don't hold back on me. Sun Dashing suddenly raised his head. Being able to help an outstanding junior is truly wonderful. Oh, then can you roll around for me? If you ask me to, sure. Sun Dashing immediately did a donkey roll on the spot, then continued to curl up into a ball, looking up at Zhuge Liang. Is this okay? Should I roll again? Indeed, a true saintly hypocrite. Not only does she respond to every request, but she also adds her own drama. Zhuge Liang raised his hand and summoned a sword of pie, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to use the evil repelling sword technique after all. If this move cuts off, there's a high chance it won't connect again. Even the 8th tier Zhao Wuyo couldn't block it, and Sun Dashing probably wouldn't either. If Zhuge Liang had known that Zhao Wuyo couldn't connect even with a blood sacrifice, he wouldn't have even considered testing the move on Sun Dashing. A guaranteed bare-handed blade catch. Zhuge Liang swung his sword, and Sun Dashing immediately rolled out a shadow, kneeling before Zhuge Liang and catching the blade bare-handed. Uncle Dashing, can you try breaking free? Still in his saintly hypocrite state, Sun Dashing immediately struggled to stand up. The ground cracked under his knees, yet his body remained motionless. Sun Dashing's gaze suddenly changed, staring at Zhuge Liang with a complex expression. He had recovered from that state. Zhuge Liang, however, did not withdraw his sword. Hee, Uncle Dashing, why don't you try attacking me again, but this time without using your hands? Zhuge Liang said. The next moment, the blood-melting iron staff that had been thrown to the ground flew up, growing larger, thicker, redder, and hotter in midair, before smashing down fiercely beside Zhuge Liang. Boom! It directly pierced through the ground, melting the contact point into magma that began flowing toward Zhuge Liang. Startled, Zhuge Liang quickly withdrew his sword and fled. Sun Dashing calmly stood up, stretched out his hand, and the blood-melting iron staff shrank back into his palm. Zhuge Liang shook his head helplessly. This guaranteed bare-handed blade catching control effect was indeed impressive, capable of restricting both the enemy's hands and feet. However, this is an era of talents, with a plethora of blooming skills. The ability to attack enemies from a distance without using hands or feet is abundant. Precisely because of this, Zhuge Liang never considered using the guaranteed bare-handed blade catching control against higher-tier opponents like Shaolinya or Zhao Wuyo. But once the divine skill is fused, my clones will be able to use it too, and then it will become pinpoint control. Or maybe add a divine skill with silence, one to control the body, one to control the skills. Perfect. When Zhuge Liang snapped back to reality, he saw Sun Dashing leaning on the blood-melting iron staff, holding his big belly, silently enduring. Whatever abilities you have left, bring them on, Sun Dashing said in a deep voice. Since things had already come to this, might as well test thoroughly. All right. Zhuge Liang took out a piece of chocolate from his personal space, broke off a small piece, and held it in his hand. Little flying stick, here we go. A white light entered Sun Dashing's body, and then Zhuge Liang flicked the chocolate behind him. Swish! Sun Dashing uncontrollably dashed forward, leaving a long shadow, catching up to the chocolate and biting it. Even as he bit into the chocolate, Sun Dashing wore a puzzled expression, not understanding why he had pounced like a dog. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang had already shot another white light, and then threw 3 pieces of chocolate simultaneously. Sun Dashing once again dashed forward, chasing one of the pieces and biting into it. Zhuge Liang nodded knowingly. The best pairing for the flying stick gaze is still single-target attacks. After all, a person only has one mouth. With this, Zhuge Liang had tested all his divine skills except for the evil repelling sword technique. Martial God. Divine skill makes all beings equal. I've finished testing. Sun Dashing heard this and subtly let out a sigh of relief. It actually works on me too. Your innate abilities are quite impressive. But that innate ability that lets me face blades barehanded, it's better to use it less if you can ensure your own safety. Also this. 92. Killing can drop talents? Starfall and new talents. Also this. Sun Dashing touched his still undiminished belly, signaling Zhuge Liang to withdraw the innate ability. This. There's really nothing I can do. Zhuge Liang scratched his head and said, I have no way to deal with the stronger identification technique. We can only wait for it to disappear on its own. How long? Sun Dashing asked expressionlessly. 3 hours. Sun Dashing fell silent. That long. He reached into his chest and pulled out a necklace on which hung a marble-sized, pure white jade stone. Sun Dashing looked at it with an extremely complex expression before handing it to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang routinely took the item, feeling its smooth, jade-like texture and a bit of warmth. It must be Sun Dashing's body temperature. For Sun Dashing to not store it in his spatial ring, but keep it close to him, this piece of jade must have a significant background. Zhuge Liang was about to ask, You go find 5th MOC and ask about its use. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be off. He directly flew into the sky, breaking through the air. Compared to last time, this time he had a big belly, which made him look a bit more awkward. TSK. Divine skill is awesome. No matter what kind of 9th-tier big shot you are, if you come here, you still have to kneel when required. Playing with the jade stone, Zhuge Liang contacted 5th MOC. The communication didn't connect, and the light of the teleportation array lit up. 5th MOC, Li Changxing, and Shangwan Fengran teleported over one after another. The first thing they did upon arrival was to check their surroundings. Confirming that Sun Dashing was gone, they all showed expressions of, as expected. Clearly, he was embarrassed by Zhuge Liang's innate ability and had to leave first. 5th MOC looked extremely surprised, staring at the jade stone Zhuge Liang was playing with in his hand. Did Sun Wuxing give this to you? He actually gave this to you. It sounded like there was quite a story behind it. What is this? It looks pretty nice, Zhuge Liang asked. This is Starfall, 5th MOC said in a somewhat heavy tone. When some people die, under unknown conditions, their innate abilities transform into this Starfall. If absorbed, it can greatly increase mental and spiritual power, and there's a certain probability of acquiring the Starfall owner's innate ability. Whoa, killing can drop talents? Zhuge Liang looked at the smooth jade stone in his hand, his eyes glowing. But he still restrained this impulse. You recognize this Starfall? Why are you surprised that Uncle Dashing gave it to me? Zhuge Liang asked. 5th MOC let out a deep sigh. Li Changsheng and Shangwan Fengran both looked over. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Sun Wuxing's 3 sons and 1 daughter all have unremarkable talents and have successively joined the Vanguard Army. Currently, only 1 son is still alive. His wife was also a level 94 martial god, assigned as the base leader of the Kimchi base city. 12 years ago, during a massive beast tide, she perished. This Starfall is his wife's. At this moment, Zhuge Liang's mind was filled with one phrase: loyalty and sacrifice of the entire family. Holding the jade stone in his hand, he was momentarily unsure whether he should absorb it. Noticing Zhuge Liang's hesitation, Diwu Moshi said, According to the rules, the relatives of a Starfall can keep it for 9 years. In the final year, the state will reassign it. Since Sun Wuxing gave it to you, it means he has high hopes for you. Work hard to become stronger. Zhuge Liang pressed his lips together. In this country full of human warmth, there was such a rule. Was it because they didn't want to leave the families of martyrs with a keepsake? No. It was because humanity was still on the brink of danger, and all high-level resources could potentially give rise to high-level combat power. This was a last resort. Moreover, 9 years were given, allowing the family to freely choose the Starfall's owner such as their descendants. Sun Dashing didn't give it to his only remaining descendant, likely because he didn't want to waste this Starfall. After all, if there were any other way, how could the offspring of the great double martial god possibly join the Vanguard Army? That is, a unit where no one has ever retired alive. Zhuge Liang stopped hesitating. As Diwu Moshi said, he needed to work hard to become stronger. I understand. How do I absorb it? Just inject spiritual energy directly. The essence of a Starfall is composed of spiritual energy and mental power, protecting the talent seed within. So, as long as you disrupt the balance between the spiritual energy and mental power, you can absorb it. Zhuge Lan nodded in understanding, and spiritual energy surged as he infused it into the Jade Starfall. At a certain moment, the Jade Starfall shattered, transforming into a pale blue mist that enveloped Zhuge Lan like a cocoon. This pale blue mist was pure spiritual energy, different from spiritual qi that required refining. It could be directly absorbed by the body. As long as there were no bottlenecks, his level would keep rising. Level 45, 46, 47. Zhuge Lan's realm climbed rapidly, but he had no time to pay attention. Intangible mental power surged into his brain, enveloping the small figure in his visualization technique, forming a cocoon of pale gold. Along with it came a familiar light sphere. It was the same light sphere Zhuge Lan had encountered when he first awakened his talent, and it was now as large as a basketball, much bigger than the fist-sized one from before. But clearly, the system was still dissatisfied with this level. Detected that the host is awakening a second talent. Energy absorption is enhancing the host's talent. The previously visible rise in his realm was immediately paused. Even his own spiritual energy was instantly drained, leaving the venom that was feeding utterly bewildered. It watched as the spiritual energy in Zhuge Lan's meridians flashed, repeatedly filled, drained, filled, drained, filled, drained. This cycle repeated hundreds of times before finally stopping. Pop! The spiritual energy cocoon enveloping Zhuge Lan shattered, and the fragments turned into spiritual energy, surging entirely into his body. You have obtained a new talent, Schrodinger's cat. Schrodinger's cat allows the user to enter a quantum state and designate a probability-based game. As long as no one can surpass you in this probability game, they will be unable to interfere with your existence. This talent, at first glance, it's a bit confusing. System, what are quantum states and probability game methods? Quantum states are the most fundamental existence of quantum systems, unable to be interfered with or intercepted by any means. Probability game methods designate a type of game where the probability of the host's victory is not 100%. Whoa. Zhuge Lan's eyes widened as he thought of a heaven-defying operation. If it really works. From now on, the world is vast, and there will be no place he cannot go. Silently setting up the probability game method, Zhuge Lan activated Schrodinger's cat, and his figure immediately became blurry. It was as if he had just learned the phantom clone technique and released an illusion. However, the spiritual energy consumption was absurdly high. Approximately 10% of spiritual energy was consumed per second. Ordinary people truly couldn't afford to activate this talent. He looked at the three people protecting him, Diwu Mo, C, and Shangwan Fengran. Hit me, Zhuge Lan said. Diwu Mo, C, and Shangwan Fengran exchanged glances. They knew Zhuge Lan must have made some progress and wanted to test his ability. But who dared? The last volunteer, Sun Dashing, was nowhere to be seen now. How about you let your clone try it? Li Changxing suggested. No, Zhuge Lan shook his head. This talent is a bit special, my clone can't test it. Don't worry, this ability is serious this time. Li Changxing's mouth twitched upon hearing this. The last time he made such a promise, he tested salted fish stare on himself. Finally, Diwu Mo looked at Shangwan Fengran, signaling him to step forward. Shangwan Fengran was on the verge of tears, but faced with his superior's orders, what could he do? He could only brace himself and step forward. And then, 93, Bug Quantum State. Epic Enhancement. Extra Chapter 4 Radfaka Funeral Man. Shangwan Fengran walked up to Zhuge Lan and cautiously asked, what should I do? Start with first-tier damage and gradually increase your attack on me. Stop when I tell you to. All right. With a mix of doubt and anxiety, Shangwan Fengran lightly punched Zhuge Lan's chest. Swish, his fist passed through Zhuge Lan's heart, startling all three of them. Whoa, did he just kill him with one punch? Fortunately, they quickly realized Zhuge Lan looked excited, clearly satisfied with the talent's ability he was testing. Come on, hit me harder, Zhuge Lan urged. All right, confirming nothing strange was happening, Shangwan Fengran began punching with all his might, each punch faster and heavier than the last. Yet he still couldn't touch Zhuge Lan at all. This made Zhuge Lan very pleased. He waved to stop the increasingly determined Shangwan Fengran, who was getting carried away. Zhuge Lan raised his hand to pluck a strand of hair, but ended up grabbing nothing. This suddenly reminded him of something. In his quantum state, he couldn't be interfered with by external objects. But could he interfere with external objects? Zhuge Liang raised his hand and delivered an electric punch to Shangwan Fengran. The latter stood motionless as the fist directly passed through his head. Of course, it didn't explode, it was mutual non-interference. Zhuge Liang opened his hand in a grasping motion, but only a chaotic shadow appeared. Not even rolling the meatballs anymore. The host is in a quantum state, unable to interfere with reality by any means except divine skills. Except for divine skills? Zhuge Liang's eyes emitted black light, and the Holy Mother's gaze directly struck Shangwan Fengran, softening his tense expression. Please, don't hold back. Use any ability you have on me. Then I won't hold back. Zhuge Liang's eyes emitted blue light, and the fused salty fish gaze was launched as well. Shangwan Fengran immediately curled up like a salted fish. This is all I can do to help. I've never been good at direct combat. I should have chosen to be an investigator back then. I've tarnished the reputation of the Dragon Group combatants. It seems Shangwan Fengran still leans toward combat deep down. Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction. The ability to use fused divine skills was good news. Next, he exited the quantum state and returned to his physical form. Then, he plucked a strand of hair and blew it into a clone, allowing the clone to enter the quantum state. Zhuge Liang, as usual, launched an electric cannon, but his fist still passed through the clone's head. He signaled the clone to exit the quantum state and conserve spiritual energy. Zhuge Liang lowered his head, tapped a few times on his wristwatch, and quickly recited a segment of pi. Then, he launched another electric cannon. Boom! This time, Zhuge Liang finally felt the impact. The quantum state clone let out a howl, clutching its left eye, then swiftly exited, leaving behind a single strand of hair floating down. Ow! Zhuge Liang clutched his left eye, sharing the memory from the clone. Gritting his teeth, with no one to retaliate against, Zhuge Liang still smiled happily. The probability game he chose was competing in the number of digits of pi recited. This game wasn't one Zhuge Liang could win with 100% certainty. After all, pi is readily available, and there might be idle people who decide to memorize it. But at the same time, he almost had a 100% chance of winning. After all, who would be idle enough to memorize pi? The Sword of Pi and Schrodinger's cat are simply a perfect match. It's just a pity. While he is invincible in the quantum state, he still cannot interfere with reality except through divine skills, so it can only be used as a survival tool for now. Additionally, the system's statement that the quantum state is the most fundamental existence of the quantum system indicates that Schrodinger's cat has significant potential for development, depending on his own abilities. As he pondered, Zhuge Liang noticed the mental figure in his mind had successfully emerged from its cocoon. The figure, which previously only reached the feet of the Monkey King, had now grown to ankle height. Zhuge Liang opened his hand, and a sky blue orb formed in the blink of an eye. The substantial increase in mental power greatly enhanced his computational ability and spiritual energy control, making the Rasengan an epic level upgrade. Dispelling the Rasengan, Zhuge Liang glanced at the system panel. Level 49? And that's only because the system extracted all energy, including the spiritual energy of the starfall, to awaken a new talent. What a pity otherwise, I could have leveled up a few more times. At this moment, Shangwan Fengran had also recovered and silently turned to walk to the back. You really don't hold back at all. Fifth MOC instructed. Although the level increase from starfall won't destabilize your foundation, if your spiritual power control doesn't keep up, forget I said anything. Although 5th MOC didn't know the exact strength of Zhuge Liang's mental power, techniques like Spiral Sphere, One Sword to Kneel the Immortal, and Heavenly Thunder Art all required extremely strong control to execute. Testing abilities, my bad, I apologize. Zhuge Liang admitted his mistake with a good attitude. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Fengran quickly waved his hand. My talent just isn't suited for combat. It's not your fault. Although your combat ability isn't great, you're indispensable to our battle group, 5th MOC comforted. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have discovered the Akatsuki organization's plot so quickly yesterday. Those brothers in the barrier defense might have. Everyone fell silent for a moment. The barrier defenders had cut off their retreat and fought to the death. It sounded heroic, but who wouldn't prefer to live if given the choice? Especially when Feng Aoyan was so close to seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. All right, focus on preparing for the college entrance exam in the next few days. Li Chongqing broke the silence. The star gear that surpasses the martial god, globally. Only Master Orn can forge it, and there aren't even a few complete sets. You must work hard. Of course, Zhuge Lan's eyes burned with determination. This was the thickest wool he could pull so far. After bidding farewell to the two, Zhuge Lan stepped on his flying sword, while Shangwan Fengran continued to hide in the shadows, leaving the training ground and returning home. Li Yang and Li Yiting were not there, presumably at school. Neither of them had clones to help, and their levels were still low, so they definitely couldn't catch up with this year's college entrance exam. With some effort, maybe they could try in the second half of the year. In this world, the college entrance exam is held twice a year to save time for geniuses who want to skip grades. Over the next period, Zhuge Lan stayed in the training room. Besides casually brushing up on skills like Thunder Duel art, he also immersed himself in supplementing theoretical knowledge. This time, he prepared a large number of extracurricular books to fill in the gaps. For instance, important information like starfall and visualization techniques were often mentioned in many extracurricular books, whereas textbooks mostly focused on exotic beasts. Li Yiting and Li Yang were also very considerate, never disturbing Zhuge Lan. They only exchanged a few words at night before training in another room. Soon, more than 10 days quietly passed, and the day of the college entrance exam finally arrived. But what left Zhuge Lan dumbfounded was that this time's college entrance exam. 94. Old 6 Revenge. Sun dashing. You can't handle it. After bidding farewell to Li Yang and Li Yiting, who came to see him off, Zhuge Lan confidently stepped into the college entrance exam venue. He was determined to ace the first written exam. But what left Zhuge Lan dumbfounded was that this time's college entrance exam had re-formed. In the vast Magic City Square, Sun Dashing stood tall in the sky, his voice booming like thunder as he announced, "Times are changing, and the outdated college entrance exam system needs a revamp. This time, the written and practical exams will be combined, canceling the rigid written test and directly entering combat. The base city has designated an area in the wilderness. You will use everything you've learned to survive there for 3 days, gathering spiritual plants, mining spiritual minerals, hunting exotic beasts, rescuing companions, and so on. All actions will earn you exam points. But be mindful, your actions will be closely monitored by examiners at all times. Do not engage in any acts of betrayal against humanity or violate moral principles." Now set off. As Sun Dashing's voice fell, a supersized teleportation array enveloped the entire square. Beams of teleportation light rose, sending the candidates away one by one. Zhuge Lan hadn't even had time to react before he was teleported into the air, falling freely toward the ground. He quickly summoned the Sword of Pi to stabilize himself. Looking at the familiar giant forest and grassland, Zhuge Lan confirmed, "Just because I made you suffer a little, you had to reform the college entrance exam system? Targeting. Revenge. You can't take it. You ambushed me. You sneaky old fox." Zhuge Lan cursed at his wristwatch, which was the device used by examiners to monitor candidates. In response, a string of characters popped up. Candidate 811877627. Please refrain from insulting the base leader, or points will be deducted. Needless to say, this was definitely sent under Sun Dashing's orders. Zhuge Lan gritted his teeth in anger. This sneaky old fox really knew how to exploit his authority. For the past half-month, Zhuge Lan had 3 clones dedicated to studying past exam papers. The questions each year were within a predictable range, and he had memorized them thoroughly. The written test was a sure thing. The martial test involved candidates competing in arena battles, and such one-on-one matches posed no pressure for Zhuge Lan. Could there be anyone more challenging than Zhao Wuyo? The top scorer of the Magic City base city was practically in the bag, and then Sun Dashing pulled this stunt? No doubt about it. This was absolutely targeted retaliation against him. Just you wait. This isn't over. Zhuge Lan, right in front of the wristwatch, pulled out a small black notebook and scribbled furiously, Star Soul Calendar. September 6th, 3020, Sunday. Dashing launched a sneak attack. This grudge will be avenged. He even waved the notebook at the wristwatch before putting it away, choosing a direction, and flying off on his sword. Meanwhile, watching all this unfold through the monitor, Sun Dashing laughed heartily. Gotcha. You think you can escape me? As for the notebook, hilarious. He, the invincible martial god, afraid of that? By the time Zhuge Liang grows up, it will be over a decade later. Who knows if he'll even still be around by then? Not worried at all. Fifth MOC, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle and said, Martial God's son, aren't you worried that being so obvious, Zhuge might not actually get first place? Whether he gets first place or not, the country has already placed an order with Master Aon for a star artifact surpassing the martial god level. His contributions are more than enough, Sun Dashing replied indifferently. Well then, so it turns out they're using Zhuge Liang's own reward to bet against him? No wonder there's no punishment for failure. Truly, age brings wisdom. I actually think this assessment method suits Zhuge better, she said confidently. This is someone who dared to outsmart a group of peak 6th tier spatial exotic beasts as a 3rd tier. His innate abilities may be restricted in the base city, but in the wilderness, the sky's the limit. 5th MOC and Sun Dashing both nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Zhuge Liang's exceptional skills and courage back then, the 3 million people in Putian Base City would definitely not have more than 100,000 survivors today. Yes, 100,000. With the underground city as the fallback route occupied by the Akatsuki organization, the only way out for Putian Base City was to charge into the wilderness. But facing the tide of berserk mutant beasts and the relentless pursuit of the Akatsuki organization, ordinary people would inevitably suffer heavy losses trying to carve a bloody path. The nearest base city, without a teleportation array, would take 3 days to send reinforcements. 100,000. That was an optimistic number. Zhuge Liang was unaware that he was being monitored, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After all, it was an exam, wasn't it normal for there to be surveillance? He was a bit busy at the moment. Just as he flew out not far, he encountered the old familiar beasts, the bloodthirsty mosquito swarm, which had once caused him some trouble. Now, they couldn't even slow him down. With the Pi sword and shield activated, his left hand wielding the thunder technique, his right hand ready to catch blades barehanded, and his eyes continuously shooting multicolored rays, he went straight into action. These bloodthirsty mosquitoes were as stubborn as ever, only scattering after losing 50% of their numbers and realizing they had picked the wrong fight. Zhuge Liang glanced at the exam score leaderboard. Candidate 811877627 score. 6547 rank. 17. I killed a swarm of bloodthirsty mosquitoes as soon as I landed, and I'm only ranked 17th? This magic capital base city truly has no shortage of talent. Zhuge Liang roughly calculated the points from killing the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. 2 points for first tier, 10 points for second tier? Not bad. At least the higher the tier of the kill, the more points earned, unlike mutant beast crystal cores, where first tier only gives 1 energy point. The interesting thing is, I'm not alone. Zhuge Liang plucked 10 strands of hair, reluctantly blew on them to create clones, and distributed spare wristwatches to them. He instructed them to summon their own Pi swords to deal with the bloodthirsty mosquitoes below. After all, even mosquito proboscises are still meat. Notably, since the clones shared his mental strength, they could also access personal space. Once these clones finished cleaning up the battlefield, they would scout the surrounding terrain and search for potential spirit mines and spirit plants. Zhuge Liang himself wasn't just sitting idle either. He refused to believe that with 11 workers, he couldn't claim first place. He opened his wristwatch and entered the Warrior Alliance's warrior home to browse tasks. It wasn't to earn money, but to gather intelligence. Wandering aimlessly couldn't compare to using pre-detected information. His goal was clear: to wipe out the mutant beast groups in one fell swoop. Zhuge Liang didn't even glance at groups below 4th tier, starting directly from 5th tier. Soon, he selected a route filled with 5th tier mutant beast groups along the way, as well as 6th tier and even 7th and 8th tier ones for him to practice on. The hunt begins. Zhuge Liang stuck close to the grass and rushed toward the nearest task location. Upon arrival, he saw a small hill protruding, with the surrounding grass cleared. Black ants. each over 3 meters tall, were busily crawling in and out in an orderly fashion. They were 95. Fierce competition. Target, 7th Tier Mutant Beast Group. 4th Tier Mutant Beast Group, Bullet Ants. They possess power and physical strength comparable to the 5th tier, and they move in orderly groups. Even a 6th Tier Beast wouldn't dare face them alone. The only drawback is their lack of ranged attacks. Isn't this perfect for someone who considers himself a mage, like Zhuge. His left hand shot lightning into the sky, while his right hand condensed a spiraling sphere and transformed it. The commotion was unmistakable, and the bullet ant swarm below quickly noticed this intruder. They stopped their work, laboriously raised their upper bodies, and gazed up at Zhuge. Their antennae twitched, and the bullet ant swarm began to gather materials on site, tearing large rocks into suitable sizes. The ant in front raised a rock high, while the one behind turned and kicked it with all its might. Whoosh, the rock tore through the air and slammed into the pie sword shield, but it shattered into pieces without budging the shield even slightly. After all, neither the bullet ants nor the rocks could recite pi. Seeing that the rocks posed no threat to Zhuge, while the power of his technique grew increasingly terrifying, the leading ant's antennae twitched rapidly. The bullet ants that had been kicking rocks unhesitatingly grabbed their companions in front, hurling both ants and rocks into the sky. A dense swarm of them rushed toward Zhuge, fearlessly raising rocks and smashing them down hard. Whoosh! The rocks emitted piercing sounds as they tore through the air, even faintly sparking like meteors thrown by hand. But Zhuge remained unmoved. Boom! The rocks exploded, and the sheer force managed to knock away the pie sword, disrupting the rhythm of the pie sword shield and forcing it to stop. However, having recited pi to 74,000 digits, Zhuge could summon a total of 740 pie swords. The densely packed pie swords stacked together to form an absolute defense pie shield, intercepting the subsequent falling bullet ants. No matter how thunderously they smashed, they couldn't get even a bit closer to Zhuge. Without reciting pi, even a god couldn't break this shield. My turn. Spiral coin dart. A gap opened beneath the pie shield, and 4-cornered coin darts were thrown out, slicing through the rocks and bullet ants attempting to intercept them, landing squarely on the small hill. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The explosive spherical storm had a diameter of over 70 meters, leveling the entire hill and blasting open a massive hole, revealing a network of tunnels below. With their home destroyed, a large number of bullet ants swarmed out of the nest, frantically twitching their antennae at Zhuge in the sky. One by one, they were kicked into the air without hesitation. Unfortunately, the pie shield wasn't something that could be broken by sheer numbers. Meanwhile, the lightning in the clouds above grew increasingly powerful, causing some bullet ants to crouch on the ground. But it was useless. Zhuge shouted with full dramatic flair, "Nine heavens, mystic fiend, transform into divine thunder, majestic heavenly might, guided by the sword. Heavenly thunder technique, descend." Rumble, 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 dense lightning bolts rained down, covering the entire area. The bullet ant swarm crawling over the pie shield bore the brunt of the attack. Their 4th-tier bodies were instantly charred upon contact, turning into ashes and scattering alongside beast cores across the ground. Before long, not a single living bullet ant could be seen anymore. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ashes, and the beast crystals sparkled brightly. Zhuge, however, was in no rush to collect the treasures. He continued to gather the power of the heavenly thunder technique, preparing to strike the incoming swarm of bullet ants. But bullet ants, being 4th-tier beasts, were not as stubborn as bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Seeing their opponent wipe out a large group in one move, why would they rush to their deaths? Staying hidden means you're safe? Zhuge flew high into the sky, scanning the area, and quickly found a river beasts also need water, and their nests are surely near water sources. Returning to the ground, he activated the pie sword shield to protect himself, then charged forward like an excavator, digging a trench from the nest entrance straight toward the river. Before long, he had violently opened up a waterway. The river water flowed through the trench into the bullet ant nest, but it didn't fill up quickly. Zhuge wasn't in a hurry. Hovering in the sky, He gathered the Heavenly Thunder technique, activating the formation I and scanning an area of several kilometers. Finally, a few kilometers away from the trench, the ground began to churn, and a large number of bullet ants emerged, each one soaking wet. Zhuge Liang remained patient. Although he could use the principle of water conductivity to strike them all down with lightning now, cleaning up the spoils afterward would be troublesome. He let the water continue to flood the nest. Meanwhile, he casually used his divine skill, occasionally tossing down a few raisin gans to pass the time. Soon, the ground was densely packed with bullet ants, and even a massive queen ant, about 30 meters in size, was carried out. Only then did Zhuge Liang wave his hand. Heavenly Thunder technique, strike. The same thunder serpents danced wildly, but this time, with water as a conductor, the bullet ant swarm had no resistance and was completely electrocuted into ashes, washed away by the overflowing water. The beast crystals remained in place, waiting for their owner. Zhuge Liang still didn't go down himself. During this time, a few of his clones were ambushed and killed, so he summoned new ones to clean up the battlefield. He himself headed to the next destination, glancing at the leaderboard along the way. Candidate. Score, 276,547 rank. 7 What the heck? He had just wiped out an entire nest of 4th-tier bullet ants, numbering in the thousands, yet he was only ranked 7th? No wonder this is a first-level base city, quite challenging. Zhuge Liang accelerated his pace. This time, the beast group was 5th-tier tyrant earth dragons, a type of ancient bloodline lizard. Not only were they tough and durable, but they could also spit various types of dragon breath, essentially energy attacks. Their long-range capabilities were far superior to the bullet ant swarm. So Zhuge Liang changed his strategy. First, he used the demon-slaying sword technique to provoke a few tyrant earth dragons, then employed the deceptive technique to sneak closer, subtly mimicking dragon breath with the regretful dragon strike. Finally, when they were panicked and on edge, he used shameless gaze to fan the flames. After several rounds of this, it escalated into a chaotic battle, and Zhuge Liang easily dealt with the remaining few. Once again, he let his clones clean up the battlefield and check the leaderboard. 9th place. What the heck? How did his rank drop? Unfortunately, he couldn't see other candidates' scores, likely to protect lower-ranked participants. Could Sun Dashing have tampered with this? Probably not, right? Turns out it's not that simple after all. In terms of group harvesting, Zhuge Liang considered it impossible to be as efficient as his infinite spiritual power. So, if he couldn't match the quantity, it had to be a matter of quality. Zhuge Liang realized he couldn't waste any more time on these mid-tier beast groups. He opened the warrior's home and canceled all the previously accepted tasks. He started directly from the 7th-tier tasks. I don't believe it. With so many cheats, I still can't take first place. 96, the 6th in the safe zone. The purple-black Lolita. Extra update for 900 gifts. Beast groups have their own territories, usually building nests along water sources. Their sufficient numbers deter other beasts from easily invading. Once a beast reaches the 7th tier, it enters the high tier and gains intelligence. Some will occupy broader territories and act domineeringly, but more often, they will leave the group to become hunters, preying on other beasts. Since beasts lack unified meridians, aside from passively absorbing spiritual energy, their primary cultivation method is devouring the crystal cores of other beasts. Hunting is cultivation. However, they also have common safe zones, typically near water sources. After all, even 7th-tier beasts don't want to drink water with a fishy taste. Of course, there are unruly individuals, like the 6th, who specifically hunt in such locations, for example, Zhuge Liang. At this moment, he was using his disguise technique to blend in on a tree trunk, lying motionless in ambush. Below him, the lowest-tier beasts were all 7th tier, with occasional appearances of 8th-tier ones. Zhuge Liang's target was clear. He locked onto a 7th-tier beast with a seemingly weak physical body, the 5-colored unicorn deer. As it drank water, Zhuge Liang thrust his right hand forward. Evil warding sword technique. Even Zhao Wuyo couldn't resist it. So the 5-colored unicorn deer was unsurprisingly struck and lost its deer whip. Blood stained the riverbank instantly. As the 5-colored unicorn deer howled in despair over losing its ability to reproduce. Zhuge Liang shot a shameless gaze at it. The red beam had just emerged when Zhuge Liang used the spatial technique of the evil warding sword technique to directly redirect it, hitting the 5-colored unicorn deer. With the disguise technique as cover, his position remained completely hidden. The 5-colored unicorn deer, now deprived of its deer whip, turned red-eyed and recklessly launched an attack on the nearest 7th-tier flame demon ape. The 5-colored light on its horn flickered and solidified into a blue glow, releasing a chilling frost. Roar! The flame demon ape opened its mouth and spewed a magma column, dispersing the frost, and roared angrily at the 5-colored unicorn deer. However, beasts cannot speak human language unless they break through to the 9th tier. The 5-colored unicorn deer couldn't understand what the flame demon ape was shouting. In its rage, it only wanted revenge for its lost deer whip. Thus began a battle caused by a language barrier. Zhuge Liang, however, paid no attention to these two 7th-tier beasts. Instead, he set his sights on the other beasts in the vicinity that had been disturbed. Using the same old tricks, the evil warding sword technique to provoke them, followed by the shameless gaze to drive them mad. Before long, the once peaceful safe zone had transformed into a battlefield. Various lights flashed everywhere. Zhuge Liang, like a referee, observed the beasts. Whenever one seemed to be at a disadvantage, he would strike with the evil warding sword technique to weaken the opponent, ensuring that all battles remained unresolved for as long as possible. Only when they were sufficiently weakened did Zhuge Liang strike from a distance, targeting their vital points and killing them one by one to claim the beast heads. The fused evil warding sword technique could avoid targeting the lower 3 paths, though its power would be significantly reduced. However, with the 9th-tier fish gut sword as a damage supplement, killing these 7th-tier exotic beasts wasn't too difficult. In just an hour, he had completely wiped out a safe zone. Summoning his clones to clean up the battlefield, Zhuge Liang checked the leaderboard again. Candidate 811877627 score, 875, 754 rank, 5 as expected. Only by killing high-tier exotic beasts could one effectively improve their ranking. Zhuge Liang calculated. Low-tier exotic beasts, 2 points per 1st-tier beast, 10 points per 2nd-tier beast, 50 points per 3rd-tier beast. Mid-tier exotic beasts, 200 points per 4th-tier beast, 500 points per 5th-tier beast, 1,500 points per 6th-tier beast. High-tier exotic beasts, 10,000 points per 7th-tier beast. The score for 8th-tier beasts was still unknown. It seems that even for the college entrance exam, the country favors geniuses, Zhuge Liang sighed. High school seniors could only kill high-tier exotic beasts if their talent was strong enough. And the score for one 7th-tier exotic beast was equivalent to 2,000 3rd-tier exotic beasts. How could students without strong talent compete? They couldn't harvest exotic beast groups like Zhuge Liang did. They could only hunt them one by one, and the scores from team efforts were even lower. Fair. Not fair. But in an era where survival itself was difficult, fairness meant nothing in a world of survival of the fittest. Luckily, I'm a genius, or this would be unbearable. Muttering to himself, his clones packed all the exotic beast corpses into the spatial ring, leaving them to be processed later by the base city. Zhuge Liang only needed the low-tier exotic beast cores. High-tier ones were too wasteful for him. After all, a 7th-tier exotic beast core had at most 79 energy points, but could be exchanged for thousands of 1st-tier exotic beast cores, which amounted to tens of thousands of energy points. Zhuge Liang continued to the next safe zone, repeating the process. In one day, he wiped out 6 safe zones, earning over 4 million exam points. Yet he remained stuck between 2nd and 3rd place. Damn it, are the 2 people ahead of me on steroids or something? No need to ask, those 2 were definitely specializing in hunting 8th-tier exotic beasts. Moreover, the score difference between 7th-tier and 8th-tier beasts must be absurdly large. Otherwise, with his efficiency, how could he not catch up? Fine, the nearby safe zones were almost cleared out anyway. It was time to head deeper into the wilderness. Let me see who these 2 really are. He had no plans to sleep. Approaching 5th tier, going 3 days and nights without sleep was no problem for him. Determined, Zhuge Liang flew high in the air at full speed. Such provocative behavior encountered little resistance along the way. Only some mid-tier exotic beasts without much sense, not a single high-tier one. Could it be that all the high-tier exotic beasts were just good-tempered? There was only one possibility: someone had already swept them all away. I still suffered from lack of experience. At the very beginning, I directly set my goal on the 8th tier. The first place would have been mine by now, Zhuge Liang said helplessly. After all, this was only his second time venturing into the wilderness. After flying for over 3 hours, Zhuge Liang finally spotted an 8th tier exotic beast. It was an 8th tier Titan giant ape, a creature whose name alone symbolized strength. Once it reached adulthood, it was a 7th tier exotic beast, and with a bit of effort, it could easily reach the 8th tier. With some luck, it could even break through to the 9th tier, making it a true prodigy among exotic beasts. However, this exotic beast prodigy was currently in a rather dire situation, being relentlessly hammered by someone. Zhuge Liang moved closer for a better look, his expression turning peculiar. The reason? The person chasing and pounding the Titan giant ape was actually a girl dressed in a purple-black Lolita outfit, a violent cat-eared loli. 9th tier spotted. Extra chapter for sure. Hongling's perfect exam score. Zhuge Liang rubbed his eyes. What was he seeing? A white-haired, twin-tailed loli dressed in a purple-black Lolita outfit was beating up a 10-meter-tall Titan giant ape? Ridiculous. Looking around at the surrounding chaos, it was clear this battle had been going on for quite some time. Z. The familiar sound of electric arcs crackled as the loli transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly darting to the Titan giant ape's chest. Her short leg lifted high before slamming down hard on the ape's chest, causing dazzling lightning to explode. When the intense light faded, Zhuge Liang squinted and saw a moon hanging on the Titan giant ape's chest. Not a real moon, of course, but a hole punched through it. Hiss, this loli is a bit violent. No need to ask, this loli was either ranked first or second. Zhuge Liang's guess was correct. Someone was indeed specializing in hunting 8th tier exotic beasts. The violent loli raised her hand and stored the Titan giant ape's corpse into her spatial ring, then warily stared at Zhuge Liang. Hey, big dumb guy over there, the violent loli said in a soft, cute tone, unceremoniously. Don't get close when someone is fighting. Don't you know the rules? Zhuge Liang didn't respond immediately. As he moved closer, he noticed that the loli had a pair of cat ears on her head. Although her words were impolite and her actions violent, her soft, cute tone, combined with her height of just over 1.5 meters and those perked-up cat ears, gave off an undeniable, spoiled vibe, no matter how stern her expression was. Zhuge Liang scratched his head with a peculiar expression. The contrast was too much, and his brain momentarily froze, triggering a acute aggression impulse. This was a self-protective mechanism of the brain to avoid being overwhelmed by excessively adorable things. The effect? Well, it usually involved pinching cheeks, rubbing faces, or lifting someone up. But after glancing at the surrounding chaos, Zhuge Liang thought better of it. Good heavens! The area was littered with craters and holes everywhere. With such a violent loli, getting punched might result in instant death. Hey, pervert! Stop looking at me like that, the cat-eared loli said disdainfully. Zhuge Liang silently turned around and flew off in another direction. His earlier thoughts were indeed a bit perverted. He had no rebuttal. But since he had caught up with this cat-eared loli, it meant that the remaining path would start to have 8th tier exotic beasts appearing. It was time for him to make a comeback. The cat-eared loli watched silently as the figure left, snorted disdainfully, and transformed into lightning, shooting off in another direction. Thus, they parted ways. Zhuge Liang continued to swagger through the sky, not even activating the Pi sword and shield. It was an act of provocation to the extreme. How could any 8th tier exotic beast tolerate this? As he was flying, a shadow darted out from the giant trees, spreading into a large net and descending upon him before he could react. Strangely, the net only ensnared the Pi sword, while Zhuge Liang himself flickered like a phantom and passed through it. Quantum state. Facing the territory of an 8th tier exotic beast, how could Zhuge Liang not be cautious? The Pi sword emitted a corroding sound, with black smoke rising from it. The prey has taken the bait. Zhuge Liang summoned another Pi sword and flew straight toward the direction where the net had appeared. Several more nets came flying toward him. Zhuge Liang ignored them all, letting the pie swords be taken away, and followed the shortest path between 2 points to confront the ambusher. It was a bizarre spider over 2 meters tall, with 8 black spear-like legs embedded in the giant tree. Its slightly raised abdomen bore a human-like face, with 8 small eyes glowing purple. Widow-faced spider. Despite its small size, it was a creature that even many 8th-tier beings avoided provoking, as the widow-faced spider was entirely venomous, including its exotic beast crystal core. It was completely inedible, and carelessness could lead to death. However, today, this widow-faced spider, which roamed the wilderness, encountered its nemesis Zhuge Liang in quantum state. As the widow-faced spider spat another web from its human face, Zhuge Liang let it pass through him without dodging, his eyes gathering blue light and shooting it out. Salty fish stare. The widow-faced spider, which had just raised its black spear-like legs, immediately lowered them again, standing motionless on the giant tree. Zhuge Liang, still cautious, followed up with a holy mother stare, turning the mate-devouring widow-faced spider into a self-sacrificing saint. Only then did he confidently deactivate his quantum state, raising his hand to condense a spiraling sphere. Little flying stick incoming. The widow-faced spider opened its mouth and swallowed the spiraling sphere whole. With a muffled boom, it fell heavily to the ground. Although the widow-faced spider was 8th tier, its strength lay in its venom and stealth abilities. A 6th tier damage spiraling sphere exploding within its unprotected internal organs was enough to shred most of them. Zhuge Liang glanced at his watch. This kill had directly added a whopping 500,000 points to his score. No wonder I couldn't catch up to the top 2. An 8th tier beast is worth 500,000 points. 7th tier beasts only yield 10,000 points. Zhuge Liang had painstakingly found good locations, stirred up trouble, harvested, and cleaned up. It took at least 3 hours, and he could only kill about 47th tier exotic beasts, earning just 400,000 points. Catching up to the top 2 seemed impossible. But those 2 definitely can't kill 8th tier beasts as easily as I can. I'll catch up in no time. If all else fails, I can even try a 9th tier beast. With quantum state, escaping is always an option. Make preparations. Zhuge Liang summoned a clone, sending it forward to capture the widow spider into his personal space, the cost being that the clone's face turned black and transformed into hair. Zhuge Liang sucked in a cold breath. Just the transmitted memories made half his body go numb. 8th tier venom. Terrifying indeed. Boom! A loud noise came from behind. Zhuge Liang stiffly turned around to check, only to see a bolt of lightning rushing toward him, stopping right in front of him. It was the cat-eared lowly. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Didn't you hear the commotion and think to run? Zhuge Liang opened his mouth, realizing he was still a bit numb and slightly tongue-tied. The cat-eared lowly didn't waste words with Zhuge Liang, hoisting him up and transforming into lightning again, darting away into the distance. Zhuge Liang. Why was he being carried again? Wait, why did he say again? At this moment, Zhuge Liang finally regained his senses and looked toward the direction of the rumbling noise. He saw a titan giant ape with glossy black fur, its eyes blazing with fury, striding toward them. The hatred in its gaze, as if its wife and child had been killed, was fixed on the cat-eared lowly carrying him. Titan giant ape? Wife and child killed. It seemed the cat-eared lowly had killed a titan giant ape earlier, and this one was related to it. Wait. Zhuge Liang's gaze sharpened. He noticed this titan giant ape was absurdly large, nearly 30 meters tall. Its aura was comparable to Hishi's. This is a 9th tier titan giant ape? 98. The rampaging cat-eared lowly. Clothes torn. This is a 9th tier titan giant ape? No wonder the cat-eared lowly was running away. She struggled to kill an 8th tier creature. How could she possibly be a match for a 9th tier one? Hey, pervert, the cat-eared lowly said anxiously. Never seen you before. Are you an SS level talent? What's your rank? What's your ability? Hurry up and tell me. That's a 9th tier titan giant ape. If we don't cooperate, we'll both be eliminated. The cat-eared lowly shouted angrily. Of course, she looked more like an angry little kitten, adorable. How about you introduce yourself first? Zhuge Liang said. Stingy pervert. You don't even know me. The cat-eared lowly snapped. My name is Shi Hongling. SSS level physical enhancement, lightning attribute. So she was indeed an SSS level genius. Though the physical enhancement was a bit unexpected, Zhuge Lan glanced at the rapidly retreating scenery, comparing it to the slow pace of the Pi sword. He decided to let Shi Hongling carry him. Zhuge Lan came from the Putian-based city half a month ago. It's normal not to know you, right? Zhuge Lan adjusted to a more comfortable position. SSR level talent. My abilities are quite diverse, all attributes. You can think of me as a support and mage hybrid. Shi Hongling froze for a moment. SSR? What kind of level was that? Half a month ago from Putian-based city. Wasn't that a city destroyed in an evacuation? Now's not the time for jokes. I've never even heard of an SSR level. Shi Hongling growled under her breath, clearly genuinely angry. The first SS level person who heard about SSS level probably reacted even more dramatically than you. Zhuge Lan teased. Shi Hongling understood. Zhuge Lan was saying SSR was a level above SSS? Are you sure? Why would I lie? There's no candy to gain from it. Watch your tone, hey. Your hey is pretty cute. Do you believe I'll throw you down right now? Shi Hongling threatened through gritted teeth. I don't believe you. Zhuge Lanyi replied fearlessly. I'm an SSR. If you throw me, you're betraying humanity. That statement is so infuriating. But still, Shi Hongling didn't dare to take the risk. What if it was true? She suppressed her anger and tightened her small hand. Since you're an SSR, you must have a way to take down that 9th-tier Titan giant ape behind us, right? I have several plans, but they all require time. You'll have to hold it off for a while. How long? 3 minutes. All right. Shi Hongling immediately threw Zhuge Lan, startling him into quickly summoning the Sword of Pi to stabilize himself. Turning his head, he saw the cat-eared lowly Shi Hongling already engaging the 9th-tier Titan giant ape head-on. Lightning erupted from her body as she clashed directly with the beast, each punch landing with raw power. It was a sight completely at odds with her lowly appearance. However, it was clear that Shi Hongling's strength was significantly weaker, and she was being steadily overpowered by the Titan giant ape. Fortunately, her occasional bursts of dazzling lightning barely managed to keep the beast at bay. While Zhuge Lanyi watched, he didn't forget his role as support. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love? Strength appraisal technique. A golden light shot into the Titan giant ape's calf, and its stomach suddenly swelled up. The next moment, Shi Hongling, who was suspended in midair, was sent flying by the ape's bloated belly. What are you doing? Shi Hongling shouted angrily. Zhuge Lanyi didn't respond, only gesturing toward the Titan giant ape with his mouth. Roar! How could a male ape endure the pain of childbirth? Its agonized screams echoed through the heavens. Even the little lowly was startled, quickly turning her head, thinking the Titan giant ape was about to unleash some ultimate move. Instead, she saw the beast clutching its stomach, howling in pain. Anyone who didn't know better might have thought it was about to give birth. Just as Zhuge Lanyi began to worry that the Titan giant ape might be completely incapacitated, the beast grabbed its own tail, yanked it off with a powerful tug, and stood up again, its eyes bloodshot and filled with madness. This is Berserk mode? This was the Titan giant ape's ability, temporarily enhancing its own state. The 9th-tier Titan giant ape raised its head and roared out a sound wave, forcing Shi Hongling back before turning around, clutching its large belly, attempting to flee. But how could Shi Hongling let it go? Trying to escape? Dream on. Explode. The purple-black Lolita dress on Shi Hongling's body burst into countless fragments, her slender figure bathed in the holy light of thunder, transforming into a streak of lightning that shot straight at the 9th-tier Titan giant ape, whose speed had drastically decreased. Zhuge Lan was somewhat surprised because he was very familiar with this move. It was Thunder Armor. Thunder Armor could be cultivated from the first tier, but due to its special effects, its power could increase with level upgrades. Moreover, with slight modifications based on personal habits, it could become a new Thunder Armor. With Shi Hongling entangling it, the weakened 9th-tier Titan giant ape could only roar in fury, unable to shake her off. It immediately turned its gaze toward Zhuge Lan. However, as a representative of the strength type, the 9th-tier Titan giant ape had no long-range attacks. Just as it was about to step forward and crush Zhuge Lan underfoot, Shi Hongling struck first, delivering a high kick to its chest. Thunder collapse strike. Amid the crisp shout of the soft-voiced girl, the ninth-tier Titan giant ape staggered back several steps, its chest first scorched black. Shi Hongling's expression turned grim. The kick that had killed an 8th-tier Titan giant ape only managed to make the 9th-tier Titan giant ape retreat a few steps. And this was while it was weakened otherwise. It would have been difficult for her to gather enough force for this strike. Shi Hongling glanced back at Zhuge Lan and continued charging toward the 9th-tier Titan giant ape. She hoped this freak had a solution otherwise. With Shi Hongling's desperate entanglement, the 9th-tier Titan giant ape could only watch helplessly as Zhuge Lan gathered his power. The thunderclouds in the sky emitted a force that even the Titan giant ape feared. But Shi Hongling was not optimistic. Zhuge Lan's strike had 9th-tier power, but it wasn't enough. For the thick-skinned Titan giant ape, this strike would at most cause moderate injury. As expected, what SSR? At best, it's an SSS level. But once he heavily injures this 9th-tier Titan giant ape, I should be able to take it down. The major score for this 9th-tier beast belongs to me. But would things really go as Shi Hongling predicted? Could Zhuge Lan's strike truly fail to kill the 9th-tier Titan giant ape? 99. Divine Skill Ascension. A finger can also be a sword. Just as Shi Hongling was entertaining thoughts of stealing the kill, Zhuge Lan shouted, "All right, retreat." Shi Hongling immediately withdrew explosively, her eyes fixed on the 9th-tier Titan giant ape, waiting to deliver the fatal blow once it was heavily injured. However, trying to steal a kill from Zhuge Lan? Huh. Zhuge Lan thought the same. Zhuge Lan's eyes shot out a beam of white light. Little flying stick incoming. Heavenly thunder art, descend. A thunder dragon descended from the heavens, diving toward the 9th-tier Titan giant ape that was about to pursue. It should have been a strike too fast for the ape to react, yet it opened its mouth wide to welcome the thunder dragon's arrival. Shi Hongling was dumbfounded. Had the 9th-tier Titan giant ape gone mad? Taking a direct hit would at most injure it, but opening its mouth to take it head-on. Boom! The thunder dragon performed a nucleic acid test, entering through the mouth and exiting through the rear, as smooth as could be. The 9th-tier Titan giant ape, unsurprisingly, collapsed to the ground, black smoke billowing from both ends, dead beyond any doubt. Zhuge Lan quickly glanced at the leaderboard. Candidate 811877627 score, 11, 547, 747 rank, 2-0, increased by 7 million points. And here, Shi Hongling is in the front row, taking away part of the score. A complete 9th tier probably requires 10 million points, right? Zhuge Lan never expected that the score difference between 9th tier and 7th tier would be 1,000-fold otherwise. He would have come to trouble the 9th tier exotic beast long ago. Looking at Shi Hongling, who was also wide-eyed and seemingly overwhelmed, Zhuge Lan raised his hand and waved it in front of her, snapping her out of it. She stared at Zhuge Lan intently. "How did you do it?" "Do what?" "Make it open its mouth." "Oh, I don't know either. Maybe it was hungry." Zhuge Lan shrugged. "Then what was that white light before the thunder? What kind of ability is that?" Shi Hongling pressed on. "Do you want to try it?" "Pervert. Are you a Lilicon?" Why say that?" "Then what were you asking me to open my mouth for?" Zhuge Lan scratched his head. This cat-eared loli really had a fiery temper, and she certainly didn't hold back when it came to roasting people. "Forget it. Let's part ways here." Zhuge Lan turned and walked away. He had no interest in being insulted. No matter how cute this cat-eared loli was, she couldn't make him bow and scrape. Unexpectedly, zap, a flash of electricity, and the cat-eared loli stretched out her hand to block Zhuge Lan's path. "You're not allowed to leave." The cat-eared loli tilted her head and said, "Let's team up. If we hunt the 9th tier exotic beast together, the 1st and 2nd ranks will definitely be ours." Heh. Zhuge Lan merely chuckled without saying a word. Although it would be a bit troublesome alone, he did indeed have the ability to hunt 9th tier exotic beasts solo. The process was just like hunting the widow spider. Activate Quantum State to locate the exotic beast. Use Salty Fish Gaze plus Saintly Gaze for control, and Thunder Technique plus Flying Rod Gaze for a one-hit kill. Shi Hongling was completely unnecessary. "Hey, pervert. What does that laugh mean? Shi Hongling said irritably. She was a prodigy herself, and it wasn't easy for her to propose cooperation, only to be met with this attitude. I mean, I refuse, Zhuge Lan said bluntly, then continued walking forward. You? How ungrateful can you be? Shi Hongling glared and tried to grab Zhuge Lan. You're just a support role, and that move of yours takes 3 minutes to charge. Without me holding it off, huh? Shi Hongling stared in shock at her hand, which had passed right through Zhuge Lan's body. How did he do that? That's not something you need to worry about. A wise man has his own tricks. Zhuge Lan waved without turning back. Shi Hongling was so furious that her pupils turned vertical. Are you like those others who hate my half-beast identity? Shi Hongling gritted her teeth. Zhuge Lan paused, surprised, and turned back. You're a half-beast? I thought those cat ears were just decorations. 9th-tier exotic beasts, once they break through to surpass the martial god tier, not only gain the ability to speak human language, but can also transform into human forms, known as shape-shifting. Some exotic beasts that don't dislike humans like cats and dogs might, after shape-shifting, fall in love with humans and have children, resulting in humans with exotic beast traits known as half-beasts. They will have the talents of humans and the physiques of exotic beasts, with talents surpassing that of ordinary humans. Therefore, the ancestors of every beast man must have been 2 individuals stronger than martial gods. However, the deep-seated hatred between humans and exotic beasts leads some to discriminate against the existence of beastmen. That's why Shi Hongling said what she did. Really? You don't hate beastmen? Shi Hongling skeptically fiddled with her cat ears. Don't you think they're disgusting? Well, that's because you don't realize for furries, you're practically a goddess, Zhuge Lan teased. And let us not forget you're an adorable little loli. Sure, a bit violent, but beauty is justice, after all. He thought his teasing would provoke Shi Hongling into yelling something like pervert in return. However, Shi Hongling merely fell silent, lowering her head as if lost in thought. Zhuge Lan didn't mind. He didn't have the leisure to care about the inner turmoil of this cat-eared loli. Instead, he stepped onto his sword of pie and flew off. As always, he employed his usual routine. Activating quantum mode, he brazenly fished for trouble. Whoever attacked him would face his 100% bare-handed blade catch, leaving them defenseless and caught to be fed directly. For 8th-tier enemies, he would feed them his Rasengan for 9th-tier ones, the Heavenly Thunder Art. His exam scores soared, securing the top spot without ever falling. TCH. All thanks to Uncle Dashing's Starfall. Without quantum mode, it wouldn't have been this easy, Zhuge Lan mused. Without his invincibility, Zhuge Lan would probably have had to team up with Shi Hongling. And in that case, who would claim the top spot would be uncertain, especially since Shi Hongling previously held the #1 position. If that were the case, the gap in scores between her and Zhuge Lan would have been significant. Both might score from killing 9th-tier beasts, but 2 days might not have been enough to catch up. The 3rd day of the exam arrived. Zhuge Lan clasped his hands together as if holding a sword, using his 100% bare-handed blade catch to simultaneously control 2 6th-tier exotic beasts. After all, sword fingers counted as swords too. While at it, he used them to practice other divine skills, flying recklessly above the great forest, waiting for prey to fall into his net. Divine skill, 100% bare-handed blade catch, 2.0-inch mastery maxed. Would you like to spend 30,000 essence points to ascend? Oh, so 100% bare-handed blade catch was finally ready to ascend. 30,000 essence points, just like the Heavenly Thunder Art and the Thunder Duel Art. It seemed like this would be an epic upgrade. Ascend. 30,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to 100% bare-handed blade catch. 3.0. Zhuge Lan couldn't wait. Using his Rasengan feeding method, he relieved a 6th-tier exotic beast of its suffering. He raised his sword fingers and pointed forward. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Was it because there were no exotic beasts in that direction? Without hesitation, Zhuge Lan flew higher into the sky. Activating his array eye, he scanned the surroundings and quickly spotted a familiar little hill. This bullet ant colony certainly had guts, daring to build their nest so deep in the forest. Zhuge Lan immediately charged over, raising his sword fingers mid-air and pointing forward. Swish, swish, swish. All the bullet ants before him dropped whatever they were holding in their forelimbs, kneeling where they stood and clasping their front limbs together in the bare-handed blade catch posture. This was a group-wide 100% bare-handed blade catch. The 3.0 version of 100% bare-handed blade catch can finally control groups. Is it that the 100% bare-handed blade catching of 4.0 means those who can't clasp their hands together aren't worthy of being my opponent? Zhuge Liang chuckled smugly. This 100% bare-handed blade catching finally didn't require summoning someone over it, could now be used as a strong control ability. Wait, does the pulling attribute still exist? Zhuge Liang ended the suffering of another 6th-tier exotic beast with a Rasengan feeding and set his sights on a bullet ant, swinging his sword. Swish! The bullet ant instantly teleported in front of Zhuge Liang, completing the bare-handed blade catching. Perfect. Not bad, very agile. In the future, if teammates encounter danger, this move could summon them over. It could save lives and earn the teammates' admiration, a win-win situation. Looking at the kneeling bullet ant below, Zhuge Liang, in high spirits, decided to make them march in order. He pulled out a storage ring and poured a massive amount of water into the cave entrance, switching to another ring once the first was emptied. Sun Dashing had previously delivered 1,000 storage rings, all filled with first-tier exotic beast crystal cores. Energy points wouldn't be a concern in the short term. After pouring out 6 rings, the bullet ant nest was blown up again. Seeing the queen ant being carried out, Zhuge Liang immediately struck with a heavenly thunder technique. Clan Extermination Achievement +1. As usual, he let his clone handle the cleanup while he touched his slightly thinning hair. Finding a way to regrow hair is urgent. Just as he was about to turn and fly away, he noticed 2 streaks of light, one blue and one black, shooting toward him from afar. Judging by their trajectory, they were heading straight for him. Zhuge Liang, confident in his skills, activated Quantum State and waited quietly. Could it be 2 9th-tier exotic beasts? If so, he'd have to flee. His no explanation combo could only strongly control 1 9th-tier exotic beast. More than one would be impossible. As the 2 streaks of light approached, they stopped nearby, revealing a cat-eared lowly, Shi Hongling, and a figure that was the complete opposite in physique. Behind her, a pair of mechanical wings unfolded, and her tight black leather outfit accentuated an exaggerated S-shaped curve. Her long black hair framed a face that was both pure and alluring, with a captivating mix of innocence and seduction. Liang Bingjie, I told you this pervert would be stunned when he saw you. Shi Hongling teased with her hands on her hips. This snapped Zhuge Liang out of his daze, internally exclaiming, "What a demon! What was up with this woman? This was too outrageous. Such overwhelming wickedness." "Hee, it's just a man's nature," Liang Bing chuckled. "This young man is quite handsome, even more so than the guys I've met before. Xiao Shi, aren't you tempted?" "Who would be tempted by a pervert?" Shi Hongling scoffed. "Then I won't hold back." "Ha ha." Seeing Shi Hongling pause for a moment, Liang Bing burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Her hearty behavior was a stark contrast to her earlier green tea remarks, leaving Zhuge Liang a bit confused about which was the real Liang Bing. However, since she appeared here, it was likely that Liang Bing was the other top 3. Was this, realizing she couldn't surpass him, so she resorted to using beauty tactics? That wouldn't work. Liang Bing might be overwhelmingly wicked, but she couldn't surpass a set of transcendent martial godstar gear. "I say, did you come looking for me just to mock me?" Zhuge Liang interrupted. "I'm a bit busy right now. How about exchanging contact information and chatting later when I return to the Magic City base?" "Bah, you just want Sister Liang Bing's contact number, don't you?" Shi Hongling wrinkled her little nose. "Sure," Liang Bing agreed readily, which made Shi Hongling glare at her fiercely. "Are you really going to undermine me like this?" "All right, I won't tease you anymore." Liang Bing restrained her expression and said seriously, "This time, we're here to find you, Brother Zhu." "Hey, wait," Zhuge Liang interrupted. "My surname is Zhuge, and my name is Liang, not Zhu." "Ah, not important." Liang Bing waved her hand dismissively. "This time, brother, we're here because a 9th-tier spiritual plant, a ginseng fruit tree, is about to mature. However, It's guarded by a group of exotic beasts. We heard that you managed to outsmart a group of peak 6th tier spatial exotic beasts when you were only at the 3rd tier. Would you be interested in collaborating? Zhuge blinked. No beauty trap? Why does he feel inexplicably disappointed? Recalling previous knowledge, the ginseng fruit tree grows 1 tier every 100 years, reaching the 9th tier at 900 years when it bears fruit. Afterward, it withers and starts anew from the 1st tier. These ginseng fruits contain the essence of 900 years. Their effect is extremely straightforward. They allow a 9th tier breakthrough to the 10th tier, surpassing the martial god level. How many ginseng fruits are there? Zhuge asked. 5, Shi Hongling replied. I discovered the ginseng fruit tree first, so I want 2. I only need 1. Brother, you can take the other 2, Liang Bing added. However, Zhuge shook his head. No, I want 3. You each get 1. Liang Bing naturally didn't mind, but Shi Hongling reacted as if her tail had been stepped on, instantly exploding in anger. Pervert, giving you 2 as support is already generous. You want 3? Dream on. Oh, then you can leave, Zhuge said casually. He turned and walked away without a trace of hesitation. What a joke. 9th tier ginseng fruits, treasures capable of breaking through to the 10th tier, would undoubtedly attract a large number of 9th tier exotic beasts. Shi Hongling couldn't even handle a single 9th tier Titan giant ape. Even with Liang Bing, they could at most trap and kill one. Do they have a solution for the rest? If they did, they wouldn't have come to Zhuge. Sure enough, seeing Zhuge about to leave, Shi Hongling angrily transformed into lightning and blocked his path. Pervert, don't be so excessive. Giving you 2 is already a lot. Then you 2 can go yourselves. You could take 3, Zhuge said indifferently, walking past Shi Hongling. Seeing Zhuge activate his uncatchable ability again, Shi Hongling was furious. Angry at Zhuge greed and anxious about the ginseng fruits slipping away. In the end, she could only grit her teeth and stomp her foot. Fine, you can have 3, you pervert. And one more thing, Zhuge added. Don't call me a pervert anymore. Fine, I won't call you that. Stingy. All right. Zhuge didn't mind being called stingy. He summoned the pie sword and looked at the 2 women. Let's talk as we walk. 9th tier treasures. He would keep 1 for himself to break through to the 10th tier in the future. As for the other 2, how should he handle them? What a delightful dilemma. As for whether he can get it. Are you kidding? His title as the Prince of Stirring Trouble is not just an empty name. 101. Trapping and Killing 24 9th tier beasts, extra chapter, certified by the great author of Love-Eating Northeastern Stew. Zhu Pongzi, the ginseng fruit tree thrives on fire, so it usually grows inside volcanoes or near lava rivers. The ginseng fruit tree discovered this time is located inside an active volcano. However, looking at the 9th tier beasts surrounding the volcano's crater, Zhuge expression turned somewhat grim. 24. A total of 24 9th tier beasts, trying to snatch food from their jaws, although Zhuge had some confidence still. He wanted them all. These 9th tier beasts are potential threats to the base city. They could join the beast tide and challenge the high-level combat forces of the base city. He needed to find a way to take them all out. He retreated to a tree hollow 10 kilometers away. Shi Hongling and Liang Bing were also squeezed inside. The intertwining scents of the 2 wafted into Zhuge nose. It smelled quite pleasant. I'm a bit curious. How did you know about the ginseng fruit tree inside? Zhuge asked curiously. Shi Hongling looked at Liang Bing, as if asking whether to explain. You've already exposed it, haven't you? Liang Bing chuckled, rubbing Shi Hongling's head and even scratching her cat ears. Shi Hongling turned her head and slapped Liang Bing's hand away, baring her teeth in a threatening manner. Touch me again, and I won't grow taller. You look cuter when you're short. You said it again. Liang Bing laughed and turned to Zhuge. My talent is SSS level succubus. I always charm 1/8 tier beast to attack another beast, then kill both together. Not long ago, I charmed an 8th tier beast that turned out to be the offspring of a 9th tier beast above, and that's how I learned about this. Succubus? No wonder Liang Bing's every move was so captivating. It must be due to her talent. And that figure. Zhuge instinctively glanced at her enormous assets. only to meet Liang Bing's teasing gaze when he looked up. Ahem. So you two dared to covet this ginseng fruit. Zhuge Lan changed the subject. It's not that I look down on you, but SSS level. Against 24 ninth-tier beasts, you really don't have much of an advantage. That's why we thought of you, little brother. Liang Bing said with a playful smile. I know that back in Putian Base City, even Zhao Wuyo, that great demon, almost fell into your hands. You must have a way, right? As she spoke, Liang Bing leaned closer to Zhuge Lan, her enormous assets lightly pressing against his arm. All right, I have two plans now, Zhuge Lan said calmly. Plan 1, make them turn on each other. But ninth-tier beasts are quite intelligent, so in the end, we'll likely have to face 5 to 8 ninth-tier beasts. I have a move that can temporarily restrict them, but only their physical bodies. Liang Bing and Shi Hongling both widened their eyes in surprise. Restrict at least 5 ninth-tier beasts? This talent, isn't it a bit unreasonable? But even so, these ninth-tier beasts are all on the verge of breaking through. Pure melee types like the Titan Giant Ape are rare. If it's only physical restriction, their ranged skills alone would be enough to overwhelm us. Shi Hongling said helplessly. The training time was too short, and their levels weren't high enough. Liang Bing looked at Zhuge Lan, waiting expectantly for his response. Actually, it's just you guys. Zhuge Lan spread his hands. Smack, quack. Zhuge Lan coughed and quickly withdrew his hand under Shi Hongling's disgusted gaze. My bad, my bad. The space is too small, Zhuge Lan said awkwardly. I have a talent that can save my life. While I'm controlling them, I'm invincible. Shi Hongling and Liang Bing exchanged glances. After a moment of silence, Shi Hongling shook her head first and said, No, even with the long-range attacks of 2 ninth-tier exotic beasts, we wouldn't be able to withstand it. Zhuge Lan instinctively wanted to spread his hands again, but after glancing at Liang Bing, he resisted the urge. Then we can only activate the second plan. He raised his left hand and tapped a few times on his wristwatch. Soon, Sun Dashing's projection appeared in the cramped space. Contacting external personnel during the college entrance exam? That's going to cost you points. Sun Dashing said sternly. TCH, just say it, who can surpass my current score of over 100 million? Zhuge Lan boasted. The second and third places are both with me. He turned his wristwatch toward Shi Hongling and Liang Bing. The two girls quickly greeted him. Kid, did you call me just to show off? Sun Dashing frowned. Don't tell me you don't know about the ginseng fruit tree? Zhuge Lan said disdainfully. I bet you've already gathered most of your people, right? I have a plan that can ensure the ginseng fruit tree and all the ninth-tier exotic beasts are captured in one fell swoop. Want to hear it? Oh, Sun Dashing's eyes lit up. You have a way? The fish took the bait. All right then, we'll wait for you here. Hurry up. Zhuge Lan waved his hand and directly hung up the call. Shi Hongling and Liang Bing were both stunned. Sun Dashing, the invincible martial god, the base leader of the Magic City base. And you treat him like this? Hanging up on him just like that? Basic operation, no big deal, Zhuge Lan said, pressing his hand. But once again, he accidentally touched. Ahem. Zhuge Lan withdrew his hand. He really didn't mean it, but the tree hole was too small, and there were 3 people squeezed in here, and Liang Bing's. Well, her figure was quite. Fortunately, Liang Bing didn't seem to mind, or rather, she was more curious to see how Sun Dashing would deal with Zhuge Lan later. They didn't have to wait long before they heard a knocking sound outside the tree hole, followed by He Shi's voice. Zhuge? Hey, wait a moment, coming out now. Zhuge Lan stretched out his hand and pushed open the door of the tree hole, only to see a group of 16 people led by Sun Dashing, each exuding a powerful aura. All of them were 9th-tier martial kings. Yo, sister, he and 5th brother are here too, Zhuge Lan greeted. But then he was blocked by Sun Dashing's burly figure. Kid, you dare hang up on me? Sun Dashing glared, looking like he was about to explode. Zhuge Lan, however, remained completely unfazed, smiling. You came quickly, huh? Used Shangwan Fengran's teleportation array to get here. Apart from He Shi and 5th MOC, the others couldn't help but tense up. Sun Dashing was notoriously hot-tempered. Zhuge Lan had repeatedly disrespected him. Surely his fate would be miserable, right? Shi Hongling even tugged at Zhuge Lan's sleeve, hinting for him to tone it down. Zhuge Lan gave her a puzzled look. Why are you pulling me? Sure, Hongling was fuming. Serves you right to be taught a lesson. However, the furious outburst Sun Dashing had anticipated did not occur. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Zhuge Lan at all, Sun Dashing had no choice but to soften his tone and say, "All right, it's just a change to the college entrance exam system. Is it worth holding such a grudge?" Everyone was shocked again. So this sudden reform of the college entrance exam was because of Zhuge Lan? Zhuge Lan responded with a cold laugh. "When you came to deliver the exotic beast crystal core, you clearly knew I was deliberately memorizing past literature exam papers, and yet you turned around and reformed it. Isn't it just because you hold a grudge against me for that day?" MMPH, Sun Dashing, moving at a speed no one could see, quickly covered Zhuge Lan's mouth. Thank goodness. The embarrassing incident from that day wasn't exposed, or his dignity would have been completely ruined. He then looked at Zhuge Lan helplessly. He had thought that if this kid held a grudge, any revenge would come 10 or 20 years later. He hadn't expected karma to strike so quickly. Enough already. I even gave you her starfall. Can't you remember the good things I did for you instead of just holding grudges? Sun Dashing gritted his teeth and whispered. Zhuge Lan rolled his eyes and pointed at the hand covering his mouth. Once Sun Dashing let go, he didn't stir up any more trouble. Just as Sun Dashing had said, his help was irreplaceable. Here's my plan. First, we'll do this. Then we'll do this. And finally, we'll do this. This way, we'll catch them all in one sweep. After hearing Zhuge Lan's plan, even she, who had been mentally prepared, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. Zhuge Lan had already reached this level? Unbelievable. 102. The Beast King's tripartite stand? Centered around the volcano's crater, 24 ninth-tier exotic beasts had clearly divided the area into 24 fan-shaped territories, each occupying a section. There was no room left to intervene. Moreover, the view from a certain mountainside couldn't encompass the entire scene. Thus, Zhuge Lan and she stuck close together, with she manipulating gravity to fly in the air while disguising their presence convincingly. As long as they didn't get too close, they were almost undetectable. Looking at Zhuge Lan clinging to her, yet not making a move, she felt a bit helpless. So, what exactly are you planning to do? Don't rush, it'll happen soon. Zhuge Lan patted she's waist, causing her body to stiffen. But to avoid exposure, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Soon, Zhuge Lan matched the 24 ninth-tier exotic beasts below with the information in his memory one by one. Based on their habits, he already had a plan. The book says that the golden-eyed demon bat can absorb ancient bloodlines to evolve its own lineage, and no ninth-tier exotic beast is simple. They all carry various bloodlines to some extent. So, what the golden-eyed demon bat desires most right now must be. Zhuge Lan chuckled, his eyes flashing red. I have never seen such a shameless person. The shamelessly glaring red light had just been emitted when Zhuge Lan used spatial teleportation to directly shoot it onto the golden-eyed demon bat. The golden-eyed demon bat suddenly turned its head, staring at the nearest dragon hawk. Both ninth-tier flying exotic beasts, the dragon hawk also possessed a faint trace of dragon bloodline, which was undoubtedly one of the most coveted bloodlines for the golden-eyed demon bat. Previously, reason could still hold back, but provoked by Lao Lu Zhuge Lan. The golden-eyed demon bat opened its mouth and emitted ultrasonic waves inaudible to human ears, launching a sneak attack that sent the dragon eagle flying. It spread its wings to stabilize itself and glared angrily at the golden-eyed demon bat. However, the golden-eyed demon bat had already turned into a shadow, directly pouncing to bite its throat. Roar! The dragon eagle let out an angry roar. It flapped its wings, shooting out a dense barrage of feathers. But the golden-eyed demon bat dodged all the attacks with precision, like a butterfly weaving through flowers. The feathers hit the hot-tempered golden-winged eagle, which immediately flapped its wings in fury and joined the fray. The other ninth-tier beasts merely watched coldly, showing no intention of intervening. They preferred the three to fight to the death, reducing the competition for the ginseng fruit later. But did they ask Zhuge Lan for permission to spectate? Evil repelling sword technique. The lightning fast by Longju, forcibly neutered, howled and knelt on the ground, blood streaming from its body, its eyes red as it searched for the culprit. Almost instantly, It locked onto a Tongtian mouse. The only spatial attribute beast present, it must have been the one hiding so stealthily earlier. Roar. Though the Tongtian mouse couldn't understand Bai Longju's words, it could guess the gist. A look of disdain flashed in its eyes. It raised its claws, intending to explain how another nether white tiger collapsed to the ground, its lower body bleeding profusely. The nether white tiger glared at the Tongtian mouse with bloodshot eyes. What did you do with your claws just now? The Tongtian mouse was dumbfounded. It hadn't attacked. A red light flashed briefly on Bai Longju's body, and it went berserk, transforming into lightning and charging forward, forcing the Tongtian mouse to teleport away to maintain distance. Why was it being attacked when it hadn't done anything? Frantically gesturing to explain. Then howl, roar, chirp, 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 chirp. The lion scorpion, unicorn fire ox, and azure cloud sparrow all fell simultaneously, their lower bodies bleeding profusely. Roar. The recovering nether white tiger roared furiously, as if saying, still claiming it wasn't you? It gave the Tongtian mouse no chance to explain, opening its mouth to unleash a white light shockwave. The Tongtian mouse was aggrieved and speechless. What was going on here? It could only flee in panic. But wherever it passed, a beast would inevitably lose its ability to reproduce. After several occurrences, the other beasts roared angrily, warning the Tongtian mouse not to approach them. In an instant, the previously orderly formation was thrown into chaos. She couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Zhuge Liang. When it comes to stirring up trouble, you're the expert. But Zhuge Liang frowned slightly. He noticed 3 beasts: Snow Rock, Bramble Dragon, and Red-Armored Earth Dragon. They seemed completely detached from the chaos, ignoring the other beasts' squabbles. Moreover, both the Tongtian mouse and golden-eyed demon bat deliberately kept their distance from them. It appeared these 3 were the strongest among the 9th-tier beasts. Zhuge Liang's eyes darted around. He needed to figure out a way to deal with them. Swish, Snow Rock flicked its wingtip, and an ice blade, as if foreseeing the future, pierced the fleeing Tongtian mouse, pinning it to the ground. It was immediately torn apart by the frenzied Bai Longju and other beasts. Whoosh, a spine shot out from the back of the bramble dragon, skewering the golden-eyed demon bat, dragon eagle, and golden-winged eagle into a single string, which arced into the volcano's crater, swallowed by the magma. When an expert makes a move, you can tell their skill. With one strike, it could kill a same-tier sky mouse, or take down 3 of the same tier at once. Snow Pung and the Bramble Dragon were undoubtedly level 99, and like sun dashing, they carried a hint of invincible martial god. With their intervention to eliminate the culprit, the team quickly regained its calm. Even the 9th-tier exotic beasts that had their treasures snatched obediently returned to their original territories. However, the 24 territories were now reduced to 20. This is troublesome, She frowned and said. 3 9th-tier peak beast kings. Since they are willing to step in to maintain order, the 5 ginseng fruits must have been allocated 1 for each of them, with the remaining 2 left for the other exotic beasts to fight over. Zhuge Liang did not refute. These 3 beast kings, possessing the ability to instantly kill those of the same tier, had the right to set the rules when united. And with the only spatial attribute exotic beast dead, Zhuge Liang's old, whip-snatching tactic was no longer effective. 9th-tier exotic beasts were no less intelligent than humans, so it was unwise to treat them as mere animals. As for those 3 beast kings, Zhuge Liang frowned and pondered for a long time, but still couldn't figure out how to provoke them into infighting. This time was different from the last, with beast kings suppressing the situation, 3 of them, no less, and their actions serving as a warning. The other 9th-tier exotic beasts wouldn't dare to defy them without other means. This was the iron rule of exotic beasts, the strong rule. And when interests are at stake, if even one of the 3 beast kings shows any sign of dissent, the other 2 would undoubtedly gang up against it. A 3-legged balance, mutually restraining each other. I hate triangles, they're too stable, Zhuge Liang complained. Fortunately, he hadn't planned to make things as easy as last time. After all, the opponents were a group of 9th-tier beasts. Managing to kill 4 and severely injure 7 had already lightened the load for the upcoming battle significantly. Activate Plan B, Zhuge Liang said. Huh? There's a Plan B? She's eyes showed a moment of confusion. That is, Xiaji Bame. Zhuge Lan pulled out the fish gut sword, disregarding the risk of exposure as he infused spiritual power, his gaze shifting between Snow Pung, the Bramble Dragon, and the red-armored Earth Dragon, the three Beast Kings. Before the official battle began, he had to snatch away one of the Beast King's whips. But whose whip should he take? Suddenly, a mutation occurred. 103. Kneel before me. Even Beast Kings shall be slain. Just as Zhuge Lan was deciding whose whip to snatch, the red-armored Earth Dragon seemed to sense something, raising its upper body and casting a searching gaze in Zhuge Lan's direction. Too close. We're about to be discovered. She hurriedly said, No way. We have to retreat. Retreat? We're taking it down. The fish gut sword struck decisively. The red-armored Earth Dragon, as if foreseeing the attack, performed a dragon roll in an attempt to evade the attack from the divine sword technique. However, could a mere 9th-tier beast hope to escape the causality defying divine skill? During its roll, an object was flung out, turning into a shadow that shot toward the Bramble Dragon. Mistaking it for an ambush, the Bramble Dragon reflexively launched a sharp spine, piercing the shadow and pinning it in front of the red-armored Earth Dragon. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that a dragon whip? Roar, the red-armored Earth Dragon, its eyes red with fury, locked onto Zhuge Lan's space, flames flickering in its mouth as it prepared to unleash a fiery dragon breath. Little flying dagger is here. Go! A sword of pie was thrown out, and the next moment it flashed above the volcano's crater. The red-armored Earth Dragon uncontrollably charged forward, opening its mouth to bite fiercely at the sword of pie. Squelch! However, the sword of pie suddenly turned sideways at the moment the red-armored Earth Dragon bit down. Using its indestructible hardness and the dragon's own biting force, it pierced straight through its mouth. This was Zhuge Lan's way of utilizing the hardness of the sword of pie. The other two Beast Kings, seeing the red-armored Earth Dragon suddenly going berserk and crossing the line, cast angry glances. They had agreed to wait until the fruit matured to enjoy it together. What was the meaning of this? The next moment, they understood what was happening. Roar! The sword stuck in the red-armored Earth Dragon's mouth didn't stop. It had spat a thick glob of phlegm toward Zhuge Lan's location. This forced He to quickly dodge, exposing her figure as she flew out of her disguise. The 9th-tier exotic beasts below immediately went into a frenzy. Well, so that's why a beast suddenly went mad. It turns out sinister humans were causing trouble. Immediately, some 9th-tier exotic beasts prepared to attack, but kneel before me. Zhuge Lan swung the fish intestine sword toward the volcano's crater. Anything that appeared before Zhuge Lan, whether running on the ground, flying in the air, or preparing to unleash a skill, all clasped their hands together and knelt down, catching the blade with bare hands. Roar! Roar! Two dragon roars echoed through the heavens and earth. The Thorn Dragon and the red-armored Earth Dragon, their eyes red, unable to move their hands, could only open their mouths and prepare to spit phlegm. I, old son, am here. The voice arrived first, followed closely by a massive staff. The blood-melting iron staff, enlarged to over 10,000 meters long, seemed like the backbone of heaven and earth, allowing Sun Dashing to strike the battlefield from several kilometers away. And his target was the ginseng fruit tree. The Thorn Dragon and the red-armored Earth Dragon roared furiously, decisively abandoning Zhuge Lan. Their bodies expanded more than 100-fold, transforming into two colossal beasts over 1,000 meters tall, guarding the sides of the volcano's crater. They used their bodies to withstand the blood-melting iron staff, preventing it from harming the ginseng fruit tree. Boom! The two level 99 sub-dragon beast kings couldn't withstand the strike and were sent flying into the mountains, smashing several peaks before coming to a stop. Sun Dasheng, wielding his staff, flew after them. As he passed over the volcano's crater, he didn't forget to smash the head of a 9th-tier ice falcon with a single strike. Truly, killing those of the same tier was as easy as killing chickens. If it weren't for the Beast King Snow Rock watching him like a hawk, Sun Dasheng would have surely killed a few more. After Sun Dasheng left, the controlled Snow Rock locked its gaze on Zhuge Lan, opening its mouth as if to do something. Just give up. Be a salted fish. A blue beam of light crossed space, directly merging into the snow rock's brow. The spatial leap of the evil warding sword technique was used with incredible agility. The snow rock immediately closed its open mouth, glaring with lifeless eyes as it knelt quietly. Zhuge Liang, still cautious, added a Holy Mother's gaze to reinforce the control. Thus, the three Beast Kings were temporarily removed from the main battlefield. The other controlled 9th-tier exotic beasts could still unleash ranged attacks, but 5th-tier martial kings like MOC easily intercepted these attacks for Zhuge Liang. However, the battle was far from over. Just now, due to Hishi dodging the dragon's breath, she moved with Zhuge Liang to this side of the volcano's crater. On the other side, the 9th-tier exotic beasts were blocked from view and couldn't be brought into the range where they would be forced to catch blades barehanded. Once the judgment takes effect, anyone entering this range, like Sun Dashing flying directly over, would not be forced to catch blades barehanded. Therefore, the 8 9th-tier exotic beasts not controlled by Zhuge Liang became a major threat to Diwu Mosi and his team. However, Zhuge Liang still had one hand free and could easily make these 9th-tier exotic beasts kneel as well. But he didn't do so immediately. He simply held the Sword of Pi and waited. Besides Hishi protecting Zhuge Liang closely, Diwu Mosi and the other 14 9th-tier martial kings grinned as they faced the 8 9th-tier exotic beasts head-on. Usually, humans are the ones being ganged up on by exotic beasts, but today the tables have finally turned. With the advantage of innate talent, humans of the same tier already surpass exotic beasts, and now they have an overwhelming numerical advantage. Even though there are 9 other 9th-tier exotic beasts nearby releasing ranged skills, the humans are still the dominant side. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang let go of the Sword of Pi and instead grasped a ball of lightning, shooting it straight into the sky to begin accumulating the Heavenly Thunder technique. This strike of the Heavenly Thunder technique was, of course, meant for the Beast King Xuepeng. So what if it's the Beast King? As long as you can open your mouth, your internal organs are just as fragile. Meanwhile, in the distance, Shi Hongling and Liang Bing watched Zhuge Liang, who had become the tactical core, with inexplicable expressions. Will there even be a share of the ginseng fruit for us? Shi Hongling pouted. Liang Bing gave Shi Hongling a peculiar look. Little sister, you still dare to think about such things? 16 martial kings from the Magic City base have been deployed. The ginseng fruit is bound to be confiscated. However, as the providers of the intelligence and being SSS level talent holders, we will still receive generous rewards. TCH. If we were going to report it, we could have done so long ago, Shi Hongling said unhappily. In the end, we just made wedding clothes for that stingy guy. Liang Bing simply smiled without saying anything. Indeed, if she wanted to report it, she could have done so long ago. But she understood deeply that as mere high school students, they couldn't possibly snatch food from the mouths of a group of 9th-tier exotic beasts. Calling Shi Hongling and Zhuge Liang along was merely because the credit for this discovery was too significant. Even with 2 more geniuses added, Liang Bing's reward would not be reduced in the slightest. So she did them a favor. But she never expected. Liang Bing squinted at Zhuge Liang, who was controlling lightning, her gaze carrying a hint of fascination. Truly worthy of being an SSR level talent holder. Rumor has it he's only at the 4th tier, yet he can already kill 9th tier beasts solo, and now he's one of the dual cores of the 9th tier battlefield. Liang Bing couldn't help but lick her lips. Such an outstanding man is the only one worthy of her. 104. The joy of having a god-level support. The invincible posture of the martial god. Extra update for 2000 urging updates. Zhuge Liang was unaware that his brilliant performance had sparked thoughts in the minds of 2 heavenly prodigies. He was focused on Sun Dashing's side. The outcome of his battle with the 2 Beast Kings would be the key to deciding this fight. Not much is needed if he can hold off the 2 Beast Kings for 3 minutes. Once Zhuge Liang finishes off this 9th-tier Beast King, the overall situation will be decided. However, Sun Dashing's performance was even more ferocious than expected. He took off his glasses, and the disproportionate hemolytic iron staff in his hand swung with a force that could only be described as earth-shattering. With every strike, mountains were shattered. The kilometer-long bodies of the Thorn Dragon and the Crimson Armored Earth Dragon seemed almost as if they were designed to take a beating. They were being pummeled so hard that they began to question their very existence. If not for the thick skin and tough flesh granted by their dragon bloodline, they would have been beaten to death in just a few strikes. And yet, what is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of a mother's love? Skill, appraisal of the strong. A golden pregnancy gaze shot out, causing the thorn dragon, which had not yet been defeated, to experience the pain of childbirth, while its condition drastically deteriorated. Sun Dashing immediately gained an overwhelming advantage, relentlessly pummeling the two sub-dragons. TSK, the invincible martial god really is something else. Zhuge Liang exclaimed in admiration. It's just a pity that the successive losses of his child and wife back then caused Sun Wuxian to stagnate. Otherwise, he would have surpassed the martial god long ago, she sighed. Has he never tried using elixirs? Zhuge Liang asked in surprise. She rolled her eyes at Zhuge Liang. Any elixir capable of helping someone break through the 9th tier is a rare treasure, and such treasures are hard to come by. Given humanity's current level of exploration in the wilderness, it's nearly impossible to find them. Zhuge Liang nodded in understanding. The fact that such treasures must be consumed quickly only made things more complicated. So, the fight over the so-called 3 ginseng fruits, with Shi Hongling back, then was really just a dispute over distribution rights after all. He was only at the 4th tier, and consuming such a treasure would have been a waste. The original plan was for He Shi, Sun Dasheng, and Diwu Moshi to each take one. But the situation became too difficult, and reinforcements had to be called in. As they chatted, 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Although Sun Dasheng and Diwu Moshi had the upper hand, their opponents were no pushovers, and the battle remained unresolved for the time being. Let me break the stalemate. Zhuge Liang's eyes flashed with white light as he struck Xueping across space. 9 heavens mystic fiend, transform into divine thunder, majestic heavenly might, summoned by the sword. Heavenly thunder art, descend. The kneeling Xueping, unable to control itself, raised its head with great effort and opened its beak wide. Its nearly 20-meter-long body barely managed to swallow the thunder dragon formed by the heavenly thunder art in one gulp. Visibly, Xueping's life force plummeted off a cliff, its eyes dimming with a trace of unwillingness. How could a proud beast king die like this? This scene left everyone present, both humans and beasts, utterly stunned. Even Shi Hongling, who had witnessed this combo move once before, couldn't help but gape slightly. Could a 9th-tier beast king really be taken out in one hit? This person's talent was as monstrous as his personality. When they snapped out of it, the humans were, of course, greatly encouraged, while the beasts looked as if they had lost their mothers, their faces dark with despair. How could they possibly win now? Some even began contemplating escape. It was already a losing battle. If they didn't flee now, they'd be doomed once the other 2 beast kings were defeated. But, trying to run? Exorcist sword technique. Exorcist sword technique. Exorcist sword technique. Zhuge Liang's left-handed sword moved like a dragon, and every beast that tried to escape had its tail severed. Interestingly, all the beasts present were male. It was as if the heavens themselves had arranged this beneficial match. The human 9th-tier martial kings seized the opportunity, launching an unrelenting 2-on-1 combined assault. Zhuge Liang, this guy, used a combination of pregnancy gaze, salted fish gaze, and saintly gaze, ensuring that every alien beast subjected to the mixed double attack was taken care of. This double weakening, combined with the disadvantage in both quantity and quality, left the targeted 9th-tier alien beasts with almost no ability to resist. They were decapitated. As for the few that slipped through the net, Zhuge Liang used his other hand to catch blades barehanded with 100% accuracy, immobilizing them on the spot. If you were isolated, don't expect any beast to come to your aid. You could only watch helplessly as one 9th-tier martial king defended against it, while another 9th-tier martial king raised the butcher's knife. Before long, the remaining 9th-tier alien beasts were swiftly wiped out under Zhuge Liang's god-level support. Awesome! Exclaimed a middle-aged 9th-tier martial king, exhilarated. I've never fought such a prosperous battle before. His remark drew agreement from the crowd. Who wouldn't say so? This friend's support is truly incredible. Support? Can your support single-handedly kill a ninth-tier beast king? I see the potential of an emperor in this young man. Faced with the praise from a group of ninth-tier martial kings, Zhuge Liang could only respond with a smile. Basic operation, no need to boast. Boom! Perhaps Zhuge Liang's victory spurred Sun Dashing. He suddenly activated his ultimate move, his 2-meter-tall figure swelling to over 200 meters. Swinging his thick, red, scorching molten iron staff, he left behind a trail of afterimages, brutally smashing the Thorn Dragon and golden-armored Red Dragon to pieces. Nearby mountain peaks were leveled, and in the shattered earth, magma could be seen flowing, slowly consuming the remains of the two ninth-tier beast kings. Sun Dashing shrank back to his 2-meter size, casually collected the alien beast crystal cores of the two ninth-tier beast kings, and flew back to the volcano with his head held high. Truly worthy of being the invincible martial god, able to kill two ninth-tier sub-dragon beast kings. Who wouldn't agree? Sun Martial God's combat technique, the indestructible body, is always awe-inspiring to witness. Strong. A group of ninth-tier martial kings bantered like a comedy act, with some playing the straight man and others the funny man. Sun Dashing confidently waved his hand, acknowledging their remarks. Then he looked at Zhuge Liang. This is the true strength of the invincible martial god. But if you had waited for me to cooperate, wouldn't it have been easier to take them down? Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. Sub-dragon scales are excellent materials for crafting ninth-tier star equipment, and you smashed them to pieces. What a waste. Everyone fell silent. This really not giving the invincible martial god any face, huh? Sun Dashing took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said nothing. This kid really holds grudges. Sun Dashing ignored Zhuge Liang, but Zhuge Liang extended his hand towards Sun Dashing. What do you mean? Sun Dashing had a bad feeling. We three don't need this ginseng fruit, and not only did we find it for you, but we also cleared out over 29th-tier alien beasts, including 3 9th-tier beast kings. Shouldn't there be a little reward? Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. Shi Hongling and Liang Bing quickly stood on either side of Zhuge Liang, their eyes fixed on Sun Dashing. Reward, reward. But is everything really going to go so smoothly? 105. A 10th tier appears. The 8th Gate of Death. Extra chapter for 1,100 gifts. Looking at Zhuge Liang and the other two's demeanor, Sun Dashing was left speechless. You three are all key nurtured talents. How could the nation skimp on your rewards? You too, Sun Dashing pointed at Shi Hongling and Liang Bing. Each of you will get a set of 8th tier defensive star equipment, plus a custom 9th tier weapon star equipment. Shi Hongling and Liang Bing's eyes lit up. This was a huge gain. Don't be fooled by Zhuge Liang's request for 9th tier star equipment. That's because he's an SSR level genius. Otherwise, even for an SSS level genius, the nation would only guarantee your cultivation resources. Star equipment? Before advancing to 9th tier Martial King and forming effective combat power, having a full set of 8th tier defensive star equipment is already quite good. After settling Shi Hongling and Liang Bing's rewards, Sun Dashing looked at Zhuge Liang and found himself in a dilemma. The nation had already ordered Zhuge Liang's 10th tier star equipment set. What else could he reward him with? No need to trouble yourself. I already have something in mind, Zhuge Liang said. Just give me 10 or 8 starfall stones, and that indestructible body technique you mentioned earlier looks decent. It's part of the same system as my visualization method, right? Give me that too. Sun Dashing, at 10 or 8 starfall stones. Are you dreaming? Forget about the starfall stones. The nation basically doesn't have any in stock, Sun Dashing said, his face darkening as he pulled out a card and tossed it to Zhuge Liang. This is all there is. Take it or leave it. Zhuge Liang took it and sensed it slightly. It was the combat skill, indestructible body. Perfect. He hadn't planned on asking for starfall stones anyway. But you owe me 10 starfall stones, Zhuge Liang muttered. Sun Dashing glanced at Zhuge Liang, completely ignoring his absurd demand. Just then, a rich, fruity aroma masked the sulfuric smell in the air. Everyone rushed to the volcano's edge and looked down. Sure enough, on the ginseng fruit tree, 5 flower buds were slowly blooming, radiating the brilliance of life. Baby-shaped fruits broke through the petals and began growing visibly. Quick! Once these ginseng fruits mature, they'll fall off, Don't let the lava ruin them, someone exclaimed. Only Sun Dashing and a blue-haired elder darted forward, transforming into two afterimages as they reached the ginseng fruit tree. Each grabbed 2 ginseng fruits. After storing them in their spatial rings, Sun Dashing reached for the 5th fruit. Suddenly, the nearby lava river surged violently, raising a 100-meter-high wave that crashed toward the two. "Take the ginseng fruit," the blue-haired elder roared, his long blue hair and beard flowing as a circular sundial appeared behind him. The dial's shadow reversed, returning to the 0-point direction of midnight. An invisible ripple spread out, freezing the lava wave and the beast within it in mid-air. It was as if time had been paused. No wonder this blue-haired elder could act alongside Sun Dashing. He possessed a rare time-related talent. Zhuge couldn't help but wonder. Could he have a time attribute too? Meanwhile, Sun Dashing quickly plucked the 5th ginseng fruit and grabbed the blue-haired elder, retreating swiftly. But the entire volcano suddenly began to quake violently. The frozen lava broke free from its constraints, churning furiously and triggering an eruption, transforming into a pillar of molten rock that shot toward the volcano's mouth. Such dense fire energy. There's a problem. Run quickly. All the 9th-rank martial kings turned pale and ran without looking back. Those closest to Zhuge immediately reached out to grab him, but caught nothing. "Leave him," He shouted. "He can protect himself." Only then did the 9th-rank martial kings retreat explosively. However, because of the brief delay, the ferocious volcanic eruption was still about to engulf them. At the critical moment, a large number of swords formed from the digits of pi suddenly appeared, stacking layer upon layer into a shield that blocked the magma column, which then slammed heavily into the backs of He and the others, propelling them tens of thousands of meters into the sky. Fortunately, the shield of pi provided isolation, and this impact was nothing to the 9th-rank martial kings. They quickly regained their composure and used their abilities to escape. Looking back, they saw only a life form rising from the Earth's veins, its rocky body crisscrossed with glowing magma. The so-called volcanic crater was merely its nostril, and the magma column that had sent them fleeing for their lives was merely its snot. 10th rank. A life form surpassing the martial god level. How could such a terrifying existence be near the Magic City base? This is trouble. Quick, cover the young ones and take the ginseng fruit to escape. You all go. I'm old. It's time for me to stay behind. The group split into 2 teams, with the slightly older ones stepping forward without hesitation, leaving the hope of survival to the younger 9th-rank martial kings like Di-Wu Moc and He. Sun Dashing also stepped forward. He and the blue-haired elder threw their storage rings directly to Di-Wu Moc and Liang Bing, standing in the front row of the team. "Father Kiran," Liang Bing cried out. "Let's escape together." Get lost." The blue-haired elder, called Kiran, roared angrily. His voice waved directly, sending Liang Bing flying. "Take them and go," Sun Dashing ordered. She silently stepped forward, picked up Liang Bing, and turned to leave without hesitation. Di-Wu Moc hesitated for a moment, but did not follow to retreat. "Zhuge is still." "Go," Sun Dashing shouted. "Let that little guy who opens the door stay behind. Zhuge has us." "Understood." Di-Wu Moc gritted his teeth and turned to fly away. 7th gate of shock, open. Boom, boom, boom. 6 consecutive bursts of violent energy surged upward as the spiritual power of Sun Dashing and the other 6 overflowed their bodies, transforming into deep blue flame like garments that flickered. Their veins bulged terrifyingly, their skin cracked like dried riverbeds, and the cracks slowly and resolutely spread. Indeed, they had all cultivated the 8 gates of Duanjia. The lava giant turned its head to look at Sun Dashing and the 6 others who were ready to fight to the death, its gaze calm and devoid of any emotion. It was as if it was merely looking at 6 insects. Its gaze passed over Sun Dashing and the others, focusing on He and the group where the aura of the ginseng fruit lingered. Seeing this, Sun Dashing and the others knew that this battle was inevitable. "Everyone!" Sun Dashing tightly gripped the blood-melting iron staff and laughed heartily. "Let us old folks light the way forward for the younger generation." 6 old lives in exchange for 5 spots surpassing the martial god. Not a loss. This deal is worth it. Come on. 8th Gate of Death. 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 106. Elderly Passion Anime. Wu Tian descends 6 old lives in exchange for 5 spots surpassing the martial god. Not a loss. This deal is worth it. Come on. 8th Gate of Death. 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 Just as Sun Dashing and the other 5 were about to valiantly sacrifice themselves, the cold gaze of the lava beast suddenly turned lifeless. The hand it had raised to swat flies was lowered again. Wait! Sun Dashing hurriedly shouted. Wait! The situation has changed. Kirin and the other 5 were unfamiliar with the situation, but upon hearing Sun Dashing shout, they instinctively stopped their actions to open the 8th Gate of Death. Poof! 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 The 5 of them simultaneously spat out a mouthful of old blood. Preparing a life or death desperate move isn't something that can be stopped so easily. Old Sun, what's going on? Kirin frowned and asked. Sun Dashing didn't answer him, but stared unblinkingly at the lava beast. It remained motionless, sitting lifelessly on the earth vein. Then, they saw Zhuge Lan flying over, stepping on the Sword of Pi. His talent activated in quantum state was still usable, as quantum state itself is a talent. Sun Dashing smiled. He knew that the 6 of them wouldn't have to die here today. Good kid, even able to control a 10th tier exotic beast. No wonder you're the SSR talent born once in 3,000 years, Sun Dashing praised. Always risking your lives. Someone who doesn't know better might think this is an elderly passion anime, Zhuge Lan retorted. Despite his words, Zhuge Lan was still deeply impressed by how Sun Dashing and the other 5 had unhesitatingly chosen to block the path and directly risk their lives. This, perhaps, is the very foundation of humanity's ability to stand firm in this apocalyptic world. Kirin and the other 5 also came to their senses, all staring at Zhuge Lan in amazement. 4th tier, and able to control a 10th tier exotic beast? SSR, isn't that the new rating system? Is this kid the only SSR in our country? This child has the bearing of an emperor. Faced with the praises of the 5 old men, Zhuge Lan showed no interest. He turned around to look at the lifeless lava beast, thought for a moment, and did not deactivate his quantum state. Uncle Dashing, do you think if I make this stone man sign a master-servant soul contract, it could become the guardian of the Magic City base? Zhuge Lan asked without turning his head, but he could clearly hear the sound of gasps. Making a 10th tier exotic beast a guardian? Even those surpassing the martial god wouldn't dare to think of such a thing. This? I'm afraid not. Although Sun Dashing was tempted, he said helplessly, a 10th tier exotic beast surpasses a martial god. Its life level is different from those below the 10th tier, and the binding force of the master-servant soul contract will be greatly reduced. There's a possibility it might disregard its own life to ensure mutual destruction. Oh, I see. Well, Uncle Dashing, can you check if there are any good materials on this stone man? We can take them back later to forge. Suddenly, a massive teleportation array appeared in the sky, with visible spatial energy spilling out, indicating that the other side was transmitting directly from an extremely distant place. Initially, they thought reinforcements had arrived, but unexpectedly, only one figure emerged, a towering, muscular man resembling an iron tower, nearly 3 meters tall, with a body as sharp and angular as if carved by a blade. His gaze carried an innate authority, exuding an aura of masculinity. He looked like a significant figure. Wu Tian, surpassing martial god. Sun Dashing exclaimed in surprise. Didn't expect Wu Tian, surpassing martial god, to be alarmed. Kirin glanced at Zhuge Lan. We old folks aren't worth it. He's here to protect. Sai? Wu Tian, surpassing martial god, is supposed to guard the national borders. Our deaths are minor, but the loss of the borders is a major issue. Listening to their conversation, Zhuge Lan realized the identity of the newcomer and couldn't help but scrutinize him closely. So this is the man standing at the pinnacle of the global hierarchy? Why does he look more like an overtrained bodybuilder? Wu Tian floated in mid-air and approached Zhuge Lan, also carefully observing him. That gaze felt as if it had X-ray vision, making Zhuge Lan extremely uncomfortable. How about we talk about this 10th-tier exotic beast? Zhuge Lan suggested. Wu Tian nodded, crossing his arms coldly without saying a word. This must be the common trait of the strong, Zhuge Lan thought. He didn't mind and asked, if I can make this stone man voluntarily sign a master-servant soul contract, do you, Wu Tian, surpassing martial god, have the confidence to control it? Oh. Wu Tian looked at Zhuge Lan in surprise and then nodded. If it weren't for the perfectly enunciated "oh," Zhuge Lan might have thought this human surpassing martial god was mute. Unable to gauge the temperament of this surpassing martial god, Zhuge Lan decided not to test his patience. All right, I'll start the process. Just as the 10-minute effect of the slacker's gaze was about to end, Zhuge Lan seamlessly transitioned to Saint's gaze. The lava giant's previously lazy gaze turned kind and gentle. I am a spirit mind life form, not an exotic beast, the lava giant rumbled in a deep voice. I agree with what you said earlier. I can become your guardian, but I need to eat fire spirit stones regularly, and I don't want anyone disturbing me otherwise. Without waiting for anyone to agree to its conditions, the lava giant directly threw out a fragment of its soul, showing its initiative. However, the soul fragment didn't float toward Wu Tian, but toward Zhuge Lan instead. This left Zhuge Lan puzzled. Could it be because of the divine skill? Just as he was about to let Wu Tian absorb it, Venom suddenly popped up. Dad, your mental strength quality is very high. You can completely suppress this big oaf. Venom said. Oh. Wu Tian raised an eyebrow, walked over, and placed his hand on Zhuge Lan's head like a basketball player gripping a basketball. After a brief sensing, Wu Tian looked at Zhuge Lan thoughtfully. Your soul is very special, which results in a high quality of mental power. I even feel somewhat inferior to you. This is probably the reason for your extraordinary abilities. But regardless of the reason, this talent is quite remarkable, Wu Tian said in one breath. Zhuge Lan, however, was pondering. A special soul? Could it have been strengthened during the transmigration? Or was it because of the soul devouring, where 1 + 1 greater than 2? 107. Soul Crystal. Allocating the ginseng fruit. Go ahead, little guy. Wu Tian patted Zhuge Lan's shoulder. Quickly sign the contract. Zhuge Lan nodded, integrating the soul fragment of the lava behemoth into his mental power. After confirming it was a master-servant soul contract like Venom's, he absorbed it. Before long, he gained the ability to control the life and death of the lava behemoth, able to annihilate it in both form and spirit with a single thought. The duration of the Holy Mother's gaze ended. The lava behemoth exhaled angrily, spewing massive columns of lava from its nostrils. But now, its life and death were no longer in its own hands, so it refrained from any extreme actions. This made Wu Tian nod slightly. A stable temperament is a good sign. Just as you said earlier, you will become the guardian of Huaxia, and we will periodically provide you with a certain amount of fire spirit stones, Wu Tian finalized. The lava behemoth nodded without speaking, looking unexpectedly simple-minded. Only then did Zhuge Lan notice. Although the lava behemoth's body was over 10,000 meters tall, its head size seemed disproportionate. Is this really the proportion of a lava behemoth? It's decided. Your name will be Malphite. Zhuge Lan clapped his hands. Lava behemoth Malphite. The name sounded quite quirky. The lava behemoth didn't seem to have any particular thoughts about it, appearing very easygoing. What it cared about more was, where should I stay? Malphite asked in a muffled voice. I want a quiet place, preferably near volcanic veins, no seawater, no cold. No rush, Zhuge Lan said with a smile. You're already at the 10th tier. Besides the ginseng fruit tree in your nostrils, do you have anything else of value? Malphite scratched his head upon hearing this, causing massive rocks to fall with a rumble. Ginseng fruit tree? I don't know. I just took a nap, felt my nose itching, and sneezed. Good heavens. A ginseng fruit tree takes 900 years to bear fruit. How long have you been sleeping? Do you know how long you've lived? Zhuge Lan asked. I don't know. Malphite shook his head. Ever since I gained consciousness, I've been lying here cultivating, absorbing the spiritual energy of the earth veins. This is the first time I've interacted with people. Wow. Truly a hardcore recluse, huh? Could it be that since awakening its intelligence, it hasn't fought anyone? And then it got caught by Zhuge. Pretty tragic. Life forms that evolve from spiritual minds generally have cautious personalities, cultivating by absorbing the spiritual energy of earth veins, Wu Tian explained. But for a being like Malphite, formed from lava and directly cultivated to the 10th tier. This is the first time I've seen one. Really? Other than the ginseng fruit tree growing from your nose hair, you have nothing else? Zhuge asked skeptically. A 10th tier being, this poor? Malphite scratched his head again upon hearing this. Oh, I think there might be something. Murphy inserted his mountain-like hand into the ground, disrupting the earth veins as if they were tofu residue. Finally, he pinched out a tiny crystal with his fingertip, resembling a pomegranate with its small granular particles. Though described as tiny, it was actually the size of Zhuge head. Zhuge habitually took it first and then looked at Wu Tian. Boss, what is this? Is it valuable? Wu Tian remained silent, either too lazy to explain or unable to recognize it. Interesting, it's a soul crystal, Kiran remarked unexpectedly. Zhuge and the others immediately turned their gaze toward him, including Wu Tian. Kiran explained promptly. This thing is quite rare, so it's normal not to recognize it. 9th tier exotic beasts generally have a lifespan of 900 years. If their end is near and they have no hope of breaking through, they will seek a burial site to die peacefully. The souls of exotic beasts that die this way are sealed within their beast cores. Once the spiritual energy inside dissipates completely, only soul fragments remain. This soul crystal is formed from at least 100 soul fragments, requiring at least 1,000 years to form. Zhuge eyes lit up upon hearing this. He immediately stored the soul crystal in his spatial ring and then turned to Kiran. What is this thing used for? It has many uses. It can be used for alchemy, forging star equipment, directly absorbing to enhance mental strength, or repairing soul damage, Kiran replied. Got it. It's indeed a treasure. But there's no rush to deal with it now, it can wait. Zhuge eagerly stared at Murphy, wondering if there were more treasures. I really have nothing left, Murphy replied. Zhuge smacked his lips in disappointment. Your 10th tier assets are a bit underwhelming. Zhuge turned to Wu Tian. Take him away, arrange him wherever you see fit. Oh, are you sure? Wu Tian asked. He's too bulky and basically useless. Better hand him over to the country for arrangement, Zhuge said dismissively. Being controlled by his divine skill, even a 10th tier being was nothing special. Better to hand it over to the country in exchange for rewards. Hearing Zhuge underlying message, Wu Tian chuckled softly. He then flew onto Murphy's head, standing with his hands behind his back, and pointed in a direction for Murphy to move. Boom! Murphy's body doubled in height again. This time, everyone realized he had been sitting before. Now he was standing. Zhuge looked up at Murphy, whose upper body was now immersed in the clouds. Clouds can be categorized into high clouds, middle clouds, and low clouds, with high clouds ranging from 8,000 to 13,000 meters in altitude. So Murphy was approximately 20,000 meters tall. No wonder a single nostril could serve as a volcanic crater. His size is ridiculously exaggerated. Watching Murphy leave, creating a small basin with each step, Sun Dashing approached Zhuge and patted him on the shoulder. You truly are a blessing to China. Grow up quickly and take charge. Zhuge immediately reached out. The sound of breaking air came, and it was she, and the others returning. Seeing that Sun Dashing and the others, though slightly injured, still had strong and steady auras, she, and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Bing even directly lunged at Kiran, only to be stopped by his raised hand pressing on her head. Young ladies should mind their behavior in public, Kiran reprimanded. Then you're my adoptive father. What's wrong with a daughter hugging her dad? Liang Bing retorted, handing the ring back to Kiran. Kiran helplessly pointed at Liang Bing from a distance without saying much. Sun Wuxian, your ring. She quickly presented the ring as well. After all, there were still 3 ginseng fruits inside. Sun Dashing glanced around, his gaze lingering a bit longer on Diwu Moshi and she. These ginseng fruits will dissipate in at most half a day, so let's distribute them here. This time, Zhuge's contribution is undeniable. Why don't you share your thoughts first? Everyone had no objections, and eagerly looked at Zhuge Liang. This was an opportunity to surpass Wushan. However, some were indifferent, like the four elders who were ready to fight to the death earlier. Their lives had already reached their peak otherwise. They wouldn't have studied the 8 gates formation. For elders, not 5 or 6. Besides sun dashing, Kiran's gaze was also burning with intensity. Zhuge Liang didn't mind these reactions, lowering his head and pondering for a moment. He said, I admit I have some selfish motives, but Sister He has an SSS level talent, so she should get one. But Sister He, you're only at level 93. Can the ginseng fruit directly help you break through to surpass Wushan? 108. Hexahedron Starfall. Familiar face Sai Yinzu. Extra update 355 star reviews. Hearing Zhuge Liang's question, He smiled. This kid, he really hasn't let her down. The ginseng fruit doesn't directly help someone break through to surpass Wushan, Sun Dashing said with satisfaction. Its main ability is to help 9th-tier individuals transform their meridians and physical body, silently eliminating the bottleneck of the 9th tier. Spiritual power still needs to be accumulated on one's own. So as long as one's aptitude isn't too poor, even if they're only at level 90, eating it will inevitably lead to surpassing Wushan. It's just a pity that the ginseng fruit is only effective if consumed at the 9th tier. You're only at the 4th tier. Sun Dashing shook his head regretfully. Zhuge Liang, however, was indifferent upon hearing this. Bottleneck. He had never experienced one. The fact that the ginseng fruit couldn't significantly enhance spiritual power made it seem rather useless to him. Then I'll distribute them to Uncle Dasheng, Sister He, and Brother Diwu. Wait. Diwu Moshi suddenly interrupted. My talent is only SS level. Perhaps it would be better to prioritize those with higher talents. Zhuge Liang was stunned upon hearing this. Not SSS level? Then your age and level. 27 years old, level 97. Then you should still be considered quite good here, right? No one present spoke. True enough. SSS level talents aren't as common as cabbages. There aren't that many. Sun Dashing himself only has a C level talent, though Zhuge Liang felt that the melting blood iron staff was definitely SSS level. After all, the talent grading system was created by humans, so it should just be taken as a reference. Then I'll still arrange for Uncle Dasheng, Sister He, and Brother Diwu to receive the fruits. As for the remaining 2, the other seniors have traveled a long way to get here, so we can't let them leave empty-handed. You can decide how to distribute them, Zhuge Liang said. Although Zhuge Liang had clear, selfish motives, Diwu Moshi and He were the youngest 9th-tier individuals present, and their talents were at a genius level. Giving them the fruits was entirely reasonable. As for Sun Dashing, he was the invincible Wushan. If not for his setback in mental state, he would have already broken through the 9th-tier bottleneck on his own. Giving him a fruit was completely justified. Moreover, today's ginseng fruit, to be honest, doesn't have much to do with them. Zhuge Liang controlled more than half of the situation along with a 9th-tier Beast King, while Sun Dashing suppressed 2 9th-tier Beast Kings. The rest of the group were just playing minor roles, enjoying the thrill of being butchers under Zhuge Liang's god-level support. It was far easier than hunting 9th-tier exotic beasts on their own. They really didn't have the face to compete for it. So, even though they deeply desired it, they could only stare at Sun Dashing longingly without directly speaking up. Sun Dashing pondered for a moment, his gaze skipping over the 5 who had just blocked the path and landing on the other young 9th-tier individuals. Just as he was about to make a decision, Kiran, whose expression had been struggling, finally firmed his resolve, stepped out of the lineup, and cupped his hands towards Sun Dasheng and Zhuge Liang. You too, although I am already old, I am still an SSS level talent with the rare time attribute. Advancing beyond Martial God is difficult, but currently, those who surpass Martial God either die in battle or have yet to die of old age, so I still want to give it a try. Of course, I won't take it for free. Earlier, I heard young friend Zhuge mention you need Starfall. Kiran took out a regular hexahedron from his spatial ring, with each of its 6 faces shimmering with different hues. This Starfall was obtained when I killed an enemy, level 64, whose talent allowed him to create 6 clones, with the ability to switch freely between the original and the clones. It seems somewhat similar to young friend Zhuge's clone ability. I wonder if young friend Zhuge can make use of it. Oh, Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. Although this starfall seemed to overlap with the clone technique, Zhuge Liang had a system. Such overlaps might significantly enhance the proficiency of the clone technique, allowing it to evolve rapidly. Last time, Zhuge Liang absorbed the spatial vermilion fruit, which quickly fused the divine skill, the evil warding sword technique. Moreover, Starfall could enhance mental and spiritual power, which Zhuge Liang urgently needed at the moment. However, Zhuge Liang didn't act immediately, but instead looked at Sun Dashing. He definitely wanted the Starfall, but since he had already allocated 3 fruits, it wouldn't be appropriate to make the decision directly, better to let someone else play the bad guy. Take it, you sly kid, Sun Dashing said grumpily. Only then did Zhuge Liang smile and accept the Starfall, putting it into his spatial ring as usual and politely expressing his thanks. No need, no need. It's my greed. Kieran quickly waved his hand and said, you and Liang Bing are both young people you should keep in touch more often in the future. Liang Bing, standing nearby, immediately flapped her mechanical wings, flew to Kieran's side, and said with a cheeky smile, well, that depends on whether this little brother is willing. It's not impossible, Zhuge Liang replied politely. All right then, let's exchange contact info, Liang Bing said, raising her wristwatch. Zhuge Liang was a bit taken aback. So proactive? But his body was honest, and he directly reported his number, 811, 877, 627. Everyone present immediately memorized the number. The contact number of the first SSR level genius was absolutely priceless. As for the last ginseng fruit, it had to be distributed fairly now. Sun Dashing directly called out, Sai Yinzu, why are you hiding so far back? Being 29 years old, level 90, with an S-level talent, isn't shameful. Sai Yinzu. Zhuge Liang instinctively followed Sun Dashing's gaze, curious to see who dared to take such a named ASA result. A man holding a hollowed-out mirror stepped out from the back of the line, looking like he wanted the ginseng fruit, but didn't he want to show his face? What is going on? A socially anxious person? What are you doing? Sun Dashing raised his eyebrows and said, usually, you only care about showing off and don't take cultivation seriously. Now that you're here, why are you still acting so timid? Put down your talent mirror. With Sun Dashing's command, Sai Yinzu didn't dare to disobey and reluctantly lowered the mirror. Then, Zhuge Liang understood why he was acting this way. It's you. Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow and said, the ruthless guy who even deceived himself? Sai Yinzu. She hadn't remembered at first, but Zhuge Liang's words immediately triggered her memory half a month ago, when she was asking Zhuge Liang for clues about Zhao Wuyo's spatial ring. She had encountered this narcissistic young man in a restaurant. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Sai Yinzu was left feeling utterly embarrassed. From the moment he arrived, he had been avoiding attention, but he was still dragged out and socially humiliated. You know each other? Sun Dashing asked curiously. Oh, that day I was just teasing him. Don't take it seriously, Zhuge Liang said with a smile. Actually, if you look closely, you're kind of handsome. Really? Sai Yinzu immediately raised the mirror again. Oh, I'm even more handsome now. But Zhuge, you're quite dashing yourself. Confirmed. This guy probably wasn't trying to attract she's attention that day. He's genuinely narcissistic. As for why he left in such a hurry, the slightly handsome Sai Yinzu was utterly defeated in front of Zhuge Liang, like a millionaire being mocked as poor by someone as rich as a nation. What could he say? All right, let us set this aside for now, Sun Dashing interrupted. The spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit is constantly dissipating. 5th MOC, have your subordinates open a portal, let us head back. Yes. Shangwan Fengran had already set up the teleportation array, and everyone was ready to teleport back. But, 109, if you're going to fight, why take off your skirt? The spiritual energy of the ginseng fruit continued to dissipate, and the group activated the teleportation array to return to the Magic City base. Zhuge Liang had planned to follow along. Suddenly, Sun Dashing grabbed Zhuge Liang by the back of his neck and threw him out. Your college entrance exams aren't over yet. Go back and finish them. Zhuge Liang's eyes widened. His exam score had already surpassed 200 million. Who could catch up to that? But Sun Dashing didn't give Zhuge Liang a chance to argue and directly cut off the teleportation array. Zhuge Liang was furious. He immediately pulled out his little black notebook, Star Soul Calendar, September 9th, 3020, Sunday dashing didn't he let me hitch a ride on the teleportation array. This grudge must be avenged. Liang Bing and Shi Hongling leaned in from both sides. Shi Hongling, limited by her height, had to jump up to take a look. Liang Bing, on the other hand, directly hugged Zhuge Lan's arm, her overwhelming wickedness instantly consuming everything. Zhuge Lan's body stiffened. His Zhuge Lan quickly put away the little black notebook, feeling a bit overwhelmed as he looked at Liang Bing. Are you being a bit too enthusiastic? What's wrong, little brother? Liang Bing asked, puzzled. Earlier, you called me brother, so why is it little brother now? And also, I'm a freshman, you're a junior. Isn't calling me little brother inappropriate? Zhuge Lan said straightforwardly. All right, then I'll call you little brother. That prolonged, lazy tone made Zhuge Lan shiver involuntarily. This woman was practically Lin Yun from the super advanced class. Her level was absurdly high, probably as high as Malphite. Don't do that, speak normally. Zhuge Lan quickly waved his hand and said, what do you want? Heh. Sister Liang Bing, don't tell me you've taken a liking to this stingy guy? Shi Hongling widened her eyes. Why not? Liang Bing crossed her arms and said, handsome, talented, young, decisive. He's practically the high-end version of a dream prince. As she spoke, Liang Bing leaned into Zhuge Lan's embrace, looking like she was ready to be picked. To be honest, Zhuge Lan was a little tempted. Such a top-tier woman throwing herself at him if he wasn't moved. Could he still call himself a man? But, being so forward, could it be a trap? Like, killing him to take Starfall? Although the chances were slim, what if? After all, when something seems off, there's always a catch. I believe feelings are sacred, Zhuge Lan said seriously. This is our first meeting today, and things are moving too fast. Let's talk about it later. Oh, Shi Hongling was surprised. Someone can actually resist Sister Liang Bing's charm? And it's you, this stingy guy? Only Liang Bing's expression turned peculiar. Talk about it later? Why does it feel like you're speaking with a double meaning? But as Liang Bing looked at Zhuge Lan standing upright and serious, she made up her mind. She immediately put away her seductive demeanor and straightened her face. Little brother, your strong will makes me like you even more, Liang Bing said in a seemingly mature tone. All right, as you wish, we'll talk about it later. Zhuge Lan showed no reaction outwardly, but inwardly he was shouting that he couldn't take it anymore. Why was Liang Bing so unpredictable? The key point was, when she wasn't deliberately seductive and carried herself with elegance, it actually stirred a faint desire in Zhuge Lan to conquer her. She's a total enchantress. Fortunately, Shi Hongling stepped in to change the subject. I'm curious, stingy guy, what's your current exam score? Here. Zhuge Lan directly opened his wristwatch and displayed it. Liang Bing and Shi Hongling both leaned in to take a look. My goodness. 1,247,045,747. Shi Hongling exclaimed. This was absurd. Even though Zhuge Lan was the main force in the recent siege of those 9th-tier beasts, it shouldn't have reached over 1 billion, right? Maybe Malphite's score was also counted towards mine. Zhuge Lan speculated. Shi Hongling looked utterly defeated. As a proud daughter of heaven, she and Liang Bing had always been competing for first place, but they'd never been crushed like this before. However, 811, 877, 627. Little brother, why does your exam number match the communication number you just reported? Liang Bing's focus was peculiar. This was probably arranged on purpose, a mysterious 9-digit number those who know. Zhuge Lan hinted wildly. Liang Bing nodded in realization. She opened the communication software and entered the number, and sure enough, it popped up as expected. Little brother, your online name is Fat Zhu who loves eating northeastern stew? Liang Bing said, puzzled. This name really didn't match Zhuge Lan's vibe at all. It was randomly generated during registration, and I was too lazy to change it, Zhuge Lan explained. Is that so? Liang Bing tapped lightly with her small hand and directly sent a friend request. After Zhuge Lan approved Liang Bing's request, he looked at Liang Bing and Shi Hongling. What are you two planning next? I'm preparing to return to the Magic City base, Zhuge Lan said. With 1.2 billion exam points, even if Liang Bing and Shi Hongling teamed up, Half a day wouldn't be enough for them to catch up to even a fraction of that. The top scorer of the Magic City base was already a certainty. Making the most of the time to go back and digest the gains from this round was the real priority. Unfortunately, this year's college entrance exam mechanism was temporarily modified, pioneered by the Magic City base, and there was no concept of historical scores. There was no way to surpass the achievements of predecessors. However, Zhuge Liang had set a record of unmatched by successors, defeating a Tier 10 exotic beast as a senior in high school, truly unprecedented. Wait. Meow. Shi Hongling's cat ears and pupils stood upright, her fighting spirit blazing as she said, I want to fight you. Meow. What s with the meow? Are you trying to act cute? Zhuge Liang asked with amusement. Who's acting cute? Meow. Shi Hongling retorted angrily. You should listen to yourself. Little Hongling naturally speaks like this, but she usually controls it to distinguish herself from beast men, Liang Bing explained knowingly. However, whenever her emotions get stirred up, little Hongling can't help it. So that's how it is. No wonder they say your enemy knows you best. As longtime rivals, Liang Bing and Shi Hongling definitely knew each other inside out. Enough talk. Meow. Fight. Meow. Shi Hongling immediately created some distance and began. Hey. If you're going to fight, why are you taking off your skirt? Zhuge Liang shouted to stop her. Shi Hongling's face turned red, but she still took off her Lolita skirt and stored it in her spatial ring, revealing a tight combat suit as she glared at Zhuge Liang in shame and anger. This skirt is expensive. Meow. Zhuge Liang looked at the plain Shi Hongling, then at the curvaceous Liang Bing. Definitely a lifelong rival. Pervert. Meow. Shi Hongling immediately exploded in anger. Sparks of electricity flashed around her as she swiftly charged at Zhuge Liang, her fingers extending into cat claws, aiming fiercely at Zhuge Liang's crotch. Equals to Sigma cube 110. Lolita turns into a mature lady. Double SSS level talent Shi Hongling. Equals to Liang Bing. Sigma cube not there. Zhuge Liang. Sigma cube not here. Zhuge Liang hurriedly activated quantum mode, narrowly avoiding the fate of being struck by the evil repelling sword technique. Swish! The sharp claws tore through the air, passing through Zhuge Liang's quantum state and leaving several meter-long gashes in the ground. Phew! Liang Bing let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, nothing happened. Damn! You were going for the kill, weren't you? Zhuge Liang blurted out in his native tongue. Who told you to have impure eyes? Meow. Shi Hongling said unhappily. You were the one who started taking off your clothes, who could think straight in that situation. Doesn't matter. Meow. Shi Hongling's claws repeatedly swiped at Zhuge Liang. The frequency, so high it seemed like she could manage 100 swipes per second. What are you doing? Meow Meteor claw. Zhuge Liang teased. Even Malphite couldn't touch his quantum state. What was Shi Hongling even thinking? How infuriating. Meow. Shi Hongling angrily said. How long can your invincible state last? Zhuge Liang's lips twitched, asking the opponent directly how long their skill lasts. Zhuge Liang turned to look at Liang Bing, who was standing nearby with her arms crossed, watching the show, and asked, Is she always this straightforward? A genius, and an orc at that. People around her either dislike her or covet her body, so she simply doesn't interact much with others, Liang Bing replied without holding back. Liang Bingjia. Why are you spilling my secrets randomly? Meow. Shi Hongling was furious. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Shi Hongling. All right, then I'll seriously fight you, Zhuge Liang said. He deactivated his quantum state and pointed his finger, now a sword, towards the sky. Battle! Boom! Red lightning descended from the heavens, transforming into thunder armor that armed Zhuge Liang. His aura surged from level 49 to level 70, almost matching Shi Hongling's. Both Shi Hongling and Liang Bing were shocked. But soon, the battle intent in Shi Hongling's eyes grew even stronger. Liang Bing's possessiveness also intensified. Zhuge Liang didn't notice these changes and, activating the formation core, beckoned to Shi Hongling with his finger. Come. Meow. Shi Hongling once again transformed into lightning and moved at high speed. But this time, Zhuge Liang, whose reaction speed was greatly enhanced by the thunder armor, could track her movements using the formation core. Is she really running on all fours? Zhuge Liang raised his palm and unleashed a move, regretful dragon roar. Spiritual energy transformed into a golden dragon that collided with Shi Hongling's cat claws. The sheer force of the move, derived from the overwhelming power of the dragon's subduing palm, was incredibly fierce, but it only sent Shi Hongling sliding back several meters. After all, her SSS-level strength-enhancing talent was still highly resilient. Whoosh, 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 a Rasengan exploded right in front of Shi Hongling, unleashing a violent tornado, but it failed to catch her. Shi Hongling transformed into lightning again, changing direction for another assault, only to be repelled by Zhuge Liang's regretful dragon roar once more. After several repetitions, Shi Hongling, seeing no progress, angrily unleashed her ultimate move. She shot towards Zhuge Liang again, her short legs raised high before slamming down fiercely. Thunder collapse strike. Regretful dragon roar. Golden light and thunderous flashes illuminated the heavens and earth, and the violent shockwave spread outward, forcing Liang Bing to use her mechanical wings as a shield for some protection. When the light dimmed, Shi Hongling and Zhuge Liang stood facing each other, neither showing any obvious injuries. It seemed like a draw. However, Shi Hongling's strongest move had only resulted in a tie with Zhuge Liang. Didn't that essentially mean she had lost? After all, Zhuge Liang still had a bunch of abilities he hadn't used yet. Am I really that weak? Shi Hongling fell into self-doubt. Zhuge Liang thought to himself, it's not that you're weak, it's just that I've got cheats. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, Shi Hongling's figure suddenly began to grow taller. Her previously flat chest rapidly developed, causing her tight combat outfit to stretch taut, seemingly on the verge of bursting at any moment. Within a few breaths, she transformed from a cat-eared lowly into a cat-eared mature woman. Zhuge Liang's eyes widened in shock. What was going on? Oh, it seems little Hongling is really angry now, Liang Bing said, flapping her mechanical wings and retreating. Little Hongling has a rare dual SSS-level talent. Big Hongling can be quite violent. Little brother, take care of yourself, Big Hongling. Zhuge Liang glanced over and couldn't help but nod. It was indeed big. The mature version of Shi Hongling didn't mind Zhuge Liang's gaze, but she regretfully watched Liang Bing leave. Then, she stared at Zhuge Liang with great interest. That gaze was like a cat finding a toy. It seems little Hongling let me out to deal with you. You pervert. Shi Hongling raised her hand and conjured a ball of rose-colored red lightning, casually throwing it at Zhuge Liang. Although the ball of red lightning was fast, Zhuge Liang reacted even faster. With a quick movement, he dodged it. Zzz. Zhuge Liang never expected that the ball of red lightning could actually curve. Fortunately, the thunder armor not only amplified his physique, but also provided top-notch defense, especially near immunity to lightning-based attacks. This only made him feel a slight tingling sensation, similar to when he used the thunder armor to temper his body in the past. That was all. Oh, you have lightning resistance. No wonder little Hongling let me out. Then let's try this. Shi Hongling raised her hand, and several streaks of red lightning suddenly struck down from the sky. Zhuge Liang tried to predict and dodge, but the red lightning could also curve, ultimately hitting him. This time, the electricity was much stronger, giving him the sensation of touching a live wire. Zhuge Liang simply stopped dodging, standing still and looking at Shi Hongling. Although I don't know why you've grown bigger, this level of probing is pointless. What? The prey is mocking the hunter now, Shi Hongling said unhappily. I rarely get to come out, and I wanted to have some fun with you. Since you're so arrogant, I'll have to show you my true power. Shi Hongling raised her hand again, conjuring rose-red lightning and lifting it high above her head. Boom, boom, boom. One streak of rose-red lightning after another struck Shi Hongling's hand, continuously charging and compressing into a blood-red rose-shaped lightning. The terrifying energy contained within made Zhuge Liang's brow twitch slightly. Unexpectedly. 111. I'll be back. Come out and see God. Extra updates certified by the great author of LXM. 9th tier. The attack Shi Hongling was now condensing had the power of someone who had just entered the 9th tier. Who would have thought Shi Hongling had such strength? No wonder Liang Bing ran off so decisively earlier. However, Judging by the situation, the current Shi Hongling and little Honglin, Ong, the golden dragon let out a resounding dragon roar. Although it continued retreating, it was rapidly consuming the lightning within the blood-red rose. The blood-red rose visibly shrank at an observable speed, and its power perceptibly diminished. Shi Hongling had been confident, but Zhuge Liang's spiritual energy showed no signs of depletion. On the contrary, the blood-red rose quickly dropped below the 9th tier. Its advancement slowed significantly, and finally came to a complete halt 10 meters in front of Zhuge Liang. This made Shi Hongling realize something was wrong. Damn it! How does this freak have so much spiritual energy? He's a total freak. Explode for me. The blood-red rose suddenly burst apart. Streams of red lightning scattered in all directions, transforming into a blooming rose that engulfed Zhuge Liang, yet failed to harm him in the slightest. Quantum state. The abrupt explosion was too sudden, and Zhuge Liang, out of caution, chose to activate invincibility as 112. Achievement surpassed. Imprisoning Zhuge? Extra update certification of the great god of LXM. Just as he stepped out of the base city government building, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot straight into the sky. Zhuge Liang looked up and saw Sun Dashing standing upright within the beam, devouring the vast spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Behind him floated the blood-melting iron staff, suppressing the heavens and earth like the sea calming divine needle. Has he advanced beyond martial god? Unexpectedly, it happened quite quickly. He broke through in no time. Zhuge Liang flew on his sword, approaching Sun Dashing. Before he could get close, the base city government building, the Martial Alliance building, and the Hunter Alliance building almost simultaneously activated their formations. 3 layers of light screens enveloped Sun Dashing in protection. Following this, the spirit gathering formations were fully activated, aggressively extracting spiritual energy from the entire magic capital base city and even beyond, converging it here for Sun Dashing's use. Beyond martial god, there were only 3 in all of China, and today the 4th was finally about to be born. This was the powerful confidence of humanity, absolutely not to be taken lightly. Centered around Sun Dashing, a massive, visible vortex of spiritual energy formed, as if ready to swallow mountains and rivers. The commotion from advancing is quite big, Zhuge Liang remarked with interest. Blocked by the formation's light screen, he could have used quantum state to pass through, but since they had gone to such lengths, there must be a reason. Just as he was about to leave, Zhuge Liang noticed a large amount of spiritual energy drilling into his body, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy that voraciously absorbed the gathered energy. It was thanks to the refinement of the stars and venom. Just as he was about to stop this resource-snatching behavior, Li Changxing flew over on his sword to meet him. Base Leader Sun can't absorb all this spiritual energy alone. Since it's rare to have such dense spiritual energy, you might as well cultivate here, Li Changxing said. Is it okay? Zhuge Liang asked, but his body had already honestly started absorbing the spiritual energy. With 3 methods working simultaneously, a considerable vortex of spiritual energy formed around him, directly cutting off one direction of the energy flow. However, compared to the sea of spiritual energy gathered from the entire magic capital base city's resources, this consumption was not even a drop in the ocean, barely a fraction. For Zhuge Liang, though, his realm was skyrocketing like a rocket. His meridians even began to feel faintly frictional pain. He couldn't help but wonder how resilient Sun Dashing's meridians must be to withstand such a massive vortex of spiritual energy. I've given you the indestructible diamond body combat technique. It was originally meant to be learned at the 7th tier, but with this dense spiritual energy, you can enter it early. Sun Dashing's voice suddenly rang out. Unexpectedly, even during his advancement, he thought of Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang immediately took out the skill card and crushed it to learn. Information about the indestructible diamond body flooded his mind. Suddenly, he understood. The indestructible diamond body required spiritual power to temper the meridians, flesh, and even cells a full 81 times before it could be considered a minor entry. To transform into a giant like Sun Dashing, one needed to achieve mastery to cultivate successfully. Under normal circumstances, even though Zhuge Liang had infinite spiritual power, and his control far exceeded the ninth tier. His spiritual power limit was fixed, and the amount he could temper in a unit of time was limited. It is estimated to take quite a bit of time. But now its different spiritual energy fills the meridians completely. With just a little refinement into spiritual power and improved control, the entire body can be simultaneously tempered. I happened to stumble upon this. Zhuge Liang closed his eyes and devoted himself wholeheartedly to cultivating the diamond indestructible body. Li Chongqing stood nearby, guarding Zhuge Liang, while sealing his own acupoints to avoid absorbing even a trace of spiritual energy. Besides them, there wasn't a fourth person daring to fly close to this area. Are people stupid? Don't they know that cultivating here now can increase efficiency by thousands of times? Of course not. It's because, apart from Zhuge Liang's area, the no-fly formation in the entire central area of the base city has been activated, and large contingents of barrier guards and base police have secured a 50-kilometer radius through teleportation arrays. Who would dare to forcibly ascend into the air at this time? They'd be shot down like a beehive first. The fourth person in Huaxia to surpass the martial god level is even more important than the survival of the base city itself. As for why Zhuge Liang is unharmed, it's still the same reason an SSR genius can do whatever they want. In fact, even Sun Dasheng is not as important as Zhuge Liang right now. Sun Dasheng's recent advancement took a full 3 days. Zhuge Liang also stayed in the air cultivating for 3 days. Finally, he tempered the diamond indestructible body 81 times, successfully achieving the initial mastery. Divine Skill Diamond Indestructible Body 1.0 Proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 10,000 essence points to ascend? Starting with 10,000 essence points? Impressive. Ascend. 10,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to Diamond Indestructible Body 2.0. Zhuge Liang's spiritual power plummeted. Previously, due to the initial mastery of the Diamond Indestructible Body, his already enhanced physique underwent a leap in strength within half a minute. If Zhuge Liang's physical body was previously 1 tier lower than his realm due to rapid training, now his physical body is 2 tiers higher than his realm. Zhuge Liang opened his eyes in surprise. Boom! Sun Dasheng almost simultaneously erupted with momentum. The molten iron staff behind him suddenly grew thicker, larger, and hotter, radiating power far beyond the 9th tier, covering the sky and earth. But soon, Sun Dasheng retracted all his momentum, returning to his previous gentle demeanor. However, he was no longer middle-aged in appearance, but had reverted to youth, becoming a handsome young man. Whoa, does advancing come with a beauty filter? Zhuge Liang said with interest. Although he was already handsome, who would refuse to be even more handsome? Sun Dasheng ignored Zhuge Liang and instead took out a token. The 3 layers of formation light screens around him rapidly shrank, excluding Li Chongqing, and centered on Zhuge Liang, forming a light screen cube with a side length of only 10 meters. It was then placed on the rooftop of the base city's government building. Zhuge Liang was utterly confused. Was this to imprison him? Why? Just because he made a joke? That phone number works now. Who knows who hit it? Free gift attempts full 1668 1700 for extra updates. Free love-powered clicks, just 1 tap. Extra updates for rewards above the Great Sword level. Remember to leave a message with the gift 5-star reviews reach 405,500 for an extra update. Collect 7 first urging orders for a solo extra update. Post a screenshot in this chapter. It seems someone has already collected them. Please add your phone number. Come and squeeze the exhausted lawn. Update time is 11 p.m. every night. 113. Hex Deck. Epic enhancement inside the light screen cube. Zhuge Liang was a bit confused, not understanding what Sun Dasheng was trying to do. But he just observed quietly without taking any drastic actions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The familiar spirit gathering array lit up, violently forcing all the massive spiritual energy previously gathered into the light screen cube. Quickly, the spiritual energy was compressed into a visible mist, condensing into frost and dripping to the ground, pooling into water. Before long, the bottom of the light screen cube was filled with spiritual water, even submerging Zhuge Liang's ankles. So, it turned out he was preparing a little special treatment for him. Sun Dasheng stepped through the air and came to stand in front of Zhuge Liang, his eyes seemingly burning with flames, his gaze sharp as a blade. Huh? Fiery eyes of truth. Zhuge Liang blurted out instinctively. Oh, that's a good name. Sun Dashing smiled and said, when I advanced just now, I awakened a new second talent. I can see a lot of information that I couldn't see before. Your indestructible Vajra body is progressing well, but it seems a bit different from mine. Different? Probably because it was enhanced a bit too much during ascension. I made some small modifications. Didn't expect the results to be this good. Zhuge Liang made up an excuse. Sun Dashing nodded and didn't ask further. Geniuses are always a bit unconventional. Take this spiritual water and use it. Your level is still too low. Hurry up and reach beyond martial god. Leaving this sentence, Sun Dashing disappeared in a flash. Although it's just leftover spiritual energy being reused, this favor is quite significant. Zhuge Liang smacked his lips and said, moreover, did Sun Dashing really need 3 days to advance beyond martial god? And it just so happened that he succeeded right when Zhuge Liang's indestructible Vajra body reached minor completion? Fortunately, Zhuge Liang's contribution to Sun Dashing's advancement beyond martial god was also significant. So, it's not really about who owes whom, it's a win-win situation. Well then, Zhuge Liang looked at the spiritual water beneath him and decided to lie down directly to maximize contact. His meridians were once again filled to the brim. So refreshing. Just relying on the cleansing of the stars and the venom, his level was skyrocketing. Zhuge Liang simply stopped cultivating and instead took out the cubic star meteorite and the soul crystal. This time, this young master is going for an epic enhancement. Taking advantage of the current abundance of liquefied spiritual energy, Zhuge Liang first absorbed the cubic star meteorite. A massive amount of spiritual energy and mental power surged in, and his super-level physique devoured it like a sponge absorbing water. But this time, no cocoon was formed, probably because the last time it was a martial god star meteorite. Zhuge Liang once again saw that familiar light spot, but this time it was only the size of a fingertip. The owner of this star meteorite, their talent is a bit lacking, Detected host awakening talent. Detected matching skill for the talent. Comparing, devouring, skill clone technique 1.0 proficiency is maxed out. Consume 15,000 essence points to ascend. The talent and skill are the same, and it's devouring. Looks like the level of the clone technique is higher than the talent, so it devoured it. Ascend. Consumed 15,000 essence points. Ascended to clone technique 2.0. Skill clone technique 2.0 proficiency is maxed out. Consume 40,000 essence points to ascend. 40,000 essence points. That's 10,000 more than Thunder Art and Lightning Dual Art. No wonder it devoured a talent. Ascend. Consumed 40,000 essence points. Ascended to clone technique 3.0. This time, no further prompts appeared. Zhuge Liang immediately created clones and then dismissed them, finally understanding the purpose of this 3.0 clone technique: position swap and self-destruction. The former was the original talent of Starfall, allowing the main body and clones to switch positions. The latter was a new ability of 3.0, enabling the clones to self-destruct using their remaining spiritual power upon dismissal, causing suicidal damage to surrounding enemies. This self-destruction isn't as simple as detonating spiritual power. It involves destroying one's own talent, meridians, soul, vitality, and more, using spiritual power as the ignition to explode. The damage can be compared to Lu Nua's talent burning effect. However, since it's a one-time explosion, the power is even stronger. Normally, it's an ultimate 1-for-1 kill. But what does a clone sacrificing itself for an enemy have to do with the main body? TSK. I'm really walking further down the path of trickery. Surely, the enemy would be surprised, wondering why this person would self-destruct right away. These clones are starting to have souls and vitality now. If they evolve further, will they turn into external avatars or something? Zhuge Liang was quite looking forward to it. The only regret was the number of clones didn't increase, still remaining at 10, though their strength had increased from 10% to 30%. Zhuge Liang touched his hair, thinking that the unchanged quantity was fine too. His gaze fell on the soul crystal in his hand. Although this item could be used for alchemy or forging star artifacts, Zhuge Liang decided to directly absorb it. Having strong mental power had always been his second cheat, so of course, he wanted to continue strengthening it. Placing it on his forehead, the soul crystal transformed into pure soul power, directly merging into Zhuge Liang's soul, strengthening and expanding it. The small figure in the diamond invincible visualization technique grew larger, stopping only when it reached the height of the Monkey King's knees. Skill Diamond Invincible Visualization Technique 1.0 Proficiency is maxed out. Consume 30,000 essence points to ascend. Skill Perfect Deception 2.0 Proficiency is maxed out. Consume 8,000 essence points to ascend. A double jackpot. Ascend, ascend, ascend. Ascended to Diamond Invincible Visualization Technique 2.0. Skill Diamond Invincible Visualization Technique 2.0. Consumed 50,000 essence points to ascend. Ascended to Perfect Deception 3.0. Skill Perfect Deception 3.0. Consumed 15,000 essence points to ascend. Continue. Ascended to Diamond Indestructible Visualization Method 3.0. Ascended to Perfect Deception 4.0. Skill Perfect Deception 4.0. Consumed 30,000 essence points to ascend. More. Ascend. Consumed 30,000 essence points. Ascended to Hextech 1.0. Another skill fully ascended. Since the ascension resulted in a brand new skill, corresponding information also surfaced in his mind. This Hextech builds upon the foundation of perfect deception, granting the Phantom replicability, allowing the Phantom to possess tangible touch and even functionality. Previously, Zhuge Liang and he used background overlay to achieve invisibility, but the simulated background lacked substance, rendering it ineffective against detection abilities like ultrasound. However, with the enhancement of Hextech, the background becomes tangible, making it impervious to ultrasound and unable to reveal the person behind it. Moreover, the Phantom clone's illusory duplicate will not only possess a realistic feel similar to clone techniques, but also inherit 1% of Zhuge Liang's original strength. Don't underestimate this 1%, it's a breakthrough from zero. In the future, as the Hextech level increases, this percentage will likely rise. It doesn't need to be much, just reaching 10%, like the 1.0 clone technique, would be sufficient. By then, Zhuge Liang could, like Sun Wukong, directly summon thousands of clones to overwhelm opponents. Just imagining that scene is exhilarating. The most crucial part is 114, another breakthrough. Benefits delivered. What excites Zhuge Liang is that Phantom clones don't require plucking hair. Of course, Phantom clones also cannot share memories. They are merely phantoms, enhanced by Hextech. Gains always come with losses. This harvest from the college entrance exam journey is now fully digested. While others approach the college entrance exam with diligence, Zhuge Liang is the only one who takes and eats freely. After a brief adjustment, Zhuge Liang settled down to fully absorb liquefied spiritual energy, improving his lagging level despite having awakened for less than half a year. While he quietly cultivated, the base city of Magic Capital was in an uproar, both for the birth of the fourth person to surpass Martial God and because the college entrance exam rankings were announced. Holy crap, is this first place score for real? 1,247,045,747. 1.2 billion. Second place, Liang Bing, only scored 95 million. Who is this Zhuge Liang? Seems like he came from the Putian-based city. Our Magic Capital-based cities, dozen SSS-level geniuses couldn't beat a refugee from Putian-based city. We're all from Huaxia. Stop with the refugee nonsense. Rigged. Definitely rigged. There were such brainless citizens, but also rational ones. This ranking list is only issued after confirmation by base leader Sunday. Are you saying the newly ascended martial god is rigging it? By the way, take a look at Zhuge Liang's photo. Looks familiar. Isn't he the handsome young man who was the only one absorbing spiritual energy beside base leader Sun during his ascension? He dared to absorb the spiritual energy during base leader Sun's ascension? I am a classmate of this Zhuge Liang. He only awakened 4 months ago. Upon hearing that Zhuge Liang had only awakened 4 months ago and already achieved such feats and treatment, everyone's first reaction was, then this guy must be incredibly talented. No doubt about it, the next one to surpass the martial god. Impressive, yes. Combining all these unbelievable things, their first thought wasn't that Sun Dashing was supporting his junior, but that Zhuge Liang must have monstrous talent. Only then could he achieve such an exaggerated score. Only then would he dare to train while Sun Dashing was advancing. As for why, never doubt Huaxia's extreme favoritism towards geniuses. As long as you have talent and don't betray the country or humanity, there's nothing Huaxia wouldn't do for you. Need resources? They'll give you resources. Need people? They'll give you people. Need anything? They'll give you anything. A wife? They'll organize a selection contest for you in no time, eager for you to have multiple wives and pass on the genius bloodline. It is precisely because of this attitude that, while other countries have yet to produce anyone surpassing the martial god, Huaxia has managed to cultivate 3 individuals who have surpassed the martial god, securing their foothold in the post-apocalyptic world. Base City Government Building, top floor. Sun Dashing and Wu Tian sat across from each other, looking out at the bustling city through the floor-to-ceiling windows, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. With Malphite guarding the 10th tier, I can finally step away from there, Wu Tian said with a casual smile. Those beasts from the Alliance of Exotic Beasts, even though they've signed the high-level combat agreement, still insist on wandering around our borders, forcing me to guard the frontier. Indeed, this Zhuge Liang is truly a blessing for Huaxia, Sun Dashing said with a smile. The 3 flowers converging technique has already been fully implemented. In another 10 years, our mid to high-level combat power will greatly increase. Speaking of that, it makes me angry. Wu Tian grabbed a bottle of wine and drank directly from it. Bang! He slammed the bottle heavily on the table, baring his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I just got freed, and now I've been sent to negotiate the trade for this new technique. They didn't even give me time to go home and see my wife. Hearing this, Sun Dashing put away his smile. Wu Tian and Wu Fa, as a couple, had not seen each other for over a decade for the sake of the country. Although they could communicate through holographic simulations, it was no substitute for physical presence. For the sake of the country, the 3 of you have worked hard, Sun Dashing said with guilt. If it weren't for my mental block, I should have been the one to guard the frontier. Hey, I'm not blaming you, so why are you feeling guilty? Wu Tian waved his hand dismissively. In this messed up world, no one has it easy. Wu Tian and Wu Fa hadn't seen each other in over 10 years. Sun Dashing's entire family were martyrs too. Moreover, his 3 sons and 1 daughter had all joined Wu Tian's vanguard army, and now only 1 son was still alive. If you really think about it, it's hard to say who owes whom. Fortunately, once we get through this period, life will get better. Sun Dashing smiled. As for the other 4 ginseng fruits, D Wu Moc and the others are training in the ancient tower. They should break through in about a year. Wu Tian also smiled, raising a new bottle of wine to clink with Sun Dashing's before taking another swig. Cheers. It's been over a decade since I last gathered with friends. I really miss those old guys, Wu Tian sighed. By the way, old son, what kind of organization are you planning to form? Surpassing Martial God allows one to establish their own organization, which, though affiliated with Huaxia, essentially exists as a kind of private army. The Dragon Group pursues the Akatsuki organization. The Vanguard Army repels foreign enemies, and the Genius Training Camp nurtures talents, all operating according to the personal will of the one who surpasses Martial God. Sun Dashing reminisced. I plan to establish, Sun Dashing and Wu Tian simultaneously looked out the floor-to-ceiling window, only to see another towering energy beam appear. Is it that old guy Kiran? He finally made it through. Another surpassing Martial God. Excellent, excellent. Zhuge, this little guy, is truly a blessing for Huaxia. Amid their laughter, the familiar formation light screen rose again, and the recently restored spiritual energy density was once again siphoned away. This time, however, there was no large-scale lockdown of the base city. Only Wu Tian and Sun Dashing, the 2 surpassing martial gods, were stationed there. Who would dare cause trouble? They'd be crushed with a single finger. After a day and night of consolidation, Kiran successfully completed his breakthrough, becoming Huaxia's 5th surpassing martial god. With Sun Dashing's token in hand, the remaining spiritual energy surged back into the light screen cube, slightly replenishing the nearly depleted liquefied spiritual energy. After all, this time it was only siphoned for a day and night, not the 3 days and nights of the previous occasion. But it was evident that Sun Dashing had deliberately given Zhuge Liang special treatment, waiting 2 days and nights just to help him master his indestructible body technique. Such painstaking effort was clear, but this left Zhuge Liang in a tough spot. He had originally planned to finish his cultivation and go home for a proper bath. He was already stinking. Unexpectedly, Kirin broke through at this moment. Opportunities kept coming his way. How could he not be frustrated? Zhuge Liang could only use the spiritual water to rinse off and continue cultivating. It was truly a happy kind of trouble. If other SSS-level geniuses saw his disdainful expression, their reactions would surely be colorful. Another 3 days passed, and Zhuge Liang finally absorbed all the liquefied spiritual energy in the light screen cube. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to activate quantum state and dive straight down. No one could stop him from taking a bath. Sun Dasheng, Wu Tian, and Kirin, the 3 surpassing martial gods, were all a step too late and missed him entirely. Today my wife's water broke, so the extra update will be delayed. Let us check back later. 115. Level skyrocketing. The grudge-holding genius. Extra update for 1,700 gifts. Zhuge Liang casually found a dormitory and took a delightful bath, finally feeling refreshed as he returned to the balcony. The light screen cube had already disappeared. Sun Dasheng, Wu Tian, and Kirin were standing there. "Oh, everyone's here," Zhuge Liang greeted. "This time, I came specifically to thank Zhuge Xiaoyu for the ginseng fruit, which gave me the opportunity to advance to surpassing martial god," Kirin said solemnly, bowing slightly. This was gratitude from a surpassing martial god. Most people would have hurriedly returned the gesture, but Zhuge Liang simply scratched his head. "The ginseng fruit is useless to me. The star meteor you gave me was pretty good, so I guess we both got what we needed." "No, this is different," Kirin insisted. "The value of the two is fundamentally unequal. I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask." "All right, a favor gained for free? Why not take it? I also have a request," Wu Tian said. "Zhuge kid, come with me for a trip." Wu Tian turned and flew off into the distance. Zhuge Liang looked at Sun Dashing with some confusion. "What's going on?" Sun Dashing took Zhuge Liang and caught up with Wu Tian. Liang Kirin didn't follow, watching the 3 leave. "Little Liang Bing, chasing a man like this, you're bound to be disappointed. Elsewhere. Didn't we talk about this last time? Treating the Vanguard army, right?" Sun Dashing explained. Oh, that Starfall. Has it generated any new talents?" Zhuge Liang shrugged. Although there were no new talents, the upgraded clone technique was comparable to a new talent. "I see, that's normal. The probability of Starfall absorbing talents is only about 30 to 40%. Sun Dashing comforted. "So what level are you now?" Only then did Zhuge Liang remember he hadn't checked his level yet. He opened the system panel, his eyes slowly widening. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host. Zhuge Liang level. 69 talents. Sword of Pi. Schrodinger's Cat Magic Skills. Heavenly Thunder Technique 1.0. Rasengan Series 2.0. Storage Space 1.0 Illusion Skills. Clone Technique 3.0. Hextech 1.0 Combat Skills. Thunder Duel Technique 1.0. Dragon Subduing Palm 2.0. One Sword Immortal Neil Series 2.0. Diamond Indestructible Body 2.0 Cultivation Methods. 3 Flowers Gather at the Top Method Pseudo 2.0. Diamond Indestructible Visualization Method 3.0 Other. Formation. Basics 1.0 Energy. 99,999 points Essence. 99,999 points Lottery. Open Divine Skills. Mount Lesan Buddha lets you sit. 2.0 100% Barehanded Blade Catch. 3.0 Strongman Identification Technique. 2.0 Little Flying Dagger Incoming. 1.0 Shameless Scoundrel. 2.0 Fusion. Evil Repelling Sword Technique Max. Are you sick Max? Slack off. Salted Fish Max Whoa. Level 69. Deducting the 3 days spent mastering the Diamond Indestructible Body, Zhuge Liang had leveled up 20 levels in just 5 days. An average of 4 levels per day? Level 69? It seems your absorption rate is even higher than expected. Wu Ming unexpectedly turned back to glance at him. Even with this symbiote feeding your body cells, the human body can only absorb up to 80% of spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual power. If you can improve the 3 flowers gather at the top method, you might reach 90%. 90%? Zhuge Lan remarked. Absorbing spiritual energy has consumption? Zhuge Lan asked in confusion. I convert everything, 100%, into spiritual power. Wu Tian and Sun Dashing suddenly fell silent, thinking back to their own painstaking cultivation. Only to convert a tiny bit of spiritual power, they suddenly felt an urge to hit someone. They could only comfort themselves that this was their own genius. Can't hit. Can't hit. Otherwise, who knows, they might end up being beaten by him in the future. After all, the existence of Zhuge Lan's little black notebook had already spread in a small circle among the higher-ups. A genius with a grudge, even surpassing the martial god, would shake his head at it. However, if only I could train in this kind of environment every day, Zhuge Lan deliberately exclaimed loudly. Just give me a month, and I'm confident I can reach the 9th tier. It was obvious he was saying it for others to hear. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? The 10th tier star artifact had arrived, and as for Zhuge Lan's wish of reaching the 9th tier in a month, Wu Tian sneered. You sure think highly of yourself. Sun Dashing chuckled. To activate a spirit-gathering array of this base city level, just the activation alone requires 1 10th tier crystal core, 1,000 9th tier crystal cores, 10,000 8th tier cores, and millions of cores below the 7th tier. And the maintenance cost is another matter entirely. If you want to enjoy this again next time, you'll have to wait until you advance beyond the martial god level. Zhuge Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. That many? Not to mention a single 10th tier crystal core. Just 1,000 9th tier crystal cores would be enough to plunge many small countries into despair. Though there were plenty of exotic beasts, there were far fewer people capable of slaughtering 9th tier beasts like cattle. Only a great nation like Huaxia could have the resources to activate such a thing. Speaking of these high-tier crystal cores, most of them are provided by the unit you're about to meet, Sun Dashing said with a complicated expression. Zhuge Lan realized something. You mean, we're here? Wu Tian interrupted the conversation. Zhuge Lan turned his head and saw over 1,000 people lying sprawled across the training ground. They were all dressed in uniform green combat suits, their resolute faces marked with indelible fatigue. Their dark skin couldn't hide the numerous scars, and a small number of them were even missing arms or legs. Apologies for the sight, Wu Tian said flatly. These are my subordinates, the Vanguard Army. Zhuge Lan pressed his lips together, frowning as he scanned the scene below. Although he didn't know what they had been through, he could clearly sense the smell of blood from these soldiers. Even so, they didn't indulge in a refreshing bath like Zhuge Lan had. Instead, they simply fell asleep on the ground, using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed. Their exhaustion was evident. Most geniuses went to training camps, and the slightly less talented chose the Dragon Group. Only those with low aptitude, the so-called failures, would join the Vanguard Army. They burned themselves out with the 8 gates formation technique, carrying out all kinds of deadly missions. This was a unit that created miracles, and also a unit where no one had ever retired alive. What a group of lovable people, Zhuge Lan murmured. Wu Tian looked at Zhuge Lan with some surprise. This is the first time I've heard someone describe us like that, but I like it. I'm sure they would like it too, Wu Tian said with a faint smile. Who says only those standing in the light are heroes? Zhuge Lan asked himself again. Compared to his own protagonist-like journey, these people below were the true reflection of this post-apocalyptic world. Wu Tian and Sun Dasheng were also moved by these words, their gazes turning distant as if lost in memories. Zhuge Lan took out a set of 9th tier exotic beast crystal cores, crushed them, and transformed them into a golden Buddhist halo that hung behind his head. The gentle, warm Buddhist light spread like a spring breeze, soothing the wounds and exhaustion of these people. The scars from minor injuries fell off almost instantly, and the damaged limbs sprouted like bamboo shoots after spring rain, becoming completely restored within a few breaths. The highlight was the effect of the Buddha's light, which cleansed the spirit and soothed the soul, causing the previously sleeping crowd to snore peacefully in comfort. The light shone for a full 9 minutes. What was once a troop of injured and disabled soldiers transformed on the spot into a vigorous and formidable force. Though the thunderous snoring was somewhat out of place, Zhuge Liang did not disturb their rest and quietly turned to leave. Sun Dashing and Wu Tian exchanged glances. This healing talent is miraculous. It even managed to heal some of my old injuries, Wu Tian said softly. If he were given a set of 10th tier equipment, it might not be impossible to achieve full recovery. Sun Dasheng, however, frowned slightly. It was Wu Tian's first exposure to the light, so he hadn't noticed the difference. But after 3 encounters, Sun Dasheng was absolutely certain the Buddha's light carried a brainwashing effect. Previously, Sun Dasheng had subconsciously treated Zhuge Liang as a junior, often irrationally taking care of him. For instance, he had forcibly delayed 2 days just to help Zhuge Liang master the basics of his indestructible body. This was clearly not a worthwhile decision. Yet, he still did it, as if he were looking out for a younger generation. Now he realized it was the Buddha's light at work. But after pondering for a moment, he couldn't tell whether it was the light's influence or his own choice. Sun Dasheng decided not to voice his thoughts. After all, with Zhuge Liang's current development trajectory, he was bound to shoulder the banner of China's, and even humanity's, revival in the future. Having such an ability to subconsciously earn people's trust was actually a useful tool. Even he himself hadn't realized that he was still instinctively protecting Zhuge Liang's interests. After this day, Zhuge Liang quietly focused on his cultivation. Occasionally, he would step out to shine the Buddha's light on the arriving vanguard troops, while also leveling up Mount La Buddha, Let You Sit, to 3.0. The only people he interacted with regularly were Li Yiting and Li Yang. He didn't even attend the award ceremony for the top scorer at the Magic City base. After all, the rewards were already being crafted. Instead of wasting half a day being surrounded and stared at like a monkey by strangers, it was better to take time to refine himself and better control his rapidly growing strength. As for his university placement, it was undoubtedly the genius training camp. But Zhuge Liang wasn't in a hurry to start school directly. He was waiting for the custom-made national 10th tier defensive star equipment he had been longing for. Update from the draft. My wife is in the delivery room. Mother and child are safe. So here's an extra update. 117. Legendary star equipment. Venom Epic Enhancement. The custom-made national 10th tier defensive star equipment Zhuge Liang had been longing for finally arrived. But when Sun Dasheng placed a palm-sized wooden box in front of him, Zhuge Liang was utterly baffled. What is going on? What could possibly fit in such a small box? Zhuge Liang asked suspiciously. Sun Dasheng chuckled and gestured for Zhuge Liang to open it. Could this wooden box be spatial equipment? Zhuge Liang hesitantly opened the box and saw a fist-sized golden orb quietly lying in a grayish hollow. It didn't look like 10th tier star equipment at all. Zhuge Liang looked at Sun Dasheng expressionlessly. Are you kidding me? He wants a set. What is this bead supposed to be? This set of star equipment is named Gemini. It hasn't been activated yet, so it's currently a bead. It consists of a helmet, mask, shoulder armor, knee armor, chest and abdominal armor, arm guards, leg guards, and battle boots. Damage below the 10th tier cannot break its defense. Its core abilities include ultra-long-distance teleportation powered by 10th tier void crystals and resurrection of the dead using 10th tier attribute crystal cores. There are also some minor functions, which you'll have to discover yourself. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up as he listened, and as usual, he first picked up the golden bead in his hand. How do I use this? Blood recognition? Or spirit power refinement? What do you mean by blood recognition and refinement? Sun Dasheng asked in confusion. You just need to imprint your mental mark on it. Novels really are full of nonsense. But this is much simpler. After absorbing 2 star meteors and a soul crystal, Zhuge Liang's mental power had reached the level where it could extend outward, becoming a spiritual sense that enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters, capable of observing everything like a microscope. His mental power easily surged out and imprinted his information onto the golden bead before him. In the next moment, the golden bead turned into a stream of liquid and merged into his body through his palm. "Hey, what's this? Dad, help!" Suddenly, Venom's cry for help came from within his body, startling Zhuge Liang. He immediately looked at Sun Dashing. "What's going on?" Although Venom usually had a low presence, it was Zhuge Liang's greatest cultivation cheat, allowing his body to avoid consuming 90% of spiritual energy, practically a bug. It couldn't be allowed to malfunction. "Don't worry," Sun Dashing said with a smile. "The nation specifically informed Master Orn about your symbiote and provided materials to specially craft this set of star equipment. Its core is a piece of armor star Meteor, which Master Orn modified to become the most suitable star equipment for a symbiote, and it will." Suddenly, a large amount of black and gold liquid surged out from Zhuge Liang's body, forming a full body armor that was black on the left and gold on the right. Poof, 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 poof. 2 pairs of golden wings and 2 pairs of black bone wings extended from his back, creating a simultaneous clash yet perfect harmony between the aura of justice and evil. Enchanting and dazzling. As Zhuge Liang used his spiritual sense to observe his appearance. Although there were some minor differences overall, isn't this the Gemini sacred cloth? Zhuge Liang blurted out. Sun Dashing looked at Zhuge Liang in surprise. "It seems you've been cramming a lot of history lessons recently," Sun Dashing praised. According to the information provided by Master Orn, this indeed was inspired by an ancient legendary piece of equipment owned by the god warrior saga under the ancient goddess Athena, named the Gemini sacred cloth. That Master Orn couldn't have mistaken the manga Saint Seiya for a historical text, right? This parallel world sure knows how to have fun, Zhuge Liang thought to himself, but he was extremely satisfied as he looked at his current appearance. Never mind the star equipment's abilities for now, this level of coolness was already enough to match his looks, especially the half-black, half-gold form that differs from the Gemini sacred cloth. It completes the final piece of the rebellious puzzle for this already cool sacred cloth. It's all about being cool. And now Zhuge Liang's isn't just for show, it's a genuine, symbiotic form. That's right. The star gear given by Orn has transformed Venom's hideous symbiotic form into this cool Gemini form. Not only that, but even the original amplification limit of Venom has been raised. It's amazing. The demon and angel reliefs on the left and right sides of the helmet come to life, with the demon's face morphing into Venom's appearance, poking its head out. "Dad, I can directly control the abilities of this star gear. Ultra-long-distance teleportation can directly transport up to 10,000 kilometers. Resurrection of the dead can revive a life below tier 10 that has just died, right on the spot. And healing abilities pierced hearts, shattered brains, all can be saved." Venom rattled off over a dozen abilities, leaving Zhuge Liang beaming with excitement. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. This set of Gemini star gear combines escape, resurrection, healing, flight, gravity, communication, and over 100 functions in one. It's safe to say it includes every survival method humans can think of. It's the ultimate expression of survival instinct. It directly struck Zhuge Liang's heart after all. You need to stay alive to deal damage. What satisfied Zhuge Liang the most was its extraordinary coolness. No wonder its custom made it truly thoughtful. Zhuge Liang couldn't stop praising it. "Oh, you're satisfied already?" Sun Dashing raised an eyebrow and said, "Because the core of this star gear is Starfall, now integrated with your symbiotic form. It's essentially half of its talent. As its level increases, you can replace it with higher-tier crystal cores to continue upgrading and using it indefinitely." Whoa, growth equipment? Incredible. Wait, you said higher-tier crystal cores? Zhuge Liang caught the key point. What do you mean? Are there levels above tier 10? Sun Dashing first nodded, then shook his head, leaving Zhuge Liang confused. 3,000 years after the revival of spiritual energy, humanity has gone from barely surviving to surpassing martial gods, always in a state of exploration. Who knows if there's an 11th tier above tier 10? Back then, humans thought tier 9 was the limit. That made sense. Zhuge Liang looked up at the sky. According to the novel's setting, Earth should just be a beginner's village, with the protagonist's true stage being the vast sea of stars. You don't need to worry about that now, focus on reaching tier 9 first, Sun Dashing interrupted with a wave of his hand. Now that you've got the star gear, you should report to the Genius Training Camp. Tomorrow. I have some things to handle today. I'll go to the Genius Training Camp tomorrow. Fair enough, Sun Dashing nodded. Take a day off today, spend time with your friends. After this, you'll be people from two different worlds. SSR level Zhuge Liang, compared to SSS level Li Yiting and SS level Li Yang, may seem only 1 or 2 levels apart in talent. But now, everyone can see that Zhuge Liang's SSR is only because the highest talent level is SSR, but his potential far exceeds just being an SSR. Although countries strictly control information about SSR-level geniuses, no other SSR genius could possibly defeat a group of 9th-tier opponents at the 4th tier and even subdue a 10th-tier being. Hearing this, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but feel emotional. Unknowingly, he had left everyone far behind. At first, they had agreed to team up for the college entrance exams, but in the end, he skipped grades. Sun Dashing patted Zhuge Liang on the shoulder. I'll instruct the next base leader to take good care of them, Sun Dashing said. Previously, Sun Dashing had been stationed at the Magic City base because he had no hope of advancing further. Now that he had broken through to the 10th tier, he naturally had to take on greater responsibilities. You too, Zhuge Liang said, pulling out a small black notebook and waving it. Don't die too early, okay? I still have 2 scores to settle with you. Sun Dashing's face darkened slightly. He still remembers that. Helping is helping, but holding grudges is holding grudges. Let's not mix the two, Zhuge Liang said with a mischievous smile. For a moment, Sun Dashing couldn't tell if Zhuge Liang was joking or serious. Zhuge Liang didn't explain further. He waved his hand, and his figure flickered, transforming into a clone holding an unstable Rasengan. Instant transmission. But the sudden spatial shift distracted the clone, causing the experimental Rasengan in his hand to emit an unstable glow. Sun Dashing's expression changed drastically. This was his office. You little brat, don't you dare. Boom, 118. Divine Skill Fusion. Off to the Genius Training Camp. Extra Chapter 4 My Daughter Zhang Miao. Zhuge Liang received the memories of his clone and laughed cheerfully. It was just a test Rasengan, so its power couldn't possibly harm someone as strong as the transcendent martial god Sun Dashing. Consider it a small act of revenge. Zhuge Liang opened his small black notebook, crossed out the 2 offenses related to Sun Dashing, and tossed it back into his personal space to gather dust. As for everyone else who had wronged him, they were already gone. He then continued to focus on developing new techniques. After his mental power evolved into spiritual awareness, Zhuge Liang's control greatly improved. Although he was limited by the number of high-speed circular rings he could manage due to pi, this only restricted the number of individual Rasengans. He could now simultaneously form 2 or even 3 Rasengans. So he started pondering. Could he, like in a certain world where battle energy could transform into horses, mix and merge Rasengans to achieve a 1+1 greater than 2 effect? Of course, he couldn't neglect memorizing pi and improving his skill proficiency when clones use skills. The main body also gained proficiency. Unfortunately, although shadow clones had 1% of his strength, they couldn't increase proficiency. The key probably lay in memory sharing. He worked late into the night until his alarm went off. Dragging his slightly tired body, Zhuge Liang headed to the training room next door. Li Yiting and Li Yang were already meditating cross-legged. Hearing the door open, they both opened their eyes to look. You're here, Li Yiting said with a smile. I heard from my dad that your 10th tier star gear has arrived. Care to show us? Zhuge Liang smiled and didn't refuse. Venom. Whoosh, Venom immediately activated its Gemini form, a name Zhuge Liang had given to the symbiotic form, which was more fitting. The cool design made Li Yiting and Li Yang's eyes light up. Wow, so cool. Oh my god. The two were full of amazement, their eyes brimming with envy. Seeing how much they liked it, Zhuge Liang simply let Venom crawl over so the two could experience it properly. After they had enough fun, Zhuge Liang suddenly took out a cake, inserted a candle, and looked at Li Yang. Little Li, your dad is celebrating your birthday. Li Yang, who was initially touched, immediately twitched the corner of his mouth. He shouldn't have felt moved. I'm your dad, Li Yang protested. Who's whose son? Zhuge Liang challenged. You're my son, Li Yang decisively countered. Which one of us calls the other dad? I call you dad. Li Yong fell silent again. Why aren't you playing by the rules, even coming up with new ones? Haha, good boy. Blow out the candle. Li Yong glared at Zhuge Lan in annoyance, clasped his hands together, made a wish, and blew out the candle in one breath. Just as he was about to remove the candle and cut the cake, the candle suddenly reignited. Li Yong blew it out again, but before the knife could fall, the candle reignited once more. Blow out, reignite, blow out, reignite, blow out, reignite. Zhuge Lan and Li Yiting watched in stunned silence. Wait, what kind of wish did you make that's so hard to fulfill? World peace. Zhuge Lan teased. If I say it, it won't come true, Li Yong insisted with a dark expression. The next second, the candle reignited again, slapping him in the face. It's already not coming true. Zhuge Lan pointed at the candle. Li Yong was silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. I wish for you to safely grow in the genius training camp and surpass the martial god. This time, Zhuge Lan fell silent. Damn it, this candle must be extinguished today. Spiral hurricane blast. The next day, Zhuge Lan opened his eyes from cultivation and looked at Li Yiting and Li Yong, who were still immersed in their spiritual energy vortex. He silently stood up and flicked out 4 skill cards, 2 landing in front of each of them. Without saying goodbye, he directly used teleportation to leave. At the moment his clone disappeared, Li Yiting and Li Yong almost simultaneously opened their eyes, silently picked up the skill cards in front of them, exchanged glances, and then closed their eyes to continue cultivating. Although they had already been left far behind, they would still work twice as hard, striving to fight alongside Zhuge Lan again in the future. At the barrier defense, near the teleportation array, Sun Dashing and Kirin were there, along with a vanguard army of over 5,000 people. They were about to be sent to the capital via the ultra-long-distance teleportation array, then head to their respective destinations. But Zhuge Lan looked at the vanguard army, his brows furrowed. With his level increase and spiritual evolution, he couldn't claim to have a photographic memory, but his memory was extraordinary. Among this vanguard army, there were many he had treated before, now once again bearing various injuries, including amputated legs and disabilities, and many familiar faces were missing. How many days had it been? Zhuge Lan fell silent. He gained a new understanding of the dangers faced by the vanguard army. Let me bring one last warmth to this demon city base before I leave, Zhuge Lan suddenly said with a smile that he soared into the air, this time directly crushing 3 sets of 9th-tier entities, condensing them into a golden Buddhist while radiating gentle Buddhist light, illuminating an area nearly 100 kilometers in radius. With repeated use, he had mastered the ability to control the release of the Buddhist light, no longer adhering strictly to the original method. He could now limit 30% of the light to the vanguard army in front of him, while the remaining 70% was diluted and spread to a much farther distance. This diluted Buddhist light no longer possessed the miraculous ability to heal flesh and bones, but could still cure ordinary injuries and illnesses, as well as soothe hearts and rejuvenate spirits. For a moment, the area within 100 kilometers fell into silence, with everyone gazing peacefully at Zhuge Lan, who was radiating Buddhist light, feeling an unprecedented tranquility in their hearts. Meanwhile, the core vanguard army, along with Sun Dashing and Kirin, enjoyed the amplified effects, all showing comfortable smiles. This lasted for a full half-hour before the Buddhist light on Zhuge Lan gradually dimmed and finally extinguished. While everyone was still immersed in the experience, Zhuge Lan unexpectedly gained his final growth in the Magic City base, Divine Skill. Lesson Buddha, let you sit. 3.0 inch has been fully mastered. Would you like to consume 50,000 essence points to fuse? It's a girl. Woohoo, born in October 2022, weighing 6.5 pounds. Her mother named her Zhang Miao, wishing her a lifetime of happiness and joy. Don't complain about filler content. This chapter is a free bonus to celebrate my daughter's birthday. 119. Sun Dashing's rebellious son. A genius's life is more important. Divine Skill. Lesson Buddha, let you sit. 3.0 inch has been fully mastered. Would you like to consume 50,000 essence points to fuse? Fused? This time, Zhuge Lan genuinely just wanted to leave a final gift for the Magic City base. Unexpectedly, he gained so much in return. Truly, good Good deeds are rewarded. Zhuge Liang glanced at the crowd still immersed in the aftertaste, estimating that they would need some time. Fuse. 50,000 essence points consumed. Fused into Leshan Buddha, let you sit max. All related information flooded into his mind, prompting Zhuge Liang to close his eyes and absorb it seriously. After half a minute, he opened his eyes again. This, Leshan Buddha let you sit, turned out to be a skill with 4 attributes: light, wood, life, and spirit. It was the first time a divine skill had multiple attributes. It induced a saintly state, similar to the purification of light attribute through salted fish gaze, first cleansing the target's state with light, wood, and life, then subtly hypnotizing them with spirit. The seemingly nonsensical effects of this divine skill actually have surprisingly logical principles. Moreover, Zhuge Liang no longer needed crystal cores to use the Buddhist light. Thanks to infinite blue, the duration of the Buddhist light was determined by the reserve of crystal cores, and Zhuge Liang had over 900 spatial rings filled with crystal cores. He loved this kind of sustained consumption skill. As for its effectiveness, it depended on his level. At level 69, the effect was equivalent to activating the divine skill with 6th-tier crystal cores. If the power was deemed insufficient, he could still use crystal cores to enhance it. As for more ways to use it, that would depend on Zhuge Liang's own development. Opening his eyes, a sharp-featured, monkey-like face appeared before Zhuge Liang, startling him into activating his quantum state. But he quickly noticed the green tight combat suit on the figure. It turned out to be a member of the Vanguard army. Why are you standing so close? Zhuge Liang deactivated his quantum state, still shaken. The man scratched his head awkwardly, revealing a goofy smile. Sorry, I'm here on behalf of my comrades to thank you. He stood upright and saluted formally. Thank you, comrade, for providing treatment to our army. Salute. Snap. The collective salute of the Vanguard army echoed loudly, making Zhuge Liang's heart tremble. Not being a soldier himself, Zhuge Liang quickly clasped his fists in return. Salute complete. The Vanguard army lowered their hands in perfect unison, as if they were one person. Soldiers of a great nation, as it should be. How about it? Pretty impressive, right? The Vanguard army officer smiled. Comrade, would you consider joining us? Hey, before he could finish his sentence, Sun Dashing grabbed him by the ear and lifted him off the ground, his feet dangling in the air. You brat. It's one thing for you to join the Vanguard army on your own, but now you're trying to recruit a genius? Zhuge Liang is headed for the genius training camp. Sun Dashing scolded through gritted teeth. Judging by the interaction, they seem to have a close relationship. Dad, let go. I'm an officer now, you know. You're embarrassing me, the Vanguard army officer pleaded urgently. Oh, Sun Xiaowang, you've become an officer, huh? Grown some guts, have you? Sun Dashing glared at him. You only got the position because you replaced Wu Tian. I'm still your father. It's only right for a father to discipline his son. Seeing Sun Dashing's anger, Sun Xiaowang dared not talk back otherwise. Being publicly spanked with the melting blood iron rod would be even more humiliating. Zhuge Liang blinked. So this Sun Xiaowang was Sun Dashing's only surviving son? From their conversation, it seemed Sun Xiaowang had secretly joined the army. After a few more scoldings, Sun Dashing finally let go of Sun Xiaowang's ear and gave Zhuge Liang a helpless smile. This is my good-for-nothing youngest son. Who would have thought that with his F-level talent, he'd make a name for himself in the Vanguard army, even going so far as to recruit people now? Well, it's because our army lacks medical personnel, Sun Xiaowang muttered. Even if we're short on medics, can't you allocate a few to us? They're all sent to the genius training camp. Are we not human or something? You brat, are you questioning the nation's decisions? Sun Dashing glared, instantly summoning the melting blood iron rod. Sun Xiaowang shrank his head in fear and hid behind Zhuge Liang. But it's true. Sun Xiaowang protested defiantly. Our Vanguard army takes on the most dangerous missions and suffers the most casualties, yet the entire army has only a handful of medics. It takes days just to get treatment. Meanwhile, the Genius Training Camp has medics on standby every day. Why is that fair? Fair? I'll show you what's fair. Furious, Sun Dashing swung the melting blood iron rod down without regard for Zhuge Liang's presence, expecting Zhuge Liang to activate his quantum state to dodge. Clang! A shield composed of the digits of pi blocked Sun Dashing's angry strike. Though the impact pushed Zhuge Liang and Sun Xiaowang back several meters, they were unharmed. This left Sun Dashing momentarily stunned. His youngest son had been rigorously training in the Eight Gates formation, and his physique was tough enough to endure a beating. So Sun Dashing hadn't held back at all. That it actually didn't even shatter Zhuge Liang's pi sword? That's ridiculously tough. Zhuge Liang remarked, you, a mere academic failure. Think you can break my pi sword? I'm a bit curious myself, Zhuge Liang said calmly. We've all seen the casualties of the Vanguard army, so why are there so few medical personnel? Seeing Zhuge Liang protecting his own kid, Sun Dashing couldn't he really go all out, could he? If they really fought, he'd be the one embarrassed in the end. Helplessly, he dispersed his hemolytic iron staff, glaring at Sun Xiaowang without saying a word. At this moment, Kiran stepped in as the mediator. In this regard, the nation has its difficulties. In today's era, there are very few people specializing in support and healing abilities. After meeting the needs of the Genius Training Camp, there are only a handful left. With so many units across the country, the allocation to the Vanguard Army is already as much as possible, but the Vanguard Army is so large that when distributed, it's just… Kiran's words contained a key point after meeting the needs of the Genius Training Camp. The Genius Training Camp urgently needs medical personnel? Zhuge Liang asked in surprise. Huh, you didn't know? Kiran replied, equally surprised. The Genius Training Camp is also called the Death Training Camp. Even if someone is a genius, if they can't surpass the martial god, there's no leniency. The training is to the death, and then they're saved just before dying. Zhuge Liang suddenly felt a bit reluctant to go to this Genius Training Camp. It was all Li Yang's fault for setting the flag last night. Can't they reduce the intensity and spare a few for us? Sun Xiaowang still protested. Several of my comrades could have been saved, but they died because there was no treatment. Are their lives not lives? Huh. This question left everyone in silence. So, Sun Xiaowang's dissatisfaction stemmed from this. Indeed, watching comrades who fought side by side suffer and wait for death helplessly, how agonizing must that be? What nonsense are you spouting? Sun Dashing scolded angrily. The Genius Training Camp produces high-level combat power. Genius lives are more important than yours. Who told you your talent is lacking? My talent is lacking because I inherited it from you. Sun Xiaowang shouted, his neck stiffened. Sun Dashing was furious. Don't stop me. I'm going to beat this little brat to death today. Sun Dashing's body began to glow golden, activating his indestructible Vajra body, forcefully tearing through the stacked pi shields, and charged angrily at Sun Xiaowang. Today he was determined to teach this brat a lesson. No one could stop him. Zhuge Liang remarked. Are you sure no one can stop you? 120.f level talent? How about checking out the light and shadow armor? Seeing Sun Dashing was serious, Sun Xiaowang panicked. He quickly clung to Zhuge Liang, pleading, Comrade, save me. My dad really will kill me. Zhuge Liang, if you're afraid of dying, then why were you acting so arrogant earlier? But he still shot a salty fish gaze at Sun Dashing, intending only to calm him down. Unexpectedly, Sun Dashing squatted on the ground and started crying. I'm also a low-level talent. I still made it through. Both my parents were martial gods, but they gave birth to an F-level talent. We're desperate too. For kids, not a single one is worry-free. All right then. The slacker Sun Dashing directly voiced his inner thoughts, but it served as a reminder to Zhuge Liang. Indeed, there's no reason why parents who are martial gods would have a son who's an F-level waste, right? Thinking further about the loopholes in the talent test, Zhuge Liang looked at the complex expression on Sun Xiaowang's face, who stepped back a few paces in fear, perhaps afraid of becoming like his father. Can you summon your talent and show it to me? Zhuge Liang asked. This, Sun Xiaowang sighed in relief. What's there to see in an F-level talent? Sun Xiaowang gathered spiritual energy in his hand, and a palm-sized object appeared, which he casually tossed to Zhuge Liang. My talent is neither a weapon nor a hidden tool. It's too small to even be a shield. Other than changing its appearance, it's really just trash. Goodness, this talent is so bad that he didn't even bother naming it. But as Zhuge Liang held Sun Xiaowang's manifested talent, his expression turned peculiar. The palm-sized object resembled a token, quite exquisite, with a blue eagle claw relief on the front. At the center of the claw was a groove, engraved with a cyan blue eagle head. This thing, it looks exactly like the Wind Eagle Summoner. The Wind Eagle Summoner, the summoning device of Wind Eagle Warrior from the Light and Shadow Armor series, can emit the energy of Wood Crystal Light and merge with the Wind Eagle armor to become the Armored Warrior, Wind Eagle Warrior. So, could this thing possibly be? Zhuge Liang silently took out a third-tier Wood Crystal core and pressed it into the groove. In the next moment, the Wind Eagle Summoner emitted dazzling blue light, attracting everyone's attention, including the slacker Sun Dashing. Zhuge Liang directly grabbed Sun Xiaowang's hand and pressed it onto his arm. A blue, textile belt appeared around Sun Xiaowang's waist, and then, like venom activating its symbiotic form, it spread out from the belt, forming a textile armor. Holy crap, it really is the Wind Eagle armor. Zhuge Liang cursed. But no one cared about that anymore. Sun Xiaowang excitedly adapted to the Wind Eagle armor, summoning the Wind Eagle sword, Wind Eagle crossbow, and Wind Eagle ring one after another, wielding them with ease. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but complain. You got the hang of it so quickly, how come you never realized the potential of this Wind Eagle summoner before? Probably because, upon hearing it was F level, he didn't bother exploring it, he hadn't even named this talent. But soon, the Wind Eagle armor abruptly disappeared, and the groove in the Wind Eagle summoner on Sun Xiaowang's arm shattered along with the third-tier Wood Crystal core. Clearly, the energy had been depleted. This is amazing. Sun Xiaowang stared at Zhuge Liang with bright eyes. How did you do it? I just experienced a 30% attribute boost. This talent must at least be B level. I read an ancient ranking of armors. Zhuge Liang improvised. Among them, the Light and Shadow armor was ranked in the top 10. Your talent looked very similar to the Wind Eagle Summoner, so I tried using a third-tier Wood Crystal core, and you experienced it yourself. Sun Xiaowang became even more excited. Third tier? Just third tier. A 30% increase at the third tier? What about higher tiers? He immediately started frantically searching through his spatial ring, but ordinary people couldn't absorb beast crystal cores who would keep such things around. Zhuge Liang thoughtfully took out a 5th-tier Wood Crystal core and handed it over. Thanks. Sun Xiaowang eagerly installed it into the groove of the Wind Eagle Summoner, and the magnificent transformation process reappeared. 50%. A 50% increase. At least an S-level talent. I'm an S-level genius now. Ha ha ha, Sun Xiaowang laughed uncontrollably, even unintentionally unleashing Wind Eagle Hero's ultimate move, Wine-Piercing Strike. Blue sword shadows intertwined, with power equivalent to the 7th tier. What level was Sun Xiaowang? Only 5th tier. The power of crossing 2 tiers, definitely an SS level talent. Due to using Wind-Piercing Strike, the 5th tier Wood Crystal core was completely consumed. What shocked Zhuge Liang was Sun Xiaowang's summoner had transformed into the appearance of the Flame Dragon Summoner. What the heck? Is this the change you were talking about? Zhuge Liang exclaimed, dumbfounded. How many forms do you have? About 5. Damn, you've got the full set of 5-element armors. Zhuge Liang took out a fire crystal core for Sun Xiaowang, and sure enough, it condensed into the Flame Dragon armor, transforming him into the cool and dazzling Flame Dragon hero. As the most balanced, most potential-filled, and strongest overall armor among the 5 warriors, this time Sun Xiaowang was absolutely thrilled. The ultimate move, Demon Ceiling Slash, unleashed a peak 7th tier strike. Similarly, after using the ultimate move, the armor dissipated and the crystal core shattered. Sun Xiaowang excitedly experimented with the other 3 armors, having the time of his life. At this moment, Sun Dashing also snapped out of his idle state, equally excited as he watched Sun Xiaowang. Kid, give this little rascal talent a name. Sun Dashing laughed heartily, not even minding the earlier forced confession incident. Clearly, Sun Dashing was very pleased with Sun Xiaowang's comeback. The bloodline of the Sun family was indeed strong. Let us call it the Light Shadow Armor Transformation Device, Zhuge Liang said. Flame Dragon Armor, Wind Eagle Armor, Black Rhino Armor, Earth Tiger Armor, Snow Mastiff Armor, 5 sets. Sun Xiaowang and Sun Dashing both nodded in satisfaction. You really are a naming genius. Sun Dashing gave a big thumbs up. Zhuge Liang didn't take it to heart. After thinking for a moment, he added, I remember the books also recorded a sixth set of armor, the Emperor armor, which can only be summoned by gathering the power of the five elements. It's the ultimate power that can even control time. Sun Xiaowang and Sun Dashing's eyes lit up. The power of the five elements combined. SSS level. Absolutely an SSS level talent. You little rascal, didn't you want medical personnel? This time, you'll go with Zhuge to the genius training camp. There'll be plenty of medical personnel there. Sun Dashing said spiritedly. A genius should go to the genius training camp, no doubt about it. But, I want tea. Sun Xiaowang stubbornly said, I've become stronger now. I can protect more comrades. I'm not leaving. Alive, I'm a vanguard. Dead, I'm a vanguard soul. You little rascal. Don't know what's good for you, huh? Sun Dashing glared, ready to get angry. Sun Xiaowang quickly and skillfully hid behind Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan. If Sun Xiaowang didn't look a few years younger than him, Zhuge Lan would definitely have mocked him. He really is both timid and stubborn. Xiaowang's talent isn't bad when honed in actual combat. What he's lacking is simply a proper training environment, Zhuge Lan commented objectively. Since Xiaowang himself wants to stay in the Vanguard Army, I believe an SSS-level genius is worth assigning a guardian to improve these conditions, right? Zhuge Lan was well aware of Li Yiting's treatment guardians, cultivation resources, skill guidance, all readily available. Sun Dashing certainly understood this logic too. But, after all, it's the Vanguard Army. The Vanguard Army, where no one has ever retired alive. Sun Xiaowang is Sun Dashing's only family in this world. No matter how stubborn he acts, he still cares deeply for him. In the past, when Sun Xiaowang had an F-level talent, he had no choice. But now, it's proven that he's an SSS-level talent. I still stand by what I said. The life of an F-level talent warrior is still a life. Sun Xiaowang said seriously. No one has ever retired alive from the Vanguard Army, and I don't intend to break that iron rule. I'll either become the leader of the Vanguard Army or die fighting in it. Yes, no one retires alive from the Vanguard Army. Sun Xiaowang simply decided not to retire, aiming directly to surpass Wu Tian and outshine the martial god. With his SSS-level talent, he now has the capital to say such things. Sun Dashing and Sun Xiaowang stared at each other for several minutes. Throughout, Sun Xiaowang's gaze remained firm and unwavering. Sun Dashing let out a heavy sigh, while Sun Xiaowang smiled. He knew his father had agreed. It's time to go, Kiran interjected at the right moment. The capital is still waiting for us to report. The two were heading to report and establish their own organization after surpassing the martial god. Let's go. As Sun Dashing spoke, the teleportation array activated, emitting a dense spatial energy that Zhuge Lan inhaled with great satisfaction. Refreshing. But looking at the others, they were all prepared with bags, seemingly ready to. 121. Extract new divine skills. Arrogant villain. Extra chapter LXM True God Certification. Ugh, ugh, ugh. As soon as they emerged from the long-distance teleportation array, the sound of vomiting echoed one after another. Everyone was very considerate, vomiting into the prepared bags, leaving only the sour stench lingering in the air. Zhuge Lan, who had been enjoying the spatial energy, silently restrained his urge to take deep breaths. This spatial energy was indeed peculiar. The higher one's affinity for spatial attributes, the harder it was to resist. And for those with low spatial affinity, just look around. It's a severe case of acclimatization issues. Even Sun Dashing and Kiran, who had surpassed the martial god, were now wearing expressions of about to vomit but holding it in. It was quite pitiful. Zhuge Lan laughed gleefully at their misfortune. Being a genius with all attributes was truly delightful. At this moment, a young man with ordinary looks but a playful smirk on his lips walked straight toward Zhuge Lan. You're Zhuge Lan, right? The young man said. I'm your brother, Xiao Ritian, a 4-star trainee from the genius training camp. Don't ask anything else, just follow me. I'll take care of you from now on. Zhuge Lan looked at Xiao Ritian expressionlessly, thinking to himself, is this guy the next person I need to show off and humiliate? Otherwise, why does he talk so arrogantly? Go ahead. At this moment, Sun Dashing also recovered and said in a strange tone, the location of the genius training camp is extremely confidential. Even Wu Tian cannot know about it. Only through a designated teleportation array, by designated personnel, at a designated time, can one be transported there. Zhuge Liang nodded in understanding. Indeed, with Huaxia's level of protection for its geniuses, a place that gathers all the nation's talents cannot be too cautious after all. In the eyes of the Akatsuki organization, this group of geniuses is definitely a big, juicy target. Zhuge Liang tilted his head at Xiao Ritian, signaling that they could leave. This made Xiao Ritian a bit unhappy. I don't like people who act more arrogant than me. Rookie, don't be too cocky. Once you're in the genius training camp, even if you're a dragon, you'll have to coil up. Xiao Ritian warned. Zhuge Liang was now even more certain. This guy was sent here for him to show off and humiliate. I heard it has to be at a designated time. Are you sure you want to keep wasting time? Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. Smack. Xiao Ritian slapped his forehead. Kid, I'll deal with you later. Let's go. Xiao Ritian walked to an empty area nearby and took out a set of array plates to set up. This made Zhuge Liang's eyebrows twitch. It was actually a portable teleportation array. Such precious resources are usually used as life-saving trump cards. The Genius Training Camp uses it as a means of entry and exit. Zhuge Liang could already imagine the luxury of the Genius Training Camp. No wonder Sun Dashing's first reaction was to send Sun Xiaowang to the Genius Training Camp. It really is something extraordinary. Let's go. Why are you standing there dumbly? Xiao Ritian urged. But when Zhuge Liang stepped into the teleportation array, Xiao Ritian didn't immediately activate it. Instead, he stared at his watch, waiting for the right time. Don't blame me for not warning you. The Genius Training Camp only opens for 1 second during the reported time slot. If you miss it, applying to enter again will be a hassle. Xiao Ritian said in a big brotherly tone. Zhuge Liang didn't respond, simply waving goodbye to Sun Dashing and the others. But as if deliberately going against him, just as Sun Dashing and the others were about to wave back, Xiao Ritian activated the teleportation array. What surprised Zhuge Liang even more was, this portable teleportation array was actually super long range, so extravagant. As light illuminated his vision, Zhuge Liang suddenly felt a heavy weight on his body, as if shackles had been placed on him, and his two talents lost connection. What was going on? Ding. External intrusion detected on host. Repairing vulnerabilities. Repair complete. Zhuge Liang regained his sense of his talents. He blinked. What was going on? Xiao Ritian cast a malicious glance at him. Rookie, you've noticed, haven't you? Here, talents are prohibited. Even if you're SSS level, you'll still get beaten up by an S level. Xiao Ritian sneered. Apologize to me now, and I might go easy on you and not hit your face. Zhuge Liang looked at Xiao Ritian expressionlessly. Sorry, this young master has a system. Right now, you're the only one without talents. Moreover, divine skills have never been affected from start to finish, including those already fused. Zhuge Liang was just waiting for Xiao Ritian to make the first move, so he could claim self-defense and then thoroughly show off and humiliate him. Although it might be a bit cliché, just thinking about it feels somewhat exhilarating. However, Xiao Ritian's sinister grin faded, and he looked at Zhuge Liang with disinterest. Your nerves as a newbie are impressive. Not even a bit scared, huh? Xiao Ritian spread his arms, saying, Welcome to the Genius Training Camp. You've passed the test from us senior students. Not bad. A test, huh? Zhuge Liang loosened his clenched fists, feeling a bit regretful. This brat managed to avoid a beating. However, Zhuge Liang still decided to find an opportunity later to teach this kid a lesson. Unaware of Zhuge Liang's thoughts, Xiao Ritian motioned for him to follow. They arrived at a nearby teleportation array, activated it again, and both appeared in an enclosed room. Zhuge Liang's eyes immediately locked onto a 9th-rank powerhouse, standing silently in a corner with eyes shut, like a guard. Using a 9th-rank powerhouse as a guard? Impressive. Wait here for a moment, Xiao Ritian said. Bro, I'm going to invite Principal Wufa. Without her authorization, you can't enter. Wow. Truly one layer of bureaucracy after another. Huh? Zhuge Liang nodded, watching Xiao Ritian leave. Throughout it all, the 9th-rank powerhouse remained with eyes closed, meditating like a statue. But Zhuge Liang's keen spiritual senses picked up on a probing gaze, layered and intricate, thoroughly examining him. Zhuge Liang paid it no mind. Standard procedure, after all. In fact, He boldly opened his system panel, preparing to draw a skill for the empty slot in his divine abilities. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine ability. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine ability Drama King Essence. Drama King Essence. Your exaggerated acting will automatically be interpreted as heartfelt sincerity. Do you wish to dismantle it? What does this divine ability even do? Zhuge Liang rolled up his sleeves, determined. Today, I must draw a powerful offensive divine ability. He was about to dismantle this seemingly useless ability when suddenly Zhuge Liang's spiritual senses detected a strong threat. The ninth-rank powerhouse in the corner abruptly opened his eyes, stepping forward sharply with a warning, "Be careful." Instinctively, Zhuge Liang activated his quantum state. The next moment, boom, the entire chamber was utterly obliterated, leaving only an unfathomably deep pit beneath their feet. Zhuge Liang quickly summoned the Sword of Pi, hovering in midair. And then a figure he hadn't expected appeared. Zhao Wuyo. Zhuge Liang's eyes widened in shock. How was this guy here? Ha ha ha, finally, I've found you. And the geniuses of this training camp. Zhao Wuyo laughed maniacally. Today is the day I, Zhao Wuyo, ascend to SSR status. Arise. As Zhao Wuyo's words fell, the light curtain of a blood sacrifice barrier rose, enveloping an area spanning hundreds of miles, capturing the entire genius training camp in one fell swoop. Zhuge Liang's expression grew serious. Zhao Wuyo's aura had already surged to the 9th rank. It seemed his gains from the blood sacrifice ritual at Putian Bay City were quite substantial. It's just, how did Zhao Wuyo find this place, with the genius training camp so heavily fortified and verified? Just as he was puzzled, the system issued a reminder ding. Host detected external intrusion, patching the vulnerability. With the system's reminder, Zhuge Liang's powerful spiritual sense also noticed something amiss. He activated the formation eye and cautiously scanned his surroundings. The blood sacrifice barrier's formation, though similar to before, was merely a facade without its essence. A counterfeit. So, is this another strange admission ceremony? System, hold on, don't patch this vulnerability. Zhuge Liang stopped it in his mind. Detected that the vulnerability is neither fatal nor memory stealing, pausing patching program. Save the divine skill first. Divine skill save to divine skill slot. Zhuge Liang coldly stared at Zhao Wuyo and mocked. Last time, you had a full set of 9th tier star equipment, which let you escape. Did your little brother get reattached when you went back? Just a few pounds of flesh. My Shao organization is full of talent. It was naturally simple, Zhao Wuyo sneered. Today, you'll pay the price for what you've done. Confirmed, it's a counterfeit. The severed part from the evil warding sword technique couldn't possibly be reattached. In this state, Zhao Wuyo should be eager to devour him alive, not engage in conversation. Boom! The surrounding buildings exploded on a large scale, and figures charged out. The glow of skills was abundant, but no one used any talents. Talents were sealed here. A large number of people dressed in red cloud black robes were hunting down the genius training camp students. The guide from earlier, Xiao Ritian, was directly hacked into pieces, leaving only a limbless torso thrown not far from Zhuge Liang. Run away. Xiao Ritian howled in pain. Principal Wufa isn't in the genius training camp. No one can fight against these beasts. Zhuge Liang remained unmoved. He silently activated the newly acquired divine skill Drama King Essence. From now on, all his exaggerated actions would be automatically rationalized. Zhuge Liang directly condensed a Pi sword and stabbed it into Xiao Ritian's forehead. Your talent isn't sealed? You're not 9th tier, how is this possible? Zhao Wuyo finally noticed. His figure flickered and disappeared instantly. Zhuge Liang extended his spiritual sense, but couldn't capture him. With your talent, I might consider sparing your life. Zhao Wuyo's voice echoed from all directions. As long as you're willing to kill 10 genius training camp students and kneel to lick my toes, you can become a proud member of the Shao organization. You're overthinking it, Zhuge Liang said calmly. He's already crippled. Keeping him alive only increases your sublimation energy. It's better to end his suffering sooner. Brat, you think you're clever? Zhao Wuyo sneered. Do you have the ability to kill everyone in the genius training camp? Indeed, that's exactly my intention. Zhuge Liang flew to Xiao Ritian's corpse, stored it in his personal space, and turned toward the nearest battlefield. Salted fish gaze. A blue beam struck a Xiao member, spreading to envelop everyone within 10 meters, turning them all into salted fish, some squatting, some standing. Zhuge Liang raised his hand and shot out hundreds of pie swords, capturing all Xiao members and students in one fell swoop, with life-saving measures to escape disaster. Zhuge Liang executed a long-distance move of the evil repelling sword technique, directly severing a head. After killing, Zhuge Liang didn't forget to clean up the battlefield, placing all the corpses into his personal space. Swift and efficient. This left the other trainees in the distance stunned. Why are you killing your own people? Traitor. Human traitor. Zhuge Liang ignored them, continuing to clean up the battlefield in his own way. You actually dare? Zhao Wuyo shouted angrily. Die. A shadow instantly passed through Zhuge Liang, creating another abyssal pit beneath him. Quantum state. Even though he could control vectors, he couldn't harm Zhuge Liang in the slightest. Zhuge Liang completely ignored Zhao Wuyo and continued heading to the next battlefield. Seeing that brute force wasn't working, Zhao Wuyo changed tactics. He raised his watch and activated the recording function. With you slaughtering the trainees of the genius training camp like this, as long as I release the video, humanity will have no place for you. Zhao Wuyo threatened. However, compared to letting them become your feed, I think they'd rather die by my hand, Zhuge Liang said calmly. No, a trainee objected. We can break the blood sacrifice barrier, another suggested. If you keep swinging your sword at your compatriots, we won't hold back, a trainee threatened. Zhuge Liang paid no attention and continued his combo moves, starting with the salty fish stare, followed by 100 swords harvest, and ending with the evil repelling sword technique. Not holding back. What does that even mean? Once targeted by him, these trainees and members of Xiao, who couldn't use their talents, had no chance of escape. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuyo frantically attacked Zhuge Liang, but couldn't harm him at all. The situation was reminiscent of the Pu Tian Bay City incident, except the roles were completely reversed. Furious, Zhao Wuyo grabbed over a dozen trainees and threatened Zhuge Liang. If you don't stop, I'll. 123. Fortune Golden Dragon. Bringing Peace for All Eternity, Extra Chapter. Snowfall at the Edge of the World, certified by the True Master. If you don't stop, I'll. Zhao Wuyo suddenly choked halfway through his sentence. He was so enraged that he lost his train of thought. Zhuge Liang was slaughtering trainees, yet he was using trainees to threaten him? Zhuge Liang couldn't help but laugh. Let me help you out, Zhuge Liang said, directly waving his hand to shoot out the pie sword, turning those people into porcupines. Zhao Wuyo, powerless and furious, let out a groundhog-like scream. He could only race against Zhuge Liang, trying to capture as many trainees as possible and throw them onto the blood sacrifice barrier for absorption. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. Zhuge Liang, who was supposed to be the savior, was slaughtering just like Zhao Wuyo. This made some people frown deeply. In reality, Zhuge Liang was still in the secret chamber, where the 9th-tier powerhouse remained meditating with closed eyes. Outside the chamber was a massive square, where numerous teenagers looked up at a giant screen in the sky, watching the footage of Zhuge Liang's slaughter. This guy hasn't had his talent sealed. His killing intent is so strong. Although his theory is correct, watching him chop off my illusion's head is still infuriating. Has no one noticed that this heart-questioning program recreates the most unresolved matters in the trainees' hearts? And this newcomer actually once fought against the great demon Zhao Wuyo? He even managed to escape alive. From the earlier conversation, it seems he even made the demon pay a heavy price. In the sky, a stunningly beautiful woman stood mid-air, her enchanting eyes fixed on the large screen with a faint smile on her lips. On her wrist, a projection of Wu Tian's miniature figure appeared. Strange, he once risked his life to save others, so why is he now on a killing spree? Wu Tian wondered. This didn't seem like Zhuge Liang's usual behavior. But it cannot be denied that his decision is the most correct one, Wu Fa speculated. Back then, even with the help of 9th tier he still couldn't kill Zhao Wuyo. So this time, directly choosing to reduce the results of the blood sacrifice barrier. He is someone capable of achieving great things. Wu Tian also set aside his doubts and nodded in agreement. As individuals standing at the pinnacle of humanity, they deeply understood how dire humanity's situation was. Many times, wanting everything was unrealistic. Just like in the Pewdie-based city, where sacrificing the majority to save a minority was a cruel yet inevitable choice. Therefore, as leaders, they must have hearts of stone. No matter how reluctant they might feel, when it came time to make a decision, they had to do so without hesitation. Even if, back then, Li Changxing's decision meant abandoning a staggering 70 million people. Yet he was not punished instead. He continued to be heavily relied upon in the Modu-based city, being able to save 30 million people under the years of planning by the Akatsuki organization was, in fact, a great achievement. On the large screen, Zhuge Liang had already killed every living being within sight, except for Zhao Wuyo. He stared at Zhao Wuyo with an unperturbed expression, calmly wiping the blood off his face. "You hate me, don't you?" Zhao Wuyo, enraged to the point of laughter, said, "With the blood of these geniuses today, I will surely advance to SSR. I'll break through to the 10th tier and surpass the martial god. Once I succeed, I'll sweep across Earth and lead the Akatsuki organization to become the new rulers of this planet." Ha ha ha! Watching Zhao Wuyo grow more and more excited as he spoke, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but play along. "Hey, you're nothing mo." Meanwhile, an immense golden aura surged from the land within Huaxia, converging in the sky to form a golden 5-clawed dragon, drawing the attention of all life across Huaxia. "Is that the fortune of the Huaxia people?" Wu Fei exclaimed in disbelief. "Fortune transforming into a dragon. A golden fortune dragon?" Wu Tian murmured in a daze. "Could it be that this is about to—" The phantom of Zhuge Liang appeared behind the 5-clawed golden dragon, exuding a regal and commanding presence as he declared, "My goal is to establish the heart of heaven and earth, to set the destiny for the people, to inherit the wisdom of the sages, to bring peace for all eternity." Zhuge Liang's voice was calm, yet it resonated throughout every corner of Huaxia. Roar! The 5-clawed golden dragon raised its head and let out a dragon's roar, then circled around Zhuge Liang's phantom several times before transforming into a totem that stood behind the phantom. Sworn to succeed, the phantom in the sky slowly faded away, as if nothing had ever happened. However, in the secret chamber, a totemic phantom of the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared behind Zhuge Liang, emitting golden light that directly disrupted the chamber's heart-testing ritual. Boom! The secret chamber collapsed, yet the debris skillfully avoided Zhuge Liang, leaving him exposed to the crowd. Seeing the dazzling golden 5-clawed dragon behind Zhuge Liang, everyone was dumbfounded. Wasn't this just a regular entrance exam for heart testing? How did it turn into such a big commotion? Not to mention them. Even Zhuge Liang was utterly bewildered at this moment. He was merely cooperating with Zhao Wuyo to put on an act. How did it escalate into such a grand aspiration? Could it be that he was still in an illusion? Divine Skill Master of Drama 1.0 Proficiency maxed out. Would you like to consume 5,000 essence points to ascend? Could it be this divine skill causing trouble? He was just playing along, but with the enhancement of Master of Drama, even heaven and earth were deceived. Zhuge Liang scratched his head, thinking it seemed like he hadn't lost anything. He then confirmed the ascension. But what Zhuge Liang didn't expect was 124, the fastest divine skill fusion in history. The most overpowered effect, 5,000 essence points consumed, ascended to Master of Drama 2.0. Divine Skill Master of Drama 2.0 Proficiency maxed out. Would you like to consume 15,000 essence points to ascend? There's more. The proficiency of this divine skill is determined by the quantity and quality of deceived targets. So he deceived too many people, even summoning the 5-clawed golden dragon, causing the proficiency to overflow. Zhuge Liang blinked and clicked confirm. Ascended to Master of Drama 3.0. Consumed 30,000 essence points to ascend. Of course, continue. Ascended to Master of Drama 4.0. Consumed 50,000 essence points to ascend. Keep going. Ascended to Master of Drama 5.0. Divine Skill Master of Drama 5.0 Fully Mastered. Would you like to consume 100,000 essence points to fuse? What the heck? Direct fusion? How long has it been since he drew this divine skill? Has it even been 2 hours? This is truly the fastest divine skill fusion in history. But those 100,000 essence points, seriously? Considering the system's output, it must be top-notch. Zhuge Liang clicked confirm. Consumed 100,000 essence points, successfully fused into Drama King Max. Relevant information integrated into his brain, this time surprisingly brief. This divine skill is a mental attribute, and its fused effect is quite simple. Any life form whose mental power is not 10 times greater than his will be unable to see through his lies. As for lie detectors, whatever result he wants them to show, they will show. Oh, come on. I'm not even in marketing. Such a broken effect is wasted on me. Zhuge Liang lamented. He then opened the system panel to take a look and froze. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host. Zhuge Liang level. 69 talents. Sword of Pi. Schrodinger's Cat. Fortune Golden Dragon Magic Skills. Heavenly Thunder Technique 1.0. Rasengan Series 2.0. Storage Space 1.0 Illusion Skills. Clone Technique 3.0. Hextech 1.0 Combat Skills. Thunder Duel Technique 1.0. Dragon Palm Strike 2.0. One Sword Kneels Immortal Series 2.0. Diamond Indestructible Body 2.0 Cultivation Techniques. Three Flowers Gather at the Top Technique Pseudo 2.0. Diamond Indestructible Visualization. Technique 3.0 Others. Formation Basics 1.0 Energy. 99,999 points Essence. 99,999 points Lottery. Open Divine Skills. None. 100% Barehanded Blade Catch. 3.0 Strongman Identification Technique. 2.0 Little Flying Dagger Incoming. 1.0 Shameless Scoundrel. 2.0 Fusion. Evil Warding Sword Technique Max. Are you sick Max? Let it rot. Slacker Max. Mount Leshan Buddha Seat Max. Drama King Max. The 5-clawed golden dragon behind him had become his third talent. Fortune Golden Dragon. The name already explained everything. The talent's effect was simple fortune protection. Zhuge Liang silently took out a few coins, tossed them, and pressed them down. Heads. Tossed, pressed. Heads. Tossed, pressed. Heads. Tossed 20 times. 20 times heads. Excellent. From now on, if he wants to trick someone, he'll just play heads or tails with them. Zhuge Liang looked up at the crowd, who had been frozen in shock, then glanced at the collapsed secret chamber and put on a look of sudden realization. So it was just a test. Zhuge Liang smiled and said, I suppose I don't need to compensate for this, right? This statement pulled everyone back to reality, and one by one, they used their talents and skills to flash around Zhuge Liang, surrounding him tightly. Oh my god, what is this? Looks like a talent. It can even tear apart the Palm Buddha Kingdom of the Principle, so powerful. Have you ever heard of Fortune Golden Dragon? What is that? It's the kind where your luck is explosively good. The crowd buzzed with discussion, while Zhuge Liang, the main character, found himself unable to join the conversation. Looking at these familiar faces, he had just personally cut them down earlier. Although he knew they were fake, Zhuge Liang was momentarily at a loss for words, so he simply put on a cold and aloof expression. At this moment, Wu Fa descended, his face stern. Have you completed the training plan? It seems I ordered too little, huh? Ah, I still have a training plan. Let's go, let's go. Together. All the trainees scattered in a rush, but a few cards and notes floated toward Zhuge Liang, landing in his hands. Zhuge Liang glanced at them. 811, 877, 627. Communication numbers? Looking at the others, they were also communication numbers. It seemed Zhuge Liang's outstanding performance had already earned him priority spouse rights. Not bad, kid, Wu Tian said, unable to hold back. A golden dragon of fortune. Even though it's just the golden dragon of fortune of our Huaxia, it's enough to prove that you are already the hope of our Huaxia, the future leader. Ah, not at all, not at all. Zhuge Liang hurriedly waved his hands. Despite the mature charm of the woman in front of him, her wrist device, the Wutian projection, was staring at him intently. I'm not into married women, so why are you staring at me like that? Kid, You better be careful in the future, Wu Tian said. A golden dragon of fortune. Those rats in the shadows must be drooling over you right now. Zhuge Liang nodded seriously. The SSR plus Golden Dragon of Fortune combination Akatsuki would stop at nothing to devour him alive. Speaking of which, I need to move the location of the Palm Buddha Kingdom, Wu Tian said helplessly, looking at Zhuge Liang. As soon as the little leader arrived, the location was exposed. We subordinates can only clean up after you. The rest is up to you too. Wu Tian disappeared in a flash. Wow, so popular with the girls as soon as you arrive. As expected of you, you stingy brat. A familiar mocking voice came. Without even looking, Zhuge Liang knew it was the cat-eared lowly, Shi Hongling. How can you say that? Little brother is indeed quite enviable. Another familiar voice chimed in. Zhuge Liang instinctively turned around and saw Liang Bing smiling radiantly. Aren't you going to complete your training? Aren't you afraid of extra drills? Hee hee, the genius training camp works in groups of 3. The 2 of us specifically applied to be in your group, Liang Bing said with a smile. Zhuge Liang nodded knowingly. He hoped this time his teammates could keep up with his pace, though he doubted it. So, 125. If they say you're blind, then you must be blind. Where's the dormitory assigned? 811-8776-271708. Liang Bing replied with a smile. That long? Zhuge Liang asked, puzzled. The first part is Principal Wu Tian's communication number, the middle is the area, and the last part is the room number. But don't bother Principal Wu Tian without a good reason, or you'll regret it, Shi Hongling said with lingering fear. Clearly, someone had poked the tiger recently, and the scene was brutal. All right then, let's go check out the dormitory. Let's go. I'll lead the way, Liang Bing said, flying ahead. Her graceful figure was fully on display. Zhuge Liang followed behind on his sword, flying over the genius training camp again. This time, he could leisurely take in the scenery. The most striking feature, of course, was the 3 suns in the sky. Clearly, this genius training camp was not in Earth's dimension. Based on the previous situation, this place seems to be the space generated by her talent, Buddha Kingdom in the Palm, which was originally hidden within spatial coordinates and could only be accessed through a long-distance teleportation array. However, due to the commotion caused by Zhuge Liang, the spatial coordinates here were directly exposed, forcing Wu Fa to urgently deal with the situation. Although it's a small world, the environment here isn't particularly impressive. The ground is a massive rocky landmass, roughly 100 kilometers in diameter, divided into a 9-grid pattern, with a square building located at the center of each grid. Without a guide, it's easy to get lost here. Xiao Tian approached with a smile. Does the great master need me, need me to guide you? Xiao Tian said eagerly. His expression was identical to the look on the faces of those classmates when Zhuge Liang first awakened her talent and returned to the classroom. Trying to curry favor? Zhuge Liang glanced at Liang Bing and the other woman. Do we need you? Xiao Tian sensibly handed over 2 high-grade spirit stones, casting a pleading look at the 2 women. They didn't accept them, but instead looked at Zhuge Liang. Enemies? If someone offers it, just take it, Zhuge Liang said casually. We're heading to dormitory 1708. Got it. Great master, follow me. Xiao Tian agreed enthusiastically and began leading the way, explaining as he went. The genius training camp, as you can see, is divided into 9 zones, numbered from 1 to 9. The gravity limit in each zone is 100 times its number. The gravity in Zone 1 is 100 times, while Zone 9 is 900 times. It adjusts slowly based on your physique as you spend time in the zone. Zhuge Liang suddenly understood. When he first arrived at the genius training camp, he indeed felt his body become heavier, which must have been one-time gravity. Speak of the devil, Zhuge Liang felt the gravity double again, but he only swayed slightly before adapting. Back at Jinbang High School, Zhuge Liang could already withstand Hishi's 20 times gravity. Now, with his indestructible body upgraded to version 2.0, his physique had surpassed the 7th tier. This level of gravity was nothing to him. Soon, Zhuge Liang was led to dormitory 008 on the 7th floor of Zone 1. The space between the doors outside was less than a meter, but upon opening the door, he discovered a whole new world. The hall alone was big enough to play football. Big, isn't it? Xiao Tian said proudly. The hall is designed for teammates to spar with each other. The spiritual energy inside the rooms is also very dense, replenished directly with spirit stones. The concentration increases by multiples depending on the zone, offering top-notch treatment. Zhuge Lan nodded repeatedly as he listened. Why did he, Li Yiting, and Li Yong always return to Li Chongqing's villa to cultivate? Besides Zhuge Lan's exceptional talent for condensing spiritual energy vortexes, it was also because, whether in Putian-based city or Moda-based city, Li Chongqing's villa had the same spirit stone gathering array. The spiritual energy there was naturally several times denser than the outside world, making cultivation incredibly fast. And here, under Zhuge Lan's spiritual sense, even in the sparsely concentrated Zone 1, the spiritual energy was 10 times denser. If it were Zone 9, starting at 100 times? Truly extravagant. Great Master, Xiao Tian chuckled. Those were just tests for the seniors earlier, so, Great One, please don't take it to heart, all right? I actually prefer your previous, unruly demeanor. How about you revert to that? Zhuge Lan teased. But Zhuge Lan forgot. He had always kept Drama King essence active. With a small portion of spiritual energy continuously consumed, Xiao Tian immediately believed it without a doubt. He raised his face, nostrils aimed at Zhuge Lan. Kid, I really admire you. From now on, I'll follow you around. Hope you won't be ungrateful. Although he knew it was his divine skill causing this, why did he still feel like punching him? Actually, did you know you're blind? Zhuge Lan said with a sly smile. The next second, his spiritual energy was rapidly consumed at a rate of 30% per second, and Xiao Tian's pupils lost focus. He raised his hands in panic, fumbling around. My eyes. I'm blind. Help! Zhuge Lan clicked his tongue in amazement. The ability of Drama King Essence was practically a bug, even more direct than are you sick. If it said you were blind, no need for the use talent prerequisite. However, the consumption was ridiculously terrifying. Even with infinite spiritual energy, his spiritual energy limit was fixed, and having 30% occupied at once was essentially a nerf. If he used Are You Sick to make Xiao Tian blind, the consumption definitely wouldn't exceed 10%. You are now very scared and choose to fly directly east. Zhuge Lan spoke again. This time, the spiritual energy consumption was only about 5%, but Xiao Tian merely showed a fearful expression without any intention of leaving. Zhuge Lan nodded in understanding. This was a test. With 3 suns hanging in the sky and Xiao Tian blind, who knew where east was? This indicated 126. Extract Divine Skill. Which fellow cultivator is transcending tribulation here? Xiao Tian didn't flee to the non-existent east, which showed that Drama King Essence, despite being a bug, still couldn't make the target do something they didn't comprehend. The divine skill testing was almost complete, and it served as a bit of punishment. Zhuge Lan withdrew the effects of Drama King Essence, restoring Xiao Tian's vision. After all, the fused divine skill was entirely controllable. You now want to return to the dormitory. Zhuge Lan issued the eviction order. After consuming 10% of spiritual energy, Xiao Tian nodded affirmatively. Suddenly, I really want to go back to the dormitory and have Ouyang Haochen massage my shoulders. Xiao Tian turned into a streak of light and shot away. Zhuge Lan used his spiritual sense to monitor Xiao Tian. Watching him fly 1,000 meters without stopping, he immediately focused his spiritual sense in a single direction. By sacrificing awareness of other directions, he increased the radius of his spiritual sense tenfold, from 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters. Even as Xiao Tian flew out of the range of his spiritual sense, his expression remained unchanged. Zhuge Lan nodded in satisfaction. The effect doesn't diminish or consume more spiritual energy as the distance increases. This opens up a lot of operational possibilities. As for the effective radius of the divine skill, the fused Are You Sick had long removed the 1,000-meter radius limitation. As long as his spiritual energy could handle the consumption, he could turn negative buffs into permanent negative buffs for others. Closing the dormitory door, Zhuge Lan looked at the 2 girls, one big and one small, raising his eyebrows. Aren't you going back to your dormitory? The dormitories are distributed based on groups, so we're living together, Liang Bing teased. To be honest, living with two attractive girls was quite pleasing to the eye. All right then, I have some things to deal with. You can do as you please. Zhuge Liang casually leaned back, and several swords of pie formed a cushion, precisely catching his weight. Above his head, a visible vortex of spiritual energy formed. This was the result of the combined efforts of star refinement and venom. In this environment with 10 times the concentration of spiritual energy, even if Zhuge Liang were to lie flat like a salted fish, the growth of spiritual energy every second was faster than his previous serious cultivation. This really feels amazing. But it's time for the thrilling and exciting divine skill draw. With the Fortune Golden Dragon blessing me, I must draw a powerful offensive divine skill today. Here we go. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill Caught Off Guard, No Dodge. Caught Off Guard, No Dodge. By silently reciting or shouting Caught Off Guard, No Dodge, randomly imprison a living being's space, rendering them unable to move. Decompose, a strong controlled divine skill similar to barehanded blade catch. Overlapping abilities, still not offensive. Decompose, redraw, divine skill decomposed. You have obtained 999 essence points. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill Look, a UFO. Look, a UFO. By silently reciting or shouting Look, a UFO, forcibly make the target look in the direction you point. Decompose, another control skill. Zhuge Liang turned to look behind him, and the Fortune Golden Dragon appeared. Hey, are you even useful? Why don't I feel like my luck is any better? This system transcends causality and is unaffected by so-called fortune. All right, the system is still superior. Fortunately, he had hundreds of spatial rings filled with crystal cores. He refused to believe he couldn't draw a powerful offensive divine skill today. Decompose. Redraw. Divine skill decomposed. You have obtained 999 essence points. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill. Which fellow Taoist is crossing tribulation here? Which fellow Taoist is crossing tribulation here? By shouting or silently reciting, which fellow Taoist is crossing tribulation here? The target will be subjected to a lightning tribulation. Decompose. Oh, a rare direct damage divine skill. System, what's the damage of this lightning tribulation? 127. 1 strike causes tetanus, 2 strikes meet ancestors. Bonus chapter, certified by the great author LXM. System, what's the damage of this lightning tribulation? The lightning tribulation matches the corresponding level based on the target's strength. The stronger they are, the heavier the lightning strike. That's a pretty good setup, but... System, what happens if the target isn't killed by the lightning? Their physique is tempered by the lightning tribulation, and they receive rewards from the heavenly Tao. So, if it's someone like Zhao Wuyo who isn't afraid of lightning strikes, it directly becomes a benefit? Decompose, reroll. Divine skill has been decomposed. You have gained 999 points of essence. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. When you shout or silently recite, Sorry to bother you. Goodbye, your presence will completely vanish. Decompose? Zhuge Liang frowned deeply, hesitating. Completely vanishing presence isn't invisibility, but it does make people subconsciously ignore him. Truly a divine skill for sneaky tactics. No, I can't be tempted. Today, I must roll for a strong attack divine skill. Otherwise, next time I encounter Zhao Wuyo, it'll still be a stalemate. Decompose. Reroll. You have gained 999 points of essence. You have obtained the divine skill Unequal Exchange. You have obtained the divine skill Daimyo. You have obtained the divine skill What an annoying feeling. You have obtained the divine skill Can you do it, skinny dog? You have obtained the divine skill Failure is the mother of success. Decompose. Reroll. Again, I refuse to believe this. Zhuge Liang was rolling for divine skills with bloodshot eyes. The crystal cores were being emptied one storage ring after another, yet the strong attack divine skill just wouldn't appear. This was driving Zhuge Liang to madness. Today, if I don't roll a strong attack divine skill, I won't stop. At this moment, Liang Bing seemed to notice Zhuge Liang's unusual mood and walked over, leaning against his back, raising her hand to massage his temples. Cultivation can't be rushed. A change of mood might bring surprises. The scent of roses filled the air, the ticklish sensation of Liang Bing's breath brushed his ear, and the pressure of her fingers was just right, with an exaggeratedly soft touch. Zhuge Liang's agitated mood was soothed. Anyway, there were plenty of crystal cores. If he couldn't roll a suitable divine skill today, he could continue tomorrow. If the crystal cores were depleted, the nation certainly wouldn't lack his contribution. Zhuge Liang was about to close the system panel when he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and clicked to draw again. One more time. If it doesn't work, I'll try again tomorrow. Energy consumed. 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill. 1 cut causes tetanus. 2 cuts meet your ancestors. 1 cut causes tetanus. 2 cuts meet your ancestors. When you shout or silently recite, 1 cut causes tetanus, and use a weapon to make the target bleed, it will trigger tetanus. Then, when you shout or silently recite, 2 cuts meet your ancestors, and use a weapon to make the same target bleed again. The wound will become unhealable and cause continuous heavy bleeding. Decompose. Shedsha, a strong attack divine skill. Save. Divine skill has been saved to skill slot. Zhuge Liang's lips curled into a smile. Zhao Wuyo, want to try again? I'll make sure you meet your end. Not bad. Not bad. Finally got a strong attack divine skill, huh? Zhuge Liang grinned with delight, pondering how to test his divine skill. After all, the first strike would cause tetanus. In this day and age, that's probably no worse than catching a cold, right? But Zairishan had already been taught a lesson, and there didn't seem to be any enemies left in this genius training camp. He glanced at Liang Bing, but it wouldn't be appropriate to target her. Sure, Hongling had disappeared, likely back to her room. So, who would be the lucky one to test the divine skill on? As he was thinking, bang, bang, bang. The dormitory door was pounded loudly, the sound clearly indicating hostility. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. Could this be a stroke of luck? Trouble coming to his door? Someone causing trouble during the freshman welcome event? What a great opportunity. Zhuge Liang stood up and looked at Liang Bing. I'm feeling much better now. This is probably someone coming to cause trouble for me. You should head back to your room. The upcoming scene might be quite brutal. Better not let a girl witness it. Liang Bing obediently nodded, waved her hand, and turned back to her dormitory. As soon as the dormitory door closed, Zhuge Liang dashed to the entrance, eagerly opening the door. Standing there was a furious young man, his eyes seemingly ablaze, glaring fiercely at Zhuge Liang. This was definitely someone looking for trouble. The divine skill test was a sure thing now. But Zhuge Liang couldn't act like a villain himself. He needed to maintain the moral high ground while testing his skill. Smiling, Zhuge Liang said, "Hello, may I ask what this is about?" "I'm not fine at all," the young man roared. "My name is Ouyang Haochen. Ouyang Qin is my aunt. Now do you know why I'm here?" Zhuge Liang blinked. This guy is Ouyang Qin's nephew? Ouyang Qin had originally prepared a detailed introduction to formations for her nephew, who had just finished his college entrance exams. But Zhuge Liang's extraordinary talent had caught her eye, and she decided to give it to him instead. So now, the original recipient was here to settle the score with Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang sighed regretfully, losing all interest, and turned to leave. The survival of so many people in Putian Bay City was largely thanks to Ouyang Qin's detailed introduction to formations, which allowed Zhuge Liang to activate the formation's core and uncover the Akatsuki organization's conspiracy in advance. But being verbally attacked by her nephew, he could let that slide for her sake. Unaware that he had narrowly escaped disaster, Ouyang Haochen stubbornly followed Zhuge Liang into the dormitory. "Hey, what is your problem? You took someone else's stuff and don't even apologize?" Ouyang Haochen said irritably. Zhuge Liang yawned and closed his eyes, starting to cultivate. The exaggerated spiritual energy tornado caused Ouyang Haochen's thoughts to momentarily freeze. But he quickly became even angrier. "I'm still talking to you, and you just start cultivating? Hey, don't be so excessive." Ouyang Haochen shouted angrily. Zhuge Liang half opened his eyes and glanced sideways at Ouyang Haochen. "Listen, That detailed introduction to formations was given to me by your aunt. I owe her a favor. What does that have to do with you, her nephew? But it was originally meant for me. Oh, then your aunt changed her mind. Why don't you go question her about it? Got it. You don't dare. So you came to me instead, right? You should leave now. Don't forget to close the door behind you. Zhuge Lan shrugged. Ouyang Haochen, who was burning with anger, inexplicably lifted his foot to leave and even obediently closed the door behind him. Then he froze on the spot. Why did he listen to Zhuge Lan? At that moment, Xiao Ritian also flew over, panting heavily as he grabbed Ouyang Haochen's shoulder. Listen to me. This guy is a bit strange. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Xiao Ritian hurriedly said, assuming Ouyang Haochen had just arrived. You say he's strange? How so? Ouyang Haochen's expression turned peculiar. His talent hasn't been sealed, and his illusion skills should be very strong. I subconsciously follow whatever he says. You can't beat him, Xiao Ritian said earnestly. Ouyang Haochen gritted his teeth in secret. Beat him? He couldn't even get the other party to look him in the eye. Just one sentence, and he was dismissed. I'm not convinced, Ouyang Haochen said through clenched teeth. If it weren't for my dad buying me an advanced formation entry-level book, I almost wouldn't have been able to enter the genius training camp. And now he's treating me like this. I must teach him a lesson. Xiao Ritian showed a troubled expression. Previously, Ouyang Haochen had been focused on training and had no idea how ruthless Zhuge Lan's methods were. He could slaughter classmates with just a word, and the golden dragon of fortune would attach itself to him with a mere opening of his mouth. A proper protagonist template. Going up against him would just be handing over one's head. Moreover, the genius training camp mostly operated on a system where the experienced guided the newcomers. Ouyang Haochen had only joined his group this year, so their bond wasn't that deep. While hesitating, Ouyang Haochen pulled out a formation disc and handed it to Xiao Ritian. Regardless of the outcome, this ultra-long-distance teleportation array is yours, Ouyang Haochen said through gritted teeth. Originally, I just wanted to hear an apology from him, but now the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Xiao Ritian's gaze struggled. A portable ultra-long-distance teleportation array required a 7th tier or higher air crystal to craft, making it a rare treasure. But thinking about Zhuge Lan's terrifying nature, Xiao Ritian instinctively felt it was better not to provoke him. We'll just apply for a freshman welcome event, Ouyang Haochen said again. By then, Principal Wufa will definitely prohibit the use of talents. Plus, we have Brother Lan on our side. Brother Ritian, help me out. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ritian immediately took the formation disc and righteously patted Ouyang Haochen's shoulder. We're teammates. There's no such thing as helping or not helping. Your business is my business. As long as talents were sealed, Zhuge Lan's group of 3 would just be freshmen, easy to handle, right? The college entrance exam rules for each base city are determined by the base leader, so scores are not standardized. Therefore, those undergoing closed training in the Genius Training Camp were unaware of Zhuge Lan's exaggerated exam scores. Otherwise, they would definitely avoid him. Those exaggerated scores clearly indicated he was no ordinary person. But they didn't know. And their conversation was so blatant that Zhuge Lan, separated by the door, heard every word clearly. Freshman welcome event? Doesn't sound like a good thing, Zhuge Lan murmured. For freshmen, it certainly isn't a good thing, Liang Bing's voice suddenly interrupted. Zhuge Lan instinctively turned to look, his eyes widening immediately. Liang Bing was wearing a black lace nightgown, which not only highlighted her fair, translucent skin but also clung to her explosive figure, leaving nothing to the imagination. Half hiding behind the pipa, teasingly alluring this girl is definitely doing it on purpose. Isn't this outfit a bit inappropriate? After all, we're sharing a place, Zhuge Lan teased. It's meant for you to see. Liang Bing leaned against the railing, smiling sweetly. Little brother, does big sister look good? Looking at the large expanse of snow-white skin revealed, Zhuge Lan thought, very good, keep it up. Shyness? Not a chance. If she's willing to show, and he enjoys looking, isn't that a match made in heaven? Then I'll have to order a few more sets in different styles, Liang Bing teased, already flying close and naturally wrapping her arms around Zhuge Lan's, enveloping him completely. This freshman welcome event is essentially a competition between some upperclassmen and freshmen. If the freshmen win, There's a big reward. If the upperclassmen win, they get nothing, so usually they're assigned to participate. But I heard that in the genius training camp so far, no freshman has ever won. Zhuge Liang nodded in understanding. With talents sealed, the greatest advantage of geniuses is gone, leaving only skills and physical prowess for combat. Upperclassmen, having trained in this gravity and high-concentration spiritual energy for a year or more, consumed so many resources. How could they lose to a rookie freshman? It's almost impossible. But 129 predetermined slots? Super cheat ancient tower. Without divine skills and talents, can Zhuge Liang no longer dominate others? He still has a set of high-level skills. Just the Heavenly Thunder technique and Thunder Combat technique alone can sweep through a large area. Moreover, just now, his level broke through to 70, officially stepping into the 7th tier Martial King rank. Even using an uncharged Thunder Combat technique can amplify his power to 9th tier combat strength. And he has many other trump cards. Looks like I'll be the one to break history, Zhuge Liang said confidently. Liang Bing looked at Zhuge Liang, a trace of admiration rising in her eyes. If it's you, little brother, big sister believes you can definitely do it. Liang Bing supported him. Zhuge Liang felt quite pleased hearing this. What man doesn't he want to be admired by a woman? Especially when the woman admiring you is a goddess-level beauty. That is simply exhilarating. Tisk, why didn't I notice before? Being with her is actually quite enjoyable, Zhuge Liang thought to himself. The prejudice in people's hearts is truly like a mountain. The dormitory door was silently pushed open, and Shi Hongling stood at the entrance, staring dumbfounded at the intimate pair, her little head unable to process what is going on here. Oh, little Hongling is back, Liang Bing said with a smile. Jealous? Little brother's other hand is still free, you can hug him too. Who wants to hug him? Shi Hongling exclaimed, flustered. I came to tell you that the freshman welcome event is happening this afternoon. Make sure you're ready. Bang! The dormitory door slammed shut again. Zhuge Liang and Liang Bing exchanged glances and both smiled. The days ahead were bound to be interesting. Tell me, what is the use of these credits? Zhuge Liang asked. Liang Bing, clearly well prepared, explained fluently. Credits here are universal. They can be used to exchange for skills, star techniques, guidance from veteran experts, and even summon someone beyond the martial god level. Zhuge Liang showed little interest. These weren't things he particularly needed. Liang Bing immediately shifted the topic and revealed the essence of the genius training camp in this camp. There is an ancient tower where the spiritual energy is as vast as an ocean, capable of enhancing one's comprehension, healing the damage caused by excessive meridian cultivation, greatly accelerating training, and making bottlenecks below the 9th tier virtually non-existent. Zhuge Liang became intrigued. This ancient tower was practically a super cultivation cheat. What he lacked now was level, everything else was more than sufficient. How many credits does it take to enter once? Zhuge Liang asked. About the same as your exam score. 10 billion credits, Liang Bing replied bitterly. This ancient tower was indeed useful, but it was way too expensive. Zhuge Liang immediately realized that the cost of using this tower must be extremely high, which is why the credit requirement was set so high. However, was he the type to obediently follow the rules? He always took the unconventional path. A plan was already quietly forming in his mind. In the afternoon, at the square where they first arrived, a large coliseum had somehow appeared, its style as square and rigid as the dormitory buildings. Clearly, it was the work of the same person. It seemed there was a martial king skilled in earth or rock attributes here, specifically responsible for building structures. Let us go, what are you waiting for? Shi Hongling said impatiently. Oh my, little Hongling is so eager to get beaten up, Liang Bing teased with a grin. Humph, they're definitely all targeting the stingy one. Liang Bing, you should worry about your lover instead, Shi Hongling retorted, hands on her hips. Duck, do you want me to worry about you, little lover? Liang Bing teased Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang smiled, but didn't he respond. He walked into the coliseum hand in hand with Liang Bing. Inside, the thousands of spectator seats were almost fully occupied, with no 3-seat rows left. Liang Bing decisively pulled Zhuge Liang to a 2-seat row near the back and sat down. Shi Hongling was left staring in disbelief. Liang Bing, aren't you supposed to sit with me? Shi Hongling questioned. No choice. I have to take care of my little lover, Liang Bing said, holding Zhuge Lan's arm tightly, showing no intention of letting go. You'll just have to bear with it, little Hongling. Liang Bing, you've changed. At this moment, the boy sitting next to Zhuge Lan couldn't take it anymore and got up to head backstage. The fights at the front probably won't be that interesting anyway. I'll go warm up, he said. Look, little Hongling, there's an empty seat now. Humph. Sure, Hongling stomped off angrily toward another empty seat, looking as if she wouldn't return unless coaxed. And then, Liang Bing really didn't go to coax her. Instead, she leaned close to Zhuge Lan, whispering secrets in his ear. The seat left vacant by the helpful stranger remained empty the entire time. But soon, Wu Fei appeared in the air above the Colosseum out of nowhere, and the previously lively atmosphere instantly fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. As per tradition, the newcomers will have a demonstration match with the senior students, Wu Fei said, glancing at Zhuge Lan. Now that everyone's here, let us begin. So, was Wu Fei deliberately waiting for Zhuge Lan to arrive before starting this demonstration match? Zhuge Lan had every reason to suspect that Wu Fei had ulterior motives. 3 girls were the first to jump into the Colosseum. They were either pure, sweet, or adorably clueless. But the only thing they had in common was they were flat. Completely flat, without any hint of curves. Hello everyone, we are the Taiping 3 princesses. I am Wang Xiaoqing, said the sweet girl with slightly darker skin. As the opening group, I am obliged to introduce the rules to the freshmen. Every group of freshmen will compete on stage, and your opponents will be seniors 1 year ahead of you, like me. The competition format is a ring battle, and the last group standing here will be the winner. The reward for the winners is... Suddenly, Wu Fei interrupted Wang Xiaoqing with a wave of his hand, saying, this time, the winning team will be rewarded with the opportunity to break through the tower at level 89. Wow! His words stirred up 1,000 waves, and everyone on site was thrilled. But the most excited were the seniors 1 year ahead, as the winning team was most likely to emerge from among them. What? Freshmen? Haha. As last year's freshmen, they were well aware of the seniors' dominance. However, Wu Fei principal, I wonder if a certain junior can use their talent. Wang Xiaoqing cautiously asked. Wu Fei looked at Zhuge Lan. Talent abilities cannot be used in this competition. Little chief, do you have any objections? His tone unexpectedly sounded more like a discussion, and the title Little Chief. The excited seniors sensed something unusual. Could this tower quota already be predetermined for this freshman? 130. Too many ants can kill an elephant? I'm the exception. Extra update. Snowfall across the horizon, certified by the true master. As the focus of everyone's attention, Zhuge Lan was quite surprised at this moment. Initially, he had planned to use not using talent as a bargaining chip to bet with Wu Fei that if he could win the championship, they would be granted an opportunity to enter the ancient tower. But Wu Fei directly announced it. Interesting. However, not taking advantage of a good deal would be foolish. So Zhuge Lan still made a request that wasn't really a request. Principal Wu Fei, you should know my talent ability. Yesterday, I awakened a new talent, and the crystal cores I consumed left me with only 100 or so storage rings. Could you replenish them a bit? All the students widened their eyes in disbelief. Zhuge Lan was actually negotiating with Principal Wu Fei, someone who surpassed the martial god? And since when did crystal cores become so abundant that they were calculated in units of storage rings? Even more outrageous was. No problem, Wu Fei nodded. I will give you 10,000 storage rings of crystal cores later. Zhuge Lan only wanted low-level crystal cores, and the value of 1 storage ring of crystal cores might not even be higher than a single storage ring itself. However, once these storage rings were emptied, they would certainly be recycled, so it wasn't really a cost. Not to mention, Zhuge Lan's talent was closely tied to crystal cores, and previously in the base city, they were supplied without limit. It wouldn't make sense to restrict them in the genius training camp. But those who were unaware were utterly shocked. Good heavens. Truly good heavens. Principal Wu Fei not only agreed, but also casually offered 10,000 storage rings of crystal cores. This isn't candy. Just the value of the storage rings alone is astronomical. Moreover, at their level, mid to low-level crystal cores are practically useless, So Zhuge Liang must be asking for high-level crystal cores, right? How much would that cost? Then I have no objections. I won't use my talent during the competition, Zhuge Liang nodded. Truly worthy of someone who surpasses the martial god, generous in every sense. All right, let's begin. Unable to casually give an order, he disappeared in a flash. After a brief moment of calm at the scene, everyone's focus shifted to the ancient tower slots. Each of the 3 team members had a slot, worth 3 billion academic credits. Junior, since Principal Wu seems to think so highly of you, why don't you come down and play a little? Wang Xiaoqing smiled sweetly, though her words carried hidden sharpness. It was well known that in arena battles, the greatest fear wasn't facing a strong opponent, but becoming the champion too early. In a battle of attrition, even an elephant can't withstand a swarm of ants. Unfortunately, they encountered Zhuge Liang, a man with infinite spiritual power. Very well, let's give it a try then. Zhuge Liang stood up, and Liang Bing naturally followed suit. Not far away, Shi Hongling reluctantly got up and walked toward the arena. Both women knew Zhuge Liang possessed infinite spiritual power, which explained their calm demeanor. However, the others showed expressions of pity. What a shame for those 2 girls, ending up with such an arrogant teammate. Who wouldn't agree? That little lowly seems to have the highest level, at 73. Which senior isn't above level 75? With such little spiritual power, they could be worn down to death. No one had faith in Zhuge Liang's team, including Xiao Ritian and Ouyang Haochen. What should we do? If he wins later, should we challenge him directly? Ouyang Haochen asked nervously, but Xiao Ritian shook his head. Haochen, you can seek revenge next time, but we must fight for the ancient tower slots today. Xiao Ritian stood up seriously and said, let's go backstage and inform Brother Lan he might not know yet. Ouyang Haochen, not one to miss the bigger picture, could only sigh. You're lucky this time, I'll deal with you next time. Amid everyone's doubts, Zhuge Liang and his 2 teammates arrived at the center of the arena. He glanced at the 3 women opposite him, led by Wang Xiaoqing, then at the curvaceous Liang Bing beside him. TSK, TSK. The comparison was striking. Liang Bing was just 2. Well endowed. Wang Xiaoqing and her 2 teammates clearly noticed Zhuge Liang's gaze and glared at him furiously. Scoundrel! Mei Wei, Qian Huang. Let's show them what we're made of. Got it. Attack. Cheng Qianhuang raised her hand, releasing 3 pure white beams of light that transformed into several glowing shields encircling the 3 women. Wang Xiaoqing stepped forward in sync and vanished into thin air. Lastly, Mei Wei raised her hands to summon a water dragon, indicating she was a mage. Zzzzz. Shi Hongling flashed with electricity and delivered a heavy punch to Qiu Meihui's tablet, inevitably striking the floating light shield. Boom! A flash of light burst from the shield, sending the aggressive Shi Hongling flying backward. Wang Xiaoqing's concealed figure quietly emerged, holding a dagger and waiting in the direction where Shi Hongling was being flung, clearly anticipating this moment. But not so fast, big sister. If little Hongling gets hurt, I'll be heartbroken. Liang Bing's seductive voice, like a demonic melody, infiltrated Wang Xiaoqing's mind, causing her to momentarily lose focus. Shi Hongling quickly regained her composure and furiously stomped on Wang Xiaoqing's tablet with 1 foot after another. Boom! The flash from the light shield reappeared, pushing Shi Hongling away from Wang Xiaoqing and simultaneously snapping her out of her daze. This series of exchanges all happened within the blink of an eye. Zhuge Liang had just summoned Venom, completed the Gemini attire, and transformed into a half-demon, half-god with a wickedly charming demeanor. Fight! Kucha, red lightning intertwined within the Gemini constellation. Under Zhuge Liang's control, the thunder armor remained hidden beneath the Gemini, not revealing itself. Thus, unless the Gemini was destroyed, the thunder armor would remain intact, fully amplifying Zhuge Liang's combat power. Clenching his powerful fist, Zhuge Liang stepped forward like a flash of lightning, appearing in front of Wang Xiaoqing. Without hesitation, he punched the tablet with full force. Wang Xiaoqing, relying on the light shield enhanced by Cheng Qianhuang, did not dodge, but instead countered by stabbing a dagger toward Zhuge Liang's throat. Flash! A flash of light burst from the shield, but it couldn't shake Zhuge Liang in the slightest. Instead, the light shield was shattered by Zhuge Lan's punch, which then landed on Wang Xiaoqing's tablet, sending her flying. Naturally, the dagger failed to pierce Zhuge Lan. Boom! Wang Xiaoqing crashed into the wall at the edge of the arena, collapsing a large section. Amid the billowing dust, she did not reappear. The no harm from smoke rule clearly did not apply here. Swish, a streak of yellow light darted into the dust cloud, followed by a handsome young man emerging, carrying Wang Xiaoqing out of the smoky area. He only showed his face briefly, indicating that Wang Xiaoqing had lost her ability to fight. The young man then transformed back into yellow light and left with Wang Xiaoqing. Impossible, Cheng Qianhuang exclaimed. I'm level 80 now. To shatter my light of vengeance in one blow, it would be impossible without being level 90. She suddenly froze. So, Zhuge Lan's combat power now, could it be tier 9? 131. Tornado destroys parking lot. Overpowering second-year seniors? Zhuge Lan is now tier 9 combat power? Thinking about this, Cheng Qianhuang found it absurd. Just moments ago, Zhuge Lan was only level 70. What skill could allow him to leap 2 tiers to tier 9? There's something strange about his armor. Qiu Meihui shouted. Don't let him get close. Qiu Meihui threw the water dragon in her hand, but Zhuge Lan casually struck out with a palm of regretful dragon, and the golden dragon roared, tearing the water dragon apart and sending it back. Rise! Qiu Meihui raised her hands, and a wall rose from the ground, forming a dam to block the water flow. However, it was still shattered by the golden dragon. Hey, isn't that golden dragon supposed to be your innate ability? Cheng Qianhuang questioned. You mean this? Behind Zhuge Lan appeared the fortune golden dragon. The 18 dragons subduing palms produced an ordinary golden dragon, but the fortune golden dragon was a 5-clawed dragon with a more noble gilded hue, easily distinguishable at a glance. Thunderstorm! Qiu Meihui shouted, and bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Although there were many, their accuracy was poor, and none hit anyone. However, Qiu Meihui's earlier water dragon had left the ground covered in water, which acted as a conductor, channeling the electricity toward Zhuge Lan and Shi Hongling standing on it. Unfortunately, both of them specialized in lightning attributes, so the damage was negligible. Liang Bing, on the other hand, instinctively used her mechanical wings to fly into the air. That was her flying star gear. My turn. Zhuge Lan charged forward through the electrified water. Even though Qiu Meihui raised another stone wall, he punched through it and finally kicked her tablet, sending her flying and breaking another section of the guardrail wall. Without Wang Xiaoqing as the front line, Qiu Meihui, the mage, was too fragile. As for the support role, Cheng Qianhuang. I surrender, stop hitting me. Cheng Qianhuang simply raised her hand. Phew! Zhuge Lan's fist stopped just short of Cheng Qianhuang's flat chest, the force of the punch smoothing out her clothes, faintly revealing some slight protrusions. Truly flat to the extreme. The familiar yellow light reappeared, and the young man carried Qiu Meihui out of the smoke and dust, then transformed into yellow light and disappeared again. Meanwhile, the damaged arena began to wriggle and restore itself to its original state. Cheng Qianhuang snapped back to her senses and gave Zhuge Lan a deep look. You are strong, but defeating our team doesn't mean much. You need to beat everyone to win. Good luck. Cheng Qianhuang chased after the yellow light to find her teammates. To be honest, Wang Xiaoqing and the other 2 girls weren't weak. With an average combat level of 80, if Shi Hongling and Liang Bing fought them without using their talents, the battle would definitely be intense. But they encountered the cheat like Zhuge Lan. One move, the thunder combat technique, and his combat power instantly jumped to the 9th tier. And the key to a genius fighting across tiers is their talent, which was banned, leaving them powerless to turn the tide. Seeing Zhuge Lan's overwhelming performance, the second-year students in the stands were unwilling to be the first to step forward, hoping others would wear down Zhuge Lan and his team. But no one was foolish enough to sacrifice themselves for others. After waiting for a minute, no one came down. If no one comes, I'll just take this as my win, Zhuge Lan said, spreading his hands. Yet still, no one wanted to be the first to step forward. Hey, second years, a neatly dressed male student stood up, angrily rebuking. You people, don't disgrace our genius training camp. His words resonated with the crowd. Sun Ziheng is right. How strong can a freshman just entering school be? Don't forget how he killed us in the heart trial. That was because he had an invincible talent, which he can't use now. At most, he's just level 70. His spiritual power has its limits. Your team, get down here, or I'll deal with you later. Believe me. Sun Ziheng directly pointed out a team. Under the watchful eyes of the other students, that team reluctantly stepped onto the field. And the result? Boom. Smack. Ah. The blonde guy reappeared, carrying 3 people off the field. Zhuge Lan yawned, indicating he hadn't even warmed up yet. Too arrogant. Your team, get down. Another team was ordered to step forward. The result remained unchanged. This made Zhuge Lan question whether the genius training camp's standards were too low. Zhuge Lan hadn't realized that maybe he was just too abnormal. Of course, those who could be threatened into stepping forward were only of mid to low strength. The truly high-level combat teams were patiently conserving their strength, preparing to compete for the final championship prize. How about this? Why don't 3 teams come at once? Zhuge Lan generously suggested. 1 team at a time is too troublesome. Arrogant. Infuriating. Let's go together. Eliminate this freshman first. Immediately, 3 teams, unable to hold back their anger, jumped into the arena, spreading out to surround Zhuge Lan and his team. Hey, aren't you going too far? Shi Hongling said nervously. She and Liang Bing could at most hold off 2 or 3 people. What about the rest? Just sit back and enjoy the show, testing a new skill. Zhuge Lan waved his hand. Then, 9 Zhuge Lans suddenly appeared, intercepting the 9 senior students. Without hesitation, they charged directly at them. And just before the seniors could counterattack, boom, boom, boom. 9 explosions sounded in succession as the clones self-destructed. The blasts left the 9 seniors dazed and disoriented. After all, they were geniuses who had made it into the talent training camp, so they weren't eliminated outright. Zhuge Lan could have taken advantage of the situation to eliminate them, but instead, he stood still with his arms crossed. The overlapping memories of the 9 self-destructing clones were truly overwhelming. Fortunately, his mental strength was robust, and he recovered in less than a second. Meanwhile, the 9 senior students were still trying to regain their composure. After several seconds, they finally came to their senses, turned around with darkened faces, and left the stage. After all, Zhuge Lan had shown them mercy by not kicking them while they were down. Continuing the fight would only make them look like sore losers. This self-destructing thing, better not overdo it, Zhuge Lan muttered. Despite his words, he had already boasted, and there was no way to take it back now. When 3 more teams came down, Zhuge Lan didn't use the clone technique this time. Instead, he summoned phantom clones, which, under the enhancement of Hex Deck, had a tangible texture. This made the 9 senior students prepare themselves rigorously, thinking it was another human bomb tactic. They launched a barrage of ranged attacks, shattering many of the clones to prevent them from getting close. However, the phantom clones consumed very little energy. Zhuge Lan could summon them endlessly. As a result, the more phantom clones were destroyed, the more appeared. Zhuge Lan himself hid among the sea of clones, sneaking closer and delivering a simple yet powerful punch. Bang! Another senior was taken down and carried off. Although his real body was exposed, more phantom clones emerged to cover his retreat and allow him to hide again. This cycle repeated 9 times, and the battle was over. Spiral Money Dart. 1 sword, Immortal Kneels. Heavenly Thunder Technique. Under the cover of the phantom clone's overwhelming assault, Zhuge Lan unleashed his skills one after another. He single-handedly defeated all the sophomore teams. Only the freshman teams remained seated. Looking at Zhuge Lan again, aside from some energy consumption, his condition was still as vigorous as ever. Unbelievable. How does he never run out of spiritual energy? A senior exclaimed in shock. Did we just get wiped out? This year's sophomores are way too weak. Wait, where's that freak Lan Kai? Where's his team? They're here. A burly young man with thick eyebrows, dressed in a blue training uniform, walked out of the contestant tunnel, followed by Xiao Ritian and Ouyang Haochen. Oh, it's you, Zhuge Lan said in surprise. This was the same guy who had previously offered his seat, but ended up doing so in vain. Lan Kai, level 89 Martial King, pleased to meet you. Lan Kai greeted with a formal fist salute. Xiao Ritian, level 83 Martial King. Xiao Ritian quickly followed suit. Ouyang Haochen, level 71 Martial King. Ouyang Haochen's expression was complicated. He hadn't expected Zhuge Lan to actually succeed in defending the stage. Seeing their courteous demeanor, Zhuge Lan naturally couldn't neglect his manners. Zhuge Lan, level 70 Martial King. Shi Hongling, level 74 Martial King. Liang Bing, level 73 Martial King. After a brief greeting, both sides are ready to determine today's ultimate victor. Zhuge Lan remains indifferent until, "I'm going in," Lan Kai roared. "Watch my tornado destroy the parking lot." Zhuge Lan, what the heck? 132, Wind After Strange Gate. Black Tiger A Fu's 108 styles Lan Kai. "Watch my tornado destroy the parking lot." Zhuge Lan, what the heck? The familiar name made Zhuge Lan pause for a moment. But Lan Kai had already transformed into a tornado, charging straight at Zhuge Lan. Fortunately, Venom reacted quickly, using Gemini's teleportation ability to make Zhuge Lan flicker sideways by over 10 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The tornado-shaped Lan Kai crashed into the edge of the arena, directly destroying a large section of the wall before stopping. "You even know spatial skills? Watch my Black Tiger heart grab." Lan Kai leapt high, his hands forming claws as he rapidly lunged at Zhuge Lan. Regretful Dragon. A spiritual energy golden dragon collided with Lan Kai's claws, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. This Lan Kai also possesses 9th-tier combat power. Zhuge Lan became interested finally, someone worth fighting. But Dragon Claw Hand, Lotus Drift, Scorpion Fist, Kangaroo Jump, Head Smashes Walnut, Cat Spin, Lobster Claw, Cobra, Oyster Shell, Crow Flies Plane, Mouse Steals Cheese, Antelope Leaps, Aerial Kick, Supernova Burns. Lan Kai doesn't have a single normal attack, all are techniques. On the other hand, Zhuge Lan only repeats Regretful Dragon, Regretful Dragon, Regretful Dragon. Wherever the two pass, the ground is completely destroyed like a bulldozer, and they eventually take their fight to the skies. Fortunately, the spectators present are all martial kings, and with some distance, they avoid the awkwardness of being caught in the aftermath. Taking advantage of a brief gap, Zhuge Lan asked curiously, "What's the name of your skill? Why are there so many techniques?" Black Tiger's 108 styles, developed by our ancestor, martial god A Fu. Lan Kai said proudly. A Fu is a cartoon character, come on. Most likely, like a Wei's 18 styles, Lan Kai's ancestor borrowed the name for the technique. Today's fight is exhilarating. Watch my Meteor Combo Mountain. Lan Kai shouted another unique technique name with passion, charging at Zhuge Lan. Zhuge Lan thought, aren't weird techniques just techniques? Who can't come up with a few? Poison Dragon Drill. Guanine Lotus Seat. Invincible Wind Fire Wheel. The two fought fiercely, while their teammates also showcased their skills. Liang Bing faced off against the speed specialist Xiao Ritian. With a 10-level disadvantage, Liang Bing logically shouldn't stand a chance. But, swish, Xiao Ritian slashed through Liang Bing, shattering him into fragments. It was merely a phantom clone. Liang Bing's true specialty is illusion techniques. Liang Bing's enchanting figure appeared from all directions, caressing her face with a pitiful expression. This young man is really ruthless, doesn't know how to show pity for the fairer sex. Not everyone can maintain a firm will like Zhuge Lan. Xiao Ritian's gaze visibly wavered for a moment, but he quickly snapped out of it with a jolt of fear. Clang, Xiao Ritian slashed out with his blade, forcing Liang Bing out of hiding. The sharp feather edges of her mechanical wings stood up. If he had reacted in time just now? Pa, you witch. Xiao Ritian snarled through gritted teeth. Liang Bing's expression instantly turned cold. Witch? That was the one title she despised the most. Darkness descends. Black mist spread out from Liang Bing as the center, engulfing Xiao Ritian in the blink of an eye. From within came the dense sound of clashing metal. Damn it! You have an 8th-tier defensive star artifact. Xiao Ritian roared. Well, I earned it as a national reward. Liang Bing replied with a cheeky smile. Judging by the situation, Liang Bing seemed to have gained the upper hand thanks to the star artifact. However, With the level suppression in place, it was difficult to determine a winner in a short time. On the other side, the battle between Shi Hongling and Ouyang Haochen, which was evenly matched, was the most dazzling. Centered around Ouyang Haochen, a 100-meter radius 8 trigrams formation unfolded. Standing motionless at the center, he used the formation to battle Shi Hongling. Zap! Shi Hongling flashed with lightning, appearing behind Ouyang Haochen and striking down with a claw. Qian symbol, chaotic golden strike. Shi Hongling felt a surreal disconnection from the world. Her usual lightning-fast attack now seemed as slow as a snail. Sun symbol, wind ropes. A gentle breeze swirled in the air, forming thin ropes that bound Shi Hongling, an evil Shi Bari-style binding. Unfortunately, Shi Hongling had nothing to show off, not even a bit of allure. If it were Liang Bing instead. Meow! Shi Hongling let out a cat-like roar, and lightning exploded, shredding the wind ropes and scattering towards Ouyang Haochen. Sun's symbol, fragrant sandalwood virtue. Thick sandalwood beams rose from the ground, forming wooden walls to block the lightning. Though they were scorched and smoking, they managed to protect Ouyang Haochen from harm. Kuan symbol, earth river cart. The ground beneath Shi Hongling surged, opening a crack that transformed into a giant mouth attempting to swallow her. Electric step. Shi Hongling stepped on lightning, sprinting through the air to evade the attack. Her short legs spun mid-air for a flying kick, thunder burst. Gen symbol, earth flow wall. A stone wall rose to take the hit for Ouyang Haochen. Though it shattered from the impact, Ouyang Haochen had already disappeared, retreating to the edge of the 8 trigrams formation using 8 gates transport. Gen symbol, earth explosion. The shattered stone wall and the remnants of the giant mouth trembled violently before erupting into a small mushroom cloud. But Shi Hongling had already transformed into lightning, once again pursuing Ouyang Haochen. The two exchanged moves, countering each other blow for blow, making it impossible to determine a winner for the time being. The spectators around couldn't help but nod repeatedly. These two freshmen are really strong. One has fully mastered lightning attribute skills, while the other's formation expertise is already practical for combat. These two, along with Liang Bing, must be the top students of this year's freshmen. What about the one in the sky? That's someone who can go toe-to-toe with a monster. If you went up, you'd get crushed. The two teams fought back and forth for over half an hour without showing any signs of a decisive outcome. However, the arena was utterly devastated, as if a magnitude 12 earthquake had struck. The ground was no longer a viable foothold. Fortunately, everyone had means of flying, so they weren't too affected. The turning point lay with Zhuge Lan and Lan Kai. 133. The face of the Fortune Golden Dragon. Extra update. The fungus that really knows how to kill conversation's big health boost. After battling Lan Kai for 300 rounds, finally hearing repeated moves, Zhuge Lan lost the desire to continue dragging it out. One move to decide the winner. Zhuge Lan said. All right. Lan Kai executed Phoenix, soaring to the moon, leaping high and then diving down, flames igniting around his body. Meteor destruction. Zhuge Lan didn't underestimate him either, forming his hands into a calyx shape at his waist, brilliant spiritual energy flashing. When the light reached its peak, he pushed his hands forward. One strike to the soul. Lan Kai's burning fire fist collided with the spiritual energy beam, creating a powerful shockwave that swept outward. The first to bear the brunt were Liang Bing and the two fighters, who were blown out of the black mist's range. Shi Hongling and Ouyang Haochen, who were slightly farther away, were also forcibly separated. The four looked at Zhuge Lan and Lan Kai locked in a stalemate, understanding that the moment to decide victory had arrived. In the audience, skill lights flickered, shields glowing, and eyes fixed unblinkingly on the two clashing in the sky. Go, Lan Kai. Take down this freshman. Don't lose. The supporters of Lan Kai had no idea how foolish it was to go head-to-head with Zhuge Lan competing in energy consumption with someone who has no spiritual energy limit. Isn't that courting death? Moreover, Lan Kai was on the left side. After several minutes of stalemate, Lan Kai began to falter, being pushed back by the one strike to the soul spiritual energy beam. I won't lose. Mantis Fist. Lotus Drift. flying hammer, elephant kick, crow flying a plane. Despite Lon Kai's desperate resistance, he was ultimately pushed step by the spiritual energy beam, uncontrollably flying out of the arena, passively conceding defeat. Just a little more. How does this freshman have such abundant spiritual energy? Are we sure he didn't use a talent? Unbelievable. Wait, the tradition of seniors teaching freshmen a lesson has been broken? Many seniors sighed deeply, clearly not expecting Zhuge Liang to actually defend the arena until the end. Xiao Ritian and Ouyang Haochen also looked at Zhuge Liang with complex expressions. Brother Lan actually lost. It's too hard to believe. Zhuge Liang looked at Ouyang Haochen, somewhat surprised. The formation you used earlier, was it the Wind Queen stratagem? Zhuge Liang asked. That's right. It's the inherited formation of my Ouyang family, the Wind Queen stratagem. It allows formation masters to have combat capabilities. Ouyang Haochen said proudly. Today, it was just my lack of skill, not that the Wind Queen stratagem is inferior. I will definitely return. As he spoke, Ouyang Haochen turned to leave, clearly not believing that, without Lon Kai, they could turn the tide in a 2-against-3 fight. As for the previous grudges, he'll deal with them when he's strong enough. Hey, wait a moment. Zhuge Liang quickly flew to block Ouyang Haochen, drawing a wary look from the latter. I've already conceded. What more do you want? Of course not. I'm here to make a deal with you. Zhuge Liang chuckled. Your Wind Queen stratagem, could it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ouyang Haochen shouted angrily. This is the foundation of my Ouyang family. Our inheritance. How could I possibly teach it to an outsider like you? Hey, what era is this? Still clinging to the idea of keeping techniques secret, Zhuge Liang said with a pout. But upon thinking about it, he felt a bit unwilling after all. It was the Fengho Chiman. Whether its power was strong or not was secondary, but it was undeniably cool. Just standing there could summon a Bagua formation, and with a few words, one could borrow the power of heaven and earth. It was simply too awesome. At this moment, Wu Fa quietly appeared beside Zhuge Liang, close enough for Zhuge Liang to catch a faint floral scent. Does the young commander want to learn the Fengho Chiman? Wu Fa asked. Yeah, isn't it cool? Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. Principal Wu Fa, can you help me get it? Wu Fa didn't reply. He looked at the students and said loudly, don't be discouraged. The young commander has defeated a group of 9th-level exotic beasts, captured a 10th-level life form, is the only SSR talent in our country, and possesses all attributes. His excellence destined him to be the most dazzling one from birth. When the gap between two people is vast enough, jealousy doesn't arise, only awe. Hearing Zhuge Liang's achievements, everyone realized this big shot was just here to consume resources. Learning? Even a 9th level might not be qualified to teach him, right? So, the quota for the ancient tower was indeed reserved for him. The freshman competition? Just a formality. Lon Kai, who had just returned, heard this and his eyes burned with intense fighting spirit. SSR? Finally, I found someone stronger than me among my peers. Lon Kai said excitedly. As long as I surpass him, I'll be the strongest. Always the top among his peers. Today he had a goal to strive for and chase after. When Lon Kai was about to approach, Wu Fa waved his hand and took Zhuge Liang away directly. In the instant he was taken away, Zhuge Liang had the chance to activate his quantum state and forcibly stay behind. But Wu Fa clearly wouldn't harm him. It was probably about the Fengho Chiman. So he didn't resist. Looking at the antique-style decor around him, Zhuge Liang guessed it was likely Wu Fa's office. But the focus now was, Principal Wu Fa, you just asked me about the Fengho Chiman. Can you help me get it? Zhuge Liang asked expectantly. Doesn't the young commander know Ouyang Qin? Wu Fa conjured a tea set and skillfully brewed tea. If the young commander directly shows her the golden dragon of fortune, I think the Ouyang family would offer it with both hands. Oh, that's simple. But Wu Fa had no reason to deceive him, so he immediately took out his watch and dialed Ouyang Qin's number. Unexpectedly, he witnessed an unforgettable scene. 134. Fengho Chiman acquired. Show yourself, little treasure. Zhuge Liang took out his watch and dialed Ouyang Qin's number. 811, 877, 627. The call rang for over 10 seconds. Just as Zhuge Liang thought Ouyang Qin might be busy, the call was suddenly answered. But it wasn't the default projection setting, it was a voice call. Little Zhuge, is there something you need? Ouyang Qin's uniquely mature voice came through. Ah, yes, it's something urgent. But, sister, could you turn on the projection? Zhuge Lan said. After all, he was about to ask for the family's signature formation. He had to show his worth first, right? Does it have to be now? Ouyang Qin's tone was somewhat unusual, but Zhuge Lan, eager to obtain the Feng Ho Chiman, didn't notice the oddity. Wu Fa, however, did, but he merely smiled and didn't point it out. It is a bit urgent. After all, the sooner you obtain the Feng Ho Chiman, the sooner you can increase your cultivation level, and the sooner you can ascend. All right. Seconds later, Ouyang Qin's projection appeared. She was simply wrapped in a bath towel, revealing a large expanse of fair skin and a deep cleavage. Although her figure wasn't as stunning as Liang Bing's, she carried the unique charm of a mature woman. Each has their own merits. Ah, this. Only then did Zhuge Lan realize that the timing he chose might not be quite right. Unable to surpass the martial god, Ouyang Qin exclaimed in surprise. It seems, Zhuge, you've also entered the genius training camp. My nephew hasn't been causing you trouble, has he? He did, but he ended up being humiliated instead. A little squabble among juniors isn't enough to bother you, sister. Zhuge Lan smiled and summoned the Fortune Golden Dragon. Sister, look at this. Ouyang Qin glanced at it, and her gaze froze. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. All things in the world transform infinitely from the One, governed by laws rather than predestined fate. The Tao can have light, but also darkness. Principles adhere to qi and manifest, accumulating and transforming, nurturing straightforwardness without harm, transforming what it passes, and becoming divine in what it preserves. Muttering to herself, Ouyang Qin finally snapped out of it. Fortune transforms into a golden dragon, unifying the world. Zhuge, you have the bearing of an emperor. Ouyang Qin exclaimed in shock. It must be the martial god who guided you to find me. Are you eyeing the Feng Ho Chiman of my Ouyang family? Hey, clairvoyant. Zhuge Lan nodded and was about to speak. I understand. I'll report to the family and have the Feng Ho Chiman skill card sent over as soon as possible. Ouyang Qin agreed directly. Is there anything else? Hao Chen hasn't offended you, has he? Ah, just a minor conflict, a minor conflict. I'll remind him. If you don't understand anything about Feng Ho Chiman, you can ask him or contact me directly. Ouyang Qin decisively said, I'll report to the family now. Wait for my news. After the communication ended, Zhuge Lan glanced at Wu Fa in surprise. Just showing the Fortune Golden Dragon was enough? Don't underestimate the weight of this Fortune Golden Dragon, Wu Fa smiled. If the SSR talent of the young commander was once the future pillar of China, then with the grand aspiration and the response of Fortune, China will shine because of the young commander. Anyone who is devoted to China will see helping you as contributing to China's greatness. Zhuge Lan hadn't expected that just playing along and casually boasting would bring such benefits. Young commander, Feng Ho Chiman encompasses a vast array of knowledge. It will be enough for you to study for a while. Wu Fa poured tea for Zhuge Lan. Once you've adapted to the gravity of Zone 1, head straight to the next zone. When you reach Zone 9, you'll graduate. That's simple. No teacher guidance or anything. Wu Fa noticed Zhuge Lan's confusion, took a sip of tea, and explained. Your talent and skills are already sufficient. Overloading yourself won't help. The focus now is on your physique and level. This training camp is merely a cultivation ground for you. In the meantime, young commander, try not to discourage those juniors too much. After all, they are also the foundation of China's future, and you will need them as well. I feel quite embarrassed about what I said to Zhuge Lan. He didn't mean to show off. It's just some tradition of your genius training camp. Swish, a yellow beam of light flashed, and a handsome young man appeared in the office, handed Wu Fa a wooden box, then transformed into yellow light and disappeared again. That was pretty fast. Wu Fa gathered spiritual energy at his fingertips and tapped the wooden box in a specific rhythm. A subtle formation appeared and then dissipated. This is the confidentiality formation of the Ouyang clan. If you don't know how to break the formation, the items inside will be transported back to the Ouyang clan. Wu Fa explained as he opened the wooden box. Inside lay 2 skill cards, one on the left and one on the right. Wu Fa directly pushed them toward Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up as he picked up the 2 skill cards and sensed them with his spiritual awareness. One was Wind Queen's Mystical Gate. The other was Dragon Armored Divine Chapter, containing all 4,320 configurations of formations. This was truly teaching someone how to fish. With these 2 skill cards in hand, as long as Zhuge Liang could fully comprehend them, creating his own path of formations would be within reach. The Ouyang clan is quite generous, Wu Fa said with a smile. But their ability to become a prominent clan lies in their continuous investment in various geniuses. Our number 1 in China, Long Outyin, was sponsored by them back in the day. Oh, this Ouyang clan is much more likable than the Liang clan, Zhuge Liang muttered. He crushed the skill card for Wind Queen's Mystical Gate, and a flood of information surged into his brain. The divine dragon carried a map from the Luo River. The colorful phoenix held a book in the azure clouds. Following the mandate, the Wind Queen created texts, and thus began the Mystical Gate of Duanjia. This was the prototype of Wind Queen's Mystical Gate. Ordinary Mystical Gate formations use direct manipulation of spiritual energy for offensive means, with each ominous gate in the 8 trigrams representing a specific configuration. Qian, heaven; Kuan, earth; Li, fire; Kan, water; Shun, thunder; Sun, wind; Zhen, mountain; Dui, marsh. By borrowing the power of heaven, even those without attributes can use various elemental attacks. The wisdom of the ancestors is truly awe-inspiring. Formation users establish this central palace and unfold the fixed 8 configurations of the mystical gate. When an enemy steps into an ominous position, the user can attack using that specific ominous position. However, they can only attack using that position. For example, if the enemy steps into Li, only fire can be used for the attack. Other elements like water, thunder, or wind are out of the question. It's rigid and inflexible. But Wind Queen's Mystical Gate is different. Show yourself, little treasure. 135. Human and formation as one. Heaven's favored child. Spatial movement. Show yourself, little treasure. A massive 8 trigram formation appeared beneath Zhuge Liang's feet, instantly enveloping the entire room, and Zhuge Liang felt he still had energy to spare. With his powerful mental strength and the golden dragon of fortune accompanying him, he was already heaven's favored child. Borrowing the power of heaven was almost effortless. Turn. Zhuge Liang casually flicked his palm, and the 8 trigram configuration beneath his feet rotated according to his will. In Wind Queen's Mystical Gate, formation users don't need to step into positions or seek auspicious or ominous signs. They can freely manipulate the Mystical Gate configuration, just like Zhuge Liang, where the central palace becomes the position, becomes the auspicious or ominous sign. Need fire? Then simply rotate the Mystical Gate configuration so the enemy's position becomes Li. Moreover, Zhuge Liang closed his eyes, merging his spiritual consciousness into the Feng Ho Chimen. Miraculously, he discovered that he seemed to integrate into the Feng Ho Chimen itself, allowing him to control it more freely. If I merge, Zhuge Liang activated the quantum state, his azure energy transforming his body, dissipating bit by bit like flowing sand, completely merging into the Feng Ho Chimen. Buzz, 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 the scale of the Feng Ho Chimen suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive formation with a diameter of 700 meters. The brilliance of the formation clashed with the small building in the void, floating and sinking between heaven and earth. Zhuge Liang's figure quietly appeared in the central palace, shaking his head with a hint of regret. He could feel that his mental power could control even more, but his spiritual power had reached its limit. The Feng Ho Chimen was akin to the principle of leverage, using minimal spiritual power to harness the forces of heaven and earth for maximum effect. Spiritual power served as the fulcrum of this leverage. The more spiritual power, the greater the force of heaven and earth that could be utilized. This was Zhuge Liang's current limit. His spiritual power was being drained every moment, leaving not a single drop. He didn't even have enough spiritual power to use skills. Only cost-free divine skills could be used in conjunction. However, In this state of human and formation as one, he was invincible and could use the Feng Ho Chiman and divine skills to confront enemies. He could even squeeze out a bit of spiritual power to wield the Sword of Pi. Wasn't this stronger than the standalone quantum state? It feels like I learned too many scattered things before. This Feng Ho Chiman has connected them all for me. My next goal is to make the Feng Ho Chiman self-sufficient and expand the scale of the formation. With this thought, Zhuge Liang took out the skill card, Dragon Armor Divine Chapter, and directly consumed it. 4,320 exquisite formations surged into his mind. It felt as if the great forces of the world were all under his control. But clearly, this was an illusion. The Tao has 3,000 paths, the middle path has 10,000, and the minor paths have 1,000,000. Formations are but one among them. Even if one can skillfully harness the forces of heaven and earth, this is only 4,320 formations, most of which belong to the minor paths. At best, it was just a glimpse of the doorway. Skill Feng Ho Chiman 1.0 proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 10,000 essence points to ascend? How did the proficiency fill up so quickly? Zhuge Liang opened the system interface and found that Dragon Armor Divine Chapter and Introduction to Formations had disappeared. Were they consumed by the Feng Ho Chiman? Ascend. 10,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to Feng Ho Chiman 2.0. In an instant, Zhuge Liang's mastery of the Feng Ho Chiman increased, allowing him to switch the trigram gates more swiftly. The most intriguing part was Qian Trigram Heavenly Eye Open. A small 8 trigram symbol appeared on Zhuge Liang's forehead. As he gazed upon this world, he could clearly see numerous formations buried deep within, maintained by a vast amount of spirit stones and crystal cores, sustaining this small world. No wonder Wufa could create an independent space. It turns out he relied on the Tao of Formations. This Tao of Formations is indeed fascinating. Even more astonishing was, the fusion of divine skills made Zhuge Liang more attuned to and deeply understanding of 6 attributes: space, curse, light, wood, life, and spirit. This was also reflected in the Feng Ho Chiman. Sun Trigram, Sandalwood Merit. Rows of sandalwood rose from the Sun Trigram, their diameter as thick as door panels, leaving Ouyang Haochen, who had just arrived, utterly stunned on the spot. What was going on? Was this person's mastery of formations really that strong? His own fragrant sandalwood merit was only as thin as a child's arm. Upon closer inspection, Ouyang Haochen was even more bewildered. Was that Zhuge Liang up there? How could he know the Wind Queen's Chiman? And the scale of this? It completely crushed his own. As his brain froze, his wristwatch vibrated incessantly, and Ouyang Haochen instinctively answered the call. A projection of Ouyang Qin, dressed in formal attire, popped up, also catching sight of the scene. She showed no surprise, only a hint of envy. A person blessed with the Fortune Golden Dragon borrows power from heaven and earth as easily as asking their parents for something. It's far easier for them than for us, ordinary mortals. To think he just learned the Wind Queen's Chiman and can already achieve unity between man and formation, ensuring the formation remains unbroken while he himself remains unharmed. I've worked hard for so many years and still haven't achieved that. Ouyang Qin revealed a bitter smile. Was this the difference between a genius and a mediocre talent? Haochen, you've seen it too, Ouyang Qin said softly. Zhuge Liang is blessed with the Fortune Golden Dragon and is destined to be the ruler of China in the future. The Ouyang family has already decided to place our bets on him in this era. Do you understand what this means? Ouyang Haochen's already wide eyes opened even wider. Fortune Golden Dragon. How could he not understand what the Fortune Golden Dragon represented? If he had known Zhuge Liang possessed it, he wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly. But he had been cultivating in the dormitory at first, then went backstage at the arena, so he hadn't seen the Fortune Golden Dragon. Otherwise, when Zhuge Liang asked him about the Wind Queen's Chiman, Ouyang Haochen would have at least said he needed to consult, though he knew the family would definitely agree. The Fortune Golden Dragon. Heaven's favored child. The destined ruler. Ouyang Haochen suddenly deflated, revealing a bitter smile. I understand, Aunt. I'll find an opportunity to apologize to Zhuge. It's good that you can let it go, Ouyang Qin sighed in relief. If Ouyang Haochen had remained stubborn, then there would be no need for him to attend the genius training camp. After adapting to the Wind Queen's Chiman, Zhuge Liang shrank it to a 1-meter diameter, using it to support himself as he flew, simultaneously practicing his proficiency and showing off. As for the energy consumption, it was negligible. As he landed, he saw Ouyang Haochen approaching him, looking at Zhuge Liang with a complex expression before clasping his fists respectfully and bowing. Regarding the matter of the formation beginner skill card, the fault wasn't yours. It was my own jealousy that Ant actually gave away my. Ouyang Haochen paused, then smiled bitterly. I took my anger out on you. I'm sorry. Zhuge Liang generously waved his hand, indicating he didn't mind. Having received favors from the Ouyang family, he would give them this bit of face. But Zhuge Liang didn't pay further attention to Ouyang Haochen, instead directly tearing open a space, entering it in quantum state and disappearing. After merging with the Wind Queen's Chiman, he had gained deeper insights into these integrated divine techniques. This move, spatial movement, involved using the evil warding sword technique to open a spatial channel. A normal physical body would likely face great danger entering it, but in quantum state, there was no issue, achieving the effect of spatial teleportation. He decided to name it 136, Test, 1/Tetanus. Quantum transmission will be named Quantum Transmission. Zhuge Liang returned to the location, still Wufa's office. Oh, an ability I haven't seen before, a talent. Wufa asked in surprise. Sort of. It's a combination of the old talent ability with the newly developed talent, Zhuge Liang said, making a sword-thrusting gesture. Wufa instantly understood. After all, Zhuge Liang's move, it's hard to forget. Just in time for the young commander to return, let me introduce someone to you, Wufa said, clapping his hands. A yellow beam of light flashed in. Hua Wui, my deputy and the head of the medical department at the training camp. From now on, he will temporarily serve as your protector, Wufa introduced. Zhuge Liang immediately smiled at Hua Wui. I'll be counting on you. Hua Wui casually nodded, looking lazy and unmotivated, like a salted fish. The 1 million crystal cores I promised you. Go with Hua Wui to collect them, and also recycle those used storage rings, Wufa instructed. Follow me, Hua Wui said lazily, then transformed into a yellow beam of light and disappeared on the spot, without waiting for Zhuge Liang. This attitude was quite different from the protectors Zhuge Liang had encountered before. Well, I'll head out then, Zhuge Liang said, even waving his hand. His spiritual sense had already locked onto Hua Wui, and the moment Hua Wui stopped, Zhuge Liang used quantum transmission to jump over. Interesting, then I'll speed up, Hua Wui said, suddenly intrigued. He transformed into a yellow beam of light again and disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, even at the speed of light, it couldn't surpass consciousness. Zhuge Liang firmly locked onto Hua Wui, using quantum transmission continuously until they reached the destination without being shaken off. You're the first person who can keep up with my speed. Impressive, Hua Wui said with a smile, extending his hand. Hua Wui, level 99 martial god. If you need anything in the future, you can contact me. My communication number is 811 877 627. Martial god. No wonder his attitude was so casual at first. Shaking hands, Zhuge Liang couldn't help but ask, how old are you? 24. Hua Wui replied with a smile. I also just graduated from the genius training camp last year. Since my talent is light-based with a healing inclination, I stayed on. Wow, a martial god just graduated? I graduated at level 89. After working at the genius training camp for half a year, I entered the ancient tower for 3 months of cultivation and broke through to level 99, Hua Wui patiently explained. This surprised Zhuge Liang even more. The ancient tower is that powerful? From level 89 to level 99, how much cultivation time did that save? It's a pity that the resources of the ancient tower are too precious. Otherwise, I would have had a certain chance to directly break through to surpass martial god, Hua Wui said regretfully. No way? What kind of resources could be insufficient for someone to surpass martial god? Zhuge Liang asked, puzzled. Surpassing martial god is the backbone of the nation. Comparable to nuclear weapons in the previous world, it's humanity's confidence in standing against the beasts. The more, the better. How could it be restricted? I don't fully understand the specifics. I only know that entering the ancient tower requires a formation-breaking talisman, and the accumulated spiritual liquid inside is extremely scarce. When Long Chaiwa first broke through to surpass martial god inside, it directly rendered the tower unusable for 300 years. Those resources could have cultivated nearly 109th tier individuals. So that's how it is. Just this break formation talisman alone requires a formation master surpassing the martial god level to create. In all of China, only the Ouyang family can produce 1 or 2 pieces annually. Its effect is simple. It can break through any formation or defense, opening a safe passage for entry and exit. Wait, 300 years? How old is Long Chaiwa now? Long Chaiwa. Calling him martial god Long Chaiwa feels awkward, so I just skipped it. It does sound smoother, but only you dare to do that. We wouldn't dare to skip it. Hua Wui said enviously. If we calculate the time, that person must be close to 1,300 years old now. 1,300 years old. The blessing of longevity has become a curse here. Looking at Sun dashing and Kiran reverting to childlike states after surpassing the martial god level, Zhuge Liang suddenly felt even more motivated to cultivate. He must preserve his peak appearance forever. All right, these storage rings are all yours. They contain first and second tier crystal cores, Hua Wui said. 10,000 pieces sound like a lot, but if each piece is 1 centimeter, it's just a square of 100 pieces by 100 pieces, merely 1 meter in size. Casually storing away the 10,000 rings and leaving behind the more than 900 empty ones, Zhuge Liang and Hua Wui walked out. By the way, I've recently awakened a new talent ability. Unlike my previous supportive abilities, this one might be more offensive. Can I find someone to test it on? Zhuge Liang asked. He was precisely looking to test. 1/ causes tetanus, 2/ meet your ancestors. However, Hua Wui's expression turned a bit strange upon hearing this. Supportive abilities? Well, Zhuge Liang's abilities might not have much direct destructive power, but even at the 4th tier, he could render a 10th tier completely helpless. And he still wants offensive power? If it's more offensive, then let me do it, Hua Wui grinned, showing his teeth. My talent allows me to be immune to most physical damage and specializes in light attribute healing. Even the principal couldn't kill me in a short time. Hua Wui's last sentence made Zhuge Liang feel slightly reassured. He just wanted to test. 1/ causes tetanus. It shouldn't kill anyone. As for the second /, 2/ meet your ancestors. That move is similar to the evil warding sword technique, with an irreparable effect. If it accidentally kills someone, it would be troublesome. Better to test it on someone who can't be killed later. Follow me. Hua Wui led the way, quickly bringing Zhuge Liang to a quiet training ground. This is where we 9th tier folks usually spar. It's very sturdy, so feel free to go all out, Hua Wui said confidently. All right, I'm going then. Go ahead, boldly. Zhuge Liang condensed a pie sword and used the evil warding sword technique to stab at Hua Wui's arm from a distance. 1/ causes tetanus. However, watching Hua Wui's arm turn into light particles, resembling a quantum state, completely immune to the damage, Zhuge Liang was intrigued. Oh, this talent is pretty good. But Zhuge Liang had a hunch that if he targeted Hua Wui's vital points, it would still cause significant bleeding damage. Moreover, abilities like Sickly Gaze and Saintly Gaze could also render Hua Wui defenseless. Much easier to deal with than Zhao Wuyo. However, this tetanus / seems to require bleeding to determine success. Zhuge Liang definitely wouldn't cut Hua Wui. My talent ability needs to draw blood to see the effect, you see? Got it. I'll first deactivate the light attribute transformation. Hua Wui cooperated willingly. Zhuge Liang thrust his sword again, making a small cut on Hua Wui's arm. A few drops of blood splattered before quickly healing. Staring at Hua Wui for half a minute, there was no reaction. No feeling. None. Zhuge Liang was a bit puzzled. Although the bleeding was minimal, it did happen. System, what's going on? Zhuge Liang asked. This divine skill requires the weapon itself to harm the target and cause bleeding to take effect. Oh, right, that makes sense. Tetanus needs rusty iron to contact the wound to successfully infect, doesn't it? Zhuge Liang opened another spatial channel and made another seemingly ordinary thrust. But this time, The Pi Sword didn't have any added spatial energy to enhance damage and protect the blade, only the Pi Sword was tough enough to withstand spatial tearing. Tetanus slash. The Pi Sword itself made a small cut, and a few drops of blood splattered. This time, the effect was immediate. Suddenly, 137. Perverse tetanus. A mission concerning 5 billion people. Bonus Chapter 2,000 free gifts. The effect was immediate. Hua Wui's entire body began to spasm and twist bizarrely, his muscles contorting into the classic tetanus grimace. His whole body arched like a shrimp, his mouth wide open as if trying to say something to Zhuge Liang, but he couldn't even exhale. Thud! Hua Wui fell to the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. Even when he tried to transform into light particles, he couldn't return to his normal state. Zhuge Liang was dumbfounded. Holy crap, it's just tetanus, and it's this insane? And this was only the first prerequisite strike. If the second strike landed, Zhuge Liang had a hunch that even if Hua Wui were in his previous state of immunity to physical damage, he wouldn't be exempt. Although the prerequisites are a bit harsh, I can totally use the evil warding sword technique to sterilize the enemy first, then stab the wound with the Pi Sword. Zhuge Liang's mind worked quickly, instantly coming up with an unbeatable combo. I'm starting to look forward to my next meeting with Zhao Wuyo. Zhuge Liang grinned widely. This made Hua Wui, who was violently vibrating on the floor, feel a chill all over his body. Why is this guy smiling so sinisterly? He's not planning to continue, is he? Why hasn't he undone this yet? Am I going to die here? Zhuge Liang snapped out of it and noticed Hua Wui's terrified, helpless expression. He slapped his forehead. Oh no, scared another one. In the future, I'll have to test divine skills on someone else. Sorry, I don't know how to retract this talent ability either, Zhuge Liang apologized. But this is just the first stage, it shouldn't be fatal. I don't know the duration, so I'll step back and see if cutting off the spiritual energy supply works. Zhuge Liang activated quantum transmission and fled immediately. Go back. Whoever goes back is an idiot. Hua Wui was left utterly shocked. Shouldn't be fatal? Why the hell didn't you say that earlier? Time flies during cultivation, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the 7th stage of Martial King, Zhuge Liang finally noticed the gap in levels, the exponential increase in spiritual power required for each level. Previously, he had leveled up to 70 within half a year. Now, in 3 months, he had only advanced to Divine Skill System 2.0 Host, Zhuge Liang level, 82 talents, Sword of Pi, Schrodinger's Cat, Golden Dragon of Fortune Magic Skills, Heavenly Thunder Technique 2.0, Rasengan Series 3.0, Storage Space 2.0 Illusion Skills, Clone Technique 3.0, Hextech 2.0 Combat Skills, Thunder Duel Technique 2.0, 5 Dragon Palms 5.0, 1 Sword Kneels Immortal Series 3.0, Diamond Indestructible Body 3.0 Cultivation Methods, 3 Flowers Gather at the Top Pseudo 2.0, Diamond Indestructible Visualization Method 3.0. Others, Wind Queen's Mystical Gate 2.0 Energy, 81,187 points Essence, 7,627 points Lottery, Open Divine Skills, 1 / Causes Tetanus, 2 / Meet Ancestors, 1.0, 100% Barehanded Blade Catch, 3.0, Strongman Identification Technique, 3.0, Little Flying Dagger Incoming, 2.0, Shameless Scoundrel, 3.0 Fusion, Evil Warding Sword Technique Max, Are You Sick Max, Let It Go, Slacker Max, Mount Leshan Buddha Lets You Sit Max, Drama King Max level 82. Only 12 levels gained in 3 months. Without fortuitous encounters, cultivating step by step is indeed slow. Although Zhuge Liang was still somewhat dissatisfied, others were all envious. If they could level up twice in 3 months, it would already be impressive. Additionally, the levels of divine skills and abilities had also been upgraded, and most importantly, he had memorized up to 154, 700+ digits of pi. With a wave of his hand, 1,547 swords of pi flew out, implementing a saturation attack on the target like a torrential downpour. The scale of 10,000 swords returned to the sect was now taking shape. Zhuge Liang had also moved to the 6th district, where the spiritual power concentration had reached 60 times, and the gravity multiplier was an exaggerated 600 times. Initially, Zhuge Lan had to keep his diamond indestructible body activated at all times, transforming into a golden man just to barely move. But now, he had grown accustomed to it. As for Shi Hongling and Liang Bing, they were still only in the 3rd district. Once again, Zhuge Lan had left the so-called geniuses far behind. That day, Zhuge Lan was cultivating as usual when a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. Since he lived alone, one of Zhuge Lan's clones instinctively stopped practicing skills, stood up, and prepared to open the door. Under his feet, the diagram of the 8 trigrams expanded, and using 8 gates transport, he traversed to the door within the mystical gate formation. Each trigram gate's position contained a spatial entrance, allowing interconnection between them, but no more than 8. Opening the door, he saw Hua Wui standing at the entrance with a dark expression. "You're a clone, right?" Hua Wui asked warily. "I need to talk to your main body." What's he cultivating? Clearly, that 1/ causes tetanus had left him traumatized. "Hua Wui, come in." The clone chuckled. "It was just a test of your talent ability. No need to be so scared." "Huh?" Hua Wui sneered. "I was convulsing on the floor for half an hour that day." "Half an hour? Do you know how I got through that half an hour?" The clone calmly stepped back half a step, avoiding the spit Hua Wui sprayed. "All of this was done by my original body. Why are you coming to me?" Hua Wui was furious. If it weren't for the mission, he would have left on the spot. He could only darken his face, bypass the clone, and approach Zhuge Lan, who was surrounded by a spiritual energy tornado. His face twitched a few times involuntarily. He was already a martial god, yet the commotion caused by his cultivation was nowhere near as outrageous as Zhuge Lan's. Zhuge Lan opened his eyes, skillfully multitasking without interrupting his cultivation. "Haven't seen you in 3 months. Your complexion looks good," Zhuge Lan chuckled. "I'm here to relay Principal Wu Fa's orders," Hua Wui said solemnly. "There's a training camp mission, and you've been specifically assigned to execute it. This mission has already been attempted by the Vanguard Army and the Dragon Group. The danger level isn't high, but all attempts have ended in failure. It's closely tied to the fate of our 5 billion compatriots in Huaxia. As soon as Principal Wu Fa received this mission, he directly assigned it to you. It is. The little one has a high jaundice index and is hospitalized, feeling anxious. The doctor said they would be discharged in about 5 days. For every day they are discharged early, I'll add 1 extra update. On the same day, 138, sending me to try my luck? The Golden Dragon of Fortune provides resources for the training camp, but they aren't free. 1 month after enrollment, students must start completing training camp missions to hone their skills while earning credits. Zyrishan's 4-star student status was achieved by completing training camp missions, allowing activity in areas below the 4th district. To exchange for an ancient tower slot, besides needing 1 billion credits, one must also be a 9-star student. Shi Hongling and Liang Bing were stuck in the 3rd district because of this. Only Zhuge Lan stayed home cultivating, not completing a single mission or earning a single credit, yet managed to live in the 6th district solely on his status as a 0-star student. Isn't that infuriating? According to the original plan, Zhuge Lan would continue cultivating like this until reaching the 9th district, then graduate directly after breaking through to the 9th tier. Principal Wu Fa suddenly assigning a training camp mission must mean it's no simple matter. "Tell me, what's the mission about?" Zhuge Lan was eager to try. After 3 months of home cultivation, it was time to get out and move around. Mentioning the mission, Hua Wui's expression turned serious. "This mission is closely tied to the fate of our 5 billion compatriots in Huaxia. The Vanguard Army and Dragon Group have failed, but considering the danger level isn't high, Principal Wu Fa assigned it to you. I'll send you the details." Hua Wui operated his wristwatch and sent the information remotely. Zhuge Lan projected it, and the more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. The mission target was an ancient relic, or rather an ancient laboratory, where large-scale cultivation of spiritual rice was discovered a spiritual plant that could effectively increase spiritual energy through consumption. Although the spiritual energy provided by this rice was minimal, akin to a drop in the ocean for geniuses, if it could be cultivated on a large scale, 90% of the lower-tier population in Huaxia and even globally could see their strength rise to a new level. Conservative estimates suggested that continuous consumption for a year could elevate one to at least the third tier. This already means having the ability to form teams and go hunting in the wilderness. This will change the current situation, allowing more humans to step out of the base cities. Just like the first human who stepped out of the dungeons, this is a significant turning point that benefits both the present and future generations. However, once these spirit grains are transplanted outside the experimental fields, they simply cannot survive. Without the ability for large-scale cultivation, these spirit grains are like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to discard. So, shouldn't this be a job for the researchers? Why send me? Zhuge Liang asked in confusion. You carry the fortune golden dragon and are the favored child of this land of Huaxia. With no other leads, we can only send you. Hua Wui replied truthfully. All right then. This was like treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Sending him to try his luck? Although Zhuge Liang wasn't sure how good his luck actually was. Over the past 3 months, Zhuge Liang discovered that the only use of the Fortune Golden Dragon was its passive ability to absorb and release spiritual energy, increasing his cultivation speed. Other than that, it was utterly useless. Fine, I'll go take a look, Zhuge Liang said nonchalantly. How do I get there? Hua Wui immediately took out a formation disc and handed it to Zhuge Liang. It's underground. We'll teleport directly there. Zhuge Liang nodded, took the formation disc, and casually tossed it, setting up a long-distance teleportation array on the ground. When it was activated, the dense spatial energy made Zhuge Liang take a deep breath. Inhale, a peak 9th tier space crystal. The destination this time must be incredibly far away. He then stepped into the teleportation array, the massive spatial energy making him feel intoxicated, a sense of comfort like returning home. But as for Hua Wui, who followed him, good grief. He started vomiting before they even arrived. Just how much does space reject Hua Wui? As soon as they landed, Zhuge Liang immediately activated his quantum state, fearing contamination from Hua Wui. Fortunately, Hua Wui was self-aware enough to activate his photon form early, so what he vomited was just blobs of holy light. It looked like it was pixelated or something. Suddenly, roar, the fortune golden dragon automatically appeared behind Zhuge Liang, raising its head and letting out a long, resonant cry toward the dome above. The spiritual energy in the world immediately surged toward Zhuge Liang like birds returning to their nests, pushing him directly to level 83. Only when his meridians felt a rare twinge of soreness did the fortune golden dragon slowly recede. In that moment, Zhuge Liang felt as though something had been bestowed upon him, making him particularly attuned to this land. No wonder it never worked before. It has to be within the borders of Huaxia to activate, Zhuge Liang joked. Buzz, 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 the Fengho Chimen Bagua formation beneath his feet unfolded, and his control over the forces of heaven and earth increased several times over. He easily entered a state of ethereal unity with the formation, and then, yo, you're here, bro. A familiar voice snapped Zhuge Liang out of his enlightenment. Opening his eyes, he saw Lu Nuo, carrying the Godslayer axe, walking toward him with a smile. Behind him was the ever-present sniper monument, both of them still sporting full heads of white hair. Big bro, Zhuge Liang smiled, giving Lu Nuo a bear hug, then nodded toward sniper monument. The two were true friends who had stood the test of adversity, a bond forged through life and death experiences. He was genuinely happy to meet again. However, how did you end up here? Zhuge Liang asked. Hey, don't even mention it. Lu Nuo planted the god-slaying axe on the ground and leaned on it, saying, the dragon squad thought my level was too low and dumped me here to eat some experimental spiritual rice. My level has increased quite a bit, though. Oh, Zhuge Liang's brow revealed a Bagua diagram, and his heavenly eye opened. Lu Nuo, level 68 Jubei, level 69. Did they rock it up? Strange. Wasn't it said that this spiritual rice only works for lower levels? Zhuge Liang asked in confusion. How did these two level up so quickly? Hey, we stopped eating that experimental spiritual rice long ago. We directly consumed spiritual, or instead, Lu Nuo said nonchalantly. After our talents were modified, we became highly sensitive to metal attributes. We can directly devour spiritual, or to further enhance our talents and absorb spiritual energy to increase our levels. That explains it. Zhuge Liang smiled sincerely, feeling genuinely happy for Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei. Ignoring Hua Wui, who was still vomiting, Zhuge Liang said directly, "Brother, you've been here for a while, right? You must be familiar with the place. Show me around." "This place, apart from that rice, what's worth touring?" Lu Nuo said mysteriously. "Let me tell you, a few days ago, while devouring spiritual ore, I accidentally dug too deep and discovered a strange statue. I was just about to report it when I saw a huge golden dragon. I came over to take a look and found it was you, little brother." "A strange statue?" For some reason, Zhuge Liang felt a sense of destiny's arrangement. No, not destiny fortune. Could it be that the roar of the fortune golden dragon earlier was meant to attract Lu Nuo here? If that's true, then this fortune golden dragon is pretty incredible. Whether it's guided by the fortune golden dragon or not, we'll know by checking it out. "Let's go and take a look at the statue you mentioned," Zhuge Liang said. "No problem. Let me go ask the leader for permission first, since it's the spiritual or area." "No need." Hua Wui, having finished vomiting, walked over weakly and said, "We've already been authorized. Within this experimental site, we can freely go anywhere." Lu Nuo looked at Zhuge Liang. Was this weakling telling the truth? "Yeah, he's a martial god, so he wouldn't be wrong," Zhuge Liang reminded him. Lu Nuo immediately dropped his disdainful expression and coughed. "Then follow me, brothers." Upon hearing that Hua Wui was a martial god, Lu Nuo didn't even dare to refer to himself as old man anymore. You could say he was quite tactful, but it made sense. Martial gods were like towering figures in the eyes of ordinary people. Lu Nuo had joined the dragon squad not long ago and was sent here, so his perspective was certainly not as broad as Zhuge Liang's. Hua Wui also realized that his presence made Lu Nuo feel restrained. He simply said, "This place is very safe, so I won't follow you. You can explore on your own." Then he transformed into a yellow beam of light and disappeared. However, Zhuge Liang could vaguely sense that Hua Wui was actually hiding nearby. Finally gone. Lu Nuo wiped his forehead. "Scare me to death. I thought he was going to settle accounts with me." "Martial gods are human too, they wouldn't be that petty," Zhuge Liang said with a laugh. "Let's go and see if this is really divine guidance." "Little brother, the way you're talking, it sounds like you don't take the martial god seriously. Could it be that you've become a martial god too?" Lu Nuo exclaimed, eyes wide. "Not so fast. When we last parted, I was only at the 4th tier." "True. So what level are you now?" "I just leveled up again. Now I'm at 83. Lu Nuo fell into a state of self-pity. He had thought that by devouring spirit minds, he could at least catch up to Zhuge Liang's pace. But unexpectedly, he was still left so far behind that he couldn't even see the taillights. Walking out of the teleportation array point, what greeted their eyes was an endless golden wheat field. The stalks were as tall as 3 people, and each wheat ear was the size of a fist, densely packed in the field like small trees. Occasionally, they could spot some upright turtles leisurely strolling through the wheat field, occasionally slapping the stalks to knock down football-sized bugs, which they then stomped into the ground as fertilizer. "Amazing, isn't it?" Lu Nuo marveled. "When I first saw this, I was shocked too. Forget the wheat for a moment, these turtle farmers range from Tier 1 to Tier 9. Other than not being able to speak human language, they're practically more capable than humans." Lu Nuo's loud voice, as usual, attracted the attention of the turtle farmers, but they only glanced over before continuing their slow patrols. They showed none of the hostility typical of wild beasts in the wilderness, which would attack humans relentlessly upon sight. It seemed these turtle farmers, like Venom, were another type of beast that could coexist with humans. "Let's go." These turtle farmers treasure this farmland deeply. As long as we don't damage the crops, they won't bother us, Lu Nuo said. "Interesting," Zhuge Liang replied, following Lu Nuo leisurely as they strolled through the farmland and arrived at a basin. They entered a mine and descended for about half an hour before reaching their destination. When Zhuge Liang saw the so-called statue, his eyes widened in surprise. The statue depicted an elderly man sitting on the ground. His right hand held a hoe resting on his shoulder, while his left hand held a cluster of wheat ears, which he was examining. "Isn't this Long Lao? Spirit rice, experimental field," Long Lao. Zhuge Liang seemed to understand what was going on. 3,000 years ago in a parallel world, during the initial period of spiritual energy revival, Long Lao must have been entrusted with the important task of improving rice into spirit rice to secure humanity's future. At that time, Tier 3 was already considered the pinnacle of existence. Looking back now, humanity's survival was still difficult, likely due to some irresistible disaster, which caused this experimental field to remain undiscovered until 3,000 years later. Better late than never. Even now, this spirit rice remains a treasure that could benefit countless generations. So, what is the purpose of guiding me here? Zhuge Liang scanned every inch of the area with layers of spiritual senses, but found nothing. Could it be that I overthought it? Was this just a coincidence? As he was still puzzled, the golden dragon of fortune appeared again. This time, it did not hover behind Zhuge Liang as usual, but lay at his feet, circling around an 8 trigrams diagram. Zhuge Liang understood. Feng Ho Chimen, activate. Zhuge Liang immediately entered a state of unity with the formation, activating Feng Ho Chimen to its maximum extent, observing the area from the perspective of a chess master. Ignoring Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei's reactions, Zhuge Liang continued searching inch by inch until he finally discovered a trace of a remnant soul within the statue of Old Long. However, the remnant soul was too weak, like a flickering candle in the wind that could extinguish at any moment. Zhuge Liang didn't dare to touch it, fearing he might accidentally snuff it out. Zhuge Liang minimized the Feng Ho Chimen and reassembled it into its original form. He was now almost certain that the golden dragon of fortune had guided him to find this remnant soul. As for how to awaken it, Zhuge Liang directly dialed Wu Fa's communication line. The call was answered almost instantly. When the projection of the mature woman Wu Fa appeared, Lu Nuo instinctively whistled. Sorry, it's a bad habit from my days as a street boss. I can't help but whistle when I see a beautiful woman. Lu Nuo scratched his head and said, You guys continue. You guys continue. Wu Fa didn't bother with Lu Nuo and looked eagerly at Zhuge Liang. Little chief, any discoveries? Yes. Zhuge Liang pointed to the statue of Old Long and said, This is a statue of an ancient agricultural scientist, and I found a trace of a remnant soul within it. But it's very weak and could extinguish at any moment. Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's report, Wu Fa immediately realized this was absolutely critical. Wait there. I'm coming right away. Wu Fa said excitedly. Hua Wui, don't let anyone approach that area. Violators will be executed. Hua Wui's yellow light immediately flashed, and he nodded solemnly at Wu Fa. Only then did Wu Fa hurriedly end the communication. Lu Nuo leaned over to Zhuge Liang, curious. Oh my, who was that chick just now? She can even command the martial god. Have you heard of Wu Fa? Zhuge Liang replied. Lu Nuo's eyes slowly widened until they were as wide as they could go. Wu Fa surpasses the martial god. Wu Tian's wife who surpasses the martial god. Lu Nuo asked again for confirmation. Zhuge Liang nodded affirmatively. Clang. Lu Nuo's god slaying axe fell to the ground, and he himself plopped down onto the floor. He had just flirted with someone who surpasses the martial god? He was completely doomed now. 140. A gift from 3,000 years ago. Another grand wish. Extra chapter. For 3,000 free gifts. While Lu Nuo was drowning in despair, Zhu Bei was staring at Zhuge Liang with a look that suggested he was enjoying the show, clearly indicating that the situation wasn't too serious. However, Zhu Bei couldn't figure out how the Zhuge Liang he once blocked at the school gate had now become someone surrounded by either martial gods or those who surpassed them. If he'd known Zhuge Liang would be this impressive in the future, he would have bowed to him back then. Seeing Lu Nuo scared out of his wits, Zhuge Liang decided to stop watching the show. All right, don't worry, Zhuge Liang comforted him. Principal Wu Fa isn't that petty, and besides, you and Zhu Bei played a major role in finding this key. Not only will there be no punishment, but you'll be rewarded instead. Really? Lu Nuo asked, his voice trembling. Don't you trust me, your little brother? Zhuge Liang shrugged. Then you might as well wait for your doom. No. Big brother doesn't trust anyone else, but he absolutely trusts you. Little brother. Lu Nuo jumped up and grinned. Little brother, look, there's nothing left for me to do here. So how about I take my leave? Forget about rewards. Better to slip away first. However, rip, a spatial rift appeared beside Zhuge followed by Wufa stepping out swiftly and smoothing the rift. Fearing it might disturb the remnant soul of Elder Long, Wufa stared intently at the statue, her brows furrowing deeper and deeper. She couldn't sense any remnant soul. It seemed to be just an ordinary statue. Wufa looked at Zhuge in confusion. What was going on? I need to enter the state of unity with the human formation and use the synergy of the Fortune Golden Dragon and the heavens and earth to detect that trace of remnant soul, Zhuge explained. The remnant soul is too weak. If we had come a few days later, it might have completely dissipated. Zhuge couldn't help but marvel at the coincidence. Was this the blessing of fortune? It felt incredible. Indeed, bringing you here was the right choice. Wufa pressed her lips tightly, feeling extremely tense. The large-scale cultivation of spiritual rice was no less significant than humanity's initial emergence from the underground cities, a milestone worthy of being recorded in history. Carefully, Wufa took out a blue crystal, the very soul crystal Zhuge had obtained earlier. However, this one was a meter in diameter, far more precious than the head-sized piece Zhuge had. Without a trace of hesitation, Wufa shattered the entire soul crystal with a tremor of her palm, transforming it into the purest soul energy that enveloped Elder Long's statue, forming a soul cocoon. After half a minute, Zhuge spiritual sense detected a faint soul fluctuation within the cocoon. It's done, Zhuge murmured. Wufa looked at Zhuge in surprise. She hadn't noticed anything yet. Another 10 seconds passed before Wufa finally sensed the soul fluctuation, her stiff expression relaxing slightly. The group remained silent, waiting patiently. Lu Nuo was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stay or leave, and ended up quietly shrinking behind Zhuge trying to minimize his presence. As for Zhuge he simply sat cross-legged and began absorbing the spiritual energy from the mineral beneath him to cultivate. The remnant soul within Elder Long's statue was slowly absorbing the soul energy. At this rate, it would take several days for it to recover to the level of an ordinary person. Fortunately, even the lowest-level individual present, Lu Nuo, was at level 68, capable of surviving 10 days or half a month without food. After 3 full days and nights, Zhuge suddenly opened his eyes during cultivation. The soul cocoon shattered, revealing Elder Long's translucent, aged face, his gaze blankly scanning the surroundings. This was Elder Long in his soul state. The group dared not speak, fearing they might scatter the fragile soul. After a while, Elder Long's soul finally focused its gaze, slowly turning to look at Zhuge and the others. Finally, someone has come, Elder Long's soul said with a relieved smile. What era is it now? He seemed to know everything. Zhuge glanced at Wufa, who in turn looked back at Zhuge. You're the child of fortune, you should answer. Zhuge immediately stepped forward half a step and respectfully said, Elder Long, today is Star Soul Year 3021, January 6th. Elder Long's soul froze. His soul body fluctuated violently, as if it were about to dissipate. Behind Zhuge, a radiant Buddhist halo appeared, condensing into a golden wheel of light. Under the illumination of the Buddhist light, Elder Long's soul gradually stabilized, eventually becoming almost tangible. 3021, 3021 indeed. Old Dragon teared up and said, I started my research in Star Soul Year 1, completed it in Star Soul Year 51, and waited for over 100 years. The nation never sent anyone, and I thought humanity had already. I could only transform into a remnant soul and reside in this statue. This wait lasted nearly 3,000 years. Fortunately, you have finally come. Zhuge listened with deep respect. When Old Dragon took on this critical mission, he must have been close to 100 years old, right? Tell me, how is humanity doing now? Can people eat their fill? Have they left the underground cities? Old Dragon's soul asked urgently. Rest assured, Old Dragon. Humanity has now established base cities on the surface and begun expanding into the wilderness, Zhuge said, picking up his wristwatch and projecting previously recorded footage of the Magic City base and scenes of battles in the wilderness. Good, good. Excellent. Old Dragon's soul laughed heartily with relief. It seems those old fellows succeeded even earlier than I did. Ha! After a hearty laugh, Old Dragon's soul visibly faded. He knew his time was near, but his eyes were filled only with contentment. You woke me up, so you must be seeking the cultivation method for the super seed, Old Dragon's soul said knowingly. This super seed requires special conditions for cultivation. It cannot survive if planted directly. His gaze swept around and finally landed on Zhuge Liang. He beckoned him over. Old fellow, I find you the most pleasing to the eye among these young ones. Come here, and I'll share the information with you, Old Dragon's soul said with a smile. Zhuge Liang, without hesitation, stepped forward and slightly bowed in a listening posture. Unexpectedly, Old Dragon's soul pointed a finger at Zhuge Liang's forehead, and a massive surge of soul energy, carrying all the information about the super seed, flooded into Zhuge Liang. At the same time, Old Dragon's soul visibly faded further. Zhuge Liang did not dodge. His eyes reddened slightly as he gazed at Old Dragon's soul, accepting this gift from a national hero of 3,000 years ago. Young one, I think you're quite remarkable, Old Dragon's soul said, his voice growing ethereal. I don't know what that five-clawed golden dragon is, but since it chose you, I trust you. The future of this nation is in your hands. With the last bite of information delivered, Old Dragon's soul dissipated freely into the heavens and earth, laughing heartily. No matter how Zhuge Liang tried to activate the Buddha's light, he could not retain him. This left Zhuge Liang with a deep sense of regret. Even after all this, he still couldn't keep Old Dragon. Rest assured, Old Dragon, I will deliver this super seed to all of humanity. Zhuge Liang vowed earnestly. His expression was more serious than ever before this time. He was truly determined. It was precisely this spirit and resolve. The fortune golden dragon broke straight through the spiritual or mountain above his head, soaring into the skies and singing long and loud toward China. Roar is this, another grand vow. Last time, it rewarded the fortune golden dragon. What will it reward this time? 141. The dream of resting under the grain. The visualization method of the fighting Buddha. Extra chapter for 505-star reviews. Roar, as the fortune golden dragon roared, Zhuge Liang's phantom appeared behind it, reciting aloud, for humanity to realize the dream of resting under the grain. I swear to achieve it. A trace of golden light floated out from the bodies of humans on the land of Huaxia, converging into a golden ocean that infused into the body of the fortune golden dragon, visibly enlarging its size. Meanwhile, from distant continents, streams of golden rivers also drifted over, merging into the golden ocean and expanding its scale. The phantom of Zhuge Liang continued to chant, to carry forward the teachings of the sages. A small portion of the golden ocean branched out, cascading like a waterfall over Zhuge Liang. His level remained unchanged, and his muscles and bones showed no transformation. Only his mind experienced a sense of sudden enlightenment, as if some kind of restraint had been lifted, giving him a light and ethereal sensation, as though he were floating in a celestial realm. Skill Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 3.0 Proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 70,000 essence points to ascend? Don't ask, just ascend. 70,000 essence points consumed, ascended to Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 4.0. Skill Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 4.0 Proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 100,000 essence points to ascend? 100,000 essence points consumed, ascended to Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 5.0. Would you like to consume 150,000 essence points to ascend? Ascended to Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 6.0. Ascended to Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 7.0. Ascended to Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 8.0. Ascended to Diamond Invincible Visualization Method 9.0. 1 million essence points consumed, ascended to Battle Buddha Visualization Method 1.0. The image of Sun Wukong in his mind underwent a dramatic transformation. The dazzling outfit disappeared, replaced by the robes of the Battle Buddha. Strangely enough, the golden halo behind his head resonated with the divine skill Mount Le Buddha invites you to sit. This resonance caused the miniature Zhuge Liang figure, which had reached the visualization method's pelvis, to also manifest a golden halo behind its head. His mental strength and soul reached an unprecedented level of concentration. Vaguely, Zhuge Liang felt he had the illusion of transforming others into Buddhas. No, it's not an illusion. It's... Zhuge Liang clasped his hands together, the golden halo behind his head radiating light mixed with streams of fortune gold, spilling across the space. The three individuals in the area closed their eyes comfortably, their souls purified and cleansed. Under the illumination of the Buddha's light, remnants of souls were summoned from the void, once again coalescing into the form of Elder Long. However, his eyes remained tightly shut, refusing to open. Come, Zhuge Liang beckoned, drawing Elder Long's soul closer and placing it within his mental world, discovering it was only the size of his miniature figure's fingertip. Too fragile. Zhuge Liang settled him on his shoulder, allowing him to bask in the refinement of the golden halo's light. Given time, perhaps Elder Long could awaken and witness the flourishing era with his own eyes. This brought a genuine smile to Zhuge Liang's face. Elder Long, at least this time, you have a chance to return. The fortune golden dragon, now sated, lazily retreated behind Zhuge Liang. Once merely a background presence, it now coiled around Zhuge Liang several times. That it seems this time has been quite rewarding. Zhuge Liang's gains are actually significant as well. Besides the mysterious changes brought by the infusion of fortune, the most direct benefit is the unprecedented condensation of his soul. Even without the system, Earth no longer has any means to harm his soul. In short, mental damage immunity. Moreover, Zhuge Liang feels that even if his physical body were destroyed, his soul could completely escape. Whether to reconstruct a body or to possess another person, it would be no problem at all. Quantum state immunity to physical damage, now immunity to mental damage as well. From now on, there's no place on Earth I can't go, Zhuge Liang said with satisfaction. It's just great. At this moment, the four of them also came back to their senses. Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei stood with their mouths agape, pointing at Zhuge Liang, unable to say anything for a long time. Finally, they could only exclaim, "Awesome! Damn! This is the awkwardness of not being well-read. Even compliments sound like curses. Yet, it also feels more genuine and relatable." Wu Fa and Hua Wu Yi didn't speak, but they stared intently at Zhuge Liang. Supersede, what can be said? Zhuge Liang smiled and nodded. Wu Fa and Hua Wu Yi's faces immediately lit up with joy and excitement. Wonderful, wonderful. Humanity shall rise. Humanity shall rise. Ha ha ha. As long as humanity's basic level is raised to tier 3, coupled with Zhuge Liang's improved 3 flowers gathering at the top method, the power of the middle and upper tiers will surely surge forth. Moreover, spirit rice will bring immeasurable resources to China. This time, it's all thanks to you, little chief, Wu Fa said excitedly. Whatever you want. As long as China has it. If you want it, we'll even snatch it for you. Goodness. This promise is practically saying make a wish as you please. However, the former Zhuge Liang, if he wanted something, wouldn't the country have agreed anyway? Compared to him, Zhuge Liang looked at Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei. It was Lu and Zhu who discovered this place. If they hadn't brought me here, with my Feng Ho Chimen's few hundred meters diameter, it would have been almost impossible to find this place within a few days. As for ordinary methods, Wu Fa was standing right in front of the statue and couldn't detect anything unusual, let alone anyone else. Their contributions are significant too. Everyone gets credit. Everyone gets rewarded. Wu Fa said generously. Whatever you want, just say it. We'll give it all. Everything. Clearly, she was extremely excited. Zhuge Liang took out a blank skill card and closed his eyes to copy the knowledge about cultivating super seeds onto it. Wu Fa eagerly reached out to take it, but Zhuge Liang avoided her. What's wrong? Wu Fa asked nervously. I have one request, Zhuge Liang said, raising a finger. 142. Kuan symbol Harmony Express. Jin symbol Dog Head Maze. I have one request, Zhuge Liang said, raising a finger. Within 1 month, I want this information and the super seeds to be shared with all the countries of humanity. Can you do that? 1 month is tight, and it certainly won't yield as much benefit as slowly negotiating for gains. But Wu Fa had heard Zhuge Liang's grand aspiration just now. If she accepted the benefits but didn't act on them, the consequences would be extremely severe. Compared to Zhuge Liang, this destined overlord, those benefits are merely trivial gains. It's enough. Unable to laugh, Iron Bull happens to be negotiating the improved version of the 3 flowers gathered on top technique with them. This super seed has appeared at just the right time. Only then did Zhuge Liang hand the skill card to Unable. You can move freely now. If you want to go back, just let Hua Wui know. Unable greeted briefly and tore through space again to make his escape. The planting season was fast approaching, and it was crucial to absorb and plant the super seed as soon as possible. That way, efforts to improve the grassroots of Huaxia could begin in the second half of the year. As for people abroad, in terms of timing, they would undoubtedly lag behind Huaxia. This was intentional. Even Long Lao likely wouldn't object. After all, science knows no borders, but scientists do. However, Zhuge Liang glanced at Hua Wui with a peculiar expression and said, "The Iron Bull Unable mentioned earlier, could it be?" "That's right, it's Wu Tian, the one who surpasses the martial god," Hua Wui nodded. Zhuge Liang, Lu Nuo, and Zhu Bei couldn't help but chuckle. That name is just too easy to live with, isn't it? Haha, Zhuge Liang burst into laughter. No wonder Wu Tian always uses a title publicly, while everyone else uses their real names. Wait, then what's Unable's real name? Li Tsuehua. Sigma Zhuge Liang covered his face and laughed uncontrollably. These two names really are a perfect match. Could it be that they fell for each other because of their names? Ha ha, Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei finally couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Hua Wui looked as if he was used to this scene, clearly having witnessed it many times before. After laughing to their heart's content, Zhuge Liang finally said, "Let's go. Let's take a walk outside." The group walked out of the spiritual mind vein and reached the surface, or perhaps not quite the surface, as they were still deep underground. At this moment, a large number of turtle farmers were gazing upward. Earlier, the Fortune Golden Dragon had opened a passage to the surface, allowing gentle sunlight to pour into the depths of the earth, mesmerizing the turtle farmers. Speaking of these turtle farmers, they were originally a pair of pets raised by Long Lao. After the revival of spiritual energy, they gained intelligence and managed to survive in this underground cave, reproducing into a whole race and continuing to care for the spiritual rice to this day. "Relocate them to the surface," Zhuge Liang said. "The country will definitely plant spiritual rice on a large scale in the future. Set aside a region for them so they can continue to thrive there for generations." "No problem," Hua Wui agreed. "If it weren't for these turtle farmers, the super seed might not have survived until now. Even with the relevant knowledge, it would take considerable time to cultivate it again, time that would still consume Zhuge Liang's precious efforts. This was their due reward. Is the area above a wilderness? I want to find a few exotic beasts to test my talent," Zhuge Liang asked again. Hua Wui's mouth twitched a few times before decisively saying, "Do as you please, I'm out." He transformed into a yellow streak of light and disappeared. It seemed the nightmare of a single slash causing tetanus was something he'd remember for a lifetime. Lu Nuo gave a knowing look. "Brother, did you also mess with him?" "Hey, how can you call it messing with him?" Zhuge Liang protested. "He was clearly enthusiastic about helping me test my talent." "TCH, you definitely didn't explain the specific effects to him, did you?" Lu Nuo said knowingly. Zhuge Liang chuckled. "Could this be said? How would the test proceed then?" "All right, brother, I won't hold you up any longer," Lu Nuo said, patting Zhuge Liang's shoulder. "We should go train now. How about a drink later?" "Sure, I'll come by later," Zhuge Liang replied, pulling out 2 skill cards. "Here, don't say I didn't take care of you guys." "Well, I won't be polite then," Lu Nuo said, accepting them generously. The 3 of them shared a life and death bond, so there was no need for formalities. Zhuge Liang waved his hand, his spiritual sense extending straight out. Quantum transmissions flickered through the thick layers of rock, reaching the surface outside. The commotion caused by the Golden Dragon of Fortune had attracted quite a few exotic beasts. They had been standing by the pit, confronting each other, but as Zhuge Liang suddenly emerged, they immediately attacked him en masse. However, Feng Ho Chiman, man in formation as one. Gen character, Dog Head Maze. 100-meter-high earthen walls rose up, forming a massive maze that covered an area of 800 meters. Each wall was adorned with intricate dog-head carvings, smirking sideways as if mocking the flightless exotic beasts, truly mastering the essence of earthen walls. Koan character, line 18 train. 18 earthen dragons surged forth, rolling through the ground and crushing large swathes of exotic beasts. Sun character, binding. Massive trees erupted from the ground, strangling the exotic beasts and absorbing the essence of their corpses, continuing to grow and spread into more space. Jun character, thunderstorm. Lightning poured down from the sky like a torrential rain, indiscriminately baptizing the exotic beasts on the ground. Large groups were electrocuted and fell, emitting a tempting aroma of roasted meat. However, some flying exotic beasts managed to evade the successive bombardments, flapping their wings to escape the dog-head maze. Gen character, dog-head spitter. The dog-heads on the walls opened their mouths wide, spewing out massive amounts of mud and rocks like vomit. These transformed into high-pressure earth guns, shooting down every exotic beast attempting to escape the maze, just like shooting down planes. Zhuge Liang appeared in quantum form above the central palace, observing the situation as the exotic beasts were crushed like chickens and ducks. He nodded in satisfaction. As for the few 8th-tier exotic beasts rampaging through the doghead maze, they required a bit more effort. Koan character, Harmony Express. A 50-meter-long train engine shot out from the ground, colliding head-on with an 8th-tier iron-toothed copper rhinoceros charging recklessly. Just before the collision, the train engine suddenly opened wide, swallowing the entire iron-toothed copper rhinoceros into its carriage. It then continued charging toward the next exotic beast. Like a greedy snake, it devoured one exotic beast after another. The carriages were packed to the brim, yet not a single beast managed to break free. There wasn't even much commotion. Faintly, one could see the interior of the wide, open train engine mouth, filled with menacing barbs. Each carriage spun at high speed, alternating between clockwise and counterclockwise rotations, creating a nested structure like a raisin gun. It formed a deadly meat grinder. An exotic beast swallowed into the carriage wouldn't even make it to the tail before being reduced to a mushy pulp. Once the Harmony Express had gorged itself into a bloated iron train, a chimney emerged from the rear, spewing out a massive amount of exotic beast crystal cores, all of which Zhuge Liang collected into his personal space. It was incredibly convenient. Looking at the now cleared scene, Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction once again. The clone stealth research over the past 3 months, although the names they came up with are quite ridiculous, the results are undeniably effective. It's just equals 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 PS. If you have interesting Feng Ho Chi Minh techniques, please share them here. 143. Bug tetanus. Hua Wui wanted to escape, but this newly developed Feng Ho Chi Minh technique is quite good. However, it's so easy to use. In the heat of the moment, he forgot to leave a divine skill test for the exotic beast. Now he has to find another unlucky exotic beast. But before leaving, Gen character Earth Dragon swam. Earth dragons swam through the ground, weaving into a net at the cave entrance until it was completely sealed. Zhuge Liang thoughtfully raised a small mountain peak, shaping the top into a fist to mark the location so he wouldn't get lost. Something feels off. Zhuge Liang pondered deeply, then suddenly smacked his palm. He raised the middle finger of the fist-shaped mountain peak, pointing it angrily at the sky. Now I want to mistake it. Zhuge Liang, satisfied, stepped onto the Bagua formation and flew into the air. Sun character listening to the wind. Various sounds carried by the breeze entered Zhuge Liang's ears. Soon, Zhuge Liang locked onto his target and flew away. Yellow light flickered as Hua Wui stood mid-air, looking at the chaotic scene, the bizarre doghead maze, and the middle finger mountain peak, his expression peculiar. In the wilderness, who wouldn't be terrified? But when it comes to Zhuge Liang, it's as easy as playing a game. He turned Feng Ho Chi Minh into a playful art. Perhaps this is the difference between a genius and the rest of us, Hua Wui shrugged. He then transformed into yellow light again, chasing after Zhuge Liang. Meanwhile, Zhuge Liang had found his target, the familiar exotic beast Lightning Snow Fox, coincidentally also at the peak of the 6th tier, known as an unbeatable spatial beast below the 9th tier. But, clearly, This doesn't include Zhuge Liang. Please sit, benefactor. With one holy mother-s gaze, the lightning snow fox transformed into a sanctimonious figure. Faced with Zhuge Liang's request, please help me test my talent. It had no intention of refusing and nodded cheerfully, waiting in place. Zhuge Liang didn't hold back. He coated the pie sword with tetanus and thrust it from a distance. One strike tetanus. The lightning snow fox's scalp was barely grazed, revealing a tiny bit of blood. Yet it reacted as if it had suffered a severe injury, convulsing and curling into a shape familiar to Huawei. Its small body trembled, but its eyes were filled with a blissful expression. Sanctimonious figures are all masochists, Zhuge Liang said. So when you encounter one, feel free to give them a hard time, they'll even be grateful to you. Now then, 2 strikes to meet the ancestors. Zhuge Liang swung a seemingly ordinary strike, leaving a finger-width wound on the lightning snow fox's left forelimb. Though the wound was small, it sprayed a jet of blood like a high-pressure water gun, piercing straight through a giant tree. The force of the blood spray was evident. Zhuge Liang watched quietly. The lightning snow fox twitched and bled profusely. The small wound not only refused to heal but also tore wider due to the intense spray, causing the bleeding to become even more violent. In less than 10 seconds, the small body of the lightning snow fox was forcibly dried out, lying there like a mummy exposed to the sun for 10 days and nights. However, due to the strong vitality of the beast, the lightning snow fox did not die immediately. It twitched slightly, its gaze filled with satisfaction as it approached death. TSK. Truly a 2 strikes to meet your ancestors situation. Zhuge Liang clicked his tongue in amazement. This divine skill was too powerful, wasn't it? Meanwhile, Huawei, watching from afar, felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't this the move Zhuge Liang used to stab him back then? How could he dare? Using such a perverse talent to test on him, was he really not afraid of sending himself off as well? Once I return, I'll apply to have someone else act as this kid's protector. Huawei made a silent decision. Zhuge Liang was unaware of Huawei's resentment. He used listening to the wind chant to locate another group of 8th-tier beasts and began testing the divine skill on them one by one in quantum state. He also roughly understood the mechanism of 1 strike causes tetanus, 2 strikes meet your ancestors. The biggest limitation of this divine skill was that the weapon itself must cause bleeding, whether it's stabbing into an existing wound or creating a new one. Once the 1 strike causes tetanus buff is applied, 2 strikes meet your ancestors will greatly enhance the weapon. Unless encountering a bug-like talent such as Zhao Wuyo's, it can basically break through defenses. Even if it doesn't break through defenses, so what? With 1 sword kneels immortals and evil repelling sword technique, there's nothing in this world that can't be defended against. As long as Zhuge Liang's hand speed is fast enough to deliver that extra strike, he can sit back and watch the opponent perform a human fountain, draining all their blood and dying in agony. Healing star tools? Healing talents mainly focus on recovery and curing injuries, and very few have the effect of restoring blood. Even if they do, the amount of blood restored is the amount of blood sprayed. Of course, this divine skill isn't omnipotent. For creatures like Malphite, whose entire body is covered in stone lumps, the effect of 2 strikes meet your ancestors is limited to wounds cannot heal, which is still enough for Zhuge Liang to slowly wear them down. Overall, the effect is quite bug-like. Finally, it compensates for Zhuge Liang's awkward lack of lethal means when facing top-tier opponents. But then, I was supposed to be a mage, so why am I becoming more and more like a warrior? Zhuge Liang scratched his head helplessly. This divine skill is either for support or close combat, gradually cooling his desire to be a mage. After practicing the divine skill for a while, Zhuge Liang returned to the iconic middle finger peak around mealtime. Using Earth Dragon Swim, he dove back into the underground space and found Lu Nuo and Zhu Bei, who had also finished their training. Wow, bro. The combat skill you gave me is way too powerful. Lu Nuo gave a thumbs up. But, bro, how did you know that both I and Xiaogua have lightning attributes? That was only added later. Zhuge Liang smiled and activated his heavenly eye, pointing to the small 8 trigrams diagram on his forehead. This heavenly, I can roughly see some information about people. What a treasure. Can I learn it? Lu Nua rubbed his hands eagerly. It's a formation. Are you sure you want to learn it? Zhuge Liang didn't mind. Lu Nua immediately shook his head. Forget it, forget it. Just hearing the word formation sounds troublesome. I'd rather just swing my axe. That style was very Lu Nua. Zhuge Liang turned to Zhu Bei. What about you? Sniper Steel hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and refused. My mental strength is too weak. Practicing formations would just be a waste of resources. Sniper Steel was very clear about his self-awareness. That's fine. Spend more time developing your own talents. Speaking of which, Sniper Steel was about to ask Zhuge Liang to give his new talent a name. All right, let's not talk about these things anymore. Lu Nua casually put an arm around someone's shoulder and said boldly, I specifically took leave earlier, and today, the three of us brothers won't stop until we're drunk. Sniper Steel silently closed his mouth again, deciding to wait for another opportunity to ask. Perfect. Zhuge Liang suddenly remembered something. I recently acquired a batch of monkey wine. Although it's only third tier, drinking enough of it can still get you drunk. Monkey wine. That's good stuff. Hurry, hurry. Look at you, so impatient. Hey, little pot. Today we must get this great genius drunk. Who's afraid of who? I can take on 10 of you. 144. Is the talent a yellow ape? Extra update for the certification of white freeloader gangs, Neighbor Wong. Under the alternating attacks of Lu Nua and Sniper Steel, Zhuge Liang developed a new usage for the talent, Schrodinger's cat, expelling alcohol from the body in a quantum state. Don't underestimate this trick. It can be used for detoxification or to expel parasites that have entered the body. So, using your talent to cheat, even while drinking, you're something else. Hua Wui gave Zhuge Liang a thumbs up. Zhuge Liang rolled his eyes and continued flying casually over the wilderness. He and Lu Nua drank until dawn, and since they were drinking spirit wine, they wouldn't wake up before evening. Zhuge Liang decided to slip away first to avoid being forced to drink again when the two recovered. It had only been a few days since he left, and most of the time had been spent in cultivation. Zhuge Liang thought about wandering around the wilderness a bit more to see if he could encounter any fortuitous events. This time's mission perfectly demonstrated the value of the Fortune Golden Dragon. However, after slaying over a dozen 9th-tier exotic beasts, Zhuge Liang looked speechlessly at the Fortune Golden Dragon behind him. Are you even capable, you fat dragon? What I want are heavenly treasures that can enhance levels or increase skill power. What's the point of leading me to these 9th-tier exotic beasts? Zhuge Liang complained. The exotic beast population was too vast, even killing hundreds of 9th-tier ones wouldn't make a dent. The Fortune Golden Dragon didn't respond to Zhuge Liang. After all, it was merely a condensation of fortune and hadn't developed intelligence. So how could it converse? Is there a possibility? Hua Wui couldn't stand it anymore and said that this area has been swept clean by the nation many times, so there are no heavenly treasures left? What Hua Wui said actually seemed plausible. After all, this place was right next to the Super Seed experimental field. With the nation's caution, they would certainly eliminate all potential hazards first, and it would be natural to sweep up all the heavenly treasures along the way. If there's nothing here, no matter how good Zhuge Liang's fortune is, he can't conjure treasures out of thin air, can he? Ugh, what a hassle. Frustrated, Zhuge Liang summoned the Pi Sword, formed the Pi Sword shield, and then used the Wind Ho Chi Minh technique to create a giant wooden figure, which promptly smashed the Pi Sword shield away with a single strike. He wasn't venting, he was testing the resilience of the Pi Sword and shield against impact, and how long the Pi motion could continue after leaving his control. It turned out, once the Pi Sword and shield were detached from his spiritual consciousness, they would scatter into individual Pi Swords and continue flying forward due to inertia. Strange. Why doesn't my Rasengan require maintenance, but the Pi Sword and shield do? This was what Zhuge Liang couldn't figure out. Could it be because one is spiritual power and the other is innate talent? But the Pi Swords also absorb spiritual energy on their own to maintain their existence. Zhuge Liang looked at Hua Wui. Aren't you a martial god? Any advice? Hua Wui awkwardly smiled. I follow the support route. Developing skills isn't my forte. Who has the time to develop new skills anyway? Just mastering the learned skills is already enough to keep them busy. All right, can't count on you. Zhuge Liang rolled his eyes. Hua Wui was speechless. Do you think everyone is as abnormal as you, creating more skills than they learn? Ridiculous. Zhuge Liang tested a few more times, all ending with the Pi sword and shield falling apart. It was frustrating. He glanced at Hua Wui and casually asked, "What's your innate talent? I noticed your speed is incredible when you transform into light. Why specialize in support? After all, speed equals damage." It's strange, actually. Hua Wui scratched his head and said, "My innate talent is a sleazy man in a suit." As he spoke, a 3-meter-tall figure appeared behind Hua Wui. The figure was dressed in a yellow pinstripe suit, with a blurred face that only revealed a pair of yellow sunglasses, exuding an overall sleazy vibe. What the heck? Borsellino. Zhuge Liang's eyes widened in shock. How could this thing become someone's innate talent? Wait. Zhuge Liang stared at Hua Wui in horror. How could your innate talent be this thing? You recognize my talent? Hua Wui's eyes lit up, and he eagerly said, "I've checked many ancient texts, and none of the legendary figures match him. Other than allowing me to photonize my body, he's completely useless." Photonize? Elementalize? That's Borsellino's strongest trump card, isn't it? I mean, haven't you tried developing your talent? Zhuge Liang asked in confusion. You should have mastered spiritual power form transformation and spiritual power attribute transformation, right? Hua Wui awkwardly smiled at this. I'm purely light attribute, so I don't need to do spiritual power attribute transformation. As for spiritual power form transformation, I'm just a support. What's the point of learning that? What's your talent called? What level? Grade A, Lightman. All right, just hearing the name, it's clear that Hua Wui hasn't put any thought into his talent, let alone developing its potential. Isn't the Genius Training Camp supposed to only recruit S-grade talents and above? I'm a support staff, specially recruited. Haven't you noticed anything odd? Where do you find an A-grade talent reaching level 99 martial god? It is a bit strange. My cultivation speed is on par with those SSS grade talents, but I've never had much combat power. Zhuge Liang let out a deep sigh at what's wrong with people in this era. Even with good talent, they can't develop it. However, this era doesn't have things like armament hockey, and healers are scarce. Those with single light attributes are trained as medical personnel, so it's true they wouldn't receive combat training. Not assigning Hua Wui to Zhuge Liang was due to valuing his ability to save even the dead. As for combat, if Zhuge Liang can't handle it, even surpassing the martial god would be pointless. Just as Zhuge Liang was about to properly teach Hua Wui, his gaze sharpened, and he turned to look at the horizon. Hua Wui followed a beat later, looking over. They saw a group of people dressed in black robes with red clouds flying rapidly towards them, exuding an aggressive aura. 145. Akatsuki members with humanity? Falling objects from the sky hit beasts. When you see a group of people in black robes with red clouds charging aggressively, what would you do? Zhuge Liang and Hua Wui exchanged a glance, tacitly restrained their aura, and turned to flee, flying at turtle speed. Seeing this, how could the Akatsuki members let them escape? They immediately accelerated again, intercepting Zhuge Liang and Hua Wui. A young man with a nose ring wielding a sword of pie glared at them sideways. Hey, you two, do you recognize this weapon? Looking at the Akatsuki members, a few of their black robes with red clouds had holes in them. Zhuge Liang roughly guessed what had happened earlier. The sword of pie tested for flight had become a falling object from the sky, hitting these beasts. This weapon looks familiar. Zhuge Liang appeared thoughtful. Oh, think carefully about where you've seen it, and I might spare your life, the nose-ringed youth said arrogantly. I remember. Zhuge Liang clapped his hand, then conjured a sword of pie in his right hand. This is my innate ability. The Akatsuki members froze for a moment, then quickly realized. Kid, are you messing with me? Do you believe I don't believe. Zhuge Liang swung the sword of pie in his hand, triggering the 100% empty-handed blade catch ability. The entire group of Akatsuki members knelt in mid-air, hands clasped together, catching the blade with empty hands. What the hell? What is this? I can't move. Send a signal. Call for reinforcements. I can't move. How do I call? It was clear they were just a bunch of small fry, panicking and losing their composure in the face of this bizarre situation. Zhuge Liang couldn't be bothered to waste words with them. He gathered a beam of light energy at his fingertip and shot it directly at the nose-ringed youth, blowing his head off. With the 100% empty-handed blade catchability, it was as simple as hitting a fixed target. "Can you do this?" Zhuge Liang asked Hua Wui. "Isn't this easy?" Hua Wui immediately gathered a ball of light in his palm, shooting a beam that severed another Akatsuki member in half. The power was decent, but the precision control was lacking. "How about this?" Zhuge Liang clenched his left hand. Light energy surged from his palm, transforming into a 10-meter-long light sword. As he swung it, it emitted a buzzing sound from cutting through the air, easily slicing off an Akatsuki member's head. Hua Wui tried as well, but still only managed to form a ball of light. His ability to manipulate energy into different forms was utterly lacking. At this point, the group of Akatsuki members finally reacted. "Damn, you dare provoke the Akatsuki organization. Use your abilities to take him down." "Yeah, he can't move either." For a moment, pitchforks, trash cans, toilet brushes, and all sorts of bizarre objects were being controlled and hurled at Zhuge Liang and Hua Wui. But they all missed, passing right through them. Quantum state. Photonization. This left the members of Akatsuki with expressions as if they'd seen a ghost. Zhuge Liang, unfazed, continued chatting with Hua Wui. "Okay, let's not worry about the changes in spiritual energy forms for now," Zhuge Liang said. "Do you know the saying, speed is power, and no martial art in the world can defeat speed?" Never heard of it." "Try it, and you'll see." Zhuge Liang pointed at someone. "You try photonizing yourself and flying at full speed, then kick him mid-flight. Will that even work?" Hua Wui questioned as he transformed into a yellow beam of light and shot forward, only to pass right through the person without causing any harm, though it scared the target out of their wits. Zhuge Liang, who had been observing closely with his spiritual sense, saw everything clearly. "You need to maintain your human form during flight, otherwise, how are you going to kick?" Zhuge Liang remarked. "Also, you need to partially materialize when you kick." Hua Wui nodded, maintaining his human form while photonized, and shot forward again. This time, he delivered a flying kick to the forehead of the Akatsuki member, blowing their head apart on the spot. The yellow beam of light continued its trajectory, hitting the ground and erupting into a brilliant burst of light. Boom! Faintly, Zhuge Liang seemed to hear a cheeky voice in his ear. "Yo, have you ever been kicked by light?" Hua Wui was stunned on the spot. Was this the power of a casual kick? Although it was insignificant to a 9th-tier individual, for a healer, it was an explosive level of damage. And that was just a casual kick. What if he got serious? Holy crap, is this how my talent is supposed to be developed? Hua Wui cursed. Am I actually an offensive talent? Can single attribute light be used for combat? You're just stuck in a cognitive trap, Zhuge Liang said helplessly. Light, wood, and water attributes all seem to lack offensive skills. I used to think it was just a coincidence, but it seems like everyone has been training people with these 3 attributes as healers. Zhuge Liang could understand why this was the case. It was a matter of demand determining the outcome. Healers were incredibly scarce worldwide. So when Zhuge Liang developed a large-scale healing ability that only consumed crystal cores, wave after wave of vanguard troops were sent to him for treatment. Under such circumstances, every healer was treated like a precious treasure, never needing to go to the battlefield, and were kept busy healing the wounded day and night. Think about it, what doctor would have the time to ponder how to modify a gun to make it more lethal? The fool who invented the Gatling gun was the only exception. Similarly, when would these medical personnel have the time to think about the offensive skills of light, wood, and water? Maybe some did, but they were very few and far between. As the deputy head of the medical department in the Genius training camp, Hua Wui was usually overwhelmed with healing tasks and had no time to think about developing these skills. It was only after becoming Zhuge Liang's protector that his potential was discovered. So, Zhuge Liang decided to share all of Borsellino's techniques with Hua Wui. Light speed kick. Yada mirror. Aim no Murakumo sword. Yasakani no Magatama. After listening to Zhuge Liang's development ideas, Hua Wui's eyes sparkled with a light called output. In this post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't yearn for powerful combat abilities? Especially for medical personnel who deal with casualties daily, they understand the importance of combat power even more. If Zhuge Liang's moves could be developed, Hua Wui would also possess the combat strength truly worthy of a martial god. As expected of a genius who appears once every 3,000 years. Absolutely brilliant. Hua Wui gave a big thumbs up. So powerful. Then let's use these people for practice. Zhuge Liang gestured toward the Akatsuki members in front of them. They had already started begging for mercy, but neither of the two paid any attention. Every member of the Akatsuki organization deserved to be executed. If begging for mercy worked, then wouldn't those sacrificed in blood rituals have begged for their lives too? Locking onto the nearest Akatsuki member, Zhuge Liang immediately launched a double interrogation, employing both the shameless stare and the saintly gaze. "What are you here for?" Zhuge Liang asked. "Lord Jiuling is advancing to the 9th tier. We came to the wilderness to initiate a blood ritual to help him break through," the person confessed. Compared to sacrificing humans, using exotic beasts carries less psychological burden. Psychological burden? An Akatsuki member with a conscience? Or, have you ever felt a psychological burden before? Zhuge Liang asked. The person closed his eyes in pain. "I didn't before, but now I realize how monstrous I am. I even tricked my entire family into coming back for a blood ritual just to break through the bottleneck at level 39. I'm simply inhuman. I'm a beast." Well then, this guy's psychological burden only surfaced under the influence of the saintly gaze's hypocritical effect. To wipe out his own family for power, what a heartless monster. If your conscience bothers you so much, why not atone by taking your own life? Zhuge Liang suggested. All right. He nodded in agreement without hesitation. Zhuge Liang immediately released the restriction, watching as the man pulled out a dagger and stabbed it directly into his own forehead. Before he died, a faint smile of relief appeared on his lips, as if he felt a sense of happiness in finally reuniting with his family. "I really am merciful," Zhuge Liang remarked. The other Akatsuki members looked on in terror. The inhumanity of their comrade just now had even made them, his fellow members, feel a chill. And yet, Zhuge Liang had made him lay down his arms so quickly. Even praying to gods wasn't this effective. By comparison, Hua Wui's clean and swift light-speed kick became the best way to end things. Quickly dispatching the remaining members, Hua Wui approached Zhuge Liang. Jiuling is a rising figure as of late. Our training camp once issued a mission targeting him, and even with the combined efforts of 3 9th-tier combatants from the Dragon Group, he managed to escape, Hua Wui said gravely. Oh, Zhuge Liang's interest was piqued. Seems like he's quite the little genius. Well, today we must take him down right here. A bit of a pity, though they had forgotten to ask where the core of the formation was. However, the blood sacrifice barrier requires a digestion process, and its massive scale makes it impossible to conceal. Just wait here for them to come. After about half an hour, a blood-red glow appeared on the bodies of those Akatsuki members, melting them and revealing several formation discs. The blood-red light connected together, rising into a blood-red screen. Several other blood-red screens also rose in the distant sky, slowly but steadily converging into the blood sacrifice barrier, enclosing the vast wilderness spanning 1,000,000 miles in front of them. They're finally making a move. Let's go. The blood-red screen, which once required full effort to break through, was now as if non-existent in front of Zhuge Liang, who passed through it directly. Quantum state. However, Hua Wui, who had transformed into photons, was blocked outside the blood-red screen. The difference was clear. This proved that the blood sacrifice barrier still had some merit, though the quantum state was simply more of a cheat. Qian character Heavenly Eye Open. The Heavenly Eye is far more advanced than the Formation Eye, a unique ability developed by Zhuge Liang by merging himself with the formation. The information it reveals is far more comprehensive. It directly penetrated the blood sacrifice barrier, reaching the most fundamental structure of the formation. However, what surprised Zhuge Liang was that none of the formations in the blood sacrifice barrier were among the 4,320 configurations of the Dragon Armor Divine Chapter. This was almost impossible. All formation foundations in China, even with innovations, could not bypass these 4,320 configurations. It's like how, even if an aircraft is redesigned, It is still manufactured on an industrial assembly line, not conjured out of thin air with magic. So, is it a magic formation originating from abroad? Zhuge Liang murmured. No wonder the Akatsuki organization is so hard to eradicate. Their headquarters aren't even in China. No matter how many are killed, it's just treating the symptoms, not the root cause. As for abroad, that's the Akatsuki organization's disaster zone, where countless people yearning for freedom openly join them. This is getting interesting. Although Zhuge Liang didn't recognize the foundational structure of the blood sacrifice barrier, understanding one principle leads to understanding all. Zhuge Liang still found the key to breaking the formation. Qian character sky-piercing thorn. Space condensed into several sharp spikes, simultaneously piercing the blood-red screen. A small section of the formation blocking Hua Wui shattered, revealing a fist-sized hole. It was enough for Hua Wui, who transformed into light and passed through the hole, reassembling his form on the other side. The hole was quickly repaired afterward. The core driving this blood sacrifice barrier requires at least 109th-tier crystal nuclei, Zhuge Liang asserted. The one I broke earlier probably had just one 9th-tier nucleus as the core, with the rest being filled with 8th-tier and 7th-tier ones. Calculating this way, the cost of activating the blood sacrifice barrier is quite high, something ordinary Akatsuki members couldn't afford. TSK. Even this kind of cult doesn't cater to the poor? Let's go. Let's intercept them, Zhuge Liang said with a smile. Kill them, and the results of this blood sacrifice barrier will be ours. Just thinking about it was exciting. Hua Wui, however, looked grim and showed no intention of moving. I just notified Principal Wu Fa. Shouldn't we wait a bit? Come on, I dared to take on Zhao Wuyo when I was at the 3rd tier. This so-called Jiuling, can he be stronger than Zhao Wuyo? Zhuge Liang said confidently. Besides, I'm already at the 8th tier now. If it's not someone beyond the martial god level, they won't even be worth my time. Facing Zhao Wuyo, Zhuge Liang didn't run away, and today he certainly wouldn't either. With his full set of 10th tier defensive star equipment, holding out until the arrival of a beyond martial god is absolutely no problem. If anything happens to Zhuge Liang, every beyond martial god in Huaxiao would rush over in a frenzy to rescue him. So Zhuge Liang confidently flew toward the center of the blood sacrifice barrier. Hua Wui, helpless, glanced at his watch that had already lost signal and could only grit his teeth and follow. Although Zhuge Liang was confident, he was not arrogant. He didn't T-charge in recklessly. When his spiritual sense detected the alien beasts, Zhuge Liang used Hextech to conceal his figure, approaching through the grass close to the ground. The sky was restricted in height, making it hard to hide. Once he got close enough, he could see a large group of alien beasts attacking the core of the formation, trying to break the blood sacrifice barrier and escape. Among them were 9th-tier beasts, and there were plenty of 8th-tier ones as well. This Jiuling really knows how to pick them. All high-quality goods, Zhuge Liang praised. These would all be his soon. Just thinking about it made him delighted. The formation had already been activated, so there was no need to wait for the right moment. He could directly clear out the members of the Akatsuki organization and take over. However, the Akatsuki members were all in the core of the formation and were relatively spread out. Zhuge Liang couldn't take them all out in one go, so he decided to capture the leader first. Which one is Jiuling? Zhuge Liang asked. I don't know the specifics. The mission report just said that as long as you see Jiuling himself, you'll definitely recognize him as a villain, Hua Wui replied uncertainly. But, despite such vague descriptions, Zhuge Liang immediately locked onto his target. Hooked nose, triangular eyes, receding chin, short stature, shifty gaze, and no one dared to come within 10 meters of him. A classic villainous face. Hua Wui also noticed this person, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably a few times. This mission report really described him vividly. With a face like that, it would be a shame not to join the Akatsuki organization. It's hard to move with you. Do you want to stay in my personal space for a while, or wait here? Zhuge Liang asked. I'll stay here. Hua Wui replied without hesitation. With his negative spatial affinity, entering a personal space would be worse than death for him. All right then, so? Gen Symbol Deluxe Underground Room. 147. Why are 100 people pregnant? Crazy and sick package. Extra chapter for my daughter Zhang Miao. Gen Symbol Deluxe Underground Room. Zhuge Lan landed and tapped his toe, and a staircase leading downward appeared, extending 100 meters deep underground. Faintly, lights could be seen inside, along with neatly arranged furniture. This was something Zhuge Lan had learned from the builder in the genius training camp. It was all about convenience. Hua Wui was a bit surprised, not knowing when Zhuge Lan had picked up this skill. By the way, what is strange about Jiuling that he could escape from 3 9th-tier combatants? Zhuge Lan suddenly remembered to ask. Hua Wui shook his head. I didn't read the mission brief carefully. All I know is, you can't hit him. Can't hit him? All the descriptions of Jiuling were as abstract as his appearance. All right, you go ahead. Hua Wui shrugged and spread his hands, then entered the deluxe underground room. Zhuge Lan covered the staircase on the ground again, leaving no trace of the 3-story villa hidden underground. Looking up at the Akatsuki members, he locked his gaze on Jiuling with the corner of his eye. Once you reach the 7th tier, you develop a sense of intuition as a strong individual, and direct staring is easily noticed. For example, Zhuge Lan's spiritual sense could effortlessly counter-lock anyone staring at him. How should he deal with him? Zhuge Lan thought for a moment and decided to use the safest combo quantum transmission. Pi Sword. 1 strike of tetanus. The Pi Sword stabbed Jiuling's neck. Logically speaking, Zhuge Lan, who was already at the 8th tier, should have no problem breaking through the skin of someone at the same tier, even though the Pi Sword wasn't known for its sharpness. But when the Pi Sword stabbed Jiuling's neck, it slipped off to the side. What a pity. The best chance for a sneak attack was missed. However, Zhuge Lan swung his other hand forward, and it was 100% a case of catching a blade with bare hands. All the Akatsuki members, including Jiuling, even those with their backs turned to him, knelt down in a bowing posture to catch the blade with bare hands. Of course, there were a few who escaped, but Zhuge Lan declared, once the quantum state is activated, no one matters. All attacks intersect with him, but never collide. Zhuge Lan, refusing to give up, continued stabbing Jiuling with the Pi Sword, but it was like trying to pierce slippery fish scales with a blunt knife, completely ineffective. Meanwhile, the Akatsuki members nearby watched Zhuge Lan's arrogance, controlling people with one hand and stabbing with the other, yet they were utterly helpless against him. For a moment, they were all flustered. Use all your talent skills. Boss Jiuling has a talent, he won't get hurt. Kill. A flood of skill lights and talent abilities engulfed Zhuge Lan and Jiuling, but neither of them suffered any injuries. Zhuge Lan, of course, was unaffected as quantum state was something no amateur could interfere with. Jiuling, however, was a bit strange. All the damage that landed on him, whether wind, fire, thunder, or earth, was smoothly deflected. It was all about that silky smoothness. Jiuling and Zhuge Lan both looked at each other with expressions of disbelief. What kind of talent is this? So slippery, Zhuge Lan teased. And what kind of talent do you have? You don't even look human. Jiuling retorted. Zhuge Lan raised an eyebrow. Not human. With your appearance, you're the least human-looking one here, aren't you? This comment hit Jiuling's sore spot. If he weren't being forcibly controlled, he would have jumped up in rage. You little brat, are you tired of living? Still wet behind the ears, pretending to be a hero? So what if you're controlling us now? We have numbers. We'll wear you down. Numbers? Zhuge Lan glanced at the hundreds of Akatsuki members around him, all attacking the two of them with all their might. Although they couldn't hurt him, the skill lights were a bit dazzling. Well then, let's see whose light shines brighter. Whose pain is greater. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of maternal love? Strongman appraisal technique. Golden light flashed in Zhuge Lan's eyes, illuminating the faces of everyone in front of him like a spotlight. Anyone who dared to meet his gaze would find their stomach swelling up in the next moment. Ah, my stomach. What is this? Pregnant. Are you kidding me? I'm a man. The wails rose one after another. Zhuge Lan noticed Jiuling, who also couldn't escape the fate. Looks like my divine skill is stronger, Zhuge Lan said smugly. Looking up, the members of Akatsuki, who were 100% immobilized by the bare-handed blade catch, were now trembling uncontrollably, crying their eyes out, completely drained of the energy to use their skills or talents. The scene was so overwhelming that even Zhuge Lan couldn't help but marvel at it. Ever since this strong appraisal technique, evolved to version 3.0, and the pregnancy stare changed from a single target to an area of effect attack. Zhuge Liang hadn't used it on such a large scale before. Instantly making hundreds of people pregnant was truly a spectacular sight. Unfortunately, there were still quite a few Akatsuki members left, and he couldn't use his smartwatch to capture this precious moment. Rise! Over 1,500 pie swords appeared above Zhuge Liang's head, targeting the blind spots of the bare-handed blade catch control, unleashing a full-scale bombardment. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Swish, 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 swish. After a wave of concentrated fire, more than half of the Akatsuki members were turned into porcupines. Many of them weren't even slow to react, it's just that the 8th tier pie swords were too overwhelming. If their level wasn't high enough or they lacked good defensive skills or star equipment, they might barely block 1 or 2 swords, but 10 or 20. Just as the remaining members thought they had survived the ordeal, the shadow of the pie swords loomed over them again. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Swish, 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 swish. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Swish, 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 swish. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. Swish, 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 swish. Wave after wave of pie swords rained down as if they required no energy, each time claiming more lives. The blood-red barrier that had once protected them now became their prison. There was nowhere to escape. Zhuge Liang's slaughter made Jiuling's eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. These were all his subordinates. If they were all killed, wouldn't he be left with nothing? Bastard! If you have the guts, come at me, Jiuling shouted through the pain. Zhuge Liang glanced at Jiuling and nodded. All right, you've got some nerve. Are you insane? Using your talent will give you menstrual cramps. Jiuling's taunts came to an abrupt halt, and his body trembled so violently it was as if he were climbing a steep mountain. Menstrual cramps aren't a disease, but the pain is unbearable. However, this was just Zhuge Liang testing the waters to see if Jiuling's talent was compatible with this type of curse. Otherwise, the curse would rebound onto himself. Judging by the results, it worked splendidly. In that case, time for the full package. Are you insane? Using your talent will give you kidney stones. Are you insane? Using your talent will give you shingles. Are you insane? Using your talent will give you trigeminal neuralgia. Zhuge Liang unleashed a total of 36 negative debuffs on Jiuling in one go. He had over 100 more prepared, but Jiuling was already in so much pain that he was numb, rolling his eyes uncontrollably. Arrogant and foul-mouthed? What a joke. His soul was practically being tortured out of his body. If it weren't for being controlled by the skill bare-handed blade catch at 100% mastery, he would have long since collapsed into a heap of useless flesh on the ground. Yeah, what are you even flaunting in front of me for? Zhuge Liang sneered disdainfully. Ignoring him for the moment, Zhuge Liang gripped the sword of pie tightly and turned his attention to the others, using them as practice to level up his tetanus/skill. If this divine skill upgrades further, it might lift many restrictions. Though it's already powerful now, it's still not strong enough. The others didn't stir up any more trouble. One by one, they became human fountains, drenching the core of the formation with their blood. The blood pooled on the cleared ground, forming a river of crimson. After some time, this land would turn dark red, just like the wilderness outside the city base. What a pity I can't send them outside. Otherwise, I could absorbed more energy, Zhuge Liang remarked regretfully. Waste is shameful after all. Dealing with this Akatsuki organization required using their own methods against them. Soon, everyone else had died on the spot. Only Jiuling was left spasming on the ground, his already colorful features twisted into an exaggerated mess. From now on, anyone who backtalks me gets the deluxe treatment, Zhuge Liang said with a sinister smile. Opening a spatial portal, Zhuge Liang tossed the sword of pie through it. A few breaths later, Hua Wui rushed to the blood-colored barrier in a panic. But upon seeing the blood flowing everywhere inside, he realized his worries were unnecessary. By now, Zhuge Liang had already obtained the main formation disc of the blood sacrifice barrier. Surprisingly, it was a miniature four-tailed beast. No doubt about it now, this Akatsuki organization is totally a knockoff of the Akatsuki from Naruto, Zhuge scoffed. The founder was unbelievably lazy, just copying straight away. He opened a passage for Hua Wui, letting him enter. Zhuge then kicked Jiuling and cast a questioning glance at Hua Wui. Wasn't he this guy supposed to be hard to catch? You're a freak. We're not the same, Hua Wui said, his face darkening. This made Zhuge eyes narrow dangerously. He had just mentioned how anyone speaking rudely to him would. Hua Wui, sensing danger, instantly plastered a grin on his face. Haha, you're a super genius. The destined ruler of Huaxia. Of course, you're extraordinary. Zhuge nodded in satisfaction. Admit your mistake, and you avoid the deluxe treatment. Glancing at Jiuling, Zhuge deactivated the bare-handed blade catch skill. With a casual move, he unleashed a demonic sword technique. Jiuling, who had been slumped on the ground, twitched briefly before going still again. Only the soaked bottom half of his red cloud-patterned black robe bore witness to what had just occurred. And I thought he'd be tougher. Turns out he can still get hurt, Zhuge muttered, canceling all his divine skills before activating the interrogation combo. What kind of talent is this, where even basic attacks are all misses? Exhausted both physically and mentally, Jiuling, spurred by the mockery, rasped out an explanation. I named my talent Polar Reversal. It converts damage into healing and healing into damage. Oh, Zhuge and Hua Wui's eyes both lit up. What a remarkable talent. Especially for Hua Wui, a level 99 martial god specialized in healing. If he had this talent, could his skill to revive the recently deceased be used to outright kill someone instead? Zhuge quickly opened his wristwatch and dialed a number. 8118777627. It only rang once, and the voluptuous projection appeared. She glanced at the blood-soaked scene, instinctively leaning forward slightly, and only after confirming that Zhuge was unharmed did she breathe a sigh of relief. Little Chief, you're quite impressive. I just left for a moment, and you've already taken down a group of Akatsuki members, Wu Fa praised with a smile. I originally came out to look for rare treasures, but this area has already been swept clean, so I had to make do with the Akatsuki group, Zhuge replied cheerfully. Hearing this, Jiuling, who was in her sanctimonious mode, showed a sorrowful expression. This area? There's actually a large base here? He had chosen this wilderness for safety, but unexpectedly walked right into a trap. Zhuge pointed her watch at Jiuling. I heard that last time. Even teaming up with the dragon group, you couldn't catch this guy? Jiuling's appearance was indeed recognizable. Wu Fa, busy with her affairs, glanced at him and exclaimed in surprise. Jiuling from the Akatsuki group? Didn't this guy escape abroad? Why is he here? Zhuge kicked Jiuling. Answer the question. Several missionary council members abroad seemed to be planning a major operation, so they forbade me from causing any commotion before that. I thought I'd hide in plain sight and sneak back into the country, but I ended up walking right into a trap, Jiuling said, almost in tears. Though sanctimonious, she had her own emotions. What? Several missionary council members united. Wu Fa's expression darkened. A major operation? What kind of major operation? I don't know. Jiuling shook his head. I was warned while taking action, and then I came back to die. TSK. That phrase came back to die was quite on point. Wu Fa furrowed her brows. This information was crucial. Little Chief, so why did you call me? Wu Fa urged. She needed to report this information quickly. His talent is quite good. I've taken a liking to it. Zhuge pointed at Jiuling. Do you think there's a way to turn him into a starfall? Goodness. Everyone present, and even those not present, were stunned by Zhuge words. She liked someone's talent and wanted to turn them into a starfall? If the target weren't an Akatsuki member, this behavior would be a bit. We still haven't figured out the principle behind starfall formation, Wu Fa said helplessly. We only know that dying under extreme emotions increases the likelihood of formation. I see. Would pain work? I suppose. All right, you go ahead and get busy. Little Chief, take your time exploring, no need to rush back, Wu Fa said with a smile. With the Fortune Golden Dragon protecting you, it will lead you to the opportunities most suited to you and the threats to China. Well then, using Zhuge as a human radar? Zhuge waved her hand and directly hung up the communication. Hua Wu-yi watched enviously. He wouldn't dare hang up on Wu-Fa. Zhuge Liang looked down at Jiu Ling, revealing a kind smile. Sanctimonious Jiu Ling showed a look of terror. You're not planning to. Don't come near me. 149. The Fortune Golden Dragon's old phlegm. Jiu Ling's shouting was clearly useless. Zhuge Liang immediately began executing her plan. Strong identification technique. Are you insane? Using your talent causes dysmenorrhea, kidney stones, shingles, trigeminal neuralgia, sciatic nerve pain. Zhuge Liang's negative buffs piled up to over 60, and Jiu Ling was literally tortured into unconsciousness. How could this be? Li character Amaterasu. Black flames engulfed Jiu Ling. The blazing fire transformed by his innate ability into healing. He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes, the tsunami-like pain making him wish he could pass out again. Yet the fiercely burning black flames invigorated him. At this moment, Zhuge Liang was still a bit worried. If Jiu Ling deactivated his innate ability, all his curses would lose effect. So, Buddha's light shines. A golden Buddhist will radiated light, inflicting damage and burning Jiu Ling, while simultaneously providing healing even stronger than the black flames, extinguishing any thought Jiu Ling had of deactivating his innate ability. Stop torturing me. Kill me. Just kill me. Jiu Ling pleaded bitterly, but Zhuge Liang and Hua Wu-yi only looked on coldly. No member of the Akatsuki organization deserved any sympathy. In fact, Hua Wu-yi even cast a holy light, causing Jiu Ling to writhe in pain, his body bursting with bulging veins like a fountain. What skill did you use? It's so intense, Zhuge Liang asked in surprise. Clarity spell. It can multiply a person's focus several times over, Hua Wu-yi replied with a smile. Multiply focus? Doesn't that mean multiplying the pain as well? It also confirmed that Jiu Ling's innate ability could only convert damage into healing. Other states remained unaffected. This is a good move. Do you have a skill card for it? I want to learn, Zhuge Liang said directly. Hua Wu-yi shrugged. Why would he carry such a skill card around? Zhuge Liang immediately pulled out a skill card. As China's top genius, Zhuge Liang's personal space was practically a miniature treasury. He had emptied out several warehouses from the genius training camp. Hua Wu-yi instantly replicated the skill, and Zhuge Liang learned it on the spot. Unsurprisingly, it was light attribute. Just like using light to dazzle someone's eyes, it could instantly energize them. By using light attributes to stimulate mental energy, it naturally heightened focus. Zhuge Liang directly integrated the clarity spell into the golden Buddhist wheel's radiance, giving the Buddha's light a refreshing and invigorating effect. The impact multiplied again. Jiu Ling was tortured into silent vibration mode, and if it weren't for his short stature, he might have tied himself into knots on the spot. It was utterly miserable. But thinking about the 7 million people blood sacrificed in the Universal Base City, Zhuge Liang felt no sympathy for these beasts. You doing this? How are you? Any different from us? Jiu Ling tried to provoke Zhuge Liang. I've saved more people than you've killed, Zhuge Liang retorted disdainfully. Don't try to morally blackmail me, or you'll find I have no morals at all. Zhuge Liang casually added dozens more negative buffs to Jiu Ling. If he could still talk, it meant his potential hadn't been fully squeezed out. After over an hour of torment, Jiu Ling finally showed a completely broken expression. The blood sacrifice barrier had reached its final stage, about to infuse scarlet energy. This was the purest energy, capable of fully enhancing talent, increasing levels, and augmenting the soul, among other things. It could be described as an all-purpose energy. So, Zhuge Liang glanced at the drooling, silly smiling Jiu Ling. 1/ for tetanus. 2/ to meet your ancestors. He ended Jiu Ling's painful torment. At the very moment he swung his sword, Zhuge Liang seemed to have a premonition, a sense that this time there would be no starfall. However, behind him, a golden dragon of fortune quietly appeared. Though it said nothing, Zhuge Liang understood. He could consume a certain amount of fortune to forcibly trigger a starfall from Jiu Ling. Was there even a need to think about it? This fat dragon had been eating well-timed to lighten its load. Roar! The golden dragon of fortune spat a mouthful of golden phlegm onto Jiu Ling's corpse, melting it as if by cremation, leaving only an hourglass lying there. Starfall. The golden dragon of fortune visibly shrank, from coiling around Zhuge Liang several times to barely managing a single loop. It seemed that forcibly altering causality consumed a significant amount of fortune. But Zhuge Liang didn't mind much. He could always make a few grand vows. He had figured it out. When others swore oaths, they risked being struck by lightning. But for someone favored by a certain will, his oaths became grand wishes that granted fortune. And it was the kind of fortune that came up front before the work is done. Zhuge Liang picked up the hourglass starfall. At that moment, the scarlet energy surged like a tide into the core formation, splitting evenly between Zhuge Liang and Hua Wui. Zhuge Liang didn't say much about it. This small opportunity was fair game for whoever was present. But Hua Wui clearly didn't think the same. He was already at level 99. This bit of scarlet energy couldn't help him break through at most. It could slightly consolidate his level. It was far less beneficial to him than to Zhuge Liang. So, Hua Wui quickly pulled out a formation disc, smashed it to the ground, and activated a long-distance teleportation array, the only kind he had on him. He stepped into it and disappeared. The scarlet energy originally heading toward him lost its target and redirected itself toward Zhuge Liang. Well, that is considerate of him. Though he is not too bright. I have the main formation disc. I could opened a portal for him to leave. Zhuge Liang chuckled as he infused spiritual energy into the hourglass starfall, while also asking the system, "Would you like to use the energy points for talent absorption and leave the rest untouched?" He was still planning to rely on the spiritual energy from this starfall and the scarlet energy to push straight to level 89. That way, he could return to the genius training camp, enter the ancient tower, and shoot straight to level 99 martial god. However, the essence of life is a higher grade energy compared to ordinary energy and can enhance more advanced talents. Are you sure you want to select ordinary energy for talent enhancement? So the scarlet energy's true name was life essence? Fitting enough. It was like the essence squeezed out of life. As for the choice between a single level and a lifetime talent, Zhuge Liang knew what to pick. Use life essence as the primary energy. Crack. The balance of the hourglass starfall in his hand was broken, and the pure spiritual and mental energy of level 89 surged into his body. The familiar talent light sphere appeared once again, this time as large as a millstone. What kind of talent will I get this time? Looking forward to it. 150. The Four Beasts of Physics. Extra chapter. Certified by the great master Mr. Chun. Zhuge Liang skillfully raised his hand, and as he touched the talent light sphere, the system prompt sounded, detected that the host is awakening the fourth talent, absorbing energy to enhance the host's talent. All spiritual power and blood-colored energy were being absorbed frantically, except for the energy points, which remained completely still. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but pout. Fortunately, the mental power system was unnecessary, as the mental figure in the visualization method absorbed it cleanly, growing taller by about 1 millimeter. This showed how strong Zhuge Liang's mental power was now. When Hua Wui returned to the scene, he saw Zhuge Liang immersed in a blood-colored river, devouring all the energy, yet his aura showed no sign of growth. It was very peculiar, but there was nothing he could do now, so he could only stay put and wait. After about half an hour, as the essence of life was about to be completely consumed, the system finally stopped absorbing. The remaining essence of life was absorbed by Zhuge Liang, and his level finally, still didn't increase. You have acquired a new talent. Maxwell's Demon. Maxwell's Demon. Set 2 states and 1 keyword. As long as others cannot surpass you in the keyword, you can freely switch between the 2 states. One of the 4 beasts of physics? Why does it feel like his next 2 talents might be Laplace's Beast and Zeno's Tortoise? Setting aside the strange premonition, Zhuge Liang focused his attention on this new talent. The keyword was undoubtedly chosen pi. After all, besides him, no one else would bother memorizing it to hundreds of thousands of digits. Very discreet. Even if someone with a reconnaissance-type talent discovered this bug, they couldn't possibly memorize more digits than Zhuge Liang in a short time. As for freely switching between 2 states, the operational space here was vast. I'll set it first. State 1, spiritual power. State 2, long hair. In the next moment, Zhuge Liang's somewhat sparse hair grew wildly into waist-length locks, thick and shiny black. and the cost was merely less than 1% of his spiritual power. From now on, I won't have to squat by the drain to search for hair anymore, Zhuge Liang said with genuine joy. He had to summon several batches of clones every day, and since he couldn't cut a single strand of hair into several pieces, his hair was literally being pulled out in handfuls. As for hair growth elixirs, no one had really developed such a thing. After all, human survival was barely manageable, and all resources were focused on humanity's continuation. Using the Sword of Pi, he trimmed his hair and burned the cut-off strands with a fire-pure extravagance. State 1, damage. State 2, healing. Thus, from now on, any damage Zhuge Liang received would turn into healing, and any healing he received would turn into damage. This way, anyone unfamiliar with him who tried to ambush him would find Zhuge Liang in high spirits after their attack, and with his quantum state activated, they wouldn't even have a chance to finish him off. It's just perfect. However, Venom. Zhuge Liang connected his spiritual sense to Venom's mental power and said, I just awakened a new talent, and its effect is. This new talent had to be explained clearly to Venom. Otherwise, if he was in the middle of a fight and Venom kindly healed him, it would turn into a joke. Wow, Dad, you're amazing, Venom exclaimed excitedly. Dad, I just leveled up to Tier 8 too. Leveled up to Tier 8? That's great. Zhuge Liang suddenly realized where did that last bit of life essence go? This little guy sure knows how to pick. Huh, Zhuge Liang chuckled and cursed lightly, then began pondering the new talent. What other clever uses could it have? For example, swapping spiritual power with mental power? That way, he would essentially have infinite mental power. And, as he was mulling it over, Huawei quietly landed in front of him, looking as though he wanted to ask something but didn't dare interrupt. With his sharp senses, Zhuge Liang had no choice but to put his thoughts aside. How is it? How does it feel? Huawei quickly asked. Not bad. This talent is pretty handy. Zhuge Liang casually slashed his wrist with a sword. No damage. His indestructible body had already reached version 3.0, entering a proficient level. Zhuge Liang could now slightly increase his body size. His physique and defense were already at Tier 9 levels. Even the Tier 8 Pi sword couldn't break through his defense. Let me try. Huawei gathered a ball of holy light in his hand and directly smashed it onto Zhuge Liang's wrist. The healing holy light turned into a corrosive poison, making the skin on Zhuge Liang's wrist sizzle. Zhuge Liang gave Huawei a sidelong glance. Was this guy sure he wasn't taking revenge? However, Huawei's eyes were filled only with envy. Damage and healing reversed. If he had this talent, would he even need to develop that speed equals power technique? He could just heal everyone he met. Seeing this, Zhuge Liang merely pursed his lips, then turned his hand to gather a Rasengan and directly smashed it onto his own wrist. The resulting whirlwind engulfed Huawei as well, though he managed to evade it by turning into photons. Once everything calmed down, Zhuge Liang activated his Gemini form and looked up at the sky with a blank expression. What a miscalculation. His clothes weren't protected by the talent? In the following days, Zhuge Liang and Huawei wandered around the wilderness, killing no beasts below Tier 7 along the way. Occasionally, a peak Tier 9 beast would pop up. Zhuge Liang couldn't believe that the Fortune Golden Dragon wasn't involved in this. Zhuge Liang remarked, "Why don't you lead me to a group of Tier 9 beasts? The more, the better. Don't worry about my safety," Zhuge Liang complained. Tier 9 beasts rarely gathered in groups, but when they did, it was almost certain that some treasure was about to appear like a ginseng fruit. But whether it was because the Fortune Golden Dragon was slacking or because there really weren't any treasures of that level nearby, nothing showed up. After wandering for a week with no significant gains, Zhuge Liang managed to upgrade his little flying dagger to version 3.0. At that point, he started considering heading back. The spiritual energy concentration outside was truly far inferior to this place. Huawei also returned to the healing team, so busy that he was nowhere to be seen all day. Another month passed in training, but Zhuge Liang's level showed no signs of increasing. After reaching Tier 8, the leveling speed had become excruciatingly slow. Even with Zhuge Liang's abnormal multi-speed acceleration, it would still take about a month to level up. From level 83 to 89, he needs to gain 6 levels, which means 12 months, a whole year. What a joke. Zhuge Liang hasn't even been in this world for a year. How could he possibly settle down and quietly retreat for a year? He was pondering whether to go out again to seek opportunities, preferably catching another unlucky guy like Jiu Ling. The dormitory door was knocked on again. This time it was 151, Shadow Master Afu version. Lawless bang bang bang. Hearing the knock, one of the clones instinctively stopped his traditional art practice, moved to the door with 8 gates transport, and opened it. He saw Lon Kai in a tight blue suit, giving the clone a thumbs up and flashing his 2 rows of white teeth with a smile. Yo, kid, it's time for our monthly sparring session again. The clone turned around and left, feeling a headache. Lon Kai knew it was a clone and walked straight to Zhuge Liang's main body. Even more outrageous was, Hua Wui had come along too. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but feel a headache as well. Every month, Lon Kai would come to spar with Zhuge Liang under the pretense of practice, but every time he would go all out, as if he wouldn't stop until Zhuge Liang was dead. Then, he would be beaten into a pulp by Zhuge Liang and taken away by the medical department. But Lon Kai was like an indestructible cockroach, never missing his monthly visit, which greatly annoyed Zhuge Liang. I say, why don't you stop coming here to get beaten up? Zhuge Liang complained. And this time, you even brought Hua Wui along? Are you really not giving up? Hua Wui was most famous not for his medical skills, but for his resurrection technique. Huh. Lon Kai looked at Hua Wui and scratched his head. Minister Hua, when did you start following me? I didn't even notice. Don't mind me, you two go ahead and fight. Hua Wui stepped back. As the deputy minister of the medical department, Hua Wui was certainly aware of why Lon Kai ended up gravely injured and near death every month. But he didn't care much. Zhuge Liang's healing abilities were also excellent, and no one would die. Great. Let's fight, Zhuge. Lon Kai greeted, leaping high into the air and unleashing a move, Crow takes flight. Zhuge Liang sighed and didn't use his specialty, wind after strange gates. With a flash of lightning, he completed the Thunder Duel armor setup. He chose to face Lon Kai head-on. Boom! Fists and feet collided, and Lon Kai was sent flying backward, landing and retreating 3 steps, while Zhuge Liang also took half a step back. The gap was evident. Huh? You've advanced to the 9th tier. Zhuge Liang said in surprise. I have to thank you for your training. I just advanced a few days ago. Lon Kai said firmly. This makes me even more convinced that as long as I aim to defeat you, I will definitely become stronger. What could Zhuge Liang say to that? He decided to take it a bit more seriously. The exposed face outside the Thunder Duel armor was now covered in a golden hue, activating the indestructible body. All right, let's fight, Lon Kai shouted, his body glowing with a brilliant golden hue, transforming into a radiant golden bell that encased him. Golden bell shield. Clang. Boom. As their fists and feet collided, the sounds of metal clashing and bell tolls echoed. Besides that, there was Lon Kai's habitual move name announcement. Dragon Claw Hand, Lotus Drift, Scorpion Fist, Kangaroo Jump, Head Smashes Walnut. Mouse Steals Cheese, Antelope Leaps, Aerial Flying Kick, Supernova Burns. In comparison, Zhuge Liang's moves were much simpler, relying purely on reaction to counter moves, apart from summoning a golden dragon. To put it nicely, it's the concept of no move surpasses all moves. But this was purely relying on attribute superiority to fight head-on with Lon Kai. Regarding this, Zhuge Liang had no intention of training his martial arts. The Awe 18 styles and the future complete dragon subduing 18 palms were already sufficient for him. After all, he never planned to develop in a close combat. The battle between the two seemed to be at a stalemate, but in reality, Zhuge Liang was feeding moves to Lon Kai while stretching his muscles. When Lon Kai had exhausted all of his Black Tiger 108 styles, Zhuge Liang leapt into the air after receiving a punch from Lon Kai, suddenly transforming into a golden dragon and diving down. Flying dragon in the sky. Good timing. Supernova Burns. The fierce palm strike breaking through finesse collided with Lon Kai's fiery killing punch, and the dissipating shockwaves struck both of them, with the sound of metal clashing and bell tolls echoing endlessly. However, Lon Kai's spiritual energy was ultimately limited. In the end, he was forced to withdraw his move. Watching helplessly as Zhuge Liang shattered the golden bell with a palm strike, and landed it on his chest. Poof! Lon Kai spewed blood like a fountain, flying backward and sliding dozens of meters before stopping right at Hua Wui's feet. Hua Wui had already prepared a ball of holy light, seamlessly smashing it onto Lon Kai's face. Within seconds, Lon Kai weakly got up, staring at Zhuge Lan with an unyielding gaze. "I will challenge you again." Then he walked away without looking back, leaving Zhuge Lan quite troubled. "I say, can't you guys do something about him?" Zhuge Lan said helplessly. "He clearly can't win, yet he insists on coming every month. It's really annoying." Principal Wu Fa said there's nothing he can do. Hua Wui chuckled. Lon Kai is the young master of the Lon family clan. This clan is full of martial arts fanatics. Whenever they encounter someone stronger than themselves, they will keep challenging until they win. Another clan. So, that Black Tiger 108 Styles is also a legacy combat technique of the Lon family clan? Zhuge Lan raised an eyebrow. Yep, that's right. Zhuge Lan couldn't help but picture the Lon family clan collectively shouting, "Tornado destroys parking lot," during their morning exercises. Shadow Master Afu version? Hiss, the image was too vivid to bear. He shook his head vigorously to get rid of the dirty thoughts and quickly looked at Hua Wui. "Why are you here to find me?" Everyone knew Zhuge Lan was pushing for level 89. He wouldn't be disturbed unless it was something important. "It's something very important. Principal Wu Fa asked you to come for a face-to-face discussion." "Oh, seems like a big deal." Zhuge Lan and Hua Wui, one using light speed and the other instant teleportation, both ignoring obstacles, directly appeared in the office. They happened to stumble upon a shocking scene. Wu Fa and Wu Tian were flung apart, with something vaguely snapping. Zhuge Lan. Omega Hua Wui. Sigma cube Hua Wui. "How many times have I told you to knock before entering?" Wu Fa glared fiercely. Wu Tian pointed at Zhuge Lan, intending to reprimand him. But after thinking carefully, he realized that if they really got into a fight, he might lose even more face. So he shifted his focus, glaring at Hua Wui with a predatory look. "What's your background, kid? How dare you barge into my wife's office like this?" Hua Wui was on the verge of tears. He had always entered this way before. After all, Wu Tian hadn't been here for over a decade, and Wu Fa prioritized efficiency above all else. There had never been any issues until today. Judging by Wu Fa's slightly reproachful look, it was clear that Wu Tian's impatience was the cause. At this moment, Zhuge Lan stepped forward half a step and spoke to change the subject. "Why did you call me here? Is there some rare treasure appearing?" 152. Free access to global resources? The Dragon Elders supersede Spirit Rice Alliance. Faced with the opportunity Zhuge Lan provided to change the topic, Wu Fa and Wu Tian naturally went along with it. After all, Hua Wui was still a very promising talent. "Young Commander, this time it's indeed something very important." Wu Fa took out a globe and pointed to the Pacific Ocean. "The once every 30 years World Exchange Tournament will begin in the Pacific Ocean 3 days from now. Considering your ability to fight across levels, the nation hopes you can lead the team this time. Of course, whether you go or not is entirely up to you." Zhuge Lan said nothing, silently looking at Wu Fa. "What are the benefits? And about the matter with the supersedes last time, I still haven't gotten an explanation. Why are you telling this kid all that?" Wu Tian interjected directly. "The World Exchange Tournament, nominally a competition for geniuses under 30 from various countries, is actually about allocating entry slots to an ancient relic. That ancient relic was built by the few humans who survived on the surface after the spiritual energy revival. The awakening of talents was their doing. It contains a large number of ancient treasures, research materials, skills, star fragments, and even 3,000-year-old rare treasures. Back in the day, I consumed a 3,000-year-old dragon blood fruit from one of those relics, which improved my physique and ultimately allowed me to surpass the martial god level. Whether you go or not, with your golden dragon of fortune, the slot will definitely be given to you. The difference is that if you achieve a good ranking, you can bring more people in to seek opportunities. As for the rewards for leading the team, just tell us what you need, and we'll make it happen." Wu Tian laid out the benefits clearly, which was very much to Zhuge Lan's liking. Although Wu Tian had said that he would get an entry slot regardless of whether he participated, as the nation's only SSR, If he didn't go and other countries' SSRs showed up, it would put them at a disadvantage. All right, I'll go stretch my muscles a bit, Zhuge said. As for the rewards, what I need most right now is leveling up, followed by rare treasures. If not, star fragments will do. Well then, the things he wanted were increasingly difficult to obtain. Leveling up is beyond our control. This is already the place with the most abundant spiritual energy in all of China, Wu Fa said, spreading his hands. Gravity and spiritual energy are matched. If you recklessly go to a higher region, it will only backfire. What about the ancient tower? Zhuge asked. I'm at level 83. It shouldn't be too far off, right? That? I'm afraid not, Hua Wui said weakly. The mechanism of the ancient tower is quite special. It requires level 89 to activate. Zhuge sighed. All right, let me know if there's any news about the heavenly treasures and Starfall. If not, if you catch someone with good talent and high level, you can hand them over to me directly. The couple, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, were stunned. Hand them over to you? Wait, that member of Xiao, Jiuling, did you really turn him into Starfall? Wu Fa asked in surprise. Zhuge nodded in confirmation, while Hua Wui's expression turned strange. Wu Fa was probably, really? How did you do it? Wu Tian excitedly grabbed Zhuge shoulder. As long as there's a way, Starfall can be produced in small batches. Then many of those vicious criminals can be dealt with more effectively. However, Zhuge spread his hands, indicating helplessness. I knew you'd ask. Just watch the recording yourselves. Zhuge projected the footage of him torturing Jiuling, showing scenes of muscle convulsions, meridian ruptures, and finally switching to silent vibration mode. Even Wu Fa and Wu Tian frowned deeply as they watched. It was too cruel. But, thinking about Jiuling's identity and the crimes he committed, they felt an unusual sense of satisfaction. Then, with some lingering fear, they looked at Zhuge. Fortunately, they had never offended him. Although they knew Zhuge had a talent ability that could stack strange negative buffs on people, they didn't know it could stack up 10 any global human-based city. Access to all resources is free? This is way more useful than actual power. Zhuge eyes lit up as he listened. With a few swift strokes, he signed his name. Unexpectedly, the moment his pen left the paper, complex formations, magic arrays, runes, and Buddhist texts surged out from the paper, rushing toward Zhuge. However, Roar, the golden dragon of fortune, quietly appeared, and with a dragon's roar, it directly scared off these small fry, suppressing them and swallowing them whole. Then, it soared into the sky, breaking through the ceiling and once again ascending to the heavens. This familiar scene made Zhuge raise an eyebrow. Could it be that this little chubby dragon is about to? 153. Dragon Elder swallows fortune. Earth's predestined overlord. Extra update. 4,000 free gifts. Roar, the golden dragon of fortune raised its head and let out a long roar, spitting out those formations and runes, which transformed into a semi-transparent sheet of paper. On it was the same treaty Zhuge had just seen. Smack! The golden dragon of fortune pressed a claw onto it, as if stamping it with a handprint. Whoosh, 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 streams of light shot out in all directions, breaking through the small world of the lawless Palm Buddha kingdom and landing in various countries around the globe. Following this, a massive golden torrent returned from these countries, dyeing the entire Palm Buddha kingdom in a gilded hue. The golden dragon of fortune was directly immersed in the ocean of fortune. Its previously thin body swelled up like a balloon. People from the Genius Training Camp, China, and even the entire Northern Hemisphere looked up at this rare worldly spectacle, their minds blank. At this moment, Zhuge had only one thought: didn't someone just say not to misuse fortune? With this terrifying reserve in front of him, was there even a need to worry about running out of fortune? They could create a star and throw it away without a second thought. After a brief moment of shock, Wu Fa and Wu Tian exchanged glances, their eyes burning as they stared at Zhuge. China's predestined overlord? No, this is Earth's predestined overlord. Perhaps. The current structure between humans and exotic beasts will once again change with Zhuge sudden rise. At this moment, behind the golden dragon of fortune, the phantoms of both Zhuge and Dragon Elder appeared simultaneously. Dragon Elder, I have 3 dreams, to rest under the shade of rice, to see rice spread across the globe, and for super seeds to benefit humanity. Zhuge Liang. To establish a purpose for the people, to carry forward the teachings of the sages. Then, a vast will resounded throughout the entire world. The great wish is fulfilled. A large portion of the golden ocean split off, cascading down like a waterfall to engulf Zhuge Liang, surging entirely into his body. However, only about 1/5 was absorbed by Zhuge Liang, enhancing a certain aptitude. The remaining 4/5 surged into his mind, heading straight for the spiritual figure on his shoulder, the soul of Dragon Elder. Dragon Elder's soul was swept off Zhuge Liang's shoulder by the golden torrent, immersed in it and devouring the fortune like a whale. The aged soul visibly grew younger, regressing to a childlike state akin to the Monkey King. Even the spiritual figure in Zhuge Liang's mind, originally the size of a fingertip, swelled to the height of his waist. Yet even so, Dragon Elder's eyes remained tightly shut, showing no signs of waking. This left Zhuge Liang puzzled what could have caused Dragon Elder to fall into a coma. While pondering, the fortune golden dragon had finished devouring the remaining fortune, belching as if full, and exhaled a faint golden mist that descended upon the 18 base cities of Huaxia. Everyone received a strand of the golden mist, and many who had been stuck at their current level broke through to the next stage on the spot. The overall strength of Huaxia was instantly elevated by a small margin. Meanwhile, the bloated belly of the fortune golden dragon flattened, and it descended, circling around Zhuge Liang 3 times inside, 3 times outside, and then spiraling 3 times above his head. Zhuge Liang looked at the fortune golden dragon and estimated based on the consumption of the 9-spirit starfall. It could probably create 5 or 6 starfalls. When you think about it, that doesn't seem like much, does it? Upon hearing Zhuge Liang's words, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and Hua Wu Yi all looked at him speechlessly. Listen to yourself, are you even speaking human language? If the fortune golden dragon had intelligence, it would surely wrap itself around you on the spot. This place is yours now, Wu Fa said to Wu Tian. The location has been exposed again, I need to change the spatial coordinates. He glanced at Zhuge Liang with a hint of grievance. The genius training camp had been established for a century without ever being discovered. Yet this year, it had already changed locations twice. However, if the exposure was due to reasons like Zhuge Liang's, Wu Fa felt it was a blessing in disguise. Ideally, it would change locations daily. Wu Fa left, and Hua Wu Yi dared not linger here, either who knew if Wu Tian held grudges. I'll go calm the emotions of the genius training camp trainees, Hua Wu Yi said respectfully, bowing to Wu Tian before seeing him wave his hand and instantly transform into photons to leave. This left Wu Tian and Zhuge Liang staring at each other. Do you have any high talent, high-level death row prisoners? Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. Send me a few, will you? Well, that's excessively ruthless. However, I don't really recommend you leveling up right now, Wu Tian said seriously. First, if you enter the ancient tower now, you definitely won't make it to this year's World Exchange Tournament. Second, Wu Fa has already applied to the chief. And if you enter the ancient tower, you'll be allowed to directly break through to surpass martial god within it. However, the World Exchange Tournament only permits participants below the 9th tier. Of course, if you choose not to participate, that's fine too. But then, who knows if you'll make it in time for the exploration of ancient ruins. So that's how it is. In that case, Zhuge Liang would naturally choose to. Suddenly, the previously hidden fortune golden dragon transmitted a mysterious and profound sensation, causing Zhuge Liang to pause mid-sentence. Originally, Zhuge Liang was going to choose not to go, but the fortune golden dragon reminded him to go. That carried far more weight than Wu Tian's suggestion and warranted careful consideration. Then let's wait until after the World Exchange Tournament is over, Zhuge Liang said. What a joke. The fortune golden dragon had just undergone an epic level enhancement. How stubborn would one have to be to ignore its advice? Of course, if the rewards from this World Exchange Tournament trip turned out to be less significant than breaking through to surpass martial god, then the fortune golden dragon would be discarded, drained dry, and turned into starfall. Oh, Zhuge Liang and Wu Tian simultaneously let out surprised murmurs. They exchanged glances, But before they could act, the space was torn apart, and Sun Dasheng emerged from within. Ha ha ha, I knew it was you, kid. Sun Dasheng laughed and said, I was just chatting with the chief earlier. When he saw the Sea of Fortune, he couldn't be happier and entrusted me to deliver a congratulatory gift. Sun Dasheng took out a familiar crystalline object, a soul crystal. Although it wasn't as exaggeratedly large as Wutian's millstone-sized one, it was still as big as two heads. Zhuge Liang accepted it with a smile, and his goodwill towards the chief, whom he had never met, skyrocketed. You sure are bold, kid. Sun Dasheng pointed at Zhuge Liang and said, I heard about the super seed incident. Well done. Hee hee, just going with the flow, going with the flow, Zhuge Liang replied modestly. Sun Dasheng, knowing Zhuge Liang well, immediately turned to Wutian. This time, I'm mainly here for you. My newly formed organization needs some additional members, and I hope the Vanguard Army can generously let them go. Specifically coming to Wutian to ask for people, Zhuge Liang instantly understood who Sun Dasheng wanted Sun Xiaowang. It was, Uncle Sun, what kind of organization are you forming? Zhuge Liang asked curiously. Wutian also looked at Sun Dasheng. The big picture has already been taken care of by you guys. As an old-timer, I can only find another path. Sun Dasheng grinned and said, I plan to. 154, Fortune Dragon Pearl. Special Operations Unit. I plan to select a group of the most elite Martial King-level fighters, equip them with the most luxurious gear, and assign them the toughest missions. For example, defeating a beast tied before it even starts. When Zhuge Liang heard this, he realized that what Sun Dasheng intended to do was far more dangerous than the Vanguard Army's tasks. After all, beast tides usually occur due to excessive reproduction of exotic beasts in a region, leading to insufficient resources. To prevent excessive internal suicides and killings, high-level beast kings would unite and drive lower and mid-level beasts to launch a beast tide. This not only reduces the number of exotic beasts to a balanced level, but also serves as revenge against humans. If they are lucky enough to take down a base city, they wouldn't have to worry about food anymore and could even expand their territory. A triple win. So, to prevent a beast tide from occurring, there are only two options: hunt the beast kings or slaughter the exotic beast groups. The former requires precision strikes, while the latter demands manpower. Sun Dasheng's idea of forming an elite unit would involve slaughtering exotic beast groups in a region until they reach a balanced state, which would be a time-consuming and labor-intensive task. In the past, the Vanguard Army's main mission was precisely this. However, the Vanguard Army is the largest martial artist corps in China, relying on sheer numbers. Sun Dasheng, on the other hand, wanted to create an elite unit. Their only option would be to hunt beast kings. Without the suppression of high-level beast kings with intelligence, lower and mid-level exotic beasts would only hunt nearby and wouldn't be able to form a large-scale beast tide to attack base cities. The idea is great, but are high-level exotic beasts that band together so easy to kill? Sun Dasheng is beyond a martial god and can easily slaughter them. But he's just one person. What about the other teams? Moreover, what they would face wouldn't be ordinary exotic beasts, but clusters of beast kings. The kings that emerge from the exotic beast groups. In addition, there would inevitably be massive beast tides surrounding the beast king clusters, posing significant obstacles to the decapitation plan. In a flash, Zhuge Liang's brain, like a supercomputer, had already completed a series of pros and cons analysis. He was momentarily stunned. Then he realized this was the baptism of fortune, which had granted him quite a bit of intelligence. He looked at Sun Dasheng and said, Uncle Sun, a beheading operation is bound to be more dangerous than staying with the Vanguard. Are you sure you want Xiaowang to join your unit? Zhuge Liang reminded him. After all, Sun Xiaowang was Sun Dasheng's only child. With the merits of Sun Dasheng, his wife, and their 3 sons, Sun Xiaowang could live off their achievements for a lifetime without any issues. There was really no need. What kind of talk is that? Sun Dasheng glared at him. As a soldier, isn't it an honor to sacrifice for the country? Other people's sons can die, but mine can't. Zhuge Liang sighed and said no more. Whether he joins or not depends on whether that little rascal agrees, Sun Dasheng said. You, kid, are good at naming things. Give my unit a name. Naming was one of Zhuge Liang's specialties. Zhuge Liang thought for a moment. The unit Sun Dashing wanted to form was specifically for tackling the toughest challenges. In the military, this was called Special Operations Unit, Zhuge Lan said seriously. In ancient armies, the elite of the elite were called Special Operations Units. They reported directly to high-ranking generals and undertook the most arduous tasks. Oh, so this idea existed in ancient times. Sun Dashing smacked his lips. I thought I was the first. Turns out I need to read more books. Otherwise, what's the point of wasting time thinking? Zhuge Lan smiled and nodded. Reading more is never a bad thing. Sun Dashing mulled it over a few more times, and the more he thought about it, the more he liked the name Special Operations Unit. All right, naming things still has to be your job. Sun Dashing gave him a thumbs up. During this time, Zhuge Lan also shattered and absorbed the soul crystal, allocating about 1/10 to Old Dragon's soul and letting the rest be slowly absorbed by his mental avatar. Then, with a wave of his hand, the Fortune Golden Dragon appeared, opening its mouth and spitting out 9 small dragon pearls into Zhuge Lan's palm. They were only the size of fingertips but shone with a dazzling golden light, clearly extraordinary. These are Fortune Dragon pearls. They will provide assistance when needed. Each of the 8 Chinese warriors who have surpassed the martial god level will get one, and the remaining one will go to Xiaoguang, Zhuge Lan said. This was the best he could do. After all, in this damned world, where was absolute safety, neither Sun Dashing nor Wu Tian reached out to take them. These Fortune Dragon pearls are too precious. You should keep them for yourself, Wu Tian advised. Zhuge Lan glanced at the Fortune Golden Dragon coiled around him 9 times, then at the fingertip-sized Fortune Dragon pearls. Could it be that he had so much fortune that these were just scraps? Understanding Zhuge Lan, Sun Dashing smiled, pulled Wu Tian aside, and took the 9 Fortune Dragon pearls. Iron Ox, you still don't get this kid. Whatever he gives now, we'll have to return double in the future. Zhuge Lan gave Sun Dashing a look that said, You really get me. Freeloading off this young master? Not a chance. By accepting these Fortune Dragon pearls, you all are now this young master's people. When I ask for something in the future, I can be a bit more unrestrained. It's just, hey, monkey son, Wu Tian angrily said. How many times have I told you? Don't call me by my name. Call me Wu Tian. TCH, what's wrong with the name Wang Tiniu? Sun Dashing fearlessly replied. Your father drew lots from ancient books to pick this name. It was a blatant tease. You keep calling me that. Come on, let's duel. Let's go. Let's go. The two tore through space and disappeared into it, heading who knows where. 9th-tier cultivators could turn an entire city district into ruins. They were likely heading to the wilderness for a fight, perhaps clearing out some exotic beasts along the way. Zhuge Lan also strolled out of the principal's office. With only 3 days left, there wasn't much room for improvement, so he decided to slack off a bit. After all, his share of the work could be completed by his clones. Just as he stepped out of the small building, Zhuge Lan was surprised to find dozens of people gathered outside, all staring at him with bright, eager eyes. If he didn't know they couldn't beat him, Zhuge Lan might have suspected they were about to pounce on him. What do you all want? Zhuge Lan took half a step back, ready to use quantum transmission to escape at any moment. Wang Xiaoqing stepped out from the crowd, smiling as she said to Zhuge Lan, We're here to thank you. The golden mist spilled by the Fortune Golden Dragon earlier gave us all some improvements, more or less. Yeah, I've been stuck at level 79 for half a month, and I just broke through. I'm not as lucky. I was only at level 78, and now I'm stuck at 79. Hee. I broke through from level 89 to 90. Whoa, so jealous. I just went from level 87 to 88. The students all chimed in, making Zhuge Lan itch with envy. Since they came to him on their own, how could he let them freeload off him? Not even surpassing the martial god would make that okay. Ahem. Zhuge Lan cleared his throat. Since everyone has gained something, shouldn't you show some appreciation? If you have any exclusive skills or starfall elixirs, feel free to bring them over for me to take a look. Don't worry, I'll pay for them. Pay for them. Who here was short on money? The things Zhuge Lan mentioned weren't even things money could buy, but they did owe him a favor, and it wouldn't be right to outright refuse. As the students debated whether to offer something decent to get by or to spend heavily to build a connection, Wang Xiaoqing pulled Xiao Meihui and Cheng Qianwang forward. She cheerfully handed Zhuge Lan a small silver stone, brimming with dense spatial energy. Zhuge Lan's intuition told him this item could enhance his spatial abilities. He immediately took it, as was his habit, and then asked, "What is this?" 155. Using fortune to trade for treasures? The students go crazy. This is a piece of spatial primordial essence, exclusively produced by our family. To create it, you need to place high-tier spatial crystals into the core of a spiritual mine and let them absorb spiritual energy for 100 years. It contains rich spatial energy and can be used to set up ultra-long-distance teleportation arrays or to assist in cultivating spatial skills. Zhuge Lan blinked. Wang Xiaoqing's flat family owns a mine. A spiritual mine? A little rich girl, huh? Not bad. I'll take it. Zhuge Lan extended his hand, and the fortune golden dragon spat out a fortune dragon pearl only the size of a mung bean. He tossed it to Wang Xiaoqing. This is a fortune dragon pearl. It can discern good and bad luck, or help you break through bottlenecks like you did. Keep it with you, and it will activate on its own when needed, Zhuge Lan explained. Wang Xiaoqing's eyes lit up. Luck. Zhuge Lan was actually using luck to purchase? How extravagant was that? Although it was just one, it must be understood. Luck may seem intangible, but once you cultivate it, you realize how important it is. Birth, opportunities, turning danger into safety, comprehending skills, breaking through realms, developing abilities. All of these can be achieved as long as luck is present. It's practically a real-life version of the Dragon Balls, the kind that grants wishes. Wait here. I'll go home right away and check if there's any spatial primordial essence left. Wang Xiaoqing hurriedly left with her two sisters. Cheng Qianhuang and Xiu Meihui kept looking back. They also really wanted one. But Zhuge Lan wasn't a fool. Exchanging one spatial primordial essence for one luck dragon pearl, even if it was only the size of a mung bean, was a huge win for Wang Xiaoqing. Of course, Zhuge Lan had an abundance of luck, so spending a bit extra to acquire something useful now was worth it. A win-win. Casually absorbing the spatial primordial essence, the system notification immediately sounded. Skill Personal Space 2.0 proficiency is full. Would you like to consume 5,000 essence points to ascend? Confirm. 5,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to Storage Space 3.0. While the personal space was greatly expanded, Zhuge Lan could clearly feel a stronger affinity with space. The next time he opened a spatial channel, the speed would be a few milliseconds faster. The improvement wasn't much, but small changes would eventually lead to a qualitative leap. Does anyone else have treasures to sell? Zhuge Lan said loudly. I'm the only one on Earth with luck dragon pearls. If you want to defy fate, today is your chance. This enticing tone was particularly effective. A group of students eagerly raised various items, rushing madly toward Zhuge Lan. I have spatial spirit stones. What's that worth? Look at my 8th tier star gear. Clearly uninformed. Junior Zhuge's reward as the top student in the Shanghai Bay City was a set of 10th tier defensive star gear. Then I have 6th tier star refinement. Who doesn't have that in the training camp? 6th tier, and you dare to show off. Although the crowd was enthusiastic, most of them were still students relying on national resources. Wealthy individuals like Wang Xiaoqing, whose family owned spirit mines, were rare. Most of the items offered were star gear or skills, which Zhuge Lan didn't need. Zhuge Lan wasn't greedy and politely declined with a smile. After all, if he wanted, he could just ask and get direct access to the warehouse keys to stock up himself. After rejecting a pile of offers, Zhuge Lan didn't expect Ouyang Haochen's skill card to catch his interest. It was a skill called Restriction, a method of engraving formations onto a designated target using spiritual power. For example, portable formation plates were created using this restriction technique. The restriction skill card that Ouyang Haochen offered was exclusive to the Ouyang family, allowing some formation changes from the Fengho Chimen to be engraved through restriction. With this, Zhuge Lan could inscribe formations like Jin character, Dog Head Maze, or Jin character, Harmony Express onto formation plates, enabling others to use them simply by inputting spiritual power. It was a decent way to enhance his methods. Not bad. I'll take this one. Zhuge Lan once again revealed a fortune dragon pearl the size of a mung bean. Ouyang Haochen wanted to refuse. explaining that this restriction skill card was compensation from the aristocratic family. But he couldn't bring himself to say it. This was fortune, after all. To put it bluntly, with this fortune suppressing him, Ouyang Haochen could more easily harness the power of heaven and earth, and all formations would gain enhanced power. Moreover, with certain methods, there was even hope to gather fortune and turn it into a treasured heirloom of the Ouyang family. While Ouyang Haochen hesitated, Zhuge Lan had already shouted next and was pushed aside by other students. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his eyes. Such precious fortune was just ordinary to Zhuge Lan. Holding the fortune dragon pearl, he immediately turned and ran to the dormitory. He had to quickly relay this news back home. Let the family send more of their hidden treasures to exchange for as many fortune dragon pearls as possible. Many students had the same idea. No treasures at home. Someone around them must have some, right? Spend a fortune to buy them if necessary. After all, this was fortune. Zhuge Lan also noticed that after the initial wave of selection ended, some students who had been rejected earlier returned with treasures. Although most still couldn't meet Zhuge Lan's standards, the quality had significantly improved. This was the effort of the families behind the students. Zhuge Lan was happy to see this. He simply moved his base to the teleportation array entrance, using Gen Character 3-story villa to create a resting spot, waiting for them to bring treasures over. After 3 days, Zhuge Lan's various abilities improved at the cost of a few dragon scales from the Fortune Golden Dragon. Among them, soul crystals were always fully accepted whenever Zhuge Lan appeared. So many people focused on finding them. After Zhuge Lan absorbed them all, the spiritual figure in his visualization method formed a cocoon again, promising another major breakthrough upon emerging. This was after he had allocated 1/10 of the soul to Dragon Elder, hoping to awaken his consciousness. In addition, all skill levels were elevated. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host, Zhuge Lan level, 83 talents, Sword of Pi, Schrodinger's Cat, Fortune Golden Dragon, Maxwell's Demon Magic Skills, Heavenly Thunder Art 3.0, Spiral Sphere Series 3.0, Storage Space 5.0, Clarity Technique 3.0 Illusion Skills, Clone Technique 4.0, Hextech 3.0 Combat Skills, Thunder Combat Art 3.0, 6 Dragon Subduing Palms 6.0, One Sword Kneels Immortal Series 3.0, Diamond Invincible Body 3.0 Cultivation Methods, 3 Flowers Gather at the Top Method Pseudo 2.0, Fighting Buddha Visualization Method 1.0 Others, Wind Queen Secret Techniques 2.0 Energy, 99,999 points Essence, 99,999 points Lottery, Open Divine Skills, 1/causes Tetanus, 2/meet Ancestors, 1.0 100% Barehanded Blade Catch, 3.0 Strongman Identification Technique, 3.0 Little Flying Dagger Incoming, 3.0 Shameless Scoundrel, 3.0 Fusion, Evil Repelling Sword Technique Max, Are You Sick Max, Just Give Up, Salted Fish Max, Le Shan Giant Buddha Max, Drama Queen Max. The World Exchange Competition is about to begin. Zhuge Lan was planning to wrap up this trading conference and go back to prepare. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoqing brought a story that even Zhuge Lan couldn't have anticipated, and then all the students went crazy. That is, an acute gout attack. The pain made me type while standing on one leg like a golden rooster. Doesn't this deserve a wave of free gifts? 156. Fortune Dragon Pearl Shattered. In the Abandoned Mine. Extra update. Night Dawn, True Master Certification. After obtaining the Fortune Dragon Pearl, Wang Xiaoqing hurriedly made a video call to her family. Once she mentioned the Fortune Dragon Pearl, her parents, without a second thought, decided to take out all the Space Mother essence they had cultivated over the years for Wang Xiaoqing to sell. Opportunity knocks but once. As for the previous orders, ordinary money can't buy fortune. That is truly a treasure that can turn misfortune into fortune. Wang Xiaoqing immediately applied for leave, planning to go home personally to retrieve it. Every student in the Genius Training Camp is allowed only 3 leaves of absence, each lasting no more than 3 days. As for the rest of the time, after consuming so many national resources, if they don't train hard to quickly become pillars of the country, How could they face the nation? Most other professions are similar, although they still work 7 days a week. Vacations are calculated on an annual basis. While waiting for the mentor's approval, Wang Xiaoqing looked at Cheng Qianhuang and Xiu Meihui, both of whom had long faces. Their families didn't have minds. They had entered the genius training camp purely on their own talent. Don't worry, you two, Wang Xiaoqing said with a cheeky smile. The three of us are practically inseparable. I'm not planning to use this fortune dragon pearl to break through realms. When it comes to avoiding disasters or encountering opportunities, how could I leave you out? Well, that does make sense. Xiaoqing, don't get me wrong. I'm just a little envious of Zhuge Lan. Cheng Qianhuang pouted. I heard his talent is also support-oriented, but why is there such a big gap between supports? Exactly, Xiu Meihui agreed. This Zhuge Lan, there's something uncanny about him. Wang Xiaoqing pursed her lips in silence. Wasn't she thinking the same? To be honest, after the first day, Wang Xiaoqing had secretly sworn that she wouldn't dare to hope for a fortune golden dragon. She'd be content with just a bit of fortune's protection. The result? Well, it was obvious. They didn't know Zhuge Lan's past achievements. They only knew he was the top scorer in the college entrance exam for the Magic City base and an SSR-level genius. But while SSR-level geniuses are rare, other countries have them too. Why is it that only Zhuge Lan keeps reaping fortune? They couldn't understand. None of the students in the genius training camp could understand. Maybe, when ordinary people look at us, they feel the same way we do now, Wang Xiaoqing said with a bitter smile. Genius? Compared to Zhuge Lan, they were nothing. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Her wristwatch vibrated. Wang Xiaoqing's leave had been approved. She bid farewell to Cheng Qianhuang and Xiu Meihui and headed to the teleportation array to go straight home. As soon as she arrived at the teleportation array in her old home in Xishan, her parents were already waiting, directly set off for the sealed spiritual mine to retrieve the spatial mother essence crafted by the ancestors. Thanks to the foresight of our ancestors, who established the rule of taking one and making two, our Wang family has something truly valuable to show off, Wang Dad said with relief. This time, it's a new opportunity for our Wang family. Yes, a new opportunity, Wang Mom said, her eyes sparkling. Xiaoqing, how's your relationship with that Zhuge Lan? I think that shadowy young man is really handsome. If you get the chance, you must take the initiative to win him over. Clearly, Wang Dad and Wang Mom had different understandings of new opportunity. However, exactly as the old saying goes, when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil, Wang Dad agreed. Protective father? Zhuge Lan has looks, talent, and even the golden dragon of fortune protecting him. With such a son-in-law, wouldn't he laugh until his molars showed? If Wang Xiaoqing could be with him, it would be like their ancestors' graves were blessed. Not just smoke rising, but flames. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Wang Xiaoqing said angrily. He's my junior, and besides. She looked down, everything clear at a glance. Thinking of that woman Liang Bing. How could Zhuge Lan possibly be interested in her? Hey, sister-brother relationships are quite trendy nowadays, Wang Dad chuckled. Besides, a 9th-tier lifespan is 900 years, and surpassing the martial god starts at 10,000 years. In the future, when you're 10,003 years old and he's 10,000, is the difference really that big? Is that even a valid calculation? Seeing she couldn't win the argument, Wang Xiaoqing noticed they had arrived at their family's mining area and quickly changed the subject. Let's start mining quickly, or if my junior leaves early, we won't be able to exchange anything. Wang Dad and Wang Mom exchanged helpless glances and decided not to push further. Wang Dad took out a master formation disk, and with its activation, the vast mining area revealed layers upon layers of formation patterns, making one's scalp tingle. With the Wang family's accumulation over hundreds of years, Wang Dad spent only half an hour extracting a total of 62 spatial mother essences. These are the foundation of our Wang family. The next batch won't be ready for another 10 years, Wang Dad said earnestly. By then, the family will be handed over to you. Dad, you're still young, you can definitely hold on for another 100 years. Wang Xiaoqing said playfully. Exactly. Xiaoqing is a genius who needs to serve the country. Wang Mom playfully hit Wang Dad's shoulder. Our small mining area at home can just be managed by someone else. Wang Dad chuckled without refuting. and was about to use the master formation disk to reseal the mining area. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoqing, startled, reached into her chest and took out the still warm fortune dragon pearl, only to see it covered in dense cracks, as if it was about to pop. The fortune dragon pearl shattered and dissipated into the void. The three of them were shocked, but then they were overjoyed. Although this was in the wilderness, it was very close to the base city and protected by a large array. It was almost impossible for danger to occur, so the shattering of the fortune dragon pearl meant an opportunity had appeared. Wang Xiaoqing also felt a certain guidance from the unseen, and following her intuition, she flew several kilometers away, stopping above an abandoned mining area. "Dad, what is this place?" Wang Dad pondered for a moment, frowned, and said, "This is the earliest mining area of my Wang family for producing spatial mother essence. After 6 rounds of nurturing, the spiritual energy has been completely depleted, turning it into an abandoned mine." What kind of opportunity could an abandoned mine hold? A high-level beast's offspring? Just as Wang Dad was about to activate the formation to investigate, Wang Xiaoqing pointed to a spot. "It told me there's something good underground here." "Oh." Wang Dad gathered spiritual energy in his hand, forming a mining pick. With the aura of a 7th-tier cultivator, he dug a large pit in just a few strikes. To his astonishment, he discovered high-grade spirituals that shouldn't exist in an abandoned mine. And the deeper he dug, the higher the grade of the spiritual stones became. Until, how is this possible?" Wang Dad exclaimed in shock. "This is actually 157, Mind Spirit." Skill Ascension. Wang Dad's eyes gleamed as he stared at a piece of white jade floating there, absorbing spiritual energy, surrounded by high-grade spiritual stones. "This is actually a Mind Spirit." A Mind Spirit. Similar to Malphite, it is a life form born from spiritual minds. Mind Spirits themselves don't possess much combat power. However, they are naturally mobile spiritual gathering formations, capable of gathering spiritual energy from the Earth's veins to generate spiritual mind mountains. If placed in a depleted spiritual mind mountain, spiritual stones could be produced again the following year. If placed in an active spiritual mind mountain, it could greatly enhance the purity of the spiritual stones, fetching higher prices. Most importantly, mind spirits have long lifespans, and there have been no recorded cases of natural death to date. This is a family heirloom that can ensure a family's prosperity for generations. Wang Mom and Wang Xiaoqing heard the commotion and came down as well. Seeing the mind spirit, their eyes lit up. The Wang family no longer lacked wealth, but ensuring that future generations would never lack money and that the family would prosper for generations was a challenge. With the appearance of the mind spirit, this challenge was resolved. Judging by the quality of the surrounding spiritual stones, this mind spirit has likely been forming for 100 years. Wang Dad marveled. "This abandoned mine was sealed by my grandfather about 120 years ago. If there hadn't been any accidents, it would have been impossible to reopen it." Wang Dad looked at Wang Xiaoqing. If not for the guidance of the Fortune Dragon Pearl, this mind spirit would have continued to silently cultivate and gather spiritual minds here. Perhaps, in the future, when the Wang family declined, a descendant might stumble upon it by sheer luck. But the greater likelihood was that the Wang family would sell this mining area during its decline, and the next owner would gain this incredible opportunity. "No wonder everyone desires fortune. It truly is miraculous," Wang Mom said in amazement. "Indeed, if not for the Fortune Dragon Pearl, we would still be sitting on treasure without realizing it," Wang Dad agreed. "I have to go," Wang Xiaoqing hurriedly said. "If I return late, junior brother Zhuge might have already left." However, Wang Dad stopped Wang Xiaoqing. "No rush," Wang Dad said with a smile. "This spatial mother essence is only produced by our Wang family. Since that person is both a formation master and has spatial talent, it's highly likely he'll need it again in the future. The priority now, Xiaoqing, is for you to quickly form a contract with this mind spirit." Yes, Xiaoqing, quickly form a contract with the mind spirit," Wang Mom nodded repeatedly. "Huh? Shouldn't the mind spirit stay at home to continue gathering the mind veins?" Wang Xiaoqing asked in confusion. Wang Dad and Wang Mom exchanged glances and both smiled. "Xiaoqing, Our family doesn't lack this bit of money right now, Wang Dad said boldly. Mind spirits are naturally formed spirit-gathering arrays. After you form a contract, placing it beside you during cultivation can increase the concentration of spiritual energy several times. But, no buts. You can return it when you no longer need it, Wang Dad said decisively. If our family can produce someone who surpasses the martial god, the Wang family can ascend to the ranks of noble clans. That's right, Xiaoqing. You're already at the 8th tier now, and the spiritual energy required for cultivation is immense. With this mind spirit, you can advance even faster, Wang Mom persuaded. Seeing this, Wang Xiaoqing could only nod in agreement. Mind spirits are relatively simple life forms. As long as high-tier spirit stones are used to lure them, they can usually be induced to agree to sign a soul equality contract. After spending 3 days, Wang Xiaoqing successfully formed the contract. Coincidentally, the holiday was over, and Wang Xiaoqing didn't even have time for a meal before rushing back to the genius training camp. As soon as she exited the teleportation array, she saw Zhuge Lan packing up his 3-story villa, preparing to leave. You're still here. Wang Xiaoqing's eyes lit up, and she called out, Junior Zhuge, wait. Wait. Zhuge Lan looked at Wang Xiaoqing running toward him, somewhat puzzled. Why so excited? But as Wang Xiaoqing recounted her story, Zhuge Lan understood. Is luck really that powerful? It even has an automatic treasure hunting function. A mind spirit. At least 3 times faster cultivation speed. The main point is, this junior's family actually owns a mine, and it's a spirit stone vein. Envy. The surrounding people exclaimed in amazement, but Zhuge Lan remained calm. A mind spirit? Luck's golden dragon had already helped him obtain super seeds and intercept the 9 spirits' innate talent and blood sacrifice results. Basic operations, no big deal. However, with Wang Xiaoqing's buyer showcase, in the future, if anyone in the genius training camp obtained some treasure, they'd likely think of trading with Zhuge Lan first. Congratulations, but I have other matters to attend to. I'll be leaving now, Zhuge Lan said, turning to leave, only to be grabbed by Wang Xiaoqing. Turning back, he saw a pouch full of spatial mother essence placed before him. The dense spatial energy made Zhuge Lan take a deep breath, followed by a look of slight intoxication. Amazing. Are you selling all of this? Zhuge Lan quickly asked. With so much spatial mother essence, his personal space might directly evolve. Yes, all for you. Wang Xiaoqing nodded in confirmation. Half of the luck dragon pearl can be made into one large pearl, and the rest should be the same size as before, right? No problem. My pleasure. Zhuge Lan summoned the luck golden dragon to produce 32 luck dragon pearls, one about the size of a fingertip, while the rest were the size of green beans. The cost was merely 2 dragon scales. 62 pieces of spatial mother essence acquired. Wang Xiaoqing, on the other hand, excitedly held the handful of luck dragon pearls, already planning their use. The largest one would be sent home as a family heirloom, and then she could take on missions and go on an adventure. If you have more treasures in the future, come find me, Zhuge Lan said with a smile. Yes, definitely. Wang Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly. Both felt they had made a great deal. This was a win-win. Confirming that no one else was coming to offer treasures, Zhuge Lan used quantum transmission to leave. He couldn't wait to absorb the spatial mother essence. When he returned to the dormitory, Zhuge Lan unexpectedly found Lan Kai waiting at the door. Just as Lan Kai was about to say something, Zhuge Lan raised his hand to interrupt him. Whatever it is, we'll talk later. Without even opening the dormitory door, he directly used quantum teleportation to instantly move inside, leaving Lan Kai stunned in place. He thought about knocking, but worried that Zhuge Lan seemed so rushed. Was it something urgent? Yet this time he had come for. Zhuge Lan was unaware of Lan Kai's inner conflict. At this moment, he had already absorbed 62 pieces of spatial essence, the powerful spatial energy surging through his entire body before being completely absorbed. No need to ask me. Just confirm all upgrades directly, Zhuge Lan predicted. The system seemed to lag for a moment, and after a few seconds, a flood of notifications appeared. 8,000 essence points consumed. Upgraded to storage space 6.0. 12,000 essence points consumed. Upgraded to storage space 7.0. Upgraded to storage space 8.0. Upgraded to storage space 9.0. Upgraded to storage space 15.0. 100,000 essence points consumed. Upgraded to 1.0. 158. Universe in the sleeve. Wu Tian tested the skill with his own body. 100,000 essence points consumed. Upgraded to Universe in the sleeve 1.0. Universe in the sleeve. Damn, so powerful. After receiving the information about the new skill, Zhuge Liang immediately locked onto a nearby clone engaged in traditional arts. With a flick of his hand, the space around the clone distorted, and before it could react, it was swallowed. The spiritual energy consumption was significant, directly depleting 50%. No big deal. Zhuge Liang pulled back his sleeve and glanced inside. The clone had shrunk countless times, and whether it used quantum state or quantum teleportation, it was impossible to escape from that tiny sleeve space. Universe in the sleeve. Imprisoning a small fragment of space within the sleeve, akin to an independent small world like the Buddha's palm universe. Quantum state and quantum teleportation could only traverse within the same space, but when faced with such spatial barriers, they were rendered useless. Too bad the clone is too weak. At level 4.0, it only has 40% of my strength, roughly equivalent to the 5th tier. Can't test the limits of this universe in the sleeve. However, Zhuge Liang chuckled mischievously. With a thought, he directly destroyed the sleeve space. The clone, relying on its high spatial affinity, anticipated this and activated quantum state in advance. But even so, within just 3 seconds, its spiritual energy was exhausted and it was torn apart by the violent spatial turbulence. Ugh! Zhuge Liang let out a muffled groan. The experience of watching oneself being torn apart with no way to stop it, even if it was just a memory, was enough to send chills down one's spine. This also put an end to the idea of having the clone create a sleeve space and locking himself inside to test it. One careless mistake, and it would be game over. It seemed he still needed to. Didn't I tell you to call someone? Why is it taking so long? Hua Wui's voice came from the door. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking interrupted Zhuge Liang's thoughts. This time, he directly used quantum teleportation to instantly move to the door and opened it. Hua Wui stood at the door with a dark expression. The teams participating in the World Exchange competition have been waiting for you for over half an hour. Holy Mother gaze. Hua Wui's tone immediately shifted. It's okay, take your time. After all, today is just the draw to allocate teams. It won't delay anything. Look, what an adorable Holy Mother hypocrite. Huh? I've developed a new skill. Can you help me test it? Zhuge Liang said with a smile. Hua Wui's face looked quite unpleasant, but he still forced a smile and nodded. If I can help you, that would be wonderful. Watching from the side, Lan Kai felt a chill down his spine. What was going on? Zhuge Liang had already swept Hua Wui along with the surrounding space into his sleeve. Can you hear me? Zhuge Liang asked. Yes. When I captured you just now, did you have confidence you could escape? No problem. The spatial fluctuations were too obvious. Oh, I see indeed. Visible spatial distortions strong individuals can sense even direct gazes, let alone such obvious fluctuations. So then, try photonization, see if you can escape this space. Hua Wui transformed into light, darting around everywhere, but even in quantum state, he couldn't escape the sleeve space, let alone as light. Try your strongest attack. Hua Wui formed a triangle with his hands, bright light converging within, transforming into a beam that struck the spatial barrier, causing it to tremble violently and crack with several fissures. Watching the beam continue to strike, the cracks spread. Zhuge Liang quickly infused spiritual energy to mend the fissures, holding his ground against Hua Wui. Zhuge Liang nodded thoughtfully. It seems this sleeve world can only imprison ordinary 9th-tier individuals. When it comes to martial gods, they could probably shatter this sleeve space with a single strike, leaving Zhuge Liang no chance to repair it. However, Zhuge Liang is only 8th tier himself. He believes that once he reaches 9th tier or upgrades the level of the universe in sleeve skill, even martial gods could be trapped. As for those beyond martial gods, hard to say. It's strange. Though a regular 9th tier can suppress 10 ordinary 8th tiers, but if there are more, there's a risk of being worn down. Yet someone beyond martial god can crush 109th tiers. Of course, excluding Zhuge. Normally, the gap between those beyond martial god and ninth tier is absurdly large. So, a sleeve space capable of trapping martial gods might be fragile before someone beyond martial god. Whether it can be broken would require practical testing. Besides, universe in sleeve is just a skill, not as overpowered as a divine ability, which is normal. At this moment, Hua Wui had also escaped from his holy mother hypocrite state, roaring angrily within the sleeve space. You actually used me to test your ability again? That's too much. Since Hua Wui lacked spatial attributes, Zhuge didn't he plan to use him to test the final space shatter? That thing is better tested on enemies. So he casually tossed him out. I got your consent, didn't I? Zhuge said with a grin. Was that a proper inquiry? Hua Wui widened his eyes. Under your innate ability, even if you wanted my life, I'd wash my neck clean for you. This. It seems Holy Mother hypocrites truly are miraculous beings who put life and death aside. All right. What did you come to me for? Zhuge changed the subject. Hua Wui's furious expression froze. Damn it. I'm here to call you to gather and head to the opening ceremony of the World Exchange Competition. Hurry. Let's go. Hua Wui grabbed Lan Kai and transformed into a beam of light, shooting away. Zhuge could only follow using quantum transmission. When they arrived, Wu Fa and Wu Tian, the couple, were floating midair, chatting and laughing. Below them was a 10-person team, consisting of both men and women, most of whom were youthful and attractive, likely other participants in the competition. Sorry, we're late. Hua Wui quickly apologized. I was developing a new skill, got delayed a bit. Hope that's okay? Zhuge said casually. Except for Hua Wui, including Lan Kai who had been thrown down, everyone cast admiring looks at him. Clearly only at the 8th tier, yet he exuded an aura surpassing that of a martial god. And yet, it's just a trivial opening ceremony. Missing it is no big deal, Wu Tian said indifferently. But you, what new skill did you develop? Want to try it out? Wu Tian now regretted speaking up. He had just casually asked. Was Zhuge target so easy to deal with? A slight misstep could lead to public humiliation. 159. The face of Huaxia. The face of Zhuge. Extra update. Night Dawn, True Master Certification. Seeing that Wu Tian seemed inclined to refuse, Zhuge chose to act directly. With a wave of his sleeve, the space around Wu Tian twisted, causing his gaze to sharpen. He immediately tried to tear the space apart, only to find he couldn't. This brief delay allowed the space to swallow Wu Tian, trapping him in Zhuge sleeve space. Zhuge opened his sleeve, showing Wu Fa to reassure her. However, this skill is somewhat similar to my talent, Wu Fa said in surprise. When I was developing my talent, I thought about using space to trap people, but unfortunately, I failed. Is this your new talent? Zhuge had been overly cautious. Wu Fa wasn't worried about Wu Tian at all. It's just a newly developed storage space. Want to try it out? Zhuge directly took out a skill card and copied the Sleeve Universe skill. After all, it was just an ordinary skill, perfect for testing whether the evolved skill could be taught. Wu Fa happily accepted the skill card, absorbed it, and closed her eyes to digest it. As for Wu Tian, who cares? He wouldn't die anyway. At this moment, Wu Tian wasn't paying attention to the outside world, but was curiously examining his surroundings. Such a clever use of space. Compressing a piece of space into this small area, Wu Tian praised. Not a talent, just skill development? Truly worthy of someone who condenses the golden dragon of fortune. Extraordinary talent. As he spoke, Wu Tian's heavy fists repeatedly struck the spatial barrier. 8th tier. The spatial barrier slightly shook. 9th tier. Cracks spread across the spatial barrier, but Zhuge filled them with spiritual energy. Martial God. Cracks covered the entire spatial barrier, teetering on the verge of collapse. But as Zhuge spiritual energy was drained by 50%, the cracks were completely repaired. Well, this is interesting, Wu Tian said, raising his fist again. Then, invincible martial god. Boom. Crashed the spatial barrier wasn't shattered cleanly, and what followed was a violent spatial turbulence surging forth, causing the always relaxed Wu Tian to widen his eyes. Damn, There's this move too. Diamond, indestructible body. Wu Tian transformed into a small golden figure, and the spatial turbulence, strong enough to tear apart Zhuge Lan's clone, struck him, producing a piercing friction sound. He endured it head-on, breaking out of Zhuge Lan's sleeve, and then exhaled with lingering fear. This move of yours, if an invincible martial god isn't careful and shatters the space with full force before the new spatial force stabilizes, they'd be swept in and barely survive. Wu Tian commented, but the spatial fluctuations beforehand are too obvious. Unless you control them. Never mind. Zhuge Lan's offensive power might not be impressive, but his control was so intimidating that even Wu Tian felt uneasy. Wait, Zhuge Lan also has an invincible talent. Does that mean he can 100% catch a blade with bare hands, control someone, activate his invincible talent, and then throw them into this space? No one currently knows that Zhuge Lan cannot use skills while in quantum state. As for the diamond, indestructible body Wu Tian just used, Wu Tian specializes in body refinement. So how could he not learn such a great combat technique? And how could Sun Dashing not teach him? Wu Tian turned to look at his wife. Unable to sense his gaze, she opened her eyes. Then, she waved her hand. The space around Wu Tian surged again. Wu Tian, what could he do? Just wait quietly. But the space around Wu Tian surged like raging waves, yet it couldn't pull him into the sleeve space. Strange. Is my spatial control insufficient? Wu Fa wondered aloud. Spatial control, like spiritual power control, refers to the proficiency in manipulating space. It's a comprehensive result of personal practice, spatial affinity, and the upper limit of mental strength. Wu Fa's palm-sized Buddha kingdom was already so vast, yet her spatial control wasn't enough to perform the sleeve universe technique, and yet Zhuge Lan could perform it. What does this mean? Wu Fa stared at Zhuge Lan in shock. At just the 8th tier, he had already surpassed her in this aspect. A prodigy. Can't perform it? Zhuge Lan said regretfully. Then his transformation skills couldn't be taught after all. They were all skills for defeating enemies across tiers. I can, but my realm isn't there yet, Wu Fa said with a strange expression. As one of Earth's highest-level individuals, she never thought she'd one day be stuck because of realm. Oh, that's good then. Was Sleeve Universe too difficult? Zhuge Lan turned his gaze to Lan Kai. Perhaps he could consider teaching him a few moves of the 18 dragons subduing palms to test the waters. All right, Wu Tian quickly said. The opening ceremony over there is almost over. Missing it wouldn't be good. Then let us go, Zhuge Lan said curiously. Yeah, let us go, Wu Fa agreed. What could Wu Tian do? Both were ancestors. He couldn't afford to offend them. Wu Tian glared at Hua Wui, who innocently activated the long-distance teleportation array. The group disappeared into the teleportation. This time, the distance was especially far, even farther than when Zhuge Lan went to the experimental field. So, ugh, ugh, ugh. The sound of vomiting echoed endlessly. Even Wu Tian had a constipated expression on his face. Only Zhuge Lan and Wu Fa seemed to enjoy the atmosphere. By the time they reached their destination, all the trainees had fallen, kneeling and vomiting uncontrollably along with Hua Wu Yi. Poor kids, Zhuge Lan said with a cheerful smile, as he revealed the golden Buddhist wheel's radiance. The Buddhist light soothed their bodies and minds, and the clarity spell reinvigorated their spirits. Soon, they regained their composure. A hook-nosed white man rushed over in a panic. You're finally here. Quick, quick, quick. It's your turn to go on stage. Wu Tian remained unmoved by the urging, insisting everyone tidy up their appearance first. Then, he handed the national flag to Zhuge Lan. As the team leader, you lead the way out. Got it. Zhuge Lan showed no sign of hesitation. Holding the national flag, he led the team into the passageway. Before they even stepped out, they heard deafening roars and 2 awkward voices chatting. The moment they saw the light, the sound waves hit them, causing the national flag to roll back and almost knot itself. Zhuge Lan raised an eyebrow and instantly activated the wind gate technique, summoning a breeze to straighten the flag and let it proudly unfurl. The hostess' enthusiastic commentary rang out at the perfect moment. Now, the last team to enter is the representative team from the mysterious East China. Here, Let us once again thank China for their willingness to share the three flowers converging technique 2.0 and the super seeds, making a tremendous contribution to humanity. The leader, whom I'm sure everyone is familiar with, is one of the figures who appeared in the sky 3 days ago. He is the captain of the Chinese representative team, China's SSR level genius, and the honorary president of the Dragon Elder Superseed Spirit Rice Alliance. He is Zhu Lan. Let us give the warmest applause to welcome the Chinese representative team. Boom! Zhuge Lan could feel the floor beneath his feet trembling from the thunderous cheers. Looking around, he saw an open-air stadium packed with a sea of people stretching beyond the horizon. There must be over 1 million people here, all cheering and celebrating for Zhuge Lan in China. Am I really this famous internationally? Zhuge Lan muttered to himself. He couldn't afford to lose face for China. Zhuge Lan kept his gaze steady, connecting his spiritual sense with everyone, and walked in unison toward the central arena. Here, 10 teams were already waiting, leaving only one spot for China, the first position. The newly established Spirit Rice Alliance of China had such prestige. Out of nearly 200 countries, only 11 remain now. Yo, we waited half an hour, and all we get are a few small fries. 160 million toolmen. Dual divine skill fusion. Yo, we waited half an hour, and all we get are a few small fries. The blunt words overshadowed the overwhelming roar, precisely reaching Zhuge Lan's ears. Surprised, Zhuge Lan turned to look. Whoa! He saw a man as tall as an iron tower, standing at an exaggerated height of 3 meters and weighing an estimated 500 pounds. Beneath his simple tank top and sweatpants was a built-in sweater. At first glance, he looked like a standing grizzly bear. Then, noticing the flag, it was clear he was from the White Bear Federation. What are you looking at, little shrimp? The standing grizzly bear sneered. With your physique, I could take on 10 of you. Why does this White Bear Federation guy sound so much like someone from Huaxia? But, whatever. Lazy fish. With one lazy fish stare, the Iron Tower man fell silent, standing there dumbfounded, his gaze wandering, even letting out a yawn. Judging by his size, he could probably swallow the sword of pie in one bite. As for why Zhuge Lan didn't he use something like the pregnancy stare? Firstly, because the pregnancy stare is now an area of attack, and secondly, they were indeed half an hour late. Who would have thought they'd keep the opening ceremony waiting for half an hour? Earlier, he overheard the two hosts awkwardly chatting, clearly stalling for time for them. So, was it wrong for the guy to be annoyed and throw out a sarcastic remark? Not at all. At most, during the sparring later, he just hit a little harder. After all, Zhuge Lan never holds grudges, he settles them on the same day. But if he were to embarrass himself now, it would be the White Bear Federation's reputation on the line, and that could be a big deal. Wait. Zhuge Lan suddenly widened his eyes. Activating his heavenly eye, he scanned the crowd and discovered that among the million spectators present, every single one of them was a martial artist. And most of them were at least 4th-tier, 3rd-tier ones were rare, and there were no 2nd or 1st-tier ones at all. It made sense among the contestants. Zhuge Lan was probably the only 8th tier, while the rest were 9th tier. Those with lower levels likely wouldn't even understand what was happening in the fight before it ended. So, system, does the proficiency for stronger identification technique and 100% barehanded blade catch increase faster with higher level targets? Yes. Zhuge Lan's breathing quickened slightly. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the million spectators. These weren't just spectators, they were tools for him to grind proficiency. Today might be the day when 100% barehanded blade catch and stronger identification technique finally merge. Unfortunately, the other 3 divine skills are currently single target, so there's no way to grind them all at once. I need to figure out a way to casually use these spectators to grind proficiency. Zhuge Lan fell into deep thought, completely ignoring the ongoing events around him. He even selectively ignored the standing grizzly bear's taunts. It wasn't until Lan Kai poked him in the back that he snapped out of it. Huh? Is it over? No. Lan Kai quickly replied. It's time to draw lots for group assignments. You're the team leader, so you have to go up. Oh, right. Zhuge Lan followed Lan Kai's direction and instantly quantum teleported to the lottery stage. Since he was so late, Everyone else had already drawn their lots, leaving only one numbered ball in the box. Little shrimp, pray you don't end up in the same group as me. The standing grizzly bear grinned maliciously, showing his number 1 ball. Zhuge Liang didn't respond, simply taking out the remaining ball. Number 6? TCH. The standing grizzly bear grumbled. You got a buy? Lucky guy? Huh? A buy? Doesn't that mean one less chance to appear, one less opportunity to openly grind divine skill proficiency? That won't do. Such good luck is also a hassle. Zhuge Liang glanced around and confirmed that, apart from the referee, there were no monitoring devices. There's room to maneuver. He immediately locked onto the Republic of Beatty. This country has been a staunch ally of Huaxia since ancient times. Lucky for you. Zhuge Liang confidently approached and put his arm around the captain's shoulder. Hey, shall we swap? The captain of the Republic of Beatty was stunned. Swap? He looked at his number 1 ball and then at the upright brown bear. A look of realization appeared on his face. But, are you sure? If you get a buy, you'll secure a spot in the ruins. If you swap, you'll have to play several more matches. The captain of the Republic of Beatty kindly reminded him. After all, the two countries are staunch allies, and it wouldn't do to create conflict over this. Several more matches? A round-robin tournament. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. This was perfect. He could directly grind several rounds of proficiency. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's swap. Zhuge Liang handed over the number 6 ball. The captain of the Republic of Beatty didn't know what to do. This had never happened before swapping numbered balls. He could only look toward the referee at the lottery table, who happened to be Wu Tian. Otherwise, how could Zhuge Liang act so recklessly? Wu Tian glanced at Zhuge Liang, thinking this kid didn't seem like someone who would suffer a loss. As for being provoked by a few taunts, this kid was full of schemes, even daring to plot against the martial god. How could he be so easily angered? So Wu Tian simply turned his head, pretending not to see. The captain of the Republic of Beatty understood Wu Tian's meaning and smiled as he swapped his number 1 ball with Zhuge Liang. Thank you. My name is Meteor Khan, SSS level talent. Zhuge Liang. Just a simple name, no need for further introduction. I know. Right now, there's no one in the world who doesn't know you. Meteor Khan said enviously. The golden dragon of fortune. He was one of those who secretly swore an oath. But the heavens completely ignored him. Ha. Small matter, small matter. Zhuge Liang cheerfully pocketed the number 1 ball and waved at the upright brown bear. The matter of grinding proficiency later would depend on you. Little shrimp, you've got guts. You're a man. The upright brown bear affirmed. My name is Ostrovsky, SSR level genius of the White Bear Federation. Level 99 martial god. No wonder he was so bold. Both had SSR talents, but he was level 99 while Zhuge Liang was level 83, so naturally, he wouldn't be convinced. However, what's with this sudden approval? How is Zhuge Liang supposed to go all out later? I still prefer your initial defiant attitude. Get back to that, Zhuge Liang said, fully embracing his role as a drama king. Ostrovsky immediately glared. Little shrimp. I, Ostrovsky, have my eyes on you. Clean your butt and wait for a beating. Zhuge Liang nodded in satisfaction. Now the atmosphere felt right. Meteor Khan and the others looked on, bewildered. This captain from Huaxia doesn't seem very smart. As for swapping numbered balls, using a by number to swap with someone else, and the opponent Ostrovsky was very willing. What reason did they have to object? It was a perfect chance to watch the duel between two SSR-level geniuses in advance and gather some intel. 161. SSR's brick, Polar Bear Cube. Zhuge Liang didn't care about their opinions. With a quantum transmission, he jumped back to his own resting area, where Lon Kai and the others had been waiting for quite some time. How did it go? What number? Any buys? Junior Zhuge, blessed with great fortune, surely got a buy. Zhuge Liang revealed the number 1 ball and said, I specifically swapped for this. I'm in the same group as that Polar Bear Federation team. I'll go first and show you all a 1 versus 7 performance. The rules of the World Exchange Tournament were simple. The two teams would negotiate whether to have individual battles or team battles, with a maximum of 7 participants. 3 additional members would serve as substitutes. Zhuge Liang was definitely going for individual battles. After all, a 1 versus 7 meant he could strike 7 times, whereas in team battles, his area-wide divine skills could cover everything in one move. Ha ha ha, a rough laugh rang out. Excellent. Then we'll sit back and watch Junior Zhuge's 1 versus 7. The person laughing was nearly 2 meters tall, with a weathered appearance that didn't match his age. We haven't introduced ourselves yet. How should we address you? Pan, as in Pangu Axe's Pan, level 99 martial god, SSS level talent. 1 force breaks, 10,000 techniques. Pan conjured a massive double-handed axe, with a blade larger than a person. Clearly, he was following the berserker path. Zhuge Lan turned to the others. Lan Kai, level 99 martial god, SSS level talent. Black Tiger Afu. Behind Lan Kai appeared the familiar red-haired burly figure, leaving Zhuge Lan utterly speechless. The combat skill was Afu himself, but how could the talent also be Afu? Because of this, Zhuge Lan didn't catch the self-introductions of the other few people. By the time he snapped back to reality, it was already the last cloaked student. Shadow, level 99 martial god, SSS level talent. Chaos magic mirror. The voice turned out to be a girl? Wait a second. You're all level 99? Zhuge Lan looked at Lan Kai. Weren't you just promoted to the 9th tier a month ago? The principal sent me to the ancient tower for training, so... Lan Kai grinned, showing his white teeth. After this tournament, let's have another match. That principal was quite something, gathering a group of martial gods here and letting an 8th tier lead the team. Fortunately, at the start of the semester, Zhuge Lan had slaughtered the entire genius training camp, even leaving the big villain Zhao Wuyo helpless against him. Everyone knew that Zhuge Lan, who could use his talent, was as fierce as someone surpassing martial gods. Thus, there was no cliched rebellion against his leadership. As he was pondering, Ostrovsky appeared outside the resting area, shouting loudly, "Hey, little weaklings! I've decided to choose individual battles. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" "Oh, great minds think alike." Zhuge Lan immediately stood up and said, let's go. Let's start the fight right now." He couldn't wait to rack up some proficiency points. Ostrovsky couldn't help but laugh. "Little weakling, you're so eager to get beaten up? Then I'll grant your wish." The two captains thus finalized the match format and went straight to the arena to prepare for battle. Oh good, straightforward. Cheers erupted across the venue. Moments ago, the cameras had broadcasted their conversation to millions of viewers, all eagerly anticipating this showdown between humanity's top geniuses, the first clash of SSR-level talents. As the two entered the arena, for beams of light rose around them, isolating the battlefield from the audience. Zhuge Lan was also curious about what a normal SSR talent would be like, so he didn't start fighting immediately. "I'll give you 3 chances to strike." Zhuge Lan raised 3 fingers. Otherwise, if he started using divine skills, the battle would be over. He meant well, but Ostrovsky didn't see it that way. "You arrogant little punk. Watch me smash you with a brick." Then, the enraged Ostrovsky really conjured up a brick. A brick 100 meters tall. Zhuge Lan looked up at the brick, which resembled a skyscraper, his mouth slightly open, unsure of how to react. An SSR brick? What is the basis for this? Just because it's big? Not only Zhuge Lan, but even the audience in the stands were dumbfounded. What is this? Smash. Ostrovsky raised the colossal brick with both hands and smashed it down directly, without any special effects. Just the sound of air being torn apart. Pure physical damage? Zhuge Lan silently activated quantum mode, then conjured a Pi sword and shield, standing in place to await the fall of the colossal brick. Boom! The Pi sword and shield were instantly shattered. The ground was smashed through, leaving a bottomless pit. Zhuge Lan, completely unharmed, stood on a Bagua diagram and glanced at the deep pit. The Pi sword wasn't damaged, confirming that he was just a mediocre student. But this sheer destructive power was worthy of the SSR title. It had a bit of the vibe of a treasure like the mountain and river seal smashing people. It's just that the brick's appearance. The colossal brick quickly shrank to a size of 5 meters, held single-handedly by Ostrovsky. Is your talent hide and seek? If you're a man, face me head on. Ostrovsky shook the brick, and a small corner of the brick broke off, falling to the ground and carrying him as he flew toward Zhuge Lan. Flying on a brick? Zhuge Lan was so stunned he didn't know how to respond, So he simply stayed in quantum mode and watched the show. Let us see what other tricks this brick has. Ostrovsky didn't disappoint him. Before the flying brick even got close, he threw the brick in his hand, which split into bricks of different shapes. Z-shaped, L-shaped, T-shaped, I-shaped. This scene somehow looked a bit like polar bear blocks. Looking at the sky filled with bricks of various shapes, Zhuge Liang scratched his head. So it's not just bricks, it's the phenomenon level game from polar bear blocks. But this talent, isn't it just for laughs? Boom, boom, boom. Each polar bear block passed through Zhuge Liang, crashing to the ground like meteors and kicking up clouds of dust. The dense rumbling even made the entire stadium tremble, and the scattered stones hit the light screen, creating wave after wave of ripples. The power was overwhelming. The audience, who initially found it somewhat funny, immediately erupted into cheers of excitement. So strong. What is wrong with bricks? SSR bricks. In China, they say brute force can overcome skill, and these bricks are insane. 162. A million tools. Dual divine skill fusion. Extra update 705-star reviews. Sun character hairdryer. The strong wind blew away the dust, revealing a terrain pitted and uneven like the surface of the moon. Yet, Zhuge Liang remained unscathed. He hadn't even moved an inch, still standing in his original spot. Everyone gasped in astonishment. He was unharmed? Zhuge Liang raised a single finger toward Ostrovsky, signaling that he had only one move left. Arrogant. Ostrovsky roared. Let us see if your talent can withstand this move of mine. Lock. The white bear blocks scattered across the ground flew up in response, stacking together like a game of white bear blocks. They encased Zhuge Liang tightly, forming an enormous brick that trapped him inside, leaving only a single O-shaped block opening, exposing Zhuge Liang's head. This next move is the one I used to kill a 9th-tier Beast King when I was only at the 6th tier. You've already lost, Ostrovsky declared confidently. He had reason to be proud. Zhuge Liang had lost his connection to space, and even his spiritual senses were obstructed, unable to extend beyond the white bear blocks. Impressive, but not enough. Because Zhuge Liang, in his quantum state, hadn't even touched the white bear blocks. The so-called lock was meaningless. He could step out at any moment. It seems your 3 moves are up. Now it's my turn, Zhuge Liang said calmly. What is filial piety? What is love? As his words fell, Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up with dazzling golden light, a clear sign that his next move would be extraordinary. On the referee's stand, Wu Fa, Wu Tian, and Hua Wu Yi's expressions changed drastically. Oh no, this guy isn't planning to use that move, is he? Close your eyes. Wu Tian shouted to those around him. Everyone, close your eyes. Don't look at him. You're asking for death. Ostrovsky's furious roar drowned out Wu Tian's warning. Annihilate. The O-shaped block filled the final gap, covering the golden light, and then suddenly collapsing into nothingness. It was the ultimate technique of the white bear block's total annihilation. Even Zhuge Liang felt an intense sense of danger at that moment. This move, it actually erased the entire space. Even in his quantum state, Zhuge Liang still existed within that space. If he had tried to endure it head-on, the outcome would have been uncertain. Because it was the space being erased, not him directly, even his Maxwell's demon talent couldn't take effect. So, Zhuge Liang chose to teleport out of the range of the white bear blocks. As the blocks collapsed and returned to nothingness, Ostrovsky believed he had won. But then, Zhuge Liang uttered one final word: appraisal of the strong. The dazzling golden light, like a miniature sun, illuminated the fan-shaped area in front of Zhuge Liang. At that moment, Wu Tian also shouted, "Don't look into his eyes." However, when you deliberately try not to do something, you often end up doing it instinctively. So Wu Tian's shout caused most people to subconsciously look toward Zhuge Liang's golden eyes. At the forefront, Ostrovsky's eyes widened in disbelief, and the audience behind him was also bathed in the golden light. The next second, Ostrovsky, standing 3 meters tall, and nearly 700,000 spectators had their stomachs swell to the size of a full-term pregnancy within 10 seconds, followed by the excruciating pain of childbirth. Oh, it hurts, am I pregnant again? No, I'm giving birth, but I'm still a virgin. I'm still a boy, damn it. The scene descended into chaos, with the wails and curses of 700,000 spectators creating a deafening uproar that made everyone's heads throb. Yet, Zhuge Liang had no intention of letting them off the hook. He summoned the Sword of Pi and swung it. A guaranteed barehanded blade catch. Ostrovsky, along with the 700,000 spectators and some bewildered onlookers, dropped to their knees in unison, raising their hands in a gesture of catching a blade barehanded. Everyone was dumbfounded. The only person laughing in the entire venue was Divine Skill Strongest Identification Technique. 3.0-inch proficiency maxed out. Would you like to consume 150,000 essence points to ascend? Divine Skill, Guaranteed Barehanded Blade Catch. 3.0-inch proficiency maxed out. Would you like to consume 150,000 essence points to ascend? Zhuge Liang grinned, so wide his mouth nearly reached his ears. This was too good to be true. Ascend. 150,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to Strongest Identification Technique. 4.0-inch. 150,000 essence points consumed. Ascended to Guaranteed Barehanded Blade Catch. 4.0-inch. No further movement. System. Does the proficiency for Strongest Identification Technique and Guaranteed Barehanded Blade Catch increase continuously upon activation, or does it only count once per activation? Each individual activation counts as one proficiency point. Oh, got it. Just as Ostrovsky regained his composure, he commanded the polar bear blocks to attack him. Zhuge Liang, who never dodged, this time used quantum transmission to evade and adjusted his position. So strong. Looks like I need another round. What is filial piety? What is love? Do you understand the greatness of maternal love? Strongest Identification Technique. Zhuge Liang rapidly recited a set of lines, and dazzling golden light enveloped the still dazed audience. Those who had narrowly escaped earlier ultimately couldn't avoid the experience of pregnancy. Only a very few quick-reacting individuals managed to close their eyes and escape unscathed. But, Guaranteed Barehanded Blade Catch. Zhuge Liang swung his sword, and everyone dropped to their knees again, this time forced into a posture of bowing their heads in repentance. Divine Skill Strongest Identification Technique. 4.0-inch fully mastered. Would you like to consume 300,000 essence points to ascend? Divine Skill Guaranteed Barehanded Blade Catch. 4.0-inch fully mastered. Would you like to consume 300,000 essence points to ascend? Oh, this is too good. 2 rounds directly upgraded twice, fully mastered. But now isn't the right time after all. Mastering requires processing the information, and digesting 2 divine skills at once might take a while. Better to hold off for now. Zhuge Liang canceled Guaranteed Barehanded Blade Catch since it's fully mastered. There's no need to grind proficiency anymore. Activating Quantum State, he ignored the polar bear blocks flying everywhere and approached Ostrovsky. This guy was tough. His stomach had swelled over a meter high, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to control the polar bear blocks to attack. Quite the pain tolerance, huh? Ha. Then, 163, Divine Skill Fusion. Playing this twisted? Extra update certification of the Great God of Darkness. You can endure, huh? Then, are you sick? Using your talent causes toothache. Toothache isn't a disease, but when it hurts, it's unbearable. Ostrovsky, who was already gritting his teeth to endure, suddenly blacked out and almost fainted directly. Forget gritting his teeth, he could only tremble all over, using every muscle in his body to resist. But his mouth was left open, letting out intermittent groans of pain. Think it's over just like that? Zhuge Liang, certain there wouldn't be any backlash, went straight for the combo. Are you sick? Using your talent causes menstrual cramps. Are you sick? Using your talent causes kidney stones. Are you sick? Using your talent causes shingles. Are you sick? Using your talent causes trigeminal neuralgia. Zhuge Liang had only recited a dozen or so, and Ostrovsky rolled his eyes and fainted. TSK, not good enough, weakling. Without being too cruel, he used Buddha's light to awaken Ostrovsky. After all, it was just a verbal dispute, not like he was trying to steal his talent. No need to go overboard. He looked towards the referee's stand, where the transcendent martial gods from various countries, who had escorted their representatives, were seated. They were responsible for determining the winner and would intervene to save lives in critical moments. Fortunately, the transcendent martial gods were not ordinary people and reacted swiftly. When Wu Tian shouted not to make eye contact, out of trust, they all averted their gaze, so they weren't affected. This left Zhuge Liang somewhat regretful. He had wanted to test the limits of the divine skill. Just now, when the move was 100% countered barehandedly, he had deliberately avoided the referee's stand. After all, they were the highest-ranking individuals on Earth, likely with strong egos. If they were forced to kneel before him in front of millions, they might hold a grudge against him for life. With no enmity between them, there was no need to offend them deeply. At this moment, even the informed couple Wu Fa and Wu Tian were staring at Zhuge Liang in utter shock. Holy crap, what did you do? Looking around, over 1 million spectators, all pregnant. Your sewing ability is way too strong. And that 100% countered barehanded move, does its coverage extend this wide? Half a minute later, it was the transcendent martial god of the White Bear Federation, Svarog, who looked at Wu Fa and Wu Tian with suspicion, the flames on his head forming a question mark. This won't actually result in children, right? The other transcendent martial gods and accompanying personnel also looked over with concern. It's just the effect of the talent, it won't actually result in children, Wu Tian quickly explained. Otherwise, how would boys give birth? C-section, of course, joked the transcendent martial god of the Pakistan Republic, Abdul, eliciting a round of low laughter. Since it wouldn't actually result in children, it was easier to accept. All right, this match is declared a win for the Huaxia Nation, Svarog announced loudly. I kindly ask President Zhuge to withdraw his divine skill. Clearly, this person had done his research on Huaxia Nation, casually referencing an old trope from Journey to the West. Zhuge Liang was momentarily stunned. President Zhuge? He quickly realized it was referring to the honorary president of the Spirit Rice Alliance. Quite polite. But no matter how polite you are, Zhuge Liang still shrugged, spread his hands, and tilted his head in a triple gesture. Sorry, I still don't know how to stop this talent, Zhuge Liang said helplessly. To avoid being misunderstood as intentionally causing trouble, he even used his divine skill, Drama King Extraordinaire. Although Zhuge Liang was indeed deliberately grinding proficiency. Upon hearing this, Svarog's flames on his head instantly turned into an exclamation mark. Helplessly, he exchanged glances with the other transcendent martial gods. What to do? Millions of spectators were pregnant, writhing in pain and screaming, leaving no room to watch the World Exchange Tournament. The transcendent martial gods tacitly turned their gaze to a woman draped in a golden kasaya and wearing a golden veil. She was the transcendent martial god of the Peacock Kingdom of India, specializing in rare healing abilities. Gan Linyang, transcendent martial god, we need your help, Svarog said. Zhuge Liang's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. The name of this transcendent martial god from the Peacock Kingdom of India, it's something else. I can only try, I'm not confident, Gan Linyang said with a tone of compassion. She clasped her hands together, radiating Buddha's light, and conjured a female Buddha holding a golden bowl. The Buddha poured out a golden river, which flowed into the audience seats. Zhuge Liang immediately noticed that the golden river's properties were similar to his Buddha's light. It had healing abilities, but also bewitched people's minds. This woman didn't seem like a good person. Unfortunately, the golden river only temporarily suppressed the audience's pain. Their bellies remained as large as before. It had no real effect. Gan Linyang sighed, shook her head, and stepped back. Talent abilities require spiritual energy support or have distance limitations. Once his spiritual energy is depleted, it should resolve, said Odin, the transcendent martial god of the United States of White Eagle. However, sorry, all talent abilities used do not consume spiritual energy, Zhuge Liang said. Having somehow already arrived at the referee's platform, watching the group of transcendent martial gods with interest. So this is Earth's top combat force group? He wondered about grinding proficiency with them. Cough, cough. Zhuge Liang quickly stopped this dangerous thought. Transcendent martial gods have an almost instinctive sense of good and evil. The group of transcendent martial gods shivered, feeling as if they were being watched by a demon. It really doesn't consume spiritual energy. Svarog clicked his tongue in amazement. President Zhuge truly deserves his SSR talent. It's impossible to counter him. Then I'll take him somewhere farther away to test, said Wufa, unable to stand still. She raised her hand and tore open a spatial rift, gesturing for Zhuge Lan to follow. Zhuge Lan immediately activated his quantum state and passed through the rift, arriving above a vast ocean. As the spatial rift closed, You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Wufa said insightfully. So many people, did you get any results from grinding? Zhuge Lan's talent ability allowed him to grind proficiency, mastering it completely and thereby awakening new talents. This was something even the high-ranking officials of China were aware of. After all, Zhuge Lan had never hidden it. It seems I can awaken a new talent again, but the environment over there is too complicated, so I'm holding off for now, Zhuge Lan replied honestly. Then awaken it now, Wufa said, revealing her true purpose for bringing Zhuge Lan out. What about the tournament over there? Oh, now you're worried about the competition? Wufa rolled her eyes. Your so-called stronger identification technique 1T lose effectiveness even if you're far away, right? If it can't proceed, it'll most likely be rescheduled for tomorrow. Zhuge Lan chuckled but said nothing. There might have been a gap before, but now that I've leveled up to the max, there definitely isn't anymore. Go ahead, go into your personal space, I'll guard here. All right. Zhuge Lan swiftly entered his personal space, which had been expanded with 63 spatial cores, now transformed into a small, vast realm. Zhuge Lan pondered that when he had time later, he could transplant some spiritual plants or even exotic beasts into it, turning it into his sanctuary. Encountering an enemy he couldn't handle? Just dive in. Even if a transcendent martial god came, they'd be dumbfounded. But that's a story for another time. Zhuge Lan rubbed his hands together, excitedly exclaiming, Fusion! 300,000 essence points consumed, fused into Strongman Appraisal Max. 300,000 essence points consumed, fused into 100% Barehanded Blade Catch Max. The two divine skills that had been with Zhuge Lan from the start had finally fused. A flood of information surged into his brain, and the effects of the new divine skills made Zhuge Lan widen his eyes in disbelief. Could it really be this absurd? 164. Time divine skill. Such absurd fusion effects. Could it really be this crazy? After the fusion, 100% Barehanded Blade Catch officially gained its complete power. Any creature incapable of clasping its hands together is unworthy of being my enemy. They would instantly drop dead. So, the attributes of 100% Barehanded Blade Catch turned out to be both rule and curse. Yes, rule attribute. Or perhaps it can no longer be called an attribute, but rather a fragment of law. However, its effect is so limited that it is still classified as an attribute. But, up until now, Zhuge Lan hadn't discovered any creatures incapable of clasping their hands together. This instant death effect is quite hard to trigger. Surely, you wouldn't chop off the enemy's hands just to activate the instant death effect, right? Actually, that might not be impossible. But if you could chop off their hands, then 1/tetanus, 2/ meet your ancestors would likely also take effect. While 100% Barehanded Blade Catch underwent a qualitative transformation, Strongman Appraisal did the same. First of all, the curse attribute in Strongman Appraisal is understandable, but to think it also has a life attribute? Now that's interesting. Moreover, the previous pregnancy gaze only allowed experiencing childbirth, but couldn't actually produce offspring? Now it can. Strongman Appraisal unlocked a new ability, Embryo Gaze. After hitting a target with pregnancy gaze, following up with embryo gaze would result in the end of the childbirth experience, producing an embryo. Now, isn't that terrifying? Unfortunately, the embryo doesn't contain a child, but rather a random ability of the target. It could be a skill, a memory, or even a talent. However, since Zhuge Lan can consume fortune to forcibly condense a starfall, he should also be able to consume fortune to forcibly designate the ability of the embryo to hatch, right? He'll have to find some unlucky soul to test it out. Ideally, if Xiao Wuyo shows up, Zhuge Lan would exhaust the entire Fortune Golden Dragon to extract his vector manipulation talent. The absurd effects of the fusion of the two divine skills made Zhuge Lan eagerly anticipate what type of divine skills would be drawn next. Still lacking offensive divine skills. If I can draw a divine skill with area effects, I must keep it. After all, tomorrow, millions of viewers will still be online. By then, his stronger identification technique and 100% barehanded blade catch will definitely be harmonized. But other divine skills can still be used, right? Let's go. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill. What are you looking at? Get back to work. What are you looking at? Get back to work. Shout or silently think. What are you looking at? Get back to work. To make the target creature forget what just happened and ignore the protagonist, continuing their work. Decompose. This divine skill is quite similar to Sorry to Bother You. Goodbye. Also a good skill for leaving the battlefield. But Zhuge Liang currently has too many defensive skills. Quantum State, Maxwell's Demon, Personal Space. He doesn't lack defensive divine skills for now unless it's a bug-level skill that can't be abandoned. Decompose, re-roll. Divine skill decomposed. You have obtained 999 essence points. Energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill Show Yourself, Little Darling. Show yourself, little darling. Shout or silently think, Show yourself, little darling. To forcibly reveal the hidden target. Decompose. A divine skill for breaking stealth. To some extent, 100% barehanded blade catch can also replace this effect. Moreover, Zhuge Liang has spiritual perception, so ordinary stealth abilities are completely ineffective. The main issue is that it only works on hidden targets. It can't be used to farm proficiency with those millions of viewers. Exclude. Again, energy consumed, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill Motherhood is Strength. Motherhood is Strength. Targets who have given birth will have their status increased by 10,000%. Decompose. Zhuge Liang. This divine skill. Are you aiming for embryo gaze? If possible, it wouldn't be entirely useless. There are millions of people who could continue embryo gaze. The abilities gained from embryo gaze could be consumed again by the user. But, system, does Motherhood is Strength work with embryo gaze? Embryo gaze does not produce life, forms this divine skill cannot take effect. See, luckily, Zhuge Liang anticipated this. Or else how long would he have to farm this skill? He can't just camp outside the maternity ward, right? Again, you have obtained the divine skill. I'm the referee, I make the rules. I'm the referee, I make the rules. Shout or silently think. I'm the referee, I make the rules. To designate something and make it develop in the opposite direction. Decompose. This ability overlaps with Maxwell's Demon. Again, you have obtained the divine skill, Oh my turtle. Oh my turtle. Shout or silently chant, Oh my turtle, to slow down the flow of time around you. Decompose. Around? A range divine skill? Or a time-related divine skill? System, how large is this around approximately? A radius of a kilometer. A kilometer, The competition field's diameter is definitely more than a kilometer, but Zhuge Liang can run to the edge of the field. Even if he just brushes against the edge, he can still cover a significant portion of the audience. Once the divine skill evolves, the effective radius will also increase. This is a divine skill that can be used to quickly farm fusion in the short term. This is it. Save it. Divine skill has been saved to divine skill slot. Zhuge Liang conjured a pie sword and casually threw it. Oh my turtle. The pie sword, in free fall, immediately entered slow motion, its falling speed reduced by about tenfold. Zhuge Liang himself also seemed out of sync with his surroundings, as if he could see the air thickening like water with the naked eye. He tried to move. There was a sense of resistance, like moving underwater, making it quite laborious and slowing his actions. But 165. Switch to live streaming? A million tool users lost. As Zhuge Liang exerted more force, he broke through some kind of barrier, and the resistance disappeared, allowing him to move more quickly. Zhuge Liang circled the pie sword while counting silently in his mind. By the time he counted to 10, the pie sword had returned to its normal speed and fell to the ground. Slows down by 10 times, lasts for 10 seconds, not bad. Zhuge Liang pulled out some hair to summon clones and cast the turtle's speed aura again. He was still able to break through the barrier and move freely. However, the clones moved sluggishly, like lagging computers, as slow as old men. After 10 seconds, the clones automatically dissipated, and their memories returned to Zhuge Liang's mind. From the clone's perspective, Zhuge Liang appeared accelerated, his figure moving so fast it left afterimages, impossible to catch no matter how hard they tried. This was quite interesting. The appearance of this acceleration phenomenon indicated that the clone's thoughts were also slowed down by tenfold. This is getting interesting. Zhuge Liang, riding the momentum, prepared to roll for another divine skill. You have obtained the divine skill. Bow to the Luck Emperor. Bow to the Luck Emperor. Shout or silently chant. Bow to the Luck Emperor already? And anyone who sees you will be compelled to kneel and receive a temporary luck buff. Overlaps with the 100% barehanded blade catch, and it also gives enemies a luck buff. Pass. You have obtained the divine skill. How awkward. How awkward. Shout or silently chant, how awkward, while spreading your hands, and your toes will instantly dig out a 3-bedroom apartment from the ground. Next, you have obtained the divine skill. Clean the glass. You have obtained the divine skill. Be brave and try again. You have acquired the divine skill. You're so cheeky. You have acquired the divine skill. Come over here. You have acquired the divine skill. Keep playing music. Keep dancing. Consumed 99,999 energy points. You have acquired the divine skill. Sheep a sheep. Sheep a sheep. Shout or silently chant, sheep a sheep, and all non-friendly units within range will be dragged into an illusion to play sheep a sheep until they clear the game to be released. Decompose? The numbed Zhuge Liang's spirit trembled. Finally, another area-wide divine skill. Sheep a sheep? What kind of game is this? Save it and try. Divine skill saved a skill slot. Summoning a clone, setting only himself as the friendly unit. Zhuge Liang shouted loudly, sheep a sheep. The clone's pupils lost focus, dazed for a second, and then looked utterly exhausted as if enduring 3 days and nights of traditional craftsmanship, so drained that it directly dispelled itself on the spot. Zhuge Liang also felt a wave of mental fatigue, a kind of oxygen-deprived exhaustion that made him not want to think. Fortunately, his mental strength was vast, and he quickly recovered. 10 years. The clone played that sheep-a-sheep game in the illusion for 10 years. It's a tile-matching game. The first level is simple, cleared in 3 seconds. But the second level is straight-up epic hell difficulty. Because it has no correct solution strategy. Only luck determines whether you can pass this level. The clone had bad luck, playing inside for a full 10 years, failing countless times, and being tortured countless times. Finally, it succeeded and cleared the game. Hiss, which idiot invented this sheep-a-sheep? It's so brainless. Zhuge Liang gritted his teeth, but then burst into laughter. Isn't this just a twisted version of Tsukuyami? No matter how many years pass in the illusion, only 1 second passes in reality. Perhaps, after divine skill fusion, it can be further developed into a Tsukuyami-like ability? Pretty good, just you two. Millions of viewers, are you ready? Zhuge Liang adjusted his spirit before stepping out of his personal space. Wu Fei was still waiting at the original spot. How was it? The effect is great. Zhuge Liang couldn't help but laugh. Both skills could be quickly farmed, so he was overjoyed. Wu Fei, however, frowned. Don't tell me anything I don't want to know. Wu Fei quickly said, afraid Zhuge Liang would drag her into testing. Incidentally, whatever happens later, she could claim ignorance. Surely Zhuge Liang would be considerate, right? Let's go. Wu Fei tore open a spatial rift, but instead of taking Zhuge Liang back to the arena, she led him to a hotel. How long does your duration last? Wu Fei asked. A day and a night. TSK, TSK, TSK. Wu Fei clicked her tongue and said, those millions of viewers are still in the Smash God Stadium, expected to finish their childbirth experience by the next day, followed by online streaming. What? Online streaming? Zhuge Liang widened his eyes. All 1 million won't come. Nonsense. They've been in pain for a whole day and night. Where would they have the energy to come? Wu Fei rolled his eyes at Zhuge Liang. Moreover, even if they had the energy, they probably wouldn't dare to come, right? Watching the competition was supposed to be a joyful event. Who would have thought they'd end up pregnant for no reason? Zhuge Liang smacked his lips regretfully. Then what about the 2 divine skills he just upgraded? Wait, didn't Wu Fei just say? The million spectators are temporarily housed in the wrestling god stadium? Wu Fa saw Zhuge Lan's eyes darting around and immediately knew what he was planning. All right, you just acquired a new talent. Focus on consolidating it properly. I'll instruct others not to disturb you in your room, Wu Fa said meaningfully. Hearing this, Zhuge Lan nodded repeatedly. As soon as Wu Fa left, Zhuge Lan immediately opened his wristwatch, confirmed the location of the wrestling god stadium, left a clone to disguise himself, and handed the wristwatch to the clone for backup use. He then used quantum transmission to leave the room. Using hextech technology, he safely made his way to the wrestling god stadium. Ouch, hiss, ah, pain, pain, pain. The endless cries of agony echoed like hell above the stadium. Zhuge Lan, the instigator of all this, couldn't help but shake his head. So pitiful. Looking at the situation inside the stadium, only a group of ninth-tier individuals were left, playing mahjong. The most absurd part was that Hua Wu Yi, as a Chinese, was the one losing the worst. Embarrassing. But well. 166. Eat dirt. The lowest divine skill, extra update, LXM True God Certification 115, hasn't surpassed Martial God? Then it's easy to handle. Zhuge Lan directly moved to the center of the audience area, ensuring there were people within a kilometer radius. Then, oh my turtle! The turtle's speed aura unfolded, slowing everyone's thoughts and time simultaneously. Sensory-wise, there was no change except the pain lasted 9 seconds longer. Sheep. Everyone within the range immediately stopped moaning, and a second later, rolled their eyes and fainted in their seats. They had endured the unbearable pain of life. Hua Wu Yi and the others' expressions changed. They hurried over to check why a large group of people suddenly fainted. The result? They probably passed out from excessive pain, with their brains activating self-protection mechanisms. But how could it be the same group of people fainting at the same time? And in a circle? Coincidence. That's too much of a coincidence, isn't it? While they were diagnosing, Zhuge Lan had already sneaked to another spot. And then, oh my turtle, sheep, another group fainted. Swish, 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 a group of ninth-tier individuals rushed over again. And after diagnosing, it was still due to excessive pain, causing the brain to activate self-protection mechanisms and faint. But why is it still a circle? Estimated diameter of 2 kilometers. Looks kind of deliberate. A group of ninth-tier individuals looked at Hua Wu Yi. Why don't you ask the instigator and see if this is normal? Hua Wu Yi. He had a hunch. This strange situation in front of him must be Zhuge Lan's doing. However, that kid is quite cunning. He must have anticipated someone would call him to ask about this, right? Hua Wu Yi dialed the communicator, but there was no response for a long time. Just as he was about to hang up, the call was finally answered, projecting an image of Zhuge Lan wrapped in a bath towel. I'm taking a bath. What's up? Bathing. The suspicion in the eyes of the surrounding ninth-tier individuals dissipated. Well, it's like this. Hua Wu Yi explained the situation on his side. The clone immediately knew it was definitely the main body causing trouble. What could he do? Cover for him, of course. Oh, that. When the stronger identification technique is activated, it radiates through the pupils, so the time it takes to take effect isn't uniform. It works in circles, one after another, so it also explodes in circles. Oh, so it's normal? Yeah. All right. Carry on with your bath. Okay. After hanging up the call, Hua Wu Yi spread his hands toward the other ninth-tier individuals. See, it's a normal phenomenon. The group stopped paying attention. As expected, large groups of people began collapsing one after another. At first, the group observed for a while, but once they confirmed there was no issue, they ignored it. Meanwhile, on Zhuge Lan's side, after sweeping through a significant portion of the crowd, 2 divine skills were simultaneously upgraded. The difference was, sheep actually fused directly? This was the lowest level divine skill, only at level 1.0. Without a doubt, sheep was a mental attribute skill. After fusion, Zhuge Lan's mental power became even more refined, and the range of his spiritual perception expanded further. Glancing at the half-unconscious audience, Zhuge Lan scratched his head. He steeled himself and continued rolling for divine skills. After all, opportunities like this were rare. A million martial artists. Where else could Zhuge Lan gather such a crowd under normal circumstances? Energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill. Are you here to poop? Are you here to poop? Shout or silently think, are you here to poop? To forcibly make the target squat and start pooping. Decompose. Jugalan. A what? There's a skill like this? Is it a strong control skill? Or just disgusting? Is it disgusting? Or is it also a control skill? Jugalan had no interest in watching others poop, and this divine skill conflicted with bare-handed blade catch. Plus, it only controlled the legs and not the hands. Decompose it and reroll. Divine skill decomposed. You have gained 999 essence points. You have obtained the divine skill Catch Shrimp. You have obtained the divine skill Fellow Taoist. Please stay. You have obtained the divine skill. Hey, what are you doing? You have obtained the divine skill What is your dream? You have obtained the divine skill Sacrifice Teammates. Infinite power. Energy consumption. You have obtained the divine skill Eat SHT. Eat SHT. Smiley face. Shout or silently chant, eat shit, you triple X, and the named target will be forcibly stuffed with a mouthful of feces, interrupting all spell casting and causing brief silence. Jugalan. What the heck? Jugalan almost blurted out a traditional curse. He had no interest in watching people defecate, but watching people eat feces was a different story. Plus, it came with spell interruption and a brief silence effect. This was simply a divine skill. Save. Divine skill save to divine skill slot. TSK, TSK, TSK. This move definitely couldn't be used on his own clones, since their memories were shared. So, Jugalan's gaze swept across the group below, then glanced at the group of 9th-tier players still playing Mahjong. A group of 9th-tier players simultaneously looked up, shivering. Strange, there's no wind. Got a cold. Are you kidding? 9th-tier players can catch colds. Is someone up to something? I'm going for the big hand this round. The 9th-tier players quickly shifted their attention, except for Hua Wui, who used the excuse of needing the restroom to make a quick escape. No doubt about it. That familiar chilled down the spine. It had to be Jugalan, that rascal, planning to test his talent ability on someone again. Better to run while he could. However, 167, fusion again. Time attribute. Extra update, LXM, True God Certification 215. Jugalan still had a shred of conscience. So he decided not to test on these people. After all, randomly targeting them twice to fleece them and then forcing them to eat feces would be a bit too much. Although Sheep had already been fused, Jugalan still planned to follow up with the Turtle Speed Aura, not for any other reason, but just to make people pass out directly, sparing them the pain of childbirth-like suffering. At the end of the day, Jugalan's actions were indeed a bit unscrupulous. The whales in the gym were gradually fading, until only a few hundred unconscious individuals remained. Inside the gym, only Kong. Who? These 9th-tier players were truly leisurely. Jugalan glanced at the skill panel. Divine Skill System 2.0 Host. Jugalan level. 83 talents. Sword of Pi. Schrodinger's Cat. Golden Dragon of Fortune. Maxwell's Demon Spell Skills. Heavenly Thunder Technique 3.0. Rasengan Series 3.0. Universe in Sleeve 1.0. Clarity Technique 3.0. Illusion Skills. Clone Technique 4.0. Hextech 3.0. Combat Skills. Thunder Duel Technique 3.0. Dragon Subduing 5 Palms 6.0. One Sword Kneels Immortal Series 3.0. Diamond Indestructible Body 3.0. Cultivation Techniques. 3 Flowers Gather at the top. Technique Pseudo 2.0. Battle Buddha Visualization Technique 1.0. Others. Wind Queen's Secret Art 2.0. Energy. 99,999 points Essence. 99,999 points Lottery. Open Divine Skills. 1/ causes tetanus. 2/ meet ancestors. 1.0. Oh my turtle. 4.0. Eat shit. 1.0. Little flying dagger is here. 3.0. Shameless scoundrel. 3.0. Fusion. Evil resisting sword technique max. Are you sick max? Let it go. Slacker max. Mount Leshan Buddha seat max. Drama king max. Strongman identification max. 100% barehanded blade catch max. Sheep max. Oh my turtle. It's already upgraded to 4.0. Zhuge Liang looked reluctantly at the unconscious millions of spectators. These were the best tools. System, does the divine skill, Oh My Turtle, work on unconscious people? It works. Well, that makes things easier. No need to wake up the tools. How cruel would that be? Zhuge Liang flew steadily around the audience seats, sprinkling slow-motion halos one by one, ensuring that the same group of people wasn't covered repeatedly. After all, one slow-motion halo would extend the birthing time by 9 seconds. If the same group were hit repeatedly, they might still be in pain even after swelling subsides the next day. That wouldn't be good. Sharing the effect evenly like this, extending everyone's time by a few minutes, was harmless. Zhuge Liang kept brushing until the early hours of the morning. He also witnessed just how bad Hua Wui's luck was. He barely won any rounds. If Zhuge Liang were to step in, with the Fortune Golden Dragon activated, it would be a massacre. When the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon, the divine skill was finally maxed out. Divine skill, Oh My Turtle, 7.0-inch proficiency is full. Consume 350,000 essence points to ascend. After brushing all night, this is what I've been waiting for. Confirm. 350,000 essence points consumed, ascended to Oh My Turtle Max. A flood of information surged into Zhuge Liang's brain, leaving him slightly dazed despite his fatigue. A slight flaw in Hex Deck was revealed as a result. Hey, I won. 13 orphans. Hua Wui's triumphant shout drew the attention of all the 9th-tier experts, leaving no one to notice the fleeting flaw. Zhuge Liang snapped back to reality, unsure if Hua Wui's timing was coincidental or if he was covering for him. Better to leave here first. Zhuge Liang's eyes gleamed with excitement as he activated the time attribute. Although he originally possessed the time attribute, it hadn't been activated. After fusing the divine skill, Oh My Turtle, Zhuge Liang gained a thorough understanding of the time attribute, just like when evil resisting sword technique was fused and he could open spatial channels. Now he could simply manipulate time. For instance, even without using the divine skill, he could slightly accelerate the time around himself. The most direct application would be skills like Heavenly Thunder Technique or One Sword Kneels the Immortal, which require charging. By accelerating his own time, he could release them quickly. As for more advanced techniques, those would require further development. What a fruitful day. Zhuge Liang happily returned to the hotel, where his clone looked over cautiously. Seeing it was Zhuge Liang, the clone tossed the watch back to him and resumed his traditional craft. Summoning the other 9 clones, each found a spot to train. Zhuge Liang, meanwhile, moved the hotel bed into his personal space and lay down comfortably. This space was not only safe but also infused with spiritual energy from the genius training camp. Compared to the barren spiritual energy outside, it is more suitable for cultivation. He was about to draw a prize casually, but unexpectedly. Insufficient energy points. Please recharge before drawing again. Huh? Insufficient energy points? Zhuge Liang sat up in surprise, rummaging through a pile of storage rings in the corner, and indeed, they were completely empty. Over 10,000 storage rings were all emptied. Thinking carefully, those divine skills like stronger identification technique didn't each final fusion require hundreds of thousands of refined points? Plus, the daily skill grinding consumed a massive amount as well. Without crystal cores, there's no sense of security. Zhuge Liang immediately left his personal space, picked up his watch, and prepared to contact Wu Fa for crystal cores. Yet, at the very moment he dialed, he felt a sudden pang of unease. What was going on? Then Zhuge Liang realized. Wu Fa and Wu Tian hadn't seen each other for decades, and now they were probably engaged in some intimate, close-distance interaction, right? Disturbing them at this time. He simply deleted the communication interface and instead opened the search for the location of the base city's central building. Oh, huh. Only then did Zhuge Liang realize. 168. Come out for a duel. Bug setting extra update LXM True God level certification 315. Zhuge Liang then understood that the base city beneath his feet was named Ruins Base City, built near the entrance of an ancient ruin. It was jointly constructed and managed by various countries, so there was no base leader or central building in the base city. 11 countries had dispatched personnel to station there for joint management. However, the Warrior Alliance and Hunter Alliance were still present. As long as they exist, Without a reserve of crystal cores, there was no unlimited spiritual power. Thus, Zhuge Liang didn't indulge in using quantum transmission, but instead summoned the Pi Sword and flew to the destination without consuming energy. This base city built for the ancient ruins wasn't very large. After half an hour, Zhuge Liang arrived at the destination. As soon as he entered, a beautiful receptionist with a standard smile approached him. "Welcome home, President Zhuge. I am the lobby manager, Elizabeth. Please follow me to the VIP lounge." Familiar with the process, he followed her to the VIP lounge. After serving a cup of hot tea, Elizabeth left the VIP lounge. She wasn't qualified to attend to Zhuge Liang. The projection of the AI Athena appeared and respectfully bowed to Zhuge Liang. "Greetings, President Zhuge. How may I assist you? Can I mobilize the resources of the Warrior Alliance?" The Warrior Alliance, including the ruins base city beneath your feet, is part of the Dragon Elder Superseed Spirit Rice Alliance. Therefore, President Zhuge, you have the authority to mobilize all resources of this base city, including reasonably commanding 22 individuals who surpass martial gods to execute necessary tasks. Oh, huh? The rights of this honorary president are even stronger than expected. He can even command those who surpass martial gods. However, the word reasonable is crucial. Those who surpass martial gods can still refuse. Transfer half of the low-grade crystal cores from this base city. Remember, low-grade crystal cores into storage rings and deliver them to me, Zhuge Liang instructed. "As you wish," Athena responded without hesitation. Based on the standard storage ring of 100 cubic meters, it is estimated that 63,431 standard storage rings will be transferred. This resource allocation will be replenished later by the Huaxia Nation. Please be informed. TSK. Over 60,000 standard storage rings. No need to worry about running out of crystal cores in the short term now. About 15 minutes later, the teleportation array in the corner of the VIP lounge lit up, and neatly stacked storage rings were transported over. A total of 63,431 standard storage rings. "Please verify, President Zhuge," Athena said. Zhuge Liang scanned them with her spiritual sense and confirmed the count was correct. She then selected a few at random, finding them all filled to the brim with crystal cores. Not bad. Zhuge Liang stored them all in her personal space and threw out the more than 10,000 empty standard storage rings. A sense of security immediately filled her heart. "All right, let's go." Zhuge Liang once again extravagantly used quantum transmission, and with a few flashes, she was back in her hotel room. "System, energy points are full. Draw for me. Energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill, Damn Holy Light. Damn Holy Light. Shout or silently chant, Damn Holy Light, to summon holy light that blinds the enemy's vision. Dismantle it. Draw again. Divine skill dismantled. You have obtained 999 essence points. Energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill, He punched me in the chin. He punched me in the chin. Shout or silently chant, He punched me in the chin, and the target's next punch will automatically hit your chin, causing silence. Melee skill, huh? Although it has a silence effect, Zhuge Liang already has Eat SHTU. No use for this. Reroll. You have obtained the divine skill, Here comes the chicken soup. You have obtained the divine skill, I am the sneaky one. You have obtained the divine skill, The magic of love spins around. You have obtained the divine skill, Smash your health insurance card. You have obtained the divine skill, Rich lady, hungry food. Energy consumption, 99,999 points. You have obtained the divine skill, Come out and duel me. Come out and duel me. Forces a duel with a target, preventing the target from harming others and making you immune to damage from others. Zhuge Liang's eyes lit up. What she valued wasn't the forced duel part, but the immune to damage from others. As long as she used this divine skill on someone weaker than her, or even a teammate who couldn't harm her, the enemy's attacks would feel like mere tickles. Although the quantum state could achieve a similar effect, it couldn't be used as a skill. This perfectly solved that awkward situation. Moreover, the target cannot harm others is also super overpowered. If she encountered an unbeatable opponent like Zhao Wuyo again, Zhuge Liang could just taunt them, activate the quantum state, and use this skill. Zhao Weiyou wouldn't be able to harm others and couldn't kill Zhuge Liang either. Wouldn't that render him completely useless on the spot? This is a god-tier aggro skill. Save. The divine skill has been saved to divine skill slot. Not bad, not bad. Zhuge Liang was now eager to find an opponent to test this new divine skill, preferably someone who could also test Eat SHT. Just as Zhuge Liang set his sights on his own clone. Bang, bang, bang. That familiar, aggressive door-pounding sound, someone was definitely here to cause trouble. I've decided, no matter who it is, I'll throw one out for a duel first. 169. The perverse divine skill. Eat SHT. Bang, bang, bang. Coming. Zhuge Liang opened the door with a smile, and the burly Ostrovsky stood at the entrance, hunched over, looking down at him. You, come out for a duel. A divine skill was unleashed directly, and Zhuge Liang felt that Ostrovsky's sensory perception was magnified several times, his attention involuntarily focused on him. Occasionally, someone would hear the commotion, open their door, and peek out, but their presence was minimal. If Zhuge Liang was like this, then Ostrovsky must be the same. Zhuge Liang had a hunch that in this state, any stealth ability would vanish completely. Even, Zhuge Liang closed his eyes and could still clearly see Ostrovsky's outline. Invincible. With come out for a duel activated, there was no place to escape. You, what did you do to me? Ostrovsky took half a step back. I'm not here to cause trouble today, so stop using that weird talent on me. Not here to cause trouble? Zhuge Liang smacked his lips in slight disappointment. There was no way to test Eat SHT. Then why are you here? I'm here to apologize. Ostrovsky said straightforwardly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have doubted your strength. To become the honorary president of the Dragon Elder Superseed Spirit Rice Alliance, you must be very capable. We of the White Bear Federation respect those with strength. Well then, that was a quick apology. An apology should come with some compensation, right? Zhuge Liang deliberately tried to stir things up. He really wanted to test the effects of Eat SHT. However, Ostrovsky pulled out a bottle of vodka from his spatial ring, a familiar sight. This is vodka brewed with 8th grade spiritual plants. I don't even drink it myself, but I'm giving it to you as compensation. Ostrovsky handed it over reluctantly. This made Zhuge Liang feel a bit embarrassed. He really was that honest, huh? He accepted the vodka and took out a jar of monkey wine. This monkey wine may be low grade, but it tastes pretty good. Oh, then I won't hold back. The two exchanged their fine wines, and the previous quarrel was resolved just like that. Zhuge Liang felt that Ostrovsky was a straightforward person, someone whose likes and dislikes were clearly expressed in his attitude. A person worth befriending because such people truly step up when things happen. He invited him inside for a drink. Ostrovsky, without hesitation, entered the room and took out a pile of vodka, though they were all mid to low grade. I can't beat you in a fight, but there's no way you can outdrink me, Ostrovsky said confidently. Zhuge Liang expressed doubt. Drunk? With quantum state activated, all alcohol would dissipate instantly. Come on. Tonight, we drink till we drop. Drink till we drop. So, when the radiant Wufa came looking again, he saw the room filled with empty wine bottles. Ostrovsky was lying on the floor, snoring loudly, while 10 busy Zhuge Liangs were bustling around. Judging by their diligent appearances, they were all clones. Where's your main body? Wufa asked curiously. Should I call him? One of the clones reciting Pi quickly responded. I'll call him out right now. Without giving Wufa any chance to explain, the clone was directly dispelled. The shared memory awakened Zhuge Liang, who was cultivating in his personal space. He walked out, looking at Wufa in confusion. What's up? Explain this first. What's going on here? Wufa glanced at the snoring Ostrovsky. Oh, he came to challenge me to a drinking contest. You can see the result, Zhuge Liang shrugged. He looks big, but he can't hold his liquor. This comment seemed to anger Ostrovsky, who suddenly raised his hand. Who says I can't drink? Drink. Then he rolled over and continued snoring. Wufa's expression turned strange. Yesterday, these two were at each other's throats, and today they're this close? Men's friendships are truly incomprehensible. So, why are you looking for me? Zhuge Liang asked. I heard that people at the gymnasium last night fainted in batches and in a pattern. Do you know what happened? Wufa asked with a smile. Ah, fainted? Just a side effect of the stronger identification technique, Zhuge Liang's gaze drifted away. He absolutely couldn't admit he'd been there. Wu Fa had already anticipated this and pressed further on the matter. Today's match is in the afternoon, switched to online streaming. As the team captain, make sure you're not late. Got it. Zhuge Liang nodded with a smile as Wu Fa turned and left. Watching Wu Fa's swaying figure, Zhuge Liang thought, he wasn't this graceful before, was he? Looks like Wu Tian worked hard last night. Yawning, Zhuge Liang created another clone to notify the other team members, while he returned to his personal space to cultivate. When it was almost time, the clone reminded him to set off, and he emerged from his personal space. Ostrovsky was nowhere to be seen, having been carried off midway by the White Bear Federation team members. Arriving at the hotel lobby, Hua Wui was already there with the Huaxia team, waiting. Zhuge Liang, the team captain, was the last to arrive. But no one dared to say a word after all. The scene of 1,000,000 people kneeling with swollen bellies yesterday was still fresh in their minds. Looking at the other teams nearby, how many dared to even glance directly at Zhuge Liang? Zhuge Liang, however, didn't care much about this. Everyone's here. Let's go. Zhuge Liang led the way to the Wrestling God Gymnasium, prompting Hua Wui to reveal a just-as-I-thought expression. Zhuge Liang had been brought back by Wu Fa yesterday. How did he know the way to the Wrestling God Gymnasium? That strange fainting incident last night was definitely this kid's doing. When they arrived, Zhuge Liang looked at the empty audience seats. Although there was no large-scale divine skill to farm now, he couldn't help but sigh. What a great group of tools. Why didn't they come? Oh well, now that the divine skills are all single target, today will be a good warm-up to test the new abilities. But the development of the match left Zhuge Liang utterly dumbfounded. You can play like this? 170.SSR likes Huaxia. Kidnapping without negotiation is the way to go. Upon arriving at the arena, the hooked-nosed white man who had welcomed them yesterday walked into the Huaxia Nation's resting area and headed straight for Zhuge Liang. President Zhuge, hello. I am Loki from the White Eagle United Nations, a level 99 martial god, Loki said politely. The Beyond Martial Gods request your presence to discuss something. Loki? Quite the name choice. Zhuge Liang roughly understood what they wanted to discuss, most likely asking him not to use the stronger identification technique and the guaranteed empty-handed blade catch. If they could show sincerity, it wouldn't be impossible to agree. Let's go. Zhuge Liang directly used quantum transmission to arrive at the referee's platform. Each country had sent one Beyond Martial God, totaling 11, along with one martial god assistant. 21 pairs of eyes were carefully scrutinizing Zhuge Liang. Loki hadn't caught up yet. The Beyond Martial God from the White Bear Federation, Svarig, spoke straightforwardly. Here's the thing. Is there any way for your two abilities from yesterday to target only a single individual without affecting others? Oh, judging by this, if Zhuge Liang could control it to target individuals, they wouldn't prohibit him from using it. However, he hadn't planned to use those two divine skills today anyway, so he might as well get some compensation for free. No way. I've only awakened my talent for less than a year, so I can't control it that precisely. Zhuge Liang shrugged, causing the group to fall silent for a few seconds. Awakened for less than a year? Already at the 8th tier? The group looked at the Beyond Martial God from the White Eagle United Nations, the first to awaken an SSR talent, born in their country. Odin, how long did it take your SSR genius to advance to the 8th tier? Gan Linyang asked warmly. Zhuge Liang raised an eyebrow. Odin, the naming style of the White Eagle United Nations seems to directly borrow from Norse mythology gods. Also, this Odin is clearly a young man, so why does he have a thick white beard? It's so incongruous. 3 years, martial god. Odin said, stroking his beard. This wasn't just achieved through pure cultivation. Only Odin knows how many resources were consumed. Even so, it still took 3 years. Ostrovsky took 4.5 years to advance to martial god, Svarig said with a bitter smile. But it's understandable the White Bear Federation is covered in snow year-round, and calling it a land of bitter cold wouldn't be an exaggeration. Natural treasures are relatively scarce compared to countries with more favorable climates. Although their spiritual mineral resources are extremely abundant, enough to supply the entire nation. But other countries, who can't afford to provide resources for their geniuses. At this moment, Zeus, the Beyond Martial God from the German-Italian United Nations, laughed. Our country's SSR genius awakened 2 months later than President Zhuge, but he's already a level 99 martial god, and becoming a beyond martial god is just around the corner. However, Zeus's proud words caused the other beyond martial gods to look at him with strange expressions. This piqued Zhuge Liang's curiosity, and he glanced at Wu Tian. "You'll find out later," Wu Tian said mysteriously. Zhuge Liang didn't mind, he was more concerned about. "So, what's the decision for the competition now? Given that your two abilities cannot be controlled and may harm other participants, we've come up with two options," Svarog said, raising two fingers. "Huaxia Nation is directly sent to the finals, or you refrain from using those two abilities, and the competition proceeds as normal." Zhuge Liang liked this kind of straightforwardness, speaking openly and honestly. However, he remained silent and quietly looked at Wu Tian. Wu Tian immediately understood. There has never been a rule prohibiting players from using their talents. You say direct admission, just like that? Our Huaxia Nation also has strategies. We must fight match by match. Wu Tian said firmly. Svarog sneered. "Speak, what are the conditions? Allocate one more relic slot to our Huaxia Nation." Svarog exchanged silent glances with the other beyond martial gods. Ultimately, considering Huaxia Nation's current high status, whether in techniques or spiritual rice, they had to rely on them. And indeed, this time they had gone a bit too far. "So, I disagree. I disagree," Zeus and Odin said in unison. "Ancient relics only allow 20 slots each time. You want one more?" "Impossible," Odin said firmly. "Yes, impossible." Zeus nodded in agreement. Clearly, they had great confidence in their own SSR geniuses. Since that was the case, Zhuge Liang smiled and said, "In that case, I propose that the opposing countries give up one relic slot, and then we have a separate match. The winner takes all the relic slots. How about that? Winner takes all, maximizing benefits." Zeus and Odin were quite tempted. They looked at Wu Tian. "Could your little genius make the decision?" "Don't look at me," Wu Tian shrugged. "Before departure, our leader said that he has the final say on everything." TSK. This certainly gave Zhuge Liang enough face. "All right," Zeus said joyfully. "Our German-Italian United Nations agrees. Any other countries want to join? Our White Eagle United Nations certainly won't miss out," Odin said confidently. The two looked around at the other beyond martial gods. Except for Svarog, who glared back unceremoniously, the other beyond martial gods all averted their gaze. Since their own countries didn't have SSR geniuses, they wouldn't join just to lose. In the end, only 3 countries participated in this gamble. Zeus and Odin immediately called up their 2 SSR geniuses. The White Eagle United Nations SSR genius was a silver-haired Caucasian girl. Her expressionless face reminded Zhuge Liang of Wuming. "Void, level 99 martial god," Void said coldly. The German-Italian United Nations SSR genius was more interesting. He turned out to be a robot. To be precise, his talent seemed to be related to machinery, so he had transformed his entire body into a machine. The low hum of mechanical movement as he walked made Zhuge Liang's eyes light up. The rhythm of machinery, it's every man's romance. What surprised Zhuge Liang even more was, "I greatly admire Huaxia civilization, so I named myself Zhuge Kongming." Zhuge Kongming said in an electronic voice, yet it was more emotional than Void's human tone. "Oh," Zhuge Liang smiled. "It's rare to meet someone with the same surname as me. Since you like our Huaxia Nation so much, why not just join us directly?" Upon hearing this, Zhuge Kongming's eyes lit up, literally lit up with red light. Zeus, seeing the situation turning unfavorable, quickly stepped in front of Zhuge Kongming. Clearly, he probably knew how Zhuge Kongming might respond. But wasn't this like trying to cover up something obvious? Zhuge Liang's lips curved into a meaningful smile that I heard. "Only those below the 9th tier can enter ancient ruins, right? Then this person, I, Zhuge Liang, have decided to take him. 171, SSR level duel. The whole world owes me a favor. Since I plan to take him away, I must take a good look. Qian character Heaven's Eye open. Under Heaven's Eye, countless pieces of information cannot escape. I must say, worthy of SSR level talent. Zhuge Kongming's entire structure is extraordinarily precise, far surpassing modern technological levels, and perfectly integrates formations, artifact crafting, and other techniques. It can be said that Zhuge Kongming himself is a mobile city defense mechanism, capable of transforming into a turret for output at any time. The most wonderful thing is, he can also use crystal cores. His entire body is equipped with spatial devices, continuously extracting, absorbing, shattering, and replacing crystal cores. Unlike Zhuge Lan, who relies on a large quantity of low-tier cores to sustain himself, every crystal core on Zhuge Kongming is 9th tier. The core part even uses 10th tier crystal cores. Therefore, as long as Zhuge Kongming has the technology, he doesn't need to cultivate. With high-tier crystal cores, he can reach the 9th tier or even surpass the martial god. No wonder Zeus is so confident. The most interesting part is, although Zhuge Kongming has a mechanical body, his soul still exists. It's very weak but preserved in a small device, while protected and constantly moving within the mechanical body. This should also be his weak point. As long as the soul device isn't destroyed, even if he's disassembled into pieces, he cannot be killed. Zhuge Lan then looked at the emotionless girl, Su. In Heaven's Eye, Su appeared as a void of nothingness? No. This void is Su's talent. Things are starting to get interesting. While Zhuge Lan was observing, the host also synchronized this temporary wager with other teams and live broadcasts online. Everyone was highly anticipating it. SSR level talent being showcased to the public for the first time, missing such a high-quality duel would be a rare regret. Some audience members even rushed out of their homes, declaring that even if they were to get pregnant again today, they absolutely couldn't miss this. The previously empty audience seats began to fill sparsely, with everyone wearing sunglasses in unison. Zhuge Lan merely chuckled at this sight. Sunglasses? If those could block a strong person's identification technique, would they still be considered divine skills? Only by closing one's eyes and avoiding contact with the golden light he emits can one avoid pregnancy. But how fast is the speed of light? How many can react in time? Let's draw lots. Wu Tian, the host, said, numbers 1, 2, 3. Number 1 will first battle number 2 and number 3, then numbers 2 and 3 will battle, and finally, the referee will vote to decide the winner. Seems like a fair mechanism, right? Zhuge Lan smiled and crossed his arms, summoning a golden dragon of fortune to play with. You guys draw first, Zhuge Lan said generously. With so many beings surpassing the martial god watching, there's no way there could be any rigging. So, the result can only go as he planned. Su drew number 1, Zhuge Kongming drew number 2. Oh, looks like I don't need to draw, Zhuge Lan shrugged. But Wu Tian still took out the remaining number 3 to prove there was no cheating. Everyone was staring intently at the fortune golden dragon. It was truly a treasure. Anything related to probability could lead to wishes coming true. Zhuge Lan was not stingy. Either he spent a small piece of dragon scale to condense a fortune dragon pearl the size of a mung bean. He gifted one to everyone who surpassed the martial god level, including 2 SSR geniuses. It's not of much use, just for safety and seeking opportunities. Keep it close to you, Zhuge Lan said with a smile. President Zhuge is so generous. Thank you, President Zhuge. So this is fortune? I have a feeling. If I have enough fortune, I can break through this bottleneck. Zhuge Lan simply responded with a smile. A small favor, yet it earned him goodwill, a profitable exchange. Crack, crack, 2 crisp sounds echoed as the fortune dragon pearls in the palms of Morrison, the martial god from Australia, and Abdul from the Republic of Pakistan shattered simultaneously, drawing everyone's attention. Could it be that the two were about to break through? However, Abdul and Morrison were clutching their chests, feeling an inexplicable unease, their brows furrowed and faces heavy with concern. Judging by their expressions, it didn't look like a breakthrough. I feel very uneasy right now, Abdul said, looking at Zhuge Lan. Exactly, Morrison said with some panic. I'm certain something bad is about to happen, but I can't figure out what it is. This is very bad. Everyone turned to Zhuge Lan, waiting for him to interpret the sign. But Zhuge Lan scratched his head. He wasn't a fortune teller. Why were they asking him to interpret the sign? I don't know either, Zhuge Lan shrugged. Fortune never directly tells you what's going to happen. It only predicts whether it's auspicious or disastrous. As for the specifics, that's up to you to figure out. The crowd nodded in agreement. After all, it was just fortune, not the Dragon Balls that could grant wishes directly. I understand. I'll think about it more, Abdul said, furrowing his brows even deeper, his hand clutching his chest so tightly that veins bulged. This made Zhuge Liang a bit puzzled. Wasn't their reaction a bit exaggerated? Fortunately, the Fortune Golden Dragon hadn't issued any warnings to him. It was probably a calamity specific to Abdul and Morrison, unrelated to Zhuge Liang. Everyone tacitly distanced themselves from Abdul and Morrison. It was both to give them space to think and, well, those who understood, understood. Let the match begin then, Zeus announced. The first round, Kongming versus Void. No restrictions on combat methods until one side concedes or loses the ability to fight. All right, go all out. With all of us watching, nothing will go wrong, Odin said confidently. Ensuring no loss of life is definitely not a problem, Gan Lingyang quickly added, giving Zhuge Liang a meaningful look. After yesterday's incident with 1,000,000 pregnancies, they had been completely helpless. Ahem. Yes, life will definitely be safe. Odin corrected himself. Void turned and floated toward the arena. As if he didn't exist, there wasn't even the slightest ripple in the air. Then I'll go scout the way first, Zhuge Kongming waved to Zhuge Liang. Then, mechanical wings unfolded on his back, and without flapping, he soared into the sky. Similarly, there was hardly any movement. Even the airflow from his ascent was barely perceptible. Zhuge Kongming charged directly at Su. A familiar red light flashed in his eyes, transforming into two high-energy beams that distorted the air, piercing through Su's shoulder in an instant and landing on the light screen in front of the audience, causing ripples to spread. Yet Su remained completely unharmed. Oh, Zhuge Liang was surprised to find that Su's current state was remarkably similar to his quantum state. Although visually perceivable, she could neither be hit nor touched. President Zhuge, this is Su's talent, the Void Mastery. Odin said proudly. She can enter the Void, becoming immune to all damage without any energy consumption during the duration. It's an absolutely unbreakable defense. Zhuge Liang looked at Odin as if he were an idiot. Did he just expose his genius's talent like that? Zeus's expression turned somewhat grim. He hadn't expected such an overpowered ability to exist in another person. If she doesn't come out, she can't harm Kongming either. This match will end in a draw. Zeus retorted stubbornly. Odin smiled meaningfully. Is that so? In the arena, after a few more probing moves, Zhuge Kongming stopped wasting energy and hovered in the air, waiting for Su's counterattack. Finally giving up, Su raised her hand and made a grasping motion. A mass of distorted matter condensed into the shape of a blade. Her figure flickered, and in an instant, she appeared behind Zhuge Kongming, slashing down with the blade. The void blade sliced smoothly, aiming to cut Zhuge Kongming in half at the waist. But Zhuge Kongming suddenly turned and grabbed Su's arm. Before the void blade could leave his body, he extended an arm blade and stabbed it into Su's wrist. Splurt 172. A global catastrophe. Even metal gets pregnant. Bonus update. 5,000 free gifts. Splurt, Su retreated back into the void, a few drops of blood falling to the ground. Meanwhile, the half of Zhuge Kongming's body that had been cut open began to regenerate, countless metallic tendrils writhing and restoring him to his original form. In this exchange, both sustained injuries, but neither was seriously harmed. Your reaction is quick, Su acknowledged, but nothing is faster than space. Su threw the void blade again, and just like before, she instantly appeared in front of Zhuge Kongming. The blade transformed into a crescent shape taller than a person, slicing him cleanly in two. Zhuge Kongming stood there, split in half, as the metallic liquid of his body reconnected and reformed him back to his original state, completely unharmed. Su, however, paid no mind and continued to hurl the void blade, splitting Zhuge Kongming apart again and again. It's useless, Zeus scoffed. Kongming can't be killed, not even by me. What can this little girl do? Zhuge Kongming is going to lose. But this statement didn't come from Odin, it came from Zhuge Liang. With his celestial eye enhanced by spatial affinity, he could clearly see that every time Su attacked, a trace of void energy was left on Zhuge Kongming. Bit by bit, it was accumulating, ready to unleash a fatal blow. But Zeus, unaware of this, opened his mouth to refute. In the arena, Su stopped throwing the void blade and clenched her fist from afar. All the void energy that had attached to Zhuge Kongming erupted at once, tearing through space and pulling at him, attempting to devour him completely. At that time, no matter how resilient Zhuge Kongming was, facing the endless damage from the spatial storm, he would ultimately exhaust his spiritual energy and perish. Zhuge Lan raised his eyebrows in slight surprise. It was not only because Su showed no mercy, but also because Zeus didn't go to save Zhuge Kongming? Without time to think further, Zhuge Lan used quantum transmission to appear beside Zhuge Kongming, ignoring the spatial rift as he handed the pie sword to Zhuge Kongming, allowing him to grab it and pull away, losing part of his arm in the process to escape the spatial rift. Zhuge Kongming's soul device was within that arm, and as long as his body was replenished, he could revive on the spot. Moreover, a large amount of metallic liquid suddenly surged out of nowhere, and within seconds, Zhuge Kongming's body was restored to its original form. That soul device was actually a spatial star artifact. Thank you. Zhuge Kongming displayed a professional smile. Otherwise, if I had fallen into that spatial rift, this body would have been wasted. Huh, this body? Are there other bodies? Coupled with Zeus's earlier indifference. Is this not your true body? Zhuge Lan asked in surprise. Correct, my true body is hidden within a spatial device. This body is merely one of my remotely controlled terminals. As his words fell, the space around Zhuge Kongming fluctuated massively, and one Zhuge Kongming after another appeared, numbering in the thousands. Seeing this scene, Su immediately dissipated the void blade, abandoning any intention to fight. With so many Zhuge Kongming, just lining up to attack them would exhaust her to death. Similarly, Zhuge Kongming had no means to deal with Su either. My research on space is still too limited. If I could create a spatial bomb, perhaps I could defeat her. Zhuge Kongming lamented. Space. I'm quite familiar with that. Zhuge Lan raised his hand, using his sleeve universe to capture one of the Zhuge Kongming and then condensed the space within his sleeve into his palm. Zhuge Kongming's eyes lit up at the sight. Zhuge Lan instinctively activated quantum state. As the high-energy radiation was formidable, better not accidentally get shot in the head. Since the sleeve space was a skill, it shattered accordingly. The terrifying spatial storm instantly destroyed the Zhuge Kongming inside. Zhuge Lan. Ah, well, fine. After saving half of a Zhuge Kongming, now he had destroyed another one. But Zhuge Kongming didn't mind at all. Wonderful. I've always lacked data to collect, which is why my progress has been stagnant. Please help me. Zhuge Kongming's eyes glowed red with excitement. Those who knew him understood it was due to his excitement. Those who didn't might think he was threatening them. All right, after this competition ends, you can come back with me. Cough, cough, cough. Zeus interrupted loudly. This match ends in a draw, as neither side can overcome the other. Zhuge Lan shrugged and didn't continue speaking. Zhuge Kongming nodded repeatedly, already understanding. Zeus had interrupted for no reason. Come on, let us have a match too. Zhuge Lan said with a smile. Sure, sure. Zhuge Kongming agreed cheerfully. Although by the rules, it should now be a match between number 1 Su and number 3 Zhuge Lan. But does that matter? Su immediately blinked away and left. Zhuge Lan and Zhuge Kongming also distanced themselves, entering battle mode. The referee on the stage remained silent. Who strikes first is still a strike, right? Rules? Aren't they meant to be broken by geniuses? Besides, none of the 3 SSR geniuses objected, so which warrior beyond the gods would dare step forward to argue about this now? Better think carefully first. Can you even take them on? These people's talents are each more unfathomable than the last. Zhuge Lan looked at the countless Zhuge Kongmings in the sky and suddenly became intrigued. Could robots get pregnant? What is filial piety? What is love? Do you know? That familiar and terrifying golden light shone in Zhuge Lan's eyes, startling everyone present. Quick, close your eyes, Wu Tian hurriedly reminded. Everyone immediately shut their eyes and turned their heads away, not daring to meet Zhuge Lan's gaze. Zhuge Kongming, however, was fearless, having undergone mechanical ascension. He had long abandoned pain perception. Worst-case scenario, he dissect himself on the spot. Zhuge Lan originally intended to test things out, so he deliberately gave everyone time to prepare. His proficiency was already maxed out, so there was no need to grind it further. Strong identification technique. The golden light once again illuminated the wrestling god stadium. Except for a few wearing sunglasses with a gambler-esque mindset or those with peculiar death-seeking tendencies, almost no one on site was affected except Zhuge Kongming. Looking at Zhuge Kongming's mechanical body, with his belly also bulging high, Zhuge Lan nodded in satisfaction. The divine skill was indeed formidable. However, since Zhuge Kongming lacked pain perception, aside from his distorted figure, he didn't suffer the usual all-attribute weakening effect of normal humans. Quite interesting, Zhuge Kongming said with a smile. Well then, let us officially begin. All right, bring it on. Zhuge Lan nodded in agreement. Zhuge Lan didn't use his innate talent or divine skills. Instead, the Bagua formation under his feet expanded, covering most of the competition arena. Since Zhuge Kongming admired Chinese civilization, Zhuge Lan decided to defeat him using the Wind Ho Chimen technique from Chinese culture, making him even more captivated. However, Zhuge Lan seemed to have forgotten one thing that could affect the entire globe.